I, a Centenarian veteran who has traversed time, with the blood of SSS-grade national memory flowing through my veins. The war took away 16 of my comrades, leaving only bloodstained badges behind. For decades, I've lived under an assumed name. Now, however, a single livestream has thrust it into the center of a storm. The entire internet mocked me for traveling with 16 old buddies, calling it a clumsy publicity stunt. Until I arrived at the hometown of my first comrade in arms. Trembling, he pulled out the cloth badge that carried the souls of heroes. Sealed feats and tragic pasts surged forth like tidal waves. The live broadcast instantly ignited a 10,000-fold patriotic resonance. But this is only the first stop. As I traversed all of China, awakening the memories of all the slumbering heroic spirits, the entire nation's history will tremble because of me. Chapter 1, Old Friends, I'm taking you home. Early autumn. On a high-speed train bound for Longjiang City. Excited chatter, blaring TV dramas, and the playful clamor of children intertwined, making the train carriage exceptionally lively. Only in the window seat in the middle sat an elderly man quietly, standing out starkly against the surrounding bustle. Old friends, we're almost at Longjiang. Su Mingyang murmured, his faded blue coarse cloth clothes still carrying an undiminished dignity from days gone by. He raised his cloudy eyes and gazed blankly out the window, his memories involuntarily drifting back to his 20s. Counting the time, it's been 90 years now. In fact, Su Mingyang wasn't originally from this world. Over 90 years ago, he was reborn into this body that was less than 30 years old at the time. At that time, Huawei in this world was frequently invaded, teetering on the brink of collapse. Longjiang City became the stronghold of the Japanese invaders, who wantonly massacred the Chinese people. Despite being in their own country, the Chinese people were treated as inferior beings. Beneath the anger and injustice, Su Mingyang and a group of like-minded friends gathered. They joined the ranks of national salvation together. He could no longer clearly recall what happened afterward. He only vaguely remembered his comrades falling one by one, and by the time the country stabilized, he had lost all his friends. It seemed he had achieved some military merits and earned quite a few empty titles. Many people called him general. However, his motivation for saving the nation wasn't driven by these reasons either, which is why when the leader instructed him to stay in the capital for proper rest and recuperation, he politely declined and chose to return to the small village he had first laid eyes upon when he was reborn. And the one who went back with him. And those blood-stained lapel pins of fallen comrades. One fabric badge after another, these were the only things left behind by their fallen comrades. In the old China, photography was a privilege reserved for the elite and concessions and Japanese invaders, while our comrades fought and died without even leaving a single posthumous photo. Now, he was probably the only one who still remembered the old comrades' faces. Old gentleman. Lost in memories, a sudden call came from beside him. Su Mingyang suddenly snapped back to reality and turned to look at the lively, youthful girl beside him, who was holding a selfie stick. The girl had boarded at the same stop as him, seemingly a live streamer, who got busy broadcasting the moment she got on, greeting her fans. Thanks to national policies, Su Mingyang's life has not been particularly difficult. Although not very familiar with live streaming, I don't oppose new things like some other elderly people do. Having richer entertainment options for young people precisely proves our country is growing more prosperous step by step. It shows the blood shed by us old folks wasn't spilled in vain. Otherwise, wouldn't the old folks up in heaven be angry seeing their descendants still living such dull and monotonous lives? Sir, my name is Xiao Yuyu, and I'm a travel vlogger. The girl's pretty little face lit up with joy when Su Mingyang finally heard her call. My livestream topic this time is stories. I was wondering if I could interview you and hear your story? As soon as Xiao Yuyu got on the car, she noticed the elderly man sitting beside her. In the eyes of the young people, this old man could definitely be considered a handsome old gentleman. His hair had turned completely white, but his slender frame stood tall and straight, and the wrinkles on his face were anything but unsightly. They looked more like marks carved by time itself. Such an old man must have some very fascinating stories to tell. Their story is the most unforgettable. Is what resonates most with the live stream audience. Story? Su Mingyang's murky eyes flickered with a trace of doubt as he tightly gripped the blood-stained badge in his hand. It took him a while to figure out what it meant, then he slowly shook his head. What story or not, I'm so old now, I can't remember many things clearly. Child, you should ask someone else. In fact, it wasn't that he couldn't remember, he just didn't want to say it. Recalling that past event, Su Mingyang felt as if a knife were twisting in his heart. In the past, Su Mingyang had just crossed over, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a small village that had just been ravaged by Japanese soldiers. The small village was littered with corpses. There were men and women, old and young, too many to count. All the houses were burned to ashes. The survivors who narrowly escaped disaster wept bitterly while clutching the corpses of their loved ones on the ground. Some, unable to accept reality, even chose the path of despair, dashing their heads against the earthen wall already stained with their loved ones' blood. At that moment, he, having just come from an era of peace, was utterly terrified. Later, the surviving young people, after enduring extreme pain, made a solemn vow. Avenge your loved ones without fail. Drive all the Japanese invaders out of China. Su Mingyang could no longer recall what kind of emotions he had when he set off with a few older brothers from the village to search for the troops. He only remembers that the entire journey was littered with corpses, the bodies of Hua Nation's common people scattered everywhere. Shot to death, bayonet to death. The woman's clothes were disheveled, her eyes wide open in death. Even the tiny infants were not spared, they were hung on trees, turning into one glaring red lantern after another. Thus, more and more people joined them on the journey. When there are more people around, there are more shoulders to lean on, and so too does hope multiply. A group of people made a pact. Once the war was over, they would never engage in killing and violence again. They would all return home to live properly, marry a wife, and have 8 or 10 children. By the time these 8 or 10 kids grow up, they'll each have 8 or 10 grandchildren of their own. When the time comes, gather everyone's families together and book out a big restaurant. Let's have a lively celebration. Hearing such an outrageous remark, everyone present couldn't help but burst into laughter. But no one objected. It's just that everyone was competing, insisting that the gathering must be held in their hometown. The competition eventually became too intense. In the end, they simply decided to take turns, with each year's gathering held in a different person's hometown. Even if I can't go myself, I must make sure my descendants go. Yet, after the war ended, among those who had made the promise together, only Su Mingyang remained. The pain was too deep, and he failed to fulfill his promise of having 10 or 8 children. He spent most of his life alone. Su Mingyang still remembered. Before the older brother, who had invited him to seek revenge on the troops together, passed away. He forcefully tore off the cloth badge on his chest, already soaked with blood, which bore his unit number and personal information. Shove it into their own hand, gripping their hand tightly. Blood mixed with saliva welled up in his throat as he spoke in a trembling voice that barely sounded human. Kid, your old man's about to leave. You've gotta stand tall and live well. When we win this war, you've gotta see it for me, see our Huagua. See Huagua, standing tall. With every comrade's death that followed, the words of Big Brother would resurface in his mind. Therefore, Su Mingyang kept his back straight all his life. Even at over 100 years old, with bones worn thin, his back remained straight as a ramrod. Because he remembered the moment his back bent low. How humiliating it was. Chapter 2, Witnessing the Prosperity of China with Comrades. If you can't remember, could you answer a few questions for me? Su Mingyang snapped back to reality. Xiao Yaya was still being relentless. This, alas, fine then. As people grow old, they tend to become soft-hearted. Faced with the child's plea, even Su Mingyang, who had once been decisive and ruthless on the battlefield, couldn't bring himself to refuse. He could only nod helplessly. He had just agreed when Xiao Yuyu already had her phone camera pointed right at him. Instantly, Su Mingyang's face appeared on the livestream screen. The moment he appeared, the live chat exploded with comments, instantly boosting the stream's popularity. Damn, so this is the handsome grandpa the streamer was talking about. Finally get to see him. No wonder the streamer called him a handsome grandpa. If I had such a good-looking partner, I'd wake up laughing in my dreams. Damn, dressed so shabbily yet carries such an air of elegance? Do you guys feel this handsome grandpa actually has a kind of awe-inspiring, majestic aura about him? The moment the barrage comment appeared, everyone else immediately felt the same way. Xiaoya pointed at the bullet comments in the live stream and smiled at Su Mingyang. Look, all the fans are praising you. By the way, sir, you seem much more energetic than most elderly folks. I'd guess you're about 80 this year, aren't you? 80? Upon hearing this number, Su Mingyang froze for a moment. He's certainly not just 80 years old. But as for the exact age, I really can't remember. Su Mingyang calculated for quite a while before finally shaking his head. 80 at least. Ah, living too long makes one's memory poor. But it's definitely more than 80 years old. Must be over 100. Friends and comrades perished in those turbulent years. He never got married in his lifetime nor had any descendants, with only a few children from old neighbors occasionally coming to visit. He lived his entire life alone like this. Days pass by in a blur. Who can remember exactly how old they are anymore? Over 100 years old? Not only Xiao Yuyu, but even the audience in her livestream was utterly astounded. The old man looks to be at most 70 or 80 years old. She's actually over 100 years old? Xiaoya couldn't help but ask, Grandpa, you're over 100 years old and still taking the high-speed train alone? Su Mingyang heard this, gently stroking the 16 badges with his right hand, then smiled warmly. Who said I'm alone? I still have 16 old comrades with me. We're going to witness this prosperous age of China together. Old chap? But you're the only one on this carriage who looks about your age. Xiao Yaya was somewhat stunned to hear Su Mingyang say that there were 16 elderly people coming out together. Facing Xiao Yuyu's doubt, Su Mingyang remained silent for a moment before shaking his head slowly once more. They're all watching over me from the heavens. A deep sense of loneliness surfaced in his eyes. In a daze, those long-gone memories returned to his mind. The events of his youth flashed before his eyes like scenes from a movie. Back then, he was passionate and had grand ambitions. As long as I'm with my comrades, hope will always fill my heart, and I'll never retreat in the face of the enemy's brutal slaughter. When did this passion gradually start to cool down? It seems, it began when they first went to the battlefield together and witnessed a comrade fall beside them. His comrades. Some were about the same age as him, in their 20s, full of vigor and vitality. Some of them were much older than him, already in their 50s or 60s at the time, yet they still rushed onto the battlefield without a second thought. Some are still very young. How small is it? At an age when he should have been in middle school, he charged to the front lines, carrying a rifle taller than himself. In the end, he died under the enemy's bayonet. Back then, hatred kept him going, allowing him to force himself to forget the pain and focus solely on fighting the invaders to avenge his losses. Later, he could tell himself it wasn't yet time to grieve, that he had to give his all to build the nation, so no other country would ever dare invade again. But now the Japanese devils had long since retreated. With national prosperity and social stability, Huagua also soared step by step, becoming a major power in the eyes of the world. The pain hidden in his heart for decades gradually surfaced. Along with the pain came the memory of the promise once made by 17 comrades before their first battle. When we grow old, we must travel across the magnificent landscapes of our motherland. This promise had always been firmly etched in Su Mingyang's heart. He has never forgotten. Therefore, while his limbs can still move and there's still time, he wants to see the magnificent landscapes of his motherland. The battlefield was chaotic, and the remains of his comrades couldn't be found. Fortunately, there are those medals. He has kept these medals for decades. Now, taking them along is like fulfilling the pact with my old buddies. Su Mingyang's response and silence made Xiao Yeye and the livestream audience's hearts clench involuntarily. I had thought the old man's friend was in another carriage or hadn't managed to catch the train in time. To his surprise, all 16 had already perished. Xiao Yeye, this is the first time I've ever wanted to say you've got a smart mouth facepalm. I'd kick myself for bringing up such a sore subject in the middle of the night. Ah, that's true. The old man is over 100 years old. All his old pals must be long gone by now. After all, not everyone gets to live that long. Sometimes living too long isn't a good thing. Watching those around you leave one by one must be truly heartbreaking. Meanwhile, Xiao Yeye was filled with immense regret. What right do you have to ask why someone is out alone when you've got nothing better to do yourself? You were doing just fine, but had to go and bring up that heartbreaking topic. The old man must be feeling really upset right now. Grandpa, don't be too sad. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Yuyu softly comforted Su Mingyang in a small voice. I believe all your old buddies must be just as kind and gentle as you, grandpas and grandmas. They'll be very happy in their next lives. Kind and gentle grandpas and grandmas. The term of address made Su Mingyang unable to help but smile. Hee, if they knew they were being referred to like this, they'd probably be grinning from ear to ear. What do you mean? Xiao Yeye didn't react immediately, and the audience in the livestream was also somewhat puzzled. What's wrong with this address? Child. Su Mingyang smiled as he spoke, a hint of nostalgia appearing on his face. If after death, people truly remain at the age they died, just like in the myths and legends of Huagua, several of them might not even be as old as you are. Hearing Su Mingyang's words, Xiao Yeye, who had just regained her senses from daze, found herself dumbfounded once again. She was finding it harder and harder to understand the old man's words. I'm only 23 years old this year. The old man meant that his old buddies died before the age of 23? How could a centenarian have 20-year-old friends? Chapter 3. The war was won, yet they were all gone. The viewers in the livestream were even more clueless than Xiao Yeye. But most were just tuning in for the spectacle, curious about the old man's story without delving deeper. At the same time, perhaps the novelty of a centenarian was a strong draw. Xiao Yeye's livestream viewership began steadily climbing. In less than 15 minutes since interviewing Su Mingyang, the online audience had surged from 10,000 to 30,000. Her ranking on Douyin's newcomer chart steadily climbed. Young lady, haven't I told you my name yet? Before Xiao Yeye could process how a century-old man's old friend could be in his 20s, Su Mingyang gave a slightly self-deprecating smile and spoke again. I don't think you have. Just as Xiao Yeye was about to speak, Su Mingyang continued on his own, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Over the years, the neighbors have all called me Old Su. No one has called me by my name. But I still remember 90 years ago, my old comrades all called me by my full name, Su Mingyang. I still remember when we fought the Japanese together. They told me, Su Mingyang, your name is perfect, bright and sunny. We hope our nation will always shine like this. The 17 of us promised that once we drove the Japanese out of China, we'd travel together to see every mountain and river in our homeland. If we didn't have time, we'd have 10 or 8 children, so our children or our children's children could fulfill this promise for us. But fulfilling that promise depended on fighting the invaders with everything we had, driving them out of our homeland. We absolutely cannot let our descendants live under the trampling and oppression of others again. Later, the war ended in victory, but they were all gone. All these years I've lived in a daze, forcing myself to forget those people in my memories. Only now do I realize what I should have done most: fulfill our shared promise. To take them and show them how magnificent the new China has become. As he spoke, Su Mingyang's voice grew quieter and quieter, his eyes filling with sorrow. Thankfully, I'm still able to move. I have time to fulfill that promise. Otherwise, when I meet those old fellows 100 years from now, I'd probably get scolded to no end. After sharing his story, Su Mingyang felt considerably better. The pent-up frustration that had weighed on his heart for years seemed to dissipate somewhat. Truth be told, over these past 90 years, he had hardly ever told anyone about his experiences with his old comrades. He always felt there was nothing to say, that speaking of it would only bring more sorrow. Unexpectedly, after sharing it today, the knot in his heart had actually loosened. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream were stunned into silence after hearing Su Mingyang's story. Their eyes widened in disbelief. No way? The streamer casually interviewed an old man, and he turned out to be a veteran hero who fought on the battlefield? So, the 16 people they thought had died natural deaths were actually martyrs who fell on the battlefield? Holy crap! And now this centenarian hero is traveling across the country carrying the final wishes of 16 martyrs? Are you sure this isn't scripted? Holy crap! Not just the audience, even host Xiao Yeye was stunned. Her cherry red lips parted wide in disbelief, speechless for a long moment. Staring at the dashing old man before her, she was utterly overwhelmed. This dashing grandpa a hero who fought the Japanese invaders? He's embarking on this journey because of a promise made to his fallen comrades? Holy crap! What kind of luck was this? Interviewing just any old man and getting such a mind-blowing story. It felt like an eternity before the viewers finally snapped back to reality. The live stream screen filled with an increasing number of comments. Holy crap, you'd never guess this old man was a hero who fought the Japanese invaders. He speaks so calmly and gently, not intimidating at all. I knew this old man wasn't ordinary. What regular senior citizen has that kind of presence? If you do the math, he must have joined the army in his 20s or 30s. My great-grandfather fought the Japanese at that age too, but sadly he passed away over 30 years ago due to poor health. Oh no, I'm gonna cry. A centenarian visiting Xinhuagui for his fallen comrades, so heartbreaking. Huh, you guys just believe that? The old man just said it offhand, no proof. Who's to say he's not lying, or that it's not Xiao Yeye hyping it up? As soon as this comment appeared, the voices of netizens on the screen fell silent. Many netizens suddenly snapped out of it, followed by a flood of skepticism. After all, nearly 80 years have passed since the victory in the War of Resistance. Even if the old man went to war at 25, he'd be around 110 years old today. At 110 years old, could he really take the bullet train out on his own and understand the comments on a phone screen? That seemed a bit far-fetched, didn't it? Xiao Yeye furrowed her delicate brows, beginning to doubt the truthfulness of Su Mingyang's story. During her previous live interviews, she'd encountered plenty of people exaggerating facts just to ride the hype wave. Though she genuinely believed the old man before her wasn't that type, she couldn't completely rule out the possibility. With that thought, Xiao Yeye composed herself and continued her questioning. Grandpa, the bond you share with your old companions is truly touching. But I have one question: at your age, did your family approve of this trip around the country? This was a very cleverly phrased question. If the old man said his family approved, netizens would surely criticize them for being irresponsible. To clarify, he'd have to explain himself at length. If he said his family didn't approve and he'd slipped out on his own, netizens would criticize his family for failing to keep an eye on an elderly person, forcing him to explain himself again. The more he says, the more netizens will inevitably find holes in his story. Xiao Yeye stared at Su Mingyang with confidence, waiting for his answer to proceed with her next plan. But, unexpectedly, Su Mingyang's next words left her and everyone in the live stream room speechless once more. Family? A faint smile touched Su Mingyang's wrinkled face. Young lady, I have no family. He sighed deeply, a hint of self-mockery flickering in his eyes. A man like me wouldn't having family only bring them harm? After the war ended, the higher-ups did arrange matchmaking for me, but I turned them all down. You young people can't comprehend the horror of war. Back then, we lived in constant fear of dying ourselves, fear of our comrades dying. When comrades died before my eyes, some not even intact, I only held on by sheer willpower. Even after the war ended, I still had nightmares every night. The doctor said it was called post-war psychological trauma. Chapter 4, If he's not a hero, who is? Votes appreciated. The real battlefield is far more brutal than anything portrayed in TV dramas. So brutal it could leave a sane person with lifelong trauma. Su Mingyang's tone carried a mix of self-mockery and quiet relief. Relief that today's youth wouldn't have to endure such horrors. After all, some burdens are meant to be borne by only one generation. Wasn't the very reason they risked their lives back then so that the children of future China wouldn't have to endure such hardships? His gaze swept across the silent livestream chat. Realizing the audience might be feeling a bit down, Su Mingyang frowned. He immediately forced a smile, his lips curling upward as he spoke in a deliberately light tone. Look at me now, I'm doing just fine on my own. I have food, clothes, and no worries. If I'd gotten married back then, wouldn't my wife be scared half to death by my nightmares? Why put my family through that anxiety? He didn't want to prolong the young viewer's sadness, but unexpectedly, seeing his forced cheerfulness, many netizens found themselves even more speechless. Some netizens even regretted their words so much they slapped themselves in the face. After enduring so much pain, the old man was still considering their feelings? How could they have spoken to him like that? What the hell was the difference between them and those bastards? How could I ever doubt that the old man was lying? If it weren't for the old man and his comrades shedding blood and sacrificing their lives on the battlefield back then, they might never have been born, let alone enjoy the prosperous and peaceful life they have now. As the old man had mentioned before, some of those pioneers died before they were even as old as Xiao Yeye. They were just teenagers, their lives frozen forever at that age. Everything they sacrificed was so future generations could walk tall, never to be bullied by anyone again. It was the peace bought with the lives of those who came before that allowed them, the descendants, to live in peace. And now, in the blink of an eye, we become ungrateful bastards. Damn it all. The live stream fell into silence. Not a single person dared to speak disrespectfully of Su Mingyang anymore. Regardless of whether Su Mingyang's words were true or false, as citizens of Huagua, they absolutely could not hurt the old hero's heart. Watching the live stream's online count skyrocket, Xiao Yeye, who always prioritized popularity above all else, surprisingly didn't feel particularly thrilled for the first time. To lighten the somber mood, Xiao Yeye took a deep breath, flashed a sweet smile, and raised her right hand to the camera, clenching her fist. Family. Look, this is the true hero of our nation. He'd rather never marry or have children than endanger his family. If that's not a hero, who is? Everyone, give Grandpa Su some encouragement. Let him know he's not alone. As soon as she finished speaking, a flood of comments poured in. Almost every single one expressed admiration and respect for Su Mingyang. The atmosphere finally grew lively again. Xiao Yeye turned to Su Mingyang again and asked with a smile, Grandpa Su, you see how supportive everyone is. So I'd like to ask on behalf of my stream's fans, where do you plan to go first? How do you plan to get there? Xiao Yeye's questions weren't difficult. But at over 100 years old, Su Mingyang's mind didn't work as quickly as a young person's. So he paused for a moment before responding. I plan to take the old folks to Longjiang City first. That place is my hometown and also the hometown of 4 of the other 16. Then we'll head south to the hometowns of the remaining members. That way, we'll cover the entire country. Decades have passed, I wonder if those old-timers even recognize their hometowns anymore. Seeing their humble villages transformed into skyscrapers would probably give them quite a shock, huh? But even if they're shocked, they've got to see it. This is what they fought for with their lives. Wouldn't it be a shame not to see it? Wouldn't it be a shame not to see them? That last line made many in the livestream room laugh out loud. But after the laughter came a wave of deep bitterness. The line sounded witty, yet behind it lay the flesh and blood of tens of millions of forebears. Those forebears abandoned hope for survival, resolutely marching onto the battlefield to forge a new China with their very flesh and blood. Those fortunate enough to survive immediately threw themselves into rebuilding the nation. Yet before they could witness the fruits of their labor, they collapsed at their posts. Until their dying breath, they never witnessed the scene they had longed to see, never saw the strength of China today. Today, when China speaks on the international stage, the invaders who once trampled it underfoot tremble with fear for days. China's voice will no longer be ignored. China's protests will no longer be scorned or met with derision. Even in war-torn nations, Chinese citizens retain their fundamental human rights. Wherever China's rescue aircraft arrive, every nation must clear the way without the slightest hesitation. Everyone knows that escorting evacuation flights are the world's most advanced and formidable fighter jets. Over the years, countless evacuation missions have ensured every Chinese citizen returns home safely and unscathed. This is a scene that fills citizens of other nations with profound envy. It is also a scene that brings tears of pride to the eyes of the Chinese people. For just decades ago, even within their own country, Chinese people lived in constant fear. They lived in constant fear of being slaughtered at any moment by the Japanese invaders or other imperialist powers. Sadly, the ancestors who sacrificed everything for this never got to see it. Before the crowd could shake off their somber mood, Su Mingyang's voice echoed through the livestream once more. As for how I plan to get there, I have underlying health conditions and am of advanced age, so I can't fly. I had to take the high-speed rail. Before boarding this train, I spent 18 consecutive hours on a regular train. Fortunately, my health held up and I felt no issues. This will likely continue for the rest of the journey. If there's no high-speed rail, I'll take regular trains. If no trains, then buses, and if all else fails, I'll just ride a bicycle. In any case, I must complete what I never had the resolve to do before. It was vastly different from when he had awakened from the chaos all those years ago. Back then, Su Mingyang awoke in a slaughtered village, surrounded by utter desolation. Forget vehicles, there wasn't even a single cow or sheep. To find the army, he relied solely on his own 2 legs. When his cloth shoes wore out, he wove straw sandals to wear. When he couldn't find any grass to weave with, he simply went barefoot. He walked until his feet bled, walked until his legs swelled like radishes, yet he never stopped. Perhaps it was the fierce hatred and rage within him that sustained him. The 5 of them somehow traversed mountains and rivers, evaded enemy bullets and bayonets, and successfully found their unit. They endured so much suffering. No matter what, things couldn't possibly be worse than they were back then, right? Chapter 5, Shock. A centenarian travels across the nation? Decades passed. Su Mingyang had grown old, wrinkles creasing his face, his bones brittle. Yet the determination that had driven him back then remained undiminished. Once he made up his mind, he would see it through. Su Mingyang refused to believe it. Decades ago, he had traversed mountains and rivers, reaching his destination on foot. Now that high-speed rail and other advanced transportation existed, couldn't he bring his old comrades home? His tone was unwavering, yet the viewers in the livestream were stunned. Earlier, when they heard the old man plan to tour all of China, they felt admiration but nothing particularly unbelievable. After all, in this day and age, flying could take you anywhere, even traveling abroad was a breeze. But when the old man mentioned it, they suddenly remembered the maximum age for flying domestically without a medical certificate is 80. Seniors over 80 must present a hospital-issued health certificate proving they have no underlying medical conditions to board a flight. 80 years old, the old man had long surpassed that age. Moreover, from what he implied, he did indeed have underlying health conditions, making it impossible to obtain such a medical certificate. They had no choice but to consider other modes of transportation. The next best option after air travel was high-speed rail. To be honest, high-speed rail hasn't achieved nationwide coverage across all counties and cities yet. This means that for old man Su to travel across the country, he'll need to rely on trains, buses, or even bicycles for significant portions of his journey. Is this old man joking? For a man over 100 years old, isn't this tantamount to risking his life? Dreams aren't just for daydreaming. Xiao Yeye was also taken aback. She had only asked those 2 questions to lighten the mood. She never expected the old man's response to be so astonishing. If she hadn't randomly selected him for the interview, Xiao Yeye would have suspected it was scripted. Meanwhile, the live stream's comment section began to fill up. As if suddenly waking up, many viewers began questioning again. Did I hear that right? This old man said he rode an 18-hour train before taking the high-speed rail? Is he for real? 18 hours on a train, young people probably couldn't handle it. It feels unreal. Yeah, if you can't fly, you have to take all these connecting buses. Could an elderly person really handle that? I'd bet my life this is scripted. Definitely scripted. Too fake. Xiao Yeye's previous live streams felt genuine. Why resort to this gimmick? Playing on emotions to get cheap tears. Would this old man really stoop so low for a few bucks? Disappointed voices echoed throughout the livestream. Su Mingyang went from being hailed as an old hero to being called a fraud. Xiao Yeye was also being questioned. She grew anxious, wanting to prompt Su Mingyang to explain or produce evidence. Yet Su Mingyang clutched 16 cloth badges tightly in his hands, showing no intention of explaining. The relics of comrades in arms weren't meant to curry favor or win approval. Besides, presenting them now risked further skepticism from the young viewers in the livestream about the badge's authenticity. If that happened, it would undoubtedly be an insult to the old comrades. At least she knew she would keep going. Until the day his body could no longer bear it. Whether others online believed it or not was beyond Su Mingyang's concern. Doubt? Let them doubt all they want. For Su Mingyang, who didn't know how much time he had left, fulfilling that promise was what mattered most. Those old comrades might have been waiting for this day for a long time. They must have been hoping for it for a very long time. They wanted to see if their hometown had prospered after the founding of Xinhua Nation. Only after bringing them there could Su Mingyang confidently declare, just as he had decades ago, with his hand on his heart. Xinhua Nation is truly wonderful. The livestream concluded amidst Xiao Yeye's persistent explanations and the audience's skepticism. The high-speed train pulled into Longjiang City. With the attendant's help, Su Mingyang retrieved his luggage from the overhead rack. After bidding Xiao Yeye farewell, he turned and stepped off the train. His luggage was minimal, just an old travel bag discarded by a former neighbor. Inside were some changes of clothes and daily necessities. After all, with so many places to go, the money needed was no small sum. He had to spend the money he'd saved over the years sparingly. Fortunately, his destination, Wannan County, wasn't too far away. He would transfer buses once, then walk about 3 kilometers to reach his final destination. Meanwhile, Xiao Yeye remained seated on the high-speed train. The live stream had ended, but her heart remained unsettled. Watching the old man get off the train with his bag had left her with a deeply complex feeling. Subconsciously, she believed the old man's words, yet rationally, she was utterly convinced that the story about wearing a comrade in arms badge to visit Xinhua Nation was fake. But what if it was real? What if she let him leave alone, and something happened to him on the road while he was trying to fulfill his promise? For a moment, Xiao Yeye felt deeply frustrated. She regretted not getting off the bus to check on him. If the old man was telling the truth, she could have helped him. Even if it was just posting online ads for him, calling on young people along the way to look out for him, that much surely wouldn't be too much to ask. Now all she could do was hope the old man had a safe journey. At that moment, Su Mingyang, en route to Huangnan County, was unaware. Century-old man returns home with 16 martyrs badges. This news quickly spread across the entire internet. Within an hour, clips of Su Mingyang's interview were circulating wildly across major forums. The comment counts beneath each video were staggering. 1 hour later, the name Su Mingyang surged to the top of Weibo's trending topics. Clicking through, the first post featured Su Mingyang smiling as he mentioned that some of his old comrades were quite young. Many viewers were on the verge of tears after watching this clip. But immediately following it in the second position was Xiao Yeye's final conversation with Su Mingyang, accompanied by a screen full of skepticism. Tears instantly dried in their eyes as most people unconsciously began questioning. Netizens discussing the matter poured in endlessly. Is this old man really going to travel around China? It doesn't seem very feasible. I understand Grandpa Su's desire to fulfill his promise, but I really don't get why he didn't go when he was young and waited until old age. Was his health ever as good as when he was young? Sai, didn't you hear Grandpa Su mention his post-war stress? As a psychologist, I must say overcoming trauma to step outside is truly remarkable even if it took decades. The psychologist above is so naive they didn't see this as Xiao Yeye and Grandpa Su's publicity stunt. Think about it, a man over 100 years old struggles to move. How could he possibly endure an 18-hour train ride? True, I don't buy any old man being that capable. Either the script has holes, or they had to brag about the train ride, otherwise I totally believe it. Damn it, exploiting martyrs for clicks. These streamers are desperate for money. Chapter 6, He's on the road. Seeing the flood of online discussions and skepticism, Xiao Yeye felt inexplicably distressed. It wasn't for herself, but for Su Mingyang. Though they only crossed paths briefly on the bullet train and she knew nothing of his past, the melancholy and sorrow that occasionally flickered in his eyes and aura told her something. Xiao Yeye instinctively believed that Grandpa Su hadn't lied. As the online skepticism grew increasingly intense, threatening to escalate into a full-blown cyberbullying campaign, her deep concern for Su Mingyang's well-being took hold. After much hesitation, she gritted her teeth and went live once more. Everyone, I'm streaming today to clarify something. I don't actually know Grandpa Su. We only met by chance on the high-speed train. Though I don't know if he's exaggerating, I choose to believe him. I believe his words came from the heart, and I believe everything he said. She had intended to clear Su Mingyang's name and salvage the situation. But unexpectedly, this only sparked a wave of online backlash. Xiao Yeye, do you think everyone is stupid? A centenarian with no family, traveling alone to fulfill the wishes of 16 comrades in arms, taking them to see the world. Could you do that? What a perfect gimmick, a centenarian touring China with his comrades' wishes. Look at it, H for sympathy, heroism for patriotism, feeding off human blood buns. Exactly. I don't mind chasing trends or boosting views, but exploiting a centenarian hero to peddle sentimentality? I won't stand for it. Faced with a deluge of comments, Xiao Yeye grew increasingly anxious. Everyone, please believe me, I'm not exploiting this trend. Anyone who knows me understands Xiao Yeye would never resort to gimmicks. Traffic matters to me, but not that much. Xiao Yeye's eyes reddened as she repeatedly explained, feeling guilty towards Su Mingyang. Prove it to us. Show us the evidence. Yes, call the elderly person out and show us proof. Xiao Yeye fell silent. Su Mingyang had already gotten out of the car. Where could she find him now? Su Mingyang boarded the bus bound for Huangnan County. Sitting in his seat, his grip tightened. 16 badges lay clenched in his fist, pressed tightly against his chest. The fear of returning home was palpable in Su Mingyang. He had never flinched before the Japanese invaders' slaughtering blades. Facing the corpses of his comrades, he never flinched. Yet today, sitting on the bus back to his hometown, he felt a flicker of apprehension. His left hand searched his body, and only then did he remember he had long since quit smoking, following his doctor's advice. Gou Wazi, Xiao Shuanzi, Zhang'erju, Tian Dahong, I'm bringing you home. Silently murmuring those familiar yet distant names, Su Mingyang clenched his right fist and pressed it against his heart. 2 clear tears finally broke free, rolling down his cheeks. Their names probably no one else remembered them anymore, except himself. Grandpa, are you okay? A gentle voice called out, and a tissue was handed to Su Mingyang. Thanks, I'm fine. Su Mingyang opened his eyes and looked at the girl with big eyes who had handed him the tissue, nodding gratefully. Grandpa, have a sip of water. Did something happen to you? Lin Roshua looked at the elderly man beside her, silver-haired yet distinguished, her face filled with concern. Nothing. Just some sand got in my eyes. Su Mingyang wiped the tears from his cheeks and gave Lin Roshua a smile. Old comrades, did you see that? Our efforts were worth it. The land remains secure, and future generations will live in peace. Without your blood, how could our children smile so brightly? Su Mingyang sighed softly within, his resolve strengthening. He must take them to see the vast and beautiful mountains and rivers, to witness the peace and prosperity enjoyed by the children of future generations. Grandpa, you look so familiar. Lin Roshua suddenly spoke up, her eyes fixed intently on Su Mingyang as she spoke. Familiar? Child, this is our first meeting, isn't it? Su Mingyang was taken aback. Could this little girl be the descendant of someone he knew? You? Your Grandpa Su? Lin Roshua gasped in surprise, quickly pulling out her phone. She scrolled through video clips on various forums, comparing them until she was absolutely certain. You know me? Su Mingyang looked puzzled, extending a finger to his own nose. Grandpa Su, you're famous now. Everyone's talking about you in Xiao Yaya's livestream. As she spoke, Lin Roshua quickly opened Xiao Yaya's livestream. She had been drawn to the incident by the online video clips and recognized Su Mingyang through them. Xiao Yaya had been streaming for half an hour and explaining for half an hour. She was well aware of what was unfolding in the live stream room. Su Mingyang followed the direction of Lin Roshua's finger to look at her phone. The next second, he saw Xiao Yaya's expression filled with hurt. Facing the camera, she was desperately explaining. Family, Grandpa Su was truly innocent. I met him by chance and invited him for an impromptu interview. There was no scripted scenario. And everything Grandpa Su said, I believe it too, he's telling the truth. This was... A flicker of confusion crossed Su Mingyang's eyes, followed by a frown. Combined with the stream of comments flashing across the screen, he understood. It turned out his own words had made those young people online suspicious, driving them to this girl's livestream to attack her. He couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. Earlier, he'd been so focused on the fact that the truth was the truth, requiring no explanation, that he hadn't considered this young woman was a live streamer. His choice would bring her trouble. Grandpa Su. Ever since earlier, Lin Roshua had been observing Su Mingyang's expression. Seeing the guilt on his face now, she instantly confirmed her suspicion. Grandpa Su wasn't a liar. She spoke up at the right moment, her voice gentle. I believe you're not lying. Your eyes don't deceive. But people online are questioning you now. I think you should explain yourself. It would help Xiao Yaya too. Explain? How could he explain? He would definitely need to present some evidence to convince those young people to believe him and to believe little Yaya. Su Mingyang heard Lin Roshua's words. Instinctively, his right hand clenched, gripping the 16 badges tightly against his chest. The only thing he carried now that could prove his words were these 16 bloodstained badges. Each bore the serial numbers and personal details of 16 old comrades. To verify their authenticity, one need only look them up. But Su Mingyang couldn't shake the feeling that using these badges to prove himself somehow dishonored the sacrifices of his old comrades. After a long silence, Su Mingyang suddenly laughed bitterly. Chapter 7. That year, Gou Wazi was only 16. Why do people grow more stubborn with age? His 16 comrades were all first-rate men. At the moment of life and death, for the sake of the country and the people, they knew full well that death was inevitable, yet they still chose to charge at the enemy with bayonets fixed. Now, all he was doing was explaining things for a young girl. How could they possibly blame him? If he truly chose to stand idly by today, wouldn't they be the ones cursing him out? Having made his decision, Su Mingyang exhaled softly. He ran his fingers over the top badge. In his ears, the bugle call to charge seemed to sound once more. Brother Su, if you get the chance, tell my mom that Doggy wasn't a coward. 16-year-old Gua was the first to leap from the trench. Clutching a bundle of explosives, he shouted the words to Su Mingyang before charging forward without looking back. Before him stood a colossal turtle shell vehicle. Turtle shell tank. Young people today would surely laugh at such a name, dismissing it as trivial. But a funny name didn't mean it would show mercy to China's soldiers and civilians. It was the Japanese invaders' most formidable armored vehicle. Back then, without modern weapons or long-range artillery capable of penetrating its armor, encountering this vehicle meant the Chinese army could only sacrifice lives to stop it. Gua ran with utter resolve, driven by a certainty of death. Su Mingyang knew this, knew he would surely die, yet couldn't utter a word to stop him. He could only watch helplessly as that small figure vanished into the barrage of fire. Amidst the thunderous explosions came Gou Wazi's final cry, "Mother!" The armored vehicle's tracks were severed by the blast, grinding to a halt with a defiant roar. But that wasn't enough. Though immobilized, the men inside could still operate the gun. "Gua, big brother's here." At the critical moment, Shuanzi, who had left Longjiang City with them, leapt from the trench, rifle raised, bellowing. He charged the armored vehicle, pried open the hatch, and tossed a grenade inside. With a thunderous explosion, the armored vehicle was finally rendered completely incapable of attack. "Charge!" Shuanzi yelled, leaping off the armored vehicle and charging forward. A trail of crooked, blood-stained footprints marked the ground where he ran. That year, Gou Wazi was 16, and Shuanzi was just a month shy of 18. "Grandpa Su, are you alright?" A long time passed after she spoke, yet there was no response. Lin Roshua felt uneasy. Looking at Su Mingyang, she couldn't help but ask. "Child, I'm fine," Su Mingyang replied in a hoarse voice. "I want to help this young lady prove she's not lying. Do you have any ideas?" Back then, he had protected 450 million compatriots without batting an eyelid. Now, this young girl was being questioned over a few words he had spoken. She deserved his protection even more. Old comrades, perhaps time had taken its toll. Some no longer believed in the sheer willpower the Chinese people had displayed during the war years. It's all right. I'll handle it. I'll prove it. As he spoke, Su Mingyang drew a badge from his pocket and ran his fingers lightly over it. The bloodstains on it had long since stained the badge a deep brown. This was the first badge he had ever collected, for he had promised Gou Wazi he would visit his blind mother. Yet, all these years later, he had ultimately failed him. Alright, here's what we'll do. I'll connect with Xiao Yaya and Grandpa Su, you'll verify it. A flicker of joy lit up Lin Roshua's face. Without a moment's hesitation, she immediately requested a video call with Xiao Yaya. At that moment, Xiao Yaya was like a scholar meeting a soldier. No matter how reasonable she was, she couldn't make herself understood. Although her stream was currently exploding in popularity, with viewers surging past the 50,000 mark, the crowd's skepticism left her flustered and anxious. Just then, Lin Roshua's video call request popped up. After a few seconds of hesitation, Xiao Yaya braced herself for criticism and accepted the call. Huh, another pretty girl? Are they from the same company as Xiao Yaya? Could it be that she saw Xiao Yaya being questioned and came to defend her innocence? Or is this some new traffic-grabbing tactic? This must be scripted. I bet this girl will claim she's the old man's granddaughter from earlier. She saw the online comments, felt indignant for her grandpa, and specifically called in to explain. Exactly. That old man probably won't appear again anyway. Otherwise, if the truth comes out or he proves his innocence too quickly, the traffic dies. The connection was just established. Seeing the equally pure and lovely Lin Roshua, the numerous viewers in the livestream room were momentarily stunned. But the instinct of onlookers kicked in, prompting them to immediately voice their doubts. This script where the grandfather suffers injustice and the granddaughter steps in to defend him was all too familiar. At this very moment, more people were convinced this was nothing but a publicity stunt. Yet, just as everyone sat waiting for the newly connected girl to introduce herself and then speak up for her grandfather, Lin Roshua's words took them completely by surprise. Hello, host. My name is Lin Roshua. I'm here on behalf of Grandpa Su to connect with you. See, he's right beside me now. Ignoring the skepticism, Lin Roshua first greeted Xiao Yaya. Then the camera shifted, focusing on Su Mingyang beside her. The livestream quickly shifted, and Lin Roshua vanished from view. The next second, who appeared was Su Mingyang, silver-haired, simply dressed, and radiating integrity. Grandpa Su? Xiao Yaya's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Hello, Grandpa Su. Snapping back to reality, she hurriedly greeted Su Mingyang, her eyes brimming with tears of excitement. Sure enough, Grandpa Su wasn't a fraud. If he were, why would he have initiated the call? He'd probably be afraid of being recognized. She believed Su Mingyang, yet some people still insisted he was lying. Now that Grandpa Su had appeared in the livestream himself, with his own proof, who could possibly voice doubts anymore? Simultaneously, as Su Mingyang appeared on camera, voices began filling the chat. The number of viewers online shot straight up. Grandpa's here. Is he on a bus? Could he be telling the truth? That setup doesn't look fake. But it kinda breaks my heart. A Centenarian riding trains, high-speed rail, then buses? Even an iron body couldn't handle that. I believe him. Just trust my military instinct. Only a soldier's spine stays this straight forever. Seems plausible, but it could still be the next scripted scene. The livestream was flooded with supportive comments for Su Mingyang. Yet at this very moment, skeptical comments still dominated the chat. Some even speculated wildly that Su Mingyang was the next internet sensation being cultivated by the media company behind Xiao Yaya. This theory gained significant traction among a substantial portion of the audience. Chapter 8, Never Forget the Faith We Once Held. Su Mingyang saw those comments. He felt no anger whatsoever. After all, at his age, embarking on a journey to travel across the country was indeed hard to believe. His mission was clear, to rescue Xiao Yaya and earn everyone's trust. He took Lin Roshua's phone, his cloudy eyes meeting hers as he asked softly, embarrassed. Child, how do I make a statement? No matter how fit his body was, his mind simply couldn't keep up. Basic phone operations were manageable, but live streaming like the young people? That was truly beyond him. Grandpa Su, just speak normally like you always do, Lin Roshua quickly realized and pointed to the earpiece of the phone as she explained. Oh. Su Mingyang nodded in understanding, then looked into the phone's camera and slowly began to speak. Hello, children. I'm the one who just spoke with this young lady. My words might sound unbelievable, and many of you probably won't believe me. The reason I'm calling is to ask you all to please stop giving this girl any trouble. I can assure you, I don't know this girl personally. Everything I've said is true, there's no script involved. Hearing Su Mingyang say he'd come specifically to explain things for her, Xiao Yaya felt so moved she was on the verge of tears. Her heart grew even more resolute. How could such a kind-hearted elder be a deceitful liar? Deeply moved, she hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Grandpa Su, thank you for agreeing to my interview earlier, and thank you for taking the time to connect with me specifically to explain things. Rest assured, no matter whether others believe you or not, I absolutely believe you. As she spoke, a wave of guilt welled up from deep within her. A centenarian had traveled across the country despite his frail health, solely to fulfill a comrade's dying wish. Yet she had disrupted his peace with her livestream, exposing him to online skepticism. This was so unfair to the old man. It's okay, child. I'm a soldier. Decades ago, I swore to protect the people. Decades later, even after retiring, I can't forget that original vow. You're being attacked because of me, so it's my duty to help you. Su Mingyang spoke, his right hand forming a crisp military salute while his left turned the badge's front toward the camera. Then, his voice hoarse, he spoke slowly. The badge you see now belonged to one of my 16 old comrades, Doggy from Tianshui Village. Come to think of it, I learned this military salute when I first saw the troops from the officers in the unit. Was the leader a platoon sergeant or a company commander? It hardly mattered, for they were all the same to him. As Su Mingyang recounted the story, blurry figures began to appear before his eyes. It was at the village entrance of Tianshui Village. Gou Wazi, Xiao Shuanzi, Zhang Tian Dahong, and many other villagers like himself. All were clad in ragged clothes, their faces gaunt and sallow. The better off among them wore a pair of tattered straw sandals on their feet, while the worse off had feet covered in blood blisters, stepping directly on the muddy ground. Back then, when Su Mingyang and the brothers from Tuluo village heard the troops were coming to Tianshui Village, they waited there for many days but never saw them arrive. Their food supplies were completely depleted, forcing them to venture into the mountains daily to forage for wild vegetables and grasses to stave off hunger. Once they had eaten all the edible wild plants they knew, they resorted to eating unfamiliar ones. Eventually, even the wild grasses became scarce. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm them, Su Mingyang met Gou Wazi. Back then, Gou Wazi and Xiao Shuanzi were still in school, weren't they? In those days, when a single pair of pants was shared among the whole family, schooling was a luxury reserved for the children of wealthy landlords. For the children of Tianshui Village, schooling was exceptionally difficult. Doggy especially had to take on a lot of debt just to stay in school. After school, he not only helped with household chores but also worked for the landlord's family, herding cattle and sheep, tending poultry and livestock. At 15, Gou was about the same height as a child just over 10 years old today. It wasn't until his father broke his leg and could no longer afford the tuition that he was forced to drop out, spending his days laboring instead. Before dawn each day, he drove cattle and sheep up the mountain, then gathered firewood and cut grass. His daily sustenance was a sweet potato or a wild vegetable dumpling he carried when leaving home in the morning. Sometimes, he had nothing at all. Gou Wazi's happiest moments came when he caught wild rabbits in the mountains. The rabbit meat was fragrant and tender, a rare delicacy. But he would never eat it himself. Wild rabbits were highly prized by the wealthy in the city, and selling one at an inn could provide his family with several days' worth of food. As for going back to school, it was his deepest dream, though it remained nothing more than a dream. Compared to the rough-and-tumble men in the group, Su Mingyang, who had traveled through time, was quite well educated. Yet he remained powerless to fulfill Gou Wazi's dream. At that time, traditional Chinese characters were still in use in Huagua. Having studied simplified characters for over 20 years, he could only recognize a few of them. Even if he could read them, writing them down was no easy feat. So, Dog Kid and Shuanzi could only sneak into the landlord's private school to eavesdrop while herding cattle. Each time, a beating awaited them. The private schoolmaster was hired by the landlord and only allowed his own children to attend. Other village children who wished to learn had to pay a hefty tuition fee. Children from lower-class families who couldn't afford it were barred from attending. Not even standing by the wall was permitted. The worst beating Doggy endured was being hung upside down for a full day and night. Despite his mother's desperate pleas, the landlord refused to relent. At that time, Su Mingyang was merely a mud-legged vagrant who had drifted into Tianshui Village. He had no power to confront the landlord, much less rescue Gou Wazi. All he could do was risk his life to secretly bring Gou water. It was through this act of bringing water that Gou came to trust Su Mingyang completely, obeying him in everything. When the army arrived, Gou joined alongside Su Mingyang. Doggy, little Shuanzi, what are you guys planning to do from now on? You're all thinking about marrying a wife and having a bunch of kids, right? Later, during a lull in the fighting, Su Mingyang cheerfully asked the two brothers. Back then, Gou Wazi was barely as tall as the three captured rifles he held in his hands. When Gou heard Su Mingyang's question, he hesitated for a long time before finally shaking his head softly. Brother Mingyang, do you think we'll be able to go to school after the war ends? Gou asked timidly, his eyes filled with confusion and longing. Su Mingyang was taken aback by the question, suddenly realizing that Doggy and Shuanzi were just teenagers. The brothers' greatest regret was surely their inability to attend school. Why else would they pester the instructor to teach them how to write during every break from marching or fighting? Yes, you will. Definitely. And there will be many schools. Every child will be able to attend school and gain knowledge. Su Mingyang felt a lump in his throat, but he answered firmly. Chapter 9, Every child in Huagua has a bright future. Su Mingyang, who had traveled back in time from the future. He knew how powerful Huagua would become and had witnessed the scenes of Huagua's children attending school. Therefore, as long as Gou wanted to, they would definitely be able to continue their education after the war ended. Not only that, but their descendants would all be able to attend school without worry. Su Mingyang still vividly remembered the delighted expressions on Gou Wazi and Shuanzi's faces when they heard the answer. Yet the brothers never lived to see victory. Too young, they left no descendants behind. The dreams of Gou Wazi and Shuanzi would forever remain unfulfilled. Now the true victory has come, everything has changed for the better. Every child could attend school. The children of Huagua sat in bright, spacious classrooms, listening to their teachers' lessons without a care in the world. They needn't fear being beaten by landlords, nor worry about Japanese invaders trampling classrooms and committing massacres. Gou Wazi, if you were still alive, it would be time to send your grandchildren, or even great-grandchildren, to school. Su Mingyang took a deep breath, struggling to control the emotions surging within him. His eyes brimmed with nostalgia and sorrow, as if through the scene before him, he could see those two children full of hope who had ultimately perished. A thin mist of moisture gradually filled his eyes, blurring his vision. Grandpa Su. Lin Roshue was already tear-streaked. Choking back sobs, she pulled out a tissue and gently offered it to Su Mingyang. In the live-stream chat, not a single word was spoken. Xiao Yaya's eyes were red, tears streaming down her cheeks. She held a tissue in her hand but forgot to wipe her face. Grandpa Su, don't worry. Lin Roshua's voice still trembled slightly. Even though Doggy couldn't go to school, now millions of children in China can attend school without fear of being beaten by landlords. And you know what? Our country builds many new schools every year, helping all children attend school nearby. Now, every child in China can receive a good education and have a bright future. Su Mingyang's face softened into a relieved smile at Lin Roshua's words. He slowly stood up, straightened his back, raised his right hand, and performed a standard military salute. The viewers in the live stream witnessed Su Mingyang's salute. The next moment, everyone's heart skipped a beat and their breath caught in their throats. As Su Mingyang raised his arm, his sleeve slipped slightly, revealing a section of skin on his arm. That patch of skin was covered in scars of all sizes, crisscrossing in a harrowing pattern. Not a single inch remained untouched. The live stream erupted once more, but this time, it wasn't filled with skepticism or mockery. Instead, it overflowed with profound respect and deep emotion. Holy crap, so many scars! I think Grandpa Su is telling the truth. I believe him. I'm about to cry. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted Grandpa Su. How excruciatingly painful these scars must have been back then. No wonder he mentioned post-war psychological trauma. In the livestream, Xiao Yaya's eyes reddened, and viewers began expressing their apologies. To doubt such a weathered elder was truly unforgivable. Doubt? Doubt is only natural. Su Mingyang smiled faintly, his tone calm. I didn't prove it before because I felt I didn't need to prove anything to anyone. My comrades know everything about me. But when my situation affects others, compromise isn't out of the question. These things truly mean little to me. A fleeting look of world weariness crossed his eyes as memories pulled him back to those war-torn years. Bullets whistled past his ears, death rushing past him time and again. Countless times he broke through encirclements, marched thousands of miles, and pushed deep into enemy territory. He endured hunger and freezing cold, witnessed life and death farewells, yet no matter how dire the circumstances, he gritted his teeth and pushed through. Do you have any documents? Yes, I have them all. Medals of every kind, certificates of every rank, he possessed them all. But when he left the military, they were all sealed away. His generation fought those wars precisely so the next generation, and the next after that, would never have to fight again. So now that the war is over, he finds himself with time on his hands. It was time to take his comrades on journeys to fulfill the unfinished dreams they had left behind. As for the certificates, as for the suspicions, it's no big deal. It's fine, kid. Truthfully, I believe some things can't be proven by a few pieces of paper. The soft words left Lin Roshuem momentarily stunned. The live chat exploded with comments once more. I stand with the old man. His bearing, his presence, he embodies the very image of a venerable elder I've always admired. He deserves nothing but respect. Yeah, what he just shared was so moving. I almost cried listening to it. But he's only telling other people's stories. What about his own? I want to hear about his experiences. In the livestream, even before Xiao Yaya could speak, many viewers began discussing among themselves. The chatter surged in waves, and viewership kept climbing. Everyone was deeply captivated by Su Mingyang, the Centenarian, and his act of bringing his comrades home to fulfill their final wishes. There was admiration, respect, but also skepticism and doubt. Some even bluntly questioned whether this was all just a publicity stunt. Grandpa Su, could you please tell us your story? Xiao Yaya had already come to trust Su Mingyang. Yet the atmosphere in the livestream and the skepticism of the crowd forced her to maintain her rationality. It wasn't for the sake of the show's effect, but more to verify the old man's words and protect him from online bullying. Xiao Yaya wasn't sure if an elderly man could withstand the violence of public opinion. Me? I have nothing to say. Compared to the comrades who sacrificed their lives, my survival is the greatest fortune. Su Mingyang waved his hand, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. If I must speak, then let's talk about Xiao Shuanzi. His voice was low and hoarse, bearing the weight of years. Xiao Shuanzi was a year older than Gou Wazi and a bit taller too. But this kid had a much harder life than Gou Wazi. At least Gou had parents who loved him. Xiao Shuanzi was different. The poor boy lost his parents early, becoming an orphan at a tender age and living with his uncle and aunt. His aunt and uncle had their own struggles, raising 4 children of their own. They cared for Xiao Shuanzi with all their hearts, but their resources were stretched thin. In those days, more people didn't necessarily mean more blessings. Instead, each additional person meant another mouth to feed, which required more grain. Grain was truly scarce in those times. Chapter 10. Little Shuanzi's wish has already come true. Everyone was tenant farmers, renting land from landlords. Their earnings barely covered their expenses. Survival itself was a struggle. How could they possibly spare grain to feed others? When Xiao Shuanzi was 8, his parents passed away one after the other, leaving him utterly alone in this world. After burying his parents, the family's only 3 mu of land was seized by the landlord because they had incurred debts treating his parents' illnesses. Left utterly alone, he had no choice but to seek refuge with his uncle and aunt. His uncle and aunt were kind people who wanted to take him in, but they were helpless. Eventually, they gave him their last half-pound of grain and sent him out into the world, hoping he could find a way to survive. After all, staying meant certain death, while venturing out offered a chance at survival. At this time, Gou's mother took in Xiao Shuanzi and returned the half-caddy of grain to his uncle's family. The poor help the poor, the rich help the rich. You can't make tofu from wheat bran. When the poor help the poor, it often brings only tears. Xiao Shuanzi entered Gou's household, and the 2 brothers of different surnames grew closer than blood brothers. At Gou's mother's insistence, Xiao Shuanzi was sent to school simply because he was clever and outperformed Gou academically. From then on, Xiao Shuanzi attended school with Gou during the day. After classes, they went into the mountains to gather firewood and fished in the river, activities that could earn them money. They also gathered wild vegetables to mix with thin porridge. This allowed the family to scrape by, avoiding starvation. But as the saying goes, the rope always breaks at its weakest point, and misfortune always finds the most unfortunate. The good times didn't last. Doggy's dad fell ill from years of exhaustion and malnutrition. Not only could he no longer work, but his medicine and treatment cost a lot of money. It was as if the family's mountain had collapsed when Gou's father fell ill. The pillar of the family was gone, leaving no support. Xiao Shuanzi wanted to drop out of school and work for the wealthy landlords. At least he could help shoulder the family's burdens. But Gou's mother stopped him. Because he was a better student than Gou and would surely have a brighter future. So after Xiao Shuanzi's desperate pleas went unheeded, Gou returned home, while Xiao Shuanzi was allowed to continue his studies. Those were truly bitter times. His father lay gravely ill at home, Gou had dropped out to work, and Gou's mother toiled tirelessly. All this weighed on Xiao Shuanzi's heart like a boulder, leaving him breathless. Though Xiao Shuanzi sat in the classroom, his mind was constantly preoccupied with everything happening at home. He watched clearly every time Gou sneaked to the schoolhouse window to eavesdrop on lessons. Whenever he saw Gou punished by the teacher for eavesdropping, his frail body beaten until covered in bruises, Xiao Shuanzi's heart ached unbearably. He cried and begged the landlord to let him take Gou's punishment, but who would heed the pleas of a poor child? Late at night, when all was quiet, he would secretly apply medicine to Gou's back. Seeing those horrifying scars, tears would well up uncontrollably. "Mom, I won't study anymore. Let Gou go instead. I want to go home." After applying herbal medicine to Gou once more, Xiao Shuanzi could no longer hold back. He burst into Gou's parents' room and knelt down with a thud. He wept as he pleaded with Gou's mother, unwilling to let the younger boy bear all he had endured. Later, when Xiao Shuanzi had become a squad leader, he told Su Mingyang. He had already deeply regretted it back then, regretted agreeing to let Gou's family take him in. If he hadn't, Gou wouldn't have had to give up his studies because of him, nor would he have been beaten for eavesdropping on the teacher's lessons. But what was done was done. Gou's mother would never allow Xiao Shuanzi to leave the school. "Xiao Shuanzi, you must study. You must leave this place. The world outside is vast and wide. You must achieve something great. You can help so many people. Besides, you're smarter than Gou. You can still teach him after school. Everyone has their own destiny. Gou's fate is harsh, he can't study with the teacher. You have to help him." Faced with Xiao Shuanzi's tearful pleas, Gou's mother couldn't articulate grand principles. She simply relied on the stubbornness of a rural woman. She taught this child, not her own flesh and blood. Only when she picked up the sickle did Xiao Shuanzi finally agree to her demand, sobbing. From then on, Xiao Shuanzi begged the teacher to let him take on every odd job in the private school. Cleaning, running errands for the teacher, even doing anything for his classmates, he was willing to do it all. His sole purpose was to persuade the landlord to reduce his tuition fees, easing the burden on his family. Why can't today's students, with their privileged circumstances, focus solely on their studies? One must understand how rare educational opportunities were back then. For a family to produce a scholar required the sacrifice of the entire household, even the entire clan. Dogwa's mother's decision was like a second chance at life for little Shuanzi. Xiao Shuanzi, tell me what you want to do after victory? Su Mingyang remembered it clearly. It was during a lull in their first sniper battle. The deafening roar of artillery shook the earth, and the air thickened with the acrid scent of gunpowder. He nudged Xiao Shuanzi gently with his elbow and asked cheerfully, "Me? After we win, I'm going back to my hometown. I'm going to be a teacher, a master. I won't charge tuition. I'll teach kids whose families can't afford it." As Xiao Shuanzi spoke these words, he seemed a little shy. Scratching his head awkwardly, he gave a shy smile. "I just worry my knowledge isn't sufficient yet. I'm afraid I might mislead my students, so I need to study harder." If Xiao Shuanzi were alive today, he would surely become the teacher he always dreamed of, perhaps even a professor. Su Mingyang sighed softly, his wrinkled hand gently rubbing the badge on his chest pierced by a bullet and patched with coarse thread. Xiao Shuanzi would never realize his dream of becoming a teacher. Whenever this thought crossed his mind, Su Mingyang was overcome with deep remorse and guilt. Before Xiao Shuanzi died, he had promised to help fulfill his dream. Unfortunately, his psychological trauma was too severe. Immediately after the war ended, he often experienced inexplicable bouts of irritability and anger. Smashing objects and punching walls were common occurrences. If not for the last shred of his sanity holding him back, hitting someone wasn't out of the question. How could someone like him, someone who might lash out and hurt the children at any moment, possibly have the right to teach in a school? Grandpa Su, please don't be so hard on yourself. Now the country has built so many whole primary schools, and there are many volunteer teachers like Xiao Shuanzi who want to help children get an education. They've gone to remote areas to ensure every child in the country has access to education. Xiao Shuanzi's wish has already come true. After hearing Xiao Shuanzi's story, Xiao Yeye's eyes reddened, tears welling up. Her voice choked as she began to speak, but before she could finish, tears streamed down her face. If Xiao Shuanzi were alive today, witnessing this era of prosperity, how deeply moved he would be. Chapter 11, Fireworks Blaze. The livestream fell silent for a moment before being flooded with a dense snowfall of comments. Xiao Shuanzi is real. I'm crying my eyes out. We complain about how hard and tiring school is now, but how rare it was for Grandpa Su and his generation to even attend school back then. I take back my earlier doubts about Grandpa Su. How could we ever question the revolutionary pioneers of his generation? Little Shuanzi's wish is so pure, he's the one we should truly admire. Compared to today's idols and fan circles, sigh. Many netizens were deeply moved by Su Mingyang's recollections. Some more curious souls began searching online for the name Little Shuanzi. However, to their disappointment, no such person could be found online. This only deepened some netizens' skepticism towards Su Mingyang, leading them to believe that Xiao Shuanzi was nothing more than a fictional character invented for the script. Lin Roshua, sitting beside him, held her phone with slightly trembling hands. Unnoticed, tears welled up in her eyes, trickling down her cheeks. Grandpa Su. Lin Roshua choked out. If you could do it all over again, would you regret it? Of course not. Regret? How could he possibly regret it? Even when cornered with not an inch of good flesh left on his body, he never once regretted it. If there had been a moment of regret, it might have been when Xiao Shuanzi and the others were dying. Regretting why it wasn't me who died. If he could trade one life for another, Su Mingyang would have done it without hesitation to save Xiao Shuanzi. After all, he had already experienced the splendor of the future world. But what about Xiao Shuanzi, Gua, and the others? They hadn't experienced it at all. The bus continued its noisy journey, the scenery outside the window utterly unfamiliar. Once, this had been a barren mountain range. Beyond a few poisonous plants, even the toughest mulberry branches had been stripped bare by starving people. But now, the barrenness was gone, replaced by a scene of prosperity. Bustling crowds, neat asphalt roads, and the radiant smiles on children's faces. Each detail filled the emptiness in Su Mingyang's heart. He tightened the badge in his hand once more. Xiao Shuanzi, Gou Wazi, Zhang'erju, Tian Dahong, did you see that? This is where we once walked. Now skyscrapers stand tall here. No Japanese soldiers remain. Only peace and tranquility reign. We did it, we did it. Do you see? Hearing Su Mingyang's words, Lin Shuero wept uncontrollably. As if drained of all strength, she slumped lifelessly into the bus seat, her entire body shrinking into the seat like a shriveled orange. The phone in her hand, still streaming live, drooped slightly, capturing the badge in Su Mingyang's grasp. In the livestream chat, Xiao Yeye gasped softly upon seeing the badge. Grandpa Su, what's the story with these badges in your hands? Could it be? Xiao Yeye paused, unable to continue. Hearing this, Su Mingyang suppressed the sorrow and emotion in his eyes. A stiff smile flashed across his aged face. That's right. These badges belong to my comrades in arms. I came here specifically to send them home. They're all tired now. They need to rest properly. Grandpa Su. In the livestream, Xiao Yeye trembled all over. Sending the old revolutionaries home. They're all tired. In an instant, a flood of emotions surged through Xiao Yeye's self-reproach, grief, sorrow, desolation. 1,000 negative feelings coalesced within her as she whispered softly. Grandpa Su, the bus ride must be exhausting. I won't disturb you any longer. Please get some rest soon. With that, the live stream connection was severed. Lin Shuero mustered every ounce of strength to close the live stream window, then turned to Su Mingyang. Grandpa Su, if you need any help going forward, just call me. We live under the protection of your generation of revolutionary soldiers. This is the least we can do. Su Mingyang waved his hand, a faint smile flickering across his face. This old man is still in good health. Thank you for your kindness, young lady. Chatting for this long has left me a bit tired. I'll take a nap now. When Su Mingyang awoke again, the bus was still speeding along the county road. The interior was dimly lit as night gradually fell. Streetlights flashed by outside the window, flickering before his eyes as Su Mingyang's gaze grew vacant. Back then, on that night of relentless artillery fire, their group had taken cover in a freshly dug earthen pit. Cruel artillery fire painted the entire night sky, much like now, with lights flickering in the distance. Gou was still young then, only 13, and the shelling had kept him awake all night. Yet he gritted his teeth, letting cold sweat soak through his tattered hemclothes, refusing to wake the others. Truthfully, none of them present had slept that night, enduring the bombardment until dawn. When they crawled out of the pit the next day, the outside was a scorched wasteland. Because their hiding spot was relatively remote, they had only endured one round of bombing by the Japanese planes. Boom! 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 Outside the car window, brilliant fireworks suddenly burst across the sky, immersing Su Mingyang in his memories. Caught off guard, he instinctively leapt to his feet and shouted, "Gou, run!" But as he realized he was still inside the passenger car and his senses returned, a bitter smile flashed across his face. All these years later, he thought his post-war psychological trauma had healed well enough. Little did he know he was still the same old self. Grandpa Su, what's wrong? Lin Roshue, who had been asleep just moments before, looked at Su Mingyang in astonishment. Nothing. I overreacted. How could the Japanese dare attack us now? Just scaring myself. Waving his hand dismissively, Su Mingyang sat back down. Several passengers in the car, startled by Su Mingyang's outburst, began to grumble. Damn! Old folks are such a hassle. Getting startled by fireworks? Overreacting like that woke up my baby. What's gotten into the old man? Here, take my headphones if you want. They don't allow fireworks in the city anymore, so everyone's come out to the county to set them off. Waving away the young man's offer of headphones, Su Mingyang stared at the fireworks, his expression distant. If Xiao Shuanzi and the others were still alive, they'd probably be startled by these fireworks too. Lin Roshue, hearing someone speak disrespectfully to Su Mingyang, immediately turned her gaze toward a young couple seated in the passenger car. The man was now holding the woman, who was pretending to be frightened, gently patting her back. Don't be scared, Xiao Wan. These old men just love to make a big fuss over nothing, like they've never seen the world before. I'm going live right now to give them a piece of my mind. Old men making a racket in public like this is just uncivilized. The man pulled out his phone, placed it on a stand, then took out a ring light. After adjusting the angle for a moment, he looked thoroughly professional. Chapter 12, The Shrapnel in Her Leg. Hello? Good evening, everyone. I'm currently heading back to Nana's hometown with her. The man waved at the camera, pulling Nana closer into his embrace, radiating the sweetness of a couple in the honeymoon phase. He and Nana were a couple of content creators who documented their daily lives as a couple, boasting millions of followers online. Upon seeing their favorite streamers go live, many fans flooded into the chat room. Bro, are you going to meet Nana's parents? Whoa. I didn't realize they were a real couple, so jealous. Xuan, stop it. Nana is mine. As the comments flooded in, a warm smile spread across the man's face. His real name was Zhao Dezhuang, but many netizens affectionately called him Big Zhuang. Yep, about to meet my future father-in-law. I'm a little nervous. But right now, Nana and I are on a bus, and we just encountered something really uncivilized. An elderly person was making a lot of noise on the bus and startled Nana. Sigh. Zhao Dezhu lowered his gaze, his voice filled with resignation. He specifically went live to share this story for two reasons. First, to establish his image as a devoted husband in front of his viewers. On the other hand, Zhao Dezhu shifted his gaze towards Su Mingyang and Lin Roshue. Our generation has been educated. When we grow old, we absolutely must not make loud noises in public places. Nana nodded beside him. Yes, I was startled just now and still feel a bit shaken. I hope our fans will all behave more civilly in public places from now on. The chatter reached Lin Roshue's ears, and a flicker of irritation crossed her face. Su Mingyang patted her hand. Young lady, that old man really did make a mistake just now. Better safe than sorry, right? But... Lin Roshue hesitated, words caught in her throat. But Grandpa Su was a revolutionary veteran. Without the sacrifices of his generation, how could the nation enjoy its current stability? Without the sacrifices of their generation, how could the nation be prosperous today? Sighing deeply, Lin Roshue nodded. If Grandpa Su didn't hold it against them, what point was there in her dwelling on such trivial matters? In the backseat of the bus, a playful glint flashed in Zhao Dezhu's eyes. He exchanged a few more whispered words with his online viewers before shutting down the livestream. His goal achieved, there was no need to keep broadcasting. Riding in a bus is exhausting, you know. Gradually, the bus fell silent once more. Passengers who had been roused by Su Mingyang's commotion drifted back into slumber. Meanwhile, Xiao Yaya, a professional streamer, sensed the potential for traffic from Su Mingyang. Without hesitation, she chartered a car and headed toward Huanan County. Her earlier interview with Su Mingyang had propelled her live stream viewership from 10,000 to 30,000. If she could delve deeper into the stories of this revolutionary elder, it could only benefit her streaming career. The journey from Longjiang City's high-speed rail station to Huanan County took 18 hours. The bus journey stretched from daylight into night, then back into dawn. By noon the next day, with the sun high in the sky, the bus pulled slowly into the Huanan County bus station. "All right. We're here. Everyone off the bus." The driver's face betrayed his exhaustion. He had been driving the latter half of the journey for over 9 consecutive hours. Exhaustion overwhelmed him, and all he wanted was to rest. As passengers yawned and disembarked one after another, his brow furrowed slightly. "Sir, we've arrived. It's time to get off." The bus driver looked at Su Mingyang, who sat blankly in his seat. He took 2 steps forward, preparing to help him up. Lin Shuero waved her hand. "Driver, Grandpa Su's legs have gone numb from sitting too long. Could you wait a moment?" "It's fine, just an old ailment." Su Mingyang's hands trembled as he gripped the seat armrest, preparing to rise. Back in the war, when the trenches got bombed by those Japanese planes, shrapnel got lodged in there. Now whenever I sit too long, this happens. "I just need to stand up and move around a bit," Su Mingyang said, forcing himself up from the seat. However, the shrapnel lodged in his calf sent a sharp pain shooting through his body, causing him to collapse backward, powerless. Lin Shuero rushed forward to support him. "Grandpa Su, please rest a little longer. There's no need to rush to get up." A wry smile touched Su Mingyang's lips. Back when he took the bullet train, he would always stand up before the train stopped to avoid missing his stop. But unexpectedly, once they entered the Huanan County area, he had fallen asleep without realizing it. Perhaps only in this place could he feel truly at ease. Meanwhile, having taken a taxi, Xiao Yaya arrived at the station over 10 minutes earlier than the bus. She was now live streaming, having already greeted her viewers and organized the upcoming broadcast schedule. "Dear viewers, I imagine you were all quite moved by Grandpa Su's story last time. To gain a closer understanding of the deeds of our revolutionary forebears, I've been following in Grandpa Su's footsteps, determined to uncover the truth of those bygone days." A faint smile touched Xiao Yaya's lips. After finishing this sentence, she disabled the donation feature. She had no intention of profiting from this broadcast. With such overwhelming traffic, she had to hold firm to her principles to fully embrace it. Besides, Xiao Yaya wasn't the type to exploit sentimentality for profit. She waited by the bus door for a long time, until every passenger had disembarked, yet she saw no sign of Su Mingyang. Something felt off, so she walked toward the bus. Grandpa Su is so old. What if something happened to him on the bus? Hearing Xiao Yaya's words, the viewers in the livestream chat felt their hearts tighten. "I told you Grandpa Su shouldn't take the bus. At his age, if something happened on the bus, who could take responsibility for that? I took a 4-hour bus ride back home for the new year and felt like I was dying. Grandpa Su had to endure 18 hours. As a revolutionary veteran, Grandpa Su might have hidden injuries. What if they flare up?" Reading the comments, Xiao Yaya grew increasingly anxious. Her footsteps quickened involuntarily as her heart hung in suspense. On the bus, Lin Shuero watched Su Mingyang endure the pain, his forehead glistening with cold sweat, yet he gritted his teeth and remained silent. Her eyes grew slightly moist. This must be the willpower of revolutionary veterans. No matter how bitter, painful, or exhausting it gets, he just grits his teeth and endures. And now? Young people today give up at the slightest setback or injustice. And then there are certain idols and celebrities, if they scrape a finger, something that would heal in no time, they call an ambulance. Where has the perseverance of our revolutionary forebears gone? Where has it gone? Grandpa Su, could you tell us how you got that shrapnel in your leg? What exactly happened back then? Chapter 13, The Origin of the Shrapnel. On the bus, Su Mingyang gradually felt the pain in his calf ease. Hearing Lin Shuero's questions, his thoughts drifted back to those days. Back then, their company of soldiers was tasked with blocking the Japanese rearguard to prevent them from reinforcing the main force. They lay in ambush for 3 days in pre-dug trenches, taking turns resting. But what awaited them wasn't enemy reinforcements, it was the shells from 2 Japanese bombers. At the time, they possessed no advanced weaponry, only Militan rifles, along with their trusty Type 28 rifles. Facing aerial bombardment, they had nowhere to hide. The company commander immediately issued an order. "Today, unless we are all blown to pieces, we must hold this line. Comrades, follow my command, all take cover in the trenches. When the Japanese planes get closer, we'll pull them down." Hiding in the trenches, the soldiers tensed, ready for action upon hearing their commander's words. It was during this wait that he was wounded in the calf by shrapnel from an artillery shell. At that time, the entire company had only 2 medics, both of whom could only perform emergency bandaging and had no spare medical supplies. As his calf was torn apart, many comrades suffered injuries too. Seeing his comrades covered in blood and flesh, moaning in agony, his heart bled as their squad leader. All he could do was grit his teeth, endure the pain silently, and give his comrades priority for treatment. Just as the Japanese bombers closed in for a low-altitude strike, the company commander charged out of the trench first, firing bursts at the aircraft. "Comrades, if we don't shoot down this Japanese bomber today, we'll face another round of bombing. Then we won't complete our mission." The company commander's words ignited a surge of fervor among the comrades sheltering in the trenches. They all poked their heads out, ignoring the bombs falling from the bomber, and fired relentlessly at the aircraft. Did it work? No. But it was their only belief. The Japanese pilots clearly hadn't anticipated that the revolutionary soldiers of China would be so fearless in the face of death. Perhaps running out of ammunition, or perhaps damaged, the Japanese planes chose to depart after their final bombing run. Even after the enemy planes had vanished into the distance, Su Mingyang still gritted his teeth and held on, refusing to collapse. Therefore, the medic did not tend to his wounds first. Only after the other comrades had been mostly bandaged did the Japanese reinforcements arrive. Not only had the shrapnel in his calf not been removed, but it hadn't even been bandaged. After enduring a barrage of artillery fire in 3 days without proper rest, the battle they fought was exceptionally brutal. Of nearly 200 comrades, fewer than 20 returned, less than 1 in 10 survived. The shrapnel lodged in his calf, never removed in time, remained there permanently. Su Mingyang sighed softly, his eyes filled with desolation. Of the 9 brothers in his squad during that ambush, he was the only one to leave the battlefield alive. The other 8 were forever buried in the blood-soaked trenches. Seeing Su Mingyang's somber expression, Lin Roshua clasped his rough hand, tears streaming down her face before she realized it. Her voice choked, her eyes reddened. "Grandpa Su, now I finally understand why the fireworks woke you last night. Don't worry. The peaceful life we have now was bought with your blood and flesh. China will never repeat that tragedy. We've grown immensely strong. No foreign foe would dare invade our mighty nation again." Even though the bus driver was middle-aged, hearing Su Mingyang recount those stories from the past brought tears to his own eyes. Though he hadn't witnessed it firsthand, the mere recounting stirred a storm within him. At the front of the bus, Xiao Yeye stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly at Su Mingyang. She had absorbed every word Su Mingyang had spoken. She began to feel ashamed of her own desire to ride on Su Mingyang's fame. Unnoticed, the live stream's viewership had surged back to its peak of 30,000. These viewers weren't bots, they were flesh and blood citizens of China. Su Mingyang's words resonated deeply within them. With no way to send virtual gifts, comments flooded the chat like snowflakes. Who would have thought Grandpa Su still had shell casings lodged in his calf? My grandfather also has unexploded shell fragments in his body. Every rainy day, he's overcome by pain, paralyzed in bed and unable to move. I can't imagine how Grandpa Su endured all these years. Without the relentless sacrifices of our revolutionary forebears, how could we enjoy peace and stability today? Honestly. I'm crying my eyes out. Xiao Yeye's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she snapped out of her self-reproach. She glanced at the live stream's online count. Amidst the flood of comments, it had already surpassed previous peaks and was approaching 40,000 viewers. Meanwhile, Su Mingyang felt his calf ease slightly, the stabbing pain subsiding. He steadied himself, gripping the armrest as he rose to his feet. The bus driver and Lin Roshua rushed over to help him up. After regaining his footing, Su Mingyang waved them off. "I'm fine now, old man. Get off the bus first, don't hold up the young man's work." The bus driver froze upon hearing Su Mingyang's words, a wry smile spreading across his face. He never imagined that someone like him, practically halfway into the grave, would ever be called young man again. But then he thought about it and realized, well, it wasn't exactly wrong. Old Master Su was well over 100 years old at the very least, he was of his grandfather's generation. Calling him a young man wasn't inappropriate. He tried to persuade Su Mingyang to stay. "Sir, why not rest a little longer on the bus? It won't take long." Su Mingyang smiled kindly and waved his hand again. "This old man here doesn't need to rest anymore. If I delay any longer, it'll be dark by the time I reach Tianshui Village." "Tianshui Village?" A hint of surprise flashed across the bus driver's face. "Sir, I'm from Tianshui Village too. If you don't mind, I can drive you there after my shift ends. How about it? It's been ages since I'd been back to visit." Su Mingyang frowned slightly and glanced at the time. It was already 1 in the afternoon. If someone could give him a ride, that would be perfect, no need to hail a cab. He wasn't one to take advantage, but he lifted his cloudy eyes to meet the bus driver's gaze. "But let's be clear up front, this trip to Tianshui Village counts as chartering your entire bus. Whatever the cost, you'll have to settle it with me, old man." Of course, of course." A look of resignation flashed across the bus driver's face. The revolutionary forebears truly didn't want to take a single thread from the masses. He had always heard such stories as mere anecdotes, but now he was witnessing it firsthand. Upon hearing Su Mingyang was heading to Tianshui Village, Xiao Yeye didn't hesitate for a moment. I'm going to Tianshui Village too. Grandpa Su and I will split the fare. Chapter 14, Heading to Tianshui Village. At these words, all three present including Su Mingyang turned their gaze toward little Yeye. The bus driver looked puzzled, Lin Shuero beamed with delight, while Su Mingyang wore the calm composure of one who sees through everything. Having already rejuvenated at 60 and weathered countless twists and turns, there was little in this world that could escape his keen observation. However, he did not refuse Xiao Yeye's request. On one hand, though he was supported by the state, he had donated all the money he received and kept little for himself. If someone could share the bus fare, he was naturally willing. On the other hand, he could see that Xiao Yeye's request to join wasn't driven by personal gain. Rather, it was to learn more about the deeds of his old comrades. Since someone could ensure the old comrades were no longer forgotten, he naturally wouldn't stand in the way. Having traveled back in time from the modern era, he understood the restlessness of today's youth. If the deeds of these heroic predecessors could serve as a wake-up call for them, it would be no small good deed. Nodding, Su Mingyang did not refuse. Of course it's fine. But don't try to pull any tricks on me just because I'm an old man. The viewers in the livestream, who had been deeply moved moments before, erupted in a flurry of comments upon hearing Su Mingyang's slightly teasing remark. Honestly, I'm crying my eyes out. Grandpa Su is this old, and he's still willing to tease streamers. Grandpa Su reminds me of my late grandfather. I cried a lot as a kid, and he used to make me laugh until I cried just like this. But with Grandpa Su's health, can he really handle getting off the bus and then into a car? The comments continued to buzz with discussion, and Lin Roshua clearly noticed the concern. She turned to Su Mingyang. Grandpa Su, why don't you rest in the county town for a day? We can still go first thing tomorrow morning. It's just that with your condition. Lin Roshua trailed off. Even for a young person like her, the long journey had been exhausting, let alone for Su Mingyang, who was already 120 years old. Her gaze toward Su Mingyang brimmed with heartache. What kind of vow could possibly make this centenarian so determined? No need to try to talk me out of it, old man. I'm eager to wait, but my old comrades? They probably won't be able to hold out. The blood-red badge reappeared in Su Mingyang's hand. His fingers tightened around it, the rough, withered knuckles turning slightly white. His old comrades had waited far too long. He refused to make them wait any longer. He would bring them home. Hearing Su Mingyang's words, Lin Roshua's eyes reddened once more, a single crystal-clear tear sliding down her cheek. Some might call her overly sentimental. But faced with this scene, she simply couldn't hold back her tears. Grandpa Su, I'm on leave for a while. Why don't I come with you too? I can take care of you along the way. Lin Roshua had returned to Huangnan County precisely because summer vacation had begun. Having just finished guiding the graduating class of Longjiang No. 1 High School, she had ample time to accompany Su Mingyang on his travels. Su Mingyang waved his hand again, politely declining Lin Roshua's offer. He had walked the entire 25,000 li journey back then. For the final stretch of his life, he could still walk alone. He sensed his time was running out and saw no need to trouble others further. Lin Roshua wiped the tears from her cheeks and flashed a bright smile. She could see that Grandpa Su had his own convictions, so she said no more. Grandpa Su, if you ever have time, please visit the elementary school in our county. See how the flowers of our motherland are thriving today, sheltered by the legacy of your revolutionary predecessors. Alright. After I see off my old comrades, I'll definitely come take a look. Su Mingyang made a promise he wasn't sure he could keep. But if he truly lived to see that day, what harm would there be in seeing more of this world? Half an hour later, as Lin Roshua waved goodbye, Su Mingyang once again embarked on the journey to send his old comrades home. Before boarding, he and Xiao Yeye each pulled out 50 yuan to cover the fare. This fare matched what he'd seen on the mobile ride-hailing app. The nearly 30 kilometers from Huangnan County to Tianshui Village made it a fair price. As for Xiao Yeye, she had already waved goodbye to her viewers before getting in the car. On one hand, streaming in such a confined space might disturb Su Mingyang's rest. On the other hand, Su Mingyang had finished telling his story. Although there were still tens of thousands of viewers in the livestream, the traffic had dropped significantly compared to the previous peak of nearly 40,000 viewers. With the tipping feature disabled, she could now stream or not stream entirely at her own discretion. For the first time, she felt such freedom. When everything was tied to profit, there were so many things to consider. But now, her only concern was how to share the stories of Grandpa Su and his old comrades with the world. Sitting in the passenger seat, Xiao Yeye stole a glance at Su Mingyang through the reflection of her phone. Seeing that Grandpa Su had fallen into a deep sleep, she put on her headphones and started scrolling through short videos. Scrolling through several videos, she was surprised to discover that someone had recorded snippets from her livestream, edited them into a video, and published it as their own work. Seeing the tens of thousands of likes, she swallowed hard. Could she do the same? Though she posted videos too, each garnered a paltry few thousand likes, sometimes even fewer than the number of viewers in her livestream. Part of that was because she primarily focused on live streaming. Her fans were mostly live stream followers. But the biggest reason was that she lacked compelling content for her videos. Street interviews seem like a rich source of material, but they rarely hold up to scrutiny, and truly compelling ones are few and far between. She only posted videos to drive traffic to her live streams right before going live. Over time, her live streaming gained traction, but her video views steadily declined. Now, a golden opportunity presented itself. Without hesitation, Xiao Yeye saved the backstage livestream recording and began editing it with her tools. In the back seat, Su Mingyang closed his eyes, breathing evilly as he gradually drifted off to sleep. In his dream, he returned to the time when he left Huannan County. Back then, Gou Wazi, Xiao Shuanzi, Zhang Erzhu, Tian Dahong, and himself, the five of them, were down and out, covered in grime, yet their hearts burned with tiny sparks of hope. The Japanese devils slaughtered their parents, relatives, and friends, an entire village, leaving only the five of them alive. In order to find the revolutionary forces and join their ranks, they journeyed southward, searching for traces of the troops. Like headless flies, they wandered aimlessly. All they saw along the way was desolation. Not only were there no wild animals, but they could scarcely find even a piece of edible bark. They could only dig for food in soil that looked somewhat fertile. Anything edible, they shoved into their mouths without hesitation. Once, Doggy unearthed a nest of ground squirrels and immediately called the others over. Yang, Xuan, come quick. Guess what I dug up? Chapter 15, Company Commander Tian Dahong. What did you dig up? Upon hearing Gou's words, he and Xiao Shuan rushed over eagerly. Xiao Shuanzi was still growing, and Tian Dahong was in his prime. Both were going through a lean period. Amidst the chaos of war, there were no livestock or wild game to replenish their strength, leaving their steps slightly unsteady. They knew Gou wouldn't be this excited if he'd just dug up tree roots or something. Rushing closer, they discovered a nest of baby gophers. Since the young needed milk, the mother mole hadn't fled, but stared at them in terror. The three exchanged glances at this sight. They were all born of mothers and fathers, and witnessing this scene stirred compassion in each of them. But they were starving, their legs weak from hunger. If they crouched any longer, they wouldn't be able to stand. Therefore, they waited until the mother had finished nursing her young before carefully carrying her away, taking care not to harm the babies. Deep into the night, darkness shrouded the land, broken only by the faint, cool moonlight spilling over the barren earth. They dared not light a fire to roast the mole, fearing discovery by Japanese sentries, so they wrapped the fire in layers of damp leaves. They roasted the mole into oven-baked mole. The aroma of roasted mole meat made their mouths water. Huddled around the flickering fire, they chewed on grass roots, savoring the scent of the meat. They did not consume all the mole meat. Once roasted, they only stripped off the 4 legs. Doggy, being the youngest, ate the 2 front legs, while little Shuanzi and Su Mingyang each took a hind leg. The mole's body was left behind. They planned to save it for Zhang Erzhu and Tian Dahong when they returned. Thus, the body of a single mole was roasted over nearly 3 days. They sniffed the aroma of the mole meat while gnawing on grass roots for 3 days, yet no one touched the meat. It wasn't until 3 days later that Zhang Erzhu and Tian Dahong returned from scouting ahead. By the time they ate the mole meat, it had shriveled into a dry, shriveled lump. Yet they still ate heartily. In those days, anything with the taste of meat was considered a feast. Muttering phrases like "mole meat is so delicious," Su Mingyang's lips curved into a faint smile in his sleep. In the passenger seat, Xiao Yeye had already recorded the video on her phone the moment she heard Su Mingyang sleep-talking. She resolved that when the opportunity arose, she would definitely investigate just how delicious this mole meat truly was. Since it was a county road leading to a village road, the road wasn't as smooth as before. The 30-kilometer journey took the bus driver over an hour. During this time, Xiao Yeye finished editing the livestream footage. Without any flashy effects or background music, she simply trimmed and used clips, resulting in a polished video over 10 minutes long. Without hesitation, Xiao Yeye titled the video "A Centenarian Tells Stories of the War of Resistance," published it, and went live. Within moments, nearly 1,000 viewers flooded into the livestream. Having heard Su Mingyang's story earlier, they were completely absorbed in the moment. When there was nothing else to do, they would camp outside Xiao Yeye's live stream room, waiting for the next broadcast to begin. The car slowed to a stop within Tianshui Village. Su Mingyang, sensing the change in surroundings, opened his eyes warily, ready to face any enemy at any moment. Yet, seeing the now silent vehicle before him, a trace of self-mockery flashed in his eyes. All these years later, his temper had mellowed somewhat, but the psychological scars from the war hadn't faded with time. Noticing Su Mingyang's eyes open, Xiao Yeye gently reminded him, "Grandpa Su, we've arrived at Tianshui Village. It's getting late. Shall we check into our lodgings first?" "All right," Su Mingyang replied, his voice slightly hoarse. Returning to Tianshui Village gradually calmed his heart. It was time to send his old comrades home. "Young man," Su Mingyang addressed the bus driver, "I was wondering, are there any families with the surname Tian in your village?" The driver shook his head. "There probably aren't any Tian families here." "Why do you ask, Grandpa Su? Are they descendants of the heroes from back then?" Su Mingyang nodded, tacitly acknowledging the driver's guess. Back then, both Xiao Shuanzi and Gou Wazi had died young, leaving no descendants. Zhang Erzhu, like him, never married until he later died heroically in battle. only Tian Dahong had sired offspring. Su Mingyang gazed out the car window at the children chatting and laughing as they walked home together after school, his face filled with nostalgia. Little Yaya keenly sensed there was a story behind it all and looked earnestly at Su Mingyang. "Grandpa Su, could you tell us the story of that hero?" The live stream audience erupted in excitement. Even with fewer than 2,000 viewers, the chat stream rolled relentlessly. "The hero from Tianshui Village with the surname Tian? Intelligence officers. Report immediately. Found it." Tianshui Village did have a martyr surnamed Tian who was later posthumously awarded the title of first-class hero. There's even a regiment named after him today. I found it too. But there's no specific mention of his deeds. We still need to hear it from Grandpa Su. All eyes shifted away from the comments, waiting for Su Mingyang's account. Back then, they followed the revolutionary cause, fighting Japanese invaders as guerrillas in the mountains. By then, Tian Dahong had been in the revolution for 6 full years. Known for his iron fist and strict discipline among comrades, he had repeatedly distinguished himself in battle. Thus, among those who left Tianshui Village, he rose through the ranks the fastest. He rose from an unknown soldier to become a company commander. In one ambush operation, he led over 100 comrades in his company to successfully cut off nearly 1,000 Japanese reinforcements. Moreover, they annihilated over 600 Japanese soldiers. He alone captured dozens of machine guns, not to mention countless other firearms, ammunition, food supplies, and more. The supplies he seized alone were sufficient to arm an entire regiment of nearly 1,000 soldiers. Moreover, the equipment these soldiers received was top-notch, enabling them to engage the Japanese head-on. Simultaneously, by severing the enemy's frontline supply lines, he made significant contributions to the Chinese forces' efforts to annihilate the Japanese invaders. After the campaign's victory, higher command dispatched personnel to distribute rewards. At that time, the regiment political instructor asked Tian Dahong, "Comrade Dahong, you've rendered outstanding service to the front lines. On behalf of the higher-ups, I ask what reward you desire. Even promotion to battalion commander is possible." But Tian Dahong decisively refused the reward. This left the battalion political instructor utterly stunned. It must be understood that this was still the early to mid-revolutionary period. Within the entire Revolutionary Army, there were only a little over 100 company commanders. Becoming one was practically the lifelong goal for most comrades. Yet here stood Tian Dahong, a man who had led 100 men to ambush nearly 1,000 Japanese soldiers on the battlefield, a man who had been unstoppable in the face of the enemy, and in this moment, he blushed. A man of iron will and steel resolve, he now displayed a hint of awkwardness. Chapter 16, Tian Dahong's Descendants. Political Instructor. I want to marry Comrade Lu Tsuilan from the medical unit. I promised her before that I'd report this matter after my next commendation. Seeing Tian Dahong's unusual demeanor and his simple, earnest desire, Comrade Zhao, the instructor known as the Cold-Faced Devil, smiled for the first time. Hearing Tian Dahong's words, the other comrades present also smiled. Everyone knew of the affection between Tian Dahong and Medic Lu. So their laughter wasn't mockery, but a smile of heartfelt joy. In these dreary times, to catch a glimpse of hope's light, how rare and precious that was. The proposal was promptly submitted upward. A few days later, Division Commander Lei arrived at the regiment bearing the congratulations of all the comrades. In front of everyone, he approved Tian Dahong's proposal. The next day, Tian Dahong and Lu Tsuilan were married in a ceremony witnessed by everyone. There were no formal betrothal documents or elaborate wedding attire, only a simple piece of red cloth, marking a ceremony of profound simplicity. Yet despite this, their hearts burned even more fiercely. They married under the witness of their faith. That same year, in the 12th lunar month, Lu Tsuilan became pregnant. Seeing the hope about to be born, everyone's eyes filled with tears. Meanwhile, the Japanese invaders grew restless once more. They first seized the neighboring county town, then advanced toward villages closer to the base area. That very night, all comrades received orders: the Japanese must not be allowed to continue their slaughter. Armed with the high-quality weapons they had previously captured, they now possessed the strength to confront the Japanese invaders. As the troops assembled, Tian Dahong's company was once again assigned the mission to intercept the Japanese supply convoy. But this time, luck wasn't on his side. The Japanese supply convoy was protected by 3 tanks and numbered nearly 2,000 men. They were not only transporting supplies but also reinforcements to the front lines. When Tian Dahong, lying in ambush at the pass, discovered this, it was already too late to call for reinforcements. He knew that if these reinforcements reached the front lines, it would deal a devastating blow to the comrades fighting there. No turning back now. Tian Dahong gave the order decisively. Comrades, more of our brothers and sisters are behind us. Even if we have to pile our bodies up, we must stop the enemy's advance. Hearing Tian Dahong's command, every soldier in the company steeled themselves for a desperate last stand. With nearly 10 times the enemy's numbers and 3 tanks on their side, the outcome was predictable. By the final moments, only Tian Dahong and Su Mingyang remained at the gorge pass. A bitter smile spread across Tian Dahong's face as he looked at Su Mingyang. "Mingyang, you're sharp-witted. Many of my past remarkable achievements were thanks to your contributions. I know you often guided me. I can never repay your great kindness. So this time, you go back and relay the message. Let me die alongside my comrades." Su Mingyang heard Tian Dahong's words and shook his head stubbornly. In previous ambushes, Tian Dahong had indeed followed Su Mingyang's guidance. But he had merely offered an idea. The flawless execution ultimately relied on Tian Dahong's unyielding resolve. Thus, rather than him owing Tian Dahong a debt of gratitude, it was more accurate to say they had mutually elevated each other. Moreover, Lu Tsuilan had only recently become pregnant. He couldn't let the child be born fatherless. Seeing Su Mingyang had no intention of leaving, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Tian Dahong's eyes. If the ambush was broken through by the Japanese devils, someone must have returned to sound the alarm. Otherwise, if the comrades on the front lines weren't prepared, it could lead to severe losses. Without hesitation, Tian Dahong aimed his pistol at his own thigh and fired. Blood blossomed before Su Mingyang's eyes. A grim smile spread across Tian Dahong's face. "Mingyang, I can't walk any further. Hurry back and send word. Don't endanger our comrades." Hearing Tian Dahong's words, even Su Mingyang, however reluctant, could do nothing but leave without looking back. Tian Dahong's shot had cut off his retreat and shattered any lingering desire to stay. Behind him, gunfire echoed relentlessly before gradually fading away. Su Mingyang lowered his head and hurried on. 2 minutes later, a series of grenade explosions erupted. As a tank prepared to crush Tian Dahong's body, it detonated instead, taking the dying Tian Dahong, who had been lying in wait, with it. It was precisely because Tian Dahong had delayed the enemy's advance that Su Mingyang could successfully bypass their stronghold and deliver the intelligence to the front lines. That battle raged with such ferocity it seemed to darken the heavens and shake the earth. Thanks to the advance warning, the comrades fighting fiercely at the front lines were not caught off guard by the sudden surge in enemy forces. This set off a chain reaction of subsequent events. Su Mingyang's voice remained calm as a flicker of sorrow crossed his face, recounting Tian Dahong's deed slowly. Xiao Yeye wept uncontrollably, wiping the tears from her face. "Grandpa Su, without the selfless dedication of revolutionary heroes like you, we wouldn't have the peace and stability we enjoy today. On behalf of everyone watching this livestream, I express our deepest gratitude to you." Xiao Yeye bowed deeply to Su Mingyang. Many viewers in the livestream remained speechless for a long time. Until Su Mingyang spoke again. "It's nothing. This is what we should do. This is the belief of our generation." Su Mingyang looked once more at the playful backs of the children, his eyes filled with satisfaction. If the old comrades could see this scene, they too would feel their sacrifices were worthwhile. "Tian Dahong, Gou Wazi, Xiao Shuanzi, Zheng I brought you home." Unfolding the medallions in his hand, Su Mingyang selected Xiao Shuanzi's and pinned it to his chest. He never found Tian Dahong's badge. It must have turned to black ash in the explosion of the grenade and tank. Zhang Erju's badge met the same fate. Worse still, he never got to see him one last time before he died. Within just 10 minutes of going live, the stream's viewership had surged back to 10,000. Xiao Yeye scanned the chat for questions to ask. "Senior Tian's fearless spirit in the face of death is truly worthy of our admiration. It is precisely because of countless heroes like Senior Tian, who fearlessly face death, that we enjoy prosperity and glory today. We will never forget our heroic predecessors." Speaking of which, has anyone found Senior Tian's descendants? Grandpa Su asking this means Senior Tian's child was born safely and didn't die young. Seeing this comment, Xiao Yeye's eyes lit up slightly. Exactly. Since Grandpa Su asked that, it means Tian Senior's child didn't die young. Where could they be now? She was already itching to interview the descendants of the martyr. Feeling the stinging pain in his legs fade, Su Mingyang hunched over as he crawled out of the vehicle. Breathing in the fresh air of Tianshui Village, his sense of loss instantly dissipated. Lifting his small bag of belongings from the trunk, Su Mingyang declined the bus driver's offer to carry it and headed toward the village reception center. Meanwhile, inside the reception center, the male host from the bus was also staying there. Chapter 17, Reunion with the Male Streamer. The male streamer's name was Lu Hong. Since his in-laws had no spare room and the village lacked hotels or guest houses, he could only stay temporarily at the reception center. Beside him, his girlfriend was live streaming, introducing the guest house to her viewers. "Hey everyone, this is the guest house in our village of Tianshui. Don't let the simplicity fool you. Just a few years ago, this place hosted quite a few officials who came to pay respects to revolutionary martyrs." "Oh, someone's at the door again. Let's see." The woman turned the camera towards Su Mingyang, her words trailing off as a look of surprise flashed across her face. Isn't that the old man from the bus? Why is he here in Tianshui Village too?" Lu Hong heard his girlfriend's words and looked up too, staring in surprise at the doorway. Su Mingyang walked into the guest house with dignified composure. Auntie Wu, the hostel manager, seeing an elderly man arrive, dared not be disrespectful and hurried forward to offer her support. In recent years, many retired officials had visited Tianshui Village to pay respects to revolutionary martyrs. She might not have many skills, but her ability to read people was exceptional. She could roughly discern the status of nearly every elderly visitor. She stole a few glances at Su Mingyang, and the more she looked, the more alarmed she became. Though Su Mingyang had spent decades cultivating inner peace, the aura of lethality still lingered around him. His movements, though tinged with the hazy confusion of age and frailty, radiated a sharpness and vitality absent in contemporary people. Even though Aunt Wu had seen countless dignitaries come to pay their respects, including several whose mere movements could send tremors through the entire nation. But the aura Su Mingyang possessed was beyond comparison. Such an aura seemed to belong only to that one man. "Old master, we have another room downstairs. Seeing as you're not quite steady on your feet, perhaps you'd prefer the first floor? That little girl, are you the old gentleman's granddaughter?" Su Mingyang nodded. Sometimes one simply must accept the realities of aging. Though climbing stairs remained within his capability, it was undeniably less convenient. Living on the first floor is naturally the best option. As for Xiao Yaya, a flicker of panic crossed her eyes when Auntie Wu asked that question. Her grandfather had passed away before she was even born. Now, she genuinely felt as though Su Mingyang was her grandfather. But given Su Mingyang's status, calling him grandpa felt like reaching way too high. Xiao Yaya lowered her head, her pretty face flushing slightly, her lips as sweet as honey. "Sister, I'm not Grandpa Su's granddaughter." Hearing Xiao Yaya's words, Aunt Wu, who had been feeling a bit awkward, instantly relaxed. A warm smile spread across her face, making her appear 10 years younger. She knew perfectly well that Xiao Yaya was deliberately saying that, but it couldn't dampen her delight at the compliment. After escorting Su Mingyang to a room on the first floor to settle in, Auntie Wu led Xiao Yaya upstairs to the largest room. This room had originally been set up as a double occupancy space in case important officials arrived and there weren't enough rooms. Now, during this off-peak period, fewer people came to pay respects to the fallen heroes, so it had been left vacant and converted into a single room. Earlier, when two young people had asked to stay there, she hadn't allowed them. Now it was reserved for little Yaya. Of course, her decision to give Xiao Yaya the large room wasn't because the girl had complimented her. Rather, she intended to use Xiao Yaya as a conduit to learn more about Su Mingyang's background. The village chief had instructed her, if any distinguished elders arrived in the village, she must notify him immediately. "Little girl, do you know who that Grandpa Su was just now? I could tell he wasn't like ordinary elders." Aunt Wu didn't beat around the bush, she got straight to the point. "Grandpa Su?" Little Yaya furrowed her brow in thought. To be honest, she still didn't know what Su Mingyang's exact background was. Grandpa Su was a revolutionary veteran. He fought on the battlefield against the Japanese invaders. He came to the village this time to send his old comrades, the heroes from the War of Resistance, back home. Aunt Wu nodded thoughtfully. After helping Xiao Yaya tidy up her room for a bit, she left to prepare dinner for everyone. Before long, Aunt Wu called everyone out of their rooms. Their lodging at the guesthouse cost 50 yuan per night, including 3 meals a day. It could be said that the 50 yuan paid was entirely for meals, lodging was free. As dish after dish was served, Xiao Yaya's mouth formed an O. She had assumed that for just 50 yuan, the food would be meager, perhaps just plain steamed buns with pickles. But what were these braised pork belly and bone broth? Having barely eaten all day, the sight of these dishes instantly made Xiao Yaya's mouth water. Sitting across from Xiao Yaya, male streamer Lu Hong was also taken aback by the spread. As for his girlfriend, Xiao Wanwan, she was still streaming live, showcasing the dishes to her viewers. When the camera panned down to Su Mingyang's cheek at the end of the stream, sharp-eyed viewers immediately noticed something off. "Ha! Is that old man Grandpa Su? He looks so familiar." Grandpa Su came to Tianshui Village, and the streamer's hometown seems to be near Huannan County too. Could it really be that coincidental? I want to hear Grandpa Su tell stories from back in the day. I get goosebumps if I don't hear one every day. If you can even run into Grandpa Su, you better cash in on this insane traffic streamer. Watching the bullet comments fly by, Xiao Wanwan tugged at Lu Hong beside her. She pointed at the comments sliding through the live stream. Lu Hong frowned as he read the comments, then stole a couple of glances at Su Mingyang. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity. Turns out this was the very Centenarian that countless marketing accounts had been scrambling to feature in their edits lately. Lately, he'd been rushing around and hadn't had much time to scroll through short videos. So he'd only heard the name Centenarian mentioned, without delving deeper. To avoid any potential misunderstandings later, Lu Hong quickly pulled out his phone and searched for the term Centenarian. Instantly, numerous live stream clips popped up online. He randomly clicked on one and watched intently. In the video, Su Mingyang sat on a bullet train, lost in his own narration of Xiao Shuanzi's story. Lu Hong gradually became engrossed, his entire being transported back to that era of hardship. Accustomed to silly, carefree content, he found himself moved to tears for the first time while watching a video. He couldn't help but recall how he had gone live on a bus, publicly criticizing Su Mingyang's actions in front of all the passengers and his entire livestream audience. His head drooped lower, his eyes filled with regret, his heart heavy with shame. How could he, with no real sacrifice for the nation, presume to criticize those revolutionary forebears who risked their lives for China? Chapter 18, How Could I Possibly Disagree? Noticing her boyfriend seemed off, Xiao Wanwan gently patted Lu Hong's shoulder. Honey, what's wrong? What should we do now? Apologize. Lu Hong wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, his expression hardening with resolve. The revolutionary forefathers must not be disrespected. Even though no one present, including the live stream viewers, knew that the old man he had criticized on the bus was Su Mingyang. But the old man had already done more than enough for the younger generation. They couldn't let this heroic veteran feel disheartened. Without hesitation, Lu Hong pulled out his phone and started a live stream. He knew this apology could very well ruin his streaming career. But there were some things he simply had to do. Amid Xiao Wanwan's astonished expression, Lu Hong rose and walked over to Su Mingyang's side. Before going live, he had specifically purchased a 3,000 yuan streaming boost. Almost the moment the stream went live, tens of thousands of viewers flooded the chat. This was unprecedented for him. What's brother Lu doing? Why does he look so serious? First time seeing this streamer, what's going on? That elderly man in his camera looks like Grandpa Su. Once the first viewer recognized Su Mingyang, more and more viewers followed suit. A significant portion of the audience actually had no idea who Su Mingyang was. But guided by the rest of the audience, they searched for clips of Su Mingyang's live streams and instantly grew respectful toward him. Grandpa Su, I apologize for what I said to you on the bus earlier. Lu Hong bowed his head and took a deep bow, recounting what had happened on the bus at the time. Whether you choose to forgive me or not, I want to say this, Grandpa Su, I'm sorry. Hearing Lu Hong's words, Xiao Yaya, sitting beside Su Mingyang, flushed crimson with anger. She had no idea that Grandpa Su had been mocked on the bus. Her eyes burned with fury as she glared at Lu Hong. Grandpa Su had shed blood and sweat for China. How dare Lu Hong make him shed tears too? Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Xiao Yaya felt a tightness in her chest, but the viewers in the livestream chat weren't nearly as forgiving as she was. Lu Hong, you dog. How dare you treat Grandpa Su like that on the bus? Don't you have elders in your family? Or is there simply no one? Grandpa Su was merely startled by fireworks. How dare you mock him? I used to like this streamer's style, but now I'm completely turned off. Grandpa Su absolutely cannot forgive Lu Hong. He must pay for his actions. The chat flooded the screen like a torrential downpour. It took Su Mingyang a while to process what had happened. He silently mocked himself for getting old. Such a simple matter, and it took him so long to process. Then, Su Mingyang waved his hand and looked kindly at Lu Hong. Young man, these are minor matters. This old man has made mistakes too. If apologies are due, then I, the old man, should apologize to the passengers in the carriage too. Su Mingyang had also traveled back in time from the modern era. Shouting on the bus was indeed uncivilized, and he understood Lu Hong's actions at the time. Grandpa Su, but he cursed at you like that. Xiao Yeye looked puzzled. Young people, they're just hot-headed. It's been ages since I've seen such a spirited young man who dares to stand up against injustice. Well done, lad. Su Mingyang's face broke into a smile as he stood up and patted Lu Hong on the shoulder. In the livestream chat, viewers couldn't hold back their reactions. Honestly, I'm tearing up. Not only did Grandpa Su not reprimand the streamer, he actually encouraged him. It makes sense. Our revolutionary forebears fought for future generations. How could they possibly blame us? This reminds me of my own grandfather. Hey, if you're really struggling, just call me Grandpa, I'll be your grandpa. The tense atmosphere in the livestream eased with just a few words from Su Mingyang. Viewers who had been ready to report Lu Hong stopped their actions. Some viewers who wanted to tip Su Mingyang for his words soon realized the tipping feature had been disabled, and they began to view Lu Hong in a more favorable light. To acknowledge one's mistakes and make amends is truly commendable. Why not give the streamer another chance? I've subscribed to the streamer. I hope they live up to Grandpa Su's expectations going forward. Lu Hong's online reputation underwent an almost instant reversal. The gratitude in his eyes towards Su Mingyang grew ever more profound. Meanwhile, Andwu placed the final plate of lamb soup bread on the table. Having specially pressure-cooked the tough meat for extra tenderness. The once tough skin and meat now came apart easily with a gentle tug. The dinner unfolded in a warm and cozy atmosphere. Old people sleep early, and Su Mingyang was no exception. After dinner, he took a couple of laps around the guesthouse before returning to his room and falling into a deep sleep. That night, Lu Hong and Xiao Wanwan both lay awake for a long time. Lying in bed, Xiao Wanwan curled up in Lu Hong's embrace. Lu Hong patted Xiao Wanwan's shoulder. Xiao Wan, I have an idea. I wonder if you'd agree to it. What idea? Xiao Wanwan asked, puzzled. I want to use the savings I've accumulated over the years to do something to give back to society. Would that be okay? But what about our wedding? We'll figure that out later. I feel that rather than wasting the rest of my life in mundane routines, I'd rather do something meaningful. At least that way, I'll feel more fulfilled. After Lu Hong finished speaking, the room fell silent. Xiao Wanwan's eyes had filled with tears at some point, and she began to sob silently. Lu Hong and Xiao Wanwan had been together since their college days, and now 8 or 9 years had passed. Marrying him had always been her greatest dream. All these years, they had both strived toward that goal. But now Lu Hong wanted to dedicate himself to public service. Feeling Xiao Wanwan's body tremble, Lu Hong sighed deeply. If you don't agree, then let's stick to our original plan. Without you, no matter how much I do, I won't feel happy. The room fell silent enough to hear a pin drop as Lu Hong's breathing gradually evened out. Xiao Wanwan had calmed down by now. She held Lu Hong, who was fast asleep, close, her eyes glinting in the darkness. She murmured softly. Silly, how could I not support you? Wherever you want to go, I'll go with you. The next day, Su Mingyang rose before dawn. In the guesthouse kitchen, Aunt Wu was already bustling about. Having hosted more than one group of elderly guests at the guesthouse, she knew they tended to rise early. Therefore, she had gone to bed early the night before and started preparing breakfast first thing this morning. By the time Su Mingyang finished washing up, Auntie Wu had already cooked breakfast. Chapter 19, Tian Dahong's Tombstone. Last night's mutton soup was only half finished. So this morning, she decided to cook a pot of mutton soup with bread, both nutritious and convenient. As the hot soup washed down his throat, Su Mingyang felt a surge of warmth in his stomach, his energy and spirit jolting awake. By the time he finished the soup, dawn was breaking. Xiao Yaya had set an alarm last night and woke up promptly at 7. When she came downstairs, the guesthouse was unusually lively. Grandpa Su was chatting with an elderly gentleman who looked to be about 70, though the conversation seemed a bit peculiar. Uncle Su, I never imagined you were also from our village of Tianshui. Ah, it's rather embarrassing to admit, but we both moved here later on. We don't actually know any descendants of the Tian family. You could visit the martyrs' cemetery. Perhaps they're buried there. Grandpa Su? Xiao Yaya burst out laughing as if she'd heard a hilarious joke. Grandpa's grandpa is Grandpa Su? What a strange connection. She murmured to herself as she went downstairs. After he finished eating, Aunt Wu cleared the tableware. Xiao Yaya opened the livestream. In an instant, countless sleep-deprived netizens flooded into the livestream. Through the livestream snippets Xiao Yaya had shared, they already knew she'd be going live early this morning to join Grandpa Su in searching for the descendants of martyrs. So, to avoid oversleeping, some night owls simply stayed awake. Looking at the livestream, where the viewer count had surpassed 1,000 within minutes, Xiao Yaya was somewhat surprised. Logically, the period from midnight to early morning was the time with the lowest traffic. Usually, if she went live at this hour, she'd be thrilled to have 100 viewers in her stream. But today, she unexpectedly hit over 1,000 viewers in just a few minutes. She finally got a taste of what it felt like to be a big influencer. Xiao Yeye turned to Su Mingyang. Grandpa Su, I'm ready. Let's go find the village chief right now. He must know more about this. All right. Nodding, Su Mingyang stood up. In small villages like this, the village chief is often an elder of high moral standing and great respect. They usually know the most about the village's past. Upon hearing Su Mingyang's words, Auntie Wu smiled and stepped forward to stop the two. She pointed to the old man sitting in the corner, looking utterly bewildered, and said, Grandpa Su, why are you looking for the village chief? He's right behind you. Ha? The village chief? Following the direction of Aunt Wu's finger, Xiao Yeye froze. He's the village chief of Tianshui Village? Su Mingyang couldn't quite process it at first. The man he'd just been chatting with was the village chief? What kind of village chief doesn't know anything? Exposed by Aunt Wu, the old man scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Mr. Su, young lady, I am indeed the village chief. Ha ha ha. This village chief old man is such a sly fox. After chatting for so long, he stubbornly refused to reveal his identity. He didn't know anything. Who would have guessed he was the village chief? Honestly, some of the things Grandpa Su asked about probably happened before this old man was even born. The livestream audience erupted in laughter, and many viewers suddenly sobered up. An hour later, after a long trek, the three finally reached the martyrs' cemetery. Su Mingyang searched the grounds for a while before finally locating Tian Dahong's tombstone. He exhaled heavily, staring blankly at the tombstone. He still remembered the promise he and Tian Dahong had made back then: whoever passed away first, the other would return to Tianshui Village to pay respects. Over 80 years had passed, and he had fulfilled that promise. Clutching the badge in his hand more tightly, Su Mingyang's face softened into a faint smile. Dahong, I never broke our promise. I've come to see you now. See these badges? They all belonged to our old comrades back then. Look, these two badges, one belonged to Xiao Shuanzi, the other to Gou Wazi. Now I'm bringing them home. After carefully storing the remaining badges, Su Mingyang kept Xiao Shuanzi's and Gou Wazi's. His hands trembled as he pinned them to his chest. After you left, we drove every last Japanese soldier away. But your child? I never found him. I couldn't take care of him for you. Su Mingyang's words trailed off as his dry eyes blurred. Cloudy tears welled up in his eyes. This matter had haunted him like a demon all these years. Logically, Tian Dahong should have been the one to leave, while he stayed behind to cover their retreat. But Tian Dahong had taken his place instead. This led to his child being born without parents. And he himself had failed to care for the child afterward. Even now, he couldn't find any trace of the child. Gazing at Tian Dahong's gravestone, Su Mingyang felt a mix of guilt and self-reproach. He had failed to fulfill his duty. Xiao Yeye stood beside him, offering gentle words of comfort. Grandpa Su, don't be sad. I'm sure Senior Tian understood your circumstances back then. The nation was in turmoil, facing immense hardship. He certainly wouldn't blame you. In the livestream chat, many viewers' eyes welled up. Grandpa Su, don't be sad. Senior Tian wouldn't blame you. How could anyone not feel sad? If I were in Grandpa Su's shoes, I'd be consumed by guilt too. The revolutionary martyrs truly endured unimaginable hardships. Gradually, Xiao Yeye's eyes also filled with tears. She could comfort Su Mingyang, but she couldn't comfort herself. What began as Xiao Yeye comforting Su Mingyang ended up with Su Mingyang comforting Xiao Yeye. Little girl, don't cry. It's all over now. It's all over. At that moment, a line of elementary school students marched in formation toward them, led by their female teacher. Students, this is the Martyrs' Cemetery. These are the revolutionary forebears who sacrificed their lives for our country. The children's faces beamed with innocent smiles, radiating youthful energy. When they spotted Su Mingyang, a flicker of curiosity crossed their faces. Teacher Wang, look at that old man. Is he also a revolutionary forefather? The teacher followed the child's pointing finger and saw Su Mingyang's hunched silhouette. Her expression grew solemn as she nodded without comment. I'm not entirely sure, but I believe so. Hearing the teacher's response, the elementary students immediately turned their admiring gazes towards Su Mingyang. Feeling their gazes, Su Mingyang flashed a gentle smile and waved at the children. In response, countless little hands waved back at him. Xiao Yeye had a keen sense of smell. Even while still immersed in her sorrow, she recorded this scene. Inside the live stream room. Without the selfless dedication of our revolutionary forebears, the blossoms of our motherland would not flourish as they do today. Grandpa Su is so kind, and the children are so polite. Tears welling up. I really want to know if Grandpa Su can find the descendants of Elder Tian. Chapter 20, let's call him Tian Guangjuan. Everyone, grab your cleaning tools. Let's start by tidying up the Martyrs' Cemetery. Yes. The elementary students pulled cleaning tools from their backpacks. Shovels, brooms, rags, everything they needed was ready, likely thanks to prior planning. Under the female teacher's guidance, the students split into 4 groups and began cleaning every corner of the cemetery. Watching the innocent yet reverent little ones, Su Mingyang wore a satisfied smile. Little Yeye waved her tiny fist beside him, looking up at Su Mingyang with a charming expression. Grandpa Su, look. These are the budding flowers of our motherland. In the future, they will spread across all industries of China, contributing their part to the nation's development. At the same time, many viewers in the livestream chat couldn't help but smile warmly. Seeing these children, I feel like I'm witnessing the future of China. Everything is so full of life. Honoring our martyrs is the duty of the next generation. I hope more schools will organize meaningful activities like this instead of just focusing on studying all day. Exactly. Under exam-oriented education, we only produce children like assembly line products. I hope schools today can organize more activities like this. I work at the Education Bureau. I'll submit this proposal tomorrow. As this comment appeared, more and more viewers chimed in. Su Mingyang glanced at the phone Xiao Yeye held out before him, a warm smile spreading across his face. Meanwhile, in a military compound in Beijing. In the living room of a low-slung cottage. A woman in her 20s placed a phone before an elderly man seated beside her. His hair and beard were snow-white, yet he showed no sign of frailty. Every gesture carried an unmistakable aura of lethality. Grandpa, look at this old gentleman. He's a veteran of the battlefield too. They say he's over 120 years old now. He actually fought against the Japanese devils. Hearing his granddaughter's words, the old man raised an eyebrow without thinking, his gentle expression turning stern, startling his granddaughter. Grandpa, what's wrong? The old man waved her off and scrutinized Su Mingyang on the livestream. When he saw the man's face, his brow furrowed deeply. He didn't recognize him. During the nationwide census a few years ago, it was recorded that fewer than 2,000 elderly individuals who had participated in the fight against the Japanese invaders were still alive. Most of them were just over 100 years old, and those who would live to be 120 were few and far between. Even if he hadn't personally visited these elders, he had spoken with them via video call. There was no way he wouldn't recognize someone. Do you know the name of this veteran? The old man asked his granddaughter, puzzled. I don't know, but I see the comments all call him Grandpa Su. Grandpa, what's wrong? Nothing. I'll just keep watching the livestream. The old man sighed and focused intently on the livestream. Regarding Su Mingyang, he already had his suspicions. These days, information on the internet was a mix of truth and lies. Who could say for sure that this Grandpa Su his granddaughter spoke of wasn't just a con artist scamming people online? The old man made up his mind, if this person was exploiting the name of a revolutionary martyr to scam people online, he wouldn't let them get away with it. Within the livestream feed, Su Mingyang gazed affectionately at the elementary school students busily working in the cemetery, his hand tightening around the badge pinned to his chest. As one grows old, loneliness becomes the greatest fear. Su Mingyang felt this way, and he imagined Gou Wazi and Xiao Shuanzi felt the same. Now, with so many children visiting them regularly, Su Mingyang felt reassured. Once the elementary school students had finished cleaning the cemetery, their teacher began recounting stories of revolutionary forebears. Su Mingyang stood nearby, listening intently. As the teacher introduced each revolutionary martyr, Su Mingyang's gaze suddenly sharpened. This is our fallen predecessor from the South Vietnam War. His surname was also Tian, and his name was Tian Guangjuan. Tian Guangjuan? Su Mingyang's thoughts drifted to the distant past. Back when Lu Tsuilan was just pregnant, Tian Dahong had asked him for a name. After all, back then, few in the revolutionary ranks were literate, let alone educated. Su Mingyang was the most literate among this group. One night, he and Tian Dahong sat on a hillside, gazing at the full moon in the sky. Tian Dahong spoke up. Mingyang, what do you think I should name my child? Give him a proper name. We can't just call the kid Doggy or Dumpling when he's born. Su Mingyang laughed at that. Dahong, your wife's only just pregnant, and you're already worrying about this? You don't even know if it's a boy or a girl yet. But Tian Dahong only managed a bitter smile. Working with my life on the line every day, I'm afraid if I don't pick a name in advance, I won't get the chance later. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Indeed, their unit was deeply entrenched within the enemy's encirclement. Breaking out was incredibly difficult. Do you want a boy or a girl? Su Mingyang asked curiously. It doesn't matter. Tian Dahong laughed heartily. As long as the child is born and can contribute to the country, what difference does it make whether it's a boy or a girl? Su Mingyang was taken aback by the other man's open-mindedness. Times were different back then. The concept of family continuity was deeply ingrained. No one wanted the family line, painstakingly preserved by generations of ancestors, to end with them. But their efforts weren't solely for their own children. They also did it for the countless compatriots whose veins pulsed with the blood of Huagua. I often wonder if our generation strives harder, drives out and annihilates every last Japanese invader, could our children then live in peace? Absolutely. Su Mingyang declared with unwavering conviction. In another few decades, another century, no one will dare invade us again. On the international stage, China will have its rightful place. By then, every nation that ever invaded us will have to bow their heads and apologize. Influenced by Su Mingyang's words, Tian Dahong's eyes sparkled with determination. If I have a son, I hope he'll follow in his father's footsteps, fighting on the battlefield to defend our nation. If it's a girl, I hope she'll follow her mother's example, healing the wounded on the home front and saving countless lives. Mingyang, you name my child for me. Tian Dahong's gaze burned with intensity as Su Mingyang lowered his head in deep thought. Since you wish for a girl to heal the wounded, how about naming her Tian Rinxin? Rinxin? Tian Dahong didn't immediately grasp Su Mingyang's meaning. A doctor's heart is compassionate. I hope she'll treat many patients and stay true to her original aspirations. And if it's a boy? For a boy, let's name him Tian Guangjuan. Chapter 21, Investigating Su Mingyang's Identity. Guangjuan. Ha ha ha. What a great name. Mingyang, I have some paper here. Write it down for me so I can show it to Chui Lan tonight. Su Mingyang took the crumpled yellow paper from Tian Dahong's hand. He knew this paper must have been kept by Tian Dahong for a long time, specifically to record the child's name. Su Mingyang scribbled and drew on the paper. The top one is for a boy, the bottom one for a girl. Don't get them mixed up. Of course not. I also need to tell Chui Lan the meaning behind the names. That way, if I'm not around, she can keep the child on track. Su Mingyang's voice, neither loud nor soft, carried clearly to Xiao Yeye and the viewers in the livestream. Hearing Su Mingyang's words, little Yeye looked utterly stunned, her eyes welling up slightly. Grandpa Su, are you saying that Senior Tian Guangjuan is Tian Dahong's son? The livestream chat erupted with excitement. Yesterday, after Su Mingyang mentioned that Tian Dahong had a child, many viewers had immediately searched online. However, they came up empty-handed. Even if they found someone named Tian Guangjuan, no one connected him to being Tian Dahong's son. In Tian Guangjuan's introduction, there was no mention of his father. Perhaps Senior Tian Guangjuan didn't want to rely on his father's glory to pave his own path. Exactly. If people around him knew his father was a revolutionary hero, they might give him special treatment. Senior Tian Guangjuan is truly admirable. His spirit is worthy of our emulation. Building a legacy for Huagua with his own hands. In Xiao Yeye's livestream room, countless netizens poured out their emotions and shared their perspectives on the matter. Su Mingyang stood before the camera, the world growing clearer before his eyes. Unnoticed, his eyes welled up. As one grows older, one becomes prone to sentimentality. Su Mingyang sighed. In the background, the teacher continued recounting Tian Guangjuan's heroic deeds to the elementary students. Tian Guangjuan was a hero during our South Vietnam War. The company he led was famously dubbed the Tank Killers. Back then, the British sent 4 tanks, intending to steamroll through
Martyr Tian, with just one company roughly 120 soldiers, took out all 4 tanks.
But, when destroying the last tank, the grenade pack failed to land beneath it, causing the tank to relentlessly bombard our soldiers. To prevent further casualties, Comrade Tian embraced the explosive charge, charged into the barrage of fire, and sacrificed himself alongside the tank. The female teacher's voice grew hoarse as she spoke. The elementary students couldn't hold back either, bursting into tears. Grandpa Tian. Grandpa Tian was so brave. I want to be just like him when I grow up, declared a bald little boy wearing a red scarf, clenching his tiny fist. Though he cried the loudest, his eyes held the most unwavering resolve. Hearing the boy's words, the other students mimicked his gesture, placing their fists beside their heads in a solemn pledge. I want to be like Grandpa Tian too. Me too. Though they couldn't articulate heartfelt words, their attitude spoke volumes. Xiao Yeye gazed at the tombstone, her eyes brimming with reverence. The revolutionary martyrs of their generation possessed a spirit that dared to face death and feared no sacrifice. Perhaps this is what defines a soldier of Huagua. Inside the live stream, viewers couldn't contain their emotions either. Senior Tian Guangjuan, seriously. I'm crying my eyes out. He lived up to the expectations of Senior Tian Dahong, sacrificing his own life to save his comrades. So magnificent. He could have lived a comfortable life in the rear, relying on his father's legacy, yet he still chose to fight on the front lines for the future of Huagua. I'll be old enough to enlist next year. I hope I can also achieve great things for my country. However, as soon as this comment appeared, it drew numerous replies. Bro, I get your lofty ambitions, but isn't it possible our country is already so stable that large-scale wars like that are unlikely to happen again? No offense, but if you're still in school and watching live streams during class, whether you'll even be eligible for enlistment is still up in the air. Across the entire nation, countless people dream of joining the military to serve their country. Do you really think it'll be your turn? The comments kept rolling in. Su Mingyang glanced at them and smiled faintly. Meanwhile, in a low-rise building within the military compound of the capital military district, the old man's brow furrowed deeper. He stared at Su Mingyang on the live stream, his mind filled with confusion. Could this old man truly be a revolutionary veteran? But how come I've never heard of him? This won't do. I need to have someone look into this. The old man picked up his phone from the table and dialed a number. After a moment, the call connected, and a slightly weary voice answered. Old leader, what are your instructions? Did you work through the night again last night? The old man's voice was filled with anger. How many times have the doctors told you? Your body is your own. If you keep burning the midnight oil handling official business every day, you won't even outlive me. Oh, come on, old man. It's just that official business is so demanding. If I handle things early here, the people down below can implement them faster. It's all for the greater good of the country and the people. Oomph. That doesn't mean you should sacrifice your health for it. The old man remained relentless. The man was his former bodyguard, now serving as a local official, tirelessly working for the people of the province. 2 years ago, he collapsed from exhaustion at work. Hospital tests revealed a benign tumor in his body. Seeing the tumor as life-threatening, he decisively checked himself out of the hospital without even undergoing surgery and plunged back into his duties. He kept at it for another 2 years. The old man remembered him when he retired, a spirited young man with jet-black, short hair. Now, after just a few short years, his head was completely gray, and he looked almost as old as the old man himself. But talking was useless. The man would agree, but never follow through. The old man sighed deeply. Shui, have you been following that streamer named Xiao Yeye online lately? Caught off guard by the question, Shui Anmin froze. Had the old man recently become obsessed with live streaming? Sir, I haven't been watching live streams. What's going on? Could it be that this streamer said something they shouldn't have? I'll have someone look into it. Hold on. Seeing the obvious misunderstanding, the old man cut him off immediately. That's not it. Just now, my granddaughter showed me this streamer's broadcast, and I think I spotted an old hero in the chat. So, could you help me find out who this veteran hero is? Chapter 22, an interesting story. I see. Shui Anmin felt a bit awkward. Retrieving someone's records wasn't difficult, but doing so without justification was a violation of protocol. As the governor of a province, he couldn't afford to make such a mistake. After a long pause, Shui Anmin sighed. Old man, if you want to look up someone's records, you'd better find someone else. I cannot engage in such illegal activities. Hearing Shui Anmin's words, the old man gave an almost imperceptible nod. The moment he'd asked Shui Anmin to look into Su Mingyang's background, he'd regretted it. Had this been during his tenure, investigating anyone's background would have been perfectly legal and compliant. But now that he was retired, doing so would constitute a violation. Ah. Getting old, I didn't think it through for a moment. Young Shui, continue with your work. Remember to take breaks. The old man sighed heavily, his voice tinged with melancholy. Same to you, sir. Shui Anmin felt as if he'd been granted a pardon and promptly hung up the phone. Grandpa, Uncle Shui, isn't he being a bit too cold-hearted? The old man's granddaughter, sitting beside him, spoke up. The old man smiled kindly and ruffled her hair.
Your Uncle Chui did the right thing. If everyone abused their authority, where would the credibility of our nation stand? I've grown senile myself, asking him to break the rules like that. Since we can't verify Comrade Su's identity, let's just keep watching. The old man said, returning his gaze to the live stream. On the live feed, the commotion between the teacher and the elementary school students had subsided. Instead, their laughter and cheerful chatter filled the air. After introducing the heroic martyrs, the teacher allowed them to explore the memorial park freely. These children had already explored every corner of the martyrs' cemetery during their earlier cleanup. Now, their attention was entirely focused on Su Mingyang. Grandpa, are you a hero too? A little girl wearing a yellow duck hat approached and took Su Mingyang's hand. Her cheeks were rosy, and her gaze held not a trace of timidity. I'm no hero. How could I be a hero? Su Mingyang said with a self-deprecating smile. But Grandpa, you have a badge, 2 of them, even. How could you not be a hero? The little girl innocently pointed at Su Mingyang's badge. Su Mingyang followed her gaze and touched his chest. Indeed, old age made one forgetful. He had come to send his old comrade home, so why had he suddenly gotten caught up in the commotion? He smiled, ruffled the little girl's round head, and shuffled over to the tombstone of the unknown martyr. Old comrades, he said, look at my memory. I nearly forgot why I came here to see you off home. Look at the little one behind me. Even if no one remembers your names, they remember your deeds. Su Mingyang removed his badge and placed it before the tombstone. Gou Wazi, Xiao Shuanzi, I'm here to send you home. His hands trembled as he straightened his back, raised his hand to his temple, and saluted. The elementary school students behind him, moved by Su Mingyang's gesture, raised their hands to salute the tombstone despite standing sparsely around the area. Xiao Yeye, who had been chatting with viewers in the livestream, wiped the smile from her face and raised her hand in salute as well. For a moment, the only sound in the cemetery was the rustling of the breeze through the tender grass. In the livestream chat, the first salute appeared. A flood of salute comments poured in. The air froze for an instant. The elderly man seated before the sofa witnessed the scene, rose to his feet, and fixed his resolute gaze upon the live streaming screen. Under his granddaughter's astonished gaze, he slowly raised his hand, performing a perfectly standard salute. Seeing her grandfather's gesture, the granddaughter hesitated for a moment before rising to salute as well. The air froze in an instant. The once bustling livestream room fell silent after a flurry of comments flashed by. Were it not for the constant stream of new viewers flooding in, one might have thought the feed had frozen. After a full 3 minutes of saluting, Su Mingyang lowered his numb right hand and exhaled heavily. Having finally sent his 2 old comrades home, he felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Seeing Su Mingyang lower his hand, the elementary school students murmured and slowly lowered theirs as well. Though it had only been 3 minutes, most of them could barely hold on any longer. Now that their hands were down, they all looked visibly relieved. Simultaneously, the livestream chat came back to life. My arms are killing me. But compared to what revolutionary martyrs endured, this is nothing. I was in the bathroom just now when a sudden force made me stand up. My mom asked why I was taking a dump standing up. Dude, don't you think that comment was a bit inappropriate? Just trying to lighten the mood. Doghead.jpg. Seeing the visibly cheerful stream of comments, Xiao Yeye couldn't help but smile. She glanced at the live stream's online viewer count. Unnoticed, it had once again hit the peak of 30,000, propelling the stream into the top 10 of the popularity rankings. At this hour, climbing the popularity charts without any promotional votes, Xiao Yeye knew she was about to go viral. Or to put it another way, Grandpa Su was about to go viral. Unable to hide her excitement, Xiao Yeye looked at Su Mingyang, who was surrounded by elementary school students. Grandpa Su, can you tell us some funny stories from your childhood? The little girl in the yellow duck costume was pushed forward by the crowd and asked Su Mingyang. Looking at the eager, wide-eyed children before him, Su Mingyang smiled as his thoughts drifted to the distant past. Interesting stories? Well, he had to mention the time when the Japanese troops were sweeping through the area and they disguised themselves as villagers. It was after Tian Dahong's death. Though they'd received the warning in time, they couldn't escape being surrounded. The political commissar then ordered some comrades to disguise themselves as villagers and bring up the rear, while the rest would lie in ambush deep in the mountains to shake off the pursuers. A total of 100 comrades were selected for the villager disguise. Driven by guilt, Su Mingyang volunteered first to join the rear guard disguised as villagers. It was also for this reason that he later became separated from the main force, ultimately losing track of Tian Dahong's child. At the time, carrying long rifles was inconvenient for the villager disguise. Therefore, the higher-ups approved the distribution of 100 handguns to them. Holding a pistol for the first time, Su Mingyang appeared somewhat excited. At that time, in a company-sized unit, fewer than 5 soldiers could actually use a handgun. Most comrades, let alone handguns, didn't even have rifles. Only when a comrade was killed or seriously wounded could they take up their weapons. The 100 men were divided into 9 teams and scattered across 11 surrounding villages. Most young men from these villages had either enlisted or fled as refugees, leaving behind mostly elderly residents. Chapter 23: 2 plans votes needed. To make their cover more convincing, each squad included 2 female comrades posing as village women. Before their departure, the political commissar bid farewell to each of them individually. All comrades raised their hands in salute. Everyone knew this mission was essentially a suicide mission. Carrying some provisions, Su Mingyang and the 10 other comrades in his group headed east toward the village. The village was called Pingdi Village, surrounded by fertile plains suitable for cultivation. It was also the wealthiest settlement in the vicinity. If the Japanese launched a sweep operation, that village would undoubtedly be their first target. At that time, among the 11 in their group, aside from Su Mingyang and Zhang Erzhu, almost all were older comrades. They all bore some degree of injury. To avoid slowing down the others, Ran chose to stay behind as rear guard. As for the 2 female comrades, one was Xiao Shuanzi, a medic around Su Mingyang's age. The other was an old revolutionary who had fallen back from the front lines. Everyone called her Sister Lu, and no one knew her real name. Within this group of 11, only Su Mingyang, Zhang Erzhu, and Xiao Shuanzi possessed combat capabilities. A direct confrontation was out of the question. They had to rely on strategy. Upon entering the village, they found that the once bustling settlement of over 100 people was now home to fewer than 30 elderly residents, all with limited mobility. Clearly, they had long prepared themselves for death, their sole purpose being to buy time and secure survival for others. After explaining their situation to these elders, their response was astonishing. While facing death, one would expect fear to be the instinctive reaction. Yet, to their surprise, the elders unanimously agreed to cooperate. They could even see the resolve in their hearts, a readiness to die at any moment. After all, no one harbored a deeper hatred for the Japanese devils than they did. After spending the night in the village, they assigned roles to each person. Su Mingyang was assigned the role of the village chief's son, while Xiao Shuanzi played his wife. Zhang Erzhu, meanwhile, played the role of Su Mingyang's dim-witted younger brother, adopting a deliberately slow-witted demeanor. To make his performance more authentic, Su Mingyang didn't hesitate. First, he used a small knife to cut several wounds on his leg. After the blood had flowed sufficiently, he covered the wounds with wood ash. Finally, he cauterized them with a red-hot charcoal, leaving a scar resembling a scab on his leg. After all, a living, intelligent person wouldn't stay put knowing the Japanese were coming. The following day at noon, as expected, a massive force of nearly 1,000 Japanese soldiers marched into the village. Upon seeing the Japanese soldiers, all villagers followed the original plan, hiding indoors and keeping their doors shut. However, the Japanese soldiers did not abandon their intent to torment the villagers. One by one, the Japanese soldiers dragged out the elderly with unsteady legs and injured men from their homes. They were neatly gathered into a circle. The Japanese officer Yamamoto scanned their faces, his gaze lingering briefly on Xiao Shuanzi's. After whispering something to his aide, a Japanese soldier soon appeared carrying a basin of water to wash the mud from Xiao Shuanzi's face. When Xiao Shuanzi's rather delicate features came into view, Yamamoto's face twisted into a lecherous grin. Su Mingyang knew what that smile meant, and Xiao Shuanzi understood it too. Having joined the rear guard unit, she had long anticipated this outcome. Though she felt a surge of terror now, the hatred burning in her eyes far outweighed her fear. She knew that if she could satisfy Yamamoto would likely not suspect them too deeply. Only then would their plan have a chance to unfold. But to everyone's surprise, Yamamoto didn't immediately begin to enjoy himself. Instead, he prepared to ask for clarification first. This was Su Mingyang's first direct confrontation with a Japanese officer, and the man's composure unsettled him. According to their prearranged plan, they had 2 options. The first option, the Japanese arrived and slaughtered them all without asking any questions. If that happened, the landmines they had buried in the village square, triggered by the grenade explosion, would cost the Japanese at least 100 casualties. The second scenario, the Japanese discovered Xiao Shuanzi and harbored evil intentions toward her. In that case, he could step forward to negotiate terms with them just as they were about to assault her. In exchange for sparing her, he could guide the Japanese to the location of the army. However, Yamamoto's current actions deviated from both preset scenarios, completely unexpected. After whispering something to his adjutant, Yamamoto immediately stepped forward. Pointing at Su Mingyang, who appeared more alert and less severely wounded, he demanded, "Do you know where the army is? Our Lord Yamamoto says if you can lead us to the army, we'll give you a big reward." The adjutant's Mandarin was clearly poor, but Su Mingyang grasped the meaning. They wanted him to guide them? But he knew it couldn't be that simple. Yamamoto, who had shown such caution before, wouldn't ask such a foolish question. Su Mingyang hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble. "Your Excellency, we don't know where the troops went, but we can point you in a direction. We hope you'll spare us. You don't know where they went? Then you'll all die." Upon hearing Su Mingyang's words, the adjutant immediately raised his gun and executed the oldest man in the farthest corner. Bang! The gunshot echoed, and the Japanese soldiers erupted into cheers. The crimson blood splattering like a web seemed to thrill them.
No one had expected the Japanese to act with such ruthless decisiveness.
Su Mingyang clenched his teeth, his neck stiff with fury.
The rage nearly consumed his reason, urging him to charge forward and rip the officer's head off.
But he knew that if he acted rashly, the old man lying in a pool of blood would be the fate awaiting them all.
Even if he didn't consider himself, he had to think of the dozens of innocent lives.
He had to save as many people as possible. Killing us all won't help you. We don't know, and we won't tell.
As if amused by Su Mingyang's words, the officer raised his gun again, this time executing the comrade who had come out with Su Mingyang to cover their retreat. Then the muzzle turned toward Xiao Shuanzi.
I heard from these villagers that this woman is your wife. Keep talking back and she'll be next. I'll give you 5 seconds to think. 5, 4, 1.
A sharp click, clearly the sound of a pistol being cocked.
I said.
Su Mingyang felt utterly drained, as if all his strength had been sucked out of him. After shouting those words, he collapsed onto the ground.
I know where the army is. I'll take you there. Upon hearing Su Mingyang's words, the adjutant immediately turned to report to Yamamoto. Upon hearing the report, Yamamoto's face broke into a triumphant grin.
Lord Yamamoto says that if you can lead us to the location of the Chinese army,
not only will you be safe, but your wife and these villagers will be safe too. After that, the Empire will give you a huge reward.
Hearing the aide's retelling, Su Mingyang clenched his fists, his teeth gritted with rage, ready to strike back at any moment.
Yet he could only feign resignation, dragging his injured leg as he slowly moved forward.
Though the execution deviated slightly from the plan, at least no major mishaps had occurred. Soon after, under the escort of 2 Japanese soldiers, Su Mingyang, Zhang Erzhu, and Xiao Shuanzi, the only 3 villagers taken away by the Japanese were led away.
Zhang Erzhu was able to leave solely because Su Mingyang feigned a limp.
The Japanese saw him as strong and healthy yet appearing mentally impaired, mistaking him for a cute little thing. This played right into his hands.
Chapter 24, Expired canned goods are for feeding dogs. Su Mingyang paused mid-sentence, glancing around at the children with keen interest. The children sat spellbound, their expressions vacant, completely oblivious to Su Mingyang's deliberate pause. Little Yaya, sitting nearby, was equally engrossed. Yet the moment Su Mingyang paused, she realized Grandpa Su was building suspense. Little Yaya wrinkled her nose, waiting for Su Mingyang to continue.
In the live stream chat, the previously sparse stream of comments erupted once more.
Wait, is Grandpa Su teasing us?
Why stop right at the crucial part?
Darn it. I hate it when people pause at the most crucial moments, but I just can't bring myself to dislike Grandpa Su. What happened next? Grandpa Su, don't take such deep breaths while talking.
Hey, the guy above Grandpa Su is 120 years old.
What's wrong with taking a breather when he's tired? Exactly. We've got all the time in the world. What's wrong with waiting for Grandpa Su?
Seeing the live stream audience not only stabilize but actually grow, Xiao Yaya's face lit up with delight. Previously, no matter how she interviewed people on the street, the live stream's viewership would inevitably decline if the climactic moments hadn't arrived yet. These viewers sure are hard to please. She stole a glance at Su Mingyang, a hint of astonishment flashing in her eyes.
Who would have thought Grandpa Su could keep these viewers so hooked?
Su Mingyang closed his eyes to rest for a moment.
Truthfully, he wasn't deliberately teasing them. He was simply getting old, his body not what it used to be. Speaking so much truly required a break. Seeing the little ones nearly losing patience, Su Mingyang spoke again. Then we led the little devils. Everyone's thoughts returned to that era once more.
To guard against any trickery from the trio, countless guns remained trained on the back of their heads throughout Su Mingyang's guidance. The slightest unusual movement from any of them would send bullets tearing through their skulls in an instant.
Guiding the Japanese soldiers, Su Mingyang showed little panic.
He had long prepared to go down fighting with them. As he led the way, Su Mingyang scanned the flat terrain for markers.
Yamamoto noticed this and sent his aide forward to question him. Hey, why are you walking while staring at the ground? Is there some kind of trick going on? Let me tell you, if you try any tricks, you'll be the first one to die. Su Mingyang gave a sheepish grin. No tricks, sir. I'm just looking for the marks left by the villagers who left ahead of us. They always leave marks for those following behind. Sure enough, following Su Mingyang's direction, an inconspicuous red ribbon suddenly appeared on the grass. Sir, if we just follow this scrap of cloth, we'll find them. The adjutant picked up the scrap of cloth and handed it to Yamamoto, then whispered a few words in his ear. Yamamoto's brow furrowed deeply. The next instant, Yamamoto drew his pistol without hesitation and fired a shot into Su Mingyang's arm. Su Mingyang clutched the gaping wound in his arm, pain shooting through him as a flood of thoughts raced through his mind. In an instant, he understood. Yamamoto was testing his reaction. Even now, Yamamoto still didn't trust them. Realizing this, Su Mingyang first clutched his arm and let out several agonized cries before collapsing face first, unconscious. Only when he felt someone bandaging his arm did a heavy sigh of relief escape his chest. It must be said that now, whenever guides were involved, the Japanese forces remained on high alert. A significant portion of their advance units had been wiped out precisely because they'd been led into ambushes. Compounded by Yamamoto's inherently suspicious nature, he placed even less trust in Su Mingyang. His earlier agreement to let Su Mingyang guide them was purely a test. Now, however, Su Mingyang had merely suffered a flesh wound that pierced his arm without touching bone before fainting. This greatly alleviated his suspicions. Of course, it merely eased his suspicions. Should he detect the slightest hint of trouble, he would still fire without hesitation. Once Su Mingyang regained consciousness, he dragged his weakened body to resume guiding them. During the time he feigned unconsciousness, Yamamoto had dispatched at least 100 soldiers to search for the red ribbon. The results, however, were far from satisfactory. Not only did none of the Japanese soldiers find the red ribbon, but several careless ones were injured by traps set by hunters. For a moment, the soldiers with trapped legs suffered even more than Su Mingyang. Damn it, how much longer before you can lead us to the Chinese army? At Yamamoto's instruction, the adjutant handed Su Mingyang a box of expired canned food. A putrid stench wafted from the freshly opened luncheon meat, and a closer sniff was almost nauseating. Su Mingyang knew Yamamoto was testing his sincerity as a guide. Even though the canned meat was past its prime, he had to pretend to eat it with relish. Stuffing the meat into his mouth, he replied with slurred words. "General, I can't say exactly how long it will take, but as soon as they stop moving, we'll find them within a day. They're moving now, and so are we. Of course our pace will be slower." Su Mingyang swallowed the last bite of luncheon meat, smacking his lips a few times. In the distance, Zhang Erju drooled uncontrollably. It was unclear whether he was trying to act cute to seem more believable or if he was genuinely starving. Seeing the discarded can, he immediately ran over and began licking it clean. For a split second, he froze in disbelief. This wasn't food for humans. Yamamoto clearly didn't regard them as people. But he forced himself to ignore the disgust, licking every last drop of sauce from the tin. The Japanese soldiers nearby burst into laughter at the sight, chattering in a language the Koreans couldn't understand. They could only guess it was mockery after all. Back home, expired canned food was fed to dogs. The adjutant looked utterly disgusted as he returned to report to Yamamoto. That night, Xiao Shuanzi was not harmed. Yamamoto's camp remained completely quiet. For the next 2 days, Su Mingyang spent his time guiding the way. The reason others couldn't find the red cloth strips while he could locate them with perfect accuracy was simple: these strips were torn from his own underwear. Of course, others couldn't find them. During this period, Su Mingyang kept leading the Japanese soldiers on aimless wanderings across the plains. Gradually, Yamamoto began to sense something was amiss. But it was already too late. When Su Mingyang led him past a flat stretch of land for the third time, Yamamoto drew his pistol and fired several shots at the ground beneath Su Mingyang's feet. "Damn it! Are you trying to trick Lord Yamamoto? The commander said this is the third time we've passed this way. If you don't start guiding us properly, don't blame him for getting rough." The adjutant explained Yamamoto's words. Su Mingyang, however, paid no heed. He shrugged and pointed to the red ribbon at the adjutant's waist. "Mr. Yamamoto, I am indeed following the path they took earlier. Perhaps they encountered some other situation ahead and had to turn back twice?" Though Su Mingyang's explanation sounded implausible at first, it made perfect sense upon deeper reflection. Over the past 2 days of interacting with Yamamoto, Su Mingyang had come to understand his habits. He approached anything too superficial with extreme caution. But if the conclusion was one he had deduced himself, he would place infinite trust in it. Taking advantage of the absence of others, Su Mingyang glanced at the underwear he had torn to shreds, his eyes darkening slightly. Now, the remaining scraps of fabric were barely enough to sustain him as a guide. Therefore, the operation must be accelerated. Chapter 25, Zhang Erju isn't a coward. The three exchanged glances, each seeing the resolve in the other's eyes. Their plan was actually quite simple. As the main force departed, minefields had been prepared in every direction. The minefields wouldn't detonate from mere footfall, only hand grenades could trigger them. This is also the main force's breakout plan. If they were to blindly search for a breakthrough point among the enemy forces, it would be extremely difficult. They were now trapped within the enemy's encirclement. Engaging the enemy from any direction would be extremely dangerous. If they cannot achieve a swift victory, the enemy's reinforcements will close in. Then they would be like trapped beasts in a fighting pit, with exhaustion as their only fate. Therefore, rather than calling these 100 men a rear guard, they were a breakout force. They would sacrifice their lives to detonate the mines. If the enemy in any one direction could be inflicted with heavy casualties in the shortest time, then the main force would have a chance to break through. "You lot! Hurry up and lead the way." The adjutant's clumsy Mandarin rang in her ears again, a flicker of disgust crossing Xiao Shuanzi's face. Last night, the adjutant had taken her to Yamamoto's tent. No one knew what she had endured. Perhaps perishing alongside these damned Japanese devils was her only salvation. As they drew closer to the minefield, all three felt their hearts leap into their throats. They had dug a pit 2 meters deep beside the minefield. If they could leap into it before the mines detonated, their chances of survival would greatly increase. Still nothing? "Our perimeter is this big, we'll be out of here if we keep searching. You despicable Chinese bastards. Are you lying to us? Baka. Yamamoto's voice echoed behind them. Though Su Mingyang didn't grasp the meaning, the curses were clear enough.
Now, they were less than 50 meters from the pit. Behind them, Yamamoto sensed something amiss and aimed his gun at the trio.
You bastards! Stop right now, the aide bellowed.
The trio pressed forward. At this point, even if 1,000 guns were aimed at their heads, they couldn't stop.
40 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. Bang! Yamamoto fired a shot into the air.
The three men halted in their tracks. Zhang Erju flashed a grim smile and pulled the pin on the grenade. Mingyang, Furong, you must see for yourselves how these little devils were driven away. Tell my mother that Zhang Erju isn't a coward. Zhang Erju shoved Su Mingyang and Xiao Furong forward with all his might, then turned and charged toward the Japanese soldiers.
Bang! 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 A series of gunshots rang out as Su Mingyang and Xiao Furong stumbled and fell into the cave.
The ground shook violently.
In the final moment before losing consciousness,
Su Mingyang mustered every ounce of strength to wedge the pre-prepared wooden plank across the pit's entrance. Then, both he and Xiao Furong lost consciousness. When they awoke again, utter darkness enveloped them.
After confirming he was unharmed, Su Mingyang shook Xiao Furong vigorously. Medic Xiao? Medic Xiao! Wake up! What is it? Hearing Xiao Furong's dazed voice ringing in his ears, Su Mingyang breathed a heavy sigh of relief.
Glad you're okay.
Get ready, we're getting out of here.
After saying this, Su Mingyang yanked the wooden plank holding back the mud to the side.
The plank cracked loudly. He then delivered several powerful kicks, shattering the boards completely. Endless mud poured down from above.
Fortunately, the soil had been loosened by the vibrations and wasn't packed tightly. Using both hands and feet, they soon managed to push their heads above the surface. They looked at each other, grinning at their dust-covered faces. This must be what it feels like to survive a catastrophe. After climbing out of the pit, the plain stretched out before them, littered with the corpses of Japanese soldiers. When they saw that the Japanese soldiers' weapons and ammunition had been completely looted, they immediately understood one thing. The main force had successfully broken through. Kids, that's all for this story for now. This old man's been talking non-stop and I'm pretty worn out. I need a break. Go play. Su Mingyang dismissed the little ones who still wanted to hear more stories. Looking genuinely tired, he sat before the tombstone, closing his eyes to rest.
Xiao Yeye's eyes were slightly reddened.
Seeing Su Mingyang's weary appearance, she sensibly refrained from disturbing him. What pained her now wasn't Su Mingyang's past experiences, but the fact that he was still dragging his aging body around to tell the story of what happened back then for elementary school kids, for viewers in live stream rooms, and even for her. She could clearly sense the deep sorrow he carried within him.
Did you notice how Grandpa Su's face was filled with sorrow and regret when he spoke of this? Regret? Didn't they ultimately annihilate the Japanese invaders and provide an indispensable contribution to the main force's breakthrough? Didn't you notice Grandpa Su never mentioned what happened to those left behind in the village? There's really no need to ask. The brutality of those Japanese devils back then was witnessed by all. They probably met their end the moment they left the village. A netizen analyzed the words Su Mingyang had deliberately left unsaid. Indeed, after leaving the battlefield, Su Mingyang returned to the village to investigate.
Yet all that remained were corpses, cold and lifeless.
Kyoto Military District Compound.
The old man watched the livestream and couldn't help but nod.
His suspicions about Su Mingyang grew steadily. At first, he had assumed Su Mingyang was doing all this solely for online traffic, deliberately posing as a soldier,
exploiting the image of soldiers in the minds of viewers. But now, he found himself somewhat moved. Whether considering the man's deeds or his experiences,
Su Mingyang could never be an unknown figure.
Could it be that all these years, he hadn't seriously searched for elderly survivors of the War of Resistance? The old man shook his head. In his view, judging solely by Su Mingyang's experiences, he could not possibly be an obscure veteran of the War of Resistance. Now, only one explanation remained before him. The achievements Su Mingyang had attained and the positions he had held were all beyond his current ability to verify. The more he thought about it, the more unsettled he felt. The old man handed his phone to his granddaughter. Anan, download this app on my phone too, and show me how to watch live streams.
Grandpa, aren't you still suspicious of others?
Huanan, the old man's granddaughter, curved her lips into a playful smile.
What are you talking about? Wasn't that just a misunderstanding before?
Now that it's cleared up, what's wrong with me watching the old master's live streams when I have nothing else to do? The old man gently ruffled Huanan's hair, his face softening with affection.
Huanan pouted, reluctantly taking the phone. Here, I've downloaded it for you. Just tap like this from now on.
Huanan demonstrated the process to her grandfather. Little did she know that from this moment onward, she would gain a grandfather who adored watching live streams.
Chapter 26, The Remaining 14 Badges.
I'm incredibly curious about Grandpa Su's true identity now. With connections to so many revolutionary martyrs, Grandpa Su couldn't possibly be just some nobody.
I've been searching online for days, even scouring obscure forums, but still no trace of Grandpa Su. As Su Mingyang revealed more in the livestream, netizens grew increasingly curious. It suddenly occurred to me there was a character in that War of Resistance drama who bore a striking resemblance to Grandpa Su. What role? I'll go check it out. The movie titles in the comments. The main character's journey is similar to Grandpa Su's, but it seems like he ends up sacrificing himself. I'll go check it out. An audience member posted the name of the TV series Ace Troops in the comments section, and many viewers jotted down the title. Meanwhile, in the office of the Fruit Video Operations Department Manager. Bang! A young woman in her early 20s burst through the office door, panting heavily. Manager Wang. It's urgent. Inside the office, a flash of irritation crossed the face of the middle-aged man addressed as Manager Wang. Xiao Huang. How many times have I told you to knock before entering my office? Knock. Listen to me, if you keep this up, I'll dock your pay. Scolded by Supervisor Wang, she immediately lowered her head, her voice tinged with hurt. Manager Wang, this time it really is urgent. I feel I must report it to you. Speak. If it's nothing, I'll dock your pay. Supervisor Wang waved his hand impatiently. If the girl before him weren't his own niece, he would have fired her on the spot. Besides, she was just a lowly clerk in the operations department. What kind of big deal could she possibly have? I was just in the restroom, conducting market research. I was researching the market while using the restroom. I discovered a TV series that could go viral in the coming period. I watched it, and no one has bought the rights yet. If we could secure the exclusive broadcast rights, our platform's user base would likely see a significant surge for a while. Oh? Manager Wang raised an eyebrow at his niece's words. What TV series? Some viral web series? No, Supervisor Wang. It's a war drama. Here's the thing. Xiao Huang recounted the events from the livestream to her uncle, causing Manager Wang's brow to furrow repeatedly. This Grandpa Su you mentioned, is he popular? Sounds scripted. No, Grandpa Su was a real war hero. Xiao Huang immediately protested. She hadn't been in operations for very long. But she could tell whether a livestream was scripted or not. Plus, the people and events Grandpa Su mentioned could all be verified online. It couldn't possibly be made up. Fine, you can go back now. I'll think it over. Manager Wang ushered Xiao Huang out of the office. This kind of war-themed drama doesn't have a large audience, and even fewer people would pay for a membership just to watch it. Even if Grandpa Su, as mentioned by her niece, had some online presence, he was merely a minor internet celebrity. The economic impact he could generate was limited, making it completely unnecessary to purchase exclusive broadcasting rights. Having made up his mind, Manager Wang dismissed the matter entirely. Meanwhile, at the Martyrs Cemetery, the elementary school students had all departed. Su Mingyang sat on a large boulder, gazing at the verdant hills and fields around him, blowing the mountain breeze with a sense of desolation. Xiao Shuanzi, Gou Wazi, Tian Dahong, Zheng'erju. Their figures appeared before his eyes, simple yet magnificent. Though decades late, he had finally brought them home. I hope they won't blame me down there. A strange sweetness suddenly filled his throat. Su Mingyang pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and let out a soft cough. Ahem, ahem. Once the tickle in his throat subsided, he unfolded the handkerchief that had covered his mouth. The once white handkerchief was now stained with a pool of crimson. He was coughing up blood. A bitter smile touched Su Mingyang's lips. This body was indeed decaying. He wondered if he could even make it through this final stretch. At the other end of the cemetery, Xiao Yeye had already ended her livestream. She stared blankly at Su Mingyang's retreating figure. Village Chief, do you think Grandpa Su can make it to the end? She asked the village chief beside her. The village chief fell silent. He too was unsure if Su Mingyang could make it all the way home with his old comrade. If it were him, perhaps he couldn't. As he grew older, the old village chief felt increasingly unable to keep up with many tasks. Even after walking just a few kilometers, his back ached and his legs felt heavy. Su Mingyang was even older than him, so the journey must be even harder for him. Yet deep down, he still believed Su Mingyang could complete this journey of escorting his old comrade home. After all, they had endured the long march of over 20,000 li together. What road could possibly be too much for them to finish? The village chief's gaze grew even more resolute as he looked earnestly at Xiao Yeye. With Comrade Su's willpower, he will definitely make it to the end of this journey. As if influenced by the village chief's solemn expression, Xiao Yeye nodded in agreement. Grandpa Su will definitely bring his old comrades home. Feeling the sun growing fiercer overhead, Su Mingyang brushed the dust from his clothes. The numbness in his legs had subsided, and he slowly rose to his feet. It's getting late. We've seen the old comrades off. Let's head back. Su Mingyang looked at Xiao Yeye and the old village chief, who were staring at him blankly, and smiled with a sense of relief. Though he hadn't brought back Zheng'erju and Tian Dahong's badges. But he had brought back their will. And he had spread their legacy. Their deeds would forever be remembered by future generations. Su Mingyang selected the remaining 14 badges. He pinned one stained with blood to his chest. This was Liu Dabao's badge. Su Mingyang recalled that Liu Dabao's hometown lay in Shangang Village, not far from Tianshui Village. Back then, when he and Xiao Furong had crawled out of the pit and saw the scattered limbs and fragments, they abandoned the search for Zhang Erju. The main force had already withdrawn, and they too needed to find a way out. The area was flat plains, and their figures would be visible from a great distance. So the two discussed it and headed toward the distant mountains faintly visible on the horizon. That mountain was called Shangang Mountain. Rumor had it that its depths were home to many jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards, and if you were unlucky, you might even encounter a black bear. Having survived the landmine explosion unscathed, they had already exhausted all their luck. Thus, on their very first day in Shangang Mountain, they encountered a black bear. Xiao Furong was the first to spot it. She tugged hard on Su Mingyang's sleeve. Su Mingyang, who was leading the way ahead with a bayonet left behind by the Japanese soldiers, turned back in confusion at the tug. The instant he turned his head, a bear that looked to weigh at least 400 or 500 pounds appeared not far behind him. It stood completely still, staring intently at the two of them. Chapter 27, Confronting the Black Bear. Brother Mingyang, what should we do? Xiao Furong's face was ashen, her voice trembling, on the verge of tears. Ever since she was a child, she had heard elders say that encountering a black bear in the wild meant certain death. Su Mingyang, who had traveled back in time from the modern era, was well aware of the bear's ferocity. Don't panic. We'll just watch it slowly back away. Su Mingyang reassured Xiao Furong while keeping his eyes fixed on the black bear. Before his journey back in time, he had read an online guide titled What to Do When Encountering a Bear. It emphasized that if you encounter a bear in the wild, you must never turn and run away. They'll only see you as prey. The best course of action is to slowly back away without making too much noise. Without absolute certainty, bears won't actively attack humans. In their eyes, humans are equally dangerous. Unless, of course, they're hungry. Just as the two were about to disappear from the bear's sight, it suddenly seemed to snap out of its daze and lunged toward them. Seeing this, Su Mingyang scooped up Xiao Furong and hurled her toward a nearby tree. He then scrambled up another tree. While some bears could climb trees, this ability was limited to their cub stage. Once they grew to such enormous sizes, they could no longer climb trees. Charging to the base of the tree, the bear glared up at the pair above and slammed its massive body against the trunk in fury. Fortunately, the two trees Su Mingyang had chosen were quite sturdy. The bear slammed into them several times but couldn't budge them an inch. Seeing no way to climb up, the bear gradually disappeared from their sight. Xiao Furong, hanging from the tree, tried to climb down once the bear left, but Su Mingyang stopped her. Wait a little longer. Don't underestimate the bear just because it looks dumb. They still possess some cunning. It might still be hiding there, lying in wait for us, just waiting for us to come down. Let's wait a bit longer. Hearing Su Mingyang's warning, Xiao Furong abandoned her plan to climb down. The two remained perched in the tree for over an hour before the bear reappeared in their line of sight. This time, it charged and rammed the tree again. The massive trunk remained unshaken, shedding only a few dry leaves. Seeing this, the bear simply lay down beneath the tree, waiting for the two to fall. Su Mingyang and Xiao Furong, seeing the bear showed no intention of leaving, both wore expressions of grim resignation. Earlier, when guiding the Japanese soldiers, they had left their pistols behind in the village. Now, they carried nothing but a Japanese bayonet. Now, it was a test of who could endure longer, them or the bear. They remained in the tree for a full day and night. To sleep soundly in the tree, Su Mingyang tore his clothes into strips and tightly bound himself to the trunk. Xiao Furong followed suit. However, she didn't tear her own clothes. Instead, she tore off her pant legs. Seeing her original long pants nearly reduced to capris, Su Mingyang's eye twitched. He tore off half of his own pants and handed them to her. Thus, the two spent the night perched in the tree. By noon the next day, the bear seemed to lose patience, roaring twice before departing. They had spent the night in the tree. Su Mingyang and Xiao Furong weren't in a hurry. They waited another half hour or so before climbing down. Only when their feet touched the soft earth again did they breathe a sigh of relief. But soon, a roar echoed behind them. A black bear burst out from the thicket. Even Su Mingyang, usually so composed, now felt a surge of anger. Is this bear never going to give up? Su Mingyang gripped his bayonet in reverse, glaring fiercely at the beast. At such close range, climbing back up the tree was no longer a viable option. Medic Xiao, you run ahead. I'll hold off the bear. Remember to bring these two badges back. Su Mingyang handed the dog tag badges of Gou Wazi and Xiao Shuanzi from his pocket to Xiao Furong. Mingyang, don't let my death be in vain. Run now. The situation was urgent. Without hesitation, Xiao Furong took the badges, a resolute glint flashing in her eyes. Earlier, to lower the Japanese soldiers' guard, she had half-heartedly entered Yamamoto's tent late at night. That night, she lost her most precious virtue. In that era, feudal traditions ran deep, and most women still adhered to traditional values. Born into a peasant family with little formal education, Xiao Furong was no exception. From childhood, she had been taught that chastity was paramount. Regardless of the reason, losing one's virginity was deemed immoral and unchaste. Even if she married later, she would likely be despised by her husband and ostracized by her family. She would be branded with shame for the rest of her life. Now, if trading her worthless life could save Su Mingyang's, she wouldn't hesitate for a moment. Gazing at Su Mingyang's back as he shielded her, Xiao Furong felt the warmth of being protected for the very first time. Her eyes flickered with resolve, and she made her decision. Without further hesitation, she turned and ran backward. Like most beasts, bears instinctively pursue fleeing prey. Seeing Xiao Furong turn and flee, it immediately gave chase. Su Mingyang, seeing this, stepped in front of the bear. All he could do now was buy time, hoping Xiao Furong could escape far enough. The bear, now blocked, shifted its attention to Su Mingyang. Grr! It roared furiously at Su Mingyang, its pupils filled with danger. Without a hint of fear, Su Mingyang met the bear's gaze. In the next instant, the bear thrust off with its hind legs and lunged at Su Mingyang. Su Mingyang was no match for the beast. Despite his desperate attempts to block the attack, he was sent flying by a single swipe of the bear's paw. Several bloody gashes appeared on his chest as he lay sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. The bear gave him no time to recover, charging once more with its paw raised high. But in the next instant, a fist-sized rock slammed down hard on its head. The bear glared at Xiao Furong, the ambusher, letting out another series of growls. Ignoring Su Mingyang, who was now incapacitated, the bear lunged at Xiao Furong. Xiao Furong spun to flee, only to trip on a tree root. Within mere breaths, the bear reached her, its massive paw raised high. A grim smile touched Xiao Furong's lips as she resignedly closed her eyes. The next second. Bang! A gunshot rang out behind Xiao Furong, startling birds from the forest. The bear clutched its head, rolling on the ground. A shotgun pellet had pierced its eyeball, blood spurting out and staining the earth red. Bang bang bang. Several more shots rang out in quick succession, adding more bullet holes to the bear's skull as blood spurted out as if it were free. Xiao Furong, closest to it, had her clothes splattered with crimson blood. Red blossoms suddenly appeared on her shirt. "Comrades, are you all right?" A rough voice sounded behind Xiao Furong. It was none other than Liu Dabao. Chapter 28, Old Master Su, don't leave. Seeing that Xiao Furong was merely startled and unharmed, Liu Dabao raised his rifle and fired several shots at the bear. The shot struck nearly the same spot each time, forcing the bullets through the bear's skull and into its brain. After the barrage, the bear lay still. Liu Dabao immediately checked Su Mingyang's injuries. Fortunately, when the bear lunged at Su Mingyang, Su had blocked it with all his strength. As a result, aside from some claw marks, he had no other injuries. Xiao Furong had also recovered. Without hesitation, she tore off her shirt and used the clean part to bandage Su Mingyang's wounds. When Su Mingyang saw the strawberry-shaped marks on Xiao Furong's chest, he finally understood why Yamamoto, a man so guarded, had fallen into the trap. He looked at Xiao Furong with sorrow, his eyes filled with regret. Xiao Furong lowered her head and saw the dense cluster of strawberry marks on her chest, her face filled with bitterness. They'd found out after all. Since Su Mingyang couldn't get up for the time being, and the mountain forest teemed with wild beasts, the scent of blood here could easily attract other predators. Therefore, Liu Dabao paid no attention to the bear. He hoisted Su Mingyang onto his back and headed deeper into the forest. Back in the village, Su Mingyang began packing his belongings. It was springtime, with a gentle breeze blowing. The clothes he had washed the night before had dried completely by this morning. Seeing Su Mingyang packing, Aunt Wang looked taken aback. "Old man, you're leaving already? Why not rest a few more days? You must be exhausted after going out this morning. The county officials said they'd bring people to visit you. If you leave now." Aunt Wang looked troubled. Earlier that morning, she had received word from the village chief that county officials would be visiting Old Master Su that afternoon. If Su Mingyang left now, she might well face the village chief's reproach. "Someone's coming to see me? It's unnecessary. I don't care for crowds. Tell the village chief to cancel it." Su Mingyang continued packing his belongings. He sensed his time was running out. Every moment saved was a moment gained. Seeing Su Mingyang determined to leave, Aunt Wang didn't try to stop him further. She jogged back to her room and dialed the village chief's number. "Village chief, Old Master Su isn't even staying for lunch, he wants to leave right now." On the other end of the line, village chief Chui was stunned. He had just seen Old Master Su back home and now the man wanted to leave? "Tell Old Master Su to wait a moment. I'll be right there." Chui had planned to return for lunch, but now he abandoned his meal and rushed straight to the guest house. On the way, he dialed the county office. "County Magistrate Li, Old Master Su wants to leave immediately. I might not be able to hold him back. Do you want to handle this?" A middle-aged woman's voice came through the line. "Hold Mr. Su over there. We're coming right now. No matter what, our county must express our gratitude to Mr. Su in person." Beep. The call ended abruptly. The woman addressed as County Magistrate Li grabbed her leather briefcase and rushed toward Tianshui Village. Paying respects to Su Mingyang was a proposal unanimously approved at their county meeting that morning. Such gestures had been a constant since she took office as county magistrate. Her purpose in doing so was to ensure everyone remembered where their present blessings truly came from. Thus, every year without fail, schools across the county organized activities to honor the fallen heroes. Cleaning the memorial park was one such activity. Village Chief Chui rushed into the guest house, and upon seeing Su Mingyang hadn't left yet, he breathed a heavy sigh of relief. "Mr. Su, why not stay for lunch before you go? Auntie Wang has already cooked everything. It would be such a waste if you didn't eat." Village Chief Chui gave Mrs. Wang a meaningful glance. Aunt Wang immediately understood. "That's right, Mr. Su. I've almost finished cooking. If you don't eat, it'll all go to waste." In truth, Auntie Wang hadn't cooked anything at all. Their guest house always served meals promptly at noon. It was barely 11 now, and she usually only started cooking at this hour. Seeing Aunt Wang and Village Chief Chui trying to guilt him into staying, Su Mingyang didn't show any displeasure. Instead, he smiled warmly. All right. Since you insist I stay, I'll have a meal before leaving." After saying this, Su Mingyang silently lamented his own soft-heartedness. He might be old, but he wasn't senile yet. When he had just returned, he had deliberately checked the kitchen. Aunt Wang hadn't even started cooking yet. How could there be any waste? Still, with such earnest invitations, it would be rude to refuse. About half an hour later, as dish after dish of hot food was brought to the table, Auntie Wang wiped the sweat from her forehead. 4 dishes and a soup in half an hour, it was a race against time. She'd never cooked so fast in her life. Everyone picked up their bowls and chopsticks, ready to dig in. Thump, thump, thump. The guesthouse door was pounded on. County Magistrate Li stood at the entrance, briefcase in hand, gasping for breath. The village roads in Tianshui Village were too narrow for cars to enter. She had driver Xiao Lu park at the village entrance and then raced toward the guesthouse, taking 3 steps at a time. The anxiety that had been weighing on her heart settled completely the moment she saw Su Mingyang. "Mr. Su, it's so good to finally see you." County Magistrate Li hurried forward, bending low to grasp Su Mingyang's hand, her posture submissive. "It is truly an honor to meet a veteran of the revolutionary era in person." Beside them, little Yaya wrinkled her little nose at the sight of County Magistrate Li's overbearing manner. Su Mingyang gently but firmly withdrew his hand. He surmised that Village Chief Chui's persistent efforts to retain him were most likely at County Magistrate Li's behest. "Not at all. County Magistrate Li, your ability to govern this county so effectively is something I deeply admire." A flicker of embarrassment crossed County Magistrate Li's face as his hand was pushed away. Auntie Wang, seeing this, stepped in to smooth things over. "At this hour, you must be hungry, County Magistrate Li. Why not sit down and grab a bite?" "Exactly. County Magistrate Li, please join us. It's the perfect chance to sample our guesthouse's cuisine." Village Chief Chui also stepped in to smooth things over. County Magistrate Li didn't refuse. Before sitting down, she found the guesthouse's QR code and paid 50 yuan. "You eat the meal. You pay the bill. We can't break the guesthouse rules." Su Mingyang looked at her with newfound respect for her willingness to pay. People grow more cunning with age, and he was no exception. From the moment he first saw County Magistrate Li, he knew she had come seeking something from him. But Su Mingyang couldn't fathom what exactly the man wanted from him. He was just an old man now, barely any savings to his name. Surely the other wasn't after him personally. Sure enough, throughout the meal that followed, County Magistrate Li hinted repeatedly that Su Mingyang should stay in the county for a few more days. But Su Mingyang firmly refused each time. He was merely here to see an old comrade home. The man's ambitions to build a revolutionary model county had nothing to do with him. Chapter 29, Lu Dubiao's background. To promote revolutionary spirit, having Xiao Yeye by his side was more than enough. The fact that the other party had disabled live streaming tips at the height of their popularity. Su Mingyang was thoroughly satisfied with this. Whatever the other person did next, as long as it wasn't peddling sentimentality, it was fine. In fact, he wouldn't even mind if Xiao Yeye took on some appropriate advertisements in her videos. After all, he couldn't expect her to pay for sentimentality her entire life. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Su Mingyang to stay, County Magistrate Li dropped the subject. The atmosphere at the dinner table grew awkward for a moment. Village Chief Chui ate with a worried frown, and Aunt Wang remained silent. After Xiao Yeye swallowed the last piece of meat, she wiped her mouth and looked at Su Mingyang. "Grandpa Su, I'm done eating. How about we head out now?" "Sure." Su Mingyang nodded, picked up his bag, and prepared to leave with Xiao Yeye. Seeing this, County Magistrate Li immediately stood up and followed them out. Though her goal hadn't been achieved. However, her visit to Tianshui Village was not solely to have Su Mingyang promote Huannan County. She also held deep respect for the revolutionary veterans. "Grandpa Su, why don't you and Xiao Yeye ride back with me? It's hard to hail a cab around Tianshui Village, so getting to the county seat would be quite a hassle for you." After a moment's thought, Su Mingyang nodded in agreement. "But let me make one thing clear: if we get to a place that's out of your way, you'd better drop us off. You can't use a government vehicle to give me a ride," Su Mingyang said sternly. "Of course. Hop in, Grandpa Su." Soon, the two arrived at the county seat. County Magistrate did not arrange any special privileges for Su Mingyang.
After all, as the head of the county, even in this brief encounter, County Magistrate had already grasped Su Mingyang's character. Stubborn, meticulous, the very embodiment of incorruptible integrity. After thanking County Magistrate Xiao Yeye hailed a ride-hailing car bound for the bus station. Grandpa Su, where should we go next? Inside the ride-hailing car, Xiao Yeye started her livestream, preparing to share their next destination with viewers.
Our next stop?
Su Mingyang touched the bloodstained badge on his chest.
For our next stop, let's head to Shangang Village. Xiao Yeye repeated the name of the place and glanced at the comments.
Less than 2 minutes into the broadcast, over 1,000 viewers had already flooded the livestream.
And the numbers were still skyrocketing exponentially. What's going on? Didn't Grandpa Su go to the Martyrs cemetery this morning? Why is he heading to another village this afternoon? Isn't this a bit too rushed? Could Grandpa Su's health handle it?
Streamer, you should tell Grandpa Su to rest in the county for a day.
His health comes first.
The chat flooded with messages, all urging Su Mingyang to take care of himself.
Xiao Yeye's eyes darkened slightly as she read the comments.
She wanted to urge Grandpa Su to rest, but he had to be willing to listen. In Xiao Yeye's eyes, Su Mingyang was nothing but a stubborn old man. If not for Village Chief Chui and Auntie Wine's earlier care, followed by their moral blackmail, Grandpa Su would have rushed off without even eating lunch. Even she, a young person, was now covered in sweat from the journey. Noticing Grandpa Su constantly stroking the badge, Xiao Yeye asked,
Grandpa Su, whose badge is this? It looks different from the badges of the previous elders, Gou Wazi and Xiao Shuanzi. Could you share this elder's story with our viewers? Hearing Xiao Yeye's words, Su Mingyang's lips curved into a faint smile.
His perspective had shifted. Before, he only wanted to bring these old comrades home. But now, he felt these old comrades shouldn't be buried in the tide of time. Their stories deserve to be shared with more people.
Pass on their spirit. Stories? His name was Lu Dabiao.
Lu Dabiao came from a family of hunters. His father was a hunter, his grandfather was a hunter, and even his great-grandfather was a hunter.
Generation after generation, they depended on the mountain's wildlife for sustenance.
His mother died during childbirth, leaving him to be raised solely by his father. From the moment he could remember, he was always by his father's side. He started out using a slingshot to hunt birds, and later, when he grew stronger, he began using the family's homemade rifle. Seemingly gifted with a natural affinity for firearms, Lu Dabiao ensured the household never lacked game from the moment he first held a rifle. A year before meeting Su Mingyang, Lu Dabiao's father was targeted by a Japanese soldier while trading game for supplies down the mountain. The Japanese soldier not only stole all his father's supplies but also shot both of his legs. It was the dead of winter. Unable to crawl back up the mountain, Lu Dabiao's father froze unconscious by the roadside. When Lu Dabiao found his father, he was barely clinging to life.
Dabiao, those Japanese bastards are too cruel. They stole our winter grain. Father may not make it.
Dabiao, you have a natural talent with guns.
If you encounter our troops, seize the opportunity. Our Lu family has been an only son lineage for generations.
You must marry early and carry on the Lu name.
Dabiao, I'm sorry, son. Blinding snow swirled through the air, settling softly on his father's face. Lu Dabiao roared to the heavens.
After burying his father, Lu Dabiao remained hidden in the mountains. During this time, he ventured down the mountains several times. Since many nearby villages and towns had been occupied by the Japanese devils, he never encountered any troops. However, every time he descended the mountain, Lu Dabiao would bring along his modified homemade rifle. Though it couldn't serve as a sniper rifle, it still had an effective range of about 100 meters. Relying on his natural talent for marksmanship, he repeatedly ambushed and assassinated Japanese officers from elevated positions. The villages back then didn't have the fortified walls seen in TV dramas. They were mostly open and accessible, allowing free entry and exit. Thus, after each assassination, it was nearly impossible for the Japanese to capture Lu Dabiao. On several occasions, he narrowly escaped capture after eliminating officers. Yet, thanks to his intimate knowledge of the village terrain and the villagers' protection, Lu Dabiao always narrowly evaded capture. This game played on the edge of a knife not only failed to frighten him but instead stirred up a surging wave of excitement within him. After eliminating each Japanese officer, Lu Dabiao would keep the spent shell casing. It seemed to him like a medal of victory. Gradually, however, the Japanese grew wary of this mysterious killer. To avoid further assassination attempts, Japanese officers largely confined themselves indoors. Unless absolutely necessary, they stayed put in their barracks. This situation actually benefited the villagers who couldn't leave. Without the Japanese officers constantly raiding homes, though they had little grain to eat, they at least avoided starvation. Thus, a peculiar equilibrium was maintained in the surrounding villages. However, this equilibrium was shattered upon the arrival of the Huagua army. Chapter 30, Time to Take the Fall. After the Huagua army arrived, they continuously launched surprise attacks on Japanese-held towns and villages with weaker defenses. The Japanese forces could only react defensively each time.
Whenever they attempted to assemble larger forces, the Chinese troops would vanish into the mountains and forests, leaving the Japanese forces utterly frustrated. But the Japanese weren't pushovers. They couldn't tolerate this situation continuing indefinitely. So they gathered all the Japanese troops stationed in the townships and set up an elaborate trap to encircle the Huagua forces. As the conflict intensified, the Japanese became paranoid, leaving Liu Dabiao no opportunity to assassinate them. He hid in these mountains, waiting for the Huagua army to arrive. But after waiting for months, Liu Dabiao not only failed to see the Chinese army arrive, but instead encountered Su Mingyang and Xiao Furong, who had come to hide. This was Liu Dabiao's situation when I first encountered him. Su Mingyang gazed out the window. The distant, endless mountain ranges were precisely where they had once hidden. The ride-hailing driver listened to Su Mingyang's story with rapt attention, slowing the car considerably. After Su Mingyang finished his tale, the car gradually picked up speed again. In the livestream chat, viewers learned about Liu Dabiao's background as comments flooded the screen. Another new martyr unlocked. Who knew each badge Grandpa Su wore held a martyr story? But speaking of which, how did Grandpa Su and Medic Xiao manage to escape after being trapped on the mountain? Seeing the comments, Xiao Yaya felt a pang of curiosity. She glanced at Su Mingyang, hesitating for a moment before deciding against asking. Their schedule was simply too grueling, and she feared Grandpa Su's body couldn't handle it. Meanwhile, at the Kyoto villa, the elderly man was watching the livestream. When he heard Su Mingyang utter the name Liu Dabiao, he froze in his tracks. Liu Dabiao? Liu Dabiao. Memories surged through his mind. Though somewhat hazy, he could still recall. Across from him, his granddaughter Huanan, sipping her afternoon tea, looked at her grandfather with confusion. Grandpa, what's wrong? Why are you staring at that livestream like you're in a daze? Huanan was off work today, so she had plenty of time to spend with her grandfather. Her grandmother had passed away early, and fearing her grandfather might feel lonely, she made it a point to visit whenever she could. The old man cleared his throat twice, trying to hide his embarrassment. He realized he'd overreacted. Nothing. Just reminded me of an old colleague also named Liu Dabiao. Probably just a coincidence. The old man offered an explanation. He sensed that the Liu Dabiao mentioned by Su Mingyang probably wasn't the one he knew, likely just a coincidence of names. After all, the Liu Dabiao he knew was a legendary sniper whose name echoed throughout the entire military. On the battlefield, he had sniped countless high-ranking Japanese officers, repeatedly achieving extraordinary feats. Within the Huagua military, he was nothing short of a legendary figure. Unfortunately, he died young during a certain battle. The Japanese, desperate to eliminate him, deployed an entire squadron of bombers to conduct a carpet bombing of the mountainous forest where he might be hiding. It was only after this relentless bombardment that he vanished from sight. Yet his presence was still reported in subsequent sniper operations against Japanese forces, leading many to speculate he had not perished. His disappearance was merely a ruse to throw others off his trail. The Japanese forces believed this too. Thus, in major battles, Japanese officers never wore conspicuous sergeant uniforms. Instead, they hid in corners, issuing orders from the shadows. This often resulted in intelligence failing to reach other Japanese forces in time, significantly easing the pressure on the front lines. Fine. Huanan pursed her lips. Ever since Grandpa watched Grandpa Su's livestream, she felt like he'd become jumpy and easily startled. He used to be this steady old man who wouldn't bat an eye even if a mountain collapsed before him. How did he turn into this? Electronic gadgets really are the root of all evil. In the ride-hailing car, Xiao Yaya noticed Su Mingyang had no intention of continuing. Hey, viewers! Grandpa Su and I need to head to Shangguan Village, so we're wrapping up the livestream here. We'll go live again later once we arrive at Shangguan Village. Don't leave, host. Let us hear more of Grandpa Su's stories. Xiao Yaya, you sneaky girl. You're trying to keep Grandpa Su's stories all to yourself, aren't you? Charge us if you must. Don't end the stream. The chat was flooded with pleas to stay. Xiao Yaya chose to ignore them completely. Grandpa Su needed rest now, and she didn't want the live stream to cause any health issues for him. She decisively ended the stream and began editing the video. She'd made up her mind last night. Since Grandpa Su's live content could be woven together, she might as well create a compilation video. That way, viewers who missed the earlier streams could quickly catch up after watching the compilation. Meanwhile, thanks to netizens recommending The Elite Troops, this decade-old TV series was rediscovered. As more viewers tuned in, numerous video platforms sensed a business opportunity and began negotiating licensing fees. In the executive meeting room of Fruit Video, a pot-bellied, balding middle-aged man sat in the main seat. He was the general manager of Fruit Video. Wang Defu, can you tell me why we're always slower than other video companies? Why did Kiwi Fruit Video secure the rights before we even initiated negotiations? I need your operations department to provide a reasonable explanation. Manager Wang's face was etched with frustration, momentarily unable to find a justification. He couldn't very well admit that he'd known about this all along. The real reason he hadn't pursued the copyright negotiations was that he fundamentally looked down on the show.
Stealing a glance at the general manager, Wang's heart sank. Given the general manager's face, dark as storm clouds, if he couldn't provide a reasonable explanation, his future promotions were uncertain, and whether he could even keep his position as supervisor was another matter entirely. His eyes filled with conflict, but in the end, Manager Wang sighed. Xiao Huang was his relative and someone he had personally recruited. At this moment, he was probably the only one who could take the fall for him. Manager Wang looked at the general manager. Manager Lai, I actually spotted the opportunity with ace troops quite some time ago, but my subordinates dismissed it. You know, I've always trusted the professionals. When I later asked them to follow up on it, they just dropped the ball. So by the time I realized it, it was already too late. This is entirely my fault. Manager Wang silently apologized to Xiao Huang in his heart, shifting all the blame onto him. As long as he could weather the storm, he would certainly apologize to him later.
Chapter 31, The Unusual Xiangyang Village.
The middle-aged man glanced at Supervisor Wang, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. As the general manager of Fruit Video, he instantly saw through Wang's attempt to shift blame. However, as the general manager, he considered that the company's future development still needed Wang's contributions. He decided to let it slide with a wave of his hand. Fine. Since it was your subordinate's incompetence, I won't hold you accountable for this matter. As for the employee who made the mistake, go back to the operations department right now and fire her immediately. Our company has no use for incompetent employees like that. Hearing the general manager's words, Wang Difu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Shortly after, Xiao Huang received notification from HR. The moment she received the notice, Xiao Huang felt utterly devastated. She stormed into Wang Difu's office. Uncle, is this how you betray your own niece? I told you this would happen ages ago. You didn't lift a finger, and now you're blaming me? I'm going home and telling my mom about this. Hearing Xiao Huang threaten to tell her sister, the pressure from their blood ties instantly made Wang Difu break out in a cold sweat. Oh dear. Little Huang. Don't go blabbing about this. Uncle won't let you take the fall for me for nothing. I'll compensate you with half a year's salary. How does that sound? Manager Wang gritted his teeth, swallowing the pain. Half a year? Xiao Huang scoffed coldly. At least a year. Otherwise, you'll be in for a severe beating from my mom. Fine, 1 year it is. The next day, news of Xiao Huang getting fired for stepping out of the company with her left foot first spread like wildfire throughout Fruit Video headquarters. From then on, many employees deliberately paused before stepping out of the office, making sure to step out with their right foot first. Back to Su Mingyang, who was now sitting in a ride-hailing car.
The driver's smooth driving soon lulled Su Mingyang into a deep sleep.
When he opened his eyes again, the ride-hailing car was slowly pulling up at the entrance of Xiangyang Village.
Grandpa Su, we're here. Would you like to rest a bit before getting out? Xiao Yaya had just finished editing the video and asked with concern.
Su Mingyang felt the tingling sensation in his legs for a moment, but it wasn't particularly painful. He waved his hand dismissively. No need. Let's get out first.
Standing before Xiangyang Village, Xiao Yaya started the livestream without hesitation. This was Su Mingyang's first visit to Xiangyang Village.
Previously, he'd only heard about it from Lu Debao. At the entrance to Xiangyang Village, a young man in his 20s gazed into the distance. He saw an elderly man with a hunched posture, Grandpa Gao, and a young, beautiful woman stepping out of the ride-hailing car. A smile immediately spread across his face as he walked toward them.
Grandpa Su, Miss Xiao Yaya, you finally arrived.
I received word from County Magistrate Li that you're here to bring our martyred forebears home to our village, so I've been waiting here for you since early this morning.
Hearing this, Su Mingyang couldn't help but frown. County Magistrate Li again?
Su Mingyang didn't care for this kind of special treatment.
He spoke indifferently. There's no need for this. I'm just old, not crippled.
Hearing Su Mingyang's words, the bespectacled man's smile froze on his face.
Earlier that afternoon, County Magistrate Li had notified him that an elderly revolutionary veteran would be visiting the village. He was instructed to ensure proper hospitality.
So he'd waited at the village entrance all afternoon. But the moment the man stepped out of the car, he gave him nothing but a cold shoulder.
The bespectacled man felt he'd wasted his efforts. Little Yeye also sensed Grandpa Su's displeasure.
She shot the bespectacled man a sidelong glance and pulled him aside.
Grandpa Su came straight from the battlefield. He hates special treatment more than anything.
So I think it's best if you don't ask for special treatment either.
Hearing Xiao Yeye's words, the bespectacled man fell deep in thought. Truthfully, he disliked this kind of formalism too, but since County Magistrate Li had ordered it, he couldn't very well refuse. Still, since the old man clearly disapproved, there was no point in persisting. Thanks, I understand. The bespectacled man shot Xiao Yeye a grateful glance.
His name was Wei Fan. After graduating from university, he had returned to the village and started working as a village official.
His classmates found his choice utterly baffling.
In their eyes, being a village official was nothing more than a dead-end job. He had to stay in the village day in and day out, busy with all sorts of trivial matters, unable to put his talents to use at all.
Not to mention buying a house or getting married.
After becoming a village official, just saving for a down payment on a house would take years, even if he didn't eat or drink.
Let alone marrying and starting a family. What woman would be willing to spend her whole life stuck in a village?
Yet he resolutely chose to stay in the village. He wanted to bring prosperity to the place that raised him, ensuring villagers wouldn't be left behind by the tide of the new era. So instead of joining his classmates at a big factory, he chose to stay and guard the village.
Grandpa Su, the village guest house is just ahead. Please follow me. Wei Fan knew Su Mingyang disliked formalities, so he kept the pleasantries brief. After that, he fell silent and led the way ahead. Following behind Wei Fan, Xiao Yeye's livestream camera captured the village scenery. Many viewers in the livestream noticed that Shangang Village differed from Tianshui Village. Trendy gadgets were everywhere, presenting the image of a modernized rural community. Even in areas the camera casually swept over, live streaming sales could be glimpsed. Wow! This is exactly what I imagined a new rural village to be. The farmers have learned to sell products online, and the village roads aren't as crowded as in Tianshui Village. That guy earlier must be a college graduate village official. Rural areas need more fresh blood like that. With life moving so fast these days, few college grads can endure the solitude. Plus, village officials' salaries are low. Why would anyone want to return to the countryside? Look, what are those villagers doing? The livestream showed several women in their 50s or 60s dancing by the village road. Across from them, a phone was positioned, seemingly recording the scene. Xiao Yeye watched the scene with equal curiosity. She walked over holding the live streaming equipment, but the women didn't notice her, continuing their mysterious dance. Suddenly, the woman at the front lit up with delight. Thanks to Iron Jew for sending the big plane. Boss is so generous. Inside the livestream, many viewers burst into laughter upon seeing this. Ha ha ha. Holy cow, these ladies are so trendy they're even live streaming. Smartphones are everywhere now. After finishing farm work, these ladies dance to lift their spirits and earn a little extra cash on the side. What's wrong with that? Compared to the dullness of Tianshui Village, I prefer Shangang Village. Startled by the unexpected words from the aunties, Xiao Yeye burst into laughter too. She looked at Su Mingyang. Grandpa Su, look. Every household in our villages has internet now. After farm work, we have extra entertainment options. Everything is getting better, everything is progressing. Chapter 32, Need to add money. That's really great. Su Mingyang praised sincerely. Hearing this, Wei Fan's eyes flickered beneath his glasses. He had stationed himself in the village precisely to improve the villagers' lives. Road widening, live-streamed product sales, live-streamed square dancing. He poured his entire heart into the village's development and the villagers' lives. He only wanted the village that had given him life and raised him to thrive. The guest house came into view. Wei Fan pushed open the guest house door, and the aroma of food wafted out. Grandpa Su, I'll show you to your rooms. Wei Fan gestured ahead to lead the way. The guest house in Shangang Village wasn't as tidy as the one in Tianshui Village. Chickens, ducks, and geese roamed freely everywhere. In the corner of the courtyard, the faint sound of pigs grunting could be heard. There are so many little animals here. Little Yeye perked up at the sight. She wandered around the guest house with her live streaming camera, finally stopping in front of the pigsty and covering her nose. Yuck! It stinks. But it's really fascinating. This is my first time seeing a live pig. In the livestream chat, viewers' comments started flooding in. So cute little piggy. Streamer, open the tip channel, I'm buying half a side. Gotta say, the guest house in Shangang Village feels so authentically rustic. Instantly transports you to the countryside. Comparing the ghost houses in both villages, Tianshui Villages feels more businesslike, while Shangang Villages is exactly how I remember ghost houses should be. Su Mingyang glanced over, wrinkling his nose at the pigsty's stench while eyeing Xiao Yeye, who was itching to pet the piglets. A gentle smile spread across his face. Though he hadn't known little Yeye long, the perpetually lonely Su Mingyang already regarded her as his own granddaughter. Yeye, stop looking at the pigs, it's dirty. Let's check out the room first. Okay. Hearing Grandpa Su calling her, Xiao Yeye responded and trotted over. The two chose a room and began settling in. Unlike Tianshui Village, the guest house in Shangang Village also included meals, but it cost 100 yuan per night. Su Mingyang was quite satisfied with this price. Back in Tianshui Village, he had already felt that the price there was a bit low. Just a bowl of mutton soup from their first meal would cost more than 50 yuan elsewhere, let alone the rest. Charging 50 yuan a day for meals meant the guest house in Tianshui Village couldn't possibly cover its costs. Not that he thought it was bad. Perhaps Shangang Village was closer to what he imagined a guest house should be. They didn't overcharge, but they didn't lose money either. In comparison, Su Mingyang found Shangang Village's approach more commendable. Instead of squandering the taxes paid by farmers and government subsidies, they were putting their resources to practical use. As he pondered this, Su Mingyang found himself holding Wei Fan in even higher regard. He couldn't help but feel a quiet admiration for this village official who worked so diligently for the villagers. Grandpa Su, you two stay here. I've got some business to attend to, so I won't be joining you," Wei Fan said, then turned and left the guest house. Before long, the sky gradually darkened. The guest house opened. The meal remained 4 dishes and a soup, though it was considerably simpler than what they had in Tianshui Village. 4 dishes, 1 meat, 1 vegetable, and 2 mixed meat-vegetable dishes. The soup was the familiar seaweed and egg drop soup. Based on current prices, eating this meal out would cost around 100 yuan for 2 people. Add in breakfast, lunch, and miscellaneous utilities. It all came to exactly 100 yuan. How's the taste? The guesthouse chef looked at the two of them, his face beaming with a smile. After Su Mingyang and Xiao Yeye nodded in approval, he picked up his backpack and prepared to leave. As long as it's edible, I'm off work now. Remember to put any leftovers in the fridge. Just toss the bowls in the sink, wash them or not, it's up to you. Tomorrow's breakfast is steamed buns. I'll bring them when I come to work. If you want anything else, just let me know ahead of time, though it'll cost extra. The chef said a few more words, saw the two had no special requests, and left the guesthouse. Watching the chef's departing figure, Su Mingyang smiled. What a character this little fat guy is. After finishing their meal, the two cleared the table as instructed by the chef. When Xiao Yeye saw Su Mingyang about to wash the dishes, she immediately put down the phone she was using for her livestream. "Grandpa Su, let me do it." Seeing this, Su Mingyang didn't leave. He had just realized that Xiao Yeye hadn't truly intended to wash the dishes, she only offered because he was about to do it himself. Rather than have her accommodate him, he decided to take the initiative. "Yeah, Grandpa Su can still wash dishes. Your phone is still streaming. Let me do it." "No way." Xiao Yeye slipped on gloves without hesitation, her eyes darting around. "Grandpa Su, how about this? I'll wash the dishes, and you can stream for me? Wouldn't that count as you helping me with my work?" Little Yeye's eyes lit up. Su Mingyang wasn't one to fuss over such things. He nodded and picked up his phone. "Alright, old man, I'll live stream for you." With that, Su Mingyang pointed the phone camera at himself and sat down on a chair. The moment Su Mingyang appeared on the live stream, the chat exploded with excitement. "Grandpa Su actually knows how to live stream? That's amazing. I've taught my grandpa how to use his phone so many times, but he just doesn't get it. My elders are the same. Every generation has its own generation gap. Grandpa Su may be old, but he's still so handsome." Seeing the comments, Su Mingyang smiled and greeted the viewers in the livestream. Then he started scrolling through the comments. Someone asked, "Grandpa Su, you actually know how to read these comments?" "Of course I do. This old man knows a thing or two about electronics. If you have any questions, viewers, just type them in the chat. I'll answer everything I see." Upon hearing Su Mingyang's words, the chat exploded once more. Dense streams of comments scattered like snowflakes. "Grandpa Su, are you the sniper from the TV series Ace Soldier? His story feels so similar to yours." "Yeah, Grandpa Su. They say that Sniper became famous later on. Was there a real person like that?" Seeing these two comments, Su Mingyang withdrew his gaze. He began to respond. "I just saw some viewers asking if I was the real-life inspiration for the sniper in Ace Troops. First off, I haven't watched Ace Troops, I'm getting old, and watching TV for too long hurts my eyes. Second, I never served as a sniper. My marksmanship has always been mediocre, I could only hit those little devils at close range. So, the sniper you're referring to definitely isn't me." Su Mingyang cleared up the netizens' confusion and continued. "But if you're talking about the legendary snipers of the Huagua army back in the day, I actually know one." Chapter 33, The Japanese Encirclement. Su Mingyang touched the bloodstained badge on his chest. "That ace sniper is none other than Lu Dabiao, whom I mentioned earlier." Upon hearing Su Mingyang's answer, the regular viewers in the livestream instantly understood who he was referring to. Meanwhile, some viewers who had been drawn in by the video were completely baffled. Who is Lu Dabiao? Never heard of him? Honestly, that name doesn't exactly scream sniper to me. Seeing these questions, some longtime viewers answered with a hint of pride. "You guys don't know the late Lu? What are you even watching the live stream for? Go back and catch up on the videos the streamer posted." Meanwhile, inside the villa of the capital military district, the elderly man was also watching the live stream. When he heard Su Mingyang say Lu Dabiao was a sniper, he froze in shock. Who would have thought that Senior Su was actually referring to the ace sniper Lu Dabiao? Good heavens! The old man felt he understood Su Mingyang even less now. The man actually knew Lu Dabiao personally, and they were even sworn brothers. At first, he'd merely assumed Su Mingyang was someone from a special military unit. But now it seemed he was far more than that. If only I could meet the old master in person and have a chat with him. A flicker of longing crossed the old man's eyes. Ever since retiring to the military compound, the old man had found life growing dull. When people are bored, they inevitably reminisce about the past, and the old man was no exception. He recalled how, when his son was young, he had insisted the boy must enlist in the military to serve the nation once he grew up. From a young age, he had raised his son as if he were a soldier under his command. When the boy enlisted, he resolutely assigned him to a border defense post. As a result, they could only meet every 3 or 5 years. A look of melancholy suddenly crossed the old man's face. Did he regret it? Not at all. It was merely a sense of loss. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety have been impossible to fulfill simultaneously. Who would have thought he'd only grasp this truth in his twilight years? Meanwhile, in the livestream chat, Su Mingyang glanced at the comments again. Grandpa Su, could you tell us about Senior Lu's later deeds? His later deeds. Su Mingyang's thoughts drifted back to the days he spent with Xiao Furong and Lu Dabiao. After Lu Dabiao rescued him, he first carried Su Mingyang back to the small cabin in the woods. He applied some earthen medicine to Su Mingyang's wounds before leaving the cabin with his machete. By the time he returned that evening, he had stripped the bear of all its valuable parts. He also brought back the edible parts. As dusk deepened, the mountain air remained chilly even in spring. While cooking by the stove inside the cabin, Lu Dabiao began questioning the two men. Are you two comrades of the Revolutionary Army? Hearing this, Su Mingyang and Xiao Furong exchanged a glance. Xiao Furong answered, yes. Lu Dabiao's eyes instantly lit up with excitement. Are you comrades of the Revolutionary Army? Where's the main force? I want to join too. Was that commotion down in the valley the other day caused by you guys? Did you get separated from the main force when you came up the mountain this time? Or did you? A barrage of questions hit Su Mingyang, who twisted his mouth into a pained expression. Xiao Furong, however, patiently began to explain. We don't know where the main force went either. The commotion down the mountain the day before yesterday was indeed caused by us. As for you wanting to enlist, you'll likely have to wait until we find the main force. Hopefully they can break out of the encirclement. Xiao Furong then laid out the entire reason they had come to the mountain, holding nothing back from Lu Dabiao. If he had any ill intentions toward them, he wouldn't have waited until now to act. He could have easily reaped the benefits when the bear attacked the two of them. So you three killed all those Japanese soldiers? That's 1-to-many ratio. That's incredible. Lu Dabiao couldn't help but praise the pair. He felt his previous method of assassinating Japanese soldiers one by one was utterly weak compared to the exhilarating feeling of Su Mingyang and his men mowing down hundreds of enemy soldiers in one fell swoop. But, where are we supposed to find the main force? Lu Dabiao hesitated. Xiao Furong fell silent instantly. She had no idea where to find the main force either. And Su Mingyang was even more clueless. So the three of them just stared at each other, the atmosphere suddenly falling silent. Having gone too long without seeing anyone, Lu Dabiao started chattering away. Never mind if you don't know. Since we're here, we might as well make ourselves at home. You can rest in my cabin for a few days. Once the little devil's garrison leaves this area, we'll have a chance to slip out. By the time he finished speaking, the meat in the pot was cooked. After eating, the three lay down on the heated bed, each finding a spot to sleep. They'd spent the entire previous night sleeping in the trees, with bears lurking below. Neither Su Mingyang nor Xiao Furong had slept well. Thus, that night, both fell asleep quickly. Just as Su Mingyang drifted into a drowsy slumber, Lu Dabiao shook him awake. Comrade! Comrade! Wake up! It seems the Japanese are searching the mountains for us. When I got up to relieve myself earlier, I saw lights down the mountain. Probably those little devils heard gunfire from the mountains during the day and think the main revolutionary army is hiding up here. They've sent men to search the mountains. Hearing Lu Dabiao's words, Su Mingyang's drowsy mind instantly cleared. The Japanese were coming up the mountain to find them? Su Mingyang scrambled off the bed, but the sudden movement tugged at his wounds, making him wince in pain. Yet the pain didn't bring him down. He slipped on his shoes and stepped outside the wooden hut to look down the mountain. He saw numerous flashlight beams scanning the dense forest. Back inside, Xiao Furong had also woken up. Su Mingyang nodded. Without further ado, the group gathered food, machetes, and homemade rifles before following Lu Dabiao as they wound their way through the mountains. It must be said that Lu Dabiao knew this mountain like the back of his hand. Leading the way, he soon guided the trio into a cave. The cave hung precariously on a sheer cliff face, hidden from view yet impossible to approach directly. Without ropes, they would have been unable to enter had Lu Dabiao not discovered an entrance hidden within the dense undergrowth along the mountainside. The group spent the night in the cave. They endured 2 days in the cave, eating the dried meat they had brought when hungry and drinking the water pooled inside when thirsty. Only after the dried meat was completely gone did the Japanese search party finally withdraw from the mountain. However, the Japanese soldiers discovered the small hut where Lu Dabiao had previously lived on the mountain. The Japanese forces did not withdraw entirely. Instead, a detachment of several dozen soldiers remained on the mountain to continue their search. After all, someone who could use firearms and had fled the mountain when they came looking was highly suspicious. As the main Japanese force departed, the three men, now out of ammunition and provisions, observed this from their cave. The trio began to feel restless. Chapter 34, taking them down one by one. Brother Mingyang, Brother Dabiao, should we try it? Xiao Furong's voice carried a hint of hesitation. Hell yeah. We can't just starve to death in this cave. We're not too hungry yet and can still fight. Give it another couple of days and forget about fighting the Japanese, we won't even be able to walk. After days of starvation, Lu Dubiao's innate ferocity had been ignited. He already harbored a blood feud with these Japanese devils. Given this chance to hunt them down without restraint, he wouldn't pass it up. Su Mingyang frowned, deep in thought. After several days together, he had clearly become the leader among the three. The more critical the situation, the more he needed to think calmly as their leader. Any decision he made now could push all three of them into an abyss of no return. The little devils have cornered us this far. Since they don't want us alive, let's fight. Kill one and you break even, kill two and you're making a killing. Su Mingyang ultimately agreed that Lu Dubiao had a point. If they went to pick off the Japanese one by one now, they still had a chance to escape the mountains. Otherwise, if they waited for the Japanese to withdraw, they might well starve to death. Get ready. We'll take out the closest ones first. Dubiao, stay back. If my first shot misses, don't hesitate, just shoot. Furong, you collect the bodies. After I finish them off, you hide the corpses. Su Mingyang laid out the plan for the two. Although Lu Dubiao's close quarters combat skills far surpassed his own, having an extra person in ambush made detection more likely. His own marksmanship was mediocre, he couldn't even guarantee a headshot within 20 meters. Therefore, Lu Dubiao could only be used as a last resort. After discussing it, the three agreed this was their only option and wasted no time. First, they observed the Japanese soldier's movements from inside the cave. Spotting a lone Japanese soldier, the trio crept toward him. Su Mingyang crouched in the bushes, his body covered in fresh leaves. Lying flat on the ground with only his eyes visible, he waited for the Japanese soldier to approach. Lu Dubiao crouched atop a tree, rifle raised. While surveying the surroundings, his muzzle was aimed squarely at the Japanese soldier's head. Xiao Furong wasn't slacking either. Clutching a tattered burlap sack, she waited to dispose of the corpse once Su Mingyang had finished off the Japanese soldier. Rustle, rustle, rustle. As the Japanese soldier's footsteps drew nearer, Su Mingyang's heart pounded relentlessly beneath the earth. Since arriving in this world, this was his first close-quarters battle with the Japanese. To say he wasn't nervous would be a lie. Up in the tree, Lu Dubiao held his breath as the Japanese soldier drew nearer. It was his habit when taking aim. After all, breathing caused the body to rise and fall, which could affect the accuracy of his shot. Just as the Japanese soldier passed right in front of Su Mingyang, he suddenly burst forth from the pile of green leaves. His entire body leapt high like a starving tiger pouncing on its prey. The dagger in his hand plunged straight toward the Japanese soldier's throat. The Japanese soldier froze for only a split second before the blade pierced his throat. In an instant, the Japanese soldier clutched his throat and collapsed straight to the ground. Bright red blood spattered everywhere, splashing all over Su Mingyang's face and body. Wiping away the blood, he pulled the dagger from the Japanese soldier's neck without hesitation. Swiftly, he pressed mud over the wound, which hissed as blood seeped out. This was to prevent further blood from splattering outward. For the scent of blood would not only attract wild beasts but also alert the other Japanese soldiers. A faint trace of blood might be tolerable, but if the scent wafted everywhere, these Japanese soldiers would surely become alert. Medic Xiao, come quickly. Su Mingyang stood up, waved toward Xiao Furong's position, and called out softly. Xiao Furong jogged over, carrying a burlap sack. The two of them worked together to stuff the Japanese soldier's body into the sack. As for the Japanese soldiers' weapons and ammunition, they collected them all. Food and water were shared among the three. After 2 days of starvation, the replenishment finally revived them. All three perked up, their voices no longer as weak and listless as before. Having tasted success, they carried the body back to the cave for burial. Su Mingyang felt the urge to strike again. He felt no exhaustion or disgust from killing for the first time, only intense excitement. In his eyes, the Japanese soldiers were no different from beasts, in fact, they were worse than beasts. Following the same pattern, the trio hunted down 6 isolated Japanese soldiers in just one afternoon. The rest always traveled in packs. That night, determined to locate the Japanese garrison and find an opportunity to wipe them out completely, the trio did not return to the cave to rest. Though the Japanese had not detected their daytime movements. But once night fell and the Japanese soldiers conducted their nightly headcount, they would inevitably notice something was amiss. They had to act before the enemy's vigilance peaked. Fortunately, while confiscating enemy equipment earlier that day, Su Mingyang had found 5 hand grenades. If detonated individually, these grenades wouldn't be enough to kill all the Japanese soldiers at best, they could only eliminate a portion of them. But if they were bundled together and thrown, the explosive force would increase exponentially. Moreover, some of the Japanese soldiers carried 1 or 2 grenades each. Once detonated, the grenades on their persons would also explode. Thus, with just 5 grenades, there was a strong chance of annihilating the entire Japanese force. The 3 men crouched around the enemy camp, waiting for their chance. The sky grew increasingly overcast as the Japanese soldiers gradually returned to camp. They grumbled under their breath, clearly dissatisfied with the task of searching the mountains. Soon, nearly all the Japanese soldiers had returned to camp.
They sat scattered in small groups, chatting and laughing, creating a lively atmosphere.
Seeing this, Lu Dabiao wanted to make his move.
But Su Mingyang stopped him. Su Mingyang leaned close to his ear and whispered, barely audibly, Dabiao, wait a little longer.
Lu Dabiao's eyes filled with confusion. Aren't they all at the camp now? If we don't act soon, what if they notice the missing men and become wary? Then it'll be even harder to wipe out these devils in one fell swoop. Su Mingyang patiently explained to Lu Dabiao.
We want them to notice the missing man.
What do you think will happen when they do? What then?
Lu Dabiao remained baffled. In terms of marksmanship and swordsmanship, he belonged to the elite ranks.
But when it came to anticipating how events would unfold, Lu Dabiao clearly couldn't keep up with Su Mingyang's thinking. When they realize someone's missing, they'll inevitably gather to take roll call. That's when we strike. Lu Dabiao nodded in agreement upon hearing Su Mingyang's explanation.
An educated man really is different. Lu Dabiao silently marveled to himself.
Sure enough, no sooner had Su Mingyang finished explaining than cries erupted from within the Japanese ranks.
Clearly, some of them had noticed their comrades were missing.
Chapter 35, Sink or Swim, Tonight. Why by Babu, Guala Guala. After a chorus of wails and howls, the scattered Japanese troops gradually regrouped.
Seeing this, Lu Dabiao gave Su Mingyang a thumbs up, while Xiao Shuanzi's face flushed crimson. Their hearts pounded wildly as they finally witnessed this moment.
Su Mingyang patted Lu Dabiao on the shoulder. Dabiao, now it's all up to your marksmanship. With that, Su Mingyang pulled out a bundle of grenades tied together. Lu Dabiao held his breath. 3, 2, 1. Boom!
Su Mingyang hurled the grenades with all his might toward the Japanese soldiers, sending them soaring through the night sky in a perfect arc.
The next second, Lu Dabiao fired. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and time seemed to freeze in that instant.
Then, sparks erupted brilliantly before the three men's eyes.
Boom! Su Mingyang instinctively pushed Lu Dabiao and Xiao Shuanzi's heads down. After the deafening blast, a series of explosions followed. When they lifted their heads again, the once neatly arranged Japanese soldiers had neatly joined their dog emperor in the afterlife. Since the three were not far from the explosion site, some shrapnel still flew out. Fortunately, they had ducked low enough that only a few shards grazed their skin, causing no serious injury. Lu Dabiao stared blankly at the flames shooting skyward as dozens of Japanese soldiers were wiped out in one fell swoop. His eyes grew moist.
Revenge had been served. Without hesitation, Su Mingyang sprang to his feet and charged into the flames, shooting any Japanese soldier still moving. They had to clear the battlefield as quickly as possible. The massive explosions on the mountain and the towering flames would inevitably draw the attention of the Japanese forces surrounding the area. They had to withdraw immediately. His gaze swept over the corpses of the Japanese soldiers. Aside from those blown to pieces by the explosion, any Japanese soldier who appeared to be alive, whether moving or not, received a bullet to the head from Su Mingyang. However, just as he was enthusiastically finishing them off, behind him, a Japanese soldier clinging to life slowly raised the pistol strapped to his waist, aimed it at Su Mingyang, and slid his finger toward the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The Japanese soldier, poised to pull the trigger, was shot in the head by Lu Dabiao, who had regained his senses. Su Mingyang shot him a grateful glance, his movements accelerating slightly. 2 minutes later, the battlefield was cleared. Xiao Shuanzi retrieved 3 of the best quality Japanese backpacks, one for each of them. Each was packed with food, ammunition, and other useful supplies. Without hesitation, the group shouldered their bulging packs and, led by Lu Dabiao, sprinted toward the other side of the mountain. Having gone without rest for a full day, the trio felt weary. Yet the faint curses echoing behind them kept their nerves on edge. After running along the mountain path for an unknown duration, they finally found a temporary resting spot as the sky began to lighten with the first hint of dawn. Fighting off drowsiness, Su Mingyang climbed the tallest tree. Xiao Shuanzi and Lu Dabiao found a large rock, spread a layer of soft leaves over it, and collapsed to sleep. They agreed to take 3-hour shifts, ensuring each could sleep for 6 hours. Su Mingyang took the first watch, Xiao Shuanzi the second, and Lu Dabiao the third. However, after 3 hours, Su Mingyang did not come down from the tree to relieve Xiao Shuanzi. Instead, he stayed on watch for another 3 hours. Only when he himself began to doze off did he wake the soundly sleeping Lu Dabiao. Lu Dabiao rose, glanced at the sun's position, and stared at Su Mingyang in shock. Brother Su, don't tell me you covered medic Xiao's shift too? Su Mingyang nodded with a smile, his face worn with exhaustion. Xiao has been following me around for so long, it's been really tough on her. Let her sleep a little longer if she can. Besides, it seems like she's on her period. Her period? Lu Dabiao was baffled by Su Mingyang's words. We're holed up in these mountains now. How could Xiao's period come? Even if it did, how would it find us? Su Mingyang tapped his forehead, suddenly remembering he was in the wartime period. Such modern terminology didn't exist yet. After a moment's thought, Su Mingyang explained again to Lu Dabiao. It means she's having her period, bleeding. Lu Dabiao had lost his mother at a young age and spent his entire life among the wild beasts of the mountains.
He had no knowledge of such matters and couldn't understand what Su Mingyang was talking about. Sighing in exasperation, Su Mingyang gave up on further explanation. He lay down where Lu Debao had been sleeping, closed his eyes, and fell fast asleep. As the story from back then reached this point, Xiao Yaya had just finished washing the bowls. Su Mingyang flashed a warm smile at the live stream audience. Dear viewers, that's all for today. Next time, if I get the chance, I'll tell you more about Lu Dabao's story. With that, Su Mingyang handed the phone back to Xiao Yaya. After speaking for a while, he felt his body growing weary. Sleepiness washed over him almost instantly. He chuckled wryly to himself. Back then, after a full day of non-stop high-intensity operations, he could still hold down a 6-hour watch. Now, after just over 10 minutes of storytelling, he was already struggling. Indeed. You can't fight getting old. Staggering back to his room, Su Mingyang collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep. In the live stream chat, many viewers only snapped out of the story when Su Mingyang said goodbye. Holy crap! Grandpa Su was that badass in his youth? 3 of them wiped out a search squad of dozens of Japanese soldiers? 3 against dozens? We had the advantage. Lu Debao must have been a fierce fighter too, hitting a grenade mid-air with a single shot. That kind of marksmanship could still compete in tournaments today. It's more than that. In such a critical moment, Martyr Lu still managed a direct hit. Even some athletes today couldn't stay that calm. Xiao Yaya watched the live chat comments and suddenly felt she had nothing to add. With a wry smile, Xiao Yaya bid farewell to the viewers and headed back to her room to sleep. As the two lay fast asleep in the guesthouse bed, online speculation about Su Mingyang's identity exploded across the internet, amplified by marketing accounts. Some marketing accounts, desperate for traffic, even merged Su Mingyang and Lu Debao into one person. Finally, they pinned the title of Sniper from the movie The Ace Gun on Su Mingyang. Many unsuspecting netizens were thus led astray by these marketing accounts. The popularity of this old drama, Ace Troops, suddenly surpassed some currently trending TV series, dominating the charts on Kiwifruit Video like a true champion. Meanwhile, after the live stream ended, the elderly man idly scrolling through videos also stumbled upon the promotional content. Chapter 36, A Little Literary Story. Suddenly, the sound of the old man's furious curses echoed through the compound of the Beijing military district. These media outlets are utterly irresponsible. They're publishing such news without even watching the live stream. This won't do. Revolutionary heroes must not be slandered. I must issue a statement to thoroughly criticize them. The old man pulled out paper and pen, scribbling furiously. He would scratch his head in deep thought at times, then furiously scribble again. The A4 paper was covered in erasure marks. 3 hours later, as the clock struck midnight, he finally finished drafting his commentary. Holding the manuscript, the old man manually typed each word into the video comments section, carefully matching the text. Each sentence was concise and to the point, though they carried a certain solemnity. After finally posting the comment, the old man let out a heavy sigh. Before long, he noticed a small red dot appear in his message list and clicked on it out of curiosity. Immediately, he saw that someone had liked his comment, and he felt a momentary surge of pride. Before long, his comment was bumped up by netizens who had watched Su Mingyang's livestream. The marketing account operator, sensing trouble brewing, promptly deleted the old man's comment. When the old man opened the comments again and discovered his post had been deleted by the marketing account, he flew into a rage. They actually deleted my comment. Is this how media outlets operate nowadays? Instead of addressing the issue, they target the person who raised it? It's the new era. Yet things are only getting worse. Fine. If you can delete my comments, I'll see if you dare delete my videos. The old man was so furious that all traces of sleepiness vanished. Sitting in his study, he began scribbling and sketching once more. Dawn was breaking, yet the old man still hadn't slept. Meanwhile, Su Mingyang and Xiao Yaya had already woken up. Xiao Yaya, having gone to bed early the night before, rose as soon as dawn broke. It was barely 6 o'clock. However, when she stepped out of her room, she found Su Mingyang already exploring the guest house. Grandpa Su, you're up so early. Ha ha ha. Su Mingyang smiled warmly. Old age means less sleep, so waking up early is only natural. The two chatted casually, exchanging random remarks. But soon, they were confronted with a harsh reality. The fat chef hadn't shown up for work yet. They recalled him mentioning yesterday that he wouldn't arrive until 9. Glancing at the clock, it was only 7 o'clock. If they waited for him to deliver breakfast, they'd likely be starving by then. Xiao Yaya pressed her hand against her flat little belly, a look of grievance flitting across her face. Who would have thought that even after becoming a content creator, she'd end up just like those corporate drones? Working dawn to dusk, exhausted to death, was bad enough, but now she had to wait for breakfast too. After silently cursing the fat chef under her breath, Xiao Yaya suggested, Grandpa Su, how about we go out for a walk? We could see what makes Shangang Village so unique. Sounds good. Su Mingyang stepped out, followed by Xiao Yaya, and they left the guest house together. On the country road, faint background music drifted through the air. Grandpa Su, did you hear that sound? Xiao Yaya let out a soft gasp and looked at Su Mingyang. Nope, old man here's getting on in years, my ears aren't what they used to be. With that, they continued walking forward. A middle-aged woman who had been live-streaming her square dancing routine since morning came into view. Xiao Yaya had already started her own livestream. Like Su Mingyang, she watched the square dance auntie with keen interest. She pointed the camera at Su Mingyang and asked with a soft laugh. Grandpa Su, what do you think of this auntie's dancing? Su Mingyang pondered for a long moment and a figure inevitably surfaced in his mind. A faint smile touched his lips, as if lost in reminiscence. She dances well enough, but compared to my old partner, she's nowhere near as good. In the livestream chat, viewers, some early risers, others who'd stayed up all night, flooded the screen with comments. What? There were revolutionary forebears who could dance? Seems a bit out of place with the atmosphere. Could it be that revolutionary forefather Lu Debao could dance? Man upstairs, I can totally picture that scene. Viewers chattered in the livestream chat. Little Yaya asked curiously, Grandpa Su, do you have any old comrades who can dance? Even Xiao Yaya, who prided herself on being well-traveled and having heard or seen all sorts of interesting things, couldn't help but show a hint of surprise on her face. Of course. She learned her dance moves in the land where the sun never sets. Su Mingyang's thoughts drifted back to those days. Little Winnie was our regiment's dance specialist. Not only is she an exceptional dancer, but she's also a formidable fighter on the battlefield, skilled at taking down those little devils. Hearing Su Mingyang's words, viewers in the livestream grew increasingly curious. The little Winnie Grandpa Su mentioned must be a female veteran. But a female veteran, a skilled fighter? I can't shake the feeling Grandpa Su is pulling our leg. True, based on Grandpa Su's description, little literary girl must be a female veteran. But a female veteran being a skilled fighter? I've never heard of such a thing. Could Grandpa Su be messing with us? As this comment appeared, doubts about Xiao Wu grew louder in the livestream chat. Xiao Yaya watched the comments, her brows slightly furrowed. However, the audience is king, and for her audience, Xiao Yaya would still satisfy their curiosity. Absolutely not for herself. Grandpa Su, is the little artist you mentioned a female martyr? Xiao Yaya asked. Su Mingyang nodded. Yes. Xiao Winnie returned from studying abroad in the land where the sun never sets. Back then, the People's Party extended an olive branch to her, but she turned them down. After studying abroad, the People's Party extended an invitation to her, and Senior Xiao Winnie actually turned them down? No way. I can't help but feel Grandpa Su is making this up out of thin air. This is utterly unbelievable. True. Logically speaking, those who could afford overseas education come from either capitalist or bureaucratic families. How could they possibly join our party? This is getting absurd. Among the figures Grandpa Su mentioned before, we could only verify the story of Comrade Tian Dahong. Could the rest be fabricated too? It's possible. The internet is a murky place. In the livestream chat, many viewers grew skeptical upon hearing Su Mingyang's wild claims. Still, a portion of the audience stood firmly behind Su Mingyang. You guys flip-flop so fast. How could Grandpa Su possibly lie? Don't forget how you begged Grandpa Su to tell more stories earlier. Just because one story seems a bit outlandish, you're already flip-flopping? I believe Grandpa Su. If you don't believe him, just stop watching. He's not taking your gifts anyway. Watching the viewers bickering fiercely in the livestream chat, Xiao Yaya felt a headache coming on. Chapter 37, it's all scripted. She turned to Su Mingyang. Grandpa Su, could you tell us more stories about the little literary master? Stories? Su Mingyang spoke as he walked. The reason we called her Little Artsy was because she was truly gifted at dancing. And the dances she performed always captivated everyone. Many comrades in the troop loved watching her perform during their downtime. But Su Mingyang paused, a wave of sadness washing over his face. But during a later operation, little Winnie could never dance again. Because the Japanese soldiers sliced open her legs, one cut after another, with their bayonets. I remember it was a nighttime raid on the Japanese camp. The regiment dispatched a squad, and Xiao Winnie was among them. But the Japanese detected the operation early. The Japanese had set a trap in advance. All the comrades who went were surrounded. To break through the enemy's encirclement, Xiao Winnie volunteered to lead the charge. But the little devils were more treacherous and vicious than anyone had imagined. As Su Mingyang spoke, his voice grew hoarse, as if recalling something. Xiao Yaya noticed something was off with Grandpa Su and hurried over to comfort him. Grandpa Su, those events are truly in the past now. Now that Senior Xiao Winnie knows the Japanese invaders have been driven out and our China grows ever more prosperous, he'll be very pleased. At these words, Su Mingyang's gaze lingered for a moment. His hand instinctively reached into his pocket. A particularly small lapel pin was clenched tightly in his palm. Su Mingyang continued. Ah. Let's hope so. Those little devils weren't human at all. When they discovered Xiao Winnie was a woman, they didn't kill her. Instead, they shot her legs clean through. Then, to satisfy their savage desires, they first bound Xiao Winnie tightly, then tied her to a pillar. Then, using bayonets, they sliced open the skin on her thighs, cut by cut. To keep Xiao fully conscious and feeling every moment of agony, they ruthlessly injected her with shot after shot of adrenaline. All for the sake of hearing her heart-wrenching screams. As Su Mingyang spoke these words, his eyes clouded over with tears, and his entire being seemed to lose its bearings. Those damn Japanese bastards, they're too. The crimes they committed against our nation will never be forgotten. Rumor has it they're stirring up trouble again over there, just waiting for our nation to act. Do you know why the Japanese have such a low birth rate? Because they don't like little boys. This feels way too fake. If there really was such a literary pioneer, why haven't we heard about her deeds? I see right through this old man, he's just making up stories. It's obviously fake. In the livestream chat, some viewers were hurling insults at the Japanese. Meanwhile, another group of viewers continued to question the authenticity of Su Mingyang's claims. To them, even if such a thing happened, they couldn't possibly have never heard of it. As Su Mingyang talked more, their doubts about him only grew deeper. Some viewers even stopped calling him Grandpa Su, replacing it with Old Man instead. Marketing accounts lurking in the livestream immediately began stirring up trouble. They were practically begging for chaos. Put. I thought this old man was honest. Turns out he's just spinning tales to deceive us. Let's be real, it's all scripted. Just a ploy to boost views. I know this trick. First build up the account, then start live streaming to sell products. Isn't this just peddling nostalgia? Disgraceful. Seeing these comments, Xiao Yaya's fingers flew across the keyboard. She muted each of them one by one. But even with Jin's lightning fast typing, it was like trying to put out a fire with a cup of water. Some viewers who were wavering were swayed by the chaos. They were here for the spectacle in the first place, and now the chat was providing such entertainment. They didn't mind adding fuel to the fire. I told you, how could there be a 120-year-old grandpa still running around everywhere? His age might even be fake. Remember earlier when he said he rides a bike if he doesn't have a car? I was already skeptical what 120-year-old can still ride a bike. Oh my, it's all for the views. No shame at all. In an instant, the livestream chat erupted into chaos. Watching the relentless stream of comments, Xiao Yaya's face showed clear conflict. After hesitating for a while, she decided not to tell Grandpa Su about this. A 120-year-old man facing online bullying, who knows what might happen. Xiao Yaya forced a smile and started composing a comment. This was a fundamental skill for street interviewers like them. After all, if the show was too dull or overly sensational, trolls would inevitably appear. Grandpa Su, what happened next? Did you guys manage to save the little artist senior? Su Mingyang lowered his head and gave a soft nod. The Japanese bastards tortured her for 2 full days before the main force arrived. Fortunately, Xiao Wenyi possessed an iron will. Otherwise, she might very well have. Fortunately, though little Wenyi had her flesh and blood torn away, her will remained unbroken. In subsequent battles, her presence could still be felt. Though unable to fight on the front lines, she sustained us soldiers from the rear with her words and songs. It can be said that during those most difficult days, it was entirely through Xiao Wenyi and the flame of faith within us that I managed to persevere. However, due to a wound infection, Xiao Wenyi ultimately passed away. Before she passed, she specifically entrusted this badge to me, asking me to bring her back to her hometown. Su Mingyang opened his palm, revealing a small, exquisitely crafted badge resting in his hand. A string of red numbers stood out prominently on the badge. ID 01227. 01227? Xiao Yaya noticed the number 2 and voiced her confusion. She felt like she'd heard this number somewhere before, but couldn't quite place it. Where on earth have I heard it before? Xiao Yaya muttered. Meanwhile, viewers in the livestream chat also found the number strangely familiar. Doesn't this number sound familiar to you? But you can't quite place where you heard it. Same here. Has the assistant checked it out? Who cares if they look it up? Even if they do, it's just writing on the coattails of revolutionary heroes. I saw through it all ages ago. Exactly. The way it's presented so clearly, then the host asks about it, it's obviously planned. If this isn't scripted, I'll eat my hat. I'm seriously impressed by Xiao Yaya and Old Su. These two are like a well-oiled machine, perfectly in sync. This is scripted for sure. I'd give this performance a 3 out of 10, it's just too amateurish. Hold on. I looked it up, this ID number actually belongs to the head of the cultural dance troupe, and all the descriptions match Grandpa Su's account perfectly. Chapter 38, Ho Chi Minh's strong support. Meanwhile, at the military compound in the capital. With his granddaughter's help, the elderly man finished filming his video endorsement of Su Mingyang. He opened the live stream and listened as Su Mingyang recounted the story of the veteran artist, feeling somewhat baffled. But when he casually glanced at the live chat comments, he instantly recognized the protagonist of Su Mingyang's story. The art troupe leader? Senior Su actually had contact with her? How could that be? The old man shook his head in disbelief, then fell deep in thought. If Senior Su had such a close relationship with Senior Bai, then wouldn't that prove Senior Su's identity? The old man's muttering halted abruptly as his gaze fixed intently on Su Mingyang through the live stream camera. What exactly was his identity? Why did he feel far more profoundly mysterious than he had ever imagined? Based on his current speculation about Su Mingyang, the man was at least a major general. Brigadier general? The old man sucked in a sharp breath and turned to his granddaughter, Huanan, sitting beside him. Anan, is the video edit finished yet? The live chat is filled with outrageous slander against the old hero, especially from those unscrupulous media outlets. Huanan blinked upon hearing this. People are slandering Grandpa Su in the livestream? What happened? Ah. The old man sighed heavily. Moments ago, he had swiped through the comments to understand the situation. While others doubted Su Mingyang's words, he believed them completely. Some things that seemed utterly absurd now had indeed happened back then. Su Mingyang had even omitted certain details. Bayonets severing legs? They weren't using brand new bayonets, they were all rusty. From the very start, the Japanese had no intention of letting Elder Bai live. The old man had visited many revolutionary veterans and spoken with them at length. He knew the Japanese devil's methods inside out. Yet he had heard of nearly every tactic they employed. Today, the Japanese lead the world in biological and pharmaceutical research. A significant portion of this advancement stems from the human experiments they conducted in China back then. To them, living human beings were nothing more than experimental subjects. They spared not even pregnant women. Grandpa. Huanan's voice snapped the old man out of his thoughts. What is it? Is the video ready to post? MHM. Huanan gave a soft nod and handed the phone to the old man. Grandpa, do you think posting this video will make a difference? These marketing accounts don't care about the truth, they feed off human suffering. All they care about is traffic. I heard that if a video opposing their views starts gaining traction, they'll maliciously report them to prevent any opposing views from overshadowing their own. The old man shook his head gently. He now regretted raising his granddaughter so frugally. She probably still has no idea what kind of resources her family possesses. Meanwhile, in the livestream chat, many viewers had searched for the code 01227. Is this real? Isn't that code number our war song creator? That old man has some nerve. First he tried to ride the wave of the anti-Japanese hero's popularity, and now he's trying to piggyback on the war song creator's fame? Now I finally understand why the stories this old man tells sound so familiar. Turns out we've all heard them before. I'm speechless. Have streamers become this shameless nowadays? Inside the livestream, viewers began boycotting Su Mingyang en masse. He knows Senior Bai? No way. How could he possibly have access to all the battle hymns created by the legendary Bai? Xiao Yaya watched the chat stream, her eyes darkening slightly. As a streamer herself, she knew exactly what was scripted and what wasn't. If this were just a scripted performance, she wouldn't have needed to shut down the gifting channel. Who would turn down money? So, even though everyone else doubted Su Mingyang, she still believed in him. Grandpa Su, it's getting late. Should we head back? Xiao Yaya glanced at the time. They'd been wandering around for over an hour without realizing it. Alright. Let's head back first. Su Mingyang felt the pangs of hunger in his stomach and didn't refuse. The two walked back to the guest house, one ahead and one behind. This was the first time Su Mingyang experienced a different kind of new rural area. Before his transmigration, and even after it, he'd been stuck in the city as a corporate drone, grinding away at 9 to 10 jobs that left him physically and mentally drained. His only post-work entertainment was scrolling through short videos. He had always been skeptical of videos about rural life circulating online. After all, the online world was far too superficial, where truth and fiction often blurred together. He lacked the patience to discern the truth, so he followed the narratives of marketing accounts and was easily misled. Knock knock knock. Xiao Yaya knocked on the guesthouse door. After a moment, the portly chef opened the door. Seeing Xiao Yaya and Zhao Chun, the chef looked puzzled. Why are you outside? Didn't you stay at the guesthouse last night? Seeing the chef's puzzled expression, Xiao Yaya smiled and explained. Uncle, we woke up early this morning and went for a walk. The chef stepped aside, still looking skeptical. Young people these days, getting up that early? It feels a bit unreal. I bought breakfast, it's on the table. If you can't finish it, don't throw it away. Save it to feed these chickens and ducks. The portly chef gestured toward the steamed buns on the table and proceeded to feed the poultry without waiting for a response. These birds were all raised by him right here at the guesthouse. In truth, though called a guesthouse, it had long functioned as his inn. It wasn't that he was lining his own pockets, rather, he ran the entire place single-handedly, with little oversight from the village. The costs for lodging and meals were fixed, and the village provided no subsidies for the guesthouse. Therefore, to earn enough to cover his own wages, the fat chef had to raise some livestock. This way, he could reduce costs and turn a profit. As the college graduate village official and head of Xianjiang Village, Wei Fan fully supported this approach. The construction of various facilities in the village required significant funds. For areas where self-sufficiency is possible, it's best to avoid subsidies whenever feasible. Moreover, meat and vegetables available in the market today often pose significant food safety concerns.
The best solution to these problems is to produce and sell our own goods. They save money on raising livestock, and their customers can eat with peace of mind.
Meanwhile, the elderly man's video has stirred up quite a buzz online. Hello everyone, my name is Hu Zhiming. Lately, I've seen a lot of news about Senior Su online. It pains me to see some media outlets jumping to conclusions without proper investigation. Take a look at this video.
The elderly man, Hu Zhiming, held a mobile phone in his hand.
A promotional video was playing on the screen. I wonder how everyone feels after watching this video. But as a veteran, I'm deeply distressed. Every revolutionary martyr deserves our respect.
Yet these marketing accounts make reckless assumptions without fully investigating the facts.
Mr. Su and Martyr Lu are both heroes of our revolution. How dare they confuse and slander them? Chapter 39, Starting from Nothing.
The video filmed by the elderly Ho Chi Minh went viral online, attracting numerous marketing accounts drawn to the buzz.
Before long, some marketing accounts that had previously linked Su Mingyang and Lu Dabiao sensed something was amiss. They either deleted their own videos or reported Hu Zhiming's footage. However, after hiring paid commenters to file complaints, they discovered something terrifying.
Their accounts were flagged for violations. Nearly all marketing accounts that still maintained videos confusing Su Mingyang with Lu Dabiao received official notifications.
In an office building in Huai City,
a young man wearing glasses slammed his fist on the table in anger.
"Send it! Send it!"
His commotion drew the attention of several colleagues. A woman in her 30s emerged from an office. She frowned at the bespectacled man.
"Xiao, what's wrong?"
The bespectacled man realized he'd just lost his temper and turned to the woman.
"Boss, my main account got banned. It seems to be related to that video I reported."
"What?" The woman stared at the bespectacled man in shock.
The account he managed had over 7 million followers and it got banned just like that? She opened her computer in disbelief and checked the account.
"Your account has been permanently banned for violating the short video community harmony agreement."
"Permanently banned?"
The woman muttered under her breath, feeling a bit dizzy.
This account was the company's top sales performer. Last month alone, it had generated over $500,000 in profits for the company.
If that account got banned, forget whether the boss would let her off, just the partners alone wouldn't let her stay at the company.
"File an appeal. Quick, file an appeal."
The woman's voice grew urgent. The bespectacled man called Xiao immediately clicked the appeal button.
"Confirm appeal?" "Appeal failed. Appeal. Appeal failed."
The successive failures of their appeals sent a chill through both of them, one after another. Minutes later, they slumped lifelessly in their chairs, shriveled like dried oranges, utterly limp and defeated. The bespectacled man and the woman stared at the ceiling, their eyes etched with the word despair.
It's over. Everything was over. Back to Su Mingyang's side.
After the two finished eating, village chief Wei Fan appeared punctually.
"Grandpa Su, would you like to take a stroll around the village?"
"There's nothing much going on today, so I can show you around and give you a feel for our new rural community." Last night, Wei Fan searched online for the keyword Grandpa Su. Sure enough, he found quite a few related results. After watching the videos, Wei Fan immediately realized that Su Mingyang could potentially bring a huge influx of visitors to their village. Naturally, he wouldn't pass up an opportunity that could benefit the village's development.
Su Mingyang gave a slight nod.
Although he disliked special treatment, he understood that with his current online influence, it might genuinely help the village thrive more and more. Thus, Su Mingyang agreed to the proposal. Led by Wei Fan, Xiao Yeye and Su Mingyang strolled through the village.
"Grandpa Su, have you ever been to our village before? What was it like back then?"
Hearing Wei Fan's question, Su Mingyang nodded, his gaze drifting into the distance as if looking through the present village to the past. "Back then, when we fled the mountains, Lu Dabiao led us here. By then, the Japanese had already swept through this area. Not a single grain of food remained. The young men in the village were conscripted by the Japanese, while the women were. In short, only the elderly, women, and children remained. With no food sources, they resorted to eating tree bark and grass roots. Many starved to death. Fortunately, the food we carried in our backpack saved many lives." Su Mingyang's words stirred a faint emotion in Wei Fan. "Grandpa Su, actually, when I returned to the village a few years ago, the villagers were still relying on the weather for their crops. Back then, our village didn't have proper paved roads, and there were no major sales channels for the grain, vegetables, and fruits produced here. Villagers wanting to sell these goods had to carry them on their backs, trekking a full day through the mountains to reach the town.
Children faced the same hardship. They had to trek half a day just to attend school in town. Since I'm someone who left the village myself, I want to come back and build it up.
I refuse to let them endure such hardship any longer." As Wei Fan spoke, his eyes welled up with tears. Those early days were incredibly tough. They tried to raise money in the village to build a cement road for vehicles.
But even with the villagers' support, they couldn't raise much money.
Fortunately, the villagers trusted him deeply and believed in his abilities. So, with their backing, he mortgaged the village's land to the bank.
Ultimately, they secured sufficient funding from the bank to complete the cement road leading to the village. Now, he has launched a series of new income streams, including online sales and live streaming. In just 2 or 3 short years, he not only repaid the village loan but also brought a fresh way of life to the villagers. Grandpa Su, you must have seen those live streaming dancing grandmas before. Now they not only entertain themselves in their free time but also earn a decent income. Look at that 3-story Western-style house over there. Wei Fan pointed to a small Western-style house in the distance. That belongs to the most successful live streaming auntie in our village. For many people, the internet is just a tool to kill time. But for those who need it to earn money to supplement their household income and enrich their lives, the internet is their job. Wei Fan's eyes sparkled with pride. He and the villagers had built all this step by step. How could he not be proud? Su Mingyang nodded, understanding Wei Fan's sentiment. And who among them wasn't? Without the internet, the stories of the old folks might have been lost in the currents of history. Grandpa Su, what truly sustained me all along wasn't just the villagers' expectations, it was the spirit passed down by your generation. Back then, our nation had nothing. We were invaded by imperialist powers, teetering on the brink of collapse. Our forebears started from nothing too. They drove out the invaders and built the prosperity we enjoy today. Today, while the surface may seem calm, it's because others are bearing the weight for us. Wei Fan's words left the livestream audience momentarily stunned. Most viewers still in the livestream besides the trolls stirring trouble believed in Su Mingyang. Exactly. The peace we enjoy today is built on our ancestors' fearless sacrifice. What right do we have to doubt Grandpa Su now? I don't understand what gives those people the right to doubt Grandpa Su. Don't let the revolutionary pioneers who fought for future generations feel disheartened. Supporters of Su Mingyang flooded the chat with messages. However, the trolls remained unabashed. Of course we should respect revolutionary forebears, but this old man? Not even close. The script hasn't even been exposed yet, and you brainless fans still believe this old man? Are you really that dumb? If this old man had any credibility before the little artsy-fartsy predecessor, he has none now. Chapter 40, Little Liuzi? In the livestream chat, the trolls relentlessly attacked Su Mingyang. Moreover, they were attempting to sway other viewers. Meanwhile, online, Hu Jimin's video was gaining traction. Many who stumbled upon it flooded into the livestream. The livestream's audience surged from under 10,000 to 30,000 in an instant. Many new viewers who entered the stream witnessed the trolls' comments and immediately began passionately lashing out. You bunch of truth-twisting scum. Grandpa Su fought tooth and nail for China, and now you dare accuse him? Don't let our revolutionary forefathers down. We must tear these haters apart. What right do you have to speak of Grandpa Su? Have you ever shed a single drop of blood for China? These people would have been traitors guiding the Japanese invaders during the resistance. Especially those marketing accounts. Get the hell out of this livestream. You have no right to watch Grandpa Su's broadcast. Immediately, a barrage of censored words flooded the chat, all blocked by the system. Such a high volume of violations caught the attention of the super admin. When the moderator clicked into the stream, they were stunned by the fury unleashed by these viewers. He checked each viewer's profile from octogenarians to elementary school kids in their teens. They spanned nearly every age group. What kind of streamer could be this captivating? The admin muttered under his breath as he began checking Xiao Yeye's profile. Isn't this just an ordinary street interviewer? Why would so many people watch her? Video after video flashed rapidly before the moderator's eyes. Finally, his gaze settled on Xiao Yeye's latest episodes. A 120-year-old revolutionary veteran? By family seniority, wouldn't that make him my great-grandfather? This is ridiculous. Let's take another look. Several minutes later. The administrator let out a long sigh. Not enough to watch, not nearly enough. He clicked into the livestream, ignoring the flying bullet comments, and began watching intently. In the live feed, Wei Fan had already taken Su Mingyang on a tour of most of the village. Grandpa Su, how does Shangang Village's development compare to your time? Now, Wagwa grows ever stronger. Every villager who's willing to work hard and learn can reap their own rewards. No more living hand to mouth like you did back then. Su Mingyang nodded. Wei Fan's words were meant especially for him, but also for the viewers watching the livestream. He touched the badge hanging on his chest, a flicker of comfort crossing his face. At that moment, a frail old man appeared before them. He reclined on a wooden chair, half closing his eyes as he lazily basked in the sun. Spotting the old man, Wei Fan smiled and stepped forward to introduce him to Su Mingyang. Grandpa Su, this is the oldest gentleman in our village. He just turned 100 today. He lived through the same era as you. You might even know him. We know each other? Su Mingyang raised an eyebrow. He studied the old man before him, who appeared to be asleep, with serious attention. Wei Fan's words jolted the drowsy old man upright from his recliner. In the livestream chat, many viewers perked up at Wei Fan's words. But before they could send comments, the troll spoke up first. LOL, he knows him? It's questionable whether he's even been to Shangang Village before, let alone know anyone there. Finally getting exposed. If he ever gave food to the villagers, there's no way that old man, who was already over 10 years old back then, wouldn't recognize him. Oomph. Keep cheering, you brainless fans. Don't cry when he gets exposed later. Though the troll's comments were quickly drowned out. But many viewers couldn't help but feel curious. If Grandpa Su really did come to the village back then and provided food for the villagers, this old man should definitely recognize him. So many years have passed, how could someone from back then still remember? Sigh. Hard to say. Let's see what happens next. The old man stared intently at Su Mingyang, completely motionless. Su. Uncle Su. Is it really you? Uncle Su. Gradually, his eyes welled up with tears. A centenarian old man, in front of several people and under the live stream camera, shed cloudy tears. Leaning on his cane, he rose to his feet, his body trembling. Who are you? Su Mingyang looked at the old man before him with some confusion. He never imagined that after all these years, someone would still recognize him. It's me. I'm Xiao Shuanzi. The very same Xiao Shuanzi who set the mountain on fire. Do you remember me, Uncle Su? Set the mountain on fire? Xiao Yeye and Wei Fan both gasped in surprise. Who would have thought the old man before them had been such a troublemaker as a child, nearly setting the entire mountain ablaze with his fire-starting antics? In the livestream chat, viewers gasped in astonishment. Was this old man really that wild as a kid? He dared to set the mountain on fire. Goodness gracious, I can't even imagine back then there were no firefighters. If a mountain caught fire, there'd be no way to save it. Can someone explain, was burning mountains illegal back then? Of course it was illegal. Setting a mountain on fire is illegal in any era. Back then, if it was accidental, you might get 6 months to a year. But if it was intentional arson, the sentence started at 3 years and capped at 10. And if people died in the fire? There'd be no upper limit. You'd go in as a young man and come out an old man. Hearing this explanation, many netizens expressed astonishment while also becoming curious about the incident. If there might have been some scripted elements before. But now, finding an elderly man who genuinely lived through the anti-Japanese war makes it impossible for this to be scripted. Hearing the old man's words, Su Mingyang recalled. His voice grew hoarse as if lost in memory. Xiao Shuanzi. Never imagined we'd meet again after all these years. The old man called Xiao Shuanzi. Shuffled over to Su Mingyang, tossed aside his walking stick and embraced him. Uncle Su, I've missed you so much all these years. If it weren't for you back then, our village wouldn't still be standing today. In short, you're the benefactor of our Shangang village. Though over 100 years old, Xiao Shuanzi clung to Su Mingyang's embrace like an old child. Holding Xiao Shuanzi awkwardly, even the 120-year-old Su Mingyang felt a bit at a loss. Who wouldn't feel awkward hugging a 100-year-old man? Sobbing with snot and tears streaming down their face, would feel the same way. Xiao Yeye watched Xiao Shuanzi's tearful, aggrieved expression and couldn't help but giggle. In an instant, all eyes in the room turned to her. Feeling the stares, Xiao Yeye covered her mouth awkwardly. No giggling. To ease the awkwardness, she asked the question that both the live stream audience and she were most curious about. Grandpa Xiao Shuanzi, Grandpa Su, can you tell us what really happened back then? Why did Grandpa Xiao Lu set the mountain on fire? Chapter 41, The Mountain Fire. That's a long story. Seeing Xiao Shuanzi still clinging to his chest and sobbing, Su Mingyang pushed him away with a look of exasperation. This Xiao Shuanzi, even after all these years, he still hasn't grown up. He's practically still a child. Muttering his complaints inwardly, Su Mingyang met Xiao Yeye's gaze. He cleared his throat twice before speaking slowly. This matter is rather complicated. It all began when we entered the village. Back then, we entered the village and rested for one night. The next day, villagers came running back from the mountains, saying the Japanese soldiers were chasing us. We suspected the Japanese must have been tracked by their hunting dogs. If we couldn't actively eliminate the scent ourselves, or intercept the hounds to wait for the trail to fade naturally. Then when the Japanese found Shangwan village, a brutal massacre would unfold. Those Japanese devils wouldn't care whether the villagers were guilty or not. They only needed to report back to their superiors. Since the village was filled with the elderly, women, and children, taking them along would be problematic. First, they'd be too conspicuous a target, easily spotted by other Japanese units. Second, since they had stayed behind in the village instead of fleeing before the Japanese arrived. It meant they were either too sick to walk far, or their pace was too slow, making them a liability. At this point, Su Mingyang sighed heavily. If only they hadn't passed through the village, perhaps the tragedy that followed could have been avoided. In the livestream chat, viewers were puzzled. If what Grandpa Su said is true, then Xiao Shuanzi should resent him. After all, without him, the Japanese wouldn't have found the village. Maybe it's because Grandpa Su was a revolutionary soldier. Honestly, I can't bring myself to hate those who fought to change the fate of our nation. Little Shuanzi's grandfather is so pitiful too. What happened next? Did the Japanese soldiers actually invade the village? Later, the three of us discussed it for a while. We all agreed we should go back. As long as we went back, we could draw the Japanese soldiers' attention. They wouldn't be able to find the village. Up in the mountains, even with hunting dogs leading the way, the Japanese wouldn't catch us so easily. So we returned to the mountains. Just as the villagers had said, the Japanese were combing the mountains and fields for our traces. Because we had fled in haste without deliberately concealing our scent. So the hounds easily tracked our route to the village. To delay the Japanese, we set fires on the mountain. Unfortunately, a recent rain had soaked the mountainside. Even the fierce fires we managed to ignite spread only a short distance. In fact, following the direction of the rising smoke, the Japanese didn't even need their hounds, they quickly pinpointed our location. Su Mingyang spoke, then coughed heavily twice. He had spoken more than usual today. Gazing at the handkerchief stained with more blood than last time, Su Mingyang knew. His body was failing him more and more. In the live stream room, the story halted mid-narration once more. The audience could no longer bear it. One by one, they began to urge him on. Grandpa Su, if you don't continue, I'll come listen to your stories in person. Cut the suspense, Grandpa Su. In today's terms, what you're doing is padding your stream time. Keep this up, and I'll send you razor blades. The genius above. Sending razor blades to the anti-Japanese hero. Are you the legendary walking 500,000? Everyone, stop rushing him. Can't you see Grandpa Su's face is looking rather pale? He does look paler than before. Not just a bit. I just watched Grandpa Su's old videos. He looked elderly before, but at least he had a slight rosy glow. Now he's completely deathly pale. Seeing Grandpa Su like this, a flicker of heartache crossed Xiao Ye's eyes. Though Xiao Liuji was elderly, he wasn't senile yet. Seeing Su Mingyang like this, his heart tightened. He took the initiative to take over the storytelling duty. He looked at Su Mingyang. Uncle Su, I was present for everything that happened next. Let me tell the story. Xiao Liuji's eyes were earnest. Su Mingyang tried to speak, but coughed up blood again. He could barely force out a few words. He waved his hand. In that case, let Xiao Liuji recount what happened next. With that, Su Mingyang stepped aside, leaving the live stream camera to Xiao Liuji. Alright then, let me take it from here. Xiao Liuji cleared his throat with a couple of light coughs, shaking loose some old phlegm. After that, many villagers saw the fires burning on the mountain. We all guessed what Uncle Su and his group were trying to do. But since it was really hard to start a mountain fire, we split into several groups and headed up the mountain to start fires. Flames erupted in clusters, and smoke billowed everywhere across the mountain in an instant. Seeing so many fires erupt, the Japanese soldiers panicked. Their original force of over 100 split into several small squads. They rushed toward the fire sites, firing indiscriminately at anyone in sight, offering no chance for explanation. Later, they simply used some dirt to extinguish the burning piles. They prevented the fires from spreading further. That day, nearly all the elderly villagers with mobility issues perished. Only a handful managed to escape back to the village alive. My grandparents. Xiao Liuji's cloudy eyes dimmed as he spoke. His father had joined the first wave of revolutionary troops and died on the battlefield early on. After his father left, his mother became deeply depressed. Before long, she caught a severe cold. Medical care was poor back then, and even a simple cold meant no doctor was available. Compounded by constant hunger, her immune system gradually weakened. His mother passed away from that cold. Sniffing back tears, Xiao Liuji did not stop. After that, we heard the sound of gunfire echoing from the mountains within our village. I knew that if this fire didn't catch, the villagers would all die in vain. So I climbed the mountain too. I lit several fires in succession, but the Japanese soldiers discovered them every time. Fortunately, I always anticipated their possible approach. Therefore, whenever a fire was lit, I'd retreat in advance. Unfortunately, none of these fires burned for very long. Either the Japanese soldiers extinguished them or they failed to burn more vigorously. For nearly the entire afternoon, I played hide and seek with the Japanese soldiers. Later, while searching for a new burning spot down the mountain, I spotted the Japanese troop transport vehicle. Fortunately, only about 10 Japanese soldiers were guarding them. Combined with the darkness and my short stature, so I easily stole gasoline from the Japanese truck. You can probably guess what happened next. I successfully ignited a massive fire. By the time the Japanese arrived, the flames had grown beyond control. A gust of north wind sent the flames spreading rapidly. Chapter 42, Su Mingyang, the key protection target. As Xiao Lu finished speaking, the entire audience was transported back to that inferno. Enraged Japanese soldiers, wildfires raging across the mountains. The Japanese tried to flee, but the wildfire spread far faster than they could have imagined. Only the several hundred Japanese soldiers who had charged ahead narrowly escaped this man-made disaster. Within Shangguan village, nearly all the villagers who had gone up the mountain to help were killed. Only a group of young children, not yet fully grown, remained. Uncle Su, I never imagined that after all these years, I'd see you again. Back then, we all thought you sacrificed yourselves on the mountain to stop the Japanese from escaping. Xiao Liuji wept bitterly. His voice choked with emotion, his entire body trembling slightly. On the other end, Ho Chi Minh stared at Xiao Liuji appearing in the livestream. He froze in shock. This. His voice trembled. Isn't that Teacher Chang? How could he still be alive? Could it be that the news released by the military years ago was fake? How else could this be explained? Damn it, these people dared to deceive me. The moment Ho Chi Minh saw Xiao Shuanzi, he realized he'd been deceived all along. Back when he retired to live out his days, he specifically inquired about the whereabouts of the old commander. Yet everyone's response was either ignorance or confirmation that the senior instructor had passed away. He had grieved over this for quite some time. Now they were telling him the old commander wasn't dead? That he was even living out his retirement in Shangang Village? Comparing himself to the old teacher, Hu Zhiming couldn't help but lower his head. Teacher Chang could have enjoyed the generous retirement benefits provided by Huagua after stepping down. Yet he refused it. And instead returned to Shangwan Village, where even basic infrastructure is lacking. If even someone as decorated as the senior instructor refused to use his privileges, what right did I have to stay in this military compound? Gazing at the low-lying cottages behind Ho Chi Minh and the dilapidated furnishings within, Ho Chi Minh's eyes lowered once more. Such harsh conditions, and no one to care for him. What kind of life has the major lived all these years? And me? Living in a government-assigned apartment in China, with 3 meals delivered punctually every day. Whatever I desire, I needn't even speak, a mere hint suffices. Specialized staff catered to my every need. What have I, Hu Zhiming, ever done to deserve this? Have I shed more blood for China than my teacher? Ho Chi Minh's eyes grew increasingly cloudy. He gazed at the 2 figures in the live stream, his eyes brimming with reverence. Not only did these 2 elders sacrifice their lives in the war against Japanese aggression in China, but after the war ended, they concealed their identities. Bearing their glorious achievements, they lived in obscurity. They never boasted of their achievements. This was the exemplary model he needed to respect. Meanwhile, at the high-level meeting of the Huagua Military District Headquarters, after 2 days of continuous deliberations, the meeting still dragged on. Many high-ranking officers could not hide the weariness etched on their faces. Yet their eyes all shone with the same light of reverence. Ever since Su Mingyang appeared online, certain high-ranking officials had taken notice of him. Consequently, the Huagua Military District Headquarters had urgently convened this high-level meeting. Regarding Su Mingyang's online appearance, the military high command split into 2 factions. Each faction held differing opinions. Everyone. Since we haven't reached a consensus after all this time, let us decide the final course of action by a show of hands. From the main seat of the military region, an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard, hunched over, rose to his feet. Were any outsiders witnessing this scene now, they would likely be astonished. After all, this venerable elder had long since vanished from the public eye of the Huaxia people. The last time the enemy appeared before the Chinese public was years ago, when Japanese pirates provoked the Chinese Navy in the South China Sea. At the command of this elderly man with snow-white hair and beard, hundreds of Chinese fighter jets and nearly all warships headed toward the South China Sea region, preparing for a decisive battle against the Japanese pirates. Terrified by such overwhelming force, the Japanese pirates, who had grown arrogant with American backing, suddenly wilted. Even when America ordered them not to withdraw from the South China Sea, they insisted on leaving. Decades had passed, and the Japanese pirates no longer possessed their former arrogance. All this was because China was growing ever stronger, powerful enough to overturn the table at any moment. Moreover, China has always harbored deep resentment toward these Japanese pirates. They genuinely feared China would seize an opportunity to settle the accounts for all the crimes they had committed against China in the past. This incident also galvanized the Chinese populace. The old man's face and identity were etched firmly into their memories. By Fangjun, the current commander of Huagua's military district. Upon hearing the old man's words, the middle-aged man seated to his left rose and delivered his final proposal. Commander by comrades from all military districts. As Grandpa Su was our top priority for protection, we absolutely cannot slack off. Although he wishes to avoid revealing his identity in public, we must not reduce the level of protection afforded to Grandfather Su. Remember, Grandpa Su is now 120 years old. If any mishap were to occur during this journey to send our old comrade home, who could bear such responsibility? Therefore, I propose we maintain unwavering vigilance in Grandpa Su's protection. Even if it goes against their wishes, we must deploy at least 1 medical team and 1 combat unit to safeguard Grandpa Su's life and health at all times. The middle-aged man had barely finished speaking. A silver-haired man seated on the other side of the White Army also rose to his feet. Upon closer inspection, the man appeared to be only in his 40s, yet his hair had been streaked with silver from years of relentless toil and tireless dedication to the nation. I admit Comrade Lee has a point. But all these years, we've kept people protecting Grandpa Su. Do you truly believe Grandpa Su is happy? All he wants now is to send his old comrades home alone. Can't we even grant him this small request? In present-day Huagua, Grandpa Su's true identity is known only to those present here. Outside the military district, the number of people aware of Grandpa Su's true identity absolutely does not exceed 5. By making such a big fuss, aren't we just exposing Grandpa Su's identity? Isn't it also telling those with ulterior motives that Grandpa Su is the very person from back then? The man paused abruptly mid-sentence. He swallowed the words that nearly slipped out. Glancing at his comrades, who had once again fallen into deep thought, he continued. Grandpa Su is truly old now. In his youth, he made tremendous contributions to the founding of the People's Republic of China that much is undeniable. Instead of restricting him, we should let him go. Should any signs of trouble arise, we can step in then. Chapter 43, The Commemorative Uniform on Xiao Shuanzi. Hearing the man's words, the high-ranking military officials present began murmuring among themselves. Grandpa Su has shed blood and sweat for our nation. He's already so old it's only natural to let him have his way. Exactly. Grandpa Su has spent all these years secluded in the mountains, healing from his post-war trauma. Now that he's finally showing improvement, we shouldn't shackle him any longer. Sigh. It truly is time to let go. With China so secure now, no assassin would dare risk entering our country as long as Grandpa Su's identity remains undisclosed. The man's words swayed many. Yet, dissenters remained. No. I object. You all want to go along with Grandpa Su's wishes, but what if something goes wrong? If something goes wrong, who among us present here could escape blame? I know you hold high positions now and believe no one can shake your status. But if something happens to Grandpa Su, can your conscience truly bear it? Aren't we doing this for Grandpa Su's own good? Bai Fongjun watched as the group began arguing over this again, and he sighed, rubbing his temples in frustration. This cycle had played out more than once over the past 2 days. Time and again, they failed to reach agreement and ended up arguing at the last moment. His eyes darkened slightly. True, everyone was acting in Su Mingyang's best interests. Every decision started with what Grandpa Su wanted, but was this truly what he desired? Ever since that diagnosis over a decade ago, when every leading physician worldwide had concluded, Grandpa Su's post-war stress could only be alleviated through self-healing. Thus, Grandpa Su resolutely chose to live alone deep in the mountains. Beyond essential basic supplies, Grandpa Su refused any further provisions from them. Even for minor ailments like colds or coughs, he gathered mountain herbs himself to treat them. He had essentially severed all ties with the outside world. Had they not installed surveillance cameras in numerous locations throughout the mountains, they truly would have believed. They truly would have believed Grandpa Su had left the mountains. Until a few days ago, they received word from Grandpa Su. He instructed them to summon a doctor. After a series of meticulous examinations, it was determined that Grandpa Su's post-traumatic stress had largely subsided. Apart from occasional bouts of restlessness, he showed almost no other symptoms. So, after the examination, Grandpa Su packed his belongings and left the mountains. At first, they thought Grandpa Su was preparing to leave the mountains to experience modern life. They specially prepared a series of plans for him. But in the end, they discovered that Grandpa Su hadn't gone to experience any of the plans they had prepared. Instead, he set out alone on the journey to bring his comrades home. Quiet down, all of you. Bai Fongjun finally lost his composure. His expression darkened as he swept a cold gaze across the assembled crowd. What good does all this arguing do? Since neither proposal satisfies everyone, then I'll propose a plan. Bai Fongjun spoke, then sank back into his chair, his entire body deflating like a punctured balloon. Though he was only in his early 70s, 2 consecutive days of grueling work had pushed his body to its limit. This meeting must reach a final conclusion. Su Mingyang represented far more than just one man. He embodied an entire generation of heroes of the War of Resistance. An entire era. First, the medical team and combat unit must remain by Grandpa Su's side throughout the entire process. This is absolutely unacceptable. Grandpa Su's identity remains undisclosed. Keeping it hidden minimizes his danger. Second, we cannot simply abandon Grandpa Su. While these medical teams and combat units cannot operate openly, but covert surveillance is essential. They must be able to rush to the scene at the first sign of trouble. Then there's the question of whether we should intervene in Grandpa Su's journey. At present, those who agree to allow Grandpa Su to continue his sending old comrades home journey. Raise your hands. Clatter. In an instant, nearly everyone raised their hands. A hint of a smile flashed across Fong Baijuan's face. Good. Next, those who agree with the proposal I presented earlier, raise your hands. Clatter. Once again, every hand shot up. Clearly, though a few senior members still opposed it, his moderate approach had won over the majority. Meanwhile, Shanggang Village. Xiao Liuji wept like rain. Xiao Yeye was deeply moved, her eyes slightly reddened. How could this reunion spanning decades not move her? Wei Fan stood nearby, his eyes filled with shock. Did Grandpa Su and Xiao Liuji's grandfather know each other? Wait a minute. Grandpa Xiao Liuji actually participated in the War of Resistance? Wei Fan felt he was growing increasingly unable to fathom these 2 elderly gentlemen before him. Grandpa Su might be a bit stubborn, but he didn't put on airs. He refused to accept any special treatment. But Grandpa Xiao Liuji, he'd watched him grow up from childhood.
Back when he was a mischievous kid, he'd often come and tease Grandpa Xiao. Good heavens! Inside the livestream, viewers were equally unsettled. Although fewer people were trying to discredit Grandpa Su, some still couldn't believe such a coincidence could exist. I'm speechless. I just started believing this wasn't scripted, and now what's Grandpa Su up to? A reunion spanning decades? This isn't a romance movie, you know. To the person above, even though I dislike your tone, I feel the same way. Isn't this a bit too coincidental? This is ridiculous. Are you telling me Grandpa Lu really wasn't part of some pre-arranged script? Doubts erupted one after another. But supporters of Su Mingyang remained the majority. Soon, these doubts were drowned out. Are you blind or deaf? How dare you call Grandpa Su and Grandpa Xiaolu's genuine expressions acting? Don't even think about donating your eyes. It was a coincidence, but definitely not scripted. No one could act a script with such raw authenticity, not even veteran actors could pull that off. Didn't you notice the pattern on Grandpa Xiaolu's cuffs? That jacket, I distinctly remember it being from the 10th anniversary of the victory over Japanese aggression. And he's still wearing it now. Hey! I saw it too, but this shirt looks a bit different from the ones online. More and more viewers were picking up on something off about Xiao, though Xiao appeared simply dressed. Even his white shirt was visibly faded from repeated washing. Yet the shirt style and pattern remained strikingly distinctive. They seemed to have uncovered something significant. Netizens familiar with commemorative uniforms immediately began searching online for the meaning behind this garment. Soon, they found relevant information. Xiao's commemorative uniform was specifically issued to military officers at the rank of brigade commander and above. Chapter 44, Xiao's identity exposed. The live stream chat exploded with reactions. What the hell? Don't tell me Xiao's grandpa was at least a division commander? Hard to believe, but it's true. Judging by the age of this commemorative uniform, it's at least decades old. Counterfeiters couldn't possibly replicate such high-quality craftsmanship. Holy crap! Xiao's grandpa was a division commander? Crazy. Netizens were stunned. Grandpa Xiao, who always called him Uncle Su, was actually a division commander? What's going on here? Wasn't he just a leisurely old man basking in the sun in Shangang Village? And when this commemorative uniform was awarded, Xiao was only 25. A division commander at 25? That's ridiculous. The shock among viewers in the livestream was palpable. Comments flooded the screen. While history has seen many division commanders in their 20s, I'm certain Grandpa Xiao's name isn't among them. Hold up. Little Liuzi Grandpa? Name? You didn't just search for Little Liuzi itself, did you? What's the point of searching by nickname? I searched too. Not sure if this hero named Li Liuxiong is Grandpa Xiao, but judging by the birthdate, it really does match Grandpa Xiao. This remark immediately drew the attention of many viewers in the livestream. Some viewers, determined to get to the bottom of it, flooded the chat with questions. They urged Xiao to ask Xiao Grandpa his real name. Host, hurry up and ask Grandpa Xiao if his name is Li Liuxiong. Host, hurry up and ask Grandpa Xiao if his name is Li Liuxiong. Xiao kept a close eye on the comments. When this particular comment started flooding the screen, it immediately caught her attention. As more viewers joined the flood, Xiao scratched her head awkwardly. Was asking this too blunt? But Xiao only hesitated for a moment. Truthfully, she herself was deeply curious about the answer to this question. If Xiao was a senior officer, what rank would Grandpa Su hold? Stepping up to Xiao spoke in a slightly coquettish tone. Grandpa Xiao, me and my netizens all have the same question we want to ask you. Would that be okay? Hearing Xiao's words, Xiao's eyebrows raised slightly. He understood Xiao's intent almost instantly. He raised his eyebrows and glanced at Su Mingyang without betraying his thoughts. Seeing Su Mingyang give a slight nod, he too wore a faint smile. My name is Li Liuxiong. Little Liuzi was my childhood nickname. People back then weren't very educated and didn't know how to name things. Whatever sounded good, that's what they called you. After explaining a few more things to Xiao Liuxiong resumed chatting with Su Mingyang about old times. Meanwhile, Xiao froze in place upon hearing Liuxiong's reply. His real name is Li Liuxiong? In the livestream chat, viewers immediately began recounting Liuxi's exploits. Veteran Li Liuxiong joined the Revolutionary Army at age 11 and rose to become commander of the 29th Division in just 8 short years. Frog fun. So it really is Liuxi's grandfather? A division commander at 19? Isn't that a bit terrifying? You're all fixated on Little Liuzi's grandfather. Didn't anyone notice Grandpa Su? Though Little Liuzi's grandfather never met Grandpa Su again afterward. But if Little Liuzi Grandpa was already a division commander, could Grandpa Su possibly hold an even higher military rank? That doesn't necessarily follow. Netizens began speculating again about Su Mingyang's identity. However, their speculations no longer pointed upward but downward. After all, Xiao was, at the very least, a division commander.
Yet he never met with Su Mingyang again. Therefore, it can be confirmed. Grandpa Su's status probably isn't very high, at least not high enough to catch the attention of Xiao Liuzi's grandfather. Nevertheless, some bold netizens began to speculate. Even if their ranks differ greatly, it doesn't necessarily mean Grandpa Su holds no particularly high military rank. Could it be possible that Grandpa Su's rank is so high that even Grandpa Xiao Liuzi, as a division commander, couldn't have access to him? Yet this netizen, whose perspective had broadened, was met with widespread derision. Ha ha ha. That's a bold guess. Even if Grandpa Su wielded immense power and held a high-ranking position in the military back then, little Liuzi would have known about it, right? Exactly. Nobody cares about some nobody's name. But if Grandpa Su had become famous, how could Xiao Liuzi's grandfather possibly not know? And if that were the case, we could all look up information about Grandpa Su's background. We wouldn't still be guessing at this point. The netizen argued with great conviction. His post quickly garnered numerous likes from fellow netizens. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ho Chi Minh, who was watching the livestream, also saw this comment. A faint, mocking smile curved his lips. Youngsters these days still fail to recognize Senior Su's true standing. Well, that's fine. After all, Senior Su has never revealed his identity voluntarily. There must be something he wants to conceal. These viewers being misled only serves to keep Senior Su's identity concealed. Though Hu Jining still didn't know which hero Su Mingyang had been back then. He was absolutely certain that Su Mingyang's identity was far from what it appeared to be. After all, what kind of good person's identity couldn't even be traced by him? Just now, overcome by curiosity, Hu Jining couldn't hold back any longer. He discreetly made another call to an old subordinate. That subordinate now worked in the military district. Though he knew Hu Jimin's request was somewhat excessive, he decided to bend the rules once, remembering the great favors Hu Jimin had done for him in the past. Thus, before verifying Su Mingyang's identity, he proactively submitted a report to his superiors, admitting his mistake. Only after completing the disciplinary review did he proceed to investigate Su Mingyang's background. Suddenly, a red dot appeared on his computer screen. In an instant, his computer was hacked. Before long, a weary, aged face appeared before him. The moment he saw that face, he wished he were dead. On the computer screen, Bai Fangjuan's face was dark and sullen. His eyes, sharp as a falcon's, were fixed coldly upon him. Jiang Huainan. Who authorized you to investigate Grandfather Su's background? Do you realize you've already violated regulations by doing this? Tell me, who ordered you to do this? Bai Fangjuan's tone carried a sharp rebuke. He was deeply displeased that Jiang Huainan had recklessly violated regulations by investigating personnel unrelated to his mission or duties. Jiang Huainan knew he'd made a big mistake and could only reply weakly. It was Commander who told me to investigate. Chapter 45. Who can resist a good gossip? Fine. I understand. Bai Fangjuan's eyes darkened with frustration, his voice tinged with disappointment. Then, the video feed abruptly cut off. On the other end, Hu Jiming, who was still waiting for Jiang Huainan's update, suddenly felt a pang of unease. For some inexplicable reason, he had an uncanny feeling that something major had gone wrong. He reached for his phone to call Jiang Huainan. But the very next second, he discovered his phone had no signal. What the hell? Hu Jimin was utterly dumbfounded. He wouldn't have been surprised if the signal had been cut off on the Chinese side. But this was a military zone. A signal outage in a military zone was a major incident. Such a situation had never occurred since he first settled here 20 years ago. Could war have broken out? A flicker of unease crossed Ho Chi Minh's eyes. It was the only explanation he could conjure. Unless war had indeed broken out, who would dare attack their military zone's network? Pushing open the gate, Hu Jimin scanned the distance. Soldiers continued their drills in the distance, showing no signs of panic. An elderly woman walking by the roadside was chatting cheerfully on the phone, showing no signs of the network outage. Then why is this happening? Ho Chi Minh looked pensive as he returned to the house, puzzled. Could it be that my phone is broken? That was the only possibility left. But his phone was issued by the military district. It was specially customized by leading the way at the military district's request. He'd only been using it for a little over a month. How could it possibly break? Ho Chi Minh couldn't make heads or tails of it. He sensed something was off, yet couldn't quite put his finger on it. Squeak! A sharp screech of tires grinding against the pavement echoed outside the house. Immediately after, a knock sounded at Hu Jimin's front door. Who is it? Hu Jimin called out as he pulled open the door. Outside stood Bai Fangjun, his face dark and sullen. He stared at Hu Jimin with a cold, piercing gaze, scrutinizing him from head to toe as if he were a complete stranger. Old Fong. What brings you here? Didn't you say the military district was busy lately? Is there something important you need to see me about? Hu Jimin fired off 3 questions in quick succession. He found himself a bit baffled by his own questions. As the military district's commander, Bai Fangjun handled every major matter within the district. He was swamped day in and day out. Why did he suddenly have time to seek him out now? Hu Jimin didn't believe the other man had come for tea and conversation. But the other man's sinister gaze sent a chill down his spine. He knew this was likely not a friendly visit, but rather a confrontation. For a moment, both men fell silent, each waiting for the other to speak. A minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 5 minutes passed. Time seemed to freeze. Bai Fongjun remained silent, his gaze still dark and menacing as he stared at Hu Jiming. His gaze made Ho Chi Minh feel a chill run down his spine. In those few minutes, Ho Chi Minh nearly revisited every misdeed he'd committed in his entire life. Yet he still couldn't pinpoint what had provoked such fury. Old Bai, what's going on? Stop staring at me like that, it's creepy. Unable to contain himself any longer, Hu Jimin finally spoke up. What met him, however, was Bai Fongjun's torrent of curses. Bai Fongjun swore he'd poured every curse word he'd accumulated over his entire life into Hu Jimin. Back to Su Mingyang. Xiao Liuzi invited him to visit his home. Su Mingyang didn't hesitate much before accepting. Shangang Village had no martyrs cemetery, and Lu Dabiao had no descendants. Thus, Su Mingyang decided to entrust Lu Dabiao's badge to Xiao Liuzi. In this way, it would be as if he were sending Lu Dabiao home. The two sat in the living room, chatting idly about the past. To avoid Xiao Liuzi asking about himself, Su Mingyang deliberately inquired about the other man's experiences over the years. Xiao Liuzi, after we parted ways, did you enlist in the army too? Yeah. Xiao Liuzi nodded. After we parted ways, the Japanese main force eventually found our village. Sigh. Xiao Liuzi let out a heavy sigh, releasing the pent-up anguish in his heart. Whenever he recalled this incident, his heart felt deeply oppressed. It remained an enduring torment in his soul. Even now, at the age of 100, he could not shake it off. Those familiar faces, drained of color, appeared before him. Their eyes wide open in death. Scene after scene, memory after memory, pounded relentlessly at his mind. Su Mingyang sensed Xiao Liuzi's anguish, patted his shoulder, and offered comfort. It's all in the past now. This time I came back partly to retrace our old paths with the guys. But more importantly, this is the main reason I've come to send them home. Su Mingyang pushed Lu Dabiao's badge toward Xiao Liuzi. This is your Uncle Dabiao's badge. I came here specifically to send him home. But he has no living relatives, so I've decided to give the badge to you. Hearing Su Mingyang's words, Xiao Liuzi's eyes dimmed for a moment. Uncle Lu Dabiao? He had heard about him back when he was a regiment commander. But back then, they were locked in a stalemate with the Japanese devils, so he never found the time to meet Lu Dabiao. Later, news of Lu Dabiao's death reached his ears. Xiao Liuzi had always harbored a lingering question. Uncle Su, I've always had a question. When we heard the news of Uncle Lu's death in the army, was it really true? Many people believe he isn't really dead. That he faked his death after the incident. Do you know the hidden truth behind it? Hearing Xiao Liuzi's words, Su Mingyang's gaze gradually drifted away as his thoughts wandered off into the distance. Actually, when you heard about Lu Dabiao's sacrifice, he truly had sacrificed himself. Afterwards, Xiao Furong took Lu Dabiao's place. The purpose was to make the Japanese believe Lu Dabiao was still alive. So their officers wouldn't dare to give overly aggressive commands on the battlefield. Only this way could Lu Dabiao's lingering authority be maintained, keeping the Japanese in fear. Xiao Liuzi looked puzzled. But Aunt Xiao's marksmanship is pretty terrible, isn't it? And why was Aunt Xiao chosen to replace Uncle Lu? Could it be that back in the village, they already? A hint of gossipy curiosity flashed across Xiao Liuzi's weathered face. Seeing this, the viewers in the livestream chat grew restless. Froggy fun. What's up with Grandpa Xiao Liuzi? At his age, he still loves gossip. As expected, in China, no one can resist a good gossip session. Grandpa Xiao Lu is like that, and so am I. You guys just love gossip. Am I the only one curious why Senior Xiao Furong's shooting is so terrible, yet she still managed to replace Senior Lu as the sniper? Chapter 46, Visitors from the Village. Hearing Xiao Liuzi's words, Su Mingyang pondered for a moment, a look of reminiscence flashing across his face. The relationship between Lu Dabiao and Xiao Furong? His thoughts drifted back to that time, his mouth opening and closing as if speaking. They weren't lovers, but they were closer than lovers. Back then, we were in the mountains, fighting guerrilla warfare against the Japanese to prevent their swift retreat. Since the enemy outnumbered us, we often had to set traps or fire sporadic shots from afar. While this significantly hindered some of their retreat, it ultimately had little effect. Except for a few stragglers who were slower on their feet, the rest of the Japanese forces managed to leave the mountains safely. After that, the Japanese forces began relentlessly pursuing us. Fortunately, the direction we fled was far from their other units. And we were all deep within dense forests. Therefore, even though the Japanese desperately wanted to skin us alive, they were powerless to do so. Later, we encountered another revolutionary unit. Through my introduction and that of Xiao Furong, Lu Dabiao also joined the revolutionary ranks. This experience brought Lu Dabiao and medic Xiao together. Through frequent interactions, the two grew exceptionally close. After that, medic Xiao continued to learn marksmanship from Lu Dabiao. To everyone's surprise, Zhao's marksmanship improved remarkably fast. During a subsequent battle, she demonstrated her innate talent. Her marksmanship became nearly on par with Lu Dabiao's. Thus, both of them became qualified snipers. Their mission was to eliminate key targets, Japanese artillerymen, machine gunners, and other soldiers operating heavy weapons. Despite their differing shooting styles, their accuracy was remarkably consistent. Thus, the Japanese regarded them as a single entity. This is also why news of the sharpshooters in the revolutionary forces spread so rapidly. From the Japanese perspective, their snipers had to reposition themselves after each kill. And they had to take aim again. But Lu Dabiao was different. After taking down a target, he would fire a second shot within 10 seconds. He rapidly fired 2, sometimes even 3 or 4 shots in rapid succession, catching the enemy off guard with his unpredictable rhythm, before moving to a new sniper position. It seemed he didn't even need to aim carefully, he could just raise his rifle and fire. Su Mingyang sighed heavily as he spoke. A nostalgic look flashed across Xiao Liuzi's face. Not long after enlisting, he received news about Lu Dabiao. Only that news was of Lu Dabiao's passing. Uncle Su, what happened next? Did Uncle Lu leave behind any children? Did he and medic Xiao end up together in the end? Xiao Liuzi's concern wasn't about what happened afterward. After all, as a veteran revolutionary who'd weathered storms, after all these years, he no longer wished to dwell on the past. In the livestream chat, viewers clearly shared this curiosity. The rest of the story could wait for another time. But Lu Dabiao and Xiao Furong's love story, they wanted to know it right now. Hearing Xiao Liuzi's words, Su Mingyang's eyes dimmed slightly. He felt a pang of sorrow deep within. Ah! In those turbulent days when our nation was in turmoil, who had the heart for such things? Our hearts were wholly devoted to defeating the Japanese invaders and driving them out. Even if such desires existed, they were suppressed. And then, Su Mingyang paused, his expression tinged with pain. Back then, feudal customs and traditions shackled the minds of many women. In their eyes, if a woman lost her virginity, it meant she had lost her chastity. They would essentially never fall in love again for the rest of their lives. Xiao Furong was no exception. Xiao Yeye seemed to recall something upon hearing Su Mingyang's words. A look of heartache flashed across her face. The viewers in the livestream chat, upon hearing Su Mingyang's explanation, felt a pang of sadness too. Sigh. Back then, our Chinese people's minds were still shackled by traditional ethics. What a pity for Senior Xiao. But wasn't her action meant to lower the Japanese invaders' guard? Wasn't that a heroic sacrifice? Why shouldn't it be allowed? You don't understand. Even if Senior Xiao and Senior Lu had been together, Senior Lu wouldn't have looked down on her at all. But Senior Xiao would have despised herself. There was no way around it, that mindset was already deeply ingrained back then. A wave of sighs swept through the livestream. Many viewers were overcome with sadness. Xiao Furong sacrificed her own body to kill the Japanese soldiers. Yet despite such a noble act, she alone bore the pain. Had Grandpa Su not revealed this truth, it might have remained unknown forever. Senior Xiao Furong's heroic deeds would have been lost forever in the annals of history. Without Grandpa Su, we might never have learned about these events. Exactly. Without Grandpa Su, we'd never grasp the immense sacrifices these heroes made for our nation during the War of Resistance. If it were merely a matter of sacrificing her life, I don't think Senior Xiao Furong would have suffered so deeply. Indeed, in that era, a woman's chastity was valued even above life itself. Senior Xiao Furong clearly could have avoided this act after all. Even if the Japanese invaders had become more vigilant, the mission could still have been accomplished. Yet she resolutely chose to sacrifice herself anyway. Viewers in the livestream chat sighed in unison. A hint of reverence flickered in their eyes as they looked at Su Mingyang. Seeing the conversation had run its course, Su Mingyang and Xiao Liuzi began reminiscing about the past. Seeing that Grandpa Su and Grandpa Xiao Liuzi were discussing some personal matters, Xiao Yeye closed the livestream. Wei Fan also left the courtyard to attend to village affairs. Gradually, the sun climbed high in the sky. Su Mingyang and Xiao Yeye returned to the guesthouse. At that moment, the plump chef was busy in the kitchen. He felt something was off about the entire village today. An old man and a young girl had arrived at the guesthouse, supposedly 2 live streamers. That was one thing. Such things had never happened before, but under the influence of the internet, he had long since grown accustomed to the unusual. But something even stranger was happening. Just moments ago, the inn had run out of soy sauce. He rushed to the village store to buy some, only to find a large crowd there. Moreover, the village chief was busy receiving a large group of people. Adopting a hands-off approach, he didn't step forward to ask. Instead, he stood to the side, waiting for them to pass by. In his view, with so many people carrying luggage, clearly intended to stay at the village guesthouse, he figured he'd be busy for the next few days. However, just as the portly chef was pondering whether to stock up on extra seasonings for so many people, he overheard that they weren't staying at the guesthouse. Instead, they were setting up tents on the outskirts of the village? Chapter 47, heading to Nanjing. What the hell? Coming all the way to this godforsaken village for a trip is one thing. But camping on the outskirts?
Shaking his head, the portly chef muttered, "City folks' minds are beyond me." Meanwhile, outside the village,
about 10 people were bustling about. They had received orders from higher-ups that morning to protect Su Mingyang's safety and provide medical care.
Since Shangang village had only one guest house, they didn't plan to stay with Su Mingyang.
That would likely arouse the enemy's suspicion.
After over an hour of work, several men finally finished setting up the tents and had all the supplies ready. For soldiers like them, who were stationed outdoors year-round, this state of readiness was already ingrained in their DNA. Thus, they felt no discomfort whatsoever.
As the food began cooking in the pot, waves of aroma spread throughout the camp. They hadn't eaten since receiving orders that morning. Each of them was ravenously hungry.
But before long, their walkie-talkies crackled to life. The voices of two reconnaissance soldiers disguised as tourists, wandering aimlessly through the village, came through.
Report. New situation detected.
The scout's voice was faint, as if afraid of being discovered.
Hearing the transmission, a man in casual attire picked up the radio. He was the team leader for this operation, known to everyone as Team Leader Lu.
The man spoke calmly.
What's the situation? Go ahead. A hesitant voice came through the walkie-talkie.
Reporting to the captain, we were just hanging around the guesthouse entrance when we spotted Senior Su packing his luggage.
We suspect he intends to leave Shangang village. What? Captain Lu nearly lost his composure.
He glanced at the nearly finished lunch spread, his entire demeanor souring.
Go investigate again.
Confirm whether they truly intend to leave Shangang village.
Yes, sir, came the reply over the walkie-talkie.
Captain Lu sighed heavily, glancing at the team members present.
Though his stomach growled with hunger, he gritted his teeth. Everyone assemble. We just received word that Elder Su may be leaving Shangang village. Therefore, we must pack up these items immediately. Prepare to leave Shangang village. Hearing Captain Lu's words, the team members couldn't hold back their reactions. What's going on?
They had only just set up their tents and hauled all these supplies all the way from the vehicles.
Now they're being told that Elder Su is leaving? Then everything they just did, wasn't it all just a complete farce?
A young man who looked barely over 20 timidly raised his hand to ask.
Report. Captain, is this information reliable? We've only just finished setting everything up, and none of us have even had a bite of hot food yet. If we haven't verified it yet, should we eat first before doing anything else?
After speaking, the young man looked at Captain Lu with a hint of pleading in his eyes. It was clear the kid was genuinely hungry. But Captain Lu's eyes were filled with unwavering resolve.
No. Have you forgotten our mission? We must prioritize ensuring the safety of Senior Su. Wherever the elder goes, we must follow.
If Senior Su leaves Shangang village while we're eating,
and if something happens to him on the way out, who could possibly bear that responsibility? So now, pack your belongings immediately. We must be ready to leave Shangang village at any moment.
Inside the guesthouse, by the time Su Mingyang finished packing his belongings, the plump chef had finished cooking.
Go wash your hands, dinner's ready.
Seeing Su Mingyang and Xiao Yeye emerge from their room, the portly chef remarked in a matter-of-fact tone.
Though he worked in the service industry, his responsibilities were limited to providing lodging and meals for guests. As for anything else, he sure wasn't going to bother.
Su Mingyang washed his hands and sat down at the dining table. After the meal, Su Mingyang packed his belongings.
He was preparing to head to his next destination.
Lu Dubiao's badge had been handed over to Xiao Liuji earlier that morning.
This was his way of sending the old comrade home. The two finished their meal quickly.
A dozen minutes later, they placed their bowls in the kitchen, exchanged farewells with the portly chef, and departed the guesthouse laden with bags and packages.
Declining the county magistrate's offer to see them off, he and Xiao Yeye boarded the high-speed train bound for Nanxiang. Grandpa Su, where are we going this time? After what had happened before, Xiao Yeye no longer went live at random moments.
She planned to only go live when Grandpa Su shared stories about the War of Resistance. This left those viewers who camped out daily at the livestream entrance, waiting for Su Mingyang to go live, feeling rather disappointed.
To Nanjiang province. Several of my old comrades' families live there. I wonder if I can still find those places after all these years. As Su Mingyang spoke, flashes of memories flooded his mind.
These were scenes from his past, spent with his old comrades. Mighty mountains and raging artillery fire.
Gradually, Su Mingyang sank into his memories. He clutched the 3 badges in his hand a little tighter. Meanwhile,
Longjiang High-Speed Rail Station. Captain Lu glared at the young man still munching on his compressed biscuits, his face flushed with anger.
Could you move a little faster next time? Just 1 minute.
We were just 1 minute away from catching that high-speed train.
If something had happened to Grandpa Su on that train, who among us could bear the responsibility?
Sighing heavily, Captain Lu dialed the number for his superior.
The phone rang twice before being answered.
A steady, middle-aged male voice came through the phone.
Lu Jianjun, what is it?
Hearing his superior's voice, Captain Lu Jianjun momentarily lost his words.
The mission hadn't gone according to plan, and he felt deeply guilty. After all, the higher-ups had assigned this mission to him precisely because they trusted him. Yet, barely moments into the operation, he had already botched it. For Lu Jianjun, a soldier, this was nothing short of a humiliating disgrace. After a 2-second hesitation, Lu Jianjun decided to explain the situation to his superior. Commander Wang. We've encountered a problem with this mission. We haven't been able to keep up with senior comrade Su. He's already boarded the high-speed train, and we won't be able to catch up. Therefore, we may need an aircraft to ensure we arrive in Nanjiang province before senior comrade Su. So, you see. Lu Jianjun's voice was hoarse. There was a long silence on the other end. The expected outburst of rage never came. Instead, a man's methodical voice began making arrangements. As a division commander, Wang Ziyuan was already halfway to the rank of brigadier general. If this mission could be executed flawlessly, it would clear many obstacles from his path to promotion. Head to the airport immediately. I'll arrange for a military helicopter to transport you. Chapter 48, Su Mingyang gets hit. The next mission must proceed without a single hitch. Our top priority remains ensuring senior comrade Su completes this journey safely and without incident. Yes, Commander Wang. Hearing his superior's words, Lu Jianjun felt immense gratitude. Truthfully, they had made such a significant error in this mission. Even if the higher-ups held them accountable, they would have no defense. After all, they had indeed made mistakes in handling this matter. Though Commander Wang hadn't held them accountable yet, it didn't mean the matter would be swept under the rug. Lu Jianjun understood that Major General Wang was likely preparing to take responsibility for the failure himself. Gradually, his eyes grew increasingly resolute. When he had returned home earlier, many people had asked him why he was willing to dedicate his entire life to Huagua and the military region. He had only smiled without answering. Now, he finally had his answer. Because China needed soldiers to protect it, and the military region, in turn, protected its soldiers. He looked at the other team members present. Let's go. We're heading to the airport now. On the bullet train, Su Mingyang felt drowsy. It must be said, as one ages, drowsiness comes easily. After sitting still for a while, he drifted into a deep sleep. Xiao Yeye sat beside him, watching Su Mingyang's peaceful slumber as she began editing her video footage. Due to the rushed nature of this trip, she hadn't found a chance to edit the footage. Consequently, the pressure of work gradually mounted. Yet she found joy in it, feeling the weight of her burdens lift. Back when she was a street interviewer, she'd obsessively check daily whether her follower count was rising or falling. The same went for the number of viewers in her livestream. But that wasn't all. She also had to monitor video likes, the number of gift givers. A mountain of data weighed heavily upon her. It made her feel incredibly stressed every single day. Moreover, as a public figure, she cannot vent about these things online. She could only process it all silently on her own. However, after she resolved to accompany Grandpa Su throughout his live streams, she gradually realized that everything that had troubled her before was now long gone. The metrics she once fixated on had become trivial to her. Even if only 1 or 2 people watched her livestream now, she no longer cared. Xiao Yeye realized she had changed a lot. It seemed as though she had been profoundly influenced by Grandpa Su. Xiao Yeye's bright eyes gazed at Grandpa Su, who was fast asleep yet still clutching his badge tightly to his chest. A warm smile spread across her face. She murmured softly to herself. Spirit really can be contagious. I've only been with Grandpa Su for a few days, and I've already become so open-minded. If I keep this up, who knows, I might just become a monk myself. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yeye teased herself and teased Su Mingyang too. Before Xiao Yeye could revel in her joy for long, a high-speed train glided to a stop. Longjiang province, where they had been, bordered Nanjiang province. Plus, in Nan City, where they were now, was a border area between Nanjiang and Longjiang provinces. Therefore, this high-speed rail journey took them just over 2 hours. As the train pulled into the station, Su Mingyang's legs, which had felt numb, regained sensation. He stood up, preparing to disembark. But just then, a well-built man in his 30s rushed over in a hurry. Seemingly in a hurry to grab his luggage and get off, he collided with Su Mingyang, causing him to stumble. Fortunately, Xiao Yeye was nearby and caught Su Mingyang, preventing him from falling. The man felt the impact on his body, but his forward momentum didn't stop. He shot Su Mingyang a vicious glare. Old geezer, watch where you're walking. Can't you see I'm in a hurry? Don't you know how to get out of the way? The force of the collision sent waves of nausea surging through Su Mingyang's stomach. His face drained of color as darkness clouded his vision, and he collapsed straight to the ground. Ambulance! Call an ambulance! Seeing Grandpa Su collapse, Xiao Yeye rushed forward to help him up. Unfortunately, she was too weak to hold him up, especially with her phone in her hand. She couldn't possibly hold Su Mingyang up. Nearby, a young man in his early 20s, backpack slung over his shoulder, reacted swiftly. When Xiao Yeye couldn't hold onto Su Mingyang, he wrapped his arms around the man's thin waist. This prevented Su Mingyang from crashing headfirst onto the ground. The muscular man had clearly noticed the whole scene. He grabbed his luggage from the overhead rack, a cold smirk curling his lips as he looked at Su Mingyang. Put. These days, old folks are just scammers looking for a quick buck. The man pulled out a wad of Huagua currency from his pocket. He pulled out a few bills and flung them at Su Mingyang. You old fart, consider this your compensation for your trouble. Got better things to do than waste my breath on scum like you. Don't let me catch you again. With that, the man strode out of the carriage. Xiao Yaya was nearly driven mad with rage, bursting into tears in her distress. The onlookers around them saw this and quickly backed away. Still, a few concerned individuals steeled themselves and stepped forward to try and stop the burly man. Soon, the trained police and attendants arrived at the scene. With their assistance, the crowd dispersed and the burly man was stopped. Xiao Yaya crouched beside Su Mingyang, tears falling uncontrollably. After spending these past few days together, she had already come to regard Su Mingyang as her own grandfather. Now, seeing Su Mingyang lying unconscious on the floor, she felt utterly helpless. Almost instinctively, she opened her livestream. In the past, whenever she encountered difficulties she couldn't resolve on her own, she would go live to seek advice from her viewers. Now, in this critical moment, she did the same. The moment the stream went live, thousands of viewers flooded the chat. But when they saw Su Mingyang lying motionless on the ground, everyone's heart sank. What happened to Grandpa Su? Don't scare me, streamer. Is there a professional doctor here? Please check on Grandpa Su. This looks critical. Hello everyone, I'm a doctor. It's difficult to draw conclusions just from watching the video. But don't panic, the streamer has definitely called 120 already. High-speed rail stations are equipped with AEDs. As long as Grandpa Su doesn't have any major underlying health conditions, he should be fine. These words from the netizen gradually calmed the hearts of many viewers in the livestream. As the ambulance arrived at the station, several doctors and nurses in white coats carried Su Mingyang onto the emergency vehicle. Xiao Yaya followed them inside. Lu Jianjun, who had arrived at the station early, heard the ambulance's wail and felt a sense of foreboding. When he saw that the person being carried on the stretcher was Su Mingyang, at that moment, he felt like dying. He led his team and jogged to the vehicle. Follow that ambulance up front. Grandpa Su's in trouble. Chapter 49, My brother-in-law is Annan's wealthiest man. V5. Inside the ambulance, Xiao Yaya frantically scanned her surroundings, feeling utterly lost and helpless. Across from her, under the doctor's professional care, Su Mingyang's breathing had steadied. Young lady, there's no need to worry. The old man seems to be in stable condition now. We'll need to observe him at the hospital to determine the exact cause of his fainting spell. Don't worry for now. Reassured by the doctor, Xiao Yaya gradually calmed down. Only then did she realize she had started a live stream. How did I start streaming? Xiao Yaya looked surprised, but quickly remembered this was an unconscious action and instantly regretted it. However, she quickly composed herself. She looked into the camera. Hey everyone, I'm so sorry. I accidentally started streaming without thinking. I really didn't want you all to see this. Xiao Yaya began by apologizing to her viewers. Then she began recounting the day's events to her viewers. Here's what happened. She recounted the incident that had occurred on the high-speed train to the viewers. The chat exploded with comments. Who the hell is that guy? He hits someone and doesn't even apologize, then accuses them of faking it to get money, trying to humiliate them. True, even though people are generally more civilized now, there are still some uncivilized individuals out there. His actions are pure hit and run. Poor Grandpa Su. Watching the live stream comments, Xiao Yaya felt equally distressed. The ambulance arrived at the hospital quickly. After a series of examinations, the hospital reached a conclusion. Doctor, what's wrong with Grandpa Su? Why did he faint? Was he hit or something? Xiao Yaya saw the doctor emerge from the office holding the test results and immediately rushed over to ask. Caught off guard by Xiao Yaya's question, the doctor momentarily lost his words. Just moments ago, during the examination, the hospital director burst in with a group of people. Without a word, they began examining the old man. He hadn't been given a chance to examine the patient himself. Even the examination report he now held in his hands had been printed out and handed to him by those people. Looking at the report, which showed nothing but normal readings, he didn't believe it for a second. But now, with no other choice, he can only speak according to what the report stated. The old man's vital signs are all normal. There's nothing wrong. But you need to be more careful going forward. After all, as one ages, accidents can happen more easily. Everyday matters still require caution. The doctor glanced at the man standing behind Xiao Yaya, who was watching him with a meaningful look. He could only advise Xiao Yaya to take good care of Su Mingyang. After Xiao Yaya left, he exhaled a heavy sigh of relief and returned to his office. The moment he entered, he sank into his chair. He was secretly astonished. What exactly is this old man's background? I just saw several people among those who came in with guns holstered at their waists. Could this old man be some high-ranking official? A high-ranking official knocked unconscious. How badly must the person who hit him be?
The doctor muttered under his breath before turning his attention back to the other patient's records.
Meanwhile, at the police station,
a muscular man was handcuffed to an interrogation chair. Directly across from him, 2 older police officers scrutinized him. In the corner of the interrogation room, Lu Jianjun stood with his arms crossed, his gaze cold.
Chief Gua, we can begin. I'm eager to see what this man is made of, Lu Jianjun remarked coldly.
Just moments ago, the police station had called him, informing him that this suspect had some connections. Upon hearing about the connections, Lu Jianjun immediately chuckled.
What kind of connections would dare step in to protect him at this moment? When it came to connections, who could possibly match those of the venerable Elder Su?
Senior Su's backing was the nation itself. It was the countless martyrs who sacrificed their lives in the war of resistance against Japanese aggression.
Across the entire nation, whose backing could possibly rival that of the venerable Elder Su?
Frankly speaking, if the other side dared to name a single leader.
The very next day, no, not even the next day.
That very night, that leader would be singing Tears Behind Bars alongside him. Seeing an extra person in the interrogation room, the burly man remained defiant. In his eyes, he'd merely bumped into some old man. Besides, he'd compensated the old man before leaving. No matter how much fuss these people made, he figured he'd be out in a couple of days at most. A flicker of contempt crossed the burly man's face.
Are you people ever going to stop? I've already told you once, and I won't say it again. Release me immediately. Otherwise, tomorrow I'll have my brother-in-law skin you alive. Got it?
Lu Jianjun heard the words, a flicker of scorn crossing his eyes.
Yet his face remained utterly expressionless. You say you'll have us skinned alive? I don't believe it. I'm arresting you today. Scream all you want. Lu Jianjun didn't close the door on the matter.
This operation, because they weren't on the scene, resulted in Senior Su being sent to the hospital. If they didn't handle this properly, the blame would come down from above.
He wouldn't be able to bear it.
Moreover, if he failed to resolve this properly,
their task force would likely be reassigned to another theater after this mission. Their entire unit and squad would be branded with eternal shame.
Therefore, we must root out everyone behind that man and wipe them out completely. Thinking this, Lu Jianjun deliberately let a look of concern flicker across his face. The burly man saw this expression and instantly understood that Lu Jianjun lacked confidence.
A maniacal grin spread across his face. Ha 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 ha. Look at yourselves, you pathetic bunch. Detain me? Ridiculous. Let me tell you right now, my brother-in-law is the richest man in Annan. If you don't want to be skinned alive, apologize to me immediately and let me go. It's just a bump with some lowly commoner. Is all this fuss really necessary? You people have nothing better to do.
Upon hearing the claim of being Annan City's wealthiest man, Lu Jianjun instantly sized up the situation. As the burly man had said, even if they arrested him, they could only detain him for a few days at most. After all, he'd merely knocked someone over. With old Master Su currently showing no serious injuries, the most they could do was detain the man for 15 days. Once those 15 days were up, he'd be released.
If it was merely detention, not only would higher-ups be dissatisfied, he wouldn't be satisfied either.
Elder Su had shed blood and sweat for the nation.
How could they face the fallen martyrs if they simply let the perpetrator walk free? We absolutely cannot let heroes shed blood, sweat, and tears only to be betrayed.
Resolved, Lu Jianjun strode out of the interrogation room and dialed a number.
Xiao Zhao, dig deep into the wealth of Annam's richest man. Chapter 50, Pursuing the Case to the End. At the hospital, in the room next to Su Mingyang's, the young soldier called Xiao Zhao began typing on his computer upon hearing Lu Jianjun's order.
Moments later, information about Annan City's wealthiest man, Zhao Dahai, appeared on his screen. Zhao Dahai, male, owner of Eason Group, net worth 50.8 billion yuan.
After sending Zhao Dahai's basic details to Lu Jianjun, Xiao Zhao continued digging deeper online for more information about Lu Jianjun. As the investigation deepened, even Lu Jianjun's WeChat chat records with others were unearthed. An hour later, thanks to Zhao's investigation, Lu Jianjun was as good as dead. Even the powerful backers behind Lu Jianjun had been exposed. Only when there was nothing left to dig did Xiao Zhao stop his work. When all the evidence was sent to Lu Jianjun, Nan'an City, and indeed the entire province of Nanjiang, was thrown into chaos. Within mere hours, the truth came tumbling out like mud clinging to a radish. Every individual, organization, and syndicate connected to Zhao Dahai was arrested and thrown behind bars. No one knew who they had offended. But everyone knew they were finished, beyond salvation. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Xiao Yaya looked at the test results handed to her by the doctor, and the gravity on her face finally vanished. It was replaced by a look of relief. Just now on the bullet train, she truly believed something terrible was going to happen to Grandpa Su. Thankfully, he was fine. At the same time, Su Mingyang slowly opened his eyes. Xiao Yaya, you've been through a lot these past 2 days. Su Mingyang's voice was hoarse. Grandpa Su, I'm not tired. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. Here are your test results. You're in great health. No need to worry too much. Xiao Yaya handed the hospital test report to Su Mingyang, her face radiating a reassuring smile. Su Mingyang reached out to take the report, his eyes flickering. No one knew his own body better than he did. This report showed no illnesses whatsoever, it had clearly been switched. With Su Mingyang's sharp mind, he instantly suspected someone's meddling. But he couldn't be bothered with such matters now. He might as well let them have their way. Pushing himself up with both hands, Su Mingyang felt no significant discomfort and got out of bed. Seeing Su Mingyang able to walk, Xiao Yaya suddenly remembered the netizens. A full day had passed since Su Mingyang fainted yesterday. Online, the incident of Su Mingyang being knocked unconscious on the high-speed train had already caused a huge stir. However, beyond the supportive videos from netizens, some reputable marketing accounts had also joined the fray. But ever since authorities cracked down and shut down some accounts last time, these marketing accounts dared not delve deeply into the matter. Until the dust settles, they dare only report the facts from an observer's perspective. It's like once bitten by a snake, one fears even a rope for 10 years. Nevertheless, their cautious approach indirectly reduces the information overload for ordinary netizens. In the past, a major scandal might undergo multiple twists and turns before reaching a final resolution. Now, no matter how bizarre the scandal, these popular marketing accounts dare not jump in to report recklessly. They base their coverage strictly on facts, with minimal room for speculation. This has certainly helped clean up the online environment. The livestream went live, and within minutes, tens of thousands of viewers flooded in. These viewers weren't any better off than Xiao Yaya. Some watched the livestream directly, while others followed through other bloggers' livestream clips. Seeing Su Mingyang lying on the ground, their hearts ached. Though Xiao Yaya had only been streaming Su Mingyang for a few days, in that short time, Su Mingyang had become a pillar of strength in their hearts. Many netizens, suffocating under the pressures of life, work, and studies, when they saw Su Mingyang's livestreams or video clips, were deeply moved by the deeds of these heroes. If those heroes could endure such hardship back then, what could possibly stop them from persevering now? Now, seeing that Su Mingyang is doing well, even able to walk again, their hearts, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed. Thank goodness Grandpa Su is okay. That really scared me to death. I didn't sleep a wink all night yesterday. If anything had happened to Grandpa Su, I would have cried myself to death. By the way, did they catch the person who hit Grandpa Su yesterday? They absolutely must be punished severely. You're overthinking it. He only bumped into Grandpa Su, and Grandpa Su isn't seriously hurt. At most, they'll pay some medical expenses. Even if he fled the scene, which is bad, he'll get 15 days max. I doubt he'll change his ways after getting out. Seeing these netizens' comments, the audience began to voice their indignation on behalf of Su Mingyang. But it was all for naught. Incidents like this may seem infuriating, but they don't cause significant harm. Moreover, if there's no malicious intent, the punishment shouldn't be too severe. Otherwise, if someone bumps into you on the street, should they really be sentenced to 2 years in prison? Dear viewers, Grandpa Su is now in stable condition. The hospital's test results just came in, showing that Grandpa Su is in excellent health. So everyone, please don't worry. Xiao Yaya's voice was light and cheerful, as if she wanted to share her joyful mood with the audience. Hearing Xiao Yaya's words, the audience's conversation lightened considerably. Su Mingyang glanced at the comments streaming across Xiao Yaya's phone screen, a warm smile spreading across his face. He began chatting casually with these adorable viewers. Night fell, and the city lights began to glow. As a quasi-first-tier city, Nanjing City shone brightly. Walking along the bustling streets, Su Mingyang felt as if he had stepped into another world. He remembered his first visit to Nanjing, then a desolate wasteland strewn with corpses. Mosquitoes, snakes, and ants feasted on the flesh, while plague spread through the land. Yet today, that decay was long gone. The winds of reform had swept through, transforming the landscape entirely. Strolling down the street, he gazed at the bustling crowd around him, his face radiating joy. This time, Su Mingyang had left without telling Xiao Yaya. She had stayed by his side all night, sleepless and unwavering in her care. Even someone with the best constitution needed rest now. Since Su Mingyang was in the city center this time, there were plenty of young people who loved scrolling through short videos. Soon, someone recognized Su Mingyang. Su. Grandpa Su. Is that you? A young woman in her early 20s appeared before Su Mingyang. Her eyes scanned Su Mingyang's features. Finally, she noticed the badge pinned to his chest and immediately confirmed his identity. Grandpa Su, it really is you. I've admired you for so long. Could we take a photo together? Su Mingyang nodded in agreement. As the girl posed for the photo with Su Mingyang, more and more people around them gradually recognized him. Grandpa Su, I want a photo too. Photo. Grandpa Su. Chapter 51, Fanbase explodes. Votes and updates requested. The crowd grew denser and denser, completely blocking the street. Su Mingyang knew that every time Xiao Yaya went live, would consistently attract at least 10,000 viewers. But he never imagined that in person he'd encounter so many fans. It was a bit terrifying. Could it be that all his viewers were from Nanjing? What Su Mingyang didn't know was that these people had only just met him. The reason was the overwhelming flood of promotional content from marketing accounts. During his time away, the Nanjing City Police Department released a new video. The video revealed the sentencing outcome for the man who had collided with Su Mingyang, causing him to lose consciousness. Although he had only bumped into Su Mingyang, he was sentenced to 13 years. Even crashing a plane wouldn't get you that long. And he was actually sentenced to it. The reason? He was found guilty of illegally gathering idle members of society and suspected of organizing a black gang. Numerous marketing accounts pounced on this news like cats smelling fish. Su Mingyang's massive online following was right there for the taking, and they'd been eyeing it greedily for ages. Previously, they'd held back from rampant promotion due to cautionary tales. This time, with the truth laid bare, even official accounts began brazenly riding the wave of attention. Did they really think he wouldn't notice? Thus, the long-dormant marketing accounts sprang into action. At first, they casually posted a video about Su Mingyang to test the waters. But within an hour, they realized their video had exploded. Traffic skyrocketed at a rocket-like pace. Seeing this, many accounts both big and small. Even newly created accounts using underhanded tactics jumped on the bandwagon, posting videos about Su Mingyang. In no time, the internet was flooded with content promoting Su Mingyang. Xiao Yeye's video page was nearly overwhelmed by traffic. A video that had originally garnered only tens of thousands of likes surged past 1 million views in a short time, and was even approaching the 5 million mark. Amidst the promotion by marketing accounts and Su Mingyang's admirers. On Douyin, nearly everyone encountered these videos in their feeds, even if they had zero interest in the subject. Don't push. Don't push. A squad of police officers with loudspeakers separated the crowd surrounding Su Mingyang. Seeing this, Su Mingyang finally breathed a sigh of relief. His gaze swept around the area, lingering briefly on several faces. He was searching for the figure sent by the military. Yet, whether due to age or the sheer crowd, he couldn't spot them. But he knew they must be lurking in some corner, watching him. Thank you all for your generous support, dear fans. This old man thanks you all in advance. Su Mingyang spoke, first bowing deeply to those around him. The confusion in his eyes faded, replaced by profound gratitude. Having lived this long, he never imagined he would one day be so beloved. Meanwhile, inside the hotel. It was late into the night when Xiao Yeye finally opened her eyes, half asleep and half awake. She opened her phone to find countless message notifications. The messages were all from streamers she had previously gotten along with well. But after she started streaming with Grandpa Su, their contact had dwindled. Now, all of them were messaging her at once. Could something major have happened? A wave of panic washed over Xiao Yeye. Her previously drowsy mind suddenly snapped awake. She leapt out of bed, trembling as she unlocked her phone. Encore, Xiao Yeye, congratulations. After all your hard work, you've finally hit 2 million followers. Keep it up. Effort.jpg. Sister Lu, yeah, you're amazing. Your show is so well done. It's got me wanting to start one too. Honestly, tell your sister, where did you find such a great livestream partner like Grandpa Su? Can you help me find one too? Reading the messages from Brother Wu and Sister Lu, Xiao Yeye's furrowed brows instantly relaxed. She patted her little round chest and let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness nothing bad happened. I really scared myself for nothing. But wait, my followers just hit 2 million? Xiao Yeye looked puzzled. Hadn't her follower count just barely surpassed 1 million? How did it suddenly jump to over 2 million? Was the system glitching? With her doubts lingering, Xiao Yeye opened the app. The next second, an official congratulatory message announcing over 2 million followers appeared before her eyes. It really was 2 million. Xiao Yeye opened her personal homepage. Nickname, Xiao Yeye. Followers, 367. Followers, 5.22 million. Ha! Seeing the numbers, Xiao Yeye let out a soft gasp. She clicked on the video analytics and sure enough, every single video featuring Grandpa Su had gone viral. Several of them had surpassed 1 million likes, joining the ranks of viral hits. All night long, Xiao Yeye fiddled with her phone. She couldn't recall how she eventually drifted back to sleep. All she knew was that this sleep felt incredibly deep and refreshing. The next day, at noon, Xiao Yeye arrived at the hospital ward right on time. Inside the room, Su Mingyang had already packed his belongings. Seeing Xiao Yeye, he promptly picked up the luggage bag. You're here? Then let's get going. I can tell the old guys are getting impatient. Xiao Yeye's brows furrowed slightly at Su Mingyang's words. Grandpa Su, why don't you rest a few more days? Your body has only just recovered. Wouldn't setting off now be too exhausting? Xiao Yeye's concern wasn't unfounded. Truthfully, Su Mingyang was exhausted too. If he could get enough rest, that would be ideal. But time was running out. Almost every 3 to 5 days, Su Mingyang could feel his body deteriorating. If he stayed in the hospital for 10 days or half a month, whether he could even get out of bed would become uncertain. Rather than idly recuperating and slowly fading away, he'd rather fulfill the promises he owed his old comrades before his time was up. Even if he couldn't fulfill them all, he would at least do as much as he could. Truthfully, during his years in the mountains, Su Mingyang had often contemplated leaving. However, the lingering malevolence he carried from the war refused to fade. On numerous occasions, under certain circumstances, Su Mingyang felt an overwhelming urge to kill ordinary people he encountered. He was a textbook case of antisocial personality disorder. Fortunately, his reason always overcame his post-war stress reactions. With the passage of time, that trace of cruelty slowly faded. That's how he became the amiable old man he is today. "No problem, old man. I'm in pretty good shape, aren't I? Wait here for me while I go pay the medical bill," Su Mingyang said, heading toward the nurse's station. He had less than 2,000 yuan in his pocket now. With 2 days of hospitalization and medication costs, he wasn't sure if he could cover the bill. Chapter 52, 1,000th of the cost. Xiao Yeye didn't wait for Su Mingyang in the hospital room. She picked up Grandpa Su's handbag, opened the live stream. She walked toward the nurse's station. Since she was heading to the next location, she needed to clarify the destination in the live stream first. Only then could she keep her viewers on the edge of their seats. With her fan base suddenly exploding, Xiao Yeye couldn't wait to see the results. "Grandpa Su, your total hospital expenses this time came to 4,288 yuan. This includes a series of tests, which is why the cost is a bit higher." At the nurse's station, a young nurse reviewed Su Mingyang's bill. Her voice carried no hint of emotion. In her position, it was best to keep personal feelings completely separate from work. Otherwise, when patients genuinely couldn't afford the fees, they might end up covering the costs out of their own pockets. When she first started working, the young nurse had seen countless patients who couldn't afford their bills. She was still young back then, and she'd used her own salary to cover their medical expenses. Each patient promised to repay her as soon as they found work. However, she ended up lending over 30,000 yuan. In the end, she recovered less than 10,000. The remaining 20,000 was lost forever. This amount was nearly equivalent to half a year's salary for her. From that moment on, the young nurse became utterly disheartened. Now, whenever anyone couldn't afford the fees, she would report them instead of covering the costs herself. Hearing the young nurse's words, Su Mingyang was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that just 2 days in the hospital would rack up a bill of 4,000. Seeing Su Mingyang's distress, the young nurse offered a reminder. "Grandpa Su, you must have a medical insurance card. All these tests and your hospitalization costs can be covered by insurance. Then you won't have much left to pay. The government will cover most of it." After the nurse's reminder, Su Mingyang recalled that he did indeed have a medical insurance card. All these years, he'd mostly seen doctors through the military district. He never had to pay anything out of pocket, so he never used his insurance card. Naturally, he'd forgotten about it entirely. Pulling out his medical insurance card, Su Mingyang waited for the final billing. Standing beside Su Mingyang, Xiao Yeye had already started her livestream. Nearly 5,000 viewers flooded into the livestream room. And the number of online viewers was still rising rapidly. Is Grandpa Su really being discharged today? Doesn't he need to rest a few more days? Poor Grandpa Su. He seems so relaxed, but it feels like he's always rushing around. That's right, Grandpa Su just wants to fulfill his old buddy's final wish. Aren't you guys missing the point? Didn't you find what the nurse just said a bit odd? What about the medical insurance card? Even hospitalization fees can be reimbursed? Why doesn't mine work? One viewer spotted the flaw in the nurse's explanation and raised the question. Before long, a viewer who understood the intricacies chimed in. Grandpa Su must be using a special medical insurance card. For revolutionary veterans, not only should their medical insurance cards cover more, but I feel they should get free medical care. Don't you agree it should be that way? I agree. Me too. The livestream chat gradually veered off topic as everyone started focusing on how much medical expenses Su Mingyang would have to pay. After all, this was the first time they'd seen such a special medical insurance card. They wanted to see how much the costs would be reduced. The nurse swiped Su Mingyang's medical insurance card and immediately sensed something was off. She stared at the computer screen and rubbed her eyes. After confirming she hadn't misread it, her mouth formed an O. This. She fiddled with the computer. If it weren't for the clearly displayed reimbursement amounts on the screen, she would have thought the system had malfunctioned. 4,000 yuan in medical expenses, after reimbursement from the medical insurance card, only cost 4 yuan? This was the first time she'd ever seen such a powerful medical insurance card. Sir, the total is 4 yuan and 28 cents. How would you like to pay? The young nurse asked softly. Hearing the amount, Su Mingyang froze in surprise. He never imagined that his medical visit would only cost him 1,000th of the total medical expenses. However, he recalled that when the medical insurance card system was first established, his proposal had been to exempt revolutionary veterans from paying any medical fees at all. Later, however, some revolutionary veterans opposed the idea, so he had the hospital charge the minimum standard instead.
Unexpectedly, after a full circle, this proposal had ultimately been implemented by him.
Pay by phone. Su Mingyang pulled out his phone and opened the payment code. Beep. An electronic beep sounded. Su Mingyang's payment was successfully processed.
Inside the livestream, chaos erupted.
What's going on? A 4,000 yuan medical bill, but after using the medical insurance card, it only costs 4 yuan? Are you sure this is okay? It must be Grandpa Su's special medical insurance card. It's different from the ones we've seen. Give me a stack of these amazing medical insurance cards, please. Guys, I just spotted a major problem. Think about it. Grandpa Su spent 2 days in the hospital and only paid $4. That means just 2 yuan per day. Sure, meals aren't included, but isn't that way cheaper than staying at hotels, hostels, or ghost houses?
As soon as he said this, many viewers in the livestream burst into laughter.
Genius. Absolute genius. To even think of exploiting this card like that, bro, I'm rooting for you. Wonder if Grandpa Su's medical insurance card covers foot massages. Xiao Yaya watched the chat drift further off topic and felt completely flustered.
Originally, she'd planned to go live and ask Grandpa Su where he was headed next in front of the audience.
Build up some anticipation for the audience. But now?
Not only did she fail to ask the question, but the viewers had simply started chatting among themselves.
She was a major streamer, yet she was being completely ignored. Xiao Yu clenched her teeth, blaring angrily at the camera. Each time she went live, she only appeared on camera for a short while. And these viewers didn't even appreciate that time. How infuriating. But Xiao Yaya's pouty expression went completely unnoticed.
Just as she had feared, no one cared about her.
After glaring at the comments for a while longer, Xiao Yaya realized these viewers truly didn't care about her. He sighed heavily. Sure enough,
Grandpa Su was the main character, while she was at best a supporting role. He glanced at Xiao Yaya standing motionless nearby, her inner monologue running wild.
Su Mingyang patted her shoulder. Xiao Yaya, snap out of it. We're about to leave.
Where's your luggage?
Let's go get it together. Startled awake by Su Mingyang's touch, Xiao Yaya blinked in confusion. My luggage? It's at the hotel. Grandpa Su, where's our next stop? The crematorium. Chapter 53, heading to the crematorium. Huh?
Xiao Yaya froze at Su Mingyang's words.
The crematorium? What was Grandpa Su planning to do? In the livestream chat, viewers were equally bewildered. Like Xiao Yaya, they couldn't fathom why they were going to the crematorium. Going to the crematorium, could it be that Senior Su has a comrade in arms who needs cremated? No way. Grandpa Su's old comrades, their badges are all in his possession. Grandpa Su came this time mainly to send them home. If they were being cremated now.
This netizen only voiced half the thought. Proceeding further would have touched on superstition. But the livestream had its fair share of knowledgeable viewers. Someone quickly explained the netizen's meaning.
Within the livestream, waves of superstitious beliefs surged higher and higher.
Xiao Yaya watched the chat stream, her lips curling into a satisfied smile as she nodded her head. She knew at the moment Grandpa Su announced the next stop, it would definitely cause quite a stir.
Forget whether it's anticipation. The question was whether it would cause a stir.
Just as Xiao Yaya basked in her triumph, she received a warning from the moderator.
Attention!
Streamers are prohibited from promoting superstitious beliefs in the livestream.
This violation results in a deduction of 2 credibility points. Remaining credibility points, 98. When credibility points fall below 60, you will be unable to go live. Despite having 2 credibility points harshly deducted, Xiao Yaya maintained her usual nonchalant expression. She could earn 1 credibility point back for every hour she streamed. Deduct away. They'll never deplete them.
Meanwhile, at Douyin headquarters, on the 12th floor executive office area, a woman in her 30s wore a bitter expression. According to their super admin penalty guidelines,
promoting feudal superstitions would incur a minimum penalty of 20 credibility points. There was absolutely no precedent for deducting just 2 points. Typically, a 2-point deduction occurred when a streamer unintentionally used profanity. However, since the last marketing account incident, headquarters has been acting strangely. They've been unusually lenient toward Xiao Yaya's livestream.
Not only does the platform automatically promote her streams for free as soon as she goes live, even when she violates rules, they only deduct 2 points as a token penalty.
Keep in mind, Xiao Yaya's stream has disabled viewer donations and has no plans to sell merchandise.
The platform gains absolutely no profit from running her channel.
Even some potential consumer groups have flocked to Xiao Yaya's livestream.
During this period, spending from those consumer groups has significantly decreased. Only after her points were deducted did Xiao Yaya start paying attention to the chat comments. Originally, the comments were discussing topics like zombies. Now, they descended into discussions about reincarnation and other wildly absurd theories. Born under the red flag and raised in the spring breeze, how could they utter such things? Xiao Yaya was utterly speechless at the charlatans in the livestream chat. Su Mingyang noticed Xiao Yaya staring at the chat stream, frowning silently. He leaned closer and glanced at the comments.
Upon reading the comments, Su Mingyang couldn't help but smile warmly. He turned to the camera. Dear viewers, it's the 21st century now, even an old man like me doesn't buy that nonsense. How can you still believe it? Even if such things truly existed in this world. But we're no pushovers. How could we possibly let that sort of thing harm our next generation? Su Mingyang offered a casual explanation. However, his words did nothing to quell the livestream viewers' discussion. Instead, the discussion grew even more heated. Exactly. During wartime, those heroic predecessors sacrificed themselves for us. Now, they've become guardian spirits protecting China. If anyone dares harm their descendants, how could they possibly stand idly by? Since Grandpa Su says so, I'm definitely going to explore that haunted mansion. Bro, you're a genius. Remember to stream it, guaranteed profits. Seeing the chat had gone off topic beyond salvaging, Xiao Yaya's eyes twinkled as she hatched a brilliant plan. She looked into the camera and waved. Dear viewers, today's livestream ends here. We'll go live again once we arrive at the crematorium. Bye. Without giving viewers a moment to process, Xiao Yaya shut down the stream. 3 p.m. The two took the bus and finally made it to the crematorium. Facing the desolate scene before them, Xiao Yaya couldn't help but shrink back. It would be impossible to say she wasn't afraid. As an outdoor street interviewer, she'd always been pretty bold. But that was with people. Now, she was facing row upon row of graves. She couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Yet Su Mingyang strode purposefully toward the crematorium. He had come here precisely because his old comrade was here. Running his fingers over the badge pinned to his chest, Su Mingyang drew a deep, heavy breath. All these years he had been so late. Sir, young lady, are you here to visit someone or make an appointment? Before Su Mingyang had gone far, a staff member stopped the two inside the crematorium and inquired about their purpose. At the staff member's words, a flicker of displeasure crossed Xiao Yaya's face. Make an appointment? Grandpa Su was still in such robust health, why make an appointment? Yet Su Mingyang remained expressionless. Young man, I'm here to visit an old comrade in arms. I'd like to ask, where do you typically store unclaimed ashes? Hearing Su Mingyang's words, the staff member frowned. Working at the crematorium, they found these unclaimed ashes the most troublesome. Usually, after they cremated a body. The ashes are usually collected by the family. This way, they didn't have to worry about what happened to the ashes afterward. However, unclaimed ashes were essentially tasks assigned from above. These individuals had no children or relatives living alone. Not only do they provide free cremation services for them, but they also take responsibility for the placement of these ashes after cremation. Especially recently, the crematorium's ash storage room underwent renovations. Moving those urns back and forth was incredibly tedious. They ended up working overtime for nearly 3 hours, causing him to miss his date with his girlfriend. Now, someone has come looking for the owners of these ashes. Naturally, he wasn't in a good mood. Looking for unclaimed ashes, huh? They're inside. Go look for them yourself. The staff member pointed impatiently toward the crematorium's interior before walking away. Xiao Yaya watched the dismissive attitude and felt a little annoyed, but she still didn't let it show. Helping them was a favor, not helping was their right. There was no need to be overly demanding. Let's go inside and ask again. Su Mingyang sighed, seeing the staff's attitude here. He could guess that his old friend hadn't been having an easy time here lately. Chapter 54, The Online Violence Crematorium. Seeing the security guard's attitude, Xiao Yaya frowned. Grandpa Su said the old buddy is inside. Judging by the security guard's attitude, Grandpa Su's old buddy must have been having a rough time lately. To prevent any mishaps, I'll start streaming first. If the crematorium really does haphazardly arrange the ashes later, I can expose this to the public. Thinking this, Xiao Yaya's hands moved without hesitation. She pulled out her phone and decisively started the livestream. Due to her abrupt, unexplained livestream earlier that day, many viewers in the chat were silently cursing Xiao Yaya. Some even rushed to her video's comment section to make bold predictions. Starting today, even if I, Wang Mouse, die of boredom, or if I'm surrounded by crazy guys next door, or my corpse is dried by the wind, I will never watch your livestream again. Many netizens who saw this comment gave it a thumbs up. Some onlookers even took screenshots of the comment, preparing to arrest him in the live stream. Sure enough, not long after the stream began, viewers spotted Wang Mao's watching the live feed. Ha 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 ha. At Wang Mao's. Bro, didn't you say you'd be stuck in that crazy crowd next door and wouldn't watch Xiao Yaya's stream? Why are you watching now? At Wang Mao's, did you already forget what you said at noon? Another epic case of eating your words. Wang Mao's didn't seem bothered by the netizens' mockery. He'd pulled stunts like this years ago. Thus, he earned the nickname Brother Yummy. But ironically, this very nickname has granted him considerable online fame. Now, he's even managed to make a living online thanks to this moniker. You could say it was worth every penny. Soon, Wang Mao's reply appeared in the comments. Guys, this really isn't my fault.
I was afraid I'd lose control of my hands if I kept watching those crazy guys next door. I almost bought train tickets to their place just now. Seeing Wang Mao's comment, the live stream audience burst into laughter.
Xiao Yaya naturally witnessed this scene. But she didn't join in.
Now, every one of her live streams consistently attracts over 30,000 viewers. This success has cemented her status as one of Douyin's most popular streamers.
Though she hasn't yet reached the top tier, the traffic she generates during each livestream is astronomical.
Consequently, many bloggers and streamers seeking to piggyback on her traffic find ways to appear in her livestream. This allows them to gain significant attention. They also hope to capture a portion of the traffic afterward. Seeing that Xiao Yaya ignored him, Wang Mao stopped clowning around and began watching the livestream intently.
In the live feed, Su Mingyang entered a building within the crematorium.
The place looked eerily gloomy, with even the windows boarded up with wooden planks and nails,
blocking out any sunlight. Holy crap! Is this a haunted house?
I always thought these kinds of haunted houses only existed in TV shows or novels.
Never imagined the real world would have something like this. So terrifying. I need a sweet girl over 5 feet 5 inches to hold me tight. Grandpa Su is so brave, just walking right into a haunted house?
Viewers in the livestream room saw this scene, and comments flooded in like snowflakes.
Hearing the notifications that Grandpa Su had entered, Xiao Yaya clenched her teeth, adopting the resolute expression of a warrior facing death.
Xiao Yaya was absolutely terrified of such eerie places. Her rational mind told her such things didn't exist in the world.
But as an ordinary girl, Xiao Yaya was simply terrified. With a quick jog, Xiao Yaya caught up to Su Mingyang's footsteps.
Entering the columbarium, what met her eyes was a floor covered in iron urns. Observing the design of these urns, Su Mingyang's brow furrowed slightly. If he remembered correctly, ordinary urns were usually made of wood, and it was rare for urns to be made of iron. After all, in traditional Chinese culture, only wood could suppress the yin energy within ashes.
Seeing this scene, Xiao Yaya's newly gathered courage vanished instantly.
Her face grew increasingly pale.
Su Mingyang naturally noticed Xiao Yaya's frightened expression.
He didn't dwell on her reaction, merely saying calmly, "Yaya, if you're afraid to come in, just wait here at the door. This old man will go find where my old buddy's ashes are kept."
Su Mingyang's gaze swept over the urns.
One by one, urns engraved with numbers and names flashed past his eyes. Finally, he spotted the familiar name.
Xia Chanchun. The moment he spotted the urn, Su Mingyang's face darkened. There it was, stacked in a corner like a human pyramid. Beneath it lay 2 other urns.
Above it, 2 more urns lay atop others. To save space, many urns that had been stored for a long time were stacked high. It looked as though the top urns would topple over at the slightest touch. Viewers in the livestream frowned upon seeing the stacked urns.
What's going on at this crematorium? Don't they know urns shouldn't be stacked together?
Stacking them like this is like piling corpses on top of each other.
This is a grave disrespect to the deceased.
After seeing this explanatory comment, viewers who had initially felt indifferent grew indignant.
What kind of bull crematorium is this? Stacking people's urns? Guys, steer clear of this place.
If they're doing this, they'll probably cremate multiple bodies together to save energy, then shove the ashes all mixed up into your urn.
Oh no! My grandmother was cremated here a few years ago.
I always thought the staff had terrible attitudes, but to think they'd do something like this. The netizens' words stirred up a storm.
Many residents of Annan City began condemning the crematorium. After all, who hasn't lost an elderly family member? Xiao Yaya frowned as she scanned the comments.
Now, she had joined the ranks of top streamers. For the first time, she felt the power of her audience. However, this kind of behavior must be stopped.
As a public figure, she absolutely couldn't incite viewers to cyberbully the crematorium. Perhaps this incident was merely the mistake of a single staff member at the crematorium? Realizing this, Xiao Yaya spoke up to intervene.
Dear viewers, we've only seen the surface of this matter. The deeper layers of this story remain hidden from us. So I urge all viewers to first join me and Grandpa Su in understanding the full story before passing judgment. Please refrain from cyberbullying the other party right away.
Can you do that? Chapter 55, The Problem with the Urn. Xiao Yaya's words calmed many viewers.
But those who calmed down remained a minority.
Most viewers, upon hearing Xiao Yaya's words, were furious.
Streamer,
did you take money from the crematorium? With everything so obvious, what else could you possibly be doing for the crematorium?
They've piled our ancestors' ashes like this, what's left to clean? You're a disgraceful host taking bribes. If we don't shut this crematorium down today, every single one of us here is responsible. A few extreme viewers' remarks diverted the attention of the rest of the audience. Nowadays, with the rise of short videos, most people have grown accustomed to fragmented reading. They only want to see what they want to see. They never pause to consider whether hidden truths lie beneath the surface.
This tendency often leads to multiple reversals in many events.
Su Mingyang heard Xiao Yaya's words, walked over to her side, and glanced at the live stream comments. Noticing the aggressive tone in the comments, he paused for a moment before speaking up.
Guys, hold your anger for now. This might be a misunderstanding, don't jump to conclusions just yet. Everyone, please hold your horses. Let the old man go and get to the bottom of this first. As soon as Su Mingyang finished speaking, the viewers in the livestream calmed down. They were all Su Mingyang's fans, not Xiao Yeye's. Moreover, Su Mingyang's own reputation carried weight. So when Su Mingyang spoke, they naturally chose to believe him. Since Grandpa Su says so, we'll wait a bit longer. I'll say it now, I refuse to believe this situation could possibly take a turn. It's all thanks to Grandpa Su. I realize I'm practically becoming his die-hard fan whenever he speaks, I feel inexplicably convinced. Seeing the comments flooding the livestream, Su Mingyang smiled faintly. The reason his words carried such weight. While the reasons mentioned earlier were certainly important, they were far from the only factors at play. At that very moment, the door to the ancestral home was knocked upon. Knock knock knock. Is Grandpa Su inside? Little Yeye, the streamer? Hearing the knocking, Su Mingyang and Xiao Yeye exchanged a glance. Su Mingyang nodded toward Xiao Yeye. The next moment, Xiao Yeye regained her composure. We're inside. What can I do for you? She pulled open the door to find a middle-aged man in his 40s standing outside. Behind him followed a dense crowd of over 20 crematorium staff members. Seeing Xiao Yeye open the door, the man wiped sweat from his forehead. Xiao Yeye, the host. Sorry about that. I just realized it was you guys who came. The staff member's attitude was a bit. Please forgive us. The middle-aged man paid little attention to Xiao Yeye, his gaze fixed on the live-stream camera. His words seemed directed specifically at the viewers in the live-stream chat. May I ask your name? Hello Grandpa Su and Xiao Yeye, I'm the owner of this crematorium. You can call me Xiao Zhang. I watched your livestream earlier. Regarding the matter of the urns being stacked together, I've already investigated it thoroughly in the shortest possible time. I'll have that staff member explain it to you himself. The crematorium owner, who called himself Xiao Zhang, pulled a young man in his early 20s out from the crowd behind him. He pointed at the young man. This is an intern we hired recently at the crematorium, so he's not familiar with many details. Xiao Lu, hurry up and explain this to streamer Xiao Yeye. The crematorium owner shot Xiao Lu a meaningful look, his eyes brimming with threat. Hearing his boss's words, Xiao Lu seemed reluctant. Hello, Grandpa Su and streamer Xiao Yeye. I'm an intern who just started at the facility last month. A while back, the boss asked us to organize the urns in this building. At the time, I thought I'd save time by stacking them. I truly didn't know they shouldn't be stacked, I'm so sorry. Xiao Lu stammered through his apology. Even someone as laid back as Xiao Yeye could tell he was lying. But she couldn't do anything about it. After all, there were no cameras in the columbarium. Whatever he said would just be his word against hers. She was completely helpless. This is ING classic. So it's the intern's fault when something goes wrong, huh? Interns really are useful. They never get any perks, but when something goes wrong, they take the fall. And hiring more interns even lets companies claim tax deductions. I hereby declare, interns are the greatest invention of the 21st century. Ha 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 ha. The guy above is a real character. But seriously, does this crematorium owner really think we're that gullible? We're young people who've surfed the internet long enough to know better. Their lame excuses are so overused, they're practically worn out. What else can you do? Sure, it's a lame excuse, but it works. We can't produce any evidence. What choice do we have? In the livestream chat, viewers were fiercely criticizing the crematorium's dismissive attitude. Inside the funeral home, Xiao Yeye glanced at Su Mingyang. She couldn't do much now anyway, so she waited to see if Grandpa Su had any tricks up his sleeve. Su Mingyang's eyes darkened upon hearing the crematorium owner's words, especially those from intern Xiao Lu. After a moment's thought, he sighed heavily. Better to let it go when you can. He understood that if his old partner were still around, he wouldn't want to be so hard on the other person either. Even though he hadn't been doing well during this time. Seeing Su Mingyang say nothing, the crematorium owner flashed a smug grin. Public opinion? He wasn't afraid at all. As long as they couldn't pin any problems on his crematorium, these netizens who just whined and complained online weren't his target audience anyway. After all, when an elderly family member passes away, typically, it's the 50 or 60-year-olds who handle the funeral arrangements. These younger folks surfing the web can't sway their parents' decisions. As long as no fundamental issues are uncovered at his crematorium, it won't affect their core concerns. Are we supposed to haul the deceased to some other place just for cremation? Grandpa Su, I've been watching your live streams online for ages. Your stories, Grandpa, always move me deeply. Would you be available, Grandpa Su? May I invite you to our office for a visit? All of us employees, dozens of us, would love to hear your stories from back in the day in person. A sly smile flashed across the crematorium owner's face. He extended the invitation to Su Mingyang with great deference. Su Mingyang stared at the crematorium owner's insincere smile, sensing something was off. Logically speaking, if they squeezed a bit, the columbarium should have been able to accommodate those urns. But why did they stack them? Could there be some deeper meaning behind it? Chapter 56, The Empty Urn. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt, his brow furrowing deeply. Why had the other party been so eager to summon him to the office instead of waiting for him to resolve matters with the old comrade? Could something have happened with the old friend? Seeing Su Mingyang hesitate, the crematorium owner quickly signaled to his secretary. The secretary understood and immediately stepped forward, attempting to take Su Mingyang's arm. But Su Mingyang dodged her. Forget it. I'd rather handle the old chap's affairs first. Once everything here is settled, it won't be too late to stop by, Su Mingyang said, walking toward the urn containing his old friend's ashes. Under the crematorium owner's slightly terrified gaze, he lifted the urn. The next moment, Su Mingyang's entire demeanor darkened to a terrifying degree. He looked at the crematorium owner, his eyes filled with cold, menacing glare. The urn was empty. There were no ashes of his old friend inside. Su Mingyang picked up several other boxes beneath the old comrade's urn, all empty. Except for the 2 boxes that had been stacked on top of the urn from the start, which contained ashes, all the other boxes were empty. The crematorium owner sensed something was terribly wrong, his panic becoming visibly palpable. He knew his crematorium was likely finished. Taking 3 steps in 2, the crematorium owner jogged over to Su Mingyang just before he could speak. Grandpa Su, I need to speak with you privately. Would you be available? The crematorium owner's unusual behavior left little Yaya feeling baffled. In the livestream chat, viewers shared Xiao Yaya's confusion. What's going on? Why do both the crematorium owner and Grandpa Su seem so strange? Is there something going on we don't know about? This is so weird. I'm a bit confused. Could it be something to do with the gravesite? Hey, you superstitious folks upstairs, stop watching those trashy movies. Netizens buzzed with speculation, none knowing what had transpired. Until one observant netizen stepped in to explain. Didn't any of you notice? When Grandpa Su first lifted the top 2 urns, he seemed to struggle. But when he carried his old buddy's urn and the 2 below, his back didn't even bend. So I suspect there were no ashes inside the urns. The netizen's words sent a shockwave through the livestream audience. No ashes in the urns? Could the crematorium be pocketing the ashes? Isn't that outrageous? What would they want with the ashes? Mix them into rice at home? That explanation seems a bit far-fetched. Maybe the urns on top are taller? That's why Grandpa Su had trouble moving it, or maybe the one above was a big fat guy. Hey, upstairs, take a look at what you're saying. What does being overweight have to do with ashes? While everyone was still debating whether the crematorium was secretly keeping the ashes which served no practical purpose, a netizen who works at the crematorium chimed in. Ashes mixed with rice are delicious, no doubt. But that's not why the urns are empty. You folks who don't work at crematoriums probably don't know. Often, cremating bones into ashes takes at least 2 or 3 hours. The costs involved are unimaginable. But if the body is only reduced to a skeleton, it takes less than half an hour, sometimes even less. The savings in costs are obvious. Therefore, I suspect this crematorium only incinerates bodies down to skeletal remains, allowing them to pocket the cremation subsidies for each body. This way, they could even make a tidy profit off these unclaimed bodies. As the truth unfolded, netizens gasped in shock. Xiao Yaya, who had been clueless moments ago, now wore an equally stunned expression upon reading the netizens' explanations. Who would have thought that running a crematorium was already profitable enough? Yet they still sought to profit from such a place. Inside the funeral home, the crematorium owner watched Su Mingyang's sinister expression and instinctively tensed his neck. Yet his eyes remained fixed on Su Mingyang, as if awaiting his response. Su Mingyang waved his hand dismissively. Young man, I don't think we have anything to discuss. How can I talk to someone who's done something like this? Su Mingyang suppressed his anger. He had thought the old man was merely struggling. But now, even the ashes had vanished without a trace. For the first time since the War of Resistance, Su Mingyang felt such utter disgust toward another person. Staring at the crematorium owner before him, Su Mingyang resolved to expose his actions to the public. But the crematorium owner beat him to it, addressing the employee standing behind Xiao Yaya. What are you standing around for? Do you all want to lose your jobs? A 10 grand a month job like this? You won't find another one anywhere else. The crematorium owner's words snapped the employees standing behind Xiao Yaya back to reality. Most of them only had associate degrees or lower. Besides the crematorium, there really was nowhere else that could offer such high wages. Moreover, working at the crematorium meant more than just a salary. Every time families brought their deceased elders for cremation, to ensure they worked diligently, they would slip them a red envelope. These red envelopes start at a minimum of 100 yuan. Every day, they can easily collect 300 or 400 yuan just from these red envelopes. Sometimes, the monthly income from these red envelopes even exceeds their regular wages. Naturally, they wouldn't pass up such a lucrative opportunity. In an instant, the crematorium staff began scrambling to grab the phone from Xiao Yaya's hands. The intern was the quickest to react. Before Xiao Yaya could react, he snatched the phone from her grasp.
He decisively pressed the stop button. Within moments, tens of thousands of viewers watching the livestream received this notification. The streamer you were watching has ended their broadcast. Other streamers will be recommended to you in 5 seconds. On the other side of the capital, Ho Chi Minh, sitting at home in the military compound, stared at the notification popping up on his phone. He was furious. Ever since Commander Bai of the White Army had come knocking last time and given him a thorough dressing down, he had gradually calmed down, no longer posting content online or using his connections to investigate Su Mingyang's background. But this time, he was absolutely furious. Bai Fongjun had personally promised to send someone to ensure Su Mingyang's safety. Yet now, during a live stream, the channel had been shut down. Was this the protection he promised for the safety of the venerable Su? Hu Zhiming was utterly furious. Though he couldn't match Bai Fongjun in every aspect, that didn't mean he wouldn't stand up to him. After all, he'd been retired for so long. Could the other party really withhold his pension? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Without hesitation, Hu Zhiming dialed Bai Fongjun's number. Commander Bai, care to explain how this constitutes protecting Comrade Su's safety? Chapter 57, Cult Devotion. On the other end of the line, Bai Fongjun was also at his wit's end. He never imagined that in broad daylight, Xiao Yeye would be streaming live. That someone would dare to snatch the phone from Xiao Yeye's hands. He absolutely could not tolerate such an incident. Old Hu. Don't panic. Someone's already handling it. The live stream should resume shortly. Hearing Bai Fongjun's words, Hu Zhiming breathed a slight sigh of relief. He now guessed that Bai Fongjun had likely dispatched someone to tail and protect Su Mingyang. He promptly hung up the phone. Meanwhile, at the crematorium, the instant Xiao Yeye's phone was snatched away, Lu Jianjun received the news almost simultaneously. Last time, they missed the high-speed train, leading to the incident where the venerable elder Su was struck on the train, a matter still fresh in their minds. If Senior Su were to suffer harm again this time, he wouldn't wait for the military district to issue a transfer order. He would personally report it and request a replacement. One such incident could be dismissed as an oversight. But if it happened a second time in a row, it would prove their incompetence. Lu Jianjun drew the pistol from his waistband and scanned his team members. This time, draw your weapons immediately. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. They've truly become lawless. To dare attack Elder Su in broad daylight. The group charged straight into the crematorium. The guard at the entrance tried to block them. But in the next instant, a black muzzle pressed against his temple. Lu Jianjun's face darkened as he pulled an ID card from his pocket with his other hand. Hello, we're currently on a mission. Please cooperate. Hearing Lu Jianjun's words, the guard didn't hesitate and opened the door to let them in. After scanning the crematorium, Lu Jianjun quickly located the private burial chamber where Su Mingyang lay. He sprinted forward. Not far ahead, Lu Jianjun spotted a crowd jostling and pushing. Little Yeye and the elderly Mr. Su were trapped within the crowd's encirclement. Fearing an accident, Lu Jianjun didn't hesitate for a moment. He aimed the pistol barrel skyward. He fired a warning shot. The crowd instantly fell silent. Lu Jianjun jogged forward, and the crowd parted automatically. When he saw that Su Mingyang was unharmed, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. Soon, several medical personnel rushed over. They thoroughly examined Su Mingyang from head to toe. Xiao Yeye, still shaken from the ordeal, was stunned by the scene. What was going on? Is the military this efficient nowadays? Her phone had been snatched just 2 minutes ago, cutting off her livestream. In less than 2 minutes, military personnel had arrived? Amidst her astonishment, a fleeting look of inquiry flashed in Xiao Yeye's eyes as she glanced at Su Mingyang. Only now did she realize that Grandpa Su's identity wasn't as simple as it seemed. Previously, she had always believed Grandpa Su was just an ordinary veteran of the anti-Japanese war. But judging by how swiftly the military had arrived now, Grandpa Su's background couldn't be that straightforward. Perhaps Grandpa Su had some unknown past? Seeing Xiao Yeye's innocent expression, Su Mingyang smiled and ruffled her little head. Just moments ago, the crowd had surrounded them completely. At that moment, Su Mingyang truly believed he was in grave danger. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yeye fearlessly shielded him behind her back, preventing him from suffering even a scratch. He had already begun to regard Xiao Yeye as his own granddaughter in his heart. Now, he fully embraced her. He regarded her as his own granddaughter. Lu Jianjun led his men in taking control of all the crematorium staff present. Once the situation stabilized, he stepped before Su Mingyang and saluted. Commander Su. All rioters have been subdued. Please issue your next orders, Commander. Watching Lu Jianjun's textbook military salute, Su Mingyang showed not a trace of surprise. Earlier at the hospital, when the doctor handed him his physical examination report, he had suspected that the military district had likely assigned someone to tail him. Now, the facts had confirmed his suspicions. Su Mingyang looked at Lu Jianjun and returned the salute. Seeing Lu Jianjun still standing awkwardly, waiting for his orders, Su Mingyang waved his hand.
I've been retired for quite some time now and no longer hold any position in the military district. I'm just an ordinary retired veteran. You can call me Grandpa Su, just like the others do. As for orders? These employees are likely innocent. Just arrest the owner of this crematorium for questioning. The rest are just workers, no need to be overly harsh on them. Upon hearing Su Mingyang's words, everyone present, except for the crematorium owner, turned to Su Mingyang with grateful looks. Grandpa Su, thank you so much. What we did before was out of sheer necessity. We didn't want to lose this job, so we let Zhang Facey manipulate us. I promise I'll never do anything like this again. The intern who had snatched Xiao Yaya's phone handed it back to her. At the same time, he bowed deeply to Su Mingyang and Xiao Yaya. As he said, it was all driven by necessity. If his family hadn't been spending money on medical treatment, he would never have ended up working at a crematorium. After all, people still harbored many prejudices about this profession. People believed that working at a crematorium meant carrying the aura of the dead. Hearing his words, the other employees began to follow suit, apologizing to Su Mingyang one after another. Su Mingyang waved his hand dismissively and turned his gaze to the crematorium's owner, Zhang Facey. So now you can tell me where the ashes actually went? Zhang Facey gritted his teeth stubbornly, refusing to utter a word. Seeing this, the intern, ever the observant one, spoke up. Grandpa Su, if he won't say, I will. You might think Mr. Zhang was trying to cut costs. And that's why he didn't fully cremate the body. But that's not the case at all. Mr. Zhang did refine the body. But after cremation, he enshrined the crystals from the ashes. Mr. Zhang follows a cult. A cult? Hearing the intern's words, Su Mingyang was taken aback. Could such a thing really exist? His brow furrowed deeply. Lu Jianjun also frowned upon hearing the intern's words. During his time in the military, he had heard rumors that many people in China's border regions believed in cults. Moreover, they committed heinous acts for the sake of cult rituals. He never imagined the crematorium owner before him would be one of them. After the intern finished speaking, he saw the stunned expressions on everyone's faces. To prove his point, he strode directly toward the second floor of the mausoleum. Normally, the owner never lets us go up to the second floor of the mausoleum. And it's locked year-round. But once, when I was moving an urn, I noticed the owner had forgotten to lock it, so I went upstairs. Chapter 58, The Headless Buddha Statue. The intern's words startled everyone. Su Mingyang frowned, his expression growing grave. Though he didn't believe in ghosts or spirits, if his old friend's ashes were being used to worship evil deities, he couldn't accept it. Meanwhile, Xiao Yaya restarted the livestream. Earlier, when their stream had gone offline, many viewers had already called the police. They were deeply concerned about Su Mingyang and Xiao Yaya's safety. The moment the stream went live, the viewer count instantly surged past 100,000. This was the first time Xiao Yaya had seen so many viewers, and she was clearly surprised. Seeing that Xiao Yaya and Grandpa Su were unharmed, the viewers breathed a huge sigh of relief. Streamer! What just happened? We all called the police, so glad you're both okay. That scared the hell out of me. I'm from Annan City. Just now, I saw the streamer and Grandpa Su surrounded by people. So I immediately called some factory workers and drove over. Thankfully Grandpa Su and the host are okay, so I won't come over to join the commotion. I'll head back first. Wait, look at the man behind the host. Is that a gun on his waist? Holy crap! What's going on? Does Grandpa Su have bodyguards or something? Many viewers noticed the pistol at Lu Jianjun's waist. Xiao Yaya immediately shifted the livestream camera away. However, her reaction was always a step slower than the moderator's. Attention! Streamers are prohibited from displaying non-compliant items in the livestream. This violation results in a deduction of 2 credibility points. Remaining credibility points, 98. When credibility points fall below 60, live streaming will be disabled. Xiao Yaya looked utterly speechless and simply flipped the camera back around. While losing a few credibility points wasn't a big deal, it was still a violation. She couldn't just act recklessly because Grandpa Su had connections. It really does look like a handgun. What's going on? These guys don't look like cops. Could they really be Grandpa Su's bodyguards? Why do I suddenly feel like Grandpa Su is getting a bit mysterious? I always thought he was just an ordinary revolutionary veteran. But now it seems Grandpa Su has a pretty high military rank. Did you guys see that video about Comrade Ho Chi Minh? I even looked up Ho Chi Minh's background. Guess what? Before his retirement, he was actually a division commander. Converted to today's standards, a division commander back then would be at least a colonel. Some even reached the rank of major general. If someone of his stature is speaking up for Grandpa Su, I refuse to believe Grandpa Su's background is anything simple. Hearing this netizens' detailed speculation, many viewers in the livestream chat began liking and agreeing. In an instant, they all began speculating about Su Mingyang's identity. Meanwhile, the intern's account continued. When I went upstairs, I saw a headless Buddha statue enshrined there. Its body was wrapped in a layer of red cloth that was as eerie as could be. I was scared out of my wits. I haven't set foot upstairs since. Hearing the intern's words, Lu Jianjun kicked Zhang Fa. I never imagined you'd do something like this. Do you even know the consequences of stealing someone's ashes to worship a cult? Kicked in the shins, Zhang Fei's eyes flashed with a hint of menace. But he didn't immediately lash out, he was biding his time. After kicking Zhang Fa, Lu Jianjun turned to Su Mingyang. Senior Su, what should we do next? Should we advance? Or should I lead you out first? Hearing Lu Jianjun's question, Su Mingyang didn't hesitate for a moment. Go up. I want to see what this man has done with my old comrade's ashes. Soon, the lock on the door to the second floor was pried open. With Xiao Yeye's support, Su Mingyang ascended to the second floor. The moment they reached the second floor, Xiao Yeye took 2 startled steps back at the eerie scene before her. Su Mingyang, however, paid no heed and continued forward. The vast second floor was now piled high with red paper figures of all shapes and sizes. At the center of this sea of figures, a red cloth covered a Buddha statue. Before the statue lay numerous crystals, large and small, formed from cremated ashes. These crystals were arranged on an offering table, seemingly intended as food for the Buddha statue. Viewers in the live stream chat flooded the screen with comments. Holy crap! Is this a horror movie? This is way too creepy, it'll scare someone to death. It's genuinely terrifying, I wouldn't dare go up there. But why doesn't Grandpa Su seem scared at all? Is this the courage of revolutionary veterans? Dude, that comment's kinda unnecessary. Back when we were fighting the Japanese invaders, which of our heroes feared ghosts or spirits? If ghosts really existed, they'd probably be captured and forced into labor. No food needed, and they'd keep working forever. Where else could you find such prime beasts of burden? Seeing this comment, Xiao Yeye couldn't help but laugh out loud. The fear that had gripped her heart vanished in an instant. Grandpa Su, wait for me. Lifting her live streaming phone, Xiao Yeye quickened her pace to catch up with Su Mingyang. Behind her, Lu Jianjun watched the 2 figures walking one in front of the other, his eyes glinting slightly. Earlier, when Su Mingyang had locked him away deep in the mountains, he had also carried out 2 years of security duties. During those 2 years, he and his teammates took turns monitoring the mountain surveillance feeds. He couldn't help but feel sympathy for this lonely, isolated old veteran. To help his comrades heal from their post-war trauma and return home without endangering public safety, he endured decades of solitude in the mountains. Now, having fully recovered, he emerged from the mountains. Having a lively, adorable little treasure like Xiao Yeye by his side, wasn't that a comfort in itself? Hearing Xiao Yeye's words, Su Mingyang paused briefly, waiting for her to catch up. The 2 pushed aside the paper figures cluttering the passageway and headed straight for the Buddha statue covered in red cloth. Standing before the statue, Su Mingyang abruptly pulled away the red cloth. The next moment, just as the intern had described, a headless Buddha statue stood before them. Observing the statue's rough yet weathered carving, Su Mingyang understood almost instantly. This statue was no cult artifact at all, but a genuine Buddhist image. Only, its head had been sawed off. Based on Su Mingyang's knowledge of such statues, the head should currently reside in the museum of one of the nations that invaded China back then. They loved collecting such artifacts. In the livestream, viewers followed Xiao Yeye's phone camera and saw the statue too. Holy crap! It really is just like that intern said. There's a headless Buddha statue on the second floor. Does anyone here know what this means? Why would a crematorium owner worship this statue? And why are there so many paper effigies beside it? What's the story with that? Chapter 59, the second floor of the funeral home. As soon as the netizens' question went up, many people immediately started searching online for information. But to their disappointment, there were no answers online. Such antisocial topics simply couldn't be found through search engines. Still, the livestream had over 100,000 viewers at this point. Soon, one of the viewers in the livestream began explaining to everyone. I might not know much about other things, but regarding headless Buddha statues, I recall reading about them in a book before. Offering bone ash crystals to a headless Buddha statue is all about using those crystals to make the statue grow a head again. Once the head grows back, it can grant the worshipper one favor. It's said to be something like bringing the dead back to life or curing terminal illnesses. The specifics depend on what the crematorium owner needs. As for these paper figures, I wonder if you've noticed the details. These paper figures are almost always depicted in a kneeling posture. The reason for this is simply to create the illusion of many people kneeling in devotion. But the crematorium owner probably doesn't realize his approach is completely wrong. Kneeling before Buddha statues is about consistent devotion over time. Sincerity is what matters. Using paper figures for worship like this, what's the difference between that and scalpers? Even if his intentions were genuine, in the end, the Buddha statue might awaken to help someone else, certainly not him. After all, among all these paper figures, which one hasn't knelt longer than him? Hearing Deng Ji's explanation, the live stream audience collectively gasped in disbelief. Who would have thought that in the year 5202, people still believed in such unscientific nonsense? Xiao Yeye glanced at the chat and noticed the comment too. For a moment, she was utterly speechless. That crematorium owner was way out of line. How could anyone believe that?
After Lu Jianjun went upstairs, he also saw the scene before him. He scanned the second floor and found nothing but the paper effigy and the headless Buddha statue. His interest waned instantly. He had expected to see something thrilling upstairs, but this was it? But as he looked at the Buddha statue before him and the crystallized ashes on the altar in front of it, he felt a sudden wave of unease wash over him.
Did the crematorium owner really mess with this kind of stuff?
Lu Jianjun hurried down the stairs in 2 strides. At that moment, Zhang Fei, the crematorium owner, glared at the stairwell with a fierce, venomous look in his eyes.
He certainly resented Lu Jianjun for subduing them.
But his deepest resentment was directed at Su Mingyang, who had exposed everything.
If that old geezer hadn't come barging in, how could his scheme have been uncovered? If he ended up behind bars, what would become of Xiao Wan? Gradually, the hatred in Zhang Fazai's eyes grew more intense.
Crouching on the ground, he slipped his hand into the back of his boot when no one was looking. Inside, a dagger was concealed.
Before long, Su Mingyang came downstairs.
In his hands, he carried a red cloth. Inside the cloth lay box after box of crystalline ashes. When the people downstairs witnessed this scene, they were all startled. Lu Jianjun hadn't mentioned what was happening upstairs earlier.
Could this be the stolen ashes? Did Elder Su just bring them down like this, so openly? Ah, so it was. Senior Su truly has no taboos.
He just takes things like this without a second thought, not caring about any consequences at all. Downstairs, murmurs of discussion arose among the military district personnel.
They were all surprised by Su Mingyang's actions. But they didn't say much more.
Put themselves in his shoes, and if it were them, they'd probably do the same.
Earlier upstairs, to avoid another live streaming violation, Xiao Yeye hadn't recorded the scene of Su Mingyang wrapping the crystallized ashes in red cloth.
Now, seeing the red cloth in Su Mingyang's hand, everyone began to speculate.
So, the red cloth contains the cremated remains? I recall seeing it on TV. They call it relics, right?
Yes, you could say that. Essentially, relics are stones that cannot be burned away.
It's just been mythologized.
But the fact that Grandpa Su can carry so much means these are likely processed ashes.
That's why so many crystals formed. So what exactly will Grandpa Su do with these crystals? Right now, we can't tell which crystals belong to whom.
We can't just assume they all belong to Senior Xie Changchun.
Gradually, netizens grew curious about how Su Mingyang would handle these cremated remains crystals.
They watched as Su Mingyang searched the floor.
Finally, he spotted an unmarked urn in the corner.
Su Mingyang picked up the urn and first emptied the crystallized ashes from the red cloth into it all at once. Then, he found a pen. He wrote a line of large characters on the urn. "Salute to all who have contributed to Huagua." Upon seeing these words, Xiao Yeye's mouth opened slightly, her expression adorably dazed. Everyone who has contributed to Huagua? In an instant, Xiao Yeye seemed to grasp something, her eyes brimming with astonishment as she looked at Su Mingyang. She had always thought that contributing to China meant either in the realm of science and technology, developing new technologies and achieving significant research breakthroughs,
or in national defense, shedding blood and sweat for the nation. That was what counted as contributing to China. But now, hearing Grandpa Su's words, she finally understood. Contributing to China didn't require such grand gestures. As long as they didn't break the law or violate discipline, as long as they worked diligently and conscientiously, then they are contributing to China. Gradually, a hint of reverence crept into Xiao Yeye's gaze as she looked at Su Mingyang.
As a revolutionary veteran, Grandpa Su not only refrained from imposing his own standards on the younger generation, he showed such generosity toward the younger generation. Even the slightest contribution was worthy of respect in Grandpa Su's eyes. Grandpa Su is truly wonderful. Viewers in the livestream were moved to tears by this young man. Tears welling up. Grandpa Su was so kind to us younger generations.
He never demands too much from us.
Perhaps Grandpa Su doesn't want us younger generations to repeat their path, to shed blood and tears on the battlefield. He only wishes for us to live peaceful lives. That way, their efforts won't have been in vain.
Grandpa Su, seriously. I'm crying my eyes out.
Even if Grandpa Su doesn't demand much from us, we can't demand nothing from ourselves.
China is now at the most critical stage of its rejuvenation. We can't afford to slack off.
After Su Mingyang closed the urn once more, he cradled it in his arms, preparing to escort the souls within these boxes home. He stepped toward the exit of the columbarium.
However, as he passed by the crematorium owner, Zhang Faka, Su Mingyang sensed something amiss. His footsteps faltered. Chapter 60, Hidden Agendas. Even after decades away from the battlefield, Su Mingyang could clearly sense the aura of danger drawing near. He looked at Zhang Faka. Sure enough.
The next second, Zhang Fazai, who had been crouching on the ground, suddenly sprang to his feet.
It's all your fault. You ruined me. You ruined Xiao Wan too. Zhang Fazai's words were filled with bitter resentment.
The dagger in his hand emitted a cold, eerie glow as he thrust it straight towards Su Mingyang's throat.
Ah! Xiao Yeye let out a startled cry. Lu Jianjun clearly hadn't reacted in time either. However, a faint smile touched Su Mingyang's lips.
If she had attacked him before he noticed, he might have been injured.
But he had already noticed.
Even now, with his body battered and his reflexes dulled,
dodging this blade's strike was still a piece of cake. With a slight sidestep, Su Mingyang evaded Zhang Fatsai's dagger. One strike missed. Zhang Fatsai never got another chance to strike. Lu Jianjun kicked him hard, sending him crashing to the ground. Soon, two teammates stepped forward and bound Zhang Fatsai tightly.
Lying on his side, Zhang Faka's eyes were filled with despair.
Truthfully, stealing ashes was neither a major nor a minor offense. It certainly wasn't worth risking his life to assassinate Su Mingyang. But he couldn't accept it. He was so close to succeeding. Xiao Wan would have been resurrected any moment. Why? Why, at this crucial moment, did Su Mingyang appear at the crematorium?
Zhang Fatsai's eyes gradually filled with moisture, and tears began streaming down his face like a burst dam. Inside the live stream, viewers had just been scared out of their wits.
I nearly died of fright just now. Why would the crematorium owner do this?
I just looked it up. Cases like his, stealing ashes, usually only get less than 3 years. If no one else's interests were harmed, he might get out in a year or two.
Why is he pushing so hard? Thank goodness Grandpa Su reacted quickly. Otherwise, that knife would have pierced his neck. Is this crematorium owner mentally unstable? See? No one who follows a cult is normal. Seriously, don't you think this crematorium owner has a story? I bet he was in the middle of a cult ritual at a critical moment. Then Grandpa Su ruined it, which is why he's so frantic. No idea. Let's ask the streamer. Soon, a flurry of comments appeared before Xiao Yaya's eyes.
Most of them urged her to dig deeper into the facts.
Seeing these comments, Xiao Yaya hesitated. Although she also wanted to know why the crematorium owner would act this way.
But she still had to defer to Grandpa Su's opinion.
She couldn't possibly leave Grandpa Su behind and stay here alone to interview Zhang Faka. Su Mingyang noticed Xiao Yaya's expression and walked over to ruffle her hair. If there's anything you want to ask, go ahead and ask. It's getting late today, and there's nothing else to do. Go ahead and interview him. With Grandpa Su's approval, Xiao Yaya's cheeks flushed bright red, her excitement palpable. Like a little girl who'd just gotten a new toy.
She skipped over to Zhang Fatsai and aimed the live streaming camera at him.
But before she could ask any questions, Zhang Fatsai spoke up first. I know what you want to ask. Since things have come to this, it's time for me to wake up from this dream. Xiao Yaya was taken aback by Zhang Fatsai's words.
Just moments ago, he'd been trying to assassinate Grandpa Su. How could he change so drastically in the blink of an eye?
Was Grandpa Su really that hateful?
Viewers in the live stream chat burst into laughter at the scene.
Ha ha ha. Look at Grandpa Su's face.
He's turning as dark as liver.
This is totally double standards.
Just moments ago, they were plotting to assassinate Grandpa Su. But when it comes to the streamer, it turns into a nice and polite confession session.
Now even psychos judge by looks? I'm seriously fed up. Can this world show Grandpa Su a little more kindness? Grandpa Su, why am I the one getting hurt? Ha 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 ha. Su Mingyang.
Even with his usual calm demeanor, he was at a loss for words.
Zhang Faka's behavior was pure double standards. Realizing it now was truly impeccable timing. Still, Su Mingyang didn't say much.
He was also curious why Zhang Faka had set up such things on the second floor of the ancestral home.
This story goes back many years. Zhang Faka's voice sounded hoarse.
8 years ago, my wife Xiao Wan died of cancer.
By the time she passed, we'd drained nearly all our savings, yet still couldn't save her.
After a period of despair, I was targeted by a cult. Later, within that cult, I acquired a secret technique, the very one you've witnessed.
They say that if I can complete 3 full years of worship, Xiao Wan could be resurrected.
Therefore, to maximize the yield of bone ash crystals,
I used my remaining savings and took out a bank loan to establish this crematorium. The government offers subsidies for crematoriums handling bodies without surviving children. As long as the crematorium could perform the cremation and properly arrange for the ashes, then it receives a basic subsidy. Since this subsidy is not substantial, after deducting operational costs and labor expenses, there's barely anything left. Moreover, after receiving this subsidy, the crematorium must continue to store these ashes indefinitely.
Therefore, beyond meeting basic quotas, other crematoriums avoid accepting excessive amounts of ashes.
This presented an opportunity for me.
I retrieved all these bodies and deliberately added certain materials during cremation. In the end, a crystalline formation solidified within each urn.
This crystalline substance was precisely what was needed for the offerings.
I continued this practice for 2.5 years. Only half a year remained, just half a year until I could succeed.
But then Grandpa Su appeared.
I knew that with Grandpa Su's arrival, my secret would be impossible to conceal. That's why I initially tried to pull Grandpa Su aside to discuss the matter with him.
Who could have imagined that Grandpa Su wouldn't even acknowledge me? And then came the scene you witnessed. Everything was exposed.
Zhang Faka recounted the entire incident, drawing sighs of sympathy from many netizens.
To be honest, the crematorium owner is kind of pitiful too. His wife passed away, and he fell for a cult. And at the final crucial moment, she got caught. Seriously, are people actually feeling sorry for someone like Zhang Fatsai? Have you been online too long and lost your mind? If your own family's ashes were stolen, would you still feel sorry for the thief? Don't you all find something off about what Zhang Faka said?
I sense there's more to this story.
Chapter 61, I hope you live until I get out of prison. This netizen's words made many people start to feel a bit suspicious. Zhang Faka's earlier explanation did sound plausible. But if he believed in that cult and even attempted to assassinate Grandpa Su, how could he have had such a sudden change of heart so quickly? Or was there some fabrication in the story he told? Still, the netizens couldn't pinpoint any flaws in his logic right away. Xiao Yaya wasn't watching the comments.
Instead, she gazed at Zhang Faci with sympathy, her eyes glistening slightly. As a young woman who had recently graduated from university, she still believed in the undying love Zhang Faka claimed to feel. A wife gravely ill, a husband drawn into a cult by love. It was the kind of story you'd only see in a TV drama. Who would have thought it could happen in real life? The military unit teammates standing behind Xiao Yeye and Su Mingyang were also visibly moved. For years, they had been focused solely on missions. With no time for romance, they naturally yearned for such love themselves. Many younger men even directly identified with Zhang Fakai's role. Though they were rational enough now not to believe in cults. But when they put themselves in his shoes, they weren't entirely sure they could remain as level-headed as they were now after enduring so much. Therefore, their gaze toward Zhang Fatsai carried a hint of sympathy. Lu Jianjun, however, sensed something odd about the situation. He didn't dwell on it, though. After all, he had devoted his entire life to the military district and never considered marriage. Naturally, he couldn't fathom the other man's mindset. Su Mingyang, however, frowned deeply. He had detected a flaw in Zhang Fatsai's words. Su Mingyang stepped forward, pulling Xiao Yeye behind him. He looked every bit the grandfather protecting his granddaughter. Xiao Yeye, pulled behind Su Mingyang, looked slightly surprised but said nothing more. Su Mingyang turned his gaze to Zhang Fatsai. Since you claim you did all this for your wife, do you have any proof? The dead cannot be brought back to life. Having experienced your wife's cancer, you should understand this truth. If you can believe in a cult, you shouldn't wait until your wife is dead to do so. You only turn to this cult when your wife is terminally ill. From what I know about cults, they need financial support to keep going. And you? You merely followed the cult's methods to carry out the ritual. You haven't given the cult a single penny. How could they possibly give you such a method? Su Mingyang's words instantly awakened everyone. They had all been tricked by Zhang Faka. The military unit members exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing Su Mingyang's words. I knew it felt unrealistic and I was so moved just now. Turns out it was all a lie. That crematorium owner is despicable. Exactly. If Grandpa Su hadn't snapped us out of it, we'd still be completely hooked on Zhang Faka's story. Damn. We got scammed. But how did Grandpa Su spot that flaw so instantly? The military unit teammates buzzed with discussion, and netizens were just as engrossed. Grandpa Su is so logical. At his age, he could instantly spot the holes in Zhang Faka's story. Is this what they call seeing through the world's illusions? Hey, I told you to watch less TV dramas, but you wouldn't listen. You're always spouting this crazy nonsense. Grandpa Su clearly has a wealth of experience. Things that seem unbelievable to us. For Grandpa Su, he's probably seen it all countless times. Grandpa Su is awesome. Xiao Yeye listened to Su Mingyang's words, taking a moment to process them. Ah. So that's how it is. She muttered softly. Her eyes immediately filled with shame and anger at being deceived. She glared fiercely at Zhang Fatsai, saying nothing, trying to kill him with her eyes. However, if Zhang Fatsai had looked up to meet her gaze at that moment, he would have been utterly charmed by her fierce yet adorable expression. But Zhang Faka didn't look up. He kept his head bowed, silent. It was true that he had joined a cult for his wife. But that was before his wife died. His wife passed away after he opened the crematorium, not before. At that time, with nowhere else to turn, he did indeed turn to a cult. He melted down all the unclaimed ashes into crystals. Yet when the number of crystals reached the amount needed to cure his wife's illness, her condition did not improve. Instead, she passed away within days of the ritual's completion. Thus, he realized. This cult was nothing but a scam. They were nothing more than an organization peddling these cremated remains crystals. Thus, Zhang Fatsai discovered a lucrative money-making scheme. He recorded the entire process with a camera from pushing the bodies into the crematorium to the completion of the refinement. After the crystals were fully refined, he collected them all. They were then placed before the Buddha statue on the second floor for worship. This way, when cultists needed crystals, he could directly sell them the finished product. The total cost for the entire process, including various miscellaneous expenses, amounted to only a few hundred yuan. Yet he sold each consecrated crystal for tens of thousands of yuan.
The profit margin was staggering tens of times the initial investment. This was the primary reason why their crematorium could relentlessly accept these childless corpses and continue expanding. Ha ha ha. Exposed by Su Mingyang, Zhang Fazao stopped pretending altogether. So what if you found out? I'll just serve a few years inside. When I get out, I'll be a man of means again. Zhang Faka's attitude was unusually arrogant. He had originally only intended to win these people's sympathy and see if he could get his sentence reduced a bit. But now that he'd been exposed, there was no point in pretending anymore. So be it. At worst, he'd get the maximum sentence, 3 years at most for his offense. He'd already consulted his lawyer, this was the maximum sentence. Besides, he'd already made enough money and transferred it to overseas banks. Once he served his time and got out, he wouldn't be working at the crematorium anymore. He'd head straight overseas to enjoy life. Sunshine, beaches, and blonde foreign women. Wouldn't that be far more comfortable than staying in China to run a crematorium? Zhang Fazai lifted his gaze to meet Su Mingyang's. Su, I admit you saw right through my story. You're impressive. But so what? You don't think I care about an extra year or two in prison, do you? And now, I'm suddenly very curious about one thing. After I'm released from prison, will I still be able to see you? I hope you live that long, don't you dare die before I'm out. I'd like to attend your funeral and bring you 2 chrysanthemums. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 62, Soaked in Water. Zhang Faka laughed unrestrainedly, his eyes narrowing slightly as he fixed a venomous glare on Su Mingyang. Selling his bone ash crystals to cult members? Where's the proof? Without proof, it was all mere conjecture. Remember, he always used cash when dealing with cult members. There was no way to trace their transactions through cash. Even if he suddenly had a lot of unexplained money, he could easily claim it came from red envelopes given by family members after cremation. Who could possibly investigate that thoroughly? Staring at Zhang Fazai's maniacal grin before her, Xiao Yeye finally realized she'd placed her sympathy in the wrong person. Standing behind Su Mingyang, she felt her own naivety. She'd believed a story someone made up on the spot? Seriously, how shameless can Zhang Faka be? So infuriating. Infuriating. I want to go slap Zhang Fazai right now. Why does he get to act so arrogant even when he's about to get arrested? Damn it. Is there anyone who bought bone ash crystals from him who wants to come forward and expose him? Hey, what are you thinking? Self-immolation is way too extreme. Even if he hasn't committed any serious crimes, anyone who speaks out against him will get at least 15 days in detention. Who'd be that stupid? Viewers in the livestream were furious at the scene. But soon, a comment from a young girl caught many viewers' attention. Now that you mention it, I remember something. Last Chinese New Year, I went back to my hometown. There seemed to be similar bone ash crystals in our family's small Buddhist shrine. I was puzzled about what it was. My grandmother told me it was a sacred relic she'd obtained from a high monk at the temple. Apparently, you can make wishes with them or something. I didn't take it seriously at the time, thinking the old lady had been tricked. I never expected that thing to look exactly like the bone ash crystals I'd seen before. Could it be that my grandmother bought it from Zhang Faka? Seeing this netizen's comment, the live stream audience was stunned. Could it really be that coincidental? Hey, sweetie. Where are you from? And how old is your grandma? You can't joke about this stuff. Exactly. You know, if you're not careful, your grandma could end up in trouble. This is hilarious, reporting your own grandma? Seriously? Viewers in the livestream chat expressed strong approval for the young girl's earlier comment. Xiao Yeye also saw the girl's comment and handed her phone to Grandpa Su. Su Mingyang was a bit confused. He was in the middle of a standoff with Zhang Faka. Why was Xiao Yeye shoving the phone in his face? But he soon spotted the comment too, a thoughtful look crossing his eyes. To avoid unnecessary self-incrimination, Su Mingyang addressed the livestream camera instead. The little girl who just commented, could you tell me how old your grandmother is? If she's elderly but not over 75, I don't think it's necessary. Su Mingyang didn't explicitly state it was unnecessary, but instead hinted at it subtly. After all, buying someone else's cremated remains might sound like a simple transaction, not illegal. But in reality, if the origin of the ashes was questionable, the grandmother could still face criminal charges. Unless her grandmother was version T0. That is, over 75 years old. As everyone knows, anyone over 75 is exempt from criminal liability for minor offenses, typically receiving only a verbal warning. After all, no one wants to end up having to clean up after an elderly person they've locked up. Moreover, at that age, no one can predict when an elderly person might pass away. No one wants to shoulder that responsibility. Therefore, as long as the offense isn't too severe. Legally, individuals over 75 are exempt from imprisonment. This is the origin of the phrase version T0. Not long after Su Mingyang spoke, he saw the girl send another bullet comment. Ah! Grandpa Su called me out, so exciting. Grandpa Su, don't worry. My grandmother is over 80, so it's totally fine. Besides, this actually helps her.
Ever since she got that bone ash crystal, she's been soaking it in water and drinking it every day. It doesn't affect her health, but this behavior has made everyone in our family too scared to even touch grandma. You know how it is at that age, elders tend to believe in such things. They all want immortality or to extend their lifespan. Seeing the young girl's follow-up comment, Su Mingyang breathed a heavy sigh of relief. While breaking the law means facing consequences, she was deceived by a cult after all. As long as she could turn over a new leaf and live properly, why not give her a chance? He handed the phone to Lu Jianjun, who took it with a blank expression, completely baffled by Su Mingyang's intentions. Su Mingyang swiped up the comment stream and tapped the girl's profile card. Soon, her profile card appeared before them. After searching through the profile for a moment, Su Ming located the button labeled User's Historical Bullet Screen History. He clicked it. The next second, every bullet comment the girl had ever posted in the livestream appeared before their eyes. Seeing the bullet comments, Su Mingyang's eyelid twitched, his pupils widening in shock. What the hell is this? The history showed the girl had posted dozens of bullet comments. Only these two were somewhat normal, the rest were all lewd and vulgar. Wow! Grandpa Su is so handsome. That profile view is absolutely stunning. It's killing me. Ah! Grandpa Su. I live in room 520, building 1, Fando Garden. My door's open tonight. The day after I want to have a baby with Grandpa Su. Su Mingyang fell silent, then silent again. He was, after all, someone who had traveled back in time to this era. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be a generation gap. What's wrong with these young people nowadays? Standing beside Su Mingyang, Lu Jianjun was just as flustered as a child. What was that? What had he just seen? Had young people become this open nowadays? If that's the case, Lu Jianjun couldn't help but glance at the livestream comments, hoping to spot any of his own fans. But the outcome left him feeling helpless. The entire screen was flooded with the 3 characters Su Grandpa. He even caught a heartbreaking comment in passing. Hey, could you not block the camera? You're covering Grandpa Su. Move aside. He silently noted the ID, intending to investigate later whether its owner had engaged in any illegal activities. With that thought, Lu Jianjun turned to Su Mingyang. Senior Su, please wait a moment. We'll send personnel immediately to verify the authenticity of this matter. Lu Jianjun said, jogging over to the information officer. He relayed the young woman's ID to the officer. Chapter 63, perhaps this is his end. Meanwhile, police officers began arriving at the scene one after another. Their delayed arrival wasn't due to negligence, but because the crematorium was located in the city's outskirts. The nearest police station was over 10 kilometers away. Just the travel time alone took them over 20 minutes to reach this location. Grandpa Su, are you alright? From a distance, a middle-aged police officer in uniform, with graying temples, spotted Su Mingyang and jogged over. His name was Lu Hongyuan, the chief of the district police station. Lu Hongyuan scanned Su Mingyang from head to toe. Seeing no injuries, he breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Earlier, when the live stream cut out, their station had been inundated with calls. After learning the situation, he didn't hesitate for a moment, deploying every available officer still at the station. If such a riot occurred in their jurisdiction and resulted in significant casualties, he would be held accountable. Although the crematorium was located in a remote area and any serious incidents there might fall outside their jurisdiction. However, if a major incident occurred, while he wouldn't be immediately fired, his path to promotion would undoubtedly be cut off. Facing imminent retirement, he stood a good chance of securing a final promotion before leaving service provided he avoided major missteps during his final stretch. He couldn't afford any problems at this critical juncture. Therefore, upon arriving at the crematorium, his first concern was the status of casualties. Seeing that no one, including Su Mingyang, had been injured, he breathed a huge sigh of relief. He breathed a deep sigh of relief, his gaze turning sharp as he fixed it on Zhang Fatsai. He remembered this crematorium owner. During a district commendation for exemplary enterprises, Zhang's crematorium had been honored for accepting most unclaimed bodies without charge. But who could have imagined that the reason he accepted the bodies for free was to extract bone ash crystals from them? The thought filled him with indignation. He had nearly been ruined by this man, jeopardizing his peaceful retirement. Grandpa Su, why don't you and the others go rest at the district office for a while? Once I finish questioning him, I'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Hearing Lu Hongyuan's words, Su Mingyang nodded slightly before turning to Lu Jianjun. Young man, you'll handle the handover with this officer later. Make sure justice is served for all those unidentified bodies the crematorium turned into ash crystals for sale. Lu Jianjun nodded in agreement, pulling Lu Hongyuan over to discuss the matter together. Upon seeing the police arrive, Xiao Yeye promptly shut down the livestream. The following is a police enforcement scene and is not suitable for live broadcast. Su Mingyang handed the red cloth he was carrying to the police, then left alone, cradling the urn engraved with the characters Xia Changchun. His old comrade had suffered greatly during this time. Meanwhile, as the livestream concluded, many netizens began searching online for information about Xia Changchun.
Many were curious about the identity of Grandpa Su's old comrade. However, no matter how they searched online, they couldn't find any information related to Xie Changchun. This left many netizens feeling a sense of regret. Since the venerable Xie Changchun was Grandpa Su's old comrade in arms, he must have fought on the anti-Japanese battlefields. Yet now, there was no trace of him online? In the comments section of Xiao Yeye's video. Another unsung hero. Perhaps only Grandpa Su can take me to learn about them. Host, could you get Grandpa Su to make a video? One dedicated to sharing Elder Xie's story? We all want to hear it. We absolutely cannot let these heroes' stories be buried. The hero's deeds stirred netizens to dig deeper. Xiao Yeye saw these comments but didn't reply. Though she too was curious about Senior Xie Changchun's story, Grandpa Su's health came first. She knew that if Grandpa Su wanted to share, he would certainly do so in a future livestream. Because they were currently on their way to Senior Xie's residence. After leaving the crematorium, Su Mingyang boarded a bus holding Xie Changchun's urn. Although the crematorium was located in a remote area, there was still a dedicated bus route that passed through this area. At that moment, besides the driver, there were only 8 people on the bus, including Su Mingyang and Xiao Yeye. Among them were 2 elderly people with graying hair, 2 middle-aged individuals, and 2 young adults around 18 or 19 years old. This time, Lu Jianjun did not follow. He was currently assisting the police in investigating the cremated remains crystallization case. However, an inconspicuous jeep still followed the bus from a distance. The vehicle was packed with 5 people, all looking somewhat weary. Originally, today was supposed to be their shift change. But after this incident, Captain Lu needed to divert some personnel to investigate the case. Thus, their rare day off vanished once again. But they were long accustomed to such disruptions. Once you became a soldier, fulfilling your mission became the top priority. Lately, they'd noticed familiar faces appearing near Grandpa Su's place, had seen someone was watching his every move. As elite soldiers of the military region, they keenly sensed something was amiss. But without concrete evidence, they dared not act rashly. Their primary objective remained protecting Su Mingyang. Brother Wu, do you think the old veteran could send all his old comrades home? Didn't you examine his health at the hospital earlier? What exactly were the results? Hearing his comrade's question, the bespectacled man called Brother Wu's expression darkened slightly. Earlier, after Su Mingyang had been knocked unconscious on the high-speed train, it was he who had examined the old man. After completing the examination, he had immediately realized that the old master had been forcing himself to make this journey despite his condition. The veteran's bodily functions were teetering on the brink of collapse, and multiple areas showed signs of minor cellular cancerous changes. While these mutations weren't yet fatal and might not even fully manifest before the elder passed away. However, the pain caused by the cancerous changes was very real. When he printed out the test results and looked at the data, even he, a doctor with years of military service who had seen every kind of illness and physical condition, was still somewhat shocked. He could scarcely imagine the agony Su Mingyang had endured all this time. He was utterly humbled by Su Mingyang's spirit. Could Senior Su see to it that all the old comrades are sent home? Wu Ge gave a bitter smile, momentarily unsure how to respond. Deep down, he certainly hoped Su Mingyang could fulfill his wish. But based on the hard data, this period might well be the limit of Su Mingyang's physical endurance. This was his final destination. Chapter 64, Old Bull Munching on Tender Grass? On the bus, Su Mingyang clutched the urn, his entire being drained of energy. Now, he gradually felt that many tasks were becoming increasingly beyond his strength. Even holding the empty urn, his arms tingled with numbness, threatening to cramp. After moving his arm a few times, the numbness eased slightly. Soon, his consciousness grew hazy, and he drifted into sleep. He was awakened by Xiao Yeye's voice. Seeing the frantic expression on Xiao Yeye's face, her eyes brimming with tears, Su Mingyang offered her a reassuring smile. Seeing Su Mingyang's eyes open, Xiao Yeye wiped away the tears brimming in her own. A bright smile blossomed on her face. Just moments ago, seeing the bus approaching the stop, she had started calling out to Grandpa Su. But after calling out several times, Grandpa Su showed no response. At first, Xiao Yeye thought Su Mingyang was just sleeping too deeply, so she gently nudged him. Yet Su Mingyang remained with his eyes closed, showing no signs of waking up. Seeing this, Xiao Yeye immediately panicked. She thought Su Mingyang had passed away. Fortunately, Su Mingyang woke up not long after. The moment she saw Grandpa Su awake, Xiao Yeye immediately threw herself at him like a child. Inside the bus, many passengers turned their gaze toward them. The 2 elderly passengers watched Xiao Yeye leap into Su Mingyang's arms, their eyes filled with envy. They couldn't imagine how happy they would be if their own granddaughter threw herself into their arms like that. The middle-aged couple watching the scene also wore expressions of deep satisfaction. Earlier, when Xiao Yeye had been on the verge of tears, they had noticed her expression. They too had assumed Su Mingyang had passed away and were about to step forward to help. As for the 2 teenage girls, they began whispering to each other upon witnessing the scene. Could it be what I'm thinking? Ha ha. I think so. Didn't the news recently report about an 81-year-old man marrying an 18-year-old girl? Look at that old man's expression and the box in his hand. Maybe his wife passed away and he immediately found a new lover. It's definitely because pensions are too generous. Even at his age, he can't sit still and needs to keep someone around. The two young girls' voices weren't loud, but they reached Xiao Yeye's ears. She figured Grandpa Su couldn't hear them anyway, so she'd just endure it and not stir up trouble. But who knew the two girls would get more and more excited as they chatted, growing increasingly brazen. Look at that woman. She heard us talking and didn't dare argue back, just dared to glance at us. Probably guilty as charged. The other girl chimed in. That's how mistresses are these days. Someone's husband just passed away, and she's already hitting on him. It's disgusting. That old man is just as bad disgusting. They're eating from one bowl while eyeing the pot. Even at their age, still chasing younger women. Xiao Yeye's expression darkened further as she listened to the two women's words. If they were merely belittling and mocking her, she couldn't care less. After all, as a streamer, I've long gotten used to being cursed at every day. But they absolutely should never have insulted Grandpa Su. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yeye grabbed her weapon, her phone. She pulled out her phone, but instead of starting a live stream, she simply pressed the video recording button. These two young girls, probably still in high school, were too immature to understand the consequences. There was no need to ruin someone's life by going live. As Xiao Yeye approached, both girls' eyes flashed with contempt. Though they hadn't grasped the full truth, the moment they laid eyes on Xiao Yeye, they'd already pigeonholed her as low class. Perhaps it was simply because Xiao Yeye was prettier than they were. Such is the nature of teenage girls' comparisons. A slightly plump girl spoke first. What do you want? You're not just freaking out because we stepped on your tail, are you? Listen, if you want to film a video, we don't care. I just don't believe a mistress like you would dare upload this video online. Xiao Yeye's voice was slightly hoarse as she fought back her anger. Don't push it too far. What you're doing is defamation. Besides, shouldn't you be in class right now? Why are you even here? This was the first time Xiao Yeye had ever felt this angry. She wasn't just furious at the two girls for their malicious speculation. It was infuriating that at an age when they should be studying diligently, they were instead wandering around heavily made up. How could they possibly honor the sacrifices made by Grandpa Su's generation? Xiao Yeye glanced at the school uniforms discarded beside the seats and stepped forward to inspect them. Anin number 8 middle school. I'm giving you one chance. If you immediately remove your makeup and go back to school to study properly, I'll pretend this never happened. Xiao Yeye said, waving the phone recording the video in her hand. The two girls exchanged glances, terror visible in each other's eyes. Today was indeed a school day. To sneak out and play, they had claimed to be feeling unwell and taken a sick day. If their teachers saw this video, their parents would definitely be notified. The slightly plump girl frowned at Xiao Yeye. What gives you the right to film us? If you say we slandered you, then show us the proof. Plus, you filmed me without my consent. You've already violated my right to my own image. I demand you delete this video immediately and apologize to us. Hearing the slightly plump girl's words, Xiao Yeye looked utterly helpless. Sure enough, there was nothing to be gained from arguing with these students still in school. They were far too naive. They accused her of having a relationship with Su Mingyang, yet now they wanted her to provide proof? Shouldn't she be the one to provide proof? Moreover, she claimed I infringed on her portrait rights, yet my phone didn't capture her face at all during the entire recording. Even if the police showed up, there was no way she could be accused of infringing on her portrait rights. I'm a streamer, after all. I know a thing or two about legal matters. Seeing that Xiao Yeye was ignoring her, the slightly plump girl turned to leave, feeling completely disregarded. She flew into a rage. At school, she'd always felt insecure about her weight. She was always the one people overlooked. Later, by chance, she befriended a girl nearby. After going out to play together outside school, she realized something. Outside school, simply revealing her student status and applying a bit of makeup made countless men vie for her attention. Had she ever endured such humiliation? Chapter 65, repeatedly ignored. Stop right there. The slightly plump girl couldn't hold back any longer, grabbing Xiao Yeye's shoulder. Beside them, Su Mingyang snapped out of his daze and frowned slightly at the scene. He couldn't understand why Xiao Yeye would get into an argument with these two girls. But while he might not know the personalities of these two girls, how could he not know Xiao Yeye's? Su Mingyang stood up, brushing aside the slightly plump girl's hand as he turned to face her with a stern expression. This is a public place. Please mind your behavior. Hearing Su Mingyang's words, the slender girl beside the slightly plump one, also heavily made up, spoke up in displeasure. What? Old man, at your age, you still like to meddle in other people's business? Just as expected, a bunch of adulterers and adulteresses. One so old yet still cheating with a mistress. And you, the other woman, can't even play your role right, sleeping with a geezer older than your own grandfather. You two are a perfect match. Meanwhile, other passengers on the bus noticed the scene and began stepping in to break up the fight. A gray-haired old woman stepped between the two sides. Oh dear. Young lady, you can't speak like that. How could this gentleman and this young lady possibly have the kind of relationship you're implying? Just now, it was obvious they were grandfather and granddaughter. The old woman's words annoyed both women. The slightly plump girl's voice grew sharper. Grandfather and granddaughter? Have you ever seen a granddaughter hug her grandfather like that? An old lady, didn't you see the urn the old man was holding just now? It's obvious this old man found a young girl to play the field after his wife passed away. If you can't see that, then don't come over to mediate, you're just making yourself look like a little cutie. And let me give you some advice, go home and keep a close eye on your own husband. Who knows? Maybe your husband is out there spending your retirement money to keep a young girl on the side. The slightly plump woman's words made the old woman tremble with rage. She couldn't comprehend why she was being indiscriminately attacked when she'd only come to mediate. Standing nearby, Su Mingyang watched the scene unfold and shook his head helplessly. What's wrong with young girls these days? How could they harbor such deep-seated malice toward the world? Had something terrible happened to her? Su Mingyang had always believed that those who were hateful must also have something pitiable about them. Without having endured some profoundly heavy experience, this girl shouldn't possess such a severe antisocial personality. But he had no desire to delve into her past. All he wanted now was to get his old friend home quickly. Let's just leave it at that. There's no point in arguing. Su Mingyang's decisive words drew nods of agreement from the passengers in the carriage. Though they'd love to watch the drama unfold, they knew the situation could only spiral downward. They weren't that heartless. Xiao Yeye heard Su Mingyang's words, pondered for a moment, then returned to her seat. Since Grandpa Su didn't want to get involved, she'd let it go. After all, she didn't mind being scolded a couple of times. But unexpectedly, the slightly plump girl wasn't satisfied. The more Su Mingyang and Xiao Yeye avoided the issue, the more convinced she became that her suspicions were correct. In situations like this, whoever backs down first is the one with a guilty conscience. Who said this matter would just blow over? Right now, immediately, this instant, make her delete the video from her phone and apologize to us. Otherwise, I'm calling the police right now to report you for violating my image rights. The slightly plump girl's face was flushed with anger. But the lean girl beside her thought it best to let it go. After all, the old lady had just mentioned they were grandfather and grandson. Although she enjoyed hanging out on the streets and mingling with all sorts of unsavory characters, she didn't want to get involved in unnecessary conflicts. Better safe than sorry, she couldn't let this mess interfere with her own free time. She tugged at the slightly plump girl's sleeve. Luo, let's just drop this whole thing. We haven't lost anything anyway. That woman wouldn't dare post our video online. We can't let this petty issue ruin our plans to go out later. Hearing her friend's words, a hint of displeasure flashed in the slightly plump girl's eyes. She frowned at the girl beside her, as if looking at a stranger. Xiao Shui, if you don't want to get involved, then you can get off the bus first later. Today, if that woman doesn't apologize, this isn't over. I just don't get it, she was the one who started this trouble. Why shouldn't she apologize? Does she think I'm easy to push around? Xiao Yeye sat in her seat, listening to the girl behind her speak. Her brows knitted tightly, and she nearly lost control again. But remembering Grandpa Su's words that they should just let it go, she forced herself to suppress her anger. Let them say whatever they wanted. In a few stops, she and Grandpa Su would be getting off anyway. Whatever. Still, Xiao Yeye kept her wits about her and didn't turn off the video recording. She had captured every word spoken by that slightly plump girl. Even if the other woman called the police later, showing them the video wouldn't delay her and Grandpa Su much. Having made up her mind, Xiao Yeye put on her headphones and began editing the footage she'd taken earlier at the crematorium. Meanwhile, the slightly plump girl was furious after being ignored again. And her companion refused to get involved, she completely lost it. She stood up and charged straight toward Xiao Yeye. However, Xiao Yeye couldn't hear a single word she said. Su Mingyang could hear everything, but what major scene hadn't he witnessed? Such incidents were merely like a floating duckweed on the sea surface, they couldn't stir even a ripple in his heart. After being ignored repeatedly, the slightly plump girl strode over to the driver's side. She looked at the driver and said in a commanding tone, "Drive this bus to the police station immediately. I need to report this." Yet, what shattered her resolve happened again. The driver merely gave him a dismissive glance and frowned. He had witnessed the entire incident unfold, the cause, the course of events, and the outcome. It was clear that the girl beside him was making unreasonable demands and slandering others. Now she wanted to play the victim and drive to the police station? Did she really think he worked just to clock out? Seeing the driver merely frown without acknowledging her, the slightly plump girl lost her composure once more. Why was everyone ignoring her? Why was everyone ignoring her? Resentment and fury gradually filled her heart. Glaring fiercely at the driver, the slightly plump girl gritted her teeth and asked one last time. "This is your last chance. Drive to the police station immediately, or don't blame me for getting rough." The driver focused intently on the road, ignoring the slightly plump girl. Seeing that her warning had fallen on deaf ears, the plump girl grabbed the steering wheel and began to wrestle for control. Chapter 66, The Meteor Falls to Earth. "What are you doing? Stop that immediately." The driver was clearly startled.
The moment she touched the steering wheel, he shoved the slightly plump girl away. Nevertheless, the entire bus jolted violently. Passengers who hadn't secured their seats tumbled from their seats. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in the plump girl's eyes.
I'm telling you to drive straight to the police station right now. If you won't drive, then I'll drive myself.
She spoke as she continued to wrestle for control of the steering wheel. The driver clung tightly to the wheel, his feet moving swiftly as he slammed on the brakes. They were currently on a bridge, and one misstep could easily send them plunging off the edge.
So slamming on the brakes was the safest option right now.
After a violent jolt, the vehicle came to a halt just inches from the bridge railing, narrowly avoiding a plunge that would have sent the entire car tumbling down. Inside the cabin, Su Mingyang was thrown from his seat by the immense force of inertia.
Xiao Yaya immediately rushed over to check if Su Mingyang was hurt.
The bus came to a halt, and the slightly plump girl instantly flew into a rage. Furious, she reached out and unleashed a flurry of punches to the driver's face. Soon, the driver's face was scratched by the girl's nails. However, he did not retaliate, only trying to restrain her actions. In his view, she was still just a student after all. Even if she acted out occasionally, she deserved a chance. Moreover, if he were to be scratched unprovoked, it would be considered assault. If he fought back, it could easily be ruled as mutual assault. After a moment of panic, the passengers saw the slightly plump girl scratching the driver.
The man from the middle-aged couple couldn't stand by any longer and immediately stood up. Young lady! What are you doing? Stop it right now.
The slightly plump girl was now in a frenzied rage. How could she possibly listen? She continued flailing her arms, unleashing a barrage of blows on the driver. The middle-aged man hurried forward. Seeing this, the driver also rose from his seat and subdued the slightly plump girl. The squad members who had been slowly following behind the bus felt their hearts skip a beat when the vehicle suddenly lurched and slammed on the brakes. The lingering shadow of their last failed mission nearly cost them their squad assignment. This time, if something happened to the venerable elder Su again, they'd be finished for good.
They might as well go home and farm.
Witnessing this, Deputy Team Leader Xiao Shuanzi immediately made a decisive call and began methodically assigning tasks.
Xiao Wu, Xiao Li, you two get on the bus with me.
The other two, one calls Captain Lu, the other drives the vehicle ready to evacuate Senior Su. After barking out the orders, Xiao Shuanzi immediately drew his gun and charged toward the bus.
Chaos erupted on the bus.
All passengers except Su Mingyang and the thin girl had rushed to subdue the slightly plump girl. The slightly plump girl was pinned to the floor, several people scrambling to hold down her limbs to prevent her from harming anyone else again.
Xiao Shuanzi pounded on the bus door.
Seeing the commotion, the driver released his grip on the girl and returned to the driver's seat to open the door. However, the moment he stepped away, the slightly plump girl broke free from the restraints and began thrashing wildly while screaming. Seeing this, no one dared to approach and restrain her again. After rolling on the floor several times, the woman stood up again. She scanned the area, her gaze immediately locking onto Su Mingyang. "You old bastard. It's bad enough you're chasing after younger women, but now you've got me beaten up by a whole crowd.
I'm gonna kick your ass today." The plump girl charged straight at Su Mingyang.
The passengers on the bus tried to intervene, but it was too late. They could only watch helplessly as the scene unfolded before them. Some of the more timid passengers even closed their eyes, unable to bear witness to what was about to unfold. They had all witnessed Su Mingyang's physical condition earlier. They knew that if she knocked him down, it could lead to irreversible consequences.
In fact, it might even.
Su Mingyang was equally taken aback by the slightly plump girl charging at him. However, years of experience battling Japanese soldiers meant his shock lasted only a moment before he instantly regained his composure. Though his reflexes had slowed with age, his body still instinctively tried to dodge her flying tackle. Yet physical instinct proved useless. The years had long since eroded his body, leaving him unable to control it at will. He could only watch helplessly as the slightly plump girl lunged toward him, unable to dodge.
The next second.
Thud. The thud of a dead pig hitting the ground echoed in his ears. Su Mingyang had never witnessed a meteorite crashing to earth, but he heard the plump girl's wail. The passengers in the carriage were stunned at first, then stunned again. First, they were stunned that someone had kicked the slightly plump girl so hard she flew through the air. Then stunned by the graceful arc of her flight. "Senior Su, are you alright? We're so sorry we arrived late." Xiao Shuanzi scanned Su Mingyang's body for injuries, completely forgetting the pistol still clutched in his hand. Inside the carriage, Xiao Yaya was the first to recover from the shock. She too approached Su Mingyang, scrutinizing him from head to toe. For a moment, Su Mingyang felt like a monkey in a zoo, surrounded by Xiao Yaya and the three members of the military district squad who had boarded the train. Inside the carriage, the other passengers had just regained their composure from watching the slightly plump girl's graceful arc as she flew through the air. The sight of the pistol plunged them back into shock. What's going on? Who exactly is this old man? His bodyguard is carrying a gun? Could he be some big shot from the military district? Seems likely. At his age, he might have even fought in the anti-Japanese war. A veteran of the anti-Japanese war? Honey, help me get a photo with the old man. I gotta show this off.
The middle-aged man who had earlier helped the driver subdue the slightly plump woman was now visibly agitated. His wrinkled face glowed with unbridled excitement. He handed his phone to his wife and jogged forward to take a picture with Su Mingyang. But the next second, Xiao Shuanzi's piercing gaze forced him back. Seeing this, Su Mingyang smiled warmly, showing no trace of arrogance. He stood up unsteadily and, under the puzzled gazes of the others, patted the middle-aged man on the shoulder. "Good work, young man. Our country needs more people like you who act on their sense of justice." Overwhelmed by Su Mingyang's praise, the middle-aged man didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He rubbed his receding hairline, feeling a bit awkward. He never imagined that at his age, with one foot in the grave, someone would still call him a young man. The other passengers, hearing this, all burst into laughter, not mocking, but filled with genuine warmth. Yet their laughter only stung the slightly plump girl lying on the floor, feeling as if her entire body had shattered. "What gave you the right to hit me? What gave you the right?" Chapter 67, It Shouldn't Be Too Late. Hearing the plump girl's voice, the passengers in the carriage frowned and shot her icy glances. For the first time, she received so much attention, yet she couldn't feel happy. Talk about being built like a tank. She merely whimpered a few times on the floor before rising as if nothing had happened. Not a trace remained of her earlier stunt plummeting through the air like a meteor. "What gives you the right to hit me?" Seeing only cold stares from the crowd, with no one stepping forward to confront her, the slightly plump girl once again issued a challenge to the passengers inside the carriage. Yet, the only response was silence, endless, deafening silence. Seconds later, the sound of small boots tapping on the floor echoed through the carriage. The slender girl who had been watching the scene unfold from the back row all along shot the plump girl a look of disgust before preparing to get off the train. She had previously thought the slightly plump girl was just a bit scatterbrained, which was why she had been willing to hang out with her. But after what just happened, she realized the plump girl wasn't careless at all. She was downright extreme. And downright embarrassing. If the slightly plump girl had just vented about Xiao Ye and Su Mingyang, she would have been more than happy to join in. But for her to actually try to get physical, even grabbing the steering wheel from the driver? Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. She couldn't understand why the other woman would act this way, and frankly, she didn't want to understand. She had so many friends, and the only reason they were nice to the slightly plump girl was purely for the thrill of the novelty. Otherwise, who would even notice a tank? They weren't city walls. Seeing her best friend about to leave, the slightly plump girl erupted in fury once more. Earlier, when she'd been screaming like a madwoman, this hadn't helped her, and now she was just going to walk away without a word? There was no way she was letting her go. The slightly plump girl grabbed the slender girl's arm. But the thin girl merely shot her a disgusted glance before slipping past her arms and striding straight off the bus. Seeing this, the slightly plump girl tried to get off the bus to chase after her. But the bus driver, with keen awareness, promptly shut the doors the moment the thin girl stepped off. Suddenly, the slightly plump girl found herself in a bind. "Open the door. Open it right now." The hysterical cries of the slightly plump girl blended with the approaching sirens of a police car. Xiao Ye stopped recording with her phone and handed it to the police officer after he boarded the bus. Since the facts were clear, there was no need to go to the police station for a statement. They took the statement right there on the bus. Xiao Shuanzi and the other two officers conducted a final physical examination of Su Mingyang, confirming he was uninjured, and then departed the bus. The bus returned to its previous peaceful tranquility. "Hello, we have arrived at Happiness Garden Station. Please gather your belongings and disembark in an orderly manner." Amidst the reverent gazes of all passengers, Su Mingyang and Xiao Ye stepped off the bus. The doors closed once more. Inside the cabin, several passengers, including the driver, began chatting. "Hey! What do you think that old gentleman's background is? I noticed the three comrades who boarded earlier were all carrying guns. Could he be some retired national leader? He seemed even more powerful than those officials. When a national leader visited our Annan city before, I didn't see anyone with a gun holstered at his waist. With that old man's stature, he's probably a military district leader. Could be some kind of hero." The middle-aged man's words prompted the other three passengers, including the driver, to nod in agreement. Only a national hero could receive such treatment. As for which hero it might be? They scratched their heads, racking their brains but couldn't recall. Meanwhile, Su Mingyang followed his phone's navigation and stopped in front of a dilapidated 5-story residential building. Xiao Ye saw Su Mingyang come to a stop and, without much hesitation, started her livestream. Recently, Su Mingyang had been partially implicated in the Annan City organized crime and bribery case that had exploded nationwide. As soon as the stream went live, tens of thousands of Xiao Ye's followers flooded into the chat. These fans had been eagerly awaiting Xiao Ye's broadcast. After all, before heading to Happy Garden, Xiao Ye had teased her livestream multiple times. Consequently, fans watching the midday livestream had timed their arrival precisely to catch her broadcast. With tens of thousands flooding the stream simultaneously, even Douyin's massive platform experienced a momentary lag. However, viewers soon realized the lag was temporary, and the stream quickly returned to normal. Afternoon livestreams typically don't draw huge crowds. After all, it's still a weekday, and most live stream viewers are people who need to work. Therefore, most high-traffic streamers broadcast in the evening. This worked perfectly in Xiao Yeye's favor. Her stream, which had previously peaked at under 50,000 viewers, surged past 100,000 thanks to algorithmic boosts and increased traffic. Many viewers who hadn't noticed Xiao Yeye before flooded into the stream. Suddenly, bullet comments flew everywhere, scattering across the entire screen like snowflakes. Many viewers couldn't handle the lag, their phones overheating until they either left the stream or shut down completely. However, this only slightly reduced the user base, nothing compared to the speed at which new viewers were flooding in. Seeing her channel hit 100,000 plus concurrent viewers for the first time, Xiao Yeye was so thrilled she nearly jumped for joy. For her, surpassing 100,000 concurrent viewers marked the dividing line between major streamers and the top tier of influencers. Once you hit 100,000 plus views, you can hold your head high among peers. Xiao Yeye felt a surge of confidence. But Xiao Yeye's excitement only lasted a moment. She knew that if the content that followed couldn't keep these users who had flooded into her livestream engaged, the traffic in her livestream would inevitably return to normal. This was her one chance, she had to seize it. Su Mingyang watched the wildly excited Xiao Yeye, his eyes filled with confusion. But he said nothing more, instead stepping into the old residential building. The stairwell was narrow and cramped, yet not dimly lit. Warm yellow motion-activated lights flickered on as he stepped inside, casting a cozy glow. He climbed to the third floor and paused before a door marked 302. Long before his arrival, before Xia Changchun's death, the other party had sent him the key as if foreseeing this moment. Along with the key, he had received a letter. In it, Xia asked Su to handle his affairs after his death. At the time, Su Mingyang had replied with his consent, but due to his own illness, he had delayed until now. Thankfully, it wasn't too late now. Old friend, sorry to keep you waiting. Chapter 68, go ahead and call the police. Clink clink clink. Su Mingyang pulled a set of keys from his pocket, their dingling clinking crisply. After sifting through them, he selected one slightly stained with rust. He inserted it into the lock and turned it repeatedly. The next second, Su Mingyang opened the door. Squeak. As he pulled the door open, a sour, rancid stench of spoiled takeout hit him. Immediately, Su Mingyang saw takeout boxes scattered all over the floor. Some boxes had leaked dark yellow grease, forming pools on the floor. Numerous insects danced lightly on the grease, seemingly reveling in this unexpected feast. Seeing this, Su Mingyang frowned, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. In his memory, Xia Changchun was someone who didn't even know how to use WeChat. How could he possibly order takeout? Moreover, the man's fastidiousness had been legendary in the military. Even amidst the blood and carnage of battle, he'd always kept his face immaculately clean, starkly contrasting with the grime caked on others. Had he changed after the anti-Japanese war? Su Mingyang didn't think so. Even during the harsh conditions of the anti-Japanese war, Xia Changchun hadn't abandoned that bad habit. Now that there were no foreign invaders, it was even less likely he'd shed that obsession with cleanliness. How could he have become like this now? Meanwhile, the live stream's viewership stabilized, hovering precisely between 100,000 and 110,000 viewers. Earlier, the super admin who noticed the lag in the livestream had reported this situation to higher-ups. Subsequently, Xiao Yeye's stream was migrated to a larger server, the kind reserved for top-tier streamers. Although this server could only accommodate a few million concurrent users at most, it was more than sufficient. After all, only a handful of livestreams were granted access to this server. Seeing the lag disappear, many viewers joined the flood of comments. Is this where Grandpa Su lives? How come takeout boxes are scattered all over the floor? Isn't this a bit messy? It is a bit messy, but don't you find it strange? How come elderly people these days know how to order takeout? Hey, don't underestimate the elderly, okay? The old man next door to me not only orders takeout, he even watches live streams. But he didn't use this app, he used that one with 2 numbers in the name. You know the one, right? Hearing this, you might just think the old man is keeping up with the times. But then what happened? You'll never guess. Not only did he spend a fortune on that app, but eventually, he even joined one of its live streams. Yep. Exactly the scenario you're imagining. So, don't underestimate the elderly, okay? They just haven't taken the time to learn. Once they do, who knows, they might even be better at it than you. Reading this netizen's words, many in the livestream felt a pang of emotion. True, they just haven't learned how. Once they do, they might even outdo us. Even I, a mere gamer, feel the same way. One night at 3 a.m., I got utterly destroyed by an 82-year-old grandma playing Han Xin. Before the match ended, she even said, Han Xin, with red and blue buffs, getting a double kill is no problem. The livestream chat erupted in laughter, the atmosphere buzzing with the antics of these silly netizens. Yet behind the camera, Su Mingyang's mood was anything but cheerful. Staring at the utter mess, he froze for a moment before scanning the room. Soon, the tightly shut bedroom door caught Su Mingyang's attention. He cautiously took a few steps toward the bedroom. As he drew nearer, he actually heard sounds coming from inside. Su Mingyang froze. His old friend hadn't mentioned in the letter that someone else was staying in the house. Besides, the place was just a one-bedroom apartment. How could there possibly be space to rent out? Combined with the mess on the floor, Su Mingyang began to piece things together in his mind. Without much hesitation, Su Mingyang pushed open the bedroom door. Inside, a man in his 20s sat at a computer, furiously pounding the keyboard and occasionally shouting into a microphone. "Someone's here. Hit him." Xiao Yeye, engrossed in reading the live chat comments, hadn't followed Su Mingyang immediately and hadn't witnessed the scene inside the room right away. So when she heard the man's words, her entire body instantly tensed up. Could someone be attacking Grandpa Su? Taking 3 steps at a time, Xiao Yeye didn't even notice the grease on the floor as she hurried toward the room. But when she saw the shirtless man playing video games inside, she immediately turned her head away. Don't look at indecent things. Inside the room, after his game character died, the man also sensed something was off. He turned his head and nearly fell off his chair the instant he saw Su Mingyang. "You, who are you? Why did you come into my house? Get the hell out of here, or I'll call the police." Viewers in the livestream chat were filled with questions upon hearing the man's words. "Hold on, I'm a bit confused about what's going on here. What do you mean this is his house? Did Grandpa Su get the wrong place? That doesn't add up. Grandpa Su has keys to this place and wasn't Senior Xie alone? Why are there other people living in his house?" Still confused. Let's see what happens next. Su Mingyang didn't respond to the man's words. Instead, he scanned the room. When he saw Xie Changchun's belongings scattered everywhere, he immediately knew the man before him had no connection to his old friend. The intruder had likely seen the unoccupied house, picked the lock, and moved in. Fine. Go ahead and call the police. Having confirmed the man's identity, Su Mingyang saw no point in further discussion. He never imagined that after his old friend passed away, not only would his ashes be stolen, but his home would be burglarized too. Su Mingyang's eyes darkened, a sense of life's unpredictability weighing heavily on him. The man sitting at the computer, hearing Su Mingyang's indifference to the prospect of being reported to the police, felt his heart leap into his throat. Su Mingyang's guess wasn't far off. The man's name was Liu Yangfa, and he indeed had no connection whatsoever to Xie Changchun. He had previously worked as a newspaper delivery man in the neighborhood. Years of delivering papers had made him intimately familiar with every household in the area. Last year, after Xie Changchun passed away, he delivered the newspaper to her house as usual. As time passed, the pile of newspapers accumulating at Xie Changchun's doorstep grew larger and larger. Through subtle inquiries, he learned that Xie Changchun had passed away. That period coincided with the decline of print newspapers, and he was laid off by the newspaper company. Without a steady income, his savings dwindled to nothing. With nowhere else to turn, an idea popped into his head. Move into Xie Changchun's house. Chapter 69, The Sparrow Takes the Magpie's Nest. Relying on his memory, he found Xie Changchun's house. After learning online how to pick a lock with wire, he copied the technique and opened Xie Changchun's front door. After rummaging through Xie Changchun's home, he found Xie Changchun's savings in an iron box. 3,600 yuan. He didn't plan to sit on this fortune idly. With his solid gaming skills, he found a side gig as a game booster online. At first, he played for clients on the cheapest computers at internet cafes. But he soon realized that while this method still allowed him to make a small profit, but after covering cigarettes and meals, he barely had anything left. Almost every day, he lived hand to mouth. Watching his savings account remain stagnant, he gritted his teeth and decided to assemble a computer at the electronics mall. He then began playing games at Xie Changchun's home. Since he was essentially squatting in someone else's space, he stayed indoors every day to avoid being discovered by the neighborhood aunties. He stayed indoors every day. He didn't even dare order takeout during the day. He would typically place all his takeout orders for the next day at night. He only cleaned up his trash every 10 days or so. It wasn't because he disliked the filth, but because there was simply no more room. "Ah, Fa, you're back online, why aren't you moving? Are you even playing anymore?" Liu Yangfa heard his teammate's voice crackle through his headset. He didn't reply. Instead, he shut down his computer and turned to look at Su Mingyang. Summoning his last shred of sanity, he forced himself to stay calm. Then, a lie began to form in his mind. "Who the hell are you people? Grandpa Xia rented this room to me. What the hell are you doing barging in here?" Hearing Liu Yangfa's words, Su Mingyang frowned, instantly seeing through the lie. Meanwhile, viewers in the livestream chat grew even more confused by Liu Yangfa's words. So this guy is the tenant of this place? Living somewhere else and pulling this stunt? Unbelievable. Take out boxes outside? He's ruining someone else's perfectly good place. If I had a tenant like that, I'd rather not rent it out at all than let him stay. Did you notice something off about this guy? Streamer, if anything happens later, you better protect Grandpa Su. Maybe we should call the police first. Once they arrive, everything will be sorted out. Exactly. Host, call the police now. In the livestream chat, viewers were urging Xiao Yeye to call the police. Xiao Yeye glanced at the comments, then looked at the man. She realized the viewers were right. Right now, it was just him and Grandpa Su. Grandpa Su's fighting ability was practically negligible, and she was just a girl after all. If this man suddenly snapped, the two of them could easily end up dead. Shifting her gaze to Grandpa Su, Xiao Yaya whispered in Su Mingyang's ear, seeking his advice. Grandpa Su, do you think we should call the police? What if this man tries to harm us? After hearing Xiao Yaya's words, Su Mingyang understood her meaning immediately. Su Mingyang had a clear understanding of his own capabilities. Back during the anti-Japanese war, his close combat skills were famously, well, terrible. Part of the reason was his average physical constitution. He simply couldn't match the burly build of those burly men. On the other hand, he had scarcely any time for training. Even on the battlefield, he later served primarily as a strategist. As the anti-Japanese war progressed, his opportunities to go to the front lines dwindled. He spent his days handling various affairs, and his body was worn down during that time. Su Mingyang nodded, taking the live streaming phone from Xiao Yaya's hand without immediately pointing it at the man's face. He felt it was only right to show the man basic respect regarding his image rights. Seeing Xiao Yaya whispering with Su Mingyang before walking away, Lu Yongfa's uneasy premonition grew heavier. He had already begun calculating in his mind whether he should pack up his computer and make a run for it. But he quickly dismissed the idea. At present, he only had a few thousand yuan in savings. If he left this place without taking the computer, he might not be able to keep going at all. After over a year of pulling all-nighters as a game booster, his body was already worn down. Even if he went out to find work, there were few jobs he could actually handle. Rather than slink away in defeat, he might as well stand his ground this way. He might just keep this apartment. The more Lu Yongfa thought about it, the more convinced he became that this was the right path. Only this way could he survive in this city. Freeloading had become a habit. Getting someone who was used to freeloading to stop freeloading was inherently difficult. Lu Yongfa was no exception. He stood up without hesitation, immediately reaching out to shove Su Mingyang out of the room. In the living room, Xiao Yaya witnessed the scene. Her hand, which had been holding the phone, froze mid-call. She immediately hung up and rushed forward to scold Lu Yongfa. What are you doing? Don't you realize if Grandpa Su falls because of this, it'll be a disaster? Xiao Yaya said, pushing Lu Yongfa's hand aside. Seeing this, Su Mingyang didn't continue arguing with him. In Su Mingyang's eyes, Lu Yongfa was nothing more than a little brat. No matter what the boy did, it wouldn't faze him in the slightest. Still, he'd have to trouble his old friend to wait a little longer. Staggering a couple of steps, Su Mingyang picked up the urn and left the room. Xiao Yaya shot Lu Yongfa a vicious glare before following him out. Meanwhile, the live stream exploded once more. I actually believed this guy earlier that Senior Xia rented the house to him. But now, the way he kicked Grandpa Su out, it's pure guilt-ridden behavior. I wonder how Grandpa Su will handle this. This guy is infuriating. Grandpa Su is just an old man. If he wants to kick someone out, why push Grandpa Su? Call the police immediately. No point wasting breath on scum like this. He's squatting in someone else's home and still acts like this? I can't believe he has the nerve. Without glancing at the comments, Xiao Yaya walked out and dialed 911. Calling the police 3 times in one day, even Xiao Yaya, with her thick skin as a streamer, felt a bit embarrassed now. The call connected quickly, and the dispatcher's voice came through. After giving a full account of the situation, officers from the local police station arrived shortly thereafter. Inside the house, Lu Yongfa had no desire to continue playing games. He paced frantically around the room. Suddenly, Lu Yongfa stopped in his tracks and dialed a number himself. Hello? Someone's trying to kick me out of my own home. Hurry over here and bring plenty of food. I'm not leaving, so let's see what he can do about it. Chapter 70, Where the heck were you earlier? After making her call, Xiao Yaya saw Su Mingyang find a spot to sit down. She decided to chat with her online viewers while waiting for the police to arrive. Dear viewers in the livestream. Earlier, Grandpa Su promised to answer your questions. Now that Grandpa Su and I have some time, go ahead and ask away. Grandpa Su will answer any question he can. To prevent viewers from leaving the livestream, Xiao Yaya brought up Grandpa Su's earlier promise. Lately, to prevent Grandpa Su from getting too tired, she had already cut back on streaming time. This was to ensure Grandpa Su had ample time to rest. But now, at this critical moment when the livestream's viewership was stabilizing, Xiao Yaya decided to cash in on Su Mingyang's goodwill. After all, Su Mingyang had previously promised viewers he'd answer their questions whenever he had time. Upon hearing Xiao Yaya's words, the chat exploded with messages as viewers flooded the stream with questions. Host, can you ask Grandpa Su what his real identity is? We're dying of curiosity. Honestly, we've been speculating about Grandpa Su's identity all along, and in the end, we even got scolded by Senior Hu. We felt so wronged. So Grandpa Su, are you really that ace sniper? Xiao Yaya slid the phone's live comments towards Su Mingyang and spoke softly. Grandpa Su, these netizens are all curious about your identity. Could you clarify it for them? Hearing Xiao Yaya's words, Su Mingyang's brow furrowed slightly. His identity? Probably something only revealed after death. He knew far too much. After a long moment of contemplation, Su Mingyang decided to keep his identity secret for now. He understood that the moment his true identity surfaced, countless assassins would flood into China from every corner of the globe, intent on eliminating him.
Although China was a no-go zone for mercenaries, the lure of immense wealth would prove irresistible to some, tempting them to take a gamble.
He wasn't afraid of death, but these assassins wouldn't care about the innocent civilians caught in the crossfire.
If sniper rifles failed to finish him off, they would resort to grenades, landmines, C4, and other weapons designed for mass destruction.
They might even rig an entire building with explosives just to take him down. This had already happened once to his old comrade.
Clearing his throat twice, Su Mingyang flashed a warm smile and waved at the camera.
I know many viewers have questions about my background. Truthfully, I'm just an ordinary veteran of the anti-Japanese war, without the dazzling battle records others boast. So, you can think of me as just an ordinary old man. Just an ordinary person with an extra set of memories.
Su Mingyang's words made his stance clear. In the livestream chat, some viewers persisted in asking questions. Most, however, knew when to stop.
They knew that if Su Mingyang didn't want to talk, no amount of pressure would make a difference. Gradually, the chat shifted to other topics. I just saw a comment asking if I'm the real-life inspiration for that ace sniper. Of course it's not me. My marksmanship is actually pretty average. I'm only accurate at close range against the Japanese. If the little devil stood even slightly farther away, it was basically a matter of luck. Truth is, during the war of resistance against Japanese aggression, most of our comrades weren't great shots. Some were assigned to rear area logistics duties. Others, like me, were left to blindly fire our guns, counting every lucky hit as a win. Ha ha ha. Grandpa Su, you're so funny. What do you mean, just hoping for a lucky shot? Who knew the battlefield was such a chaotic free-for-all back then? I always imagined every shot required careful aiming. Hey, what did you expect?
On the battlefield, aiming was practically non-existent. With such long distances and factors like wind speed, whether you hit anything at range is mostly down to luck.
So who exactly is this legendary sniper? A netizen wondered aloud. Glancing at the comments, Su Mingyang instinctively touched his chest badge. But the next second, he realized Lu Dabiao's badge had already been handed over to Xiao Shuanzi in Shangang Village. He had already sent Lu Dabiao home.
Su Mingyang flashed a relieved smile. Actually, I told you all about the real-life inspiration for that ace sniper a long time ago.
Haven't you noticed it by now?
Su Mingyang continued, his smile unchanged. Hearing Su Mingyang's words, many viewers in the livestream seemed to suddenly realize something.
No way. Could it be Lu Dabao, the senior Lu? He seems like the only one who fits the title of ace sniper. Damn. I had suspected the ace sniper was senior Lu all along. It's all your fault, you commenters. You totally misled me. Wait, if Lu Senior is the ace sniper, then what is Grandpa Su? I can't find anything online, and Grandpa Su won't say anything either. This is driving me crazy. Calm down. If Grandpa Su won't say, there must be a reason. What's the point of hounding him? In the livestream chat, all viewers were marveling at Lu Dabao's exploits.
But some viewers who had just joined the stream were utterly confused by Su Mingyang's words.
Meanwhile, the sound of police sirens grew louder as they approached the residential building. Yet before the police cars could pull over, a visibly nervous young woman was already hauling two enormous tote bags upstairs. The bags were filled with countless daily necessities, enough for one person to live on for over a month. Seeing the girl struggling to carry them, Xiao Yeye set down her phone stand and stepped forward to help. Sis, that's way too much stuff. Let me grab one bag for you. Xiao Yeye offered, reaching out to take one of the bags. But the girl's next words left Xiao Yeye completely dumbfounded. She heard the girl say, "Where have you been? Now you decide to help. You have no idea how tired I am from carrying this all the way up. Next time you want to help, come downstairs to assist. Don't act like some big shot staying upstairs the whole time." In the livestream room, although the camera wasn't focused on Xiao Yeye and the girl, their conversation was clearly heard by the viewers. Seriously? Is this woman out of her mind? The host kindly offered to help carry stuff, and she still acts like this? Damn. Suddenly feel like throwing punches, how about that? The streamer is so unlucky. Not only did she get rejected after offering help, but she also found out the other person didn't wipe after using the bathroom. In the livestream chat, viewers were outraged on Xiao Yeye's behalf. Meanwhile, in the hallway, the girl continued to grumble discontentedly. What the hell is wrong with her? Making me carry it all the way up alone? That's just too much. I've never met anyone like you. Chapter 71, Xiao Yeye's Hellish Life. Ha! Xiao Yeye stood frozen in place, stunned by the girl's barrage of insults. Even someone as talkative as her was at a loss for words in that moment. Wait. Was this woman just plain crazy, or had she mistaken her for someone else? Xiao Yeye feared the woman might genuinely be mentally unstable and dared not ask. She followed the woman step by step, returning to pick up her phone. Seeing the woman stop on the third floor, Xiao Yeye assumed she was heading to room 301. She stepped aside to let her pass and positioned herself on the path to room 302. Yet in the woman's eyes, Xiao Yeye grew increasingly repulsive. She glared at Xiao Yeye, her eyes brimming with disgust. What's wrong with you? When I was going up, you didn't even help carry my stuff. How dare you block the way here? Are you some kind of roadblock dog? Hearing the woman's words, Xiao Yeye instinctively stepped aside to make room. Inside the livestream, viewers were now thoroughly enraged. Is this woman crazy? Who knows if she's even going to room 302? The host kindly offered to help with her stuff and make way for her, and this is how she treats the host? I'm speechless. Wait, hold up. What the hell is that woman doing going to 302? And her words. Could she be delivering something to 302? Those two huge bags she's carrying look like they're full of food. Slowly, the viewers in the livestream chat began to notice something was off. Previously, the shirtless man had been staying in room 302. Now this woman is bringing all this food to 302. Could it be that the man plans to play turtle, hold up in 302 to confront Grandpa Su? Seriously, how did he come up with such a genius idea? Treating someone else's home like his own turtle shell? This is hilarious, a turtle shell? Seriously? And this woman seems kinda weird too. If she's a delivery person bringing food, shouldn't she be in uniform? How come she's not even wearing a work outfit? That'll cost her a pay cut. Not necessarily. Maybe she's just a supermarket employee. Maybe the guy inside didn't use a delivery app and ordered directly from the supermarket? Hearing this netizen's comment, many agreed. No one could have guessed that this woman wasn't a delivery driver or a supermarket employee making a delivery. But soon, the mystery was revealed right before their eyes. Forget it, I'm not wasting my breath on a brainless woman like you. Move out of the way. The woman said, shoving Xiao Yeye aside with her shopping bag. She then headed toward room 302. Inside the apartment, Lu Yongfa seemed to sense her approach. As the girl neared the door, he pulled her inside. Bang! The door slammed shut again. Holy crap, so they're in cahoots? This is the supply crew delivering provisions. Check out the streamer's face, I'm dying laughing. She looks like she just ate. Ha 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 ha. In the livestream chat, after the initial shock, endless mockery followed. Reading these comments, Xiao Yeye's face darkened to a frightening shade. So, she was cursed out by that girl just now, and there was absolutely no misunderstanding? How dare she insult me? What kind of person is that? Fortunately, the police didn't give Xiao Yeye much time to stay angry. Not long after the girl entered the house, hurried footsteps echoed through the hallway once more. Two officers came straight up to the third floor. When they saw Xiao Yeye, they clearly froze in surprise. Another encounter? The officer's gaze shifted behind Xiao Yeye. Sure enough, behind Xiao Yeye, Su Mingyang sat nearby, his gaze now fixed on them as well. The moment they saw Su Mingyang, the officers began to feel a little nervous. Earlier that afternoon, after concluding the cult incident at the crematorium, the chief had issued an order. From now on, any matter involving the venerable elder Su would be given top priority. Little did they expect that just hours after that directive, they would encounter the venerable elder Su this very afternoon. What a coincidence! Senior Su! To meet you again. It's truly an honor. The two officers moved seamlessly, one on each side of Xiao Yeye, stepping around her and heading straight for Su Mingyang. In that instant, Xiao Yeye's outstretched hand froze mid-air, her face flushing with embarrassment. But resourceful as she was, she wouldn't let the awkwardness linger. Without much hesitation, she reached up and flicked the hair behind her ear. In the livestream chat, viewers burst into laughter at the sight. Ha 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 ha. I'm cracking up. I'm literally laughing so hard I'm going to collapse. Analysis complete, the streamer appears to have suffered the world's most malicious prank. Streamer, I'm a talent scout from a certain entertainment company. Your movements just now were incredibly fluid, you perfectly embodied every human emotion. Our company's new film wants you as the female lead. Are you available? Oh, and our latest film is called Rejected by the World 77 Times. Ha 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 ha. The trolls are here. The streamer's really getting good. To ease the awkwardness, Xiao Yeye pretended to be busy, aimlessly scanning the live chat comments. But the next second, the fake smile on her face completely shattered. Replaced by an expression of utter despair. She didn't want to live anymore. She suspected this world had set her difficulty level to hell mode. Still, the steady influx of viewers into the livestream brought her some comfort. At that moment, the number of online viewers had already surpassed 110,000 and was steadily climbing toward the 120,000 mark. Meanwhile, behind her, Su Mingyang stood up and shook hands with the two police officers. Seeing the officers' visibly moved expressions, Su Mingyang felt puzzled. Logically speaking, these officers couldn't possibly know his identity at most, they could only speculate. But judging by the expressions on their faces, why did they remind him so much of the ordinary people who had seen him decades ago? Was he hallucinating? Officers, here's what happened. After a moment's hesitation, Su Mingyang recounted everything that had transpired to the two officers. Upon hearing his account, both officers furrowed their brows. They pulled out their phones and began searching for the identity of the man inside the house using the facial recognition from Xiao Yeye's livestream footage. Soon, Lu Yangfa's identity information appeared before them. Lu Yangfa, male, 24 years old, unemployed. Learning he was unemployed and that a woman had just entered the apartment, the officers felt a headache coming on. He was clearly preparing to wage a protracted battle inside the house. Although they could force entry, there was no guarantee Lu Yangfa wouldn't use the woman who had just entered as leverage. These officers knew human nature all too well. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. If they force their way through his turtle shell, the desperate man might just do something reckless. At this thought, both officers heaved a heavy sigh. It seemed their only option was to negotiate a resolution with him. Chapter 72, Cutting Off His Net. Senior Su, why don't you head back first? This matter might prove rather tricky. Based on our recent search results, Lu Yangfa has been unemployed for over a year. He rarely leaves the house and may have developed antisocial tendencies. The girl who just entered is merely an ordinary acquaintance of his. Logically, she should have come out soon after entering, but she hasn't emerged yet. She might have been taken hostage by Lu Yangfa. While this is partly conjecture, we can't risk betting on that outcome. Therefore, we may have no choice but to resolve this through negotiation. Hearing the officer's words, Su Mingyang raised an eyebrow. The officer's possibility did hold merit. But that possibility was still only a small part of the picture. Su Mingyang didn't believe someone who only dared to pickpocket would dare to do something like this. In the livestream chat, viewers reacted to the officer's words with heated discussion. That guy actually lived in the room for over a year? That's terrifying. So what if it was over a year? Give me a phone, Wi-Fi, and a wife, and I could stay in that room forever. Dude, snap out of it. You can have a phone and Wi-Fi, but you still have to marry a wife yourself. What era are we in? Arranged marriages are long gone. But seriously, that Lu Yangfa might actually be a psychopath. We can't take that chance. If we force our way in, what if he's cornered and lashes out? Even the slightest risk isn't worth taking. Viewers in the livestream chat shared their opinions on the matter. Soon, they all reached the same conclusion. This situation is too dangerous to gamble on, we'll just have to wait it out. Scanning the chat stream, Xiao Yeye nodded in agreement. But Su Mingyang didn't see it that way. Though he was getting on in years, he was, after all, a modern-day traveler back in time. When it came to modern youth, especially these internet-addicted teens, he had plenty to say. What's so tough about a turtle shell? If we make them bored enough, cracking it will be a piece of cake. Su Mingyang looked at the officer, paused for a moment, and an idea flashed through his mind. Officer, there's really no need for us to force our way in, let alone negotiate with them. Since we can't force them out, let's find a way to make them come out on their own. Both officers, Xiao Yeye, and the viewers in the livestream were taken aback by Su Mingyang's words. Make them come out voluntarily? How could that be possible? Grandpa Su made it sound so easy, but how could it be that simple? Are we supposed to burn them out with fire? I feel like this might not even be as effective as breaking down the door. Exactly. Grandpa Su's words sound so easy to say when you're not the one dealing with it. If it were that simple, the police wouldn't be so troubled. While viewers in the livestream respected Su Mingyang, they didn't hesitate to criticize his impractical advice. However, Su Mingyang's next words caught everyone's attention. Facing the crowd's confusion, Su Mingyang continued. Actually, dealing with internet-addicted teens is quite simple. Since they love playing computer games, why not just cut off their Wi-Fi? If they can't play, they'll naturally come out. Hearing Su Mingyang's words, the two officers' mouths formed perfect O shapes. Was this really the kind-hearted Grandpa Su they remembered? Why did he always come up with such devious tricks? But while this trick was underhanded, it worked. While phones can now connect to computers and provide internet access, the internet provided by a phone simply couldn't match the speed and stability of Wi-Fi. Using Wi-Fi might keep game latency in the tens of milliseconds, but switching to mobile data could push it over 100. This sudden shift from smooth gameplay to lag is absolutely unbearable for internet-addicted teens. Grandpa Su, you've changed. You're not the kind and gentle Grandpa Su anymore. How come Grandpa Su seems more hip than us? He actually knows this trick. Are we the ones who are out of touch? This trick is so sneaky. I can already picture Lu Yangfa getting tormented by Grandpa Su. Su Mingyang's words left many viewers in the livestream room sighing. They looked at Su Mingyang on the livestream, a glint of admiration flashing in their eyes. After hearing Su Mingyang's plan, the two officers whispered among themselves and decided it was feasible. They immediately contacted the telecom company and cut off Lu Yangfa's internet connection. Meanwhile, inside the house, Lu Yangfa saw his good friend arrive. He was visibly excited. The girl before him was a close friend he'd known since school days. Her name was Huang Qianlun. Though they always claimed to be just ordinary friends, they actually shared another kind of relationship. Emotional release partners. Having known each other for so long, they had done what needed to be done many times over. Whenever one felt lonely, the other would rush to comfort them without hesitation. However, they never interfered with each other's romantic pursuits, keeping this relationship strictly private. Huang Qianlan's family was considered moderately well-off in Annan City. Her parents didn't interfere much in her life and spoiled her quite a bit. So all this time, Huang Qianlan never bothered to look for a job, just indulging her desires. Today, while watching a Korean drama at home, she received a call from Lu Yongfa. His voice sounded urgent on the other end. Without a moment's hesitation, she followed his instructions, bought a large amount of supplies at the supermarket, and rushed over. At first, she thought Lu Yongfa intended to share a passionate, earth-shattering romance with her. But when she arrived, she discovered she'd been treated purely as a tool. To say she wasn't furious would be a lie. But Lu Yongfa knew her well. Whenever she got angry, all he had to do was shut her up. An hour later, Lu Yongfa emerged from the bathroom, looking somewhat dejected as he turned on his computer. Seeing the network disconnected, Lu Yongfa assumed it was just a temporary glitch and didn't think much of it. He first connected his computer to his phone's hotspot and began his day of game boosting. But soon, he noticed something was off. Although his phone had a 5G connection, there were still compatibility issues when connecting to his computer. The network fluctuations were severe. At first, Lu Yongfa didn't think much of it. But when he engaged in team fights with his teammates, the drawbacks of network lag became glaringly apparent. Despite dominating early on, he ended up losing the team fight because his connection kept stuttering at crucial moments, allowing the enemy to end the game in one decisive push. Chapter 73, Lu Yongfa takes a hard hit. In an instant, Lu Yongfa was furious enough to jump up and down. He shut down his computer and returned to bed. Time ticked by, bit by bit. Until evening, when Lu Yongfa woke up again and turned on his computer, only to find the internet still hadn't come back. He felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Having made gaming a habit, Lu Yongfa felt ants crawling all over him if he went even a single day without playing. So he walked to the front door and peered outside through the peephole. Seeing no one outside, Lu Yongfa's eyes darted around. He quietly pushed the door open a crack, preparing to sneak out to get online. However, the moment the door opened, two police officers lurking nearby yanked it wide open. They pinned Lu Yongfa to the ground, completely subduing him. Inside the room, Wang Suilan heard the commotion in the living room and emerged from her bedroom. When she saw Lu Yongfa's state, she was still in a daze. She couldn't understand why the police had come to arrest him. Meanwhile, Su Mingyang and Xiao Yeye had returned to the hotel. Ring ring ring. A series of urgent ringtones jolted Xiao Yeye awake from her slumber. She opened her eyes groggily, glanced at the caller ID, and instantly perked up. Hello? Officer, did you catch the suspect? On the other end, the lead officer's voice sounded slightly weary. We've apprehended the suspect. If you're available, please bring Senior Su to the station for a statement. Without your statements, we'll have a hard time convicting Lu Yongfa. Hearing this, Xiao Yeye felt a surge of excitement. However, it was already late at night, so she couldn't go find Su Mingyang right away to share the good news. But she could share this good news with her livestream viewers first. Xiao Yeye opened her livestream. Since it was the middle of the night, most people were asleep. Only a handful of night owls were still awake, and the number of viewers watching the stream had dwindled significantly. Nevertheless, within minutes of going live, the chat room still reached over 5,000 online viewers. Seeing that the number of viewers wasn't increasing further, Xiao Yeye announced the good news in the livestream. Hey everyone, I actually started this stream just to share some great news with you all. During the day, some viewers might not have known what happened. Those who know the situation can explain it. Just now, I received a call from the police. Lu Yongfa has been apprehended. Xiao Yeye's words sent shockwaves through the chat like a torpedo hitting a pond. The live chat erupted with excitement as viewers who had watched the afternoon stream reacted. Holy crap! Did Grandpa Su's plan actually work? This is unbelievable. Sorry. I admit I spoke a bit too loudly during the day. I thought Grandpa Su had a disconnect with our generation, but it turns out we're the ones with the disconnect. Later, since too many viewers in the livestream were asking what happened that afternoon and the other audience members couldn't explain it clearly, Xiao Yeye took the initiative to explain it once more. Before they knew it, over an hour had passed. The next morning, Su Mingyang woke up on time. Xiao Yeye had also timed her wake up perfectly, setting an alarm to rise. Although she had streamed for over an hour in the middle of the night, she had gone to bed early, so she didn't feel overly tired now. The apartment she and Su Mingyang had rented was a 2-bedroom suite. So, after getting up and freshening up, Xiao Yeye opened the door and saw Su Mingyang watching TV in the living room. Up already? Su Mingyang glanced at Xiao Yeye, then checked the time, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. In his mind, didn't young people nowadays sleep in until noon at the very least? Why was Xiao Yeye up so early? Hearing Su Mingyang's words, a hint of embarrassment flashed across Xiao Yeye's face. Getting up this early really wasn't like her. But soon, the awkwardness on Xiao Yeye's face was replaced by excitement. She looked at Su Mingyang. Grandpa Su, last night the police officer called me. Sure enough, Lu Yongfa got an internet craving last night and was about to head to the internet cafe. You really are amazing at predicting things. Hearing Xiao Yeye's words, Su Mingyang remained completely unruffled.
Although he hadn't anticipated Liu Yongfa giving in to his urge to go online on the very first day, it didn't come as a huge surprise. After all, the boy was still a teenager with an internet addiction. It was only a matter of time. After breakfast at the hotel, the two took a bus to the police station. The morning bus was mostly filled with students. Many students saw Su Mingyang bored and offered their seats. Xiao Yaya witnessed this scene and smiled warmly. Although she had encountered some outrageous people during her days with Grandpa Su, most people were still perfectly normal and kind-hearted. Upon arriving at the police station, Su Mingyang spotted the two officers from the previous afternoon. They looked utterly exhausted, clearly having pulled an all-nighter. Upon seeing Su Mingyang arrive, the two officers exchanged a glance and visibly relaxed. In truth, they had finished interrogating Liu Yongfa early this morning. They had remained at the station waiting solely for the arrival of Senior Su. Senior Su, this way please. A slightly older officer led Su Mingyang into the rest area to begin taking statements. Xiao Yeye stood nearby and asked the officers. Officer, my viewers are really curious about this incident. May I go live now? Hearing Xiao Yeye's request, the veteran officer instinctively wanted to refuse. Previously, many streamers had made similar requests to them. He had turned them all down. While the request itself wasn't unreasonable, to avoid unnecessary complications, such matters required approval from higher-ups. Yet, when the veteran officer glanced at Su Mingyang sitting across from him, he immediately changed his mind. Live streaming? Of course it's fine. As long as it doesn't involve any classified matters, you're welcome to broadcast it. The veteran officer's face softened into a warm smile. Seeing the officer agree, Xiao Yeye felt a surge of quiet joy. Previously, while conducting street interviews for her livestream, she had visited numerous police stations to inquire about live streaming permissions. Almost all of them had refused her request. Because some matters involved confidential information, and she could only broadcast with the consent of the parties involved. But now, the officer was actually letting her stream because of Grandpa Su's influence. This was a completely unexpected delight. Xiao Yeye stood to the side and started the livestream. Su Mingyang and the veteran officer began conversing. Senior Officer Su, could you tell me about the homeowner? Hearing the veteran officer's question, Su Mingyang's brow furrowed imperceptibly. Wasn't that question a bit off topic? Wasn't he here to take a statement? Why did this feel like a fan meet and greet? Chapter 74, When Everyone's Dead, You're the Commander. Sighing heavily, Su Mingyang nodded. Judging by the other party's attitude, the matter was now crystal clear. There was truly no need to continue the interrogation. Since the other party had asked, there was no reason for him to hold back. The owner of the house? His name is Xia Changchun. As Su Mingyang spoke, his thoughts churned, drifting back to that era. Brother Su, do I look like I could be a regiment commander? I had a dream recently where I became the regiment commander. Xia Changchun's voice echoed in Su Mingyang's ears. Su Mingyang patted the man on the head and teased him. Battalion commander? That's no easy job. Just fight a few tough battles with the troops. If you haven't been killed in action by then, chances are you'll be the commander. His words weren't wrong. Back then, during the anti-Japanese war, promotion within the military was the fastest path to advancement. As long as you survived a bloody battle. If every comrade in your platoon fell, leaving only you standing, then you'd become the platoon leader. If an entire platoon or company fell, you'd naturally become the platoon leader or company commander. Of course, there was an element of self-appointment involved, but it wasn't entirely inaccurate. Yet Su Mingyang never imagined that his words would give birth to a legendary figure. Su Mingyang couldn't recall the exact year, only that at the time, Xia Changchun was still a young lad, around 16 or 17 years old. The Japanese invaded the Xiaobei region, devastating many villages and towns. Outgunned by the well-equipped Japanese forces, the Chinese Revolutionary Army was forced into a series of retreats. But retreating indefinitely was not an option. The Japanese advance was too swift, leaving no opportunity for the people to recuperate. Rather than being worn down by the enemy until they had no chance to fight back, it was better to engage in a decisive battle at a suitable location. Finally, squeezed by the Japanese forces, they were driven back to the military hub Mawerpo. Mawerpo lay at the junction of northern Xia and eastern Xia. For the Japanese to continue their invasion southward, capturing this position was essential. For the revolutionary forces to mount a counterattack later, they too must hold this position firmly. Thus, both sides prepared for a decisive battle over Maupa. At that time, due to war attrition and the inability to rapidly replenish troops, the division, which should have numbered around 15,000 soldiers, had dwindled to less than 10,000. Meanwhile, the Japanese forces not only possessed superior weapons and equipment far beyond the Revolutionary Army's capabilities. Their numbers were nearly double those of the revolutionaries. At that moment, the Japanese forces also launched a frontal assault with a single division. However, this division was not the second or third-rate units Su Mingyang had encountered before. It was a first-class division boasting over 20,000 soldiers and equipped with aircraft, tanks, and various heavy weapons.
Not only was there a huge disparity in troop strength, but their weapons were also in different leagues. To seize control of the Hat Hill position, the attack had to be bold and decisive. They had to rapidly close the distance and engage in a fierce, close-quarters battle before the enemy could react. Only then could they render the enemy's tanks and aircraft useless. At the time, Xie Changchun was still just a greenhorn recruit, his mind filled with visions of the glory days ahead when he'd become a company commander, battalion commander, or even a regiment commander. He had no idea how brutal the battlefield would be. Su Mingyang had already risen to platoon leader, commanding a squad of about 30 men. The night before the Japanese attack, Xie Changchun lay awake all night. When Su Mingyang got up to relieve himself, he spotted his comrade on the small hill and tapped him on the shoulder. "Dachuan, scared? I remember you wanted to be a regiment commander." Su Mingyang's tap snapped Xie Changchun out of his daze. While he feared the Japanese invaders, his heart was also filled with rage. Born into a wealthy family with over 10 acres of prime farmland equivalent to a minor landowner in later generations. This was evident from his name. After all, back then, if a family had no money, their children usually didn't even have proper names. Instead, they were given nicknames like Little Shuanzi, Doggy, or Little Liushi. Before the Japanese invasion, he had lived a life of plenty. Even amidst the chaos of war, he could still attend school every day. But all that was shattered after the Japanese invasion. He was still in class when the town was suddenly filled with the deafening crack of gunfire. The Japanese forces captured their town, now known as Annan City, with astonishing speed. After the town fell, the Japanese invaders entered the city, killing anyone they encountered. At that time, under the protection of their schoolteacher, they were among the first group of students to evacuate. For 3 days, the invaders burned, killed, and looted the town. By the time the revolutionary forces drove them out, the town was already engulfed in smoke and flames. The Japanese looted and destroyed everything they could carry. Large items they couldn't carry away were mostly burned to prevent the revolutionary forces from gaining anything. Following the revolutionary army into the city, Xie Changchun found corpses strewn everywhere. He jogged back to his home, only to find corpses strewn everywhere. His father, uncle, and older brother bodies were everywhere. As for his mother, sister, and the other women of the household, their bodies weren't piled in the living room but scattered throughout the rooms. When Xie Changchun burst into the rooms, they had all suffered inhuman treatment. Their skin bore gruesome scars. After defiling them, those Japanese devils had mercilessly slaughtered them before leaving. Faced with this scene, Xie Changchun froze in place. As he later recounted to Su Mingyang, he felt no terror or fear in that moment, only rage, a fury that made him want to tear the Japanese soldiers limb from limb. He rushed into the kitchen, grabbed a cleaver, and left the house, heading straight for the Japanese soldiers' retreating position. Along the way, revolutionary comrades spotted him and stopped him. After much persuasion, he finally joined the revolutionary army. After joining the revolutionary army, he happened to encounter Su Mingyang, who had just been promoted to platoon leader. Su Mingyang took him into his unit. On Hat Hill, Xie Changchun heard Su Mingyang's teasing and clenched his fist. "Brother Su, don't underestimate me. If I say I'll become a regiment commander, I will become one. Just you wait and see. In this battle, even if only one man remains standing on the battlefield, that man will be none other than Xie Changchun." Hearing Xie Changchun's words, Su Mingyang visibly froze. He already knew the outcome of the Battle of Mao'erpo from later historical accounts. The Revolutionary Army had deployed over 60,000 troops in this battle. They had practically gambled everything they had, engaging in relentless combat with the Japanese invaders at Mao'erpo for nearly a month. In the end, they drove away nearly 20,000 enemy troops at the cost of over 50,000 casualties. As the first wave of the advance force, their chances of survival were practically zero. Chapter 75, The Japanese Offensive. Su Mingyang's words abruptly ended there, his eyes filled with sorrow. Even now, he dared not recall that battle. He feared his condition might spiral out of control. Seeing the expression on Su Mingyang's face, Xiao Yeye set the phone stand aside and walked over to pat his shoulder. "Grandpa Su, those things are all in the past. Don't dwell on the sadness anymore. Look at our tidy desk and bright light bulb. Those dark days are behind us. Now, no one dares to invade our China. We will never forget the nations that once invaded our country, this national humiliation and personal grievances. Sooner or later, we will reclaim everything we once lost." Hearing Xiao Yeye's words, Su Mingyang nodded slightly. The sorrow in his eyes did not fade in the slightest. As a man who had traveled back in time from the future, he was well versed in history. Yet, in the vast torrent of that era's historical currents, he could scarcely make even a ripple. Some things were destined to happen, and there was no changing that. Take the battle at Hat Hill, for instance. Even if he had known the outcome beforehand, what good would that have done? Only by being immersed in it could one truly understand that every choice made in history was the best possible decision given the circumstances. Without the benefit of hindsight, Su Mingyang didn't believe he could outsmart the predecessors of that era. Viewers in the livestream chat sighed in unison at this scene. That battle we'd only ever seen in history textbooks. Back then, our history teacher kept emphasizing how brutal it was. But how could we truly empathize with just a string of cold, hard numbers? Without Grandpa Su sharing his story in the livestream, we might never have grasped the revolutionary soldiers' unwavering courage. At the time, Grandpa Su's division knew full well that the Japanese invaders had superior forces and weapons. Yet they charged forward without hesitation. They knew full well they were going to die. Yet they chose to die for the greater cause of China. They are the true heroes of our nation. Exactly. Though Grandpa Su didn't describe the brutality of the battle. But from what he shared earlier, I can sense it too. I wonder if I were transported back to that time, would I truly have the courage to go? Viewers in the livestream fell into deep thought upon seeing this comment. Indeed, if it were them, would they truly step onto the battlefield like their predecessors? Could they truly follow in their predecessors' footsteps and fight for China without hesitation? Once, they might not have. But now, they absolutely would. Today, our nation holds a significant position internationally. Holds an undeniable place on the international stage. But what of those former great powers? After plundering China's resources and depleting its wealth, in just a few short decades, China has surpassed them once again. They are nothing but a bunch of scoundrels who only know how to expand through plunder. When China rises again, we will make them pay for their crimes in blood. Exactly. No matter how they suppressed us before, trying to keep China down. But their dreams were nothing but pipe dreams. Now, the mighty lion of China has awakened. The time for our vengeance has come. In the break room, the police officer listened to Su Mingyang's words, his expression growing pensive. Last night, while waiting for Su Mingyang to come to the station for questioning, he had watched Xiao Yeya's livestream footage online. He had his own suspicions about Su Mingyang's identity. Since Grandpa Su had participated in the Battle of Manhwa and survived, then he must be one of the 13 heroes from that very battle. According to what he had read in history books, only 13 heroes remained from the division that first engaged the Japanese invaders in the Battle of Manhwa. To prevent the Japanese from swiftly occupying Hat Hill and constructing defenses there, they relied on a few rifles and hand grenades. They managed to stall the Japanese for nearly half a day. By the time reinforcements arrived, the Japanese had not yet begun constructing defensive fortifications at Manhwa. It could be said that without the 13 men forcibly delaying the Japanese, Manhwa would likely have fallen completely to the enemy. Without aircraft or tanks, how could the revolutionary soldiers possibly retake Hat Hill then? Many viewers in the livestream chat had also considered this possibility. The looks they gave Su Mingyang were filled with awe, yet also tinged with a hint of scrutiny. They had previously speculated that Su Mingyang was an ace sniper. Later, Su Mingyang clarified the matter. Now it seems certain, Su Mingyang must be one of the 13 heroes of Manhwa. Many netizens began searching online for the 13 heroes of Manhwa. However, they could only find the term itself, not the names of the 13 heroes. Damn! Another chance to uncover Grandpa Su's true identity slipped away. What a pity! Is there any book that records the names of those 13 heroes? I remember an old book mentioning them, but I can't recall which one it was. Can any resourceful netizens look into this? Upon hearing this, many netizens began searching their homes for possible books. But after flipping through pages for ages, they still couldn't find it. In the break room, Su Mingyang paused for a moment before deciding to confront his own heart. The flames of war that had burned back then should finally be extinguished now. After the Japanese invaded. On Hat Hill, the revolutionary forces had constructed numerous deceptive defensive fortifications. The next day, the Japanese launched their assault on Hat Hill. The first wave consisted of bomber shells and Japanese mortar fire. The revolutionary soldiers on Hat Hill had anticipated this assault, so few remained in the trenches. It was mostly for show. The moment the enemy bombers and mortars arrived, they all took cover in hastily dug air raid shelters. After several rounds of bombardment, the revolutionary soldiers sheltering in the air raid shelters. They emerged en masse from the shelters, right under the enemy's noses. Upon receiving this report, the Japanese immediately dispatched an advance unit to investigate. Only after confirming the revolutionary forces had indeed retreated did their main forces begin ascending the mountain to construct defensive fortifications. What they never could have imagined, however. Before the revolutionary soldiers withdrew, the hillside had been densely mined with landmines. Moreover, to ensure the mines detonated without fail, 2 soldiers remained stationed on the hillside. Chapter 76, Flanking Attack. After the Japanese main force arrived, these 2 soldiers did not detonate the mines immediately. They needed to wait until the Japanese began constructing their defensive positions before detonating the mines. Only then could they maximize the effectiveness of their actions. Moreover, they needed to allow the main force retreating down the hillside time to regroup. The situation was far too rushed. Without proper planning, attacking the enemy would be nothing short of suicide. They waited until nightfall. Then, a violent rumble echoed from the hillside. The mines detonated. A series of explosions erupted across the hillside, accompanied by flashes of light that bloomed like fireworks. The explosions were menacing, their deafening roar echoing through the valley. This was precisely the signal for the Revolutionary Army to launch their assault. Following the mine explosions, countless revolutionary soldiers surged up the hillside from all directions. The Japanese soldiers, already panicked by the mines, trembled in terror upon hearing the battle cries. They offered only token resistance before retreating from the hillside. Between the mine explosions and the revolutionaries' relentless pursuit, the Japanese suffered nearly 1,000 casualties in that brief span. The revolutionary forces achieved a resounding victory in their first clash with the Japanese. However, their triumph was short-lived. Afterward, determined not to be ambushed again by the revolutionaries, they dispatched bombers and mortar teams to relentlessly bombard Hat-Erpo, leaving the revolutionary soldiers no respite. At that time, the Japanese first-class army was equipped with 2 bombers. To ensure uninterrupted bombing, the revolutionary soldiers had no time to build defensive fortifications or lay mines. Originally flying missions together every half hour, the 2 bombers now bombed every 15 minutes. The once verdant Hat Hill turned to scorched earth under the relentless bombardment. Many comrades in the air raid shelters were driven to a dazed state by the relentless assault. This relentless bombardment continued for a full day and night. After the final bombing run, the Japanese troops charged up the hill. Both sides engaged in fierce combat. In an instant, blood flowed like a river across Hat Hill. The revolutionary soldiers did not retreat an inch, steadfastly holding their positions. Shells exploded all around, bullets whizzing overhead like flying needles. Watching comrades in his platoon fall one after another, Su Mingyang couldn't help but feel heartbroken. But they couldn't afford to let their guard down. The moment their bullets ceased, the Japanese troops would surge forward like a flood. Having gone a full day without sleep, the revolutionary soldiers were utterly exhausted. Compounding their exhaustion, supplies had been nearly depleted over the past few days. What had once been a single ration now had to be shared among 3 men. Fortunately, they had captured a batch of enemy supplies earlier, so ammunition and firearms were not in short supply at this moment. The standoff on Hat Hill dragged on for another day. After this day of standoff, the revolutionary soldiers had essentially reached their physical limits. The Japanese, unable to advance, showed no signs of urgency. With their superior numbers, they rotated waves of troops, launching fierce assaults on the hillside at regular intervals. Their assaults followed no discernible pattern, designed to keep the revolutionary soldiers perpetually on high alert and drain their energy. This stalemate dragged on for another day. The revolutionary soldiers were now nearly depleted, running low on both ammunition and provisions. However, they also received news of reinforcements arriving from the rear. They could reach Hat Hill in no more than a day. At Martyrs, corpses littered the ground and blood flowed like rivers. Even though they had already eliminated over 1,000 Japanese soldiers, this amounted to only 5% of the strength of a Japanese first-class division, which numbered over 20,000 soldiers. The enemy's numerical superiority had now expanded from double to 6 times that of the revolutionary soldiers. After prolonged combat, the Japanese had lost only about 3,000 soldiers, while the revolutionary forces had dwindled to just over 3,000 men. Compounded by 3 consecutive days of intense combat, the revolutionary soldiers could no longer endure. Nearly 10 revolutionaries fell every minute. A sense of despair permeated the battlefield. Soldiers in Su Mingyang's platoon were now nearly wiped out. Only 6 remained. Seeing that continuing this way was futile, Su Mingyang rushed to headquarters and volunteered to flank the Japanese forces ascending the mountain. Everyone knew this was tantamount to suicide, yet no one could dissuade Su Mingyang. For if the Japanese were allowed to break through, death would be a far more merciful end. None of them wanted to see the enemy break through their positions. Thus, over 100 soldiers capable of rapid movement were selected from within the ranks. Su Mingyang was temporarily promoted to company commander and led these soldiers toward the side of the slope. They were issued a heavy machine gun to hold off the Japanese. Though heavy machine guns are often perceived as cumbersome in modern times. But back then, achieving complete fire suppression was impossible without heavy machine guns. Moreover, on the battlefield, snipers' primary tasks included eliminating enemy officers and neutralizing heavy machine gunners. As soon as the enemy heavy machine gun's fire faltered, our soldiers gained a much-needed respite. Positioning the heavy machine gun on the hillside flank, they waited for the Japanese soldiers to draw near. As the gun began to spin, bullets poured out like water, as if they were free. Beside the gunner, to ensure the machine gun never stopped firing, Su Mingyang even assigned a soldier specifically tasked with reloading the machine gun, along with a backup soldier. Should the gunner fall, the replacement would immediately take his place. The Japanese soldiers were quickly drawn to their position. Hundreds of soldiers drew their weapons and opened fire on the Japanese troops. The Japanese assault on the mountain was swiftly diverted. Less than half the soldiers continued firing uphill, while the rest turned their guns towards Su Mingyang's position. Bullets rained down like a storm. All comrades except the machine gunners ducked for cover. As long as the Japanese soldiers' attention was drawn to them, they had succeeded. They no longer needed to risk their lives firing blindly. Just as Su Mingyang had anticipated, upon discovering the flanking fire, the Japanese dispatched a squad toward his position. The soldier manning the machine gun was soon hit in the arm, instantly losing the ability to operate the weapon. Su Mingyang had his men pull him away from the machine gun and carry him to the rear for bandaging. Then, he turned his gaze to Xia Changchun, crouched beside the machine gun. He was the backup for the previous machine gunner. Chapter 77, Guerrilla Harassment. Rat-a-tat-tat. The machine gun's sweeping fire echoed across the battlefield. He glanced at the muzzle, glowing like a red-hot branding iron, then at Xia Changchun, the only one left who knew how to operate the machine gun. Su Mingyang knew that at this critical moment, he absolutely couldn't let anything happen to him. He jogged over to Xia Changchun's side, allowing him a brief pause to reload during the strafing run. This served two purposes, allowing the barrel to cool and prevent it from overheating, and ensuring Xia Changchun's safety. Currently, only about 100 Japanese soldiers were firing at their position. Their task was to harass the enemy, not to focus on excessive kills. Under Su Mingyang's direction, the revolutionary soldiers quickly took cover. As long as they prevented the Japanese from advancing significantly, they could launch intermittent attacks. Seeing the weakening fire from Su Mingyang's position, the Japanese soldiers abandoned any thoughts of attacking their location. After all, to capture their position, the Japanese would need to commit at least 1,000 soldiers to a frontal assault. It would essentially amount to building a road out of human flesh. This was clearly unacceptable for the Japanese, whose invasion force was already small. Moreover, even if they did advance, capturing these spirited revolutionary soldiers would prove exceedingly difficult. These revolutionary soldiers were no pushovers. They understood the principle that preserving their strength was key to future victories. The moment the Japanese attacked, any soldiers still capable of movement would retreat immediately. As for those unable to escape, they would be left behind to delay the Japanese pursuit. Having endured the guerrilla tactics of the revolutionary soldiers countless times, the Japanese forces understood this principle well. Consequently, they slowed their advance on the hillside where Su Mingyang was positioned. What they never anticipated, however, was this. Noticing the Japanese firepower waning, Su Mingyang ordered the revolutionary soldiers to intensify their assault once more. The Japanese suffered heavy casualties in an instant. By the time they regained their composure, an enraged Japanese officer ordered 1,000 soldiers to charge up the hillside. The revolutionaries executed their plan. Some immobile soldiers remained to cover the retreat, while the rest withdrew with supplies. As anticipated, the Japanese advance was halted. Thus, Su Mingyang's ambush not only slowed the Japanese advance on Hat Hill, but also inflicted nearly 300 casualties on the enemy. Meanwhile, their guerrilla force had sacrificed fewer than 50 soldiers. For soldiers armed with crude, makeshift firearms, this constituted a monumental tactical victory. However, Su Mingyang knew such a small tactic could only be used once. The Japanese weren't stupid. After suffering this ambush, they would undoubtedly deploy dedicated patrols to lie in wait along the edges of the battlefield. The moment they discovered Su Mingyang's ambush position, they would immediately send signal flares to pinpoint their location for the rear artillery battalion. With that signal flare pinpointing their location, the artillery battalion would swiftly confirm Su Mingyang's position. What followed was inevitable. A relentless barrage of artillery shells awaited Su Mingyang and his men. Su Mingyang had long anticipated the enemy's tactics. Therefore, before departing, he deliberately left soldiers in ambush at multiple locations. Whenever Japanese soldiers came up the hillside to search, they would ambush and assassinate them from the shadows. In this manner, they eliminated dozens more Japanese searchers. This persistent harassment by Su Mingyang finally pushed the Japanese officers over the edge. He knew that if they couldn't wipe out Su Mingyang's guerrilla force quickly, they would face endless harassment from him. Without hesitation, the Japanese officer ordered the artillery battalion to redirect their fire. They unleashed a barrage of fire upon the hillside. Witnessing this from his vantage point on the hillside, Su Mingyang was filled with frustration. Although his strategic arrangements had spared the front lines from enemy artillery fire, he hadn't anticipated the Japanese going completely mad and directly shelling the empty hillside. Thus, after just a few rounds of bombardment, nearly all of the dozens of soldiers ambushing on the hillside were wounded. Moreover, over a dozen revolutionary soldiers had been sacrificed. Noticing Su Mingyang's self-reproach, Xia Changchun offered comfort from the side. At first, he had been puzzled by Su Mingyang's series of baffling maneuvers. But after witnessing the outcome of Su Mingyang's actions, he began to worship him like a god. After a barrage of artillery fire, the Japanese invaders had no intention of letting Su Mingyang and his men off so easily. Nearly 1,000 Japanese troops were dispatched once more, sweeping toward Su Mingyang's group. Along the way, whenever they spotted revolutionary soldiers, whether corpses or the gravely wounded, they unleashed bursts of fire. Terrified by the previous encounter, they dared not approach to inspect the bodies. Observing this scene, Su Mingyang's eyes flashed with a momentary look of astonishment. Then, Su Mingyang began reorganizing his plans for what lay ahead. Frankly, he had no desire to engage so many Japanese soldiers in a head-on confrontation. Even with the advantage of the hillside elevation, they were simply outmatched in both manpower and weaponry. Yet they couldn't leave either. If they retreated now, the hillside, their natural defensive barrier, would become the Japanese force's stronghold. the Japanese would certainly leave behind forces to prevent their return. Moreover, the path to the hillside would be littered with countless landmines laid by the enemy. The Japanese could very well repel them with just a few dozen men. Gritting his teeth, Su Mingyang ordered everyone to hold their positions. This was their only chance. Even if they could only hold back 1,000 Japanese soldiers, it would significantly relieve pressure on the main front. However, Su Mingyang had overestimated his own strength. The Japanese weren't fools. They had long anticipated Su Mingyang's plan to engage them in a decisive battle on the hillside. Therefore, the Japanese did not rashly enter the revolutionary soldiers' attack range. Instead, they adopted an encircling posture, closing in on the hillside. Faced with the encircling enemy, the revolutionaries trapped on the hillside found themselves in a no-win situation. Now, only two paths lay before them. One was to abandon their advantageous terrain and retreat. The other was to fight the Japanese to the death, killing as many as possible. When resistance became impossible, the last few survivors would retreat to report to the main force. Though it appeared they had a choice, in truth, they had none. They had no choice but to stay on the hillside and fight the Japanese to the bitter end. Chapter 78, Fight to the Death. Rat-a-tat-tat. The relentless roar of machine gun fire echoed once more. This terrain offered far better cover than before, and the Japanese were desperate to encircle and annihilate them. Xia Changchun, like a god of war, relentlessly sprayed fire at the charging Japanese soldiers. With nearly every burst of fire, a Japanese soldier would fall to the ground. Yet despite this, the enemy's advance remained largely unimpeded, steadily climbing the hillside. As they drew near, the revolutionary soldiers carrying grenades began hurling them one after another. The Japanese soldiers were blown to bits, men and horses thrown about in all directions. However, this situation did not last long. Under such intense fire, the revolutionaries' grenades were quickly depleted, leaving only a handful of suicide grenades. As the Japanese soldiers closed in, their superior equipment in greater numbers meant that any revolutionary soldier who dared to raise his head to take aim would be met with a hail of bullets the next second. This was especially true for Xia Changchun's position. Though positioned at the rear of the trench, making precise targeting difficult for the enemy, hitting him was almost a matter of luck. Yet as the bullets rained down on him, Xia Changchun's machine gun-wielding arm was finally struck. With only one arm still functional, Xia Changchun refused to relinquish the machine gun's suppressive fire. He couldn't pass up such a prime opportunity to take down the enemy. Even as his right hand went limp and fell to his side, his left hand still clenched the trigger with all his might. "Brother Su, steady the machine gun for me, it feels a bit off balance," Xia Changchun called out to Su Mingyang during a brief pause while reloading. Then he continued adjusting the machine gun, firing down the hillside. Su Mingyang didn't hesitate. Even though the machine gun was now on the verge of overheating, its entire body like a red-hot branding iron, he still gripped it tightly, not letting up for a moment. Soon, the Japanese broke through their first line of defense. The second line of defense? "Company Commander Su, we must withdraw." Looking at the hillside where only a dozen men remained firing, Su Mingyang knew it was time to retreat. They had to relay the situation here to the main force. Only then could the main force prepare accordingly. Moreover, while machine gunners weren't as valuable as snipers, any muscular man could fill the role. But in those days, families who could afford meat were few and far between. Most soldiers were emaciated, and few possessed the strength to steady a machine gun with such precision. Therefore, Xia Changchun was also a precious asset to them. Gritting his teeth, Su Mingyang made his decision. Without a moment's hesitation, he ordered the soldiers unable to leave to hold the rear while he led the remaining revolutionaries who could still walk away. He knew those left behind to cover their retreat had virtually no chance of survival. Yet he made the decision nonetheless. Such was the cruelty of war, those unable to move forward were destined to be sacrificed. Shouldering machine guns that were nearly scrap metal, the few men carried away whatever firearms were still usable and left the hillside. As the final explosions of grenades echoed, they retreated far from the hillside. Su Mingyang's account moved the police officers present, including Xiao Yeye. Their understanding of war had previously come almost entirely from television dramas, movies, or books. Before, they had merely watched these depictions, utterly unable to grasp the brutality of war. But now, after Su Mingyang painted the atmosphere of the battlefield, they felt it viscerally. Viewers in the livestream were equally moved. Before, I always thought TV shows exaggerated things. But after hearing Grandpa Su's account today, I realized where was the exaggeration in those dramas? They deliberately cut out the gory parts just to pass censorship. Nowadays we watch fewer dramas simply because they can't authentically portray reality. Those directors are just going for cheap thrills. So much time is spent on those few seconds of emotional scenes. You guessed right. I'm talking about the jade-faced Grenade King. I finally understand why it took Grandpa Su so many years to bring his old comrade home. Before, I always thought people suffering from post-war stress syndrome were just being overly sensitive. Now, through Grandpa Su's account, I realize how brutal it truly is. If it happened to me, even just once, I'd have nightmares every single day. Netizens shared their thoughts one after another. But Xiao Yeye was more interested in what happened next. She desperately wanted to know what happened to Su Mingyang after he returned to the main force. Truthfully, before meeting Su Mingyang, Xiao Yaya knew little about history. Regarding the Hat Hill incident, she only knew that revolutionary soldiers had suffered horrific casualties, their blood staining the soil crimson. But after reading the comments, she learned something new. Of the first group of revolutionary soldiers at Maorpo, only 13 martyrs remained before the second group arrived. And Grandpa Su and Senior Xia were 2 of them. Thinking of this, a flicker of reverence passed through Xiao Yaya's eyes as she looked at Su Mingyang. Grandpa Su, what happened next? I just saw in the comments that the vanguard at Hat Hill was reduced to only 13 men. Is that true? Facing Xiao Yaya's question, Su Mingyang nodded, then shook his head. 13 men? Initially, there were indeed 13 left. But by the end, only 5 actually survived. Only 5? What happened? Could my history books be wrong? That can't be right. Could Grandpa Su have misremembered? I just looked it up on Baidu, and the official sources all say 13 survived. Ha ha ha. Finally got you. I told you don't listen to this old geezer rambling on. He never actually experienced any of this. Now think about it, those earlier people were just there to play along. Otherwise, who could possibly encounter so many incidents along the way? Did you really think it was bad luck? In the livestream chat, while viewers voiced their doubts, a wave of trolls surfaced. They finally found something to pin on Su Mingyang. Put. It's all scripted. You actually believed it? I've already reported the stream anyway, whether you report it or not is up to you. Scanning the chat, Xiao Yaya frowned and muted the trolls' comments. Su Mingyang was once again lost in his memories. Back then, after they'd rejoined the main force, the Japanese troops had already launched their assault. However, having held the enemy's flank for nearly 3 hours earlier, coupled with the fact that the reinforcements were racing day and night to reach them, the Japanese couldn't sit still. If they couldn't capture Maorpo before the Revolutionary Army's reinforcements arrived, they would have to commit even greater forces to attack Hat Hill next. Chapter 79, 5 Survivors. This was utterly unacceptable to them. Remember, they had set a goal to conquer all of China within 3 months. Now, forget 3 months, they'd been fighting for 3 years and had barely captured half of Huagua. Although they had almost completely seized control of the regions capable of developing heavy industry in Huagua. But that alone could never satisfy their ambitions. They had long resolved that once they achieved complete occupation of China, they would relocate their entire nation here. They'd grown utterly weary of their tiny island nation. If they wished to expand and realize their ambition of ruling the entire Blue Star, they must first fully conquer Huagua. In the final half-day, the Japanese forces disregarded all caution, deploying bombers to unleash massive aerial bombardments upon the battlefield. Their previous reluctance to deploy bombers stemmed largely from the risk of being shot down by revolutionary soldiers if flying too low. But if the bombers flew too high, their accuracy suffered greatly. There was even a risk that the bombs would land on their own troops. But now, they had to seize Hat Hill at the fastest possible pace. Otherwise, they would have no time to construct defensive fortifications to resist the Revolutionary Army's subsequent attacks. Yet, in the end, the Japanese would be disappointed. The division commander had long anticipated that the Japanese would resort to desperate measures in their final throes. Therefore, during the lull before the enemy's next assault, he had already stationed soldiers in the trenches to expand the air raid shelters. This ensured the survival of their remaining troops during the impending Japanese bombardment. The roar of bombers soon swept across the front lines. All the revolutionary soldiers, hearing the engines of the bombers, rushed into the air raid shelters. Shortly after, as wave after wave of bombs fell, the revolutionary soldiers suffered minimal casualties. Instead, many Japanese soldiers, lacking cover, were struck by flying shrapnel. Moreover, because the bombers flew too high, several bombs failed to follow their intended trajectory and landed directly in front of the Japanese troops at the very front. Thus, a surprising scene unfolded. This round of bombing inflicted minimal casualties on the revolutionary forces, while the Japanese suffered over 100 dead and wounded. Naturally, the Japanese officers found this outcome unacceptable. Learning from this lesson, he finally halted the bomber attack. Instead, he ordered all Japanese troops to charge forward. Anyone who dared retreat even a single step would be treated as a deserter. These Japanese soldiers had crossed the seas by ship to invade China. They knew full well they had no retreat. Even if they deserted the battlefield, they could never return to their island homeland. Even if they wished to settle in China, they didn't understand the language. If their identities were exposed by the Chinese people, they would suffer terribly. This is the primary reason why some of these Japanese soldiers would rather commit seppuku than live in disgrace. They had no way out. Facing the overwhelming onslaught of Japanese invaders, the division commander ordered his men to fight to the death. Thus, the already smoke-filled battlefield began to write a chapter drenched in blood and bullets. After wave of bombardment, the scorched earth gradually turned crimson with blood. The cacophony of battle cries, howls, and agonized screams blended together, composing the overture to war. The remaining forces of both the revolutionary soldiers and the Japanese invaders dwindled sharply during this period. Even with nerves stretched to the breaking point, the revolutionary soldiers fought on with unyielding resolve. In fact, some of the revolutionary soldiers did not fall to bullets or mortar fire. They died pure and sudden deaths. Even so, in their final moments, they clutched their rifles, their bodies frozen in firing positions. Their bodies gradually stiffened, frozen rigid in the trenches. By the final moments of battle, even the wounded returned to the front lines. Xia Changchun was no exception. Even with only one functioning arm, he hoisted his nearly useless machine gun and resumed firing at the Japanese invaders. The battlefield was strewn with corpses and blood ran like rivers. By the end, only 13 revolutionary soldiers remained on Hat Hill. Su Mingyang and Xia Changchun were two of them. But was it truly the achievement of just the 13 of them? No. It was the collective achievement of all the fearless revolutionary martyrs. The 13 of them were merely the 13 who fought until the very end and survived. Only when reinforcements arrived did they breathe a sigh of relief, being carried to the rear for treatment. However, due to the intense mental strain during this period, moreover, several comrades among them had sustained extremely severe injuries. They had only managed to hold on until the end because they were being sustained by adrenaline. Thus, upon reaching the rear, of the 13 who ultimately survived, 5 passed away en route to the rear, and 3 others succumbed despite medical efforts. In the end, only 5 truly survived. Listening to Su Mingyang's account, Xiao Yaya's eyes filled with sorrow. Once again, she was deeply moved by the revolutionary martyrs. Gazing at Su Mingyang's aged, wrinkled profile, his stature in Xiao Yaya's eyes soared once more. She wiped the glistening tears from the corners of her eyes and opened her mouth. Yet her words caught in her throat, unable to escape. Beside her, the police officer felt the same way as Xiao Yaya. Yet Su Mingyang's words confirmed the suspicion that had been brewing in his mind. Back when he was in the police academy, he had heard their department professor mention this incident from years ago. At the time, the professor had emphasized one person in particular. Yes, it was machine gunner Xia Changchun. But when the professor mentioned Xia Changchun, he never revealed his name. After all, the professor hadn't witnessed the incident himself, he'd only heard about it from his elders. Thus, he had initially mistaken Su Mingyang for the machine gunner Xia Changchun. Now, through Su Mingyang's account, he realized Su Mingyang's military rank must have been higher than Xia Changchun's. Gazing at Su Mingyang, the police officer also fell deep in thought. So what exactly was the identity of this venerable elder before them? In the livestream chat, viewers froze in shock. Trolls speak up. Those who claimed Grandpa Su was scripted come out now. I'm genuinely amazed after everything that's happened, how can there still be haters? To the poster above, this is reality. These haters only believe what they imagine. They're just playing Earth Online using mental victory tactics. Just ignore them. Once at work, I accidentally touched a red-hot iron tool and ended up with a huge blister on my hand. That feeling is still vivid in my memory. Pain. It hurt so much. But Grandpa Su managed to hold onto the gun barrel for so long, doesn't he feel any pain? Chapter 80, There's a Spy. The commenter's words drew the attention of other viewers in the livestream. Logically, any normal person would instinctively try to avoid pain. But just now, in Su Mingyang's words, all that pain seemed to be brushed aside. Damn! I just realized this issue. My attention was completely focused on Senior Xia Changchun just now. Senior Xia Changchun getting shot yet still staring at the machine gun fire is admirable, no doubt. But what about Grandpa Su? He clearly didn't have to brace the barrel himself, he could have had someone else hold it. Yet he still threw caution to the wind and accepted this mission. Remember, watching your own hand being seared alive is not something just anyone can endure. In movies I've seen before, when protagonists lose limbs like arms, they all burned their hands. But that was out of desperation. I can't even imagine the feeling of watching your own hands get scorched. But Grandpa Su's hands still move normally now. There doesn't seem to be any lasting damage. Could it be that Grandpa Su left something out when he was telling the story? Netizens kept speculating, and this comment happened to strike a nerve with the trolls. I'll say it, war is war, but it couldn't have been that brutal. Any sane person would know to use a piece of cloth or something for insulation. How could that old geezer not know that? I sensed something off when he was telling the story. Sure enough, he deliberately exaggerated how grueling it was. Who knows what the actual conditions were back then? He could very well be making it all up. The guy above is absolutely right. In any case, the only person who knew the truth back then, Senior Xia, has passed away. As for what old Master Su said, no one can verify it now. Besides, given the dexterity of his hands, how could he possibly have gripped a scorching gun barrel? In the livestream chat, trolls sprouted like mushrooms after rain. Inside a military compound bungalow, Ho Chi Minh scanned the comment stream, his chest heaving violently. Based on his understanding of revolutionary veterans, everything Su Mingyang had mentioned earlier was entirely accurate. Back then, stabilizing a machine gun barrel required immense physical strength. Back then, the revolutionary forebears were barely fed, let alone possessing such strength. Therefore, except for specialized machine gunners, other revolutionaries had to exert every ounce of strength to steady the weapon. Moreover, wrapping it in rags was ineffective. The intense heat made it impossible to grip the rags securely. The best way to increase friction and stabilize the machine gun was to grab a handful of sand from the ground and wrap it around your hands. Then clamp down on the muzzle. Yes, grip the muzzle itself. If you lack strength, gripping the receiver is useless. Only by gripping the muzzle could he maximize the gun's stability. Watching the livestream filled with a dense barrage of comments condemning Old Master Su, along with some viewers arguing back at the trolls, Ho Chi Minh sensed something unusual. Without hesitation, he dialed the White Army's number. After a few rings, a voice old yet full of vigor answered. "Little Hu. Why are you calling me so early in the morning? You never come knocking without a reason. Spill it, what's on your mind?" Bai Fongjun laughed heartily. Although Hu Jiming had earlier instructed his old subordinate to investigate Old Master Su's background, which had annoyed him somewhat. But that was water under the bridge now. The man had meant well, and they hadn't shirked any responsibility. The official who had investigated Old Master Su was still writing his self-criticism report. Therefore, he remained quite cordial toward Hu Jiming. After all, the man was a veteran who had seen combat. To give him the cold shoulder over such a minor matter would make him seem rather unfeeling. After hearing Bai Fangjuan's words, Hu Jiming paused briefly before speaking. "Commander Bai, I've discovered a very serious problem." "Oh? What kind of problem is so serious that it prompted you to call me?" Bai Fangjun sat up slightly at the words. Knowing Ho Chi Minh, he knew the man wouldn't make such a call without good reason. If he called it serious, it was likely as good as confirmed. "Well, it's like this." Hu Jiming recounted everything he had seen and heard in Xiao Yeye's livestream to Bai Fangjun in meticulous detail. He even deliberately reread some of the most vicious comments aloud. Even Bai Fangjun, known for his composure, felt his emotions stir slightly. To him, Old Master Su held a stature in his heart no less than that of a great leader. How could these haters attack Old Master Su like this? Could they be spies? Frowning in thought, Bai Fangjun concluded that spies must be stirring up the audience's emotions. Otherwise, given the education in China, how could ordinary citizens who grew up under the red flag and in the spring breeze harbor such intense hostility? Understood. I'll have someone handle it immediately. Bai Fangjuan's voice grew slightly stern as he hung up after uttering those words. Soon after, the Minister of Cybersecurity received a call from Bai Fangjun. In the livestream, the condemnation of Su Mingyang continued unabated. Watching the barrage of comments, Xiao Yeye frowned in displeasure. She couldn't accept these viewers hurling insults at Grandpa Su. He was so heroic. Could it be that just because of some questionable issues, these people refused to believe in Grandpa Su? Xiao Yeye's face flushed crimson with anger. Her gaze darted between Su Mingyang and the chat stream, words choking in her throat as she struggled to speak. Su Mingyang naturally noticed Xiao Yeye's unusual state. Seeing her expression, he guessed that some viewers in the livestream had said hurtful things. But he didn't care. He didn't care if they questioned him. After all, he no longer needed to prove himself. He only needed to be true to himself. Glancing at the officer, who showed no signs of further questioning, Su Mingyang stood up. "It's getting late. Now that the young man who took over the nest has been caught, I should take my old friend home." Hearing Su Mingyang's words, Xiao Yeye nodded. Officer, if there's nothing else, Grandpa Su and I will be on our way." With that, the two departed the police station under the officer's respectful gaze. It was barely past 8 in the morning. On their way back to the hotel, they grabbed a quick bite at a roadside eatery. Xiao Yeye kept her livestream running the entire time. After all, they were about to take the elderly veteran Xia Changchun home. Turning off the stream now would mean having to restart it later, which would be a hassle. Later, Su Mingyang returned to the hotel, retrieved the urn, and hurried to Happiness Garden. Throughout the journey, Xiao Yeye kept a close eye on the comments flooding her livestream. Gradually, she noticed something was off. The negative comments in the chat were actually decreasing? Chapter 81, Returning to Happy Garden. Did those haters leave? Or did the platform step in? Xiao Yeye muttered to herself, casually blocking a few more trolls. Earlier, there had been far too many haters for her to block them all. Now that they were gradually decreasing, she could finally find the time to block them all. Inside the livestream, many viewers had noticed this change. What's going on? Where did all those trolls go? They used to love to rant. Where are they now? Something feels off. Those haters were so arrogant before, I even doubted we could out-troll them. But now, how did things flip completely? Could it be that our resistance is finally working? No doubt about it. Our resistance is working. Aren't the haters usually so arrogant? Are they still arrogant now? Soon, an official notice appeared in the livestream chat. Dear users, due to a previous spy intrusion, inappropriate comments appeared in the livestream. The spy account has now been removed through official intervention. To compensate for the poor viewing experience, virtual items have been distributed. Please check your accounts. Seeing this notice, the viewers in the livestream were all taken aback. Wait, what? Did I just see that? A walking 500,000? Is this real? Damn! Lost 500,000. I never imagined spies were lurking among the crowd. Are there any haters left to bash Grandpa Su? I'm a bit strapped for cash lately. The official team is acting unusually. They've never proactively issued announcements like this before. Holy crap, they're even sending compensation gifts? Has Douyin changed its tune? In the livestream, every viewer still watching received virtual item compensation from the platform. The gifts they received were mostly valued between 10 and 100 yuan. Keep in mind, there are over 30,000 viewers in the livestream right now. If we take the average, each person received gifts worth over 50 yuan. This means the platform just handed out nearly 1,000,000 yuan in compensation. Crazy. Official giveaway. Thanks to Comrade Spy, I got 100 in gifts. Time to shower Xiaomei's livestream with presents again. Bro, take my advice, spend that 100 on Xiaomei and all you'll get is a thanks, big bro. But if you send it to me, I'll be down on my knees thanking my godfather. Don't listen to that nonsense upstairs. Even if you cash out 100 yuan gift, you'd only get 50. 50 bucks? Why not buy 2 pounds of spare ribs and enjoy a delicious meal? Almost instantly, many viewers in the livestream began considering cashing out their gifts. After all, Xiao Yeye's stream had already disabled the tipping feature. These gifts couldn't be sent within the stream anyway. Better to send them to streamers who can cash them out. Many viewers who spotted the business opportunity immediately started their own livestreams, directing traffic from Xiao Yeye's channel. Click my avatar to enter my livestream. Here, when you send me gifts, not only will I return every penny I receive, plus, you'll receive my bowing godfather. The guy above is pretty shady too, he only refunds half at most. Come to my stream and spend, I'll refund 60%. I give back 65%. 70%. More and more people sensed a business opportunity and drove the prices up. But before long, they all received violation notices from Douyin. Your account has violated Douyin's community guidelines. Your livestream has been restricted. Fortunately, their livestreams didn't last long. So the gifts received weren't substantial, resulting in losses of just a few hundred yuan at most. For a time, many viewers began complaining about the platform in the live chat. But their complaints didn't last long. Another system notification appeared. Due to suspected violations of Douyin community guidelines, your live chat privileges have been restricted. Account holders whose comments were blocked instantly felt targeted by Douyin's administration. But since their accounts were now unusable, they had no choice but to delete them and re-register. As for uninstalling Douyin and switching to TikTok? No way. That platform is full of young, energetic guys. Where would you find a livestream as high quality as Xiao Yeye's? Watching the bullet comments mock these opportunistic viewers, Xiao Yeye couldn't help but burst out laughing. Su Mingyang looked at her questioningly but said nothing more. A few minutes later, they stood once more before room 302, now securely locked. Fortunately, Su Mingyang had brought the key and wasn't left outside. Click. With the sound of the door opening, Su Mingyang stepped back into the room Xie Changchun had left behind before his death. 3 years prior, Xie Changchun had contacted him through military channels. Over the phone, Xie Changchun had confided in Su Mingyang that he harbored an unfulfilled wish, hoping Su Mingyang could help him realize it. At that time, Su Mingyang had already sensed the malevolent aura emanating from his body rapidly dissipating. Therefore, without much hesitation, he agreed to Xie Changchun's request. In truth, Xie Changchun's request was quite simple. He had never had children, and as he neared the end of his life, there were still hundreds of thousands of yuan in his bank account awarded by the Chinese government as a lifetime achievement grant. He wanted Su Mingyang to donate all of it to Ho primary schools across the country on his behalf. The reason he couldn't do it himself and asked Su Mingyang instead wasn't because he wanted to keep the money. Quite the opposite, he had longed to donate it almost every moment. Yet every time he attempted to donate, someone would step in to stop him. Bai Fongjun was the foremost among them, consistently working both openly and covertly to prevent the donations. It wasn't that Bai Fongjun wanted to pocket it for himself. It was entirely because he understood the origins of this money and, more importantly, its meaning. On the surface, it was just a string of cold numbers. But within them lay the nation's reward for these veteran meritorious officials. If this money were donated while he was still commander of the military region, it would be tantamount to slapping him in the face. Initially, many within the military region failed to grasp his reasoning and opposed his actions. But when they learned that every single cent had been accumulated through Xie Changchun's military achievements, they finally grasped the true meaning behind the money. These hundreds of thousands were the savings this elderly man had painstakingly accumulated over a lifetime of frugality. They hoped Xie Changchun would use this money to enjoy his final years. In front of the live stream audience, Su Mingyang retrieved a small metal box from beneath the living room sofa. Opening it, the property deed and a savings passbook came into view for the live stream audience. Holy crap! There was something under the sofa? If Lu Yongfa knew, he'd probably kick himself. LOL, Lu Yangfa lived in Xia Senior's place for so long and never noticed? Chapter 82, Xia Changchun's letter. Xiao Yeye watched the scene unfold with a sense of relief. Thankfully, Lu Yangfa hadn't searched under the sofa. If he'd found this money, he'd probably find a way to get his hands on it. And even if he couldn't sell the house outright, he'd find a way to cash it out. By then, every penny Xia Senior had saved his entire life would likely be spent down to the last cent. Su Mingyang retrieved the passbook and property deed. Beneath these two items lay a letter, carefully placed there. In the livestream, viewers grew restless upon seeing the letter. Because on the envelope, in large characters, were written the words to Su Mingyang. Holy crap, is this a letter from old man Xia Changchun to Grandpa Su? How did he know Grandpa Su would come? Could it be they had some kind of arrangement? Did you notice the date on this letter? It's from 3 years ago. Grandpa Su mentioned in a previous livestream that old master Xia Changchun passed away over a year ago. If that's the case, doesn't that mean this letter was written over a year before Mr. Xia Changchun passed away? So what exactly does the letter say? I'm getting really impatient to find out. In the livestream chat, viewers were buzzing with anticipation over the letter's contents. But after all, this letter was addressed to Grandpa Su. They had no right to demand Grandpa Su reveal its contents to them. Yet Grandpa Su Mingyang's next move sent their excitement soaring to new heights. Without hesitation, Su Mingyang opened the envelope, pulled out a sheet of paper, and began reading aloud. Brother Su, this letter serves as my face. Dear Brother Su, this letter serves as my face. It's been decades since we last met. I'm sorry to meet you this way. All these years, I know you've lived in pain and so have I. As one grows old, memories of the past often resurface. I'm sure you do too. Back then, we crossed snow-capped mountains and traversed grasslands and lakes. These memories have been flooding back to me lately. I know my life may be nearing its end. Therefore, I implore you to fulfill the request I made of you the other day. I know you may be the only one with the strength to do it. I also know that by the time you read this letter, you will already be on the journey to bring your old comrades home. Here, I wish you every success in advance. Sincerely, Xia Changchun. Reading the letter word for word, without any elaborate embellishments, everything felt so simple. In the livestream chat, viewers were left somewhat bewildered. How did the venerable Xia Changchun know that Grandpa Su would come to retrieve this letter? And what did he ask Grandpa Su to do? I'm completely lost here. As far as I know, the 13 heroes who survived back then all rose to at least the rank of regiment commander. Keep in mind, these were regiment commanders during the War of Resistance against Japanese aggression. By today's standards, they'd be figures whose every move would send tremors through the entire nation. What could possibly be so important that Elder Xia couldn't handle it himself? Why would he need to ask Grandpa Su for help? Now, I'm even more curious about Grandpa Su's background. What could possibly be so important that only Grandpa Su could handle it? Scanning the live chat comments, Xiao Yeye frowned in thought. She too had failed to grasp the letter's contents. Yet, Su Mingyang's eyes welled up with cloudy tears. His eyes grew increasingly moist, and finally, he choked back sobs in front of the live camera. Xiao Yeye watched Su Mingyang, feeling a bit at a loss. She hurriedly tried to comfort him. Grandpa Su, this letter is so long ago. If Elder Xia could see everything you've done, he'd surely feel comforted. There's no need to cry now. Hearing Xiao Yeye's inexplicable words, Su Mingyang suddenly smiled. His emotion stemmed not from the weighty words in Xia Changchun's letter. Rather, it was the helplessness he sensed in Xia Changchun's words. After all, the man had once been a formidable figure who commanded respect in his region. Who would have thought his later years would be so wretched? After all, a single word from him. Whether it was the highest echelons of Huagui or the military command, they would spare no effort to fulfill his requests. Yet he had not leveraged his extraordinary status to demand such favors. Instead, he lived among the common folk, playing the role of an ordinary old man. Even for such a minor matter, he had to beg him to make it happen. Others might not know, but Su Mingyang certainly did. Back when he wanted to donate those reward funds, many had stepped forward to stop him. They all believed this money was rightfully his. This money was also his capital for enjoying the rest of his life. Yet, with just a few stern words from him, those who had opposed him dared not interfere again. Wasn't that, in essence, an exercise of his power? Xia Changchun, on the other hand, faced opposition yet continued silently, completely detached from any exercise of authority. He deserved Su Mingyang's admiration. Waving off Xiao Yeye's constant reassurances, Su Mingyang flashed a relieved smile. He knew he hadn't misjudged Xia Changchun. Putting away the passbook and property deed, Su Mingyang dialed a number. The call was answered almost instantly. Senior Su, how may I assist you? A warm female voice came from the other end. This was the military district's dedicated operator assigned solely for his use. It was also the only phone number the military high command had given him when he retreated to the deep mountains years ago. Back then, he had resolved to retreat into the wilderness to temper the ferocity within himself. Yet the military command dared not relax their vigilance. Had he not repeatedly emphasized that he wanted to be left entirely alone?
Otherwise, a massive military base would likely have been constructed in his remote mountain area within a month.
Nevertheless, even after Su Mingyang's stern refusal, the military did not fully relent.
Instead, they dispatched troops to patrol the vicinity of his residence without interruption. The deployed forces numbered at least 100. Moreover, the supplies these personnel carried were nothing short of extraordinary, as if they were determined to bring even the heaven and earth longevity bomb alone.
Yet Su Mingyang found this excessive protection deeply unsettling. After negotiations with the military district, they finally relented.
Su Mingyang agreed to station a small team of about 10 personnel and provided a dedicated phone number on his mobile device. Unexpectedly, he only stepped out once. Not only did he end up with this 10-person squad on his hands, but he also dialed the dedicated line.
For a moment, Su Mingyang felt a pang of regret.
Meanwhile, the military headquarters was in an uproar.
Chapter 83, Is this an arranged ghost marriage?
As the operator answered Su Mingyang's call, she simultaneously pressed a button on the red box before her.
Within seconds, the news was relayed up the chain of command, reaching by Fang Juan's ears.
At that moment, the White Army was still watching the interrogation of the spies alongside other high-ranking officials. The previous live stream fiasco had concluded with the capture of 2 spies. These spies had been aggressively adding friends within Xiao Yeye's fan group. Moreover, after chatting with these individuals, anyone who showed even the slightest hint of disdain towards Su Mingyang, they would be dragged into a larger group. Using professional rhetoric, these individuals were quickly charmed and captivated. Should any attempt to break free be detected, they would immediately resort to monetary bribes. This way, their scheme remained undiscovered. They waited patiently for an opportunity to exploit a mistake in Xiao Yeye's livestream. Last time, after waiting for several days, they finally caught Su Mingyang off guard. Convinced they had ironclad security, the spies wasted no time. At a single command, the entire group mobilized, flooding the livestream chat with comments. Ultimately, after a search by military district professionals, only 2 of the 3 spies were apprehended.
One had already vanished without a trace after posting the comments.
Through days of interrogation, they discovered that one spy hailed from the Eagle Nation, while the other came from the Island Nation.
Their objective in infiltrating China was to stir up online sentiment and provoke gender conflict.
Their involvement in this incident stemmed entirely from the immense popularity of the venerable Su Lao in recent times.
He had ignited a wave of patriotic sentiment online.
Naturally, they couldn't stand to see this. Thus, they risked exposure to incite netizens online. Watching the soldier undergoing the memory recovery technique in the interrogation room, by Fang Jun's side, they had only managed to pry information from the Island Nation spy so far.
Following the leads provided, they had identified several suspects and were preparing to make arrests.
As for the Eagle Nation spies, they still hadn't managed to get them to talk.
However, Bai Fang Jun wasn't worried about whether they could break them.
This was still the early stage of interrogation. They hadn't resorted to heavy-duty interrogation tools yet. If the target could endure until those tools were deployed, the spy would surely regret not speaking up sooner. They intended to interrogate him step by step, ensuring he wouldn't leave empty-handed. After one last glance at the electroshock kid in the interrogation room, Bai Fang Jun exited the observation booth and entered a room that had been thoroughly checked for listening devices.
"You can speak now."
Bai Fang Jun's voice was slightly deepened, his entire demeanor exceptionally stern. For all these years, Senior Su had never made this call. That he had now meant something crucial was at stake. After a 2-second pause, the voice on the line spoke again, slowly relaying Su Mingyang's instructions. Bai Fang Jun's brow furrowed slightly.
"Is that all? Does Senior Su have no other requests?" He was utterly perplexed. Was that all?
Given the old master's temperament, he would never have called to trouble them over such a minor matter.
Could there be some deeper meaning behind this? Bai Fang Jun was momentarily at a loss. "Hold your fire. Let me figure out what's going on." After hanging up, Bai Fang Jun opened Douyin.
In his accounts follow list, only Xiao Yeye appeared at that moment.
Xiao Yeye's Douyin profile picture was currently highlighted with a red circle, the special effect indicating she was live streaming.
Clicking into the livestream, Bai Fang Jun saw Su Mingyang's modeled face.
Room 302, Happy Garden.
Su Mingyang had calmed down.
He waved at Xiao Yeye. "It's nothing, old man. I was just feeling a bit sentimental, reflecting on things. Nothing major. I've already made the call.
They should have news soon. Rest assured, I will fulfill Xie Changchun's final wish."
As Su Mingyang spoke, the letter in his hand crumpled slightly.
Clearly, his fingers were clenching tightly. The live chat exploded with comments.
So the late Mr. Xie's final wish was to donate all his savings? What kind of divine elder is this?
He saved every penny he earned through a lifetime of hard work, never once spending it on himself, and now he's donating it all.
Earlier, the camera showed Senior Xie's room. Did you notice that apart from basic necessities, there was nothing else in his home? In Annan City, summer temperatures can soar close to 40 degrees Celsius.
Inside Mr. Xie's home, there was only an old-fashioned fan. Beyond that, there was no sign of air conditioning whatsoever.
I honestly can't imagine how Mr. Xia endures the summer heat. Stop it upstairs, you're making me cry. The viewers in the livestream were all deeply moved. What a wonderful old man. Who would have thought that even after his death, his ashes were secretly used in a cult ritual? Not only that, but the home he lived in all his life has been taken over by others. It's truly heartbreaking. But now that Grandpa Su has appeared, everything is turning out for the best. I'm noticing Grandpa Su is getting more and more handsome. It feels like he has his own way of handling anything. You have to tell me that? I already said Grandpa Su looks so handsome back on the bullet train. Even though his back isn't quite straight anymore and he's quite thin. But Grandpa Su's calm and composed demeanor in the face of everything is truly captivating. Host, tell Grandpa Su that my grandmother actually never got married. Sensing the atmosphere growing heavy, some viewers began shifting the chat topic to steer the mood towards something lighter. Xiao Yeye directly highlighted the last comment and handed it to Su Mingyang. Her intention wasn't to find Grandpa Su a companion. After all, with Grandpa Su's frail, withered body, he likely had no such interest left. Besides, Grandpa Su never married in his lifetime. There must be some unresolved pain in his heart. At this thought, the mischief in Xiao Yeye's eyes turned to a wisp of sorrow. Like the venerable Xie Changchun, Grandpa Su had devoted his entire life to the struggle against Japanese aggression, ultimately leaving behind no children. Wasn't that a kind of sorrow? Yet Su Mingyang was momentarily stunned by Xiao Yeye's actions. Seeing the flood of comments Xiao Yeye had tagged him with in the livestream, even someone as composed as him felt the urge to curse. He was already 120 years old. People in their 40s and 50s say they're already halfway to the grave. Translated to his age, he was practically buried underground already. Add to that his current broken body. Wasn't this just arranging a ghost marriage for him? Chapter 84, the 10,000 from back then. Ha ha ha. Look at Grandpa Su's expression, I swear he's about to shatter. Grandpa Su never imagined that even facing hundreds of Japanese soldiers, he never backed down. Today, he nearly lost it thanks to the pranksters in the livestream. Guys, stop messing with Grandpa Su, he's got a mission to fulfill. But why hasn't there been any response to Grandpa Su's call yet? It's been over 10 minutes. Does donating money require a queue now? Reading this comment, Bai Fongjun snapped out of his dazed grin. Just now, he nearly laughed himself to death. Back when Su Mingyang had just stepped down from his position, he radiated a murderous aura. Back then, he dared not even glance at the venerable Elder Su. He feared that one extra glance might cause the man to explode. Yet, after all these years, Grandpa Su had genuinely shed that murderous aura. Now, even when netizens made crude jokes like this, he didn't mind. Suppressing the anti-smile on his face, Bai Fongjun redialed the call. Soon, the order began cascading down from Bai Fongjun's level. Upon reaching the operator, she dialed Su Mingyang's number without hesitation. Grandpa Su, we're already arranging your request. Please pay attention to the knock at your door shortly. Staff from the Huagua Red Cross are already on their way to your location. Upon hearing the operator's words, Su Mingyang nodded slightly before hanging up. The instant he hung up, the door to room 302 was knocked on almost simultaneously. Xiao Yeye heard the knocking and hurried over to open the door. Outside, 3 staff members wearing China Red Cross uniforms appeared at the doorway. Wait, what? How efficient is this? Did they hear about the donation and show up this fast? If I recall correctly, it's only been about 10 minutes since Grandpa Su made that call. And the Red Cross staff arrived in just over 10 minutes? This is getting a bit surreal. Why are Red Cross staff here? I recall their fees are quite steep even for donations. Instead of donating to the Huagua Red Cross, it'd be better to buy supplies yourself and donate them directly. That way, you can ensure the supplies reach those who truly need them. Could it be that the reason these workers arrived so quickly isn't because they're usually this fast, but because the donor is Grandpa Su? Haven't you noticed? If it were an ordinary person wanting to donate, the Huagua Red Cross would surely agree immediately. But when it comes to Grandpa Su wanting to donate, it requires multiple levels of approval. As if it were some monumental event. The netizens' words instantly sparked a wave of realization among many online users. Many began to ponder deeply. Some even started connecting the dots to past events. I also feel like something's off here. Earlier, when Grandpa Su mentioned the late Mr. Xie Changchun's final wish, I thought it must be something incredibly significant. But it turns out his final wish was simply to donate all his savings. If he wanted to donate his savings, he could have done it himself. Why did he say it was something he couldn't accomplish? Could it be that someone was preventing him from donating his savings? Holy crap! Now that you mention it, this whole thing feels really off. Could this money be from shady sources? In the livestream chat, viewers began questioning the legitimacy of Xie Changchun's bankbook. Though they didn't believe that could be the reason. But the whole affair reeked of something fishy, offering no plausible explanation whatsoever. Meanwhile, after discussing with staff from the Huagua Red Cross, Xiao Yeye took charge of the subsequent procedures. As for the live streaming phone, it was now in Su Mingyang's hands. Grandpa Su, could you stream for me for a bit while I review these agreements? Seeing Xiao Yeye volunteering, Su Mingyang didn't stop her. His mind wasn't as sharp as it once was. Although these agreements were completely unnecessary to review, there was no need to worry about the money not reaching its intended destination. But after all, this wasn't his own donation, he was helping Xie Changchun make it. So the necessary procedures still had to be followed. As for the live stream, he could handle it perfectly well on his own. Nodding, Su Mingyang began scanning the live chat comments. When he saw comments questioning the legitimacy of the funds, Su Mingyang furrowed his brow slightly and began explaining the origin of the money in the passbook. Picking up the passbook from the table, Su Mingyang flipped to the first page. One by one, large deposits came into view for the live stream viewers. I just saw a comment asking how Xiao Xie saved all this money. I believe you'll understand once you see the passbook. As he spoke, Su Mingyang pointed his gnarled finger at the first deposit in the passbook. This 100,000 yuan, if I'm not mistaken, should be the bonus for Xiao Xie's outstanding contributions during the anti-Japanese war. I've received one like this myself. Wait a minute? 100,000 yuan bonus? I've researched Huagua's reward system before. Even our modern academicians, when they develop inventions that benefit all of humanity, the bonuses they receive rarely exceed this amount. Take the most well-known example, Old Master Lu's award was only 10 million yuan. And keep in mind, that was just over 20 years ago. And when Grandpa Su and others received their awards, it was just as China's reforms were beginning. The value of 100,000 yuan back then is worlds apart from what it was 2 decades ago. Back then, the most popular term was 10,000 yuan household. A household with savings exceeding 10,000 yuan was considered wealthy throughout the surrounding villages. Yet Grandpa Su and his comrades received 100,000 yuan in bonuses back then. One can only imagine the immense contributions Grandpa Su and his comrades made during the resistance against Japanese aggression. In the live stream, viewers were stunned by such detailed analysis. At first, they thought a few 100,000 yuan wasn't that much, even as a bonus roughly equivalent to year-end bonuses at major tech companies. But what if this money had been saved decades ago? That was truly staggering. So just how significant were Grandpa Su and Elder Xie's contributions during the anti-Japanese war? How else could they have earned such a massive reward? Rather than their contributions, I'm more curious about Grandpa Su's background. Could he be a major figure from the founding era of China? Chapter 85, Badges of Different Styles? Seeing this comment, Su Mingyang chose to ignore it outright. His finger tapped through the subsequent deposit records, explaining each entry according to his own assumptions. After explaining the large deposits, Su Mingyang turned his attention to the subsequent records, which included both whole numbers and decimals. This deposit of 332. Su Mingyang paused. He couldn't figure out where this deposit came from, it certainly wasn't his. Following this deposit, most of the subsequent entries were similarly mixed, a mix of whole and partial amounts. However, his attempt to change the subject didn't work. The live stream audience continued to speculate about his identity. Earlier, we speculated that Grandpa Su was an ace sniper. Now, I think we were thinking too small. Judging by how Grandpa Su addressed Elder Xie, it seems Grandpa Su's military rank was significantly higher than Elder Xie's. When Old Master Xie was still an ordinary soldier, Grandpa Su was already a company commander. Converting ranks, Grandpa Su's position must be at least 2 grades higher than Elder Xie's. If that's the case, and assuming Old Master Xie held at least a division commander rank, Grandpa Su would have started as a general or commander. Unfortunately, no trace of Grandpa Su's identity can be found online, likely concealed. Understandable. A figure like Grandpa Su is practically a national treasure. If anyone could freely look up Grandpa Su's background, wouldn't that mean you could uncover the identities of all revolutionary forebears? So what exactly is Grandpa Su's background? Could he be that legendary commander? Legendary commander? Viewers who saw this comment were filled with confusion. Clearly, they'd never heard of this legendary commander title before. Bro, can you explain what the legendary commander means? Legendary commander, it's exactly what the name implies. A commander steeped in legend. There was a book about him, you probably haven't read it, probably from last century. It focused on the story of the legendary commander. Forget it, I'll explain it to you guys. During the War of Resistance against Japanese aggression, our Revolutionary Army gave birth to a legendary commander. Of course, this commander wasn't the kind of great man you might imagine. This commander was legendary for leading troops into battle. We all know that during revolutionary warfare, everyone must follow the tactics devised by higher command. But there was one man who stood apart. He frequently led a squad of soldiers to break through enemy encirclements, achieving remarkable results time and again. Don't you find the deeds I've described bear a striking resemblance to Grandpa Su? Grandpa Su, too, devised unconventional tactics in every battle he fought. Take the Battle of Maoerpo he mentioned earlier. Grandpa Su launched a flanking ambush against the Japanese forces, severely disrupting their offensive rhythm. This bought crucial time for the reinforcements to arrive. This approach perfectly aligns with the legendary commander's strategy.
Therefore, I suspect Grandpa Su is the legendary commander.
Reading the comments, Su Mingyang was momentarily at a loss for words. These netizens were way too good at guessing. It was one thing to speculate he was an ace sniper, but now they were even suggesting he was the legendary commander. Fortunately, they hadn't guessed correctly. It was true that he always maintained a clear mind during combat, often coming up with wildly imaginative ideas. But he truly wasn't a legendary commander. Because he'd never held the position of commander. At this moment, Xiao Yeye had also completed the follow-up procedures for the donation. Su Mingyang handed Xie Changchun's passbook and property deed to the staff of the Huagua Red Cross Society. Watching the 3 staff members leave, Su Mingyang handed the live streaming phone back to Xiao Yeye. He then began cleaning the room. Earlier, when they had entered, the takeout boxes scattered on the floor had been quite cumbersome. Although the police had tidied them up somewhat before their arrival. However, a foul stench still lingered throughout the room. The property deed for this apartment had already been handed over to the staff of the Huagua Red Cross. It wouldn't be long before they put the property up for auction. If you want to get a good price for it later, you'll definitely need to give it a thorough cleaning. At the very least, the stench inside couldn't linger. Ignoring Xiao Yeye's protests, Su Mingyang opened the windows and cleaned the room once more. Finally, he placed Xie Changchun's urn on the bed in the room. "Old buddy, I guess this is my way of sending you home. You saw the staff from the Huagua Red Cross earlier. Your final wish is finally fulfilled." Su Mingyang stood before the bed, his eyes slightly clouded. He gazed at the empty urn on the bed, where the faint silhouette of a younger Xie Changchun seemed to appear. Dressed in his Zhongshan suit, he was waving at him. Su Mingyang raised his hand and waved back before finally leaving the room and locking the door. Back at the hotel, Su Mingyang began packing his luggage. It seems someone had intervened regarding the hotel he stayed at this time. Upon departure, the hotel declared that he and Xiao Yeye were their lucky guests, waiving the room charges for this stay. The original payment for the room was refunded to their account via the same method. No matter how insistently Su Mingyang tried to pay, the hotel firmly refused. This experience gave Su Mingyang a glimpse into Xie Changchun's predicament. The other party wanted to donate money but couldn't, while he wanted to pay the bill but couldn't. Unbelievable. After leaving the hotel, Xiao Yeye followed closely behind Su Mingyang. "Grandpa Su, where do you think we're going next?" Xiao Yeye's cheeks were rosy, her big, watery eyes fixed on Su Mingyang, brimming with excitement. The more she learned about the anti-Japanese martyrs of the past, the more deeply immersed she became. Before, she had followed Su Mingyang merely to ride his coattails. Now, her devotion flowed entirely from her heart. She had long since shed the shackles of money and self-interest. Watching Xiao Yeye, Su Mingyang unconsciously slipped his hand into his pocket. A badge, distinct from the others, appeared in his hand. This badge wasn't the Red Party's emblem, but the National Party's. The live-stream viewers, upon seeing this badge, froze in their tracks. What's going on? Isn't Grandpa Su a Red Party soldier? How could he have a Nationalist Party soldier's badge? So, does Grandpa Su have Kuomintang soldiers among his old comrades? You guys are all too simplistic. While relations between the Red Party and the Kuomintang soured after the anti-Japanese war. But we can't deny the Kuomintang also made significant contributions during the anti-Japanese war. So who exactly is the owner of this badge? Chapter 86, Uncle Su, is that you? Faced with the netizens' inquiries, Su Mingyang remained silent. Though he and the badge's owner belonged to different political factions. But the other party was indeed one of his old comrades. Clutching the badge, Su Mingyang boarded the bus to Xingshui County with Xiao Yeye. The journey passed in silence for both of them. Seeing this, Xiao Yeye decided to shut down the livestream. After everything they'd been through, she needed rest, and so did Grandpa Su. The bus crawled along the county road, its speed slowed considerably by the heavy traffic. Gradually, passengers throughout the bus began to drift off to sleep. Su Mingyang drifted off to sleep before long. His consciousness grew hazy, transporting him back to that war-torn era. "Brother Su, what do you think we should do next?" A calm voice cut through the deafening artillery fire, reaching Su Mingyang's ears. Su Mingyang pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Brother Wu, given our current situation, it'll be tough to break out of the Japanese encirclement. There's only one option left. That is to split up our troops and scatter in all directions. Only then might we maximize our chances of survival." Su Mingyang heard his own voice from the past. Even then, he remained remarkably composed. Even facing tens of thousands of Japanese soldiers closing in on their 200 or 300 strong unit, he could swiftly identify the optimal solution. Su Mingyang's words startled the man called Wu Gu. For their Nationalist Party forces, where had they ever experienced such scattered retreats? All of them were graduates of formal military academies, where obeying superior orders was paramount. They had never actually experienced this kind of scattered retreat. Yet he understood that, given the current situation, Su Mingyang's proposal represented their only chance to escape. Resolved, the Kuomintang officer known as Wu Gu wasted no time in planning the escape route with Su Mingyang. They also discussed the final rendezvous point. The two men began mapping out their escape route on a map. The reason they found themselves surrounded by the Japanese forces this time was because the troops they led were both assault units. Their mission was to destroy the airfields the Japanese were preparing to construct. It was crucial to understand that once the Japanese airfields were completed, their rear areas would be vulnerable to Japanese air raids at any moment. This would allow the Japanese invaders to advance southward with great strides, causing them to lose vast territories in a short time. Moreover, this vicious cycle would perpetuate. After occupying a region, the Japanese would build another airfield there. Thus, if unchecked, the Japanese advance would accelerate relentlessly. This was precisely why the Japanese dared to claim they could conquer China within a few years. Fortunately, thanks to their previous surprise attacks on enemy airfields, the newly constructed airfield along with 2 bombers parked there was destroyed. Had they possessed pilots, they could have even flown away with the enemy bombers. Yet such actions had thoroughly enraged the Japanese. Japanese forces stationed in the surrounding areas immediately closed in, encircling them. Moreover, the Japanese did not rush to wipe them out. Instead, they steadily concentrated their forces in this area, determined not to let a single one of them escape. Anticipating this situation, Su Mingyang, commander of the assault company, joined forces with fellow assault company commander Wu Lianhe to devise an evacuation plan. You take this flank. Once you cross the river, the Japanese likely won't be able to pursue you. As for our comrades in the Revolutionary Army, we'll take this route. This route is all mountainous terrain, which gives us, as revolutionaries raised among farmers, a distinct advantage. Su Mingyang pointed at the map, assigning escape routes for the 2 groups. After calculating the situation, Wu Lianhe nodded in agreement without objection. Though he came from a military academy, the Revolutionary Army held far greater expertise in the art of repositioning. After all, these men were all born in the muddy fields. Their ability to adapt and outmaneuver the enemy was largely due to their tactical prowess. With arrangements finalized, the 2 agreed on a rendezvous point. Now deep within enemy territory, they must unite to ensure a safe retreat. Without further hesitation, each led their respective companies in retreat. When they met again, the Revolutionary Army had suffered minimal casualties, while nearly all of Wu Lianhe's comrades lay dead or wounded. Clearly, they lacked experience in retreating. Subsequently, to better manage the force, Su Mingyang incorporated Wu Lianhe's remaining 30-odd men into his own unit. After all, their weapons were relatively sophisticated, and in skirmishes with the Japanese devils, their firepower would be useful. Thus, Wu Lianhe's unit effectively joined their forces. They continued their flight along the route. They encountered numerous Japanese patrols along the way. When they encountered Japanese reconnaissance units, they eliminated them outright. When encountering larger enemy units, they swiftly withdrew. Although they still suffered casualties along the way, compared to the losses inflicted on the Japanese forces, each skirmish amounted to a minor victory for them. However, their string of minor victories came to an abrupt end after a subsequent encounter with the enemy's main force. Grandpa Su, we're here. Xiao Yeye's clear voice jolted Su Mingyang awake from his dream. In an instant, Su Mingyang snapped into a state of alertness. Yet, the moment he saw Xiao Yeye, the tension in his body relaxed once more. Seeing Grandpa Su like this, a flicker of heartache appeared deep in Xiao Yeye's eyes. Her voice was soft and gentle, as if afraid to disturb him in the slightest. Grandpa Su, we've arrived at Xingshui County. What should we do next? Xiao Yeye looked at Su Mingyang, her gaze lingering on the badge pinned to his chest. She knew that Grandpa Su changed his lapel pin whenever they arrived at a new location. This pin was his way of locating his old comrades. Though puzzled as to why Grandpa Su would know old comrades from the Kuomintang. But since Grandpa Su could produce this badge, it probably meant nothing was amiss. Since the ride wasn't long, Su Mingyang's legs hadn't gone numb. He rose quickly. Hold on a moment, I'll make a call to check. The two got out of the car. Surveying the surging crowd before him, Su Mingyang dialed a number on his phone. After a few rings, an aged, excited voice came through. Uncle Su. Is that you? I've been waiting for you for so long. Chapter 87 doesn't look quite right. At that moment, Xiao Yeye also started her live stream on schedule. Now, live streaming was no longer just a job to her, it had become a way of life. Life shared with her viewers. The moment the live stream went live, hundreds of people flooded in. These were mostly viewers who followed Xiao Yeye. The moment they saw Xiao Yeye go live, they clicked in without hesitation. Yet, the moment they entered the live stream, they heard a voice coming from Su Mingyang's microphone. Uncle Su? Is this another veteran streamer, or a descendant of one? So lucky. I just opened Douyin and got to watch Grandpa Su's stream. This is the happiest moment of my life. Host, it's all your fault. You suddenly went offline before, leaving me waiting so impatiently. So, did you and Grandpa Su go searching for the owner of the Kuomintang badge? That must be it. Inside the livestream, viewers were buzzing with curiosity about Su Mingyang and Xiao Yeye's journey. Watching Su Mingyang and Xiao Yeye's livestream had become an essential part of their daily routine. Even if they missed the livestream, they would catch up by watching the replay later. After all, given Su Mingyang and Xiao Yeye's current viral popularity on Douyin, There are dozens of clip accounts alone. Finding the full replay of their livestreams is incredibly easy. Consequently, many viewers who used to eagerly await Xiao Yeye's livestreams now watch the replays instead. For a significant portion of them, watching a live stream and watching a replay felt virtually identical. After all, even when watching the live stream, they rarely sent any comments. So why not just watch the replays? Plus, they could fast forward through certain parts, why not? Under the live stream camera, Su Mingyang spoke calmly. Yep, it's me. Little Wu, where are you staying now? I'm in Xingshui County and heading over to find you. Hearing Su Mingyang's words on the other end, there was a moment of hesitation before a violent cough erupted, as if choking on something. Then came a hoarse voice, brimming with excitement. Grandpa Su, are you at the bus station right now? Stay right where you are, I'll send someone to pick you up. Hold on tight. Beep. The elderly voice on the other end was filled with urgency before the call abruptly ended. Before long, a long line of black sedans roared out of an estate and sped toward Xingshui County Station. Along the way, passers-by who witnessed the scene pulled out their phones. Could it be some high-ranking official coming to inspect Xingshui County? I've only seen scenes like this on TV or in short dramas. Something like the Dragon King's release. A middle-aged balding man rubbed his smooth head and pulled out his phone to start filming. Beside him, several young people also pulled out their phones to record. After the motorcade departed, the young people exchanged glances, each seeing the same curiosity in the other's eyes. Without hesitation, they hailed a yellow ride-hailing car by the roadside and headed toward the direction the sedan had departed. They frequently filmed videos and had quite a following online. Naturally, they wanted to capture this grand spectacle. It could easily generate a huge wave of traffic. However, they soon realized that even though they were pedaling their scooters as fast as they couldn't catch up to the car ahead. Watching the sedan fade into the distance, a flash of reluctance flickered in their eyes. Bro, what do we do? I feel like this is someone important. Should we hail a cab and chase after them? A young man with dyed yellow hair spoke up. He had a hunch that if they managed to catch up, they'd definitely get a huge boost in traffic. But they only had a few dozen yuan in their pockets. That was their food budget for the next 2 days. Taking a cab would mean going hungry for the next 3 days. Faced with the choice between traffic and food, he hesitated. His red-haired leader, whom he called Big Brother, hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth. So what if we go hungry for 9 meals? 1 full meal or every meal full? We choose every meal full. Taxi. Without a moment's hesitation, he hailed a passing taxi. The taxi driver seemed slightly surprised when they asked to catch up with the line of cars that had just passed him. These young guys didn't know, but he certainly did. That row of black sedans had all come from that estate. In their county of Xingshui, and indeed throughout Annan City, there was a saying. Don't mess with anyone who comes from that estate. The people who came from there were, at the very least, billionaire tycoons. Some even speculated that the most influential figure within had ascended to the pinnacle of power in Nanjiang. For someone of that stature, a mere flick of the finger could spell their doom. This time, with so many vehicles deployed and such a frantic departure, he didn't believe they were off to meet some important figure. It looked more like they were out to cause trouble. With that thought, the driver couldn't help but offer a word of caution to these young men. Young men, you're still so young. You'd be wise not to get involved in this. People of their stature, even a casual remark from them could spell trouble for us. What if he suddenly declares, if this or that happens, I'll make everyone here pay with their lives? Wouldn't you all be finished too? Seeing the driver's expression, the 3 young men exchanged glances. Their eyes spoke volumes of exasperation. Bro, maybe you should cut back on those CEO romance novels. The sedan pulled up quickly at the station entrance. Seeing the line of black sedans, Su Mingyang's eye twitched. This Wu Duan was beyond words after all these years, he remained just as ostentatious. Su Mingyang couldn't even begin to describe him. Inside the livestream, viewers watching this scene were stunned speechless. So, are these guys gangsters? All dressed in black suits. And did you see that old man? When he stepped out of the car, he radiated pure dominance. It's ridiculous. Dude, your theory is hard to argue with. I also feel like these guys aren't exactly upstanding citizens. At first glance, if you didn't know better, you'd seriously call the cops. So are these people here to pick up Grandpa Su? What's their deal? In the livestream chat, viewers were buzzing with curiosity about these individuals' identities. However, since they knew Grandpa Su was here to meet an old friend, they weren't overly concerned. Stepping out of the sedan, Wu Duong, who had exuded an aura of dominance and looked like a mafia godfather, suddenly became subdued the moment he saw Su Mingyang. His demeanor softened, making him seem like a child. Though his gait was slightly unsteady, his face still beamed with excitement. He jogged towards Su Mingyang. Chapter 88. What can't be filmed? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What's going on here? Where's that intimidating mob boss? Why does he look so ridiculous now? Oh no, the old man's persona just collapsed. LOL, did you see the bodyguards behind the old man? Their faces are practically the same shade of black as his suit. And did you catch that bodyguard in the bottom left corner? He couldn't hold back his laughter. See? The world is just one big slapstick show. Even though they're specially trained, when you hit their funny bone, they still crack up. In the livestream chat, viewers buzzed with comments at Wu Diwang's expression. Su Mingyang watched the other man jog toward him, his face equally filled with laughter. The last time he'd seen this little old man was over 40 or 50 years ago. Back then, before he decided to retire from the world, the old man had made a special trip from afar just to see him one last time. However, since Su Mingyang hadn't obtained Wu Lian his badge at that time, he hadn't been able to send it to him. But now, it felt like he was finally sending Uncle Wu home. He exchanged a brief embrace with Wu Duong. Both men were elderly and aware of each other's frail health, so they kept the gesture simple. Wu Duong looked at Su Mingyang, his eyes gradually glistening, followed by his choked voice. Uncle Su, I never imagined I'd see you again after all these years. I always knew you'd live to be 100. When I went to ask that old curmudgeon Jun about you, he refused to say a word. I even thought you had passed away. Wu Duong muttered under his breath, cursing by Fong Jun. Xiao Yeye watched the two men from the side, her eyes filled with astonishment. Before the cars arrived, she had assumed they weren't meant for them. But after the people got out of the cars, she realized they had indeed come for them. And the old man who had just embraced Grandpa Su. When he stepped out of the car earlier, his aura was more intimidating than any big shot she'd seen in movies. His aura was off the charts. As she looked at Wu Duong, a hint of scrutiny flashed in Xiao Yeye's eyes. In the livestream chat, viewers shared the same reaction. So this old man is the one who spoke with Grandpa Su on the phone earlier? Who knew his presence was this powerful? Grandpa Su finally has a place to live. If I'm not mistaken, this old man before us must be the descendant of the person whose badge Grandpa Su wore on his chest. No wonder he called Grandpa Su uncle. Does anyone from Xingshui County know what this old man does? Could he really be what I think he is, a gangster? Hey, upstairs, I'm from Xingshui County. This old man is definitely not a gangster. Back when gangs were rampant, Xingshui County didn't even have gangs. There weren't even any thugs. They say it's because of this old man's presence that anyone thinking of causing trouble has to seriously weigh the consequences. This old man is that formidable? So what's his background? No idea. Reading the comments, Xiao Yeye's face was filled with helplessness. Earlier, when she saw comments from Xingshui County residents, she thought the old man's identity was about to be revealed. But after all that rambling, it only made the old man's identity even more mysterious. Not a single piece of crucial information was revealed. Could he be some old man sent to tease them? Xiao Yeye mused wryly, his gaze shifting between Su Mingyang and Wu Duong. Meanwhile, three energetic young men hurried along, finally catching up to the sedan thanks to the taxi driver's expert driving skills. The moment they stepped out, three phones simultaneously fired off a flurry of shots at Su Mingyang and Wu Duong. They'd spent every last penny on the cab fare. This time, they had to get their money's worth. Once their views skyrocketed, they could land any advertisement they wanted. Then, they could finally put an end to their days of going hungry. Nearby, the bodyguard Wu Duong had brought along shot a displeased glance at the trio filming his boss. A bodyguard who appeared to be the leader immediately stepped forward, extending his arm to block the three from approaching Wu Duong. Gentlemen, our boss doesn't appreciate being photographed. It's best if you don't get too close. The three young men exchanged glances. They could all see the despair in each other's eyes. They'd spent days' worth of meal money on a taxi ride, hoping to cash in on some viral traffic. Now they're being told they can't film? That had starved them to death. Though they were called spirited young men, they were actually quite timid. Facing someone who looked so powerful and influential, they dared not push their luck. Still, they wanted to try one last time. Mr. Bodyguard, could you make an exception? We spent all our money on a taxi just to film some videos and earn a living. If we can't film, we'll probably go hungry for 3 days straight. Just 1 minute, could you let us film for just 1 minute? Red Hair's words were filled with pleading. But the security chief remained unmoved. Let him film? No way. Allowing him to take a couple of shots from a distance was already showing considerable leniency. If he'd spotted someone trying to secretly photograph the boss near their estate, he'd have kicked them out immediately. Instead of politely urging him to leave now. Seeing the bodyguard's unyielding stance, the three young men sighed inwardly and prepared to leave. Was factory work really their only option? The young man's eyes were filled with disappointment. Meanwhile, Su Mingyang, while catching up with Wu Duong, had also noticed what was happening over here. He shot Wu Duong a look, his eyes brimming with displeasure. While it was true that the other party needed their consent to film them, but this was a public place, and no matter what, they had no right to drive him away. At most, they could only refuse to be filmed by him. Wu Duong caught Su Mingyang's gaze. Seeing the displeasure in Su Mingyang's eyes, he immediately panicked. Xiao Li, come here. He called out to the bodyguard captain who had earlier shooed away the young man. The bodyguard captain, addressed as Xiao Li, immediately jogged over. Boss, what is it? His voice was steady, showing no sign of breathlessness. This is a public place. How could you chase away those young men? They just want to take some pictures, right? Bring them over. Uncle Su and I have nothing to hide. What's there to be afraid of? Wu Duong spoke, glancing at Su Mingyang. He wanted to gauge Su Mingyang's reaction to his handling of the situation. However, he saw no trace of emotion on Su Mingyang's face. It seemed as though he didn't care about this matter at all. But Wu Duong hadn't lived this long for nothing. Even though Su Mingyang showed no expression, Wu Duong could still sense that the tension in the room had eased considerably. Upon hearing this, the bodyguard captain immediately broke into a jog, heading toward the direction the three young men had departed. Chapter 89, Wu Diwang's Past. Though puzzled why would his boss, who usually guarded his privacy so fiercely, call those three young men back now? But ultimately, he was just a bodyguard hired to do his job. Such matters weren't his to overthink. By the roadside, the three young men sighed heavily, their retreating figures tinged with desolation. Red Hair pulled out the last cigarette from his pocket. This was the cigarette they had agreed to save for celebrating once they filmed the viral hit video. Yet now, perhaps only this cigarette could soothe their wounded spirits. The cigarette lit between his fingers, Red Hair took a light drag. Before savoring it, he immediately passed it to Yellow Hair. With their current resources, they couldn't afford the luxury of taking one drag each. Yellow Hair took the cigarette and likewise took only a superficial puff. Then he passed it to Green Hair. The three of them crouched on the curb, passing the cigarette around, each taking just one puff. None dared inhale too deeply, knowing each puff meant one less for the next. If each took a smaller drag, the others could take a larger one. Yet their actions, though somewhat blurred, were still clearly visible to many viewers through Xiao Yeya's professional filming equipment. Inside the live stream room. This scene is so damn manly. This reminds me of my days in Causeway Bay, leading my crew to take down an entire street. Wait, hold up. Did you watch too many movies? Do you really think you're some triad guy? Look closer, those guys are just energetic youngsters, the kind who wave their hands around. Who's going to go beat people up with you? Believed it, called the cops don't let us down. In the live stream chat, a flicker of nostalgia passed through many viewers' eyes. Though they hadn't experienced the kind of stories some viewers shared about taking down an entire street with a crew of brothers. But back in their college days, they were just students with little money to spare. A pack of cigarettes would often end up being shared among friends, each taking a drag. Such scenes were the essence of their lost youth. Su Mingyang watched the scene unfold, a flicker of nostalgia also passing through his eyes. Xiao Yeya keenly caught the memory in Su Mingyang's eyes. She adjusted the camera zoom to its original setting, then turned the lens toward Su Mingyang. Grandpa Su, I imagine you experienced scenes like this back in your day. Could you tell us how you smoked back then during the anti-Japanese resistance? Was it really like in the movies, with everyone taking turns puffing on one cigarette? Hearing Xiao Yeya's words, Su Mingyang smiled. He understood her thoughts, but chose not to correct her. Standing nearby, Wu Duong also grew curious. His father had passed away when he was still young. By the time he understood and encountered such products as cigarettes, he was already in the United States. That's right. He was an overseas Chinese who had returned to his homeland. After his father's death. His father's old friend, a godfather who had made a name for himself in the Eagle Nation, took his family in. From childhood through adulthood, he received his education in the United States. After graduating from university, he entered Wall Street by chance. Starting as a junior trader, he gradually grasped the trends of the stock market. After earning his first fortune in the stock market, he resolutely returned to China to develop real industries. However, at that time, China had just emerged from war, was still relatively impoverished, and operated under a collective system. So, not long after his return, he ventured to Southeast Asia to start his business. From an obscure merchant at the outset, he rose to become Southeast Asia's wealthiest individual within a mere few decades. After so many years abroad, homesickness inevitably set in. He resolutely returned to his homeland, entrusting the family business to his children. Returning home with a substantial amount of foreign currency, he never left China again. Over the years, with his guidance behind the scenes, numerous domestic enterprises flourished in Huagua. However, much like Su Mingyang, he preferred to keep his name out of the public eye. Thus, over the years, he remained largely unknown online, living a quiet and peaceful life in Qingshui County. As for when he last met Su Mingyang, that was right after he returned to the country. In the ancestral home, he discovered letters left by his mother. She urged him, upon returning to the country, never to forget their family's benefactor Su Mingyang. Gazing at Su Mingyang, a flicker of curiosity passed through Wu Diwang's eyes. He too wanted to know about the years his father had lived through. Actually, back then, we mostly smoked pipe tobacco. Su Mingyang began slowly. During the anti-Japanese war years, supplies were scarce. Rare items like cigarettes could only be obtained by confiscating them from the Japanese invaders. At that time, the Japanese soldiers mostly smoked a brand from the island nation called Sakura. However, each soldier typically carried only about one pack at a time. After larger battles, these cigarettes were usually smoked down to the last few. Only the bodies of the vanguard troops might yield a few remaining cigarettes. Yet these cigarettes, exposed to prolonged artillery fire and soaked in the blood of the Japanese soldiers, were largely consumed. The amount available for them to scavenge was even scarcer. Only the veterans could usually get their hands on them. Some unlucky new recruits never got to enjoy such a luxury before they made the ultimate sacrifice. As for Su Mingyang, he had only tried them twice. The first time he smoked one was also the first time he had ever seen this brand of cigarettes. At that time, the captured cigarettes were distributed by the regiment commander, and almost every soldier received one. However, after finishing that one, Su Mingyang lost all interest in the brand. It's not for any other reason, it's simply that this cigarette, though smooth on the palate and easy on the throat, but it has one glaring flaw: it lacks punch. For someone like Su Mingyang, who needs to stay sharp at all times, this cigarette's ability to perk him up is simply too weak. In comparison, he still preferred pipe tobacco. Back then, despite the scarcity of supplies, producing tobacco leaf wasn't difficult for them. During their migrations, they would gather tobacco leaves whenever they came across them. When it was time for the logistics team to cook or when the sun was at its peak, they would lay the leaves out on racks to dry. Once thoroughly dried, they would cut the leaves into fine strips with scissors to make tobacco shreds, which they stored in cloth bags. Even if the tobacco accidentally got wet later, they could simply dry it again. This method was convenient and yielded ample quantities. As for the second time he smoked Japanese cigarettes, that was after joining forces with Wu and getting surrounded by the Japanese. Chapter 90, Nationalist Deserters. After reuniting with Wu Lianhe, the newly formed group began fleeing once more. Since Wu Lianhe's whereabouts had been discovered by the Japanese, and they had fled to the plains, returning to the mountains to evade the Japanese pursuit proved exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, they had few casualties among their ranks. The Japanese did not deploy bombers in pursuit. Thus, they managed to flee across the plains without being caught. Gradually, through reconnaissance reports, they learned that the Japanese had only dispatched a pursuit force of about 500 men. Only after pinning them down would the main force appear. Learning this news, Su Mingyang grew visibly excited. After all, his decision to join the Chinese army stemmed entirely from patriotic fervor. Otherwise, with his connections at the time, he could have easily found a way to leave the country via a port. Once he made his way to the United States, he would have been able to make a name for himself without constantly risking his life. Thus, presented with this chance to strike against the Japanese devils, Su Mingyang wasted no time in formulating a plan. By then, he had already led his company as its commander for over half a year. His revolutionary soldiers never questioned the company commander's frequent unconventional tactics. They had witnessed the tactics Su Mingyang employed in several previous battles. However, the Kuomintang troops under Wu Lianhe began to voice dissent against Su Mingyang's strategy of turning back to counterattack. Upon hearing Su Mingyang's proposal to turn back and counterattack, many Kuomintang soldiers immediately began discussing desertion. Given their current battered state and dwindling supplies, they felt it imperative to return to the main force for resupply without delay. But for Su Mingyang, no supplies? Then seize the Japanese devil's supplies. After all, their main force couldn't even supply themselves adequately. Even with resupply, they couldn't restore weapon allocations to peak levels. Better to seize the Japanese devil's supplies directly as long as it could be managed properly. They could eliminate the Japanese while minimizing casualties. With such a lucrative opportunity right before his eyes, he certainly wouldn't back down. Upon receiving Su Mingyang's order, all revolutionary soldiers geared up and stood ready. The prospect of killing the Japanese and seizing their latest equipment filled them with the same excitement as Su Mingyang. Yet, many within the Kuomintang forces not only hesitated but also sneered at them, mocking their audacity. At that moment, company commander Wu Lianhe felt his face burning with embarrassment. Deep down, he didn't believe Su Mingyang could lead a force of less than 200 men to wipe out a Japanese unit of 500. But the retreat of his own soldiers filled him with bitter disappointment. For Wu Lianhe, Kuomintang soldiers were meant to die standing tall. In the end, under the contemptuous gaze of Su Mingyang's company, Wu Lianhe chose to gamble on this sliver of hope. They were already trapped in the Japanese encirclement. If they couldn't shake off the pursuers at their heels, death was almost certain to be their only fate. Better to die fighting the Japanese devils on the battlefield than to perish in disgrace, hiding and fleeing. Yet at this critical moment, many nationalist soldiers under Wu Lianhe's command began to lose heart. Not only did they want to flee themselves, but they also urged others to follow them. This behavior infuriated Wu Lianhe to no end. He immediately drew his gun and shot the soldier who had been leading the call to retreat. Under the weight of military discipline, the remaining soldiers reluctantly chose to stay with the unit, even if they were unwilling in their hearts. Seeing this, Su Mingyang tried to reason with Wu Lianhe. For him, whether these Kuomintang soldiers joined the ranks or not was of little concern. What he valued most were the high-caliber firearms in their hands. With those weapons, their casualties would undoubtedly be significantly reduced. He proposed to Wu Lianhe that if these soldiers truly wished to leave, they should be allowed to go. However, their firearms must be left behind.
On one hand, even if they carried these weapons with them, they would ultimately have to abandon them once they reached densely populated areas. On the other hand, having deserted their posts, they forfeited the right to bear arms. After hearing his proposal, Wu Lianhe pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. In truth, whether these weapons were collected now or not, the outcome would be the same. For he had no intention of sparing these deserters who had lost their resolve. He addressed his soldiers, instructing those among them who wished to leave to depart freely. Before departure, all military uniforms, firearms, and other items. Anything connected to the Kuomintang, anything that could identify them as Kuomintang members, had to be left behind.
Upon hearing Wu Lianhe's words, the soldiers showed little hesitation. They left behind their uniforms, weapons, and other equipment, then prepared to depart in groups.
However, just as they had barely moved away, Wu Lianhe raised his light submachine gun and unleashed a hail of bullets upon the deserters. From the very beginning, he had never intended to spare them. Before Su Mingyang spoke, he had actually wanted to give these soldiers contemplating desertion one last chance. After all, they had followed him for so long that a bond had formed. He planned that if these soldiers still chose to desert once they reached the battlefield, he could eliminate them then.
However, after Su Mingyang interceded on their behalf, Wu Lianhe no longer wished to offer these soldiers any further chance.
In any army, deserters faced only one fate, death.
But Kuomintang was no exception.
Their deaths now might serve as some form of closure. If he survived this ordeal, he would rewrite their stories, transforming them into martyrs who would sacrifice themselves in the fight against the Japanese invaders. Having obtained the firearms from Wu Lianhe, Su Mingyang swiftly distributed them.
He then divided the remaining 200 men into 10 squads.
Each squad was equipped with several high-quality weapons. Under his command, a unique ambush slowly unfolded. Soon, after 2 hours, with all preliminary preparations complete, Su Mingyang lit a bonfire on a flat patch of ground. Around the fire lay their last rations. They had hastily eaten only a few bites of these provisions, deliberately scattering the rest on the ground. After lighting the fire, Su Mingyang extinguished it with a scoop of water once it burned sufficiently. He then returned to the earthen cave they had prepared earlier and lay in wait. Before long, a Japanese scout spotted the location. He first scanned the area around the fire, seeing no one present. He then examined the state of the fire and the scattered food nearby. Satisfied everything appeared normal, he hurried back. Chapter 91, Encircling the Japanese. Not long after, Su Mingyang in the cave felt the ground shake violently. Soil beside the tunnel began sliding downward. He knew this signaled the arrival of the main Japanese force. However, having been ambushed by the revolutionary forces multiple times before, these Japanese soldiers did not advance recklessly. Instead, they sent men armed with mine detectors to sweep the ground. Only after confirming no mines were buried around the campfire did their main force approach to investigate. Feeling the lingering warmth from the campfire, the Japanese officer was clearly excited. The reason they hadn't lost track of Su Mingyang and his group these past days was entirely due to the faint traces their scouts had uncovered in the surrounding area, allowing them to stay hot on their heels. But now, knowing the revolutionary army lay just ahead, how could he possibly stay calm? At the Japanese officer's command, the soldiers swiftly shifted into forced march formation. They piled all non-essential supplies together, shouldered their rifles, and prepared to move out. Su Mingyang and his men had been waiting for this very moment. Once the Japanese soldiers shed part of their load, they appeared considerably lighter. But in reality, their combat effectiveness had declined significantly. The ammunition and grenades they carried were barely enough for a standard skirmish. This was utterly insufficient to mount a meaningful counterattack if ambushed. After advancing several dozen meters, the Japanese soldiers fell into the ambush circle set up by Su Mingyang's men. With the first gunshot, soldiers emerged from 10 surrounding foxholes, completely encircling the neatly arrayed Japanese troops. The Japanese soldiers had let their guard down, none holding their weapons at the ready. Moreover, the timing of the Revolutionary Army's appearance was utterly unexpected, leaving them completely unable to react. In that split second of bewilderment, bullets from all directions enveloped them. In the hail of bullets, dozens of Japanese soldiers were instantly killed. Like live targets in an arena, they were picked off one by the revolutionary soldiers. But the Japanese officers weren't pushovers. He hadn't attained his rank through connections, but by climbing the ranks step by step through battlefield experience. Almost the instant he regained his senses, he instinctively devised the most perfect solution. A loud shout erupted from the Japanese officer, and his command was instantly relayed by the surrounding Japanese soldiers. In an instant, the Japanese soldiers all threw themselves flat on the ground. This course of action was indeed the optimal solution under the circumstances. After all, the revolutionary soldiers were mostly concealed in earthen pits. They kept their heads completely hidden, exposing only the barrels of their rifles to fire at the enemy. Because their targets were numerous and relatively concentrated. As long as the revolutionary soldiers raised their arms and didn't miss too badly, they could hit the Japanese soldiers. However, once the Japanese soldiers lay prone, the revolutionary soldiers' shots became far less accurate.
Even when aiming, unless firing from a position of height, their shots would mostly only hit the outermost ring of Japanese soldiers. Thus, even if the outer ring of Japanese soldiers was riddled with bullets, they could still block the fire, leaving the Japanese soldiers positioned deeper within their ranks safe. But how could Su Mingyang have failed to anticipate such a simple principle? All of this was within his calculations. After the Japanese soldiers took cover, their officer ordered them to draw their grenades and hurl them into the surrounding foxholes. But before the order could be given, a bugle call sounded from the trench where Su Mingyang lay. Immediately, a torrent of grenades rained down upon the Japanese soldiers. By then, it was too late for the Japanese soldiers to rise and flee. A series of explosions erupted, filling their position with smoke and dust. Faint, heart-wrenching screams could be heard. "Strike while the iron is hot." The bugle sounded again. From the trenches, revolutionary soldiers leapt out one after another, swiftly mowing down the battlefield. In less than half an hour, the entire 500-strong Japanese force was annihilated by the revolutionary troops. 200 against 500 at the cost of 30 casualties, the entire Japanese force was annihilated. A resounding victory for the revolutionary forces. However, the situation was urgent, leaving them little time for celebration. The revolutionary soldiers swiftly cleared the battlefield and replaced all their equipment with new gear. Moreover, each soldier now carried 1 or 2 additional rifles, their backpacks bulging with supplies. Despite the weight of their packs, the revolutionaries' pace did not falter as they marched toward the distant mountains visible on the horizon. Once they could infiltrate the deep mountains, even if the Japanese sent 1,000 troops, it would be difficult to surround and eliminate them. Moreover, whenever they found an opportunity, the Japanese devils would be ambushed endlessly. With these supplies, they could easily hold out against the Japanese invaders deep in the mountains for an extended period. Unless the Japanese resorted to bombing the mountains flat. But that was clearly impossible. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded a few days later. After days of forced marching, the revolutionary soldiers were exhausted. The Kuomintang soldiers had already dwindled to fewer than 30 men. Add to that the dozen or so executed on the spot by Wu Lianhe, plus the 3 who fell during the ambush against the Japanese devils. Now, the Kuomintang soldiers remaining by his side numbered just over 10. This was a mere drop in the bucket compared to the over 100 revolutionary soldiers led by Su Mingyang. Nevertheless, Su Mingyang treated them with courtesy, maintaining polite relations without interfering in their management of subordinates or pressuring them to join the revolutionary forces. These Kuomintang soldiers were mostly either from privileged backgrounds or had been steeped in Kuomintang ideology for years. Now, attempting to rapidly reshape their mindset and integrate them into the revolutionary army would prove exceedingly difficult. Su Mingyang neither desired nor bothered to assimilate them. He would simply proceed as usual. If they found the revolutionary forces suitable for them, they would join of their own accord, no prompting needed. After several days of travel, they drew ever closer to the great mountains. Though the landscape remained a hazy gray expanse, the mountains felt tangibly closer. In another day or 2, they should reach their destination. Yet, the closer they drew to the mountains, the more uneasy Su Mingyang felt. Their retreat toward the mountains had been far too smooth. Not only had they not encountered a single Japanese unit, but even the scouts searching the surrounding areas hadn't spotted a single Japanese soldier. This was truly surprising. Under normal circumstances, escaping into the mountains would inevitably involve some unexpected incidents. How could things be this smooth now? It was as if the Japanese were deliberately letting them slip into the mountains. Chapter 92, Direct Entry. A gentle evening breeze caressed their faces as the revolutionary soldiers washed away their fatigue by the stream. A week had passed since the Japanese pursuit began, a week spent with nerves stretched taut. Gazing at the mountains looming ahead, Su Mingyang ordered his comrades to rest and regroup. During this period, his heart had been racing constantly. His heightened sense of danger kept him awake at night. Wu Lianhe, the Kuomintang company commander, had naturally sensed something amiss as well. Like Su Mingyang, he was deeply troubled. Late at night, even in spring, the temperature dropped below 10 degrees Celsius. The sharp day-night temperature difference left many revolutionary soldiers shivering. Though lighting a campfire could greatly alleviate the cold, they couldn't do so. Surrounded by darkness, lighting a fire here would be like a beacon in the night, guiding the Japanese pursuers from behind. Left with no choice, the revolutionary soldiers endured the bitter cold, sleeping on the bare ground. Watching the soldiers shivering in their sleep yet still clutching their rifle butts, Su Mingyang lay awake all night. Sitting by the stream, Su Mingyang watched the rushing water, his unease growing by the minute. Footsteps approached from behind. It was Wu Lianhe. "Company Commander Su, you sense something's wrong too, don't you?" Wu Lianhe patted Su Mingyang's shoulder and sat beside him. Rubbing his temples, Su Mingyang couldn't hide his exhaustion. "Yes. The Japanese pursuit this time is downright peculiar. We wiped out their first pursuit force. By their usual tactics, they should have sent more troops after us. They couldn't possibly swallow their pride like this. After all, we're still a thorn in their side, trapped within the encirclement of their major divisions. They couldn't possibly let us lie dormant here with such peace of mind." Wu Lianhe nodded in agreement. Given the Japanese devil's vindictive nature, they wouldn't let this go. Therefore, the only reason no pursuers had caught up with them so far was that Japanese troops were lying in ambush around the mountains ahead. But even knowing the ambush lay ahead, they had no choice but to proceed. If they couldn't enter the mountains to hide, the Japanese would eventually find them and wipe them out completely. Rather than wait for death, their only chance lay in a desperate fight. Perhaps this way, some among them might still escape. It's been so long, and I still haven't asked where you're from. Su Mingyang gazed at Wu Lian's chiseled profile through the moonlight. In the moonlight, the man's profile appeared remarkably resolute. Seeing Su Mingyang's interest, Wu Lian held nothing back, recounting his entire background. He was from Xingshui County, had attended military academy, and joined the Nationalist Party during the uprising, fighting on the front lines against the Japanese invaders. He had a son and a daughter, both still in Xingshui County under his wife's care. However, not long ago, his daughter had gone missing amidst the chaos of war. Despite sending numerous people to search, she remained unfound. Because of this, his wife lived in agony every day. Fortunately, her younger son provided solace, preventing her from taking her own life. Wu Lian's background was unremarkable, typical of most mid to lower-ranking non-commissioned officers in the Kuomintang. They had all graduated from the same military academy and, when the nation faced peril, dedicated themselves to the cause of resisting Japanese aggression. Truthfully, isn't the reason our generation dedicates ourselves to this cause precisely so our children can live in a relatively stable world? Wu Lian has shared his background, his words tinged with both reflection and earnestness. Su Mingyang felt a deep resonance with Wu Lian's words. Their generation of revolutionary soldiers had all fought for this very goal. They had countless choices, retreating to a remote wilderness, hiding deep in the mountains, or simply boarding a ship to leave the country. They could have avoided fighting the Japanese to the death for their country. But while they achieved stability, what about their children? What about their descendants? Their children and descendants would bear the stigma of being the offspring of a fallen nation for their entire lives. They would endure a lifetime of displacement and exile. They refused to accept this. Rather than let their descendants live in constant fear and dread, enduring hunger and humiliation for generations. Better for their generation to fight with everything they have. Even if they ultimately fail to win, they will have forged the spirit of their generation. That alone would be enough. Thus, the two spent the night by the stream. The next day, as the first faint light of dawn began to spread across the horizon, they returned to the camp. By then, many of the revolutionary soldiers had already awakened. The prolonged tension, coupled with the night's chill, had left most of them barely resting. Looking at the weary soldiers, Su Mingyang felt a pang of sorrow. He didn't know how many would survive the day ahead. But only by entering the mountains would they have a chance to escape the Japanese encirclement. Once all the soldiers were ready, Su Mingyang shared his and Wu Lian's suspicions with the group. In his view, the final stretch to the mountains would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. If any revolutionary soldiers wished to act independently, it would be understandable. As long as the main force drew enemy fire from the front, these lone fighters would likely slip safely into the depths of the mountains. Yet, when Su Mingyang asked those wishing to go solo to raise their hands, except for a few Nationalist Party soldiers, every warrior under his command stood with unwavering resolve, not a flicker of hesitation in their eyes. This scene left Wu Lian feeling somewhat awkward. Still, he said nothing more. After all, given the current situation, the soldier's choice was undoubtedly the wisest. Gazing at these soldiers showing no sign of retreat, Su Mingyang hesitated. In his view, there were still many intelligent individuals among his men. They were certainly capable of weighing the pros and cons and choosing the most advantageous course of action. After all, their ultimate goal was shared: infiltrating the mountains would mean mission accomplished. Yet, these so-called clever ones in Su Mingyang's eyes had now made a foolish mistake. Su Mingyang called out several names of soldiers he considered quick-witted. Without exception, their responses were the same: they would rather sacrifice themselves alongside the main force than survive alone. Their responses deeply moved Su Mingyang. Nevertheless, Su Mingyang remained clear-headed. This battle was not about ambushing the Japanese. These meaningless casualties were unnecessary. Therefore, it was imperative to infiltrate as many of these soldiers as possible deep into the mountains. Only by successfully hiding them deep in the mountains could they become daggers thrust into the heart of the enemy in the future. Having made up his mind, Su Mingyang deliberated briefly before deciding to send the wounded and younger soldiers to infiltrate the mountains separately. He himself would lead the remaining 100+ men into the mountains head-on. Chapter 93, Reinforcements after the bullet. Su Mingyang issued his orders. This sparked discontent among some soldiers assigned to infiltrate the mountains alone. "Captain Su, I want to enter the mountains with the main force too. They're just a bunch of little devils. At worst, we'll fight them to the death. We refuse to be cowards. Captain Su, don't underestimate me just because my arm is injured. I can still fight with one hand. Please let me join the main force." For a moment, the soldiers assigned to infiltrate the mountains alone began speaking up, pleading to join the main force. But Su Mingyang sternly refused them. "Comrades, I understand you don't want to survive alone. But we must preserve our forces to the utmost now. Even if our main force suffers total casualties in direct combat with the Japanese devils, as long as you manage to infiltrate the mountains separately, you will surely avenge us in the future. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not worry about firewood. This is a battlefield, we must approach matters rationally. So, get moving now. Su Mingyang spoke as if urging them on, directing the remaining troops to escort these men out. Pushed out of the camp, the soldiers' eyes welled up with tears. They understood that Su Mingyang was granting them a chance at survival. Yet they also understood that, as Su Mingyang had said, only by preserving their fighting strength could they seek vengeance for their fallen comrades. Tears streamed down their faces. Without looking back, they scattered in all directions, fleeing toward the mountains. After the soldiers departed, Su Mingyang led the remaining fighters onward toward the mountains. Every step of the way, nerves were stretched taut. Eyes scanned the surroundings, fearing to miss any sign of danger. Just as Su Mingyang had anticipated, when they were only a few hundred meters from the mountains, they encountered an ambush by the Japanese soldiers. The first gunshot rang out, and Japanese soldiers several hundred meters ahead exposed themselves, unleashing a barrage of fire. Within seconds, 2 or 3 dozen soldiers fell. Su Mingyang immediately ordered a full retreat. However, he himself did not fall back. Instead, he found nearby cover and opened fire on the Japanese soldiers. At this close range, without someone covering the rear, their entire force of nearly 100 men would likely be wiped out. To Su Mingyang's surprise, however, after his retreat order, the soldiers showed no intention of leaving. They all wanted to stay behind and cover the retreat. Faced with this unexpected situation, Su Mingyang hesitated no longer. He issued a direct, uncompromising order. Only about 20 men were to remain, while the rest of the soldiers were to withdraw immediately. Upon receiving Su Mingyang's order, the soldiers sighed heavily and had no choice but to retreat. The 20 or so left behind each found cover, doing their utmost to slow the Japanese pursuit. Fortunately, they had previously captured supplies meant for 500 Japanese soldiers, meaning nearly every man now carried at least a dozen hand grenades. These grenades proved invaluable at this critical moment. Whenever the Japanese showed the slightest sign of closing in, they would blast them back with grenades. However, their grenades were ultimately limited. After delaying the Japanese soldiers for over 10 minutes, they still charged forward. Seeing the enemy less than 100 meters away, Su Mingyang tossed his final grenade and ordered a full retreat. Every soldier dashed toward the distance, braving a hail of bullets. Fortunately, they had rested the previous night, and with their stamina restored, their retreat pace now matched the Japanese pursuit. What followed was relentless pursuit by the Japanese troops. Those unlucky enough or slower on their feet were struck by enemy bullets. Su Mingyang was among the unlucky ones, struck in the arm by enemy fire. Feeling his strength drain away, Su Mingyang finally collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness. When he awoke again, a campfire came into view. He had made it into the mountains after all. However, glancing at the bandaged wound on his arm, Su Mingyang scanned his surroundings in confusion. All he saw was emptiness, not a soul in sight. His mind filled with questions, Su Mingyang struggled to his feet and began searching the cave. After a while, Wu Lianhe appeared at the cave entrance. Seeing Su Mingyang unharmed, he breathed a heavy sigh of relief. "Brother Wu, wasn't I hit by a bullet? Why am I here?" Su Mingyang's voice was filled with confusion, unable to comprehend why he hadn't died. Logically speaking, the Japanese soldiers couldn't have failed to spot them at the spot where he'd fallen. Even if he hadn't died, he should have been captured by now. Hearing Su Mingyang's question, Wu Lianhe's eyes flickered with conflict. While Su Mingyang was unconscious, he had rehearsed countless times how to answer this very question. Yet now, he still lacked the courage to tell him the truth. Noticing Wu Lianhe's inner conflict, Su Mingyang grew even more curious. A flurry of possibilities flashed through his mind. After he was knocked down, did a soldier carry him away? How could that be? Regardless of his location, there were no soldiers nearby. Even if someone had carried him away, carrying such a heavy load, they couldn't have outrun the Japanese soldiers. No matter how hard Su Mingyang racked his brain, he couldn't make sense of it. But just as Su Mingyang was about to question Wu Lianhe again, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be? Su Mingyang looked at Wu Lianhe, a flicker of panic in his eyes. Wu Lianhe turned his head away, unable to meet Su Mingyang's gaze. "Brother Wu, just tell me. Whatever the reason, I can accept it." Su Mingyang had his suspicions, yet he still pressed Wu Lianhe for answers. He desperately needed Wu Lianhe to offer some outlandish explanation to dispel the worst possible thoughts swirling in his mind. However, Wu Lianhe did not grant his wish. Wu Lianhe stiffly turned his head, his gaze burning intensely as he looked at Su Mingyang. Su Mingyang noticed that deep within his eyes lay sorrow and despair, as if he had endured something utterly heartbreaking. His mouth opened slightly, but the words stuck in his throat, unable to escape. Su Mingyang watched him, waiting for an explanation. After a long pause, Wu Lianhe seemed to gather his resolve, his gaze growing increasingly resolute. "Brother Su, do you really want to know? Honestly, it's better if you don't know about this." Wu Lianhe lit a cigarette, offered it to Su Mingyang, and once again gave him a warning. Su Mingyang nodded, took the cigarette, and began to smoke. "Brother Wu, go ahead. I can handle it." Hearing this, Wu Lianhe lowered his eyes slightly, his voice emerging slowly from his lips. After you collapsed unconscious, I heard an explosion coming from behind the Japanese soldiers. After the explosion, the Japanese stopped pursuing us and all retreated back. It was the soldiers who had already entered the deep mountains. They ambushed the Japanese from behind. Chapter 94. The cherry blossoms have bloomed in my hometown. Wu Lianhe's words pierced Su Mingyang's heart like a sharp blade. The soldiers who had already fled deep into the mountains? He had already suspected as much, but when his suspicions were confirmed, Su Mingyang still felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. At that moment, smoke curled upward from the Sakura brand cigarette in his hand. After speaking these words, a hint of loss and desolation flickered in Su Mingyang's eyes. Xiao Yeye's eyes were red-rimmed, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. She looked at Su Mingyang, wanting to comfort him, yet found no words to offer. Back then, these revolutionary soldiers were all so magnificent. They were all willing to sacrifice their lives for others. But what about them decades later? They would quarrel over a parking spot, even resorting to physical fights in the end. They would slander others behind their backs over a job, subjecting them to public criticism. Some would even steal others' takeout meals just to get lunch. In the end, they failed to become the kind of people the revolutionary forebears had hoped for, those who would dedicate their entire lives to the development of China. In the livestream, the audience wept upon hearing Su Mingyang's words. Damn you, Grandpa Su. You better pay for the makeup I just did. I was planning to watch the livestream while doing my makeup to pass the time. But Grandpa Su, you made me cry like this. Back in the day, which revolutionary forebear wasn't willing to risk their life? We, the younger generation, not only fail to learn their spirit but are instead caught up in endless competition. It's downright shameful. I'm seriously about to cry my eyes out. Every time I watch Grandpa Su's livestream, I end up bawling my eyes out. Is it just that I always tune in at the wrong time? In the livestream chat, comments snowed down like flakes, blanketing the screen. Nearly every viewer watching the stream was shedding tears. In a high-end residential building in Shanghai, a man in his 30s was also watching the livestream. After listening to the story told by Su Mingyang, he paused thoughtfully before dialing a number. The call was answered shortly after, revealing an aged voice on the other end. Hello? This is Oshima Yakitori Restaurant. How may I assist you? Connect me to Mr. Fukuda. I have something extremely important to report to him. The man's broken Japanese came out in a rush. He had traveled from Japan to China at the age of 13 to carry out espionage missions. Having arrived in China at such a young age and spoken only Chinese ever since, his Japanese had deteriorated. Upon hearing the man request to speak with Mr. Fukuda, Oshima on the other end immediately grew wary. On the surface, he was merely the owner of a yakitori shop, but in reality, he served as a liaison for espionage operations, a role known to very few. All these years, he had been lying low in the metropolis, waiting to connect with spies. Now, finally, his time to be useful had come. Hello? Please hold while I contact Mr. Fukuda immediately. The aged voice spoke before the call abruptly ended. After a long pause, the man's phone rang. On the other end came Fukuda-kun's familiar voice. Hello? Mr. Hiroshima, I've been waiting for your call. Is there something you need to report? Fukuda-kun, I've discovered an extraordinary target in China. He's a bit advanced in years, but if we can pull off an assassination, it would be a major achievement. The man called Hiroshima-kun's voice brimmed with excitement. He had been undercover in China for so long precisely to carry out his espionage mission. However, his mission differed from others. Most spies typically focused on covertly photographing military bases or spreading divisive topics online. His, however, involved identifying key figures within Huagua and reporting them. Once he confirmed the target was a key figure and the assassination succeeded, he could return to the island nation and enjoy the life that followed. He had previously harbored doubts about Su Mingyang's identity. But now, he was certain Su Mingyang was at least a regiment commander-level officer from China's anti-Japanese war era, if not higher. If he could successfully orchestrate the assassination, it would undoubtedly stir up significant turmoil in China. At this thought, a lecherous grin spread across Hiroshima's face. His parents, and even his ancestors, had carried out espionage missions in China for generations. Now, in his generation, he could finally put an end to this way of life. Hearing Hiroshima's words, Fukuda couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. You say his identity is unusual. What evidence do you have? Hiroshima, you know that whenever we carry out missions in China, our agents rarely return. If we can't confirm his identity, it could lead to losses neither of us can afford. Fukuda warned. Hiroshima listened and explained to Fukuda at length. In the end, they reached a consensus. Su Mingyang's background was no ordinary affair. At the station entrance, after delivering his earlier remarks, Su Mingyang accepted Wu Diwang's invitation and got into the car. To demonstrate magnanimity, Wu Diwang also invited the three energetic young men to his estate. Receiving an invitation from such a prominent figure, the three young men who had been filming moments before were thrilled beyond measure. Today's experience was enough for them to brag about for the rest of their lives. Still, the three young men were well aware of their own limitations. Requests from someone like Wu Duong were essentially just a gesture of goodwill. How could they possibly take it seriously? Mr. Wu, we have other commitments later and won't be able to visit your estate. We sincerely apologize. The redhead, acting as their leader, politely declined Wu Diwang's kind offer. Seeing the redhead's discernment, Wu Duong couldn't help but nod approvingly. Though he had extended the invitation solely out of respect for Su Mingyang. But accepting the invitation would have made them look like they didn't know their place. After whispering instructions to his bodyguard, Wu Duong climbed into the car where Su Mingyang was seated. The motorcade moved slowly toward the estate, leaving behind only the three energetic young men and two bodyguards. The three young men felt a bit nervous as they looked at the two bodyguards before them. Bro, do you think they're staying behind to teach us a lesson? I heard that big shots these days are all petty and vindictive. They only gave us face earlier because there were more of us. If they're going to teach us a lesson now, should we run? Huang Mao's words made Hong Mao hesitate. After a long pause, a bitter taste filled his mouth. They'd been ready to leave the moment they were stopped, but the other side had called them back to appear magnanimous. Now they'd called their bodyguards to deal with them. Even if they were just small fry, the other side shouldn't treat them like this. If they were going to be punished now, he had no choice. Things had already come to this, and getting beaten up was better than being targeted by the other side. Grabbing the two henchmen beside him who were about to flee, Redhead gritted his teeth and spoke. They're such big shots. What good would running do? Chapter 95, The estate was a state reward. Then let's take him on. Though they were young men full of spirit, they had never been involved in fights or brawls before. But when the moment arrived, they couldn't suppress the surge of adrenaline coursing through their veins. The trio faced the two bodyguards advancing toward them as if confronting a formidable enemy, fists clenched so tightly their knuckles turned slightly white. The bodyguards, seeing their expression, looked utterly baffled. The boss said he really likes the three of you. We're offering you a chance to join the company now, a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, with full benefits including social insurance and housing fund. Are you interested? The bodyguard's words struck the trio like a hammer's blow. 20,000 yuan a month? 5 insurances and 1 housing fund? Is this even legal? The trio fired off questions one after another, momentarily unable to believe what they'd heard. That's right. 20,000 yuan monthly salary, 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, and it's legal. You can learn the specifics of the job after you start. Given your skill level, it won't be too demanding. However, the lead bodyguard paused, his gaze shifting to the three young men's hair. You guys with the red and yellow hair, you all have to dye it back today. Our boss doesn't care for that sort of thing. Also, you need to change into something decent. What kind of state are you in dressed like that? Yes, yes, yes. The trio responded in unison. Such a windfall from heaven was too good to ignore. After relaying the message, the two bodyguards seemed to think of something and pulled out their phones. You probably don't have much cash on you. We'll advance you a month's salary for now. Don't squander it, you'll need it later. The three men numbly pulled out their phones. Balance updated, 60,000 yuan. As the notification chime sounded, the two bodyguards departed. The trio exchanged bewildered glances, as if trapped in a dream. Big Yellow, does your face hurt? Redhead reached out and pinched Yellowhead's cheek hard. The blonde-haired man called Big Yellow yelped in pain. Bro! Pinch yourself. Pinching me won't hurt you. Meanwhile, in the car, Su Mingyang and Wu Duong sat in the back seat. In the front passenger seat, Xiao Yaya held her phone, live-streaming the conversation between the two men in the back. Uncle Su, I remember the last time we met was over 50 years ago. Back then, I had just returned to the country not long before. Who would have thought so much time has flown by since then? Wu Diwang's words stirred a wave of emotion within Su Mingyang. Their last meeting had indeed been over 50 years ago. At that time, Wu Duong had returned from studying abroad and was eager to build a career in his homeland. It happened to coincide with the early days of reform and opening up, when the entire nation was actively attracting investment. Capital from Hong Kong and Macau was particularly valued. At that time, Wu Duong had already established his own business empire in Southeast Asia. Logically, investing in China and building factories there should have been a breeze. However, because he had studied abroad in the United States and was considered an overseas Chinese returnee, and his father was a member of the Kuomintang, the officials who received him remained wary. After all, relations between China and the Eagle Nation had not yet been restored at that time, and the two countries were still locked in a state of open and covert rivalry. His attempts to build in China were blocked, but Wu Duong showed no sign of discouragement and certainly did not abandon his ambitions. He continued seeking opportunities to invest in the mainland through channels in Hong Kong and Macau. However, his actions only heightened suspicions, leading to his investment being rejected once more. Even after 2 consecutive rejections, Wu Diwang's resolve to give back to China remained unshaken. Ultimately, he sought out Su Mingyang. At that time, Su Mingyang had only recently entered the remote mountains.
Upon receiving Wu Diwang's call and understanding his intentions, Su Mingyang immediately set out to meet him.
Through Su Mingyang's persistent efforts, Wu Duong finally achieved his goal.
Truthfully, when he faced rejection, he could have easily given up. But these matters weren't just his persistence, they were also his father's persistence.
Over 50 years have passed. What was once a strapping young man is now an old man. Time flies like an arrow.
Su Mingyang sighed deeply, leaning back in his seat.
Wu Duong felt a pang of emotion too.
He never imagined so many years had passed in the blink of an eye.
Having witnessed Huagua's journey from nothing to widespread prosperity, he had no regrets. The car soon arrived at the estate.
After getting out, Xiao Yaya curiously scanned her surroundings, unable to help but be amazed by Wu Diwang's wealth. Inside the livestream, viewers watching the endless expanse of the estate through the camera lens were equally stunned.
Mr. Wu's assets must rank among the top in the country. But he seems very low-key. I haven't seen his name on any domestic wealth rankings.
Dude, you're clearly out of the loop.
Don't be fooled by its size. This estate was actually gifted to Mr. Wu by the state. This comment sparked widespread curiosity among the other viewers in the livestream. Hold on. A gift from the state? What's the story here? Donga, don't leave us hanging. Quickly explain what's going on here.
Once again, the enigmatic figure who only shared half the story appeared in the livestream.
But Xiao Yaya had this one covered.
She'd done her homework thoroughly on the way here.
She immediately began explaining to the viewers.
Actually, the reason Mr. Wu didn't make the wealth list is entirely because he donated 90% of his assets to the nation. After returning to China, Mr. Wu resolutely dedicated himself to the nation's development. At that time, our country was still in the early stages of reform and development, and we had very little foreign exchange reserves. To purchase high-tech products from abroad, we had to use foreign exchange. However, since domestic industry was still relatively underdeveloped, these foreign exchange reserves couldn't be conjured out of thin air. Therefore, someone had to lend money to the state first. Once the machinery was purchased and foreign exchange earned, the state would repay the lender. But at that time, very few companies had foreign exchange reserves, making this a major headache for the nation.
Then, Mr. Wu stepped forward.
Unlike other companies that lent money to the state, he donated all his funds directly to the nation. It must be noted that Mr. Wu was the wealthiest individual in Southeast Asia at the time. The wealth he controlled was no small sum. Yet he resolutely donated it all to the nation. Subsequently, the nation used the wealth donated by Mr. Wu to purchase high-tech products from abroad. It was precisely because of this that our nation gradually caught up with the tide of the times, began trading with foreign countries, and established a well-ordered cycle.
Xiao Yaya's explanation left the livestream audience stunned. So the estate behind the late Mr. Wu was truly a gift from the state? What else could it be? I just looked it up.
Given Mr. Wu's wealth back then, he could have bought not just this estate but the entire Xingshui County.
Yet he chose to give without expecting anything in return. Chapter 96, The Origin of the Medal. Honestly, this is making me cry.
The older generation truly has their own principles.
In the livestream chat, viewers' admiration for Wu Duong reached its peak. Yet upon learning he was a returnee from overseas studies, they couldn't help but view him through tinted glasses.
Only now, after his life story was revealed, did they understand. Those of his generation who could abandon promising careers abroad and return home resolutely, they were not people they could fathom. Ask yourselves, would you be willing to give up a life of affluence to return and build your homeland? The answer would be met with a huge question mark. As they entered the estate, Su Mingyang immediately spotted a black and white photograph of Wu Lianhe in his youth. In the photo, Wu Lianhe's face still bore a hint of youthfulness, as if he had just graduated from military academy.
Uncle Su, this is a photo of my father when he was young.
I found it among my mother's belongings. Wu Duong retrieved 3 incense sticks from beneath the offering table, lit them, and bowed in reverence. Seeing this, Su Mingyang endured the pain in his waist from the long car ride and bowed as well. Then, he removed the badge pinned to his chest and placed it carefully before the altar.
Old comrade.
All these years later, I've kept my promise. I've personally brought you home.
I wonder how you've been over there.
I'm sure you've seen it from there. Your son has finally fulfilled your wish and served the nation. Su Mingyang chattered away to the photograph of Wu Lianhe on the altar table, as if the man were standing right before him. Then, he pulled another certificate from his pocket.
Little Wu. This is the certificate we specially made for your father after he sacrificed his life. I'd completely forgotten about it until now, but it's not too late to give it to you.
Su Mingyang handed the certificate to Wu Duong.
Xiao Yaya's live streaming camera instinctively shifted its focus. The bold characters appeared before Wu Duong, Xiao Yaya, and every viewer in the live stream room. Certificate of Commendation. Wait a minute? What am I seeing? A Medal of Honor certificate? Wasn't senior comrade Wu Lianhe a Kuomintang soldier? Why would they award him a certificate of commendation? Yeah, this certificate seems a bit off. I need an explanation. In the livestream, the audience was stunned once again after Su Mingyang pulled out the Kuomintang badge. Their curiosity reached its peak at that moment. Even Wu Duan looked at Su Mingyang with a puzzled expression. Uncle Su, wasn't my father a Kuomintang soldier? Why was he awarded a medal? Could you explain what's going on? Clearly, Wu Duan was also curious about this. His memories of his father existed only through his mother's stories. His mother had never mentioned that his father had later left the Kuomintang. But if he hadn't left the Kuomintang, how did he receive this medal? Seeing everyone's curiosity, Su Mingyang smiled kindly. This matter is actually rather complicated. Back then, Su Mingyang and Wu had stayed in the cave for several days. During that time, they continuously found revolutionary soldiers to join them. Gradually, their group expanded, eventually returning with over 50 people. 50-odd men, not a large force, yet not insignificant either. In the vast mountains, it happened to be the perfect size for concealing their movements. For the Japanese invaders to track them down in these mountains and launch an encirclement operation was next to impossible. Unless they could deploy bombers to conduct carpet bombing over the entire mountain range. Deep within the mountains, the group of over 50 slowly established their base. This mountain range, known as Tsueya Peak, stretched for thousands of miles, with one peak following another. It formed a natural barrier, halting the Japanese invaders' westward advance. Thus, the Japanese invaders could only advance southward, directing their attacks toward the southern regions. However, the sheer vastness of the mountain meant it teemed with mosquitoes, snakes, and ants. Revolutionary soldiers had to be fully armed to survive in the mountains. Otherwise, the slightest carelessness could cost them their lives. They maintained their mountain garrison for over half a month. During this time, Su Mingyang dispatched reconnaissance teams on multiple occasions to scout the Japanese forces' movements around the mountain. However, without telegraph lines, they were unable to transmit the intelligence they gathered to the main force. Thus, they hatched a daring plan to descend the mountain and seize an enemy telegraph machine. Such an endeavor was extremely risky at the time. It was common knowledge that the Japanese telegraph machines were almost always located at the heart of their military camps, guarded around the clock by dedicated personnel. To seize the initiative, one must infiltrate the enemy camp silently and kill the 2 guards stationed outside the tents without firing a shot. Finally, infiltrate the camp to seize a telegraph machine. While the preceding part appears extremely difficult to accomplish. However, with proper planning and highly skilled soldiers, it was still achievable. However, seizing the telegraph machine from inside the tent posed a different challenge. The guards at the entrance would inevitably be discovered once assassinated. Furthermore, carrying the telegraph machine made them far too conspicuous a target. Moreover, the telegraph machine the Japanese had placed at the center of the barracks was different from the ones they usually encountered. To enable long-distance data transmission and stable signals, each such telegraph machine weighed at least 50 kilograms. To carry one out without being pursued by the Japanese, someone had to be stationed at a specific location to provide cover. This support role wasn't just about carrying away the telegraph machine, it also required leaving behind some fighters to slow down the Japanese pursuit and divert them from their original route. Only then could the telegraph machine be safely stolen. However, the fate of the revolutionary soldiers tasked with delaying the Japanese pursuit and diverting their forces was far from certain. After formulating this plan, Su Mingyang selected 4 soldiers from the unit. These 4 soldiers were all slender and short in stature, coincidentally matching the physical build of the Japanese soldiers. However, one soldier was bitten by a venomous snake in the mountains before the mission. He ultimately succumbed to the poison and was unable to participate. His position was filled by Wu Lianhe, who volunteered to take his place. Watching the 4 depart, Su Mingyang recruited several swift-footed soldiers from the unit to accompany him in providing backup for Wu Lianhe and his group. That night, as darkness fell and dark clouds obscured the full moon, they set out. Things went more smoothly than expected. Wu Lianhe and the other 3 stole the telegraph machine before chaos erupted among the Japanese soldiers. However, the heavy weight of the telegraph machine made the 4 men carrying it together an overly conspicuous target. Therefore, before they could leave the camp, Japanese soldiers spotted them. Chapter 97, Remember Their Names. Run! Without hesitation, Wu Lianhe, the sole Kuomintang member in the group, displayed his fearless courage. Bang! The moment the Japanese fired, he broke away from the 4-man squad transporting the telegraph machine. Before this mission, he had strapped every remaining grenade in the squad to his waist. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled one free and hurled it toward the Japanese soldiers. The explosion erupted, halting the Japanese soldiers' advance. Wu Lianhe, seeing this, did not retreat. He knew that delaying them for just a few seconds would be utterly insufficient to allow the remaining 3 men to carry the telegraph machine to safety. Resigned, he unhooked the string of grenades from his waist and hurled them one after another toward the Japanese soldiers. This time, he had no intention of returning alive. One grenade after another flew through the air, repeatedly halting the Japanese soldiers in front, yet it proved futile. The grenade's blast radius was limited, and soon, Japanese soldiers swarmed in from all sides. Seeing this, Wu Lianhe hesitated no longer and stopped throwing grenades. He knew that if he kept throwing them one by one, the limited blast radius of each grenade wouldn't be enough to completely halt the advance of all the Japanese soldiers. His only option now was to detonate all grenades simultaneously at a strategic location. After being hit by several consecutive shots, Wu Lianhe could no longer support his body and collapsed to the ground. However, as a Nationalist Party company commander trained for 3 years at military academy, he knew precisely where to position himself to completely block the Japanese soldiers' pursuit. So, enduring the throbbing pain from multiple bullets embedded in his body, he crawled inch by inch toward the predetermined spot. Seeing no further grenade explosions, the Japanese soldiers quickly charged forward. They weren't stupid, they knew the revolutionary forces had stolen the telegraph machine to transmit messages out. Therefore, even fearing an ambush, they gritted their teeth and pressed on with their pursuit. However, just as they prepared to pass through the pass and enter the deep mountains, an explosion erupted. A brilliant flash erupted before their eyes. Wu Lianhe had pulled the fuse. The bodies of the fastest-moving Japanese soldiers at the front dissolved into dust alongside Wu Lianhe. The only pass suitable for swift pursuit now teetered precariously. Raining debris pelted the invading Japanese soldiers, inflicting heavy casualties. Later, through the relay efforts of multiple soldiers, the revolutionary troops seized the telegraph machine at the cost of 15 lives. It was precisely this telegraph machine that allowed the revolutionary soldiers deep in the mountains to establish contact with the main force. Subsequently, their continuous broadcasts of the Japanese forces' deployments significantly reduced casualties among the revolutionary soldiers. Years later, after the War of Resistance against Japan concluded, this incident was revisited. All the soldiers who had sacrificed their lives in the war were posthumously awarded medals. This medal represents the nation's commendation for these heroes, affirming their glory and ensuring their legacy is honored by future generations. This is the origin of this medal. Su Mingyang's words caused Wu Diwang's expression to freeze momentarily. Then, a complex blend of bitterness, relief, and other emotions gathered on his face. Tears streamed down his deeply wrinkled cheeks, and gradually, he was overcome with sobs. In the livestream chat, viewers watched the sobbing Wu Duan on screen, their hearts filled with bitterness. They never imagined this medal honored Wu Lianhe, an elder comrade who sacrificed his own body to delay the Japanese invaders' advance. Previously, I had always harbored doubts about the Nationalist Party soldiers. But now I understand, during the War of Resistance against Japanese aggression, whether nationalist or communist soldiers, not a single one of them was a coward. Exactly. Back then, who among those who resolutely joined the anti-Japanese forces could be called a coward? I always thought those scenes in anti-Japanese war dramas were mostly dramatized. I never imagined they actually existed in reality. Except for the jade-faced Grenade King, of course. His sacrifice was utterly meaningless. I hope more people will produce films and TV dramas related to the anti-Japanese war. Stop resorting to mindless, sensationalist plots just for the sake of emotional manipulation. We want to see realistic depictions of the anti-Japanese resistance. Xiao Yaya's expression grew solemn as she heard Su Mingyang's words. Her eyes reddened, yet she stopped crying. As she learned more about Grandpa Su's deeds back then and those of his old comrades, Xiao Yaya's tear threshold gradually rose as she cried. Now, when confronted with these moving stories, she could hold back her tears. Perhaps this was the greatest progress she had made after following Su Mingyang for so long. Uncle Su, thank you. Without you, I might never have known about my father's deeds all those years ago. All these years, I felt ashamed because my father was a Kuomintang soldier back then. But now, I've finally come to terms with it. Whether he was a nationalist soldier or a communist soldier, he was a hero who fought against the Japanese invaders. All these years, there have always been people who remember his name. Perhaps that is enough. Wu Diwang's vacant eyes filled with cloudy tears. His voice choked with emotion, yet amidst his disoriented state, an unusual resolve shone through. All these years, never having seen his father or learned of his deeds, it had always been a deep wound in his heart. Now, Su Mingyang's words had unraveled the mystery within him. The gloom lifted, replaced by a vast expanse of hopeful blue. Yes. As long as future generations remember their names, that might be enough. Su Mingyang's eyes lowered slightly. He unconsciously touched the remaining badges in his pocket. These badges belonged to old comrades forgotten by history. Their stories deserve to be known by more people. Their spirit should be passed down far and wide. After standing for so long, Su Mingyang felt a bit tired. Seeing this, Xiao Yaya helped Su Mingyang to a nearby chair and settled him down. As he rested, Su Mingyang watched Wu Duong standing motionless before Wu Lianhe's memorial tablet, memories gradually surfacing in his mind. That night, after Wu Lianhe agreed to participate by stealing the telegraph machine, the moon shone brightly amidst sparse stars, while beasts howled in the mountain forests. Su Mingyang and Wu Lianhe sat on separate boulders, both staring blankly at the brightly lit Japanese base below. After an unknown length of time, Wu Lianhe suddenly spoke. Captain Su, do you think we'll live to see the day when China drives out the invaders? Wu Lianhe's voice was dry and hesitant. Even as he asked the question, he couldn't help but mock himself inwardly. Though not in a position of power himself, he could still sense the despair emanating from those in command. It seemed none of them could be certain this nationwide war would ever reach its conclusion. Chapter 98, if that day ever comes. It was like asking a toddler who had just learned to walk across a river. None knew the final outcome, nor could anyone say for certain whether they could withstand the full fury of the Japanese invaders. All they can do now is persevere relentlessly, clashing and fighting the Japanese invaders on Chinese soil. Perhaps only through this could they glimpse a sliver of dawn's light. Wu Lianhe droned on and on, from deep into the night until dawn. In the distant sky, the first hint of dawn began to appear. In his hand, he clutched a small black and white family portrait. In the photo were he, his wife, and Wu Duong. Looking at Wu Lianhe's sorrowful and desolate face, Su Mingyang didn't know how to comfort him. The mission he had undertaken was practically a suicide mission. His deep emotion was only natural. After a long pause, Su Mingyang sighed. Brother Wu, I don't know if you'll believe this, but I'm actually a time traveler from the future. The future? Time travel? Wu Duong didn't fully grasp Su Mingyang's words. In their time, such concepts truly lay beyond their comprehension. Su Mingyang patiently explained. That's right, I'm here from the future. You could also think of it this way, I was born many years in the future. But for certain reasons, I've come back to the present from that distant future. It's like you traveling back from the present to your childhood. The confusion vanished from Wu Diwang's face, replaced by utter disbelief. So you mean you know the outcome of the anti-Japanese war? And whether the Chinese nation will still exist in the future? Looking at Wu Diwang's utterly astonished expression, Su Mingyang nodded and continued. Yes. I know all of it, which is why I can give you the answer directly now. In less than 10 years, the Japanese devils will surrender to us unconditionally. In other words, we will achieve final victory in the war of resistance against Japan. Wu Duong was so stunned by Su Mingyang's words that he couldn't speak. He had always felt that some of Su Mingyang's ideas clashed with their own. He treated every soldier with equal kindness, whether brave or timid. Moreover, whenever they were indecisive, Su Mingyang always proposed solutions that surprised everyone. Take the telegraph machine they were about to seize, for instance. Most people without a telegraph machine would try to steal one from the police stations in nearby counties. Though troublesome and time-consuming, this was the logical approach expected of men of their era. But Su Mingyang? His first thought wasn't to steal one from a police station. Instead, he wanted them to infiltrate the Japanese military camp and seize one from within. This approach was utterly unimaginable to people of their era. Though this approach was riskier and might cost them many fighters. But seizing the radio one day sooner meant they could relay news from this front one day sooner. Then, countless soldiers on the front lines would survive because of the intelligence they delivered. Indeed, the very outcomes of certain battles might be altered by the intelligence they transmitted. This, perhaps, was the true meaning behind their daring mission to seize the telegraph machine. Their losses would be traded for the survival of countless others. And then what? After the Japanese surrender unconditionally? Will China still face invasion by the major powers? Will China survive in the end? Wu Lianhe pressed urgently, for this was the answer he cared about most. Their resistance against the Japanese wasn't solely against the Japanese invaders, it was also against the aggression of the major powers. After all, before the Japanese, they had endured invasions from more than just one foreign power. Back then, they were invaded by 8 nations, stripped of nearly all their wealth. Even after driving the Japanese invaders out, they had exhausted nearly all their resources. Against nations with far superior weaponry, they might have been powerless to resist. We survived. And since then, our nation has attained an unshakable position on the international stage. No one dares invade our nation again, nor does anyone dare declare their intent to invade us. Any who dare offend China shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. Su Mingyang's expression was solemn as he looked at Wu Lianhe, his gaze intense. His voice carried such conviction that Wu Lianhe couldn't help but be moved. That's good. That's good. Wu Lianhe murmured to himself, a delighted smile spreading across his face. But what about our descendants? Will they have enough to eat? This war has drained China's reserves to the last drop. Perhaps they'll need to endure for several more generations before they can eat their fill at every meal, free from worries about food and clothing. It's all because of our incompetence. A look of self-reproach flashed across Wu Lianhe's face. Had their generation risen up to resist the Allied forces and the Japanese invaders at the very outset, perhaps their descendants could still have lived in the prosperity of the China that once was. Brother Wu, you needn't worry about that. Food and clothing? When I first arrived here, except for some extremely remote areas, almost no one needed to worry about food, clothing, or daily necessities anymore. Their monthly salary, if converted into rice, could feed them for a year. And that's just the bare minimum. In our time, no child had to help with farm labor. Every child had access to education, every child had books to read, and families no longer had to bear the burden of expensive tuition fees. Their tuition was entirely funded by the state. As long as they were willing to study, they could continue their education well into adulthood. Moreover, among these children, some could even change their own lives and their families' destinies through diligent and earnest study. Transform their own lives and change their families' destinies. With the courage to dream and act, anything is possible. No class barrier is insurmountable. Hearing this, Wu Lian's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had imagined that after foreign threats subsided, Huaguo would return to its former ways. Yet he never imagined that, decades later, Huaguo would remain so formidable. Their descendants would not only be spared from hunger and cold, but everyone would have access to education. Even the most formidable class barriers could be overcome through education. Such a golden age, alas, he would never witness it. Sighing deeply, Wu Lian had tucked the black and white photograph into his lapel pin. Captain Su, I know all this is likely just a lie you've spun to comfort me. But I must admit, you made it sound so real as if you had witnessed it yourself. Therefore, I choose to believe you. I also believe that our nation, China, will indeed see such a day. Wu Lian handed the badge to Su Mingyang. If that day ever comes, please give my badge to my descendants. Tell them to contribute to the rise of China. Chapter 99, do you mind? There's a hidden pocket on the back of the badge. Open it and take a look. Inside is a family photo from when you were a child. Su Mingyang pointed to the badge on the altar, his voice weary. Wu Duong trembled as he picked up the pin from the altar and opened it. The next moment, a neatly folded black and white photograph appeared before his eyes. The mottled creases were covered in transparent tape. Wu Diwang's fingers stiffened as he slowly unfolded the photograph. Each minute movement of his fingers seemed to tug at his heartstrings. Finally, the photograph unfolded completely. In the photograph, a family of three, though dressed simply, beamed with joy. Wu Duong held the photograph, tears welling in his eyes, his knuckles turning slightly white. To him, the meaning of this photograph surpassed even that of the badge. This was the most precious memento his father had left him, brought by Su Mingyang. Seeing Wu Duong like this, viewers in the livestream were deeply moved. My mom asked why I started crying midway through dinner. She even wondered if it was because her cooking was so delicious today that I couldn't bring myself to tell her the truth. All I could say was, this tastes like mom and dad. Who would have thought that after all these years, Mr. Wu could still get his childhood family portrait? If it were me, I'd probably be so overwhelmed I'd faint. So touching. So incredibly touching. I've decided I absolutely must rescue that half-rabbit later. You know I've always been a member of the Animal Protection Association. In the livestream chat, viewers struggled to adjust to this emotional intensity, flooding the screen with playful comments to lighten the tear-jerking atmosphere. But these comments couldn't change the tears of some viewers with low emotional thresholds. The moment they saw the black and white photo, tears streamed down their faces. Xiao Yaya watched the scene unfold before her. Even though she believed her emotional threshold had grown incredibly high after so much hardship. Yet now she too was quietly sobbing, the live stream camera shaking in sync with her choked-up breathing. Streamer. I know you're crying, go ahead and cry out loud. After all, setting up flags like this isn't something to be ashamed of. After all, I sent this message while crying too. Exactly, streamer. Cry, 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 it's no crime. I'd almost forgotten what you said before. Oh my gosh. I'm invincible now, no matter how tear-jerking the scene, I won't cry. That kind of thing. Don't worry, no one remembers you saying. Oh my gosh. I'm invincible now, no matter how tear-jerking the scene, I won't cry. Ha 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 ha. These viewers watching the livestream, couldn't they comfort the crying Wu Duong? Couldn't they comfort little Yaya? After just a few comments, Xiao Yaya, who had been quietly sobbing, suddenly burst out laughing. Yet her laughter felt out of place in this somber atmosphere. In a flash, Xiao Yaya hung her head in embarrassment and muttered. It's all those trolls in the chat room. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have laughed. Darn it, next time in such a serious moment, I absolutely have to turn off the comments. Sitting too close, Su Mingyang overheard her mutterings. He chose not to intervene, letting her be. Wu Duong gradually regained his composure. At his age, crying in front of so many younger people, what kind of spectacle would that be? Today, Wu Duong swore to himself, even if he dropped dead right there, collapsed before the altar, or tumbled over dead on his feet, he wouldn't shed another tear. Not a single one. That was his word. Wiping the dampness from the corners of his eyes, a forced smile spread across Wu Diwang's face. He looked at Su Mingyang and little Yaya, his voice cheerful. Oh dear. Look at my terrible memory, I almost forgot Uncle Su had dinner ready. Uncle Su, you mustn't have eaten much on your journey here. I've already had the chef prepare our meal. Let's go eat now. Wu Duong gestured invitingly with his hand. Su Mingyang clutched his phone tightly, as if there was something he hadn't fully addressed yet. However, after a moment's hesitation, he decided it might be better to discuss it over dinner. Thus, guided by Wu Duong, Su Mingyang made his way to the dining room. The dining table was already laden with dishes. Every delicacy imaginable, from mountain treasures to seafood delights, was present. Yet, despite the feast before him, Su Mingyang felt no appetite. He pulled out his phone and opened an app. As the app loaded, Su Mingyang quickly entered a string of numbers, unlocking the software's security. Meanwhile, Wu Duong wasn't idle either. Watching Su Mingyang fiddle with his phone, he instructed the servants to arrange all the dishes neatly, waiting for Su Mingyang to serve himself first.
Yet Su Mingyang remained engrossed in the app, showing no sign of picking up his chopsticks. Wu Duong spoke up to remind him.
Grandpa Su, why don't we eat first? Otherwise, the food will get cold and won't taste as good. Wu Duong knew that people of Su Mingyang's generation placed the utmost importance on not wasting food. Any matter concerning food was taken extremely seriously by them. Sure enough, upon hearing Wu Duong's words, Su Mingyang snapped out of his phone trance.
Seeing the others hesitating to serve themselves, Su Mingyang smiled warmly.
What era are we in now? Why are you all so concerned about table manners? Come on, eat.
Su Mingyang lifted his chopsticks and took a bite of the dish before him. Following his lead, the other two also reached for their chopsticks and began serving themselves. The dining table gradually came alive with activity. In the livestream chat, viewers watching the table laden with dishes couldn't help but swallow hard. It was dinner time, and many viewers hadn't eaten yet. When they saw such a lavish spread, they immediately flooded the chat with comments, starting to claim their shares.
That braised pork knuckle is mine. No one better try to take it.
Then I'll take the egg and abalone soup, you guys can fight over the rest.
Fine, since everyone's being so greedy, I'll reluctantly take the streamer for myself. From now on, the streamer belongs to me. Whoa, that's basically kidnapping a girl. Seeing Su Mingyang eating distractedly while glued to his phone, Wu Duong didn't bother him.
He cleared his throat and struck up a conversation with Xiao Yaya, who was busy reading the live chat comments.
Streamer Xiao Yaya, I've heard about you from the staff before. Your phone should be live streaming right now, right? That's right. Xiao Yaya nodded.
Ever since I started following Grandpa Su a while back, I've kept my stream on and it's still on now.
Xiao Yaya answered earnestly.
But the next moment, Wu Duong's words caught her off guard.
Would you mind having a few more people join your livestream? Chapter 100, The Elderly Call. After all, you're just a girl. It's inconvenient for you to handle many things on your own.
Wu Duong said, casting a meaningful glance at Su Mingyang.
Xiao Yaya immediately understood what he meant.
Wu Duong felt that if Su Mingyang needed help with anything in his personal life, it would be rather inappropriate for him, as a woman, to be the one providing it.
Xiao Yaya deeply agreed with this sentiment.
If Su Mingyang needed to use the restroom but required assistance, it would be inconvenient for her to handle it alone.
A male companion would be necessary. We can't keep bothering our military comrades all the time. Xiao Yaya nodded in agreement. Of course I don't mind, Grandpa Wu.
This matter really depends on what Grandpa Su thinks. I'm fine with anything. Xiao Yaya wasn't lying, she genuinely didn't care about such matters. After all, she hadn't enabled the gift receiving feature on her live streams.
Moreover, she hadn't taken any advertisements during this period, carefully guarding her reputation.
Therefore, even if someone were to co-stream with her, she wouldn't mind.
But Xiao Yaya's indifference didn't mean the viewers in her livestream would feel the same. To them, Wu Duong's actions were essentially undermining Xiao Yaya's livelihood.
The streamer is doing such a great job, all the traffic for Grandpa Su was built by the streamer.
Why should Mr. Wu just barge in with a single word? I just don't get it. Is he trying to exploit Grandpa Su's popularity for a quick buck at his age? Exactly.
Streamer, you absolutely can't agree to Mr. Wu's request.
Have you ever heard the saying, why should the latecomer overtake the early bird? It's because the first ones don't fight or compete.
Host, you absolutely must stand firm and protect your rights.
Viewers in the livestream chat were all worried for Xiao Yaya. Even if another streamer went live, they wouldn't watch. But what about the viewers who were redirected here? Would they remain as resolute as we are? The answer is definitely no.
They hadn't been watching Xiao Yaya's stream from the start, so they felt no sense of belonging to her channel. Sooner or later, they'll likely just watch whichever stream pops up in their feed. Yet within the livestream, though opposition voices dominate, some expressions of agreement still exist.
You only care about the streamer, doesn't anyone care about Grandpa Su?
At his age, there are bound to be things Grandpa Su finds awkward to discuss with a female streamer.
Do you really think Grandpa Su would discuss these matters with a female streamer? Grandpa Su has never been one to trouble others. If Grandpa Su keeps bottling things up until it causes problems, who among you will take responsibility?
The netizens' words cut through the delicate web of excuses woven by others like a sharp scalpel.
Many netizens suddenly realized the issue. Exactly. Hearing it this way, Grandpa Su really does need a man to take care of him. Sigh. As one gets older, there are inevitably some private matters that are hard to discuss. Grandpa will already donated all his assets to the country. Do you really think he's short on money?
Besides, how much money could live streaming possibly earn in Grandpa Wu's eyes? A single word from him to pull strings for someone could earn more than a lifetime of live streaming.
Gradually, as more viewers came to Wu Duong's defense, the anger among the livestream audience began to subside.
Seems we judged a noble man by our own petty standards. Meanwhile, Su Mingyang was still fiddling with his phone. His phone model was outdated, and his aging hands made his movements sluggish.
What should have taken 5 minutes ended up taking him a full 10. Fortunately, he finally tapped the confirmation button. The phone displayed a loading bar, and in the next instant, an AI-generated image of Wu Lianhe appeared before Su Mingyang. On the screen, Wu Lianhe looked as if he were a real person video chatting with Su Mingyang. The moment he saw Su Mingyang, he blurted out, "Brother Su, I never imagined so many years would pass in the blink of an eye. What brings you here?" On the screen, the AI version of Wu Lianhe broke into a hearty laugh, just as Su Mingyang remembered. As for how Su Mingyang came to possess such software, it all traces back to 3 years prior. 3 years ago, deep in the mountains, Su Mingyang was planning to send his old comrade home. He was waiting for his temper and physical condition to improve. But then, Bai Fongjun found him. He presented a piece of software to Su Mingyang. "Senior Su, this is the latest AI software developed by our nation. Simply input all the characteristics of the person from your memory into the AI, and it will use your recollections to generate that individual. Moreover, aside from lacking certain uninputted memories, this figure will be virtually indistinguishable from the real person. It will interact with you like an old friend, answering your calls." Hearing Bai Fongjun's words, Su Mingyang was slightly astonished. Though his memory was somewhat hazy, he vaguely recalled that when he had traveled through time, Wagwa hadn't yet developed such intelligent AI. The AI software available on the market, while fairly intelligent, fell far short of this standard. After testing the AI, Su Mingyang attempted to import all his old buddies into it. However, since he didn't have photos of many of them, he couldn't perfect all the old buddies. As for Wu Lianhe, Su Mingyang considered him the person he got along with best. After all, the night before seizing the Japanese telegraph machine, during their all-night conversation, he had already revealed to Wu Lianhe that he was a time traveler. Consequently, Su Mingyang could only truly open up when conversing with the AI version of Wu Lianhe. Consequently, Wu Lianhe had been trained by Su Mingyang to be indistinguishable from a real person. Hearing the sound coming from Su Mingyang's phone, both Xiao Yeye and Wu Lianhe turned their curious gazes toward him. The live stream viewers couldn't sit still. "Someone just called Grandpa Su Brother Su. Did I hear that right?" After all, Grandpa Su is already 120 years old. The elder who dares call Grandpa Su Little Su must be at least older than him. This is crazy. If it weren't for the chat viewers hearing it too, I'd think I was imagining things. So, who's the old man on the other end of Grandpa Su's phone? Streamer. Run behind Grandpa Su and see who he's talking to. I feel like something big is about to happen, so excited. Anticipation +1. In the livestream chat, viewers were intensely curious about the person on the line with Su Mingyang. Chapter 101, One More Assassination. Xiao Yeye was equally curious. But she knew her limits. Some things weren't for her to pry into. Such matters required Grandpa Su's explicit permission. Wu Duong froze upon hearing Su Mingyang's words. Having no memories of his father, he naturally had no idea who Su Mingyang was speaking with. Likewise, he felt a hint of curiosity about the person on the other end of the line. As everyone wondered, Su Mingyang spoke casually, his tone as if chatting with an old friend. "Old Wu, guess where I am right now?" "You'll never guess." Su Mingyang's words left everyone stunned once more. "Old Wu? Grandpa Su called the person on the phone Old Wu? You guys, could it be what I'm thinking? Could it be that there are countless people surnamed Wu in the world, and this isn't the same Wu as the venerable elder? Besides, didn't Grandpa Su say long ago that the elder Mr. Wu had sacrificed himself years back? You don't seriously believe people can come back from the dead, do you?" "I agree. It's most likely another elder named Wu. Plus, from Grandpa Su's conversation with that elder, I sensed both he and Grandpa Su knew the late elder Wu. So who exactly is this elder? Host, don't make me beg you on my knees, go check it out already." In the livestream chat, viewers grew increasingly curious about the identity of the person on the phone with Su Mingyang. But before the speculation could continue, the aged voice on the other end of the line spoke again. "Let me guess where this is? Little Su, based on my analysis of your habits, if you're asking this question, then this place must have some connection to me. Or rather, this place is where the people connected to me are. I was right, wasn't I?" Su Mingyang sighed softly as he listened to the AI version of Wu Lianhe speak. It seems this AI still can't escape such logically rigorous thinking. It remains a bit too meticulous. At their age, how could any elderly person still possess such rigorous, meticulous thinking? You're right. This place is indeed deeply connected to you in countless ways. After his sigh, Su Mingyang nodded slightly. The livestream chat erupted once more. Holy crap! It really is an elder connected to Wu Duong. I knew it. My hunch was right. Could it be that China has actually developed technology to bring the dead back to life? If that's the case, does that mean I can actually go see my great-grandma? Hey, you. I think if you just jump off the 18th floor, you'd have a better chance of seeing your great-grandma than using this tech. If such technology truly existed, wouldn't that cause chaos? And even if it exists, Grandpa Su probably wouldn't show it off. After all, the government hasn't even announced such technology yet. The comments silenced the rest of the netizens. They knew that even if such technology existed, it couldn't possibly bring the old master back to life. There are simply too many factors involved. After all, birth, aging, sickness, and death follow their own natural course. If someone could be resurrected after death using such technology, who would fear death anymore? Meanwhile, Magic City, Fukuda Yakitori Restaurant. After receiving Hiroshima's report, Fukuda began watching the livestream, too disinterested to manage the shop anymore. He simply left it to his staff to run. He'd soon be returning to his hometown, free from the daily grind of exhausting himself. Just 3 more days. After 3 days, assassins from the island nation would silently infiltrate Su Mingyang's surroundings, plotting to eliminate him by any means necessary. Once Su Mingyang was dead, he could board a fishing boat bound for Japan, return to his homeland, and see the cherry blossoms of his hometown. At this thought, Fukuda's lips curled upward in an uncontrollable smile. However, when he heard the sound coming from Su Mingyang's phone in the live stream room, he froze in place for a moment. Having infiltrated China for so many years, he not only mastered Chinese characters but also became fluent in the language. Therefore, whether it was the live stream's bullet comments or the sounds coming from Su Mingyang's phone, he could understand them all. Si Gua Yi. An unexpected bonus. Who would have thought that on the other end of this old man Su's phone was another old man roughly his own age? If I could eliminate that old man after taking out old Su, wouldn't the reward I'd receive be astronomical? At this thought, Fukuda's eyes darkened. He had returned to the island nation, where he wouldn't have to lift a finger for the rest of his life. The country would take care of him until his death. But that wasn't what he wanted. He had spent so many years undercover in China, especially in the metropolis of Shanghai. Having grown accustomed to the bustling lights and vibrant nightlife, he simply couldn't adjust to a life of retirement. While his health still held out, he yearned to add to his lineage. Moreover, deep down, every islander harbors a dream to produce educational films for others. Only then could they teach their next generation how to continue the lineage. But the prerequisite for fulfilling these dreams was money, lots of it. If he relied solely on his retirement savings after returning home, it wouldn't be nearly enough to sustain such extravagance. Therefore, he must earn a substantial sum. Resolved, Fukuda retrieved another old-fashioned push-button phone from the safe. He dialed the only number stored in the phone's memory. The phone rang only once before being answered. Hello, Mr. Fukuda. Is there something you need to report? A bone-chillingly cold female voice came through the line. Even while on the phone, Fukuda's face twisted into an awkward grin. He bent his waist slightly and nodded obsequiously. President Yua. I have something extremely important to report to you. Speak. The woman called Yua's voice remained as cold and emotionless as ever. In their line of work, they had to keep personal feelings completely separate. Otherwise, the moment they invested emotion, they would inevitably show cracks. After all, they could never guarantee that the spies they had planted within China hadn't been captured. Whether their words were spoken in a state of lucidity, or whether they were being coerced. Thus, to serve as the liaison between Japan and China, Yua's level of rationality was fully maxed out. Hey! Fukuda responded. Here's the thing. A few hours ago, I reported about an old man who used to be a high-ranking official in China, right? Let's set that old man aside for now. What I'm focusing on is that he has a friend of similar age. And this friend actually addressed him as Little Su. This means the military rank of old Su's friend must be higher than old Su's. If we could take him out while we're at it. Chapter 102, how could that be? Fukuda's face grew increasingly flushed as he spoke. If his strength permitted, he would have wanted to assassinate Su Mingyang himself. On the other end of the line, Yua's small mouth parted slightly in surprise. However, she made not a sound. As the intermediary, whether she felt calm or not, she had to at least appear composed in front of others. Got it. Yua's voice was low as 1,000 thoughts raced through her mind. She gave a brief acknowledgement before hanging up. Beep. At this moment, he too began to feel profound curiosity about this elderly man named Su Mingyang. When Fukuda had provided Xiao Yeya's livestream earlier, she had already dispatched someone to investigate Su Mingyang's background. What ultimately appeared before her eyes was nothing more than an unremarkable resume. Even his participation in the anti-Japanese resistance had been nothing more than a rank-and-file soldier's role. Not a trace of high-ranking status. However, after reviewing all of Xiao Yeya's edited videos and some live-stream clips, Yua dismissed the information she had gathered on Su Mingyang. She refused to believe that such an elderly man could have no backing whatsoever. The aura emanating from him was simply not that of an ordinary foot soldier. She had only seen that kind of presence in one person. Her grandfather. Her grandfather, who had served as a state advisor to the island nation many years ago, unconsciously radiated the same aura as Su Mingyang. Could this old man be China's former grandmaster? Yua shook her head, finding it hard to believe. How could that be possible? Her island nation maintained archives of every grand sage throughout China's history, and there was simply no record matching Su Mingyang. Moreover, if he truly were a grandmaster, he wouldn't have failed to reveal even the slightest clue. At the very least, their archives would contain some record of him. Instead, she was holding a completely ordinary file with nothing remarkable about it. And no matter how she examined it, this file showed no signs of forgery whatsoever. It simply portrayed an ordinary old man. Or could it be that this old man is nothing more than a figurehead brought in for show? Everything in the livestream is scripted. After all, with live streaming so advanced in China, these scripts are nothing special over there. It's only natural they could fool us. Yua muttered to herself, her mind in utter turmoil for the first time. She realized that even after serving as a spy hotline operator for so long, she still couldn't make sense of this situation. Everything seemed like a routine performance, and Su Mingyang was just another actor on stage. But that didn't matter to her at all. After all, whether Su Mingyang was the state advisor or not had nothing to do with her. As long as the assassination succeeded, it would undoubtedly deal a severe blow to the people of Huagua. At that point, who knew what kind of trouble might erupt within China? Amidst their internal chaos, their island nation could quietly plant a few more spies within China. If they could repeat this cycle several times, who knows? Before their island nation was submerged, they might just seize control of China. This was Grandpa Yua's lifelong dream, and it was also the goal Yua fought for. Her gaze snapped back to the live stream. Yua froze, then erupted in a torrent of curses. The faint smile that had played on her lips nearly split into a grimace. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Fukuda! You'll never set foot back on that island nation again. At the Wu Duong estate. At the dining table. Su Mingyang exchanged a few words with the AI version of Wu on the other end of the phone. Then he handed the phone to Wu Duong. Little Wu, take a look at who this is. Old Wu, take a look too, who do you think this is? Laughing heartily, Su Mingyang watched Wu Duong's expression. Wu Duong took the phone with a puzzled look, then his face froze, followed by wide-eyed shock. Finally, Wu Duong nearly toppled from his chair. Had it not been for his bodyguard's quick reflexes, who swiftly helped him back into his seat, Wu Duong would likely have collapsed to the floor. The live stream audience was stunned by the scene. What did Grandpa Su show Mr. Wu? Why does this whole thing feel so weird? Me neither. Could Mr. Wu have actually seen his own father? Is that even possible? Could it be an AI-generated version of the late Mr. Wu? With AI technology so advanced these days, it might actually be possible. But? Hey upstairs, what's that but? Can you finish your sentence? Let me explain. While current AI technology is advanced, it's nowhere near capable of achieving the level we just witnessed. Take the two major AI software programs on the market today. Neither ChatGPT nor DeepSeek can speak with the same fluency as the veteran Mr. Wu did on the phone. Could it be that this AI capability has existed all along? But the government has been keeping it under wraps, secretly developing it themselves? Soon, a netizen hit the nail on the head. Xiao Yaya nodded in agreement as she read the comments. Her initial belief that a real person was on the other end of the phone had shifted to the realization that it was likely an AI specifically trained by Grandpa Su. She quietly moved closer to Su Mingyang. Grandpa Su, who was that old master on your phone just now? The viewers in the livestream are all curious. Exactly. Way to go, streamer. If you'd listened to advice earlier, I would have hit follow ages ago. Streamer, you finally showed some guts. I'm crying tears of joy. So excited. Even though it's hard to explain, I still feel like that old master is none other than the legendary Wu Lianhe. The chat exploded the moment Xiao Yaya asked her question. Su Mingyang lifted his gaze to meet Xiao Yaya's eyes, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The veteran in the phone? Haven't you all already guessed? Su Mingyang turned his gaze toward the live stream camera. If I'm not mistaken, some viewers here must be wondering if he's an AI-generated character. That's right, exactly as you imagined. The person who just called me was none other than the AI version of Wu Lianhe. The moment Su Mingyang uttered these words, the livestream fell deathly silent. The torrent of comments that had been flooding the screen came to an abrupt halt. Then, a tidal wave of comments erupted. What's going on? Is that really an AI version of the veteran Wu Lianhe? Did I hear that right? Is Grandpa Su talking nonsense now? With China's current AI technology, it's simply impossible to achieve this level. I think Grandpa Su is just messing with us. Hey, upstairs, our country has always been low-key, okay? You think we'd be like the Eagle Nation, flaunting every little achievement? This is called quietly making a fortune, okay? In the livestream chat, some viewers with deep AI knowledge remain skeptical. After all, they know AI software inside out and understand that developing something this advanced is nearly impossible. To achieve that, you'd need massive computational power behind it. How could Huagua possibly afford such research? Chapter 103, International Reactions. However, as Xiao Yaya's camera shifted, no matter how skeptical they remained, the undeniable evidence before their eyes silenced their doubts. Who would have thought I'd witnessed such a fantastical scene in my lifetime? The nation actually kept such a marvel hidden away. If Grandpa Su hadn't revealed it, we'd never have known. If this actually works, could I finally meet my late grandfather in cyberspace? The live chat erupted with stunned reactions.
Yu stared at the scene unfolding in the livestream, her entire being frozen in disbelief.
So there really isn't another veteran revolutionary from China? Great. Fukuda actually reported it without even investigating the matter thoroughly.
It seems he truly intends to never return to Japan for the rest of his life. In an instant, spies from nearly every country noticed this scene in the livestream. Seeing this, they immediately made calls to report the incident back to their respective headquarters.
Eagle Nation, ChatGPT headquarters.
It was the middle of the night in the Eagle Nation, yet the lights in the ChatGPT headquarters conference room suddenly came on. Over a dozen ChatGPT executives rushed into the conference room. They looked utterly bewildered. Having been asleep at home moments before, they all received urgent company notifications instructing them to rush to headquarters immediately. Thus, they arrived in a state of utter bewilderment. Still, they didn't take the urgency of the situation too seriously. From their current perspective, even their biggest competitor, DeepSeek from China, was only on par with them technologically. Even if DeepSeek achieved a major breakthrough, they could still counter with their own breakthrough projects. After all, developing ChatGPT hadn't happened overnight. The groundbreaking research they'd kept under wraps was far more substantial than what appeared on the surface. Consequently, they attended the meeting with considerable resentment. Couldn't whatever matter be discussed at tomorrow's morning meeting? Why must they be summoned to the office at this hour? You must know that Eagle Land places great emphasis on company culture. Who makes them come to work at this hour? This is a serious violation of their rest time. If they choose to sue the company, it will have to pay them a huge sum. With all senior executives present but the president still absent, discontent began to simmer. What kind of nonsense is this? Doesn't he realize we're swamped with work every day? Calling us over at this hour in such a rush, yet he isn't waiting for us. Does he think we're nothing? Inside the conference room, Vice President Wenk had long disapproved of the new President Bruce's usual approach. They were a company with heart. How could they conduct business with such reckless haste? Bang! The conference room door burst open as Bruce stormed in. Guys, we've got some terrible news from China. Before Bruce could finish, Wenk cut him off. President Bruce, shouldn't you apologize to us first? Calling us to a meeting at this hour is a complete violation of our Eagle Nation's labor laws. Bruce didn't get angry at being interrupted. Having only recently taken the helm at ChatGPT, he hadn't yet solidified his position within the company. He'd long braced himself for this kind of pressure from his subordinates. But now, the situation was urgent, threatening the very survival of their company. If they couldn't hammer out a perfect solution tonight, their stock price would face an unprecedented plunge by tomorrow morning. In the coming days, a halving of its value was entirely possible. Investors would pull out, shareholders would dump their stocks, and within a month, the company would crumble. This isn't the time for that. I'm here for something truly important. Bruce ignored Wenk's interruption and tried to continue. But Wenk persisted relentlessly. Bruce, you must apologize to us. Otherwise, first thing tomorrow morning, we'll report your rude behavior to the regulators. Backed by the senior executives behind him, Wenk showed no fear toward Bruce. He intended to use this incident to humiliate Bruce thoroughly. After all, before Bruce took office, everyone had assumed he would be promoted from vice president to CEO. Who would have guessed that because of Bruce's deep background in AI, his own position as president would be usurped by this unexpected newcomer? At this thought, a sinister glint flashed in Bruce's eyes. He looked at Bruce, his suspicions already confirmed. In situations like this, where he deliberately humiliated the other party. If Bruce was a man of integrity and principle, he would never bow to him. But if he refused to apologize to him or to the senior executives present, he would lose the support of the people. Then, the position of president would still be his. Wenk thought smugly. Yet, to his surprise, the visibly anxious Bruce, upon hearing those words, showed no hesitation whatsoever. He bent his waist and bowed deeply, apologizing to everyone present. I apologize to everyone. I apologize for my rash actions. However, there is indeed an urgent matter requiring our discussion that cannot wait until tomorrow morning. Therefore, after my apology, I hope everyone can quickly get back to work. This might be the last time we can all sit down together for a meeting. Bruce's words were sincere. After he finished speaking, his gaze swept across the assembled senior executives. Seeing that everyone except Wenk nodded in agreement, he activated the large screen behind him. Everyone, I'm about to play a video. I want you all to watch it carefully. Bruce clicked on a video file. The sound of Su Mingyang conversing with the AI version of Wu via his phone filled the conference room. 5 minutes later, every executive present was utterly dumbfounded. Bruce had summoned all of them just because of a video call from some old man in China? And what was so special about a phone call? Even if it was an AI responding on the other end, what was the big deal? Their ChatGPT had possessed this capability 3 or 4 years ago. Could such a trivial issue really threaten their company? Ridiculous. Vice President Wenk surveyed his restless colleagues, his inner satisfaction overflowing. He could see right through this Bruce, nothing but a flash in the pan. What top-tier university AI expert? What ChatGPT source code developer?
It was all fake. Even now, the guy still didn't understand the basic functions of his own product. It's just a language dialogue system? Their AI could handle that with ease. Why even bother with a meeting for something like this? Wink sneered. Bruce, you're new here and probably unfamiliar with our company's products. You can test it privately on your own. Don't make such a fool of yourself again. Chapter 104. This AI is way too real. Huh? Bruce's face clouded with confusion at Wink's words. Did their company even have this kind of technology? How could that be? Bruce racked his brain. Could there be some secret technology within the company he wasn't aware of? But then it hit him, Wink had got it all wrong. He didn't dwell on Wink's teasing and began explaining to everyone. Everyone, this AI is far more complex than it appears. If it were merely about simulating conversations, nearly every AI on the market could do that. But what about bringing the dead back to life? After someone passes away, their family members converse with the AI, imprinting their memories of that person into it. After a period of training, the AI is ready. Not only can it recognize everyone's identity through video, but it can also converse with their loved ones just as they did before passing away. Doesn't this technology pose a significant threat to our company? Bruce's words struck the crowd like a thunderclap. The executives present, who had started with mockery, then fell into stunned silence, finally all wore expressions of sheer terror. Is this real? Wink looked utterly dazed. He could scarcely believe what he'd heard. Next, I'll open the Huagua livestream. It has simultaneous translation. You can see for yourselves. After speaking, Bruce clicked the mouse a few times, and Xiao Yeye's livestream appeared simultaneously before them. Xingshui County, within the estate. After taking the phone, Wu Duong stared at the screen for several seconds, frozen in shock. The man on the screen looked exactly like his father in the photograph. Father? Duong, I never imagined I'd see you again after all these years. The AI version of Wu Lianhe spoke, his every gesture devoid of any trace of artificiality. How have you been? I've heard about all the work you've done to help build our nation these past years. Truly worthy of the Wu family name, a man of ambition. Wu Diwang's face was suddenly wet with tears. He never imagined he'd see his father again in his lifetime, even if it was just an AI simulation. But this felt so real. After that, Wu Duong and Wu Lianhe talked for a long time, just like father and son reuniting. Seeing this, Su Mingyang and Xiao Yeye didn't interrupt, simply continuing to eat. After showing the live stream viewers the image of Wu Lianhe on her phone screen, Xiao Yeye put the phone away. Only after reading the comments did she realize that the AI technology Su Mingyang had unveiled was something never before seen on the market. In other words, this AI technology was being developed as a state secret. Who would have thought it would make its debut today, right here in her livestream? Therefore, Xiao Yeye began to speculate further about Grandpa Su's identity. The fact that Grandpa Su could use such products made her realize his identity was beyond her comprehension. In the livestream chat, viewers were also speculating. Logically speaking, this product shouldn't be appearing in the public eye. After all, the state has always kept it under wraps, though part of that stems from their consistent reluctance to show off. But on a deeper level, there must also be an element of deliberate concealment by the state. But now that Grandpa Su has brought it out, I wonder how the authorities will respond. Exactly. If Grandpa Su can use this software, he must have signed a confidentiality agreement with the government. Now that he's revealed it and everyone has discovered it, won't he face consequences? What are you talking about? I didn't see anything. Wasn't Grandpa Su just eating the whole time? What liability? What discovery? I didn't see anything. I can vouch for it too. Grandpa Su was eating the whole time and never touched his phone. Same here. After some knowledgeable viewers explained the situation in the livestream chat, the rest of the audience flooded the chat with messages saying they hadn't seen anything and knew nothing about it. Xiao Yeye smiled as she watched the comments. Sure enough, whenever something unfavorable to Grandpa Su arose, she didn't even need to speak up. The viewers in the livestream would automatically rally behind Grandpa Su. For a moment, Xiao Yeye's eyes grew slightly red, touched by the warmth. Inside the military zone conference room, the White Army had also convened an emergency meeting. They had successfully developed this AI software several years ago. After multiple rounds of testing, they discovered its performance could easily outclass all AI software on the market. However, they had never publicized it. After all, Eagle Country had also been actively pursuing AI research. If the Eagle Nation learned they had already developed it, their own AI research would inevitably be halted. Subsequently, they would exert international pressure to forcefully infiltrate personnel into their AI research institutes. At that point, it wouldn't be surprising if their research findings were stolen. Once they brought the research back home, it would be repackaged as their own achievements. They know the Eagle Nation's nature all too well. Therefore, rather than flaunting it publicly, it's wiser to keep it under wraps for now. Remember, the daily costs of AI research are astronomical. Every day they delay releasing it means the Eagle Nation has to invest another day's worth of resources. Moreover, based on their research team's analysis, the direction the Eagle Nation was pursuing was fundamentally flawed. As long as their AI remains unreleased,
the Eagle Nation will pour resources into a path that grows increasingly misguided. By the time they finally stumble upon the correct path, the accumulated costs both in time and resources will have reached astronomical proportions. Then, at the very moment their rivals are most triumphant, we'll unveil this software we've long since developed to utterly humiliate them.
Nothing could be more satisfying. Yet now, Senior Su has revealed this AI. To say it has no impact is not entirely accurate.
They had planned to release partial functionality of this software within this timeframe anyway. So, what the Venerable Su has done merely accelerates the timeline for this release.
Coincidentally, this also serves to heighten the Warhawks' apprehension toward them.
Inside the military zone conference room, the atmosphere was lively with chatter and laughter.
Su Mingyang's actions finally resolved their indecision, compelling them to release the software. As for punishing Senior Su? Forget it.
Not only had they eagerly sought out Su Laochen to test the software and verify its ability to simulate the experiences of fallen veterans, they hadn't even signed a confidentiality agreement with him back then. After all, if Su Lao had been the type to leak secrets, then Huagua would have been finished decades ago. Back then, the Eagle Nation offered an astronomical sum just to secure a single meeting with Senior Su.
Chapter 105, All-Night Chat. But what did the Venerable Su do? He flatly refused.
Not only that, but while refusing, he personally executed the mole who had delivered the message.
With such resolve, to suggest that old Master Su might deliberately leak secrets? What utter nonsense! Commander Bai, how do you propose we proceed? This matter is nowhere near ready for public announcement. If we announce the software now, there's a high chance the Eagle Nation will leverage international pressure. Force their way into our experimental research. Exactly. Commander Bai, given our institute's current situation, if the Eagle Nation forces their way in, they could very well uncover clues about our experimental direction. In fact, their research institute would save a significant portion of their funding.
Bai Fongjun frowned slightly upon hearing this.
He knew this matter could no longer be concealed. Hold on. I'll call and seek Senior Su's opinion.
After all, they're well aware of this technology's current international significance. If Senior Su is willing to bring it up, he must have a solution in mind. Bai Fongjun spoke as he pulled out his phone and dialed Su Mingyang's number.
Meanwhile, at the estate, Su Mingyang answered Bai Fongjun's call, feeling not the slightest surprise at receiving it.
He had anticipated this very scenario when he demonstrated the AI software to the live stream audience.
Su Mingyang had already prepared his countermeasures. So the Eagle Nation wants to sneak people in? The people they'd send would undoubtedly be their nation's most elite scientists. Once they set foot on Chinese soil, who could guarantee their safety?
After all, in American news reports, China has always been portrayed as synonymous with danger. Once you set foot here, your life could be at risk at any moment.
If that's the case, then let that very statement come true. Upon hearing Su Mingyang's words, Bai Fongjun's stern expression turned slightly bitter. Although China's current national strength left no room for fear of the Eagle Nation. But wouldn't this be too crude?
Senior Su, perhaps we should consider an alternative plan? Our nation has always been a peace-loving country. We cannot engage in actions that damage our goodwill. Bai Fongjun's words were filled with caution. Under normal circumstances, he would likely be cursing by now.
What kind of brute could come up with such a twisted idea?
But this was Senior Su on the other end of the line. Even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare curse Su Mingyang to his face. He wouldn't even dare mutter curses behind his back, fearing someone might overhear.
Senior Su, is there any other solution? Bai Fongjun cursed Su Mingyang inwardly while continuing to ask politely.
He knew that although Elder Su had already proposed a solution earlier, it was clearly not the plan the Elder Su truly intended to present. He had merely been toying with him, seeking amusement.
Master Su's true plan was definitely not this one. Bai Fongjun understood Su Mingyang's temperament all too well.
He recalled that back when he had just joined the military, Su Mingyang had pulled off astonishingly bold maneuvers on more than one occasion. Some of those maneuvers, even now, he couldn't fathom how Su Mingyang had ever conceived them.
Hearing Bai Fongjun's resigned tone, Su Mingyang cleared his throat twice, no longer inclined to tease him further. This matter is actually quite simple. Isn't it just that Eagle Chicken Nation wants to send people to steal our research findings? Why don't we just deny that this is our research? Isn't that simple enough? As long as we don't admit it ourselves, what grounds would they have to send people into our research institute?
The words jolted him awake. Bai Fongjun froze for several seconds upon hearing this, only snapping back to reality after the call ended. He slapped his forehead, inwardly marveling. As expected of Senior Su, his thinking is truly unconventional. Why hadn't he thought of such a straightforward solution? Inside the villa, Wu Duong and Wu Lianhe continued their conversation for nearly an hour. By the time Su Mingyang grew drowsy, his host still hadn't touched his chopsticks. Finally, Su Mingyang simply transferred the software to Wu Duong and, dragging his weary body, retired to the guest room. He hadn't gotten proper rest these past few days. Still, his spirits remained surprisingly high. Far better than when he was deep in the mountains. During his solitary days in the deep mountains, this matter had constantly weighed on his mind. Thus, in his dreams, scenes from years past would often resurface. The promise he made to his old comrades to bring them home pierced his heart like a thorn, lodged there relentlessly. Now, finally recovered from his illness, he had set out on the journey to bring his old comrades home. Consequently, his sleep had become profoundly restful. With fewer dreams, his sleep quality improved and his spirits lifted.
Xiao Yaya watched Su Mingyang return to his room to sleep and glanced at the time.
At this hour, sleep was utterly impossible for her. Ultimately, under the strong urging of viewers in the livestream chat, Xiao Yaya sought out Wu Duong. After obtaining Wu Diwang's consent, she sat beside him and started the livestream. The camera shifted to reveal Wu Diwang's slightly dry eyes.
At that moment, he was still chatting with Wu. They moved from Wu Diwang's recent life to stories from the anti-Japanese war era. Since Wu Lianhe had been trained by Su Mingyang, his remaining memories were limited to the experiences he shared with Su Mingyang. However, Su Mingyang had already described most of these shared memories to the livestream audience. Thus, they could only ask Wu Lianhe about his feelings back then. Father, why did you choose to hold the rear guard back then? Didn't you consider me and Mother at all? Do you have any idea what kind of life of hardship and displacement Mother and I endured after you passed away? If it weren't for your friend back then bringing us both abroad, we might have starved to death in China. Do you know what it feels like to live under someone else's roof? Wu Duong fired a barrage of questions at the AI version of Wu Lianhe. He now regarded the AI version of Wu Lianhe as his own father. After all, he'd conversed with it for so long, and it never once revealed any signs of being an AI. In fact, the AI could answer nearly every question he posed, including when he asked about its own feelings back then. My child, I'm sorry. These things, someone had to do them. In the video, Wu Lianhe's voice was deep and solemn, a faint, profound light flickering in his eyes. For a moment, Wu Duong was stunned. He even began to suspect that his father hadn't passed away at all, but had been living on within the phone all along. Chapter 106, Three Young Men with Crew Cuts. Inside the livestream, the audience was equally bewildered. They too noticed the shift in Wu Lianhe's gaze. A wave of comments flooded the screen. Wait a minute? What's up with the gaze of this AI version of old Master Wu? Why does he feel so lifelike? Guys, could it be possible that behind the AI, there's actually someone playing the role all along? He's just wearing a skin of Master Wu. Holy crap! That totally woke me up. That's actually possible. I just saw the official denial saying China doesn't have that technology. Dude, you actually believe the official denial? If there's a real person behind the AI, how come they haven't made a single mistake in all this time? And if it were a real person, they'd at least need to eat, sleep, and use the bathroom. In all this time, have you ever seen them drink a single drop of water? But this AI is indistinguishable from a real person. A heated debate erupted in the livestream chat over whether the AI version of Wu Lianhe was actually AI. As for Wu Duong, he was utterly convinced the figure on the other end of the video was his own father. Perhaps old age had clouded his judgment. He'd rather play dumb and be deceived than abandon such a beautiful lie. Wu Diwang's chat session lasted until the next morning. During his joint chat with the AI version of Wu, Xiao Yaya grew too tired to continue. She left the phone streaming live and went to sleep. However, when Su Mingyang awoke and reappeared on camera, the livestream still had tens of thousands of viewers. Some of these viewers were early risers who happened to stumble upon the stream. But the vast majority had essentially stayed up all night watching the stream until now. For them, this seemingly mundane livestream held an inexplicable allure. Whenever a new story emerged, they would become excited. After finishing breakfast in the living room, Su Mingyang told Wu Duong to go back to sleep while he returned to the guest room to pack his luggage. Now that he'd seen his old friend home, it was time to embark on the next leg of his journey. Opening his phone, Su Mingyang glanced at the route he had already mapped out. Next stop, to see the woman who had once haunted his dreams. That's right. Back in the day, Su Mingyang had someone he cared for deeply. They were deeply in love, yet fate ultimately tore them apart. It was because of her that Su Mingyang never married. Even after the victory against the Japanese invaders, Su Mingyang remained alone until the end of his days. Xiao Yaya finally appeared in the living room after packing her luggage, well past 9 o'clock. Since Wu Duong had stayed up all night, Su Mingyang left the estate without saying goodbye. Escorted by bodyguards, Su Mingyang and Xiao Yaya were stopped by three young men with crew cuts as soon as their car reached the estate gate. Huh? What's going on? Xiao Yaya looked at the bodyguard with a hint of confusion. The bodyguard frowned as well, equally unsure of the men's purpose. Just as they were puzzling over it, the head of security appeared. He whispered a few words into the bodyguard's ear before turning to face Su Mingyang. Senior Su, these are the three young men who were at the train station earlier. Mr. Wu, considering your safety and convenience, has arranged for them to accompany you. Would you like them to board the vehicle? The security chief beckoned, calling the three young men with crew cuts over. Come over here and greet Senior Su. The three young men with crew cuts immediately jogged over to the minivan. "Hello, Grandpa Su. Hello, Grandpa Su. Hello, Grandpa Su." Three bows rose simultaneously. Three young men with crew cuts bowed in perfect unison towards Su Mingyang inside the car. Seeing this, Su Mingyang finally recalled who they were. After a moment's thought, he understood their purpose. Yesterday, Wu Duong had mentioned sending someone to accompany him, handle his daily affairs, and occasionally join him during live streams. At first, he'd assumed it was just a bodyguard, but now he realized these three young men were the ones assigned. It seemed the other party knew he would refuse, so they sent three people he simply couldn't turn away. If he refused these three, it was easy to imagine they would return to their previous destitute lives. Wu Duong couldn't possibly continue paying their salaries. That's precisely why Wu Duong sent these three to exploit this vulnerability. Seeing this, Su Mingyang shook his head helplessly. He hadn't expected the other party to pull this stunt on him. But now that things had come to this, it wouldn't be right to refuse them again. After pondering for a long while, Su Mingyang spoke in a gentle tone. "Young men, how are you? It's been just a day, yet you've changed so much this old man almost didn't recognize you. What brings you here today?" Su Mingyang's face was beaming with smiles, making the three once-spirited young men feel as if they were bathed in spring sunshine. Since graduating, no one had ever shown them such warmth. They could sense that Su Mingyang's kindness came from the heart, even that he recognized their worth. For a moment, all three were deeply touched. Seeing the trio hesitating to speak, the bodyguard captain stepped in to explain. "Senior Su, the situation is this." He recounted the entire sequence of events to Su Mingyang, then glanced at him with a hint of apprehension. Yesterday, the boss had already entrusted him with handling this matter. If he failed to deliver, he wouldn't be able to account for it upon returning. Su Mingyang's gaze was piercing, instantly seeing through the bodyguard captain's inner thoughts. Even though he'd been set up by Wu Duong, he showed no sign of anger. So what if he had to bring a few extra people? He'd consider it providing job opportunities for these three young men. Su Mingyang gave a slight nod, effectively agreeing. Seeing this, the bodyguard captain felt an indescribable surge of delight. "What are you standing around for? Go thank Senior Su." He gave the three a gentle shove. Seeing this, the three immediately thanked Su Mingyang. Soon after, another vehicle joined the convoy behind Su Mingyang's car. The two vehicles sped along the highway, reaching the station in just over 10 minutes. At the station, Su Mingyang instructed the driver to return, then turned his gaze toward the three young men. Xiao Yeye stood quietly by, saying nothing. She had already decided that with three more people, she could handle things more easily. Take that girl she encountered on the bus last time. If these three had been there, things wouldn't have escalated to that point. Besides, there were indeed many situations where it was awkward for her, as a girl, to get involved. Having boys present might actually make things easier. "Let's introduce ourselves," Su Mingyang said casually. Even if he agreed to accept them, he wouldn't take all three. He was escorting his old comrades home, not forming a faction. There was no way he could take that many people. Chapter 107, Familiar Path. "Hello, Grandpa Su. My name is Li Diji." The young man at the front spoke first. Su Mingyang gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping over the other two. Following Li Diji's introduction, they proceeded to introduce themselves. After the introductions concluded, Su Mingyang paused thoughtfully for a long moment before speaking. "There's one thing I need to make clear to you all up front. I cannot take all three of you at once. Therefore, ultimately, only one of you can remain." Su Mingyang's expression was solemn. The three seemed to have anticipated this outcome. Last night, after a night of excitement, they had searched online for information about Su Mingyang. What surprised them was how wildly popular Su Mingyang was online, far beyond their expectations. Thus, they understood. Throughout his journey, he had only ever had Xiao Yeye by his side and clearly disliked crowds. Thus, it was unlikely all three could join Su Mingyang's team. After a night of discussion, the trio finally settled on a plan. If Grandpa Su could only take one person, then Li Diji would go. After all, among the three of them, Li Diji was the most articulate. Perhaps only he could meet Su Mingyang's standards. They also agreed on a payment structure, 20,000 yuan per month, with Li Diji receiving 10,000 yuan and the remaining 10,000 split evenly between the other two. This served as Li Diji's compensation to them, and also gave them the confidence to pursue their dreams. They'd had enough of those days of poverty and hunger, going 3 days without a proper meal. Li Diji followed Su Mingyang around, documenting his daily routines. The other two continued down their old paths, each striving relentlessly to become better. "Grandpa Su, let our big brother follow you. He'll take good care of you." "Yes. Grandpa Su, we've made up our minds, let our big brother follow you." Su Mingyang was slightly taken aback by how quickly the three had reached this decision. However, he said nothing more, merely nodding his head. Soon after, Li Diji climbed into the car, sitting in the back seat with Su Mingyang, while Xiao Yeye remained in the front passenger seat. The car slowly started moving, heading toward the station. In the car, Xiao Yeye was intensely curious about Li Diji, firing off random questions one after another. Li Deji didn't seem annoyed, patiently answering Xiao Yeye's trivial questions. Watching the departing vehicle, the two remaining young men stood at the estate gate, waving goodbye. They knew that with Li Deji's departure, their paths might well diverge. Now, they could only wish each other well on their respective paths. One day, they would meet again at the summit. Wait. The boss still needs to speak with you. After a moment of shared emotion, the two youths were stopped by bodyguards as they prepared to leave. They exchanged glances, a hint of resignation flickering in their eyes. Just as expected. What was bound to happen had finally come to pass. The boss might be wealthy, but he wasn't stupid. Since they hadn't followed Su Mingyang out, he wouldn't be paying them anymore. All right. The two young men nodded and followed the bodyguard captain into the estate. They waited in the estate until noon. As course after exquisite dish was carried to the table by the servants, Wu Duong descended the stairs at a leisurely pace. Seeing the two energetic young men from yesterday now dressed smartly, Wu Diwang's face lit up with a warm smile. That's how young men should look. Much more spirited. That colorful hair of yours yesterday? This old man just couldn't appreciate it. Wu Duong said, taking his seat at the dining table. I called you here again because of yesterday's matter. Wu Diwang's eyes gleamed as his gaze swept over the two young men. The two youths exchanged a glance, silently sighing that it was indeed so. Mr. Wu, we understand. Since we couldn't leave with Elder Su to care for him, we won't take this money either. We understand that much. Upon hearing this, Wu Diwang's smile grew even broader. So what are your plans after today? Dye your hair back to its previous vibrant colors and keep shooting those meaningless little videos? We might need to re-evaluate the direction of our previous videos. There might have been some issues. The guy with the buzz cut, who had been the one with the yellow hair yesterday, spoke up. He knew that if they wanted to make a name for themselves through short videos, they couldn't keep producing the same empty content. How about this? You guys travel across the country to find revolutionary veterans and document their stories. I'll pay you the same salary as previously agreed. Plus, I'll cover all your expenses along the way. What do you think? Wu Diwang's face lit up with a broad smile, and the two men's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. At Qingshui County bus station, Su Mingyang, Xiao Yeye, and Li Deji had already boarded the coach heading back to Annan City. Throughout the journey, the three exchanged few words, each resting with eyes closed. Though little Yeye was curious about their next stop, she saw Su Mingyang had no intention of speaking and decided not to ask. She knew that when Grandpa Su was ready to talk, he would share these things naturally. An hour later, the bus pulled slowly into the Annan bus station. Xiao Yeye stepped off the bus and started her livestream. Behind her, Li Deji seemed a bit at a loss, ultimately choosing to handle the luggage. Su Mingyang pulled out his phone, pinpointed an urban village, and under Xiao Yeye's guidance, boarded the bus heading there. Along the way, many people recognized Su Mingyang and Xiao Yeye. However, whenever they approached to ask for a photo, Li Deji would step in front of them, telling them not to disturb Grandpa Su. Viewers who watched Su Mingyang's livestream and remembered him naturally understood that Grandpa Su was escorting his old comrade home. Therefore, though they were deeply reluctant, they could do nothing about it. After all, their upbringing forbade such abrupt behavior. Stepping off the bus, Su Mingyang strode toward the urban village. He moved swiftly along the roads here, as if he had been here before. Xiao Yeye and Li Deji followed behind Su Mingyang, their eyes filled with astonishment. They couldn't understand why Grandpa Su seemed so at home here. Still, they didn't press for answers. Throughout the journey, they could sense Grandpa Su's urgency. Meanwhile, many viewers had just joined the livestream. The moment they entered, they saw Su Mingyang leading the way at a rapid pace. His appearance was completely different from the hunched, aged figure they remembered, which immediately caught their attention. What's up with Grandpa Su? He seems so rushed. I actually live in this urban village, but Grandpa Su seems to know it better than I do? Like that shortcut earlier, you couldn't possibly know about it unless you'd lived here for at least 3 to 5 years. Has Grandpa Su been here many times before? Chapter 108, your last name is Su? Probably. But didn't Grandpa Su say he'd been living deep in the mountains all these years and never came out? So what's going on now? Host, could you film in front of Grandpa Su? Maybe someone's guiding him? Xiao Yeye stared at the comments flooding the livestream with utter helplessness. Who would be guiding Grandpa Su? He clearly knows this place like the back of his hand. But after seeing the comments, Xiao Yeye grew even more curious. No matter how hard she racked her brain, she couldn't figure out why Grandpa Su knew this dilapidated urban village so well. Judging by its appearance, this village was probably built in the last century. Many of the surrounding buildings had been renovated multiple times over the years. Finally, after a few minutes, Su Mingyang came to a stop in front of an old, self-built house. He looked up at the house before him, the badge pinned to his chest gleaming brightly in the sunlight. Xuanxia, I'm late. Su Mingyang's face was filled with regret as he approached and knocked on the weathered wooden door. Knock knock knock. After several knocks, rustling sounds came from inside. Coming. An aged woman's voice echoed from inside the house. Immediately after, an elderly woman with silver white hair pushed open the door. The moment she saw Su Mingyang, she visibly froze. "Big brother, who are you looking for?" the old woman asked, her eyes scanning Su Mingyang. She felt a sense of familiarity with the old man before her, yet she couldn't place where she had seen him before. Su Mingyang, too, studied the old woman. His gaze was vacant, as if he were looking through her, searching for someone else. Even with all her years of experience, the old woman felt a chill run down her spine under Su Mingyang's gaze. She tentatively asked again. "Old brother, who are you looking for?" Su Mingyang snapped back to reality at her prompting. Realizing his earlier stare had been discourteous, he took a step back to signal his lack of hostility before removing the badge pin to his chest. "Hello, is this Wu Chuanxia's home? I'm here to see her." Su Mingyang's voice was dry, his words heavy with memories and regret. Hearing Su Mingyang's words, the old woman froze again. "You're here to see my mother? Could you be Uncle Su?" No. Mother told me Uncle Su passed away long ago. How could you be him? So big brother, you must be Uncle Su's son, right? The old woman was quite advanced in years, her mind somewhat clouded, and she couldn't immediately guess Su Mingyang's identity. A faint smile flitted across Su Mingyang's face at her words. However, he had no intention of teasing her. "I didn't die. Back then. I was the one who wronged you, Xuanxia." Su Mingyang's voice grew increasingly choked with emotion as cloudy tears welled up and streamed down his cheeks. Behind him, Xiao Yeye and Li Deji were both stunned. They sensed a major scoop was about to unfold. Though they were thrilled at the prospect of hearing the juicy details, she still preferred to spare Grandpa Su from such heartache. Inside the livestream, viewers who had waited patiently were finally about to witness the climax. The chat exploded with excitement. Yay! Finally, we get to hear Grandpa Su tell stories from back in the day again. We can listen to the stories, sure, but why am I inexplicably feeling a pang of sympathy? Duh! Any normal person would feel a little heartache for Grandpa Su right now. Unlike some people sending comments earlier who clearly have no idea what empathy feels like. Enough chatter. Grandpa Su was about to go on. Outside the self-built house, the old woman heard that Su Mingyang was actually Uncle Su, and a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Even at over 90 years old, she still remembered clearly. Back then, her mother had told her when she was little that her adoptive father had passed away. That's right. The old woman before them was none other than the adopted daughter of Wu Chuanxia and Su Mingyang. After everyone settled inside, the old woman brewed a pot of tea for them all. Surveying the simple furnishings around them, Su Mingyang felt a pang of sorrow. He looked at the old woman, his questioning voice tinged with a hint of certainty. "You must be Wu Xiao, if I'm not mistaken." At Su Mingyang's question, a flicker of surprise crossed the old woman's eyes. However, instead of nodding in response to Su Mingyang's inquiry, she shook her head. "Su. Uncle Su, my surname isn't Wu, it's Su." Holy crap! This old lady's surname is Su? I swear, this is absolutely the biggest surprise I've had all year. If she really is a Su, could she be a descendant of Grandpa Su? Mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. Damn it. I was in class when I heard Grandpa Su say that. I jumped right out of my chair. Then the teacher came over and asked what I was doing. What else could I say? I had to tell him I needed to use the restroom. "Dude upstairs, you're something else. So you're probably watching this live stream from the bathroom right now, huh? But if the other person is Grandpa Su's offspring, why did Grandpa Su ask if they were surnamed Wu? If you can't figure it out, just keep watching. There's bound to be an explanation soon." Just as the netizen predicted, the explanation arrived promptly. "When I was little, my name really was Wu Chuanxia. But on the day I came of age, my mother specially changed my surname. She said that without my adoptive father's sacrifices on the front lines, we never could have defeated the Japanese invaders. Therefore, she ultimately decided to change my surname to my adoptive father's." Su Chuanxia spoke, stepping aside. Behind her, her mother's portrait now hung upon the wall. Su Mingyang followed her gaze and found himself speechless for a moment. A wave of guilt washed over him like a tidal surge. Struggle filled Su Mingyang's eyes. He didn't know how to face her now. "So, Dad, can you tell me what really happened back then? Why did Mother tell me you had passed away? Why? To say she didn't resent Su Mingyang would be a lie." Su Chuanxia still remembered countless late nights when her mother, after receiving news of Su Mingyang's death in battle, would weep herself to sleep. She was too young back then to understand why her mother was so upset, thinking her tears were only because she had misbehaved. So, at just 3 or 4 years old, she began learning household chores to help her mother. It wasn't until she came of age that her mother finally revealed everything, including her true origins. It was then she learned she was not a fatherless bastard. Her father was a great hero who had sacrificed his life fighting the Japanese invaders. But her father had already died sacrificed when she was just 2 or 3 years old, too young to understand anything. Chapter 109, Livestream interrupted. Yet why, now, did the man her mother had longed for day and night suddenly appear before her? He hadn't died at all? Su Chuanxia stared at Su Mingyang, her eyes burning with confusion. If he hadn't died, why had her mother received news of his death? If he hadn't died, why hadn't he returned even once all these years? Why? Countless questions swirled within Su Chuanxiao's heart.
Yet, when these doubts reached the tip of her tongue, they remained trapped, unable to form into words she could utter. The joy of reuniting with a loved one clashed with the disappointment of learning Su Mingyang hadn't died, yet had never returned to see her and her mother. A torrent of emotions surged through Su Chuanxiao's heart like a raging sea. For a moment, Su Chuanxia didn't know where to begin. She stared blankly at Su Mingyang, her eyes vacant, frozen like a stone statue. Holy crap! I finally get it. Grandpa Su was a total jerk in his youth. Who would have thought Grandpa Su could pull something like this, abandoning his wife and child? It's hard to believe. Honestly, if it were me, I might do the same after achieving fame and fortune. But coming from Grandpa Su? I absolutely cannot accept it. Grandpa Su held such a lofty place in our hearts. How could he do something like this? Disappointed, utterly disappointed. Who knew you were this kind of person, Grandpa Su? In the livestream chat, condemnation of Su Mingyang grew louder by the minute. Even some viewers who had previously stood firmly by Su Mingyang's side began to waver under the shock of this incident. Xiao Yeye stared at the flood of comments in the chat, momentarily at a loss for how to defend Grandpa Su. After all, until Grandpa Su offered his own explanation, any attempts to defend him would be futile. In the living room of his self-built house, Su Mingyang sighed heavily. The reason he hadn't returned and had arranged for news of his sacrifice to be relayed back was purely to spare his family from suffering. Back then, not long after the War of Resistance against Japanese aggression ended, the Korean War erupted. Early in that conflict, the Eagle Nation had already set its sights on infiltrating agents into China to assassinate key officials and their families. To protect his family, Su Mingyang had no choice but to spread the false news of his own death. Even after their crushing defeat in the war, the Eagle Nation never ceased its assassination attempts against former high-ranking officials. Moreover, to ensure the assassinations proceeded more smoothly, the Eagle Nation even risked exposing the identities of numerous spies solely to achieve successful killings. It was only in recent years, as these veteran revolutionaries passed away one after another and China's national strength grew increasingly robust, that the Eagle Nation dared not continue its aggressive tactics. They had no choice but to abandon the plan. This is precisely why Su Mingyang now dares to publicly acknowledge his relationship with Su Chuanxia. Though Su Mingyang didn't care whether his current identity was exposed or not. However, once his identity was exposed, countless assassins would inevitably target him. In that case, many ordinary citizens would inevitably be caught in the crossfire. That's why Su Mingyang hesitated to explain the situation to Su Chuanxia in front of the live cameras. Seeing Su Mingyang offer no explanation, only persistent reassurance. The disappointment in Su Chuanxia's eyes grew ever more pronounced. Though she had been young at the time, she still remembered how her mother had wept for over half a month after learning of Su Mingyang's sacrifice. It was also during that period that her mother, exhausted both physically and mentally, finally collapsed under the strain. Though discovered in time, preventing a major catastrophe. But after that incident, her mother's health began to visibly decline. By the time she entered high school, her mother sometimes couldn't even get out of bed, and the household relied entirely on her, still a student, to keep things going. And where was Su Mingyang at that time? Where was he? Did he ever think about his wife and adopted daughter's suffering at home? Gradually, a deep sorrow clouded the depths of Su Chuanxia's eyes. All these years, have you truly never thought of me and mother? Or do I and mother merely appear to you as two utterly ridiculous clowns? Su Chuanxia's voice grew harsher and sharper, each word stabbing deep into Su Mingyang's heart. Confronted by Su Chuanxia's relentless questioning, Su Mingyang clearly felt uneasy. All these years, she was the first person who dared to confront him so aggressively. Yet Su Mingyang did not lose his temper. While he had his own reasons for his actions back then, he admitted it wasn't exactly honorable. Back then, his sole focus had been on protecting his family from the threat of Eagle Sauce Nation spies. Therefore, he hadn't given much thought to their feelings. Initially, he believed that after the war to resist the Eagles and aid Korea, the Eagles would revoke their assassination order against them. Yet the assassination order did not vanish with the war's conclusion. Instead, it persisted for decades. After the Korean War concluded, when it became clear that the assassination orders targeting China's high-ranking officials and their families had not been revoked, Su Mingyang decided he wouldn't keep hiding it any longer. At worst, he would bring Wu Jiaoning and Wu Chuanxia under his protection. However, after dispatching men to search for their whereabouts, Su Mingyang received the news. Wu Jiaoning had passed away. At the time, upon hearing the news, Su Mingyang couldn't recall how he managed to get through that period. However, having seen death in life countless times, Su Mingyang quickly regained his composure after the initial shock. Yet, when it came to whether he should bring Wu Chuanxia to his side, he hesitated. He knew that bringing her to his side would likely mean she would be tied to him for the rest of her life. As long as the assassination order issued by the Eagle Nation remained active, Wu Chuanxia could still be targeted at any moment. Faced with the choice between reuniting with her and ensuring she would never face the threat of assassination again, Su Mingyang resolutely chose the latter. Even if she were to acknowledge their relationship, he could offer her little. Rather than drag her into the vortex, he preferred to let her experience the bright future ahead. In the end, half out of selfishness and half with a sigh, Su Mingyang chose not to reveal his identity to Wu Chuanxia. Little did he expect that after all these years, she still harbored resentment toward him. Su Mingyang waved his hand and addressed the live stream camera. Viewers in the live stream, there are some things I need to explain to her. Some details might not be suitable for broadcast, so the stream will pause for a while. Chapter 110, Intelligence Output. Wait, what is Grandpa Su about to say? Is there something our esteemed viewers can't hear? Grandpa Su, this isn't right. If you don't clarify this matter in front of us, how can we possibly trust you? Don't tell me you're planning to placate Grandma Su first and rebuild your image? Grandpa Su, explain it right here. I promise not to spread rumors. In the livestream chat, viewers pulled out all the stops trying to keep Su Mingyang from leaving. From his earlier remarks, they sensed something far more explosive lurking beneath the surface. They all wanted to uncover the hidden truth. This was their only chance. Once he finished explaining things with his wife, this matter would never be brought up again. Yet despite their desperate pleas, they couldn't persuade Su Mingyang to stay. They could only watch helplessly as Su Mingyang and the old woman walked away. Seeing this, Xiao Yaya, wanting to keep the livestream engaging, introduced Li Deji to the viewers. When the viewers learned that Li Deji was the same redhead from before, astonishment swept through the chat. Meanwhile, Su Mingyang and Su Chuanxia entered the kitchen. Looking at Su Chuanxia, whose hair was now streaked with silver, Su Mingyang felt a pang of emotion at how quickly time had passed. 1,000 thoughts swirled in his mind, yet he couldn't find the words to speak. A moment of silence passed. Then he began explaining the whole situation to her. 10 minutes later. That's pretty much it. Even with my own personal guard, I was targeted for assassination every few days. Thinking about it now, if it had been you, you probably wouldn't have been able to endure it. That's why I sent word of my death back home to sever all ties with you. Su Chuanxia, who had been sitting quietly listening to Su Mingyang's explanation, was now sobbing uncontrollably. At her age, one would expect her to shed tears less easily. But learning that Su Mingyang had sent word of his own death to protect her and her mother. Even after all these years, he never explained. She couldn't begin to imagine what Su Mingyang had endured. Perhaps this was the greatness of a father. Once Su Chuanxia had recovered, Su Mingyang and the other person left the kitchen one after the other. The moment the two reappeared, Xiao Yaya immediately raised her live streaming camera and stepped forward again. Earlier, she had already explained in full why Li Deji was able to stay by Grandpa Su's side. Moreover, since Li Deji hadn't started streaming, he only posted a few videos at most. So viewers didn't harbor much dislike toward him. When Su Mingyang and Su Chuanxia emerged, with Su Chuanxia clearly showing signs of having cried, the viewers were unsettled. What happened? Did that old woman cry inside earlier? So what exactly did Grandpa Su tell this old lady back there? It's all your fault, host. We told you to eavesdrop earlier but you refused. Instead, you dragged us here to introduce Li Deji. Looks like you have zero sense of urgency. Honestly, I think the host is just too naive. She actually took the initiative to introduce this newcomer, Li Deji, to us. Hasn't she considered that teaching your apprentice might starve the master? What if one day all the viewers get lured away by Li Deji? Then the host will be out of a job. Reading these comments, Xiao Yaya felt utterly baffled. Good grief, she just refused a request from these viewers to eavesdrop. How did that turn into her stream being doomed? And these viewers had been saying just the other day. They'd vowed to never switch to her competitors as long as she kept streaming. Why were they turning on her so suddenly? For a moment, Xiao Yaya was at a loss for words. Su Mingyang, however, offered a warm smile before stepping in to ease the tension. Weren't the viewers in my previous live streams all curious about why I knew the roads around here so well? Actually, there's nothing I can't say about it. Before coming here, I reviewed the route countless times. But in the end, I was still a step too late. Su Mingyang's voice was heavy with regret. Back then, if he had arrived sooner, even just half a year or a year earlier, perhaps the news awaiting him wouldn't have been the tragic passing of Wu Jiaoni. But after all these years, he had come to accept this outcome. Hearing Su Mingyang's words, the viewers in the livestream were all puzzled. What's going on? Why is he suddenly talking about half a year or a year earlier? This is confusing. What is Grandpa Su talking about now? Grandpa Su, you've changed. You never used to be this cryptic. Don't you understand? Combining Grandpa Su's words with what the old woman said earlier, we can easily deduce. Grandpa Su must have discovered his beloved wife had passed away while preparing to bring her back. That's why he mentioned coming back half a year or a year early. Upon hearing this viewer's reminder, the live stream audience was slightly stunned. However, this shock didn't last long. Instead, curiosity about the events of that year took hold. So what exactly happened back then? I'm still dying to know. Hey, you up there, I'd advise you not to pry into other people's business. Didn't Grandpa Su explicitly say these things can't be discussed in the livestream? Don't you want to watch Grandpa Su's live streams anymore?
Even though I'm dying to know too, if finding out means I can never watch Grandpa Su's streams again, I'd rather stay in the dark. Same here. Back then, it was already the mid to late stages of the anti-Japanese war. Su Mingyang began, half reminiscing, half sighing. The story of those days unfolded slowly from his lips, like frames of a film being rewound. Back then, deep within the mountains, Su Mingyang gathered intelligence on the Japanese rear lines. Working alongside revolutionary soldiers, he pinpointed every direction of their movements. Consequently, the Japanese forces suffered repeated defeats in their confrontations with the revolutionary troops. Soon, the Japanese soldiers also realized something was amiss. They knew that unless they could root out Su Mingyang and his group who were hiding deep in the mountains, constantly gathering intelligence on them and leaking it out, their subsequent operations would continue to be detected by revolutionary soldiers. Ultimately, when their rear defenses were vulnerable, revolutionary soldiers might even breach their main base. This was utterly intolerable. Therefore, to resolve their current predicament, they had only one path: to capture and eliminate every last member of Su Mingyang's group hiding deep in the mountains. Only then could they regain their previous advantage, advancing cautiously while maintaining superior intelligence over the revolutionary forces. Chapter 111, The Villagers' Method. Hidden deep in the mountains, Su Mingyang, who kept sending intelligence reports, was unaware of this problem. However, the Japanese troops' deployment frequency had noticeably decreased in recent days, leaving him puzzled. He assumed the Japanese had realized that any sortie would inevitably draw targeted retaliation from the revolutionary soldiers. Therefore, they had temporarily chosen to rest and recuperate. Yet, just as Su Mingyang and his men relaxed their guard, sentry soldiers stationed midway up the mountain spotted the Japanese troops' movements. They hurried back to the mountaintop and urgently reported to Su Mingyang. "Captain Su, a dense mass of Japanese troops has been spotted at the foot of the mountain ahead. They're closing in on us. It looks like they're heading straight for us." Company Commander Su, the same situation at the rear foothills. "We've spotted 2,000 to 3,000 Japanese troops conducting a thorough search." Sentinels stationed at both the front and rear positions had detected the Japanese forces. Upon hearing their reports, Su Mingyang hesitated not a moment. He immediately ordered everyone to pack their equipment and withdraw. After days of heavy casualties, only a dozen or so soldiers remained in their ranks. Among them, 3 or 4 were wounded. This made the evacuation mission extremely difficult. Even so, Su Mingyang refused to abandon the wounded warriors. After all, in Su Mingyang's view, even at the very last moment, the wounded must not be left behind as long as there remained a chance for escape. Under Su Mingyang's guidance, all the soldiers, some carrying the telegraph machine, others carrying the wounded, moved toward the pre-planned evacuation route. The group moved with urgency, daring not to slow down for a moment. They understood that stopping now could mean being caught by the Japanese devils, and the consequences were all too clear. However, as they neared the pass connecting the two mountains, Su Mingyang and his men were stunned. The pass, towering dozens of meters high, loomed before them like a divine punishment. A Japanese squadron of over 100 soldiers was stationed there. To fortify their defenses against any breach, the Japanese had even constructed sturdy trenches along the pass. Their sole purpose was to prevent Su Mingyang and his men from escaping at all costs. Seeing this, Su Mingyang felt his heart sink. A forced charge would likely cost them their lives here, let alone allow them to shake off the pursuing enemy. But he refused to be discouraged. If this path was blocked, he would simply find another. Su Mingyang then scouted several other routes, only to find that every single one of these essential passages was occupied by Japanese troops. It seemed the Japanese had spared no expense in this pursuit. After winding through numerous locations, Su Mingyang found no passage leading to another mountain range. In a moment of desperation, Su Mingyang decisively ordered his soldiers to abandon the telegraph machine. The group charged straight down the mountain. The Japanese troops were advancing upward, encircling the mountain. Their encirclement appeared impenetrable, leaving not a single gap. Yet beneath this tight web lay countless blind spots. The most obvious were the checkpoints set up by the Japanese soldiers. These points were invariably located at junctions where only a single path remained passable. To bypass them, one would have to scale treacherous cliffs. This was utterly impossible for Su Mingyang's current party. Therefore, since scaling the cliffs was out of the question, they might as well descend directly along this path. Exactly. Su Mingyang's plan to play a game of hide-and-seek with the revolutionaries was primarily aimed at slipping past the Japanese invaders undetected. Within the encircling perimeter of the Japanese forces, they could slip through undetected. When Su Mingyang gave the order, his revolutionary comrades followed without hesitation, each stepping in lockstep with him as they marched straight toward the Japanese forces. As they neared the Japanese patrol, Su Mingyang led his men back around, lying in wait beneath the Japanese sentry post on the cliff face, biding their time until the Japanese troops departed. Sure enough, once the Japanese searchers neared their encampment, they relaxed their vigilance. After all, this was their own territory. It never occurred to them that Su Mingyang might be hiding in this spot. They exchanged brief pleasantries before departing. Only after the Japanese soldiers had departed could Su Mingyang lead the revolutionary fighters to break out of the Japanese encirclement. Yet despite its perilous appearance, this segment proved the easiest leg of Su Mingyang's pursuit by the Japanese troops. After all, this was the only time none of his men had been lost. After shaking off the Japanese pursuit, Su Mingyang and his men remained utterly vigilant. They knew that while they appeared safe now, the Japanese could still catch up at any moment. Once the Japanese completed their search of the mountain and confirmed it was empty, they would pursue them down without hesitation. After all, the only way for Su Mingyang and his group to escape was down the mountain. As for how Su Mingyang and his men descended the mountain, the Japanese devils couldn't care less. They only cared about achieving their objective, not the means by which it was accomplished. Events unfolded exactly as Su Mingyang had anticipated. Upon discovering the mountain was deserted and finding a telegraph machine smashed to pieces, the Japanese immediately concluded Su Mingyang and his group must have fled down the mountain. Without a moment's hesitation, they dispatched men down the mountain to track their footprints. Whether by sheer luck or thoroughness, the Japanese soldiers actually managed to track down Su Mingyang's group. For the next several days, Su Mingyang and his men raced day and night, while the Japanese pursued relentlessly behind them. Fortunately, the Japanese made enough noise that Su Mingyang and his men became aware of the pursuit. After days of relentless travel without any resupply, the revolutionary soldiers were on the brink of collapse. If the Japanese continued their relentless pursuit, they wouldn't last 3 days. Starvation would claim them long before the enemy caught up. Finally, just as everyone was on the verge of exhaustion, they came upon a village called Mule Village. This was precisely where Su Mingyang now stood. Upon arriving in Mule Village, the villagers learned that Su Mingyang and his men were being pursued by the Japanese invaders. Far from refusing them, the villagers welcomed them with open arms. Every household not only brought out their most treasured grain reserves but also slaughtered the village's only fattened pig to nourish Su Mingyang and his companions. In those days, the value of a pig was incomparable to what it is today. If utilized wisely, the grain obtained from a pig could prevent starvation in the entire village for 2 or 3 years. Moreover, before Su Mingyang and his companions arrived, the sow was already pregnant and about to give birth. The villagers initially planned to wait until after the sow gave birth before slaughtering her. That was the villagers' initial plan. Yet upon seeing the exhausted soldiers, they hesitated not a moment. They slaughtered the pregnant sow immediately to nourish the revolutionary fighters. Su Mingyang understood that this was likely how these villagers chose to contribute to the fight against the Japanese invaders. Chapter 112: Victory through Unconventional Tactics. Even if they couldn't take up arms and fight the Japanese devils to the death. But whenever the revolutionary soldiers needed anything, they would give everything they had without hesitation. At that moment, no matter how much Su Mingyang and his comrades insisted on refusing the pork, it was already too late to change their minds. The villagers understood the nature of revolutionary soldiers. If they didn't go all out, the soldiers would never take even a thread from the people. To ensure Su Mingyang and his men consumed the pork, the village chief gathered the villagers outside the dwelling where Su Mingyang and his comrades were resting. They vowed to stand there until Su Mingyang and his comrades ate the pork they had brought. Thus, with no other choice, Su Mingyang ordered his revolutionary soldiers to eat the pig slaughtered specifically for them by the village. That meal was the most delicious one Su Mingyang had ever eaten in his life. Even back when he was so hungry he'd gnaw on tree roots and bark, Su Mingyang and Xiao Shuanzi had never felt such bliss when they managed to catch field mice. Perhaps this was the reassuring sense of security that comes from having the people behind you. After resting in the village for a day, Su Mingyang wrote an IOU to the village chief and prepared to leave. He knew that if they couldn't leave before the Japanese soldiers arrived, the entire village would face a one-sided massacre. To cover their tracks, Su Mingyang and his group planned to return to the fork in the road they had encountered before reaching the village. They left a torn strip of cloth on a dead tree branch, heading down the other path to lead the Japanese soldiers astray. However, just as the group prepared to depart, inside the village, all able-bodied men and women were summoned out. They followed Su Mingyang's footsteps, eager to join the revolutionary ranks. Su Mingyang understood their intentions, but with their own survival already uncertain, how could they possibly take on new recruits? Su Mingyang tried to refuse. But no matter how he refused, the villagers kept trailing behind them. Ultimately, pressed by the villagers once more, Su Mingyang reluctantly allowed them to join the ranks. Wu Jiaoni was among these newly recruited villagers. As the Japanese soldiers closed in, Su Mingyang and his group quickened their pace. Finally, before the Japanese soldiers could catch them, they successfully broke free from pursuit and escaped the encirclement deep within enemy territory. The moment they broke free, Su Mingyang and his companions plunged deep into the mountains. Here, the Japanese could not spare many troops to search for them. Gradually, over a month passed. Su Mingyang and his group learned the location of the nearest anti-Japanese division. Soon after, Su Mingyang led his band of revolutionary soldiers toward the main force. These villagers also successfully joined the organization. Meanwhile, a quiet affection had blossomed between Su Mingyang and Wu Jiaoni, spreading unnoticed in both their hearts. Many revolutionary soldiers around them had noticed, and they often began to tease the pair whenever they saw them together. At that time, the revolutionary forces imposed restrictions on marriages within the ranks. Only those who had attained a certain rank or had served in the revolutionary ranks for a significant period were granted permission to marry within the unit. Otherwise, soldiers could only marry women outside the ranks. This policy was implemented to prevent soldiers from doing something foolish after the death of their loved ones. After all, when it came to mortality rates, the anti-Japanese forces were second to none. It could be said that anyone who survived 3 consecutive campaigns would, at the very least, rise to the rank of platoon leader. Those who could follow the main force through campaigns across the north and south for half a year without dying. Becoming a company commander or battalion commander was a breeze. As for regimental commanders and higher ranks, that couldn't be achieved by sheer longevity alone. It required a matching resume and a record of battle achievements. Otherwise, commanding so many men without commensurate capability would make it difficult to command their respect. Upon returning to the main force, Su Mingyang was promoted directly to regiment commander, effectively skipping 4 ranks based on his repeated meritorious service. Upon hearing the news, Su Mingyang showed little surprise. He had never harbored excessive expectations regarding military rank. His sole desire was to live out the fiery spirit of a Huagua man in this era. Soon after Su Mingyang was commissioned as a battalion commander, the division received a mission. This time, the Japanese flanking force intended to strike the Revolutionary Army's defenses from the rear, severing all supply lines for the troops battling the enemy on the front lines. Their division was tasked with halting this Japanese maneuver. Should they fail to resist the Japanese advance, the troops fighting the enemy at the front would be swallowed whole by the enemy. For the revolutionary soldiers, this would be a blow so severe it would be nearly fatal. Assuming command in this critical hour, Su Mingyang led his regiment of over 1,000 men to meet the enemy. As a newly appointed regiment commander, Su Mingyang showed promise in all aspects, but his abilities still needed to be tested in practice. Therefore, the division command did not assign him overly complex tasks this time. Instead, they tasked him with leading these new recruits to rapidly dig trenches to block the Japanese invaders. Assigned to this menial task, Su Mingyang remained unperturbed. He organized his soldiers to construct trench after trench in an assembly line fashion. This trench building method was one he had seen on military channels in his later life. In later years, many netizens, with time on their hands, enjoyed researching aspects of the anti-Japanese war. How to rapidly construct practical, durable trenches remained an enduring topic of fascination. This had spurred many netizens to deliberately study these matters. Su Mingyang happened to have a slight interest in these matters as well, so he dabbled in them. Ultimately, when Su Mingyang used others' trench digging methods to construct trenches that were significantly more robust than standard ones in less than half the time, the division commander recognized Su Mingyang as a talent. However, with a formidable enemy at hand, he had little time to dwell on such matters. His immediate concern was how to confront the enemy. Opposing him stood just over 10,000 Japanese soldiers, while he commanded a force of just over 10,000 revolutionary fighters. It was a bitter truth, but undeniable. If they engaged in a direct confrontation, 10,000 well-equipped Japanese soldiers, backed by mortar artillery and bomber support. With only 10,000 revolutionary soldiers, it would be nearly impossible to hold them off. Forget holding the line, they wouldn't even be able to resist the enemy's assault for long. If they wished to hold their ground, their only option was to achieve victory through unconventional means. There was simply no other way. Chapter 113, The military gap is too great. In an instant, countless unconventional strategies flashed through Su Mingyang's mind. He promptly reported his ideas to his superiors. The division commander was a middle-aged man in his 40s whom everyone called Commander Sure. After Su Mingyang submitted his plan, the division and regiment officers deliberated and decided to implement it. Thus, during the subsequent period of waiting for the Japanese invaders' arrival, the revolutionary soldiers preemptively laid landmines in multiple locations. Moreover, they positioned several guerrilla units around the perimeter tasked with harassing the Japanese forces from the flanks. However, what no one had anticipated was this. The Japanese forces completely avoided the trap and simply bypassed the area. After all, their objective was not to annihilate every revolutionary soldier. They only needed to encircle the main force at the front. They planned to wait for the right moment to annihilate the encircled revolutionary soldiers in one decisive blow. It was only then that Su Mingyang realized how insignificant his petty cleverness appeared when faced with the vastness of a military force. On the battlefield, mere cleverness without grand strategy could only yield temporary victories. Unavoidably, Su Mingyang felt the vast gulf separating him from the great leader. However, the Japanese had taken a detour, and their mission remained unchanged. They must exhaust every last ounce of strength to halt the Japanese advance toward the rear. Without trenches or matching military strength, the only thing that could stop the Japanese invaders was the revolutionary soldiers' burning passion. Their division was largely composed of new recruits, most of them quite young. The youngest boy stood barely taller than his rifle. Yet at this age, when they should be in school, they were sent to the battlefield for the sake of China. They were the true young heroes. Xiao Su. Your unit will temporarily support the frontline troops in the rear. I know you're reluctant, but your squad is the youngest in our entire division. The future of our nation rests on their shoulders. They cannot be lost. Division Commander Shi summoned Su Mingyang to his side. He did not blame Su Mingyang for his earlier misjudgment, which had led to the waste of significant manpower and resources on constructing trenches and laying mines. If it had been him, he might have done the same. Yes, sir. Su Mingyang didn't waste words. On the battlefield, military orders are paramount. Before long, the Japanese soldiers were once again stopped by the revolutionary troops. This time, the Japanese soldiers did not take a detour again. After all, their earlier detour wasn't out of fear of the revolutionary soldiers, but because they feared the soldiers might have set up ambushes in those areas. That was why they had chosen to detour. Now that they had advanced this far, the revolutionary soldiers could not possibly have ambushed them here. Bang! As the first bullet propelled by gunpowder left the barrel, the battle erupted. The battlefield roared with the deafening din of artillery fire as the revolutionary soldiers fought fiercely, drenched in blood. Yet the disparity in military equipment was like an unbridgeable chasm. Even with comparable numbers, it amounted to nothing less than a one-sided slaughter. The range of the revolutionary soldiers' bullets was vastly inferior to that of the Japanese invaders. Thus, the Japanese could stand at the edge of the revolutionaries' firing range, continuously firing bursts at them. Moreover, mortar fire rained down like a furious dragon unleashing its wrath, reducing the revolutionary soldiers' positions to utter chaos. In an instant, the revolutionary soldiers fell like cut leeks, one after another. They could only scramble to conceal themselves and frantically dig trenches. Only by doing so could they hold their ground on this battlefield a little longer. The Japanese forces' initial probing assault lasted nearly an hour. During that hour, over 1,000 revolutionary soldiers were killed or wounded. In contrast, the Japanese suffered only a few dozen casualties. Most of those casualties were caused by ricocheting grenades. Fortunately, the trench digging techniques taught by Su Mingyang proved simple and easy to learn. Within that hour, the revolutionary soldiers had all taken cover in the trenches. Seeing that the distant Po could no longer inflict significant damage on the revolutionary soldiers, the Japanese troops abandoned their futile attrition tactics. A distinctive Japanese battle cry pierced the air. Shouting profanities, the Japanese soldiers charged toward the revolutionary troops. As the Japanese soldiers closed in, the revolutionary soldiers counterattacked head-on. Both sides instantly became locked in close combat. Close quarters combat partially offset the revolutionaries' inferior weaponry. The bullets from the Japanese soldiers' rifles were pointed. At close range, these bullets easily pierced the bodies of the revolutionary soldiers. Therefore, these revolutionary soldiers rarely formed a straight line. After all, if they formed a line, a single bullet could wound several revolutionaries at once. However, the sharpness of the bullets had both advantages and disadvantages. Because the bullets were so sharp, they rarely lodged in the bodies of the revolutionary soldiers. As long as the bullet passed through the body without hitting vital organs, then the revolutionary soldier could simply stuff a piece of ragged cloth into the muzzle and continue fighting. The firearms used by the revolutionary soldiers were all outdated models. The bullets from these weapons weren't as sharp as those used by the Japanese invaders. Instead, they appeared rather clunky. However, while such bullets were difficult to hit their target, once they made contact regardless of the body part, they would almost certainly incapacitate the target. Moreover, upon impact, the bullet would spiral into the target's body. This meant that if the Japanese soldiers tried to remove the bullets, tweezers alone would be insufficient. Proper surgical intervention was absolutely necessary. Even after surgery, safety wasn't guaranteed. After all, bullets like these typically carry traces of rust on their projectiles. Therefore, if the Japanese soldiers fail to properly disinfect and sterilize the wound afterward, infection is highly likely. Thus, for a time, it appeared both sides were trading blows back and forth. But all of this was an illusion. As the battle dragged on, 1 hour, 2 hours, some of the revolutionary soldiers who had been hit earlier either collapsed from exhaustion, or the rags plugging their bullet wounds proved useless, blood still gushing out as if it were free. Nearly every revolutionary soldier in the ranks bore wounds, large or small. This was the Japanese invaders' consistent approach to dealing with revolutionary soldiers. They would advance without regard for cost, wearing down the revolutionary soldiers. Once the revolutionaries were exhausted, they would face a fresh wave of artillery bombardment. The moment the Japanese gunfire abruptly ceased, countless shells simultaneously hurtled toward the camp. Some wounded soldiers, slowed by their injuries, were cut down. Chapter 114, Risky Maneuvers. The shelling continued for over half an hour. When Su Mingyang crawled out of the trench again, all he saw was a charred, blackened landscape. As far as the eye could see, almost none of the soldiers who hadn't taken cover in the trenches the moment the shells began falling had survived. Among them was Wu Jiaoni, the makeshift medic. She was somewhat fortunate, however. The moment the shell struck, she had turned and rolled into a pile of earth accumulated from digging the trenches. The soil in these piles was loose and soft, and because they had been built by many people working together, there was a large hollow in the center. Wu Jiaoni took cover in that very pit. After surviving the initial waves of shells, the kicked-up dirt buried her beneath the surface, effectively shielding her from most of the shrapnel damage. However, this protection was ultimately limited. Numerous small fragments still pierced Wu Jiaonie's back. When Su Mingyang found her, she lay trembling in the dirt pile, covered in shrapnel like a hedgehog. He called out to several others, and together they pulled Wu Jiaonie out. There she lay, clutching the medical kit tightly beneath her body. With life and death hanging in the balance, why are you still protecting this medical kit? Is a medical kit more important than your own life? Su Mingyang's face darkened with fury at the sight. He couldn't fathom this woman at all. Could this first aid kit truly be more important than her life? Wu Jiaonie trembled visibly at the rebuke, her voice tinged with regret as she stammered. No, I. Wu Jiaonie stammered for a long time, unable to form a complete sentence. Just as Su Mingyang moved to snatch the first aid kit from her grasp, she curled up like a frightened little hedgehog, clutching the kit tightly to her chest. But after curling up, she realized her reaction seemed a bit excessive. After a long silence, she finally spoke again. I just feel that as long as the medical kit is here, the medicine inside can save more comrades. But without the medicine inside, I couldn't save that many comrades. We absolutely can't lose it. Wu Jiaonie's words nearly gave Su Mingyang a heart attack. This was the first time he'd ever heard such a peculiar explanation. He shot Wu Jiaonie a glare before ordering someone to take her to the medical station for treatment. Then he rejoined the battle. After this barrage, the number of surviving revolutionary soldiers had nearly halved. The remaining revolutionaries could only barely resist the Japanese soldiers' charge. Moreover, as they were all wounded to some degree, their firepower sometimes lagged behind. Ultimately, the battle raged for nearly a full day, leaving tens of thousands of revolutionary soldiers dead or wounded. Even Division Commander Shi had been struck by multiple bullets. Xiao Su, you tell me, will future generations remember our names? Will they know what we did today? With his dying breath, General Shi clutched Su Mingyang's hand, his voice trembling as he sought an answer. For a moment, Su Mingyang didn't know how to respond. Would future generations know their names? He thought they probably wouldn't know the whole story. As for what they did today, perhaps it would only be a few brief lines in a history book. Their blood and tears will eventually fade away in the river of time. But Su Mingyang's eyes blazed as they met those of General Shi, who stared back at him. Future generations will not remember our names, nor will they recall our stories. But the cause we fought for will endure forever. Su Mingyang spoke each word with unwavering conviction. It seemed directed at the division commander, yet equally at himself. Yet, as time passed, Su Mingyang never received a reply from General Shi. His eyes remained wide open, pupils gradually losing focus. Colonel Su, I now announce the division commander's orders. In this moment of peril, the 32nd Division is now under your command. All personnel and all matters shall follow your command. The regimental staff officer stood by, repeating the orders previously issued by the division commander. Granted such authority and trust, Su Mingyang felt no joy whatsoever. He knew the division now stood on the brink of life and death, where every decision must be made with the utmost caution. After a day of relentless combat, the division had dwindled to fewer than 2,000 men. Meanwhile, the Japanese forces still had at least 6,000 troops. 2,000 against 6,000? Even when they were 10,000 against 10,000, victory had been impossible. Now, with 2,000 against 6,000, the odds were even more daunting. Nevertheless, as acting commander of the division, he must shoulder this immense responsibility. Regimental Chief of Staff, gather all officers at the regimental level and above into the tent. We must discuss how to proceed. All officers above battalion rank gathered in the tent. Each bore a weary, battle-scarred appearance, their bodies radiating the aura of combat. After battling the Japanese devils for so long, their inner fighting spirit had been fully ignited. Seeing this, Su Mingyang wasted no words. He immediately outlined his plan on the map using markers. We now have only 2,000 soldiers left. Trying to stop 2,000 Japanese soldiers with just 2,000 of our own is practically impossible. Therefore, we must shift our strategy. This kind of positional warfare isn't what we revolutionary soldiers excel at. What we excel at is guerrilla warfare. To continue holding off the Japanese for another 2 days, we must leverage our strengths. Look here. Su Mingyang tapped repeatedly on the map. Soon, the tactical plan was laid out. All comrades withdrew to relay the orders, and the gunfire on the battlefield gradually faded. This was Su Mingyang's specific instruction. Even while withdrawing and engaging in guerrilla warfare, they must not be too conspicuous, lest they lose the initiative. As squad after squad slipped away silently, only the final contingent of about 100 soldiers remained on the battlefield. These were veterans, forming the most combat-hardened unit. The Japanese forces had also noticed that the Revolutionary Army was suffering heavy casualties. Once their scouts confirmed the revolutionaries were dwindling, the Japanese launched their final assault on the positions. Su Mingyang would never allow these veterans to die in vain. He decisively ordered everyone to withdraw.
Fighting as they retreated, the veterans led the pursuing Japanese troops toward a trap that had been carefully laid in ambush. Perhaps this was the only way to lure the Japanese devils into the trap. Along the way, deprived of cover, the revolutionary soldiers were once again ruthlessly mowed down by the Japanese troops. By the end, the original force of over 100 men had dwindled to fewer than 30 survivors. But they had reached the valley. Chapter 115, No Survivors. At their heels, the Japanese regiment numbering over 2,000 men pursued relentlessly. This time, the Japanese had deployed 3 entire regiments. In the previous day's fighting, each regiment had suffered casualties, with losses amounting to roughly 1,000 men each. Thus, what should have been regiments numbering over 3,000, approaching 4,000 men, now numbered just over 2,000. As for the other 2 regiments, after driving Su Mingyang's forces away, they had settled in for rest. For the Japanese forces, they still had at least 2 days to cover the distance. Allocating several hours for troop rest was absolutely essential. Otherwise, even if they reached the battlefield, soldiers who had already endured a brutal battle would be unable to maintain high combat effectiveness. As the brigade entered the valley, Su Mingyang realized the number of men who had followed him was far too large. At present, their remaining forces consisted largely of wounded and disabled soldiers. These soldiers had limited combat capabilities to begin with, and their equipment was inferior to the Japanese forces. Even with the valley's terrain advantage, they still couldn't gain much ground. What was even more troubling was their dwindling ammunition supply. If they couldn't swiftly eliminate these Japanese soldiers, bayonet charges would be their only remaining option. The Japanese forces clearly had no idea that revolutionary soldiers lay in ambush within the valley. Shortly after they advanced deeper, the bugle call to charge sounded from all directions. Charge! Kill every last one of these Japanese devils. Avenge our division commander. Slaughter them! The roars echoed with the revolutionary soldiers' overwhelming fury. From the seemingly empty valley, waves of revolutionary soldiers poured forth. Armed with steel rifles, they unleashed a hail of fire upon the Japanese soldiers. The Japanese soldiers were clearly terrified by this ambush. Even though they were better armed and slightly outnumbered the revolutionaries. Caught off guard in this situation, they still lost their composure. Even in the chaos, they instinctively fired back at the revolutionary soldiers. Casualties mounted on both sides, with hundreds of soldiers falling every minute. The numbers on both sides dwindled rapidly. In just over 10 minutes, barely 100 men remained standing on the battlefield combined. The revolutionary soldiers, already seething with rage, were now fighting with bloodshot eyes. Without a second thought, those who had run out of bullets charged forward wielding machetes. Some soldiers, lacking both machetes and ammunition, began searching the bodies of their fallen comrades. Finding bullets, they reloaded and fired. Spotting machetes, they grabbed them and charged at the Japanese soldiers. As the last few dozen revolutionary soldiers charged forward, the Japanese soldiers fixed bayonets. 100 men became entangled in a final, brutal melee. 1, 2. After such prolonged hardship, Su Mingyang was no longer the frail youth he once was. Having systematically studied machete techniques, he held his own against the Japanese soldiers in close combat. In fact, whenever he found an opening, he could even kill several of them. But ultimately, they were outnumbered. Among the remaining 100-plus soldiers, roughly 60% were Japanese troops. On average, nearly every 2 revolutionary soldiers had to face 3 Japanese soldiers. This put the fighters through hell. Brother Su, watch my back. A teenager, barely 15 or 16 years old, pinned a Japanese soldier firmly to the ground. The two were locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. Hearing the call, Su Mingyang struggled free from the 2 Japanese soldiers' encirclement and plunged his blade into the chest of the immobilized soldier pinned to the ground. Brother Su, watch your back. The moment Su Mingyang finished stabbing the Japanese soldier, he heard the teenager's urgent warning. With no time to react fully, he twisted his body at an unnatural angle and lunged forward. But even with his lightning-fast reflexes, the Japanese soldier's blade behind him was faster. Fortunately, due to the forced contortion of Su Mingyang's body, the bayonet didn't pierce his heart. Instead, it sliced across his back. Feeling a searing pain across his back, Su Mingyang didn't even glance back. He raised his machete and swung it fiercely behind him. The Japanese soldier who ambushed Su Mingyang clearly hadn't anticipated such fierce resistance. Before he could react, a cleaver appeared before his eyes and took him down with a single blow. The battle raged on. The last few dozen revolutionary soldiers and the Japanese soldiers traded blows, each strike a testament to sheer willpower. But when it came to willpower, the revolutionary soldiers had never been defeated. No matter how many wounds they bore, they continued to swing their blades with all their might, as if the injuries were not physical wounds but reservoirs of pent-up strength. Comrades! Behind us lies the main force fighting the Japanese devils on the front lines. Even if we have to bite down with our teeth or smash them with rocks, we cannot let them pass. Even if this mission fails, we must fight with honor and never let them look down on us. Su Mingyang, having dealt with the Japanese ambushers, stood up and rallied his troops. The soldiers roared their agreement. Slaughter every last one of those Japanese devils. Let's fight them to the death.
We revolutionary soldiers are no cowards. All the revolutionary soldiers were swept up in a wave of fervor. They almost ignored all pain. As long as they could still stand, as long as they could still move, they clutched their weapons tightly. The already demoralized Japanese soldiers, terrified by the revolutionary soldiers' ferocity, momentarily considered fleeing. But if they fled, they faced not only death by seppuku. Their wives, children, and parents back in the distant island nation would be branded as families of deserters, despised for life. They had reasons not to flee. Yet their already low morale became the final straw that crushed them. Even outnumbered, the revolutionary soldiers remained undaunted. Clang! The sharp clang of metal clashing echoed incessantly. The revolutionary soldiers present were drenched in blood. This blood belonged to both themselves and the Japanese devils. Layers upon layers stained their uniforms with a textured depth. One swing, two swings. Su Mingyang lost count of how many times he swung his machete, nor did he know how many Japanese soldiers he had cut down. Until all he could see was a sea of crimson. The Japanese invader's blood splattered into his pupils, staining everything red. Finally, on the vast battlefield of the valley, he stood alone. Leaning on his machete, he stood unsteadily. The relentless fighting had pushed him to the brink of exhaustion. The only thing keeping him upright now was sheer willpower. At that moment, he heard the sound of boiling footsteps approaching from the distance. He knew it must be the remaining 2 regiments of the Japanese devils arriving. But his consciousness was fading. He took one last step before collapsing face first into the crimson-stained earth, never to move again. Chapter 116, Fellow Villagers, I'm sorry. When Su Mingyang awoke again, he found himself amidst a thicket of lush shrubs. Before him, Wu Jiani was carefully tending to his wounds. She seemed afraid of waking him with pain, moving with extreme caution with every gesture. Wu! Comrade Wu, where is this? How long has it been? Su Mingyang opened his eyes and immediately asked the question that concerned him most. Less than half a day has passed. The Japanese are still camped here and haven't gone to find the main force. Wu Jiani explained patiently. As for this place, it's where we hid the wounded during our retreat. The low trees here are thick with branches and leaves, and the paths are covered in weeds and thorns. The Japanese couldn't possibly search this far in. But all the other soldiers are gone now. Only you remain. Earlier, after Su Mingyang had fallen, Wu Jiani, positioned at the far edge of the hillside, had rushed out. After finishing off several Japanese soldiers who hadn't quite died, she carried Su Mingyang away from the battlefield and brought him back here to tend to his wounds. They all sacrificed themselves? Su Mingyang fell silent, his heart clenching tightly. He had underestimated the situation. He had assumed that since they had ambushed the Japanese soldiers, victory was assured. But he hadn't anticipated that the cost of ambushing the Japanese would be so heavy. He couldn't help but worry about how they would halt the enemy's advance from here on out. Here, though there were nearly 100 wounded, every single one bore severe injuries, rendering them utterly incapable of further combat. Therefore, the only 2 who could move freely were himself and Wu Jiani. 2 people holding back 4,000 Japanese soldiers? No one could manage that. Defeat was inevitable. They had no choice but to hurry back and report that this position had fallen. Wu, you stay here and tend to the wounded. I need to report the situation here truthfully. Only then will the main force have time to prepare. Su Mingyang spoke urgently. After finishing, he immediately rose from the makeshift wooden bed and jogged toward the main force. Wu Jiani had intended to speak up and stop Su Mingyang. After all, Su Mingyang bore multiple wounds she had only recently sutured. If he now subjected himself to intense running again, the freshly sealed sutures would inevitably tear open. The wounds would inevitably worsen. Commander Su, let me go instead. I've already assessed the basic conditions of the wounded here. As long as they take their medication on time, they'll be fine. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a woman. I'm quick on my feet. I might even get there faster than you. Wu Jiani volunteered. Alright, go and return swiftly. Su Mingyang pondered for a moment before agreeing. He could indeed feel sharp pains throughout his body now. If he went to relay the message himself, collapsing on the way and missing the critical moment would be disastrous. Watching Wu Jiani's receding figure, Su Mingyang waited patiently. The following afternoon, Wu Jiani returned in a hurry. Accompanying her were several medics from the main force. After all, with so many casualties, some required surgery to remove shrapnel lodged in their bodies. Such procedures required surgical skill, and Wu Jiani, who had only learned the basics, was naturally unable to perform them. Of course, Wu Jiani didn't just return with medics, she also brought back 2 pieces of news. The first was that the main force, learning of their defeat here, had weighed their options and ultimately chosen a strategic retreat. The second piece of news was that in the earlier phase of the main force's battle, despite their military equipment being significantly inferior to the Japanese invaders, under the leadership of their commander, they had achieved a major victory against the Japanese vanguard of 10,000 troops with minimal casualties. Upon hearing this, Su Mingyang visibly perked up. This victory undeniably proved that the man was truly a godlike figure.
Whether in the realm of scholarship or martial arts, the man was a prodigy of unparalleled genius. Now, once the wounded here were sufficiently recovered, he would finally meet this godlike figure. How could his heart not race with excitement? Yet Su Mingyang's elation stood in stark contrast to the despondency of the wounded soldiers around him. Looking at the soldiers around him, Su Mingyang momentarily didn't know how to console them. They had given their all, no regrets were needed. A squad of roughly 100 men had endured a week in the low shrubbery. Fortunately, their rations had barely sufficed, and most injuries had healed reasonably well. Once 2/3 of the fighters were able to stand again, Su Mingyang and the others set off with the base to find the main force. Along the way, they passed through numerous villages. The villagers, seeing the defeated revolutionary soldiers returning, were momentarily at a loss. Nevertheless, the villagers brought out whatever food and clothing they could spare, offering it to the revolutionaries. In their eyes, regardless of whether the revolutionaries had won the battle, as long as they continued fighting for Huagua, they deserved respect. Fellow villagers, we have enough food. These are your winter supplies. Keep them for yourselves. Comrades, we revolutionaries absolutely cannot accept even a threat from the masses. Please take it back. Fellow villagers. Even though Su Mingyang repeatedly refused, the villagers still found ways to force the grain and clothing into their hands. The revolutionary soldiers, too, were troubled by the villagers' actions. There was an ironclad rule within the revolutionary ranks: never take even a single thread from the masses. Earlier, when Su Mingyang was exhausted from Japanese pursuit and spent the night in a village, the villagers slaughtered a pig for them. Before eating the pork, Su Mingyang had pooled all the soldiers' money together to pay for it. Now, as they embarked on this mission, most of them had little hope of returning alive. Thus, they carried no money with them, and could only accept the villagers' kindness in spirit. As the revolutionary soldiers departed the village one by one, Su Mingyang ordered everyone to halt and turn to salute. His voice choked with emotion as he spoke. Fellow villagers, we failed to stop the Japanese devils this time. We suffered defeat, causing you heartache. We have failed to meet your expectations, and we are even more sorry that you will soon have to leave your homes. But rest assured, as long as we have breath in our bodies, we will fight the Japanese invaders to the very end. Hearing this, the villagers wept. You haven't failed us. Without you, how could we even exist? Commander, do not worry about us. We will simply relocate southwestward. We've long anticipated this day. This isn't your fault, it's all because of the Japanese devils. I believe that one day, you will surely wipe out every last one of those little devils. Chapter 117, A Happy Union. Su Mingyang led his unit to rejoin the main force. Here, no one blamed them for the lost ground, nor did anyone look down on them for suffering defeat. Here, there was only warmth. After spending time together in close quarters during their stay in the dwarf forest, Wu Jiani had long harbored secret feelings for Su Mingyang. After returning to the main force, their relationship grew increasingly intimate. Many in the organization noticed this and grew anxious for Su Mingyang. In their eyes, Su Mingyang was of an age where he should have settled down. If he fell on the battlefield, he might never return, leaving no heir behind. Su Mingyang, however, remained utterly unconcerned. Having traveled back in time, he had long resolved to dedicate himself to the revolutionary cause until his final breath. He had pondered love, yet understood it was beyond his reach. He never expected anyone to love him forever. Until Wu Jiani couldn't wait any longer. One day after basic training, the political commissar approached him. Su, what are your feelings toward Medic Wu? Commissioner Niu led Su Mingyang to his thatched hut and poured him a pot of hot tea. Su Mingyang froze at the question. What do you mean, feelings? Medic Wu is a fine comrade. Back on the battlefield, she'd rather have shrapnel tear through her back than use the medical kit to shield herself from incoming fragments. For that alone, Medic Wu deserves my utmost respect. Su Mingyang answered earnestly, and political commissar Niu patted his shoulder with a smile. Su, I'm not talking about that kind of feeling, I mean romantic feelings. Little Wu can hardly wait any longer. You need to give her a straight answer. She was so anxious yesterday she came to me. If you don't give her an answer soon, all the eligible bachelors in the army will start fighting over her. Commissioner Niu's words made Su Mingyang's heart sink. What did he mean? If he didn't give an answer soon, others would start scrambling. For a moment, Su Mingyang felt a surge of irritation. Reason told him this wasn't the time for romantic entanglements. But how could anyone remain rational forever? Hearing that others might snatch Wu Jiani away, Su Mingyang clenched his teeth and spoke. Actually, I've always liked Medic Wu. It's just that I don't think I can take good care of her. Su Mingyang voiced his innermost thoughts. In this era of relentless warfare, how could a soldier like him who lived day to day, unsure if he'd survive to see tomorrow, possibly guarantee he could take care of her? Your heart is what matters. I'll report your situation up the chain. You'll have to treat me to wedding candy when the time comes. Commissioner Niu made the decision for Su Mingyang on the spot. In his view, as long as Su Mingyang had feelings for Wu Jiani and she reciprocated, there was no reason they couldn't be together. In their era, attitudes toward marriage were far less cautious than they are today. If two people took a liking to each other, they could get married.
After that, everything fell into place naturally. Half a month later, the entire division was decked out in festive decorations. Dozens of newlywed couples exchanged vows under the party's witness. However, the couple had never consummated their marriage, so they remained childless. After all, in their eyes, their own lives were already so difficult that there was no need to bring another child into the world to suffer. As for Su Xiao's arrival, that wouldn't happen for several years. By then, Su Mingyang's status had changed beyond recognition, and the number of people plotting against his family was beyond imagination. Therefore, to protect Wu Jiani and Su Xiao, Su Mingyang chose to fake his own death. This way, his enemies would cease targeting his family for assassination. Su Mingyang finished recounting the entire story and let out a heavy sigh. This chapter of his life, though seemingly brief, remained vividly etched in his memory. So Grandpa Su faked his own death back then purely to protect his family? Actually, Grandpa Su could have brought his family to live with him. I still think he was irresponsible. To the poster above, I suggest you rephrase that. What do you mean by irresponsible? Grandpa Su did nothing wrong neither to his country nor to his family, okay? If someone wanted to assassinate Grandpa Su, it proves he was extremely important. Why else would they attempt to kill him? For the nation, Grandpa Su's fake death was absolutely necessary. Moreover, while attempting to assassinate Grandpa Su, they would also target his family. They'd capture his family to threaten him. To protect his family's lives, what's wrong with Grandpa Su faking his death? Only this way can those plotting Grandpa Su's assassination spare his family, okay? This netizen's words directly shut down those questioning Su Mingyang. But do you know how heartbroken my mother was when she heard this news? If I hadn't been too young and needed care back then, she might have joined you in death. Have you ever considered how she felt? Su Xiao couldn't accept Su Mingyang's explanation at all. Even if part of Su Mingyang's fake death was for their sake, learning of his sacrifice must have caused her more pain than if he had actually died. Su Mingyang had also experienced the agony of losing a loved one, so he could understand Wu Jiani's pain back then. I'm sorry. Su Mingyang bowed his head, offering a sincere apology before the memorial tablet and portrait. Tears, thick and cloudy, slowly slid down his cheeks, dripping onto the floor where they bloomed into grayish-brown blossoms. Seeing this, Xiao Yeye picked up the camera and stepped out of the house. She knew the next scene was not suitable for filming. Wu Xiao stood silently by. Her resentment toward Su Mingyang vanished into thin air the moment he uttered those 3 words, I'm sorry. Toward this man, whom she was meeting for the first time in her memory, she felt a peculiar mix of emotions. But now that he was an old man, she couldn't throw herself into his arms like a child and act spoiled. Father. How have you been all these years? After a moment of silence, Su Xiao finally spoke. Things are going okay. Now that the country has grown strong and prosperous, we don't lack for food or clothing. It's 100 or 1,000 times better than back then. That's good. Su Xiao added another sentence and the room fell silent. Xiao, did your mother leave anything behind? Su Mingyang placed the badge hanging from his chest onto the table. It was given to him by Wu Jiani before she left the army to care for her. She had told Su Mingyang to keep it safe for her, promising to return it once they had driven out every last Japanese invader. But she never lived to see that day. Chapter 118, The Unsent Letter. Did mother leave anything behind? Su Xiao's gaze grew distant, as if lost in thought or recalling memories. After a long pause, she spoke again. There are a few letters. I'll go get them now. Su Xiao pushed open the door and entered a storage room, beginning to rummage through its contents. Outside the house, Xiao Yeye, hearing no movement inside, peered in and tilted her little head towards Su Mingyang. Grandpa Su, can I come in now? Seeing Xiao Yeye's expression, Su Mingyang couldn't help but smile and gave a slight nod. Come in. The matters he and Su Xiao were discussing now contained nothing that netizens couldn't hear. After a while, Su Xiao emerged from the storage room, clutching several letters tightly in her hands. The letters were stored in a clear plastic folder. Though slightly yellowed, they were well preserved. These letters were sent to you by mother back then. However, due to the war, they were never delivered. Along with the letters came the tragic news of your sacrifice. Su Xiao said, handing the letters to Su Mingyang. Su Mingyang felt a pang of sorrow. His hands trembled as he took the folder, opened it, and began reading the contents. Mingyang, this letter serves as my face. It has been 2 years since we last parted. Xiao and I are both doing well. Please don't worry. Mingyang, I sent you a letter last time, but you never replied. Perhaps the turmoil of war prevented it from reaching you. Or perhaps your reply never made it back to me. Rest assured, my daughter and I remain well. Please do not worry. Mingyang, I recently heard about your great victory and am truly delighted for you. Holding that medal in your hands makes me feel as though I'm part of the action too. It fills me with incredible excitement. May you drive those Japanese devils out of China soon. My daughter and I are doing well. Don't worry about us. Mingyang, our daughter has started talking now. Her very first word was daddy. Surprised, huh? I taught her your name first. I heard your main force was scattered by the Japanese devils and you're now fighting a guerrilla war. It must be incredibly tough. Whatever happens, take care of yourself. Your daughter and I are waiting here for your return. Su Mingyang opened each letter one by one, his heart growing bitter as he read the contents. He hadn't received any of these letters while serving in the army. The sender had actually mailed him so many letters. The only letter he had ever sent back was the news of his own death. Self-reproach surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming Su Mingyang's heart. Only now did he realize he had forgotten that back home, there was a woman who would never stop thinking of him. Tears streamed down his cheeks, and before he knew it, he was weeping uncontrollably. Seeing Su Mingyang weeping bitterly, Xiao Yaya didn't know how to comfort him and could only stand by helplessly. I'm seriously about to lose it. I was feeling so happy just now, but then I opened Grandpa Su's livestream and instantly turned into a little crybaby. I have to admit, Grandpa Su truly missed out on Senior Wu. After all that treatment, what did he do in return? The only letter he ever sent home was the one announcing his own sacrifice. Truthfully, back then, Grandpa Su was wholly devoted to the revolutionary cause, leaving him no energy to dwell on Comrade Wu. Many revolutionary forebears were like that. They fought on the front lines, while behind them, there were always those who cherished them. Perhaps it was precisely because of these families waiting for them and supporting their cause that they could fight so valiantly. In the livestream chat, viewers shared their thoughts. Su Mingyang, after all, was a centenarian. After crying for so long, he could no longer stand. Xiao Yu helped him sit down to the side. Su Mingyang carefully folded each letter he had read, placed them back into their envelopes, and wiped the tears from his face. He took several deep breaths before slowly regaining his composure. At that moment, he seemed like a different person. He buried these painful memories deep within his heart. Perhaps only in the dead of night, when he lay awake, would he retrieve these letters once more and read them again. Glancing at the sky, he saw it was nearly noon. When Su Xiao invited him to stay for lunch, Su Mingyang didn't refuse. Seeing this, Xiao Yaya handed her phone to Su Mingyang before joining Li Deji in the cooking crew, freeing Su Xiao from her duties. Seeing that she wasn't needed and that Xiao Yaya and Li Deji could handle it perfectly well, Su Xiao returned to sit beside Su Mingyang. Su Mingyang was intently reading the comments, preparing to select some questions to answer. Seeing Su Mingyang looking so trendy, Su Xiao couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Dad, you actually know how to use a phone? I still haven't figured out how to use this thing young people play with. Su Xiao said, pulling out her own phone. However, compared to Xiao Yaya and Su Mingyang's smartphones, her phone almost made Su Mingyang feel like he'd traveled back 20 years. In her hand was a clunky PHS phone. Xiao, even though we're getting older, we still need to embrace new things. Su Mingyang declared without a hint of self-awareness. He completely forgot that his ability to use a phone was something he possessed before his time travel, not something he'd learned in his old age. You're right. We should learn to embrace new things. Su Xiao sighed inwardly and nodded in agreement. In the livestream chat, viewers watching the two converse on camera burst into laughter. So funny. Listening to Grandpa Su and Grandma Su chat, it feels like they're not father and daughter but just good friends? I feel the same way. And haven't you noticed? Grandpa Su and Grandma Su are actually meeting for the first time, yet they seem so familiar with each other right away. Have they really never crossed paths before? Big deal. Before I even met my mom, I used to kick her every day. Did that make me proud? 6. In the livestream chat, the comments started lightening up under the guidance of some silly netizens. The atmosphere in the lobby also became less oppressive. Su Mingyang and Su Xiao chatted sporadically. Half an hour later, Xiao Yeye and Li Deji finished cooking the meal. Since both Su Mingyang and Su Xiao were elderly, they had specially placed some tougher vegetables into a pressure cooker to soften them. These once tough ingredients softened instantly, making them easier for the two to eat. Truthfully, before this, Xiao Yeye hadn't known how to cook a single dish. If not for Li Deji's assistance, she might have burned a hole in the roof by now. Unconsciously, Xiao Yeye felt more and more that with Li Deji tagging along, this trip was gradually becoming more dependable. While Li Deji was thriving, the other two young men were having a rough time. Under Wu Diwang's instructions, they had now set off for a remote mountain village to seek out veterans of the old resistance war. With no roads leading to the village, they had no choice but to shoulder their heavy live streaming equipment and trudge through the rugged terrain. Chapter 119, Even hotels have their differences. Since they were traveling under the banner of seeking out an elder and carrying all sorts of luggage, quite a few spectators were willing to watch. After all, their current actions did resemble the arduous journeys undertaken by revolutionary veterans in years past. Except back then, they endured hunger while carrying iron-made supplies through harsh terrain. Today, while they too carried heavy loads, they were well stocked with provisions. All kinds of dried meats and vegetables were included. To use them, they didn't even need to light a fire. Simply add water to the self-heating box, wait a moment, and the food cooked itself. Second brother, how's oldest brother doing following Grandpa Su? This is exhausting. The younger of the two men spoke up. Truthfully, throughout this entire journey, he'd been rather envious of the eldest brother. After all he had to do was stay by Grandpa Su's side, look after him, and casually film videos along the way.
He didn't have to endure what they were going through, blazing trails through these dense mountain forests. Smack! The next second, the young man who had spoken received a sharp slap across the face. What are you thinking? Do you think the boss has it easy? Right now, we're in full control of every move we make. We do exactly as we please. If we're tired, we rest. If we're hungry, we eat. But Big Brother? He needs Grandpa Su's approval for everything. Aren't we freer than him? The two chatted half-heartedly, their minds focused on the journey ahead, completely unaware that their livestream had already attracted several hundred viewers. After lunch, Su Xiao offered to tidy up Su Mingyang and the others' room, but Su Mingyang declined. Xiao, forget it. I need to rush off to meet an old friend. I probably won't be able to stay much longer. If you tidy up, it'll just be a waste of your kind efforts. Though Su Mingyang was utterly reluctant, the time for parting had come. He had his own mission to fulfill. If he could still walk after seeing all his old buddies home, he wouldn't mind staying here longer. Taking one last sweeping glance around, Su Mingyang stepped away. Tears welled up in Su Xiao's aged eyes. She waited until Su Mingyang was far away before letting them spill over. To say she harbored no grievances towards Su Mingyang would be impossible. After all these years, he had only returned to see her and her mother once. How could she not feel resentment? But hatred? That she had never felt. After all, everything Su Mingyang had done was for the sake of Huagua, for the greater good of the motherland. What right did she have to resent someone while enjoying the blessings they had brought? Watching Su Mingyang's straight-backed figure vanish into the distance, she finally staggered back to lock the door of her self-built house. She waited. Waited for the next knock on that door. Grandpa Su, are we just leaving like this? Xiao Yeye trailed behind Su Mingyang, waiting until they were a good distance away before voicing her confusion. She had prepared herself during lunch, expecting them to stay the night. But now they were leaving right after eating? Su Mingyang gave a slight nod. Time to go. I feel like the old boys can't wait any longer. Su Mingyang muttered to himself. In truth, it wasn't his old buddies who couldn't wait, it was him. Su Mingyang could distinctly sense his body growing weaker by the moment. Certain bodily functions in his five senses were slowly fading, teetering on the brink of collapse. He wanted to use the time he had left before collapsing to send as many old comrades home as possible, send them all home. The group made their way to the station and purchased tickets for the earliest high-speed train bound for Tiantu City. Tiantu City was only about 300 kilometers from Manhwa City. Taking the high-speed rail, the entire journey would take less than 2 hours. Factoring in time for other transportation along the way, they estimated they would arrive in Tiantu City in about 2 hours. Sure enough, after boarding the bullet train bound for Tiantu City, exactly 2 hours had passed by the time they disembarked. Grandpa Su, where should we go next? Should we find a small hotel to stay the night? It's getting late, and if we go somewhere more remote, we might have trouble getting back. After Xiao Yeye's persistent persuasion, Su Mingyang ultimately decided against continuing their journey. Instead, he followed her suggestion and found a small inn near the station where the three of them checked in. Seeing that one of the three entering the inn was an elderly man who could barely walk steadily, the innkeeper clearly wasn't thrilled. "Old man, we're fully booked here. Why don't you try the hotel next door?" The owner gestured with his hand as if to usher them away. To him, an elderly person like Su Mingyang could easily pass away overnight. If it happened in his establishment, his business would likely be ruined for good. Therefore, the owner flatly refused them, directing Su Mingyang to find lodging elsewhere. Su Mingyang understood the implication the moment the owner spoke. However, he didn't get angry. After being refused, he simply checked into another inn. At the new inn, Su Mingyang got straight to the point about lodging, without any pretense. After all, in his view, it was best to clarify all issues up front. It would save a lot of trouble later on. Especially with lodging, what good would it do to hide the fact that he was elderly from the start? Eventually, whatever was meant to be discovered would come to light anyway. Rather than risking the awkwardness of being exposed later, it was better to address every potential awkwardness up front. That way, he could stay comfortably and with peace of mind afterward. "Sir, are you here to check in?" As soon as Su Mingyang entered the hotel, a young woman in her early 20s stood up, smiling as she welcomed him inside. Although the furnishings were somewhat dated, one could still see from the details that everything here was meticulously wiped down daily, not a speck of dust in sight. Moreover, the front desk here was far more professional than the one next door. The owner at the other place clearly judged guests by their appearance, whereas here, the front desk staff were obviously hired professionals. She wouldn't turn away an older guest and tell them to find another hotel. Instead, she offered appropriate care tailored to their needs. "Sir, we still have a few rooms available on the first floor. Would you like to stay there? Staying on the first floor would save you the trouble of climbing stairs, which is quite convenient." Chapter 120, The Great Trader Meng Anru. "Sure." Su Mingyang nodded in agreement. Since rooms were available on the first floor, there was no need to stay elsewhere. After all, small inns like this one never had elevators. Going up and down required climbing stairs.
For someone with Su Mingyang's mobility, going up and down a regular second floor was manageable. But climbing to a higher floor? That would be a death sentence. Grandpa Su, we're going to rest now. After getting the room key, Xiao Yaya said to Su Mingyang and pulled Li Deji away.
Their rooms were both on the upper floors of the hotel. After all, young people like them weren't particularly afraid of climbing stairs. So if they could stay on a higher floor, they'd choose it. Staying a bit higher up meant less noise at night. After everyone returned to their respective rooms, Su Mingyang washed up and went straight to bed. He had been traveling all day and was now utterly exhausted. By the time Su Mingyang awoke, the sky had gradually darkened. By the time they reached the inn, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Su Mingyang pulled out his phone. It was already 9 in the evening. Feeling his stomach growl, Su Mingyang stepped out of the room and dialed Xiao Yaya's number. When the call connected, Xiao Yaya's voice sounded weak and listless. Since arriving at the hotel that afternoon, she'd been editing her latest video non-stop until now. Having just uploaded it moments ago, she was already starving. Hearing that Grandpa Su was planning to go out for a late-night snack, Xiao Yaya immediately jumped out of bed, dressed quickly, and headed downstairs. Before heading downstairs, she called out to Li Deji to join them. The three of them set out in a grand procession from the hotel. Walking along the streets of Tiantu City, Su Mingyang felt the cool evening breeze and was filled with contentment. Grandpa Su, why aren't you wearing your badge this time when you're escorting the senior back home? Xiao Yaya had noticed this detail earlier that afternoon. According to Su Mingyang's usual practice, whenever he saw an old comrade off, he would almost always wear his badge. He would never have gone without it like this. At the question, a trace of nostalgia flitted across Su Mingyang's face. A badge? He didn't have this old comrade's badge. Or to put it another way, this old comrade never had a badge at all. Among countless paths to resist the Japanese invaders, this old comrade chose the most arduous one. Back then, when the Japanese invaded central China, the nation had exhausted nearly all its soldiers yet still couldn't halt the invaders' advance. How dire had the situation become? China began compiling the National History Outline. Perhaps few today understand the significance of the National History Outline. It was essentially China's final testament. It was a book written for all the surviving Chinese people, hoping that after the nation's fall, they would use this book to never forget the national humiliation and personal grievances, and one day restore the nation. Fortunately, this book ultimately served no purpose. Yet the despair that permeated its compilation lingered palpably in everyone's hearts. Back then, Su Mingyang had heard countless words used to describe his old comrade. Words like traitor, collaborator, and countless others. Yet, compared to these labels, Su Mingyang preferred to call him Sir, the man who, for the sake of the nation's greater purpose, fearlessly defied the Japanese devils. Location: Central Huagua. After this region fell, countless Japanese invaders occupied the area, trapping countless Huagua civilians within its borders. They lived each day like tigers in their midst, sharing the same space with the Japanese invaders. Meng Anru was one of them. At the time, he served as principal of Central China High School. To ensure his students remained unharmed despite the Japanese invasion, he decisively joined the Japanese camp, ensuring the school remained operational while safeguarding his students' safety. However, his actions were despised by his passionate, idealistic students. They could not comprehend how the very principal who had taught them to study for the rise of China could so utterly betray his principles once the Japanese invaders entered the city. They were even more baffled by why the pillars of the school he had once promoted would stoop so low. All they witnessed was the principal returning to campus drunk every night. On several occasions, he rode back in the cars of Japanese officers. Each time, after being driven back by the Japanese, the principal would stand at the school gate, groveling like a lapdog as he saw them off. At that time, Su Mingyang had been assigned by the organization to establish an intelligence network in Huazhong City. After all, among these revolutionary soldiers, Su Mingyang belonged to the group with relatively broad knowledge. Moreover, Su Mingyang had traveled back in time from the future, having already fought the Japanese invaders more than once. However, the scholarly demeanor inherent to his background remained unshaken. With just a little grooming, no one could tell he had ever seen combat. Thus, Su Mingyang infiltrated Huazhong City. Meng Anru was the very contact person he was meeting with. By day, Meng Anru served as principal of Huazhong High School, tutoring students in their studies. It seemed that since the Japanese invaders had entered the city, the patriotic rhetoric Meng Anru once preached to her students had vanished. However, she subtly conveyed these patriotic sentiments to her students through small gestures. Unfortunately, they remained unaware, believing Meng Anru had completely broken under the pressure. Come nightfall, Meng Anru transformed into an intelligence operative, attending various high-level cocktail parties. His position as a high school principal granted him considerable standing among these gatherings of the elite. Moreover, his skill in currying favor with Japanese officers earned him considerable influence among the Japanese. Nearly every citizen who saw Meng Anru would mutter, "The great traitor." As the great traitor, Meng Anru naturally gained access to information beyond the reach of ordinary people. The Japanese believed he didn't understand Japanese, so they didn't avoid him during their usual cocktail party conversations.
This inadvertently allowed Meng Anru to obtain classified intelligence on multiple occasions. In truth, Meng Anru had initially been unable to speak Japanese. However, since the Japanese often discussed intelligence matters in Japanese and he frequently heard the language spoken, through constant exposure and his own diligent study, he gradually mastered the language. Su Mingyang was precisely Meng Anru's contact person. He relayed nearly every piece of intelligence Meng Anru obtained, word for word. Through this ongoing exchange, he and Meng Anru developed a deep friendship. At the time, Su Mingyang's cover identity within the city was as the owner of a small stir-fry restaurant. His shop consistently did brisk business, largely because he excelled at making rice balls and sushi. Many Japanese soldiers frequented his establishment for meals. Consequently, few of them ever suspected him. Chapter 121, Interlocking Pieces. Little Su, give me a bowl of beef noodle soup with extra meat and egg. Oh, and remember no scallions. Meng Anru walked into the shop, flashing a hypocritical smile. The other customers, upon seeing Meng Anru, all backed away as if avoiding a plague. Their loathing for traitors had long reached its peak, especially for a major traitor like Meng Anru. Everyone wanted to see him punished. Right away. Principal Meng, please wait a moment. I'll prepare it for you immediately. Su Mingyang, having caught Meng Anru's signal, immediately bustled into the kitchen. A short while later, he emerged carrying a bowl of beef noodle soup, a dish laced with intelligence. Su Mingyang accepted the cash Meng Anru handed him, slipped it into his pocket, and then chatted cheerfully with the surrounding customers. Mr. Su, out of all the shops on this street, yours is the only one willing to do business with that traitor. If you keep this up, aren't you afraid of being condemned by everyone? A young man with glasses, looking like a scholar, whispered a warning in Su Mingyang's ear. He had endured Su Mingyang's actions for far too long. In this era, if a shopkeeper wanted to do business with Chinese people, refusing to sell to traitors was the absolute bottom line for other Chinese citizens. After all, their hatred for traitors ran even deeper than their hatred for the Japanese devils. Oh, I'm scared too, but what else can I do? Faced with others' incomprehension, Su Mingyang couldn't explain himself, much less defend Meng Anru. Mr. Su, then I can only wish you luck. I won't be dining at your establishment again. The scholar-like man swept his sleeves and departed after uttering those final words, his entire demeanor radiating integrity. To him, eating was eating, no matter where. Since Su Mingyang refused to listen to reason and insisted on cooking noodles for the traitor, he'd simply eat elsewhere. Watching the scholar's retreating figure, Su Mingyang was utterly distressed. After all, the reason his shop attracted so many customers was primarily because his goods were high quality and reasonably priced. What cost one bowl of noodles elsewhere could easily buy 2 bowls at his place. Moreover, Su Mingyang constantly refined his noodle-making techniques, resulting in broth far superior to any other establishment. At this moment, the common folk dining in his shop were essentially drawn by his broth alone. Su boss, how many times is this now? If you keep cooking noodles for that big traitor, you'll probably lose all your customers. The shop assistant couldn't understand Su Mingyang's actions. Why would you be the only one cooking for that traitor when everyone else refuses? Why won't anyone else sell goods to traitors but you do? That's highly suspicious. However, with no evidence and no sightings of Su Mingyang associating with the Japanese devils, the shop still drew plenty of customers. Until one day, a group of Japanese soldiers entered the shop. The moment the Japanese soldiers entered the shop, every single customer immediately left. After all, in the eyes of these Japanese soldiers, they were nothing but ants crushed underfoot without consequence. If they waited until the Japanese soldiers were drunk, anyone still inside might become their playthings. Seeing the Japanese soldiers arrive, the shop assistant who had been leisurely working at the front counter hid in the back kitchen. He dared not serve the Japanese soldiers their meal. For a moment, the entire shop was left with only Su Mingyang. Boss! Hurry up and serve the generals! Meng Anru bowed and scraped, whispering something into the Japanese soldier's ears before raising her voice to order Su Mingyang to serve. Su Mingyang and Meng Anru exchanged a glance, seeing a flicker of worry in each other's eyes. In an instant, he realized these Japanese soldiers had come with ill intent. They weren't here to dine, but for some other purpose. Right away! Coming up! Su Mingyang's heart tightened as he dashed into the kitchen to prepare the meal for the Japanese soldiers. That brief exchange of glances with Meng Anru earlier now made perfect sense. These Japanese had grown suspicious of him. Their reason for dining at this particular shop was to see what specialties it offered that drew Meng Anru back so often. For this reason, Su Mingyang pulled out all the stops. He emptied his savings and sent his assistant to the butcher shop to buy every cut of meat available. Then he got to work preparing everything in the back kitchen. By the time the assistant returned, Su Mingyang had already shaped the rice balls. He knew that to get through this occasion, he had to first satisfy these little devils. When the rice balls were served, the Japanese soldiers who hadn't tasted such food in years immediately felt waves of nostalgia for home wash over them. Su Mingyang didn't stop there. He served up a succession of signature dishes like yakitori and teppanyaki before finally wiping the sweat from his brow. Sir, how are these dishes? Meng Anru inquired from the side, her eyes sparkling with excitement.
When these dishes were served, he knew he and Su Mingyang had passed this test. The Japanese customers were thoroughly satisfied with the meal, leaving a generous tip before departing the shop.
Watching the Japanese soldiers' retreating figures, both Su Mingyang and Meng Anru breathed a sigh of relief.
Su Mingyang knew that from this day forward, he would likely be labeled a traitor.
Sure enough, over the next few days, not a single customer entered the shop during daylight hours. Only at night did groups of Japanese soldiers come rushing in. Since Su Mingyang never charged for meals, accepting only tips from the Japanese soldiers, they didn't give him too much trouble. For a while, Su Mingyang found himself surprisingly free. However, this leisure didn't last long. Soon after, the Japanese held a banquet in the most luxurious villa in Huazhong City. Since Su Mingyang's culinary skills had already earned recognition from some of the little devils, it was only natural that he was appointed as the head chef for this banquet. With such an opportunity, Su Mingyang and Meng Anru naturally wouldn't let it slip away. Upon learning of the event, they immediately began preparations. Although Su Mingyang was the head chef for the banquet, a team of Japanese officers would supervise the cooking process of every dish. This was to prevent Su Mingyang from poisoning the food. However, this posed no real challenge to Su Mingyang. If he wanted to poison the food, there were countless opportunities to do so. But after poisoning the food, he would also have to eat it himself. If he used a potent poison, he might die before the dishes even reached the Japanese guests' tables. Therefore, if he wanted to poison the dishes, he could only use a slow-acting poison. Moreover, the poison in these dishes absolutely could not be the primary agent causing the little devil's deaths. They must have a next step planned. Chapter 122, A Lonely Silhouette. On the day of the banquet, Su Mingyang was escorted out of the restaurant early by a squad of Japanese soldiers. "You traitorous dog! Your parents raised you for nothing. May you die a miserable death. Cooking for the Japanese devils, your descendants will forever be ashamed of you. You money-grubbing scum! What did those Japanese bastards give you? Why are you working your ass off for them? Mr. Su, I was wrong about you. I never imagined you'd be this kind of person." On the way to the villa, Su Mingyang was subjected to a barrage of verbal abuse from the people lining the streets. To them, Su Mingyang was nothing but a traitor through and through, just like Meng Anru. Su Mingyang felt no urge to defend himself. Truthfully, his recent actions had been all too traitorous. If not for today's plan, he would have been a complete traitor. Casting one last glance at the shop he had opened over these past months, Su Mingyang felt a surprising pang of reluctance. From the very start of its renovation, he had been present throughout. He never imagined that in just a few short months, it would fulfill its purpose. Upon arriving at the villa, as expected, a squad of Japanese soldiers monitored his every move while he cooked. The slightest unusual action would have led to his arrest. Thus, Su Mingyang had no choice but to cook obediently. But this didn't affect their plan. Long before the Japanese soldiers came to the kitchen to buy seasonings, he had already added some laxative powder to the salt. Now, that salt was in his hands. Once the Japanese soldiers ate his food, they would experience abdominal pain within 2 hours. Then the plan could proceed smoothly. After a busy afternoon, Su Mingyang finally finished preparing all the dishes, his physical strength nearly depleted. The Japanese soldier, seeing the meal ready, pressed his gun against Su Mingyang's head and forced him to taste every dish. Only after half an hour passed without any ill effects did they finally serve the meal at the banquet. Su Mingyang, however, was confined to the kitchen. By now, having consumed the meal, he was gripped by excruciating stomach pain, yet he couldn't leave the kitchen. To avoid arousing suspicion from the Japanese guard stationed outside the door, he had no choice but to relieve himself in the kitchen. Only after the banquet ended and the main gate opened did the Japanese soldiers allow him to leave. After leaving, Su Mingyang did not return home but raced straight to the hospital without stopping. For the entire plan, this was the most critical moment. Fortunately, Su Mingyang had instructed Meng Anru to prepare smectite powder at the hospital beforehand. Upon arrival, Su Mingyang's diarrhea immediately ceased. The two then flushed all remaining montmorillonite powder in the hospital down the drain. After all, if this medicine remained available, the Japanese soldiers wouldn't be hooked up to 4 drips as planned. Sure enough, upon entering the hospital, the Japanese soldiers began searching everywhere for the smectite powder. Yet, they could find no trace of it. Damn it! Where's the medicine? A Japanese lieutenant grabbed a doctor by the collar and glared at him. Medications like montmorillonite powder weren't typically accounted for in their hospital inventory. So now, the doctor could only claim it was out of stock. This inevitably earned him a brutal beating from the adjutant. In the end, they had no choice but to obediently receive their 4 drips. But within these 4 bags, Meng Anru had already added lethal toxins. One by one, the Japanese officers collapsed and died after receiving the 4 fluids. The surrounding guards quickly noticed this. But even if they wanted to stop it, it was already too late. Even those officers who hadn't yet succumbed to the poison had had the toxic solution circulating in their bloodstreams for so long. Their deaths were merely a matter of time. Sure enough, despite the doctor's best efforts to save them, the Japanese officers still passed away. The Japanese launched a thorough investigation into the hospital infiltration and the poisoning of the medication. The first person to be thoroughly investigated was Su Mingyang.
After all, a major reason these Japanese officers ended up poisoned was that they all suffered from excruciating abdominal pain and went to the hospital.
And the reason for their excruciating abdominal pain? The dishes prepared by Su Mingyang. Moreover, since Su Mingyang had long since vanished without a trace, they were certain this incident was undoubtedly connected to him. Since Su Mingyang had severed ties with Meng Anru some time ago, the Japanese failed to trace the matter back to him. Su Mingyang was thus able to lie low in their home for a while, waiting for their mission to succeed so they could leave together. Over the following period, Su Mingyang continuously consolidated the materials he had gathered on Meng Anru. As for Meng Anru, the materials he gathered were diverse and extensive, nearly exhausting all his resources. He understood his cover in Huazhong City wouldn't last much longer, perhaps a month, perhaps a week before he'd be exposed. During this period, the Japanese suffered heavy casualties among their non-commissioned officers and were conducting a massive purge of spies lurking throughout the city. During this period, Meng Anru had taken in no fewer than 5 spies, all of whom were already wanted by the Japanese. Based on clues they had left behind, it wouldn't be long before the Japanese discovered their hiding place. Brother Su, I've already reported to the organization. Once the liaison arrives, you'll be able to leave. Meng Anru said, a hint of relief flitting across his face. For him, ensuring Su Mingyang and the others could withdraw was his final mission. Brother Meng, what about you? Su Mingyang looked directly into Meng Anru's eyes. Me? Honestly, I could go either way. My reputation among these people is already ruined. Besides, my school is here, how could I abandon these students? Meng Anru's words made his choice abundantly clear. Even if given the chance to leave, he would still choose to stay. After that, the two fell silent. They waited until a week later, when the Japanese invaders began searching the residences of all collaborators. During this period, they combed through nearly every corner of the city. Yet they found no trace of Su Mingyang whatsoever. They understood clearly that Su Mingyang must be lying low somewhere, waiting for an opportunity to withdraw. The Japanese devils wouldn't let Su Mingyang slip away so easily. They were determined to keep him here, even if it meant a major operation. Brother Su, the Japanese are about to search this area. Tonight, the organization's reception will arrive. When they arrive, you can leave with them. On the day of the evacuation, Meng Anru returned. 2 days had passed since his last visit. During those 2 days, he had been negotiating with the Japanese forces. That's why the Japanese hadn't discovered their location. Finally, the moment to leave arrived. Both Su Mingyang and Meng Anru visibly breathed a huge sigh of relief. They waited at home until the afternoon. Meng Anru helped Su Mingyang pack his belongings for a while. Without waiting for the receptionist from the organization to arrive, he left the house alone. Before leaving, he glanced back at the home where he had lived since childhood, his retreating figure appearing lonely. Outside, a steady drizzle fell. The early spring mist dampened the hem of Meng Anru's clothes. Holding an oil paper umbrella, he walked step by step along the dimly lit street toward the Japanese military headquarters. Chapter 123, All These Years of Misunderstanding. Along the way, words like traitor and mole echoed in his ears. Without warning, Meng Anru turned his head, his eyes brimming with hope. He heard the voices of his students. He heard their angry rebukes. He knew that China's next generation had not perished. China's next generation still held hope. Their spines had not been crushed. Gradually, for the first time, Meng Anru's perpetually stooped back straightened. He discarded his oil paper umbrella and strode into the misty rain of early spring. That evening, the organization's reception personnel arrived at Meng Anru's home and escorted Su Mingyang and the others out of Huazhong City. That very night, at the Japanese Devil's Banquet, a towering inferno erupted. Su Mingyang watched the towering flames from afar. He knew this was Meng Anru's final act in Huazhong City. Grandpa Su. His thoughts gradually returned as he heard Xiao Yeye's soft reminder. Grandpa Su, we all know now. We all know Principal Meng wasn't a traitor. Xiao Yeye had been crying silently for some time. Back in elementary school, she had heard tales of a notorious traitor in Huazhong City named Meng Anru. Back then, teachers had repeatedly mentioned the atrocities Meng Anru had committed against the citizens of Huazhong City, expressing utter contempt for him. Even after all these years, she still held a rigid impression of him. In her eyes, he was nothing but a traitor. She never imagined she would hear his name again today, this time from Grandpa Su. Only this time, the information she received wasn't that he was a traitor, but that he was a hero of Huadhua. Senior Meng, I'm crying my eyes out. Back in school, I always thought he was a traitor. He bore the label of traitor all those years just to protect his students. Even when his own students called him a traitor, he never tried to explain. Those were the very people he risked his life to protect. Yet they called him a traitor. If it were me, I probably would have exploded long ago, let alone bear that shame while protecting them. Sigh. Who knew all these years we'd been misunderstanding Senior Meng? Viewers in the livestream expressed their regret one after another. At this moment, their admiration and guilt toward Meng Anru reached its peak. Actually, the fact that this truth only came to light after all these years was entirely due to Principal Meng's deliberate arrangement. Su Mingyang's voice was equally choked with emotion. Back then, on the very afternoon he evacuated the same night Meng Anru calmly faced his death during their final conversation, Meng Anru had asked Su Mingyang to bury his story after his passing. He needed his story as a traitor to serve as a warning to future generations, urging them never to betray their country. Even if it meant his name would be reviled for eternity, he had no regrets. He understood deeply that what the people of Huagua needed at that time was not a role model, but a cautionary tale. Perhaps only this way could all Chinese people be spurred on, preventing them from perishing amidst their own cries. For many years afterward, Su Mingyang faithfully honored his dying wish, never revealing these events. But now, with China at peace, all Japanese invaders expelled, and no foreign powers daring to threaten again, his story should be remembered by all. His name should never appear on any list of war criminals. China, Military District Conference Room. Bai Fongjun gazed at the aged, haggard face of Su Mingyang on the livestream, his eyes filled with heartache. Yet what pained him even more was that after all these years, he had never known that Senior Meng Anru was a hero of Huagua, not a traitor. He had once deliberately used Meng Anru as a cautionary tale to motivate Huagua's soldiers. At the time, he had despised Meng Anru with utter loathing, never imagining that such a traitorous villain had ever existed in Huagua's history. But now, he realized he had been wrong. All these years, they had wrongly blamed Senior Meng Anru. We never imagined that despite believing ourselves well versed in history and understanding the events of the past. Yet now, just the story of one elder like Meng Anru has left us dumbfounded. So how many more elders were there back then, whose hearts were truly loyal yet were branded as traitors? How many more elders are still bearing these stains of disgrace? In an instant, the entire nation plunged into uncovering the heroic deeds of every figure from the anti-Japanese war era. Countless deeds of these heroes were unearthed by millions of netizens. After official verification, many of these uncovered stories were confirmed as events specific to the circumstances of that era. In other words, the actions that had been stigmatized were justified by the necessities of the time. In truth, they were all martyrs who sacrificed their lives for the rise of Huagua. Military District Headquarters, Conference Room. Bai Fongjun and other high-ranking officials held the gathered intelligence, their eyes filled with astonishment. They never imagined so many revolutionary heroes had been slandered in such a manner. They must take action. Upon reaching this conclusion, the commander of the White Army issued an order. Mobilize all military resources to thoroughly investigate the deeds of these revolutionary soldiers who bear the stigma of disgrace. Then we can produce television dramas based on such stories. We absolutely cannot allow the glorious deeds of heroes to be buried by the torrent of history. Nor can we allow heroes to bear the burden of infamy even after death. With these words, the entire military region's investigative apparatus mobilized. They spared no effort in investing resources to investigate any available materials. To some, this effort might seem like a waste of resources. But without these revolutionary heroes, how could the mighty nation of China exist today? Without the spirit of these revolutionary heroes who chose to fight a bloody path for China even if it meant bearing infamy, how could China have withstood the Japanese invasion? China has never been the creation of a single individual, nor is it confined to a single era. For China to stand firm on the international stage, the spirit of these heroes who resisted Japanese aggression is precisely what must be carried forward. Meanwhile, after Su Mingyang finished speaking, the car arrived at its destination. This was a mountain forest. Surrounding the forest, lush trees stood tall, radiating vitality under the lingering glow of spring sunlight. Su Mingyang and his companions wandered aimlessly through the woods, basking in the spring warmth. After walking for an unknown length of time, Su Mingyang felt his legs grow weak, and Xiao Yaya was also panting heavily from exhaustion. "Grandpa Su, where are we going? Aren't we there yet?" Xiao Yaya asked. It wasn't that she was overly impatient, it was simply that Grandpa Su had already circled the area 3 times without any sign of finding their destination. Chapter 124, Martyrs Cemetery. "We haven't found it." Su Mingyang sighed deeply. After Meng Anru's sacrifice, Su Mingyang had erected a tombstone for him outside the city. He remembered it should be somewhere nearby. But now, no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find it. Watching the desolate Su Mingyang, Xiao Yaya felt a pang of heartache, her mind filled with endless regret. She never imagined that her single remark could have such an effect on Grandpa Su. "Then let's keep searching." "All right. Let's keep searching." Su Mingyang resumed his search through the mountains and forests. He knew that after so many years of change, the tombstone they had erected for Meng Anru long ago had vanished. In the livestream chat, viewers shared the same somber mood. After all these years, it's only natural the tombstone is gone. As long as we remember the deeds of our predecessor Meng Anru, that might be enough. Exactly. The physical traces Meng Anru left behind may be gone. But the spirit he embodied, I will carry it with me forever. Post, tell Grandpa Su we've all remembered. Xiao Yaya watched the live stream comments, a wave of heaviness washing over her. She whispered softly into Su Mingyang's ear. Grandpa Su, the viewers asked me to tell you they've all remembered Grandpa Meng's story. Remembered? Remembered. Su Mingyang lifted his cloudy eyes. After repeating the word several times, he finally understood what she meant. Remembering is good. Remembering is good indeed. He muttered a few more times before finding a rock to sit on. Now, he no longer dwelled on finding the tombstone. Deep down, he understood that after so many years, its disappearance was only natural. After all, when he had erected the monument for Meng Anru, he had deliberately inscribed it, Principal Meng Anru of Huazhong High School. Therefore, anyone who passed by and knew his identity would likely kick the tombstone over. Some who despised traitors might even dig up the earth beneath it. Beneath it, they would discover an iron box containing the letter Su Mingyang had written to Meng Anru all those years ago. This letter had been written by Su Mingyang specifically before he left Huazhong City. He feared that if he failed to escape Huazhong City, Meng Anru's deeds might be buried by history. Fortunately, he had escaped Huazhong City. And now, at a time when no one in Huagua dared to commit such crimes, he was able to reveal Meng Anru's story. Let's go! Since our old comrade has returned home, there's no need for us to linger any longer. Su Mingyang spoke, taking steps to depart. Yet, just as he was about to leave the mountains, he spotted a cemetery at the foot of the hills. Earlier, Su Mingyang hadn't paid it any mind. In his mind, he hadn't imagined that Meng Anru would be honored as a martyr by the locals. To his surprise, upon entering the cemetery, he discovered Meng Anru's tombstone in the most prominent spot. What's going on here? Xiao Yeye also spotted Meng Anru's tombstone and hurried forward to confirm. She noticed the deeds inscribed on the tombstone matched exactly what she had heard about the veteran Meng Anru's experiences, and voiced her confusion. Su Mingyang, too, was filled with countless questions. However, when he saw the letter framed in glass on the tombstone, it all made sense. Perhaps many years ago, someone had discovered his tombstone. And after excavating Meng Anru's grave, they had found the letters buried beneath by Su Mingyang. Upon reading these letters, they learned of Meng Anru's deeds and enshrined him within the martyrs' cemetery. Thankfully, some descendants still remember the legacy of the late Meng Anru. They did not list him among the traitors. Elder Meng Anru could never have imagined that after all these years, he would be exonerated once more. Thankfully, his tombstone resides within the martyrs' cemetery, otherwise, we might not sleep soundly at night. Viewers in the livestream chat sighed in unison. Let's go. Su Mingyang sat for a while at the entrance of the cemetery before leaving to rest at the hotel. Xiao Yeye and Li Daji didn't speak to Su Mingyang on the way back. The ride back in the ride-hailing car was filled with silence. Grandpa Su, we're heading back to our rooms first. Upon arriving at the hotel, Xiao Yeye and Li Daji bid Su Mingyang farewell, then ended their livestream and headed to their respective rooms to rest. Su Mingyang also returned to his room to rest. Meanwhile, on the street in front of the hotel, a black SUV pulled up slowly. 2 men and 2 women stepped out one after another. They were all well built and looked like they weren't to be messed with. Instead of entering the hotel directly, they headed into a residential building across the street. These 4 uninvited guests were quickly spotted by the military district squad following Su Mingyang. As the squad leader, Lu Jianjun received the reconnaissance report immediately. Wang, you keep an eye on them and see what they're up to. Deputy Captain Xiao, call the military district and have them investigate these individuals' backgrounds. We absolutely cannot afford another mistake in our work. Lu Jianjun swiftly assigned all tasks. Every member of the military unit immediately began carrying out their respective duties. Before long, the identities of this group were fully uncovered. After entering the residential building, the 4-man squad swept through each floor. Whenever they passed a room covered in thick dust, they paused briefly at the doorway and made a mark. After completing a full circuit of the building, they documented every unit that appeared to have been unoccupied for an extended period. Subsequently, the 4 split up into 4 rooms and began monitoring the hotel across the street. Since they still didn't know which floor of the hotel Su Mingyang was staying on, they couldn't proceed with the next step of the assassination. What they didn't know was that every move they made was laid bare on the military unit's command desk. Captain, all surveillance positions are secured. When do we move? Xiao Shuanzi asked. In less than an hour, the military unit had already gathered complete intelligence on how these 4 assassins had entered Huagua and what mission they intended to carry out there. Even the contact person behind these assassins has now been apprehended by them. Just wait a little longer. We've already reported this matter to Grandpa Su. We'll just wait for his instructions. Lu Jianjun answered the question, his eyes brimming with anticipation. He wanted to see how Grandpa Su would handle the situation once he learned of it. Meanwhile, Su Mingyang received a call from Bai Fongjun. On the line, Bai Fongjun sought his opinion on the matter. Senior Su, how should we handle these 4 spies? Capture them alive or execute them immediately? Chapter 125, I have the answer, notify me. Bring them here. I want to have a chat with them. When it came to spies, Su Mingyang harbored no thoughts of showing mercy. Back then, countless spies infiltrated China. To root them all out, they had expended immense manpower and resources. Yet, after all these years, these traitors dare to threaten our nation once more. If they dared to come, they must be prepared to never return. Understood. Please wait a moment, Senior Su. Before long, several figures appeared in Su Mingyang's room. Speak. Why did you infiltrate? What mission were you sent to carry out? Gazing at the tightly bound spies before him, Su Mingyang massaged his temples. The last time he interrogated spies like this had been decades ago. Not talking? We've got ways to make you talk. Seeing the 4 spies acting as if they were dead pigs fearing no boiling water, Lu Jianjun flexed his wrists. Clearly, he intended to resort to force. After all, there was no mercy to be shown to these spies. Their very presence here, undertaking such a meticulously planned mission, proved their extraordinary status. Perhaps they had already stolen countless pieces of intelligence from China. You may leave now. Su Mingyang waved his hand, halting Lu Jianjun's actions. Upon hearing this, the military district squad's gaze shifted toward Lu Jianjun. As members of the military district squad, all their actions required orders. Since Su Mingyang was not their direct superior at that moment, the orders they needed to follow still came from Lu Jianjun. After sizing up Su Mingyang for a moment, Lu Jianjun sighed. Let's go. He felt that once they left, with no one watching these spies, Su Mingyang might be in danger. But since Su Mingyang had spoken, they couldn't refuse. Watching Lu Jianjun's retreating figure, Su Mingyang rose to his feet. Now that they're all gone, you can speak freely. After all, an old man like me can't threaten you, can I? Faced with Su Mingyang's persuasion, the spies remained silent. For them, having been captured, their only remaining task was to keep their mouths shut and await death. But would they truly accept such a fate? Clearly not. Despite their rigorous training, facing life and death with true composure was something no normal human could achieve. I can offer each of you a chance now. If you provide valuable intelligence, China will ensure you live out the rest of your lives in comfort. Su Mingyang spoke, sinking heavily into the seat behind him, his entire body motionless like a shriveled orange. We can never betray our homeland. The burly leader's voice trembled with suppressed fury as his narrowed eyes darted between his comrades. The 4 men had been strangers before this mission. Without the street people, they wouldn't have known each other, let alone trusted one another. Don't forget the favors the island nation has done for you. If you choose to betray us, and I make it out alive, your families will face sanctions. Sanctioned? Su Mingyang grinned, a trace of scorn flickering across his weathered face. Do you really think the island nation would spare your families if you died here? Don't be naive. You know full well what methods your island nation employs. Even if they keep quiet, the moment we make the slightest move, the higher-ups will pin it all on you. Then, all your so-called heroic sacrifice for the island nation will earn your families nothing but retribution from the state. Su Mingyang's words silenced even the leader who had spoken earlier. What Su Mingyang described about their island nation's tactics was indeed very much in character for them. Even if they hadn't betrayed anyone, the island nation's higher-ups wouldn't care about that. Since they could no longer speak up, every blame would be ruthlessly pinned on them. Earlier, their nation had suffered a massive intelligence leak. Everyone knew the breach stemmed from a hack into the intelligence database. But to avoid taking responsibility, the higher-ups had pinned all the blame on the arrested spies. In the end, the families of these spies all suffered retaliation from the island nation. Even if we reveal the intelligence, won't our families still face retaliation as you claim? If we're going to face retaliation either way, we have no reason to betray our country. The lead male spy articulated the crux of the matter. If Su Mingyang could guarantee their families would be spared from the island nation's retaliation, then revealing everything they knew would not be impossible. Yes. As you suspected, we certainly have the capability to rescue your families. However, in return, the intelligence you provide must meet our standards for executing the rescue. You should know what we want. After Su Mingyang finished speaking, the room fell silent. Every spy understood, to secure Su Mingyang's intervention in rescuing their families, they must possess sufficient leverage. Yet now, their island nation was no longer the powerful force it once was, constantly suppressed by China. The intelligence they could offer in exchange was scarce. How can we possibly trust your words? How can we be certain that after we share our intelligence with you, you will actually send someone to rescue our families? If China truly wants our intelligence, it had better show some sincerity first. The leader attempted to bargain, but Su Mingyang flatly refused. I think you still haven't grasped the meaning of my words. At this point, we are no longer enemies on opposing sides. If you want your families to be safe, you have no choice but to trust us. Su Mingyang's words sent a chill through the spies' hearts. They never imagined that after their capture, the first olive branch extended to them would come from the very target they had sought to assassinate. So we have no choice but to trust you? The burly leader muttered in his broken Mandarin. Seeing the hesitation, Su Mingyang showed no sign of impatience. He clapped his hands, and the military unit filed in. Take them away. Notify me when they have an answer. Su Mingyang said, rising to his feet. You need to decide quickly. The island nation hasn't received any news from you during this time, and they're bound to grow suspicious. If you're still hesitating then, I can't guarantee how things will unfold afterward. With that, the military unit members escorted the spies out one by one. Su Mingyang, meanwhile, pulled out his phone and dialed Bai Fangjuan's number. Chapter 126, If They Come to Their Senses. Senior Su, how are things progressing? Bai Fangjuan's voice sounded somewhat urgent on the other end of the line. When he learned Su Mingyang intended to interrogate the spies personally, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, inevitably bringing to mind the story from years past. Though he hadn't witnessed it firsthand, he'd heard the tale from other elders. Back in the day. Back then, after failing to conquer China for several consecutive years and having opened up new fronts elsewhere, the Japanese invaders altered their offensive strategy against China. They shifted from their initial sweeping, relentless assaults to a more calculated offensive. Their aim was to secure ultimate victory with minimal losses. Therefore, the spies they had planted within China began their operations in earnest. These spies had been planted within China since childhood, living lives indistinguishable from ordinary Chinese citizens. Had they not received spy training from childhood, they might have been indistinguishable from ordinary Chinese citizens. Unfortunately, they had been educated by the island nation since childhood. Under its meticulous cultivation, they were infiltrated into various branches of the Chinese military. Some of these spies even held high positions within the Kuomintang, commanding tens of thousands of soldiers. Several consecutive battles had been lost precisely because of these spies infiltrating the Kuomintang. However, with Su Mingyang's emergence, these spies faced their doom. At that time, though Su Mingyang did not hold a high position, he wielded considerable authority. His sharp mind earned him the task of screening captured personnel to identify spies. Following the Kuomintang's approach, they would execute all captured individuals regardless of guilt, adhering to the principle of better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free. The revolutionary forces under Su Mingyang, however, operated differently. Although they would not readily release soldiers suspected of being spies before the screening was complete. However, they would at least refrain from abusing them until their guilt was fully confirmed. After all, these soldiers had shed blood for the revolutionary cause to varying degrees, and extreme treatment was unthinkable. At that time, they had captured 12 revolutionary soldiers suspected of being spies. Unable to screen them quickly, they were all confined in the prison. To confirm their identities, Su Mingyang spent nearly a month living and eating alongside them. Through this proximity, Su Mingyang also gained insight into their daily habits. Since these individuals hailed from all corners of the country, Su Mingyang specifically sought out revolutionary fighters from their respective regions for guidance, gradually piecing together clues. Ultimately, through Su Mingyang's persistent observation, the Japanese spy finally slipped up when he couldn't feign familiarity with a regional custom. Consequently, Su Mingyang pinpointed the Japanese spy among the 12 suspects. Having spent time with them, Su Mingyang had developed a certain bond with this Japanese spy. Ultimately, after Su Mingyang made certain promises, this notorious Japanese spy revealed intelligence that even the revolutionaries themselves were unaware of. Armed with this intelligence, the revolutionary forces achieved a decisive victory in a major battle, completely crushing the Japanese invaders. Consequently, Su Mingyang's identity began to be deliberately concealed by the revolutionary forces. Only the highest-ranking officials were aware of Su Mingyang's true identity. Consequently, the Japanese invaders repeatedly dispatched spies, even at the cost of exposing themselves, to assassinate Su Mingyang. However, not a single one of these Japanese spies sent to assassinate Su Mingyang succeeded, nor did any return alive. In fact, a significant number of these spies, upon arrival, not only failed to complete their missions but were instead successfully turned by Su Mingyang. Thus, even as the victory over the Japanese invaders drew near, the enemy still harbored a deep, seething hatred for Su Mingyang. Snapping back from his recollections, Bai Fangjuan's eyes shone with admiration. For him, witnessing Su Mingyang interrogate spies firsthand was undoubtedly a privilege. Senior Comrade Su, whatever you require, our military will spare no effort to provide. Bai Fangjun pledged over the phone. Indeed, as he stated, with Huagua growing increasingly powerful, its stance toward such spies had always been one of zero tolerance. Therefore, any means employed to deal with these spies was deemed appropriate. Even experimental drugs still in research could be used on these spies. Anything that made them talk was acceptable. No assistance needed. I've already laid out the terms. The choice is theirs to make. Su Mingyang replied indifferently. Hearing this, Bai Fangjun froze. Terms? Negotiated terms? What did that mean? Senior Su had actually negotiated terms with these spies? These spies were specially trained. What good would negotiating terms with them do? They wouldn't fall for that at all. Bai Fangjun had once considered negotiating with these spies himself. In fact, to extract intelligence from them, he had even offered them Chinese citizenship outright. Yet despite such generous terms, the intelligence they ultimately provided was still false. Back then, they lost quite a few men verifying the intelligence's authenticity. Now, how could mere negotiations possibly persuade these spies to cooperate? Instead of that, it would be better to employ some tactics to force them to talk. Senior Su, your plan won't work. Spies today aren't like the ones from your era. They've undergone systematic training, they won't defect so easily. What if we just bring them back to headquarters for interrogation? Bai Fongjun probed cautiously. He didn't want to be too harsh. After all, Su Mingyang was a senior figure he looked up to. He simply couldn't bring himself to speak too bluntly, even if he felt the old man was a bit out of touch with the times. Bring them back to the military zone? Su Mingyang pondered briefly before sighing. It seemed he was getting old. These matters were no longer suited for his involvement. Bai Fongjun heard Su Mingyang's sigh and understood its meaning. But what could he do? Nowadays, Wagwa dealt with spies far more strictly than in years past. According to military law, once they captured a spy, they were supposed to bring them back to the military district for interrogation. The reason they had allowed Su Mingyang to interrogate the suspect earlier was purely a matter of courtesy. Now that the formalities were over, they had to follow the rules. Fine. Since you insist on following your rules, take him back. If any of these spies have a change of heart along the way, remember to give me a call. Chapter 127, No need to continue the spy life. Of course. With Su Mingyang's approval, Bai Fongjun breathed a heavy sigh of relief. In his view, these spies wouldn't voluntarily talk even if they subjected them to the most brutal torture. Their professional training ensured they'd never crack. To make them talk, drugs combined with mental hypnosis were required. Only this method could make these spies talk. Even then, some spies might still feed false information under such extreme circumstances. This would require their final discernment. After hanging up, Bai Fongjun immediately ordered Lu Jianjun to escort the spies back to the military district. Lu Jianjun asked no questions, merely following orders. He bound the 4 spies securely, fitted them with electronic shackles, and escorted them onto the aircraft. However, to everyone's surprise, before boarding the aircraft, all 4 spies simultaneously demanded to see Su Mingyang. Lu Jianjun immediately reported this incident up the chain of command. Upon learning of this, Bai Fongjun was deeply taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that these spies would actually, as the veteran Su Mingyang had predicted, proactively seek cooperation midway through their transfer. Bai Fongjun decided not to have Lu Jianjun escort the spies back to the military district. Instead, he personally led a group of men straight to the hotel where Su Mingyang was staying. Within 10 minutes, the hotel was completely taken over by military district soldiers. The hotel owner, having received a hefty sum for the exclusive use of the premises, happily went home to sleep. His hotel, lacking an elevator, had always seen very few guests. Little did he know it would be fully booked today. Apparently, the elderly guest staying there was some kind of important figure. With that thought, the owner immediately called his daughter. After confirming the details multiple times, he let out a heavy sigh. It turned out that the elderly guest and the little girl accompanying him were actually major internet celebrities. However, the innkeeper's surprise did little to lighten the tense atmosphere inside the establishment. The entire establishment was now solemn and tense, with numerous soldiers in military uniforms hurrying through the corridors. Precision instruments were being unloaded from aircraft and installed with meticulous precision. Xiao Yeye wanted to peek out of her room to check the hallway situation. But the moment she opened the door, she was immediately blocked by a soldier holding a firearm. "Excuse me, ma'am. We are currently executing a mission, and all details must remain confidential. Please cooperate with us and stay inside your room. Should you require any supplies during the operation, please inform me, and we will arrange them for you as quickly as possible." Xiao Yeye was startled by the scene, but she quickly realized these matters were none of her concern. So, after asking a soldier for a late-night snack, Xiao Yeye ate it in her room. In another room, Li Diji was doing the same, though he clearly hadn't grasped the situation. Finally, after persistent attempts, he managed to connect with Su Mingyang via video call. Only after confirming Su Mingyang was unharmed did he relax slightly, waiting anxiously in the room. Eventually, Su Mingyang was ushered into a living room that had been temporarily soundproofed. The living room had been completely transformed into an interrogation room, connected to the other 4 rooms. In each of these 4 rooms, 4 soldiers stood guard. Fully armed and highly alert, they watched over the spies. As soon as Su Mingyang entered, Bai Fongjun stepped forward. "Senior Su, it's been ages. I recall our last meeting was quite some time ago." Bai Fongjun extended his hand, clasping Su Mingyang's in a firm grip, his face flushing with excitement. For him, the mere opportunity to see Su Mingyang again in his lifetime was an immense honor. After all, given his position, if enemy spies discovered his private contact with Su Mingyang, they would inevitably draw conclusions about Su Mingyang's true identity. Indeed, if Su Mingyang's true identity were exposed, his plan to escort his old comrades home would inevitably be shelved. Bai Fongjun understood that Su Mingyang had spent all those years in seclusion deep in the mountains, quietly recuperating, with the sole purpose of personally escorting his old comrades home. He could not, and would not, shatter the elder Su's wish for the sake of his own momentary desires. "It's been quite a while. Time is running short, let's get straight to it." Before arriving, Su Mingyang had received word that the 4 spies he'd previously conversed with had all decided to speak up. This came as a slight surprise to Su Mingyang as well. He understood that if it were only based on what he had said, perhaps some among them might speak up, but certainly not all of them. After all, what he had said earlier held little weight in the minds of these spies. They wouldn't be swayed by a few words. Drawing on years of interrogation experience, Su Mingyang knew that among these spies, someone would inevitably feed false intelligence. As for sifting through that false intelligence, well, that would be a task for later. All right. Old Master Su, come with me. Seeing Su Mingyang had no desire for small talk, Bai Fongjun stood up and led him out of the soundproofed lounge. The two proceeded down the corridor and entered the first interrogation room. Upon entering, Bai Fongjun and Su Mingyang took their seats facing the spy. The subject's file immediately appeared in their hands. Name, Sakata Daigo. Chinese name, Lu Wei. Age, 48. Career history, underwent espionage training from age 13 to 19, graduating with distinction after 6 years. Infiltrated China at age 20 and remained undercover for 28 years, executing 2 espionage missions during that period. This mission is his final assignment. Upon completion, he will return to Japan. Staring at Lu Wei's resume on the desk, Su Mingyang frowned slightly. The man had actually been undercover in China for 28 years? Such an extended period meant even deeply ingrained, hard-to-change behaviors would gradually erode over time. By now, it was safe to say he had seamlessly integrated into China. Had he not been assigned this mission, his spy identity might have remained undiscovered for the rest of his life. Lu Wei, I hear you're willing to cooperate with us? As long as you provide valuable intelligence, we will ensure your family is brought to China by any means necessary. You needn't worry about that. Moreover, we can establish a new identity for you. Then, you and your family can live carefree in China, never needing to engage in espionage again. Take your time to consider and give us your answer. There's no rush. Bai Fongjun rattled off all the generous terms in one breath, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Wei as he waited for his response. Upon hearing Bai Fongjun's words, Su Mingyang sighed heavily. The man still hadn't grasped the essence of interrogation. Chapter 128, A Familiar Name. These spies aren't little darlings. Who starts by laying out terms right off the bat? What they needed to do now wasn't lay all their cards on the table, but play the emotional card. After all, the captured enemy knew their life hung by a thread, at the mercy of their captor's whims. Therefore, there's absolutely no need to steer the conversation toward the suspect. Instead, they should talk about family, friends, and the world outside. Their goal is to ignite the subject's will to survive. Once the subject desperately wants to live, their interrogation is already halfway done. I agree. Lu Wei hesitated several times, then finally nodded firmly as if summoning all his courage. Then start talking. Bai Fongjun gestured toward the one-way glass, then folded his arms, his gaze fixed on Lu Wei. It seemed as though he intended to see right through him. Yet Lu Wei, seasoned by years of espionage training, wore nothing but resignation on his face. Honestly, given my position, I don't know much. I'll just share the most significant intelligence I have. Lu Wei paused for a moment, a look of recollection flitting across his face as if deep in thought. After a long while, as if finally gathering his thoughts, he spoke slowly. 7 or 8 years ago, while on a covert photography mission, I received a message. The military base photos we captured that time were intended to provide coordinates back to the island nation. The island nation is now developing an electromagnetic cannon capable of directly disrupting electronic signals. With precise coordinates from us, they could swiftly sever all communications at the military base. Lu Wei's words caused Bai Fongjun's brows to furrow deeply. This wasn't particularly surprising to him. They had long been aware of the enemy's capabilities in this area. In fact, China's technological edge in this field had long maintained a dominant position internationally. In other words, this information was outdated. The enemy wanted to trade this information for their lives and demand that their families be smuggled in. Clearly, that wasn't enough. We're already aware of all the information you've mentioned. Is there anything else? Bai Fongjun waved his hand, signaling for the other party to change the subject. There's one more piece of information. Our island nation obtained a document containing details on numerous wealthy businessmen from your country. They intend to use this information to coerce these wealthy businessmen into defecting to their side. Lu Wei's words piqued Bai Fongjun's interest. Go on. Do you have the list from that document? No, but I've reviewed it once and can recall some of the names. As for the specific incidents documented against them, I honestly can't remember the details. Lu Wei gestured for paper and pen. Bai Fongjun waved, and the door swung open. A soldier entered carrying a ballpoint pen in plain A4 paper. The ballpoint pen had a distinctive design, featuring a curved tip resembling the letter D. Its nib had undergone special processing. It was impossible to swallow or use it to harm oneself. Done. A few minutes later, Lu Wei wrote several names in succession on the A4 paper, noting each person's specific identity after their name. Finished? Bai Fongjun was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Lu Wei to work so quickly. Su Mingyang, witnessing Lu Wei's swift completion, let out a heavy sigh. He knew the man was preparing to feed them false intelligence. Shaking his head, Su Mingyang stood up and walked straight to the next room without pausing. Seeing this, Bai Fongjun also stood up. Shaking his head, he didn't take the A4 paper but followed Su Mingyang out. Senior Su, is there no need to continue questioning him? Outside the room, Bai Fongjun and Su Mingyang locked eyes. He had his own suspicions about Su Mingyang's departure. Even now, having brought along numerous lie detection experts and polygraph machines, he was still inclined to trust Su Mingyang. There's no need to press further. What he gave us is likely false intelligence, barring any surprises. If you're unsure, we can have the recording analyzed by the lie detection experts later. I'd rather be proven wrong. Seeing Su Mingyang speak thus, Bai Fongjun nodded. Though he had already reached his own conclusion, he knew every procedural step must be followed. After all, they were dealing with a spy, not an ordinary criminal. Even if the intelligence provided was false, analysis by lie detection and psychological experts might still yield some exclusionary value. Moreover, many details lack any basis in reality, things the enemy simply couldn't fabricate. Perhaps numerous wealthy merchants in Huagua had been threatened by the island nation, pressured to transfer all their assets there. This was something they could not tolerate. Next room. Su Mingyang said, pushing open the door to another room. Having worked tirelessly all day without rest, he now felt slightly weary, his steps growing unsteady. Noticing this, Bai Fongjun immediately stepped forward to offer his support. Once both men were seated in the interrogation room formed by this room, they saw Yua sitting calmly. Indeed, she had also come to participate in this espionage operation. This particular mission was one Yua had specifically requested to join. Like Lu Wei before her, she had already completed 2 espionage missions. If this one concluded successfully, she would be able to return to her island nation and live a life of comfort and security. Unfortunately, her cherished dream had been shattered the moment she set foot on Chinese soil. Yua, known in China as Lu Hui. Su Mingyang muttered to himself, glancing at the documents before him. When Yua heard the name Lu Hui called out, her entire body stiffened. Ever since arriving in China, she had used this name. Over the years, she had grown quite attached to the country. Perhaps, had it not been for the call from the spy organization, she might have considered herself a true citizen of China. Mr. Su, ask whatever you wish. I'll tell you everything I know. Yua's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she spoke earnestly. Very well. I shall ask then. Su Mingyang wasted no time. He exchanged a glance with Bai Fongjun, then began studying the documents. After a moment, Su Mingyang spoke. Lu Hui, the records indicate you've been responsible for liaising between spies and issuing deployment assignments. I need you to write down every spy you've contacted and every mission you've assigned over the years. You may have forgotten some details, but please write down everything you remember on this paper. After speaking, Su Mingyang waved his hand, just as Bai Fongjun had done earlier. An A4 sheet and a professional interrogation pen were brought in and placed before Yuya. After a moment's thought, Yuya began writing on the paper. Chapter 129, They only passed false information. Half an hour later, Su Mingyang lifted his gaze from Yuya's face. In his hands now was a densely packed dossier detailing every mission Yuya had undertaken over the years. Among them, whether it was dispatching spies for assassinations or recording military base locations, certain patterns emerged repeatedly. However, these were all superficial assignments, lacking any deeper significance. Still, this was sufficient. Holding the A4 paper, Su Mingyang began questioning Yuya based on the contents. Whether he asked her to recount events in chronological order or provided a specific event for her to place in time, Yuya could answer correctly after a moment's thought. Gradually, not only Su Mingyang but even the White Army began to trust Yuya's answers. But all that trust vanished into thin air after Su Mingyang posed his final few questions. Alright. Since you claim to have organized an assassination operation 3 years ago, then can you tell me whether that assassination operation was carried out during the day or at night? Give me the most precise time you can recall. Su Mingyang spoke, his gaze fixed intently on Yuya's expression. The slightest hint of unease would not escape his notice. He had already casually questioned Yuya once before. That time, she had answered effortlessly, without much thought. At that moment, Su Mingyang had committed the answer to memory, intending to revisit it during the final interrogation. Questions like this one were recorded in his mind, and he had more than one stored away. If she had lied in response to any of them, she would be unable to provide the correct answer now. Just as Su Mingyang had anticipated, after he posed this question to Yuya, she hesitated, her expression clouding with difficulty. She vaguely recalled Su Mingyang asking her a similar question earlier, but she couldn't remember how she had answered it at all. It should be 8 p.m. If I recall correctly, our mission that time was carried out at 8 p.m. Wrong. It was 6 p.m. You carried out the assassination mission during dinner time. Su Mingyang spoke calmly, showing no hint of emotion, as if merely reminding her. Oh, right. 6 o'clock. I got it wrong just now. Answering too many questions messed up my head. A sheepish smile spread across Yuya's face, a flicker of relief passing through her eyes. Thankfully, her answer wasn't too far off from before. Mixing up 8 p.m. and 6 p.m. was understandable. But after Yuya finished speaking, deep disappointment surfaced in Su Mingyang's eyes. He glanced at the A4 paper where he'd specifically noted 9:30 a.m. and shook his head. It seemed the other party still wasn't being entirely truthful. Since that was the case, there was no point in continuing the questioning. All right. Your questioning is concluded. If you recall anything else later, you can add it then. We'll be moving on to question others now. Su Mingyang said before leaving the room. Outside the room, in the living room, Su Mingyang sat on the sofa, massaging his temples as his head felt throbbing. He hadn't expected that after interrogating 2 spies consecutively, neither had revealed the truth. Bai Fongjun watched Su Mingyang's expression, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. Senior Su, why don't you go rest? These spies are all like this, they won't confess unless you use some methods. Bai Fongjun sat across from Su Mingyang, his words filled with gentle persuasion. It wasn't that he doubted Su Mingyang's interrogation skills, but he felt such matters were better handled by a specialist. Su Mingyang didn't need to exhaust himself like this. I'm fine. Just taking a break. Su Mingyang waved him off, closing his eyes to meditate and rest. Back then, they had apprehended several spies in one fell swoop, and he had interrogated them all single-handedly. Back then, there was no high-tech equipment, let alone the multitude of specialists available today. Their primary interrogation method was essentially exhaustion tactics. Only by pushing prisoners to the brink, when they were no longer in their right mind, could they possibly reveal the truth. It was during that period that, in his quest to extract intelligence swiftly from the spies, he himself went 2 days without sleep alongside the prisoners. Now, what was a little time like this compared to that? Seeing Su Mingyang like this, Bai Fongjun sighed but said nothing more. In his eyes, Su Mingyang was nothing but a stubborn old man, clearly at his limit yet still putting on a brave front. Were it not for Su Mingyang's status, he would have kicked any other old man out long ago. What he didn't know was that for this particular interrogation, perhaps no one but Su Mingyang could break through. After all, their interrogation methods were largely physical coercion. As long as the prisoners possessed strong willpower, they rarely revealed any weaknesses. Even if they did slip up, as long as they regained their wits, Bai Fongjun and his team would still come up empty-handed. Yuya and Sakata Daigo were prime examples. They had clearly done their homework before capture, preparing to leak false intelligence before their deaths. After a brief rest, Su Mingyang rose and entered the next interrogation room. This time, their subject appeared physically frail. You're finally here. I've already written everything I know on this paper. Take a look. As soon as he entered the interrogation room, Su Mingyang heard the other person's voice. His gaze immediately fell upon a sheet of A4 paper on the table, bearing only a few sparse lines of text. The 3 of them colluded long before their arrest, intending to feed you false information. Reading the contents, Su Mingyang's interest was piqued. Instead of looking up at the interrogator, he picked up the suspect's file and began reviewing it. Name, Xiaomulang. Chinese name, None. Age, 28. Background, raised entirely in Japan from childhood. Came to Huagui for an undercover mission. However, less than a month into his infiltration, he received orders from above to begin executing an assassination mission. A spy fresh out of training from the island nation? Su Mingyang murmured under his breath. He hadn't anticipated that this assassination attempt against him would involve a newly dispatched spy from the island nation entering China. The target had entered China under the guise of being the China regional manager for the Dahong automotive company operating in the country, a blatantly obvious cover. Moreover, the agent had been in China for less than a month before being assigned this mission. Su Mingyang found it hard to believe there weren't some underhanded dealings involved. Perhaps the target had offended someone back in the island nation? Su Mingyang found this highly plausible. Otherwise, such a self-destructive move would be utterly absurd. It wasn't that such actions were impossible, but rather that undertaking espionage under this identity showed a profound disregard for China. Moreover, they had no intention of letting him return alive after completing his mission. Su Mingyang believed that the man before him, Shinozaki, might be the breakthrough in this interrogation. Chapter 130, He Wants to Escape. Xiaomulang, I've reviewed your file. I feel profound sorrow for what you've endured. Su Mingyang spoke solemnly, appearing genuinely moved by the man's story. Sitting beside Su Mingyang, Bai Fongjun was dumbfounded. What was old Master Su up to now? This man had come to assassinate him, yet he was expressing sympathy for his experiences? Bai Fongjun couldn't fathom what Su Mingyang was up to this time. However, since Su Mingyang held the upper hand, Bai Fongjun remained silent, sitting quietly to observe the interrogation. Duan Mulang, I now fully trust your words. You may reveal everything you know. Su Mingyang spoke calmly, his gaze fixed on Duan Mulang without wavering. Under Su Mingyang's intense stare, Duan Mulang clearly felt uneasy. Yet he understood this was his only chance. The 3 spies before him had all received orders from their organization before coming. For this mission, even if they were ultimately captured, they were to leak false information. Otherwise, their families and children would be killed immediately. Indeed, to ensure these spies remained fully committed, the island nation had arranged for them to marry and start families before deploying them to infiltrate China. To hasten their descent into love, the island nation even dispatched ideal partners to befriend them.
The goal was to immerse them in the whirlpool of love within a short time frame, making them willingly complete their espionage missions for the sake of their partners. Nomura, however, discovered this practice before heading to China and decisively rejected all arranged partners. Moreover, since Shinozaki's family back in Japan had passed away years ago. Therefore, to bind Shinozaki, they deliberately laced his wine with a drug during a banquet. Subsequently, Shinozaki was forced to father a child. Recognizing the danger, Shimura chose not to resist further. He understood the island nation's true nature and resolved to sever all ties with them by infiltrating China. Thus, he feigned deep affection for his wife and child, presenting himself as someone willing to sacrifice his life for them. It was precisely this act that earned him the trust of the spy organization, enabling him to cross the ocean and arrive in China for his covert mission. However, shortly after his arrival in China, the organization detected his unusual behavior. Since Shinozaki had obtained permanent residency in China and no one could control whether he remained there. Therefore, the only way for the organization to eliminate him was through a mission. This time, the 4 agents received the mission to assassinate Su Mingyang. The other 3 agents, besides him, were given an additional task to eliminate Xiao Mulang as a potential threat. This explained why, among the mission participants, only Shimura lacked a Chinese name and identity. He was cannon fodder discarded by the island nation. Once this matter is resolved, we will arrange a Chinese identity for you. However, you may face endless assassination attempts from the island nation. Are you prepared? After conversing with Su Mingyang, Bai Fongjun grasped the implication behind his words and turned to ask Shinomuro for his opinion. They say the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and that was precisely how he viewed Shimura at that moment. Having been discarded by the island nation, if they could accept him and utilize his abilities, he would prove invaluable for upcoming missions. Faced with Bai Fongjun's olive branch, Shinozaki hesitated. He had previously contemplated defecting to China, starting a new life there under a new identity. However, the education he had received since childhood restrained him from pursuing that path. Su Mingyang saw Shino's inner conflict and understood how difficult it would be to ask him to betray the country that had raised him to adulthood. Yet where there's a will, there's a way. He believed that if he could move the man, anything was possible. Waving his hand, Su Mingyang addressed Bai Fongjun. Step outside for a moment. I need to have a proper talk with him. Bai Fongjun was utterly reluctant to comply with Su Mingyang's request. Yet he also knew that in this situation, no matter which expert came, the outcome would be hard to change. Changing someone's beliefs ideas ingrained over 20 years was virtually impossible, barring a miracle. Unless that miracle from over 70 years ago happened again. And the architect of that miracle over 70 years ago was none other than Su Mingyang himself. Senior Su, I'll step out for now. Should anything arise, just call and we'll return immediately. With those final words, Bai Fongjun rose and exited the room, entrusting all subsequent matters entirely to Su Mingyang. Su Mingyang nodded, offering Bai Fongjun a reassuring look before watching him depart. Once Bai Fongjun was gone, Su Mingyang proceeded to shut down every electronic device in the room, right in front of Xiao Mulang. He even powered off his own phone right in front of Xiao Mulang. Once all preparations were complete, Su Mingyang returned to his seat, settled into the most comfortable position, and sank into the chair. Xiao Mulang, I understand the awkwardness of your current situation. I know you don't want to betray the island nation, betray the homeland that raised you. But have you considered this? Even if you refuse to betray them, what difference does it make? You should know that on this mission, they never intended for you to survive. Even if we let you go in the end, you'll still face their relentless pursuit. Now, the only ones who can help you are us China. Su Mingyang spoke, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the tabletop. Tap tap tap. Each tap of Su Mingyang's fingers felt like a blow to Xiao Mulang's chest. In that instant, Xiao Mulang was transported back over a month ago, back to the flight leaving the island nation for Huagua. Sir, hello. Our flight is about to depart. If you need anything, please call us over. The flight attendant's warm greeting echoed in his ears once more. Back then, he had naively believed that escaping the island nation would free him from the burden of being a spy. He believed he could live a normal life in China, free from the daily indoctrination of the island nation's so-called righteous ideology. And what was the result? Even on this land over 2,000 kilometers away from the island nation, he still felt manipulated daily by an invisible hand. They wanted to strip him of every shred of value. They wanted to control his entire life. Ever since he could remember, Shimura had repeatedly experienced this feeling of being manipulated. He didn't understand why he couldn't live a peaceful life like ordinary people. He knew even less why the island nation was always so restless, constantly seeking to infiltrate agents into China. Chapter 131, The Interrogation Miracle. Sure Nomura, think about your time here in China. You've already experienced the stability of this nation. If you are willing, our nation can guarantee you a secure life for the rest of your days. Now, this opportunity lies before you, it's entirely up to you to decide. Su Mingyang paused after uttering these words, saying no more. He understood that words like these only needed to be spoken once, saying too much would only backfire. Tap tap tap. Su Mingyang's fingers continued to hammer like a wooden mallet against the core of Xiao Mulong's being. Xiao Mulang sat motionless in the interrogation chair, his inner turmoil raging as he struggled to make a decision. He knew that regardless of whether he betrayed the island nation and joined China, he was already a dead man in the eyes of his former country. But if he joined China, he couldn't be certain they wouldn't simply squeeze every last drop of value from him too. After all, in Shimura's view, these nations would betray anyone for their own gain. Mr. Su, I still need time to consider. I can't trust you so quickly. Seeing Shinozaki's wariness, Su Mingyang said no more and left the room. Outside the room, Bai Fongjun immediately approached Su Mingyang as soon as he emerged. Earlier, Su Mingyang had shut down all surveillance in the room, so he knew nothing of what had transpired inside. Now that Su Mingyang had emerged, he naturally wanted to know the final outcome. Senior Su, how did it go? Did Xiao Mulong agree? Su Mingyang shook his head and sighed. No. It may take some time before he fully trusts us. After saying this, Su Mingyang found a seat and sat down, frowning as he pondered. After a moment, Su Mingyang suddenly looked up. Fongjun, what do you think about letting Xiao Mulang stay by my side and accompany me to send our old comrades home? At Su Mingyang's suggestion, every warrior present was utterly shocked. Senior Su, that absolutely cannot be done. Lu Jianjun spoke without hesitation. Xiao Mulang, no matter how you look at it, is a spy sent to assassinate you. If he accompanies you, who knows when he might turn against you? At such close quarters, we'd have no time to react. Lu Jianjun's face was etched with concern as he urged Su Mingyang to reconsider. But Bai Fongjun, upon hearing Su Mingyang's words, seemed to drift into a distant memory, his eyes gradually losing focus. He murmured to himself. Let Xiao Mulang stay by Senior Su's side? Let Xiao Mulang stay by Senior Su's side. Right. Why didn't I think of that? If we have Xiao Mulang accompany Elder Su, then in time, through his experiences, he will naturally come to trust us. A faint glimmer of light flickered in Bai Fongjun's eyes. His consciousness drifted back to his childhood. At that time, due to Huagua's rapid development, various nations had begun sending spies to infiltrate the country. Having just emerged from civil war and still in its formative stages, China lacked established protocols and intelligence systems. The absence of specialized agencies to handle these matters formally allowed these spies to freely gather intelligence within Huagua's borders. As head of the counterintelligence unit, the Venerable Su led a team of specialists in this field to begin apprehending these spies. Initially, they were like flies without direction, taking an extended period to apprehend even a single spy. Sometimes, they wouldn't even catch a single spy in a whole week. It must be noted that the number of spies at that time was enormous. By today's standards of efficiency in capturing spies, at least a dozen would be apprehended daily. But back then, during the early days of the counter-espionage organization, it was extremely difficult to catch these specially trained spies. That's precisely why, whenever an agent was captured, the Venerable Su would treat each case with utmost seriousness, conducting rigorous interrogations. The interrogation miracle from 70 years ago was born during that era. At that time, the counter-espionage organization captured a spy code named Ninja. This spy had participated in espionage activities in China multiple times, obtaining a substantial amount of intelligence data. The counterintelligence agency had nearly exhausted all its manpower and resources in the pursuit. Fortunately, the target eventually fell into the net woven by the agents. After the capture, the greatest challenge was how to interrogate the suspect. Historically, interrogations of spies at this level had never succeeded. To ensure the interrogation succeeded, experts collaborated to form an interrogation plan named after the spy's code name. For this operation, they even enlisted the renowned interrogation expert William, whose reputation as the Eagle had made him world famous. Unfortunately, after nearly 2 weeks of interrogation by William, not a single word was extracted from the target, and they nearly interrogated him to death. Upon hearing of this failure, when no one else was willing to take on the task, the Venerable Su Lao resolutely stepped forward. Without advanced equipment or any trace of the subject's identity, Su Sr. directly shared meals and lodging with the prisoner, spending nearly 24 hours a day in their company. Eventually, due to the prison's harsh conditions, the Venerable Elder Su even contracted a respiratory illness. Yet even so, the Venerable Elder Su showed no sign of retreat. He remained in the prison, engaging in countless heart-to-heart talks and exchanges with the prisoner. Persistence paid off. After relentless effort, the subject finally spoke. This opening was like unlocking a door to the spy's heart. Codenamed Ninja, the individual gradually became more talkative. Senior comrade Su discussed history with him, talked about the wars against Japanese invasions, and covered nearly every topic except the specific mission he was carrying out while infiltrating China. Through subtle influence, Su gradually shifted the spy's perspective, helping him understand Japan's past actions and the atrocities committed against China. Finally, just as everyone had nearly forgotten about this spy, he spoke up of his own accord, demanding to confess everything. He was moved by Elder Su's unwavering persistence. Subsequent interrogations proceeded smoothly, with the ninja revealing nearly everything he knew in meticulous detail.
Thus, while Japan basked in its triumphant arrogance, China systematically dismantled its spy network within the nation. From that point onward, the island nation vanished from China's stage entirely. Their reach, no matter how long, could never again touch China. This interrogation became known to posterity as the interrogation miracle. Without resorting to any interrogation techniques, the venerable Su Senior, through everyday interactions, managed to pry open a mouth that even the interrogation master William couldn't crack. Even today, that interrogation remains a classic case in the annals of global interrogation history. Nearly every individual who has studied interrogation techniques has encountered this case multiple times. Chapter 132, Someone will eventually step up. Senior Su, is there anything we can assist you with? Whatever assistance you require, we will spare no effort to provide it. Bai Fengjun pushed Lu Jianjun, who was still trying to persuade Su Mingyang, aside. His gaze towards Su Mingyang was filled with reverence. He knew that the legendary Su Mingyang, who had stunned the world 70 years ago, was about to make his move. It's unnecessary. Let him accompany me. I'll try this method once more. Su Mingyang shook his head, declining Bai Fengjun's offer. For him, interrogation required no elaborate equipment. As long as he could reach the subject's innermost thoughts and alter their mindset, the process became remarkably straightforward. As for the last spy, I see no need to continue the interrogation. You handle it. As for Xia Amulang, give him a new identity. Starting tomorrow, have him stay by my side. After giving his orders, Su Mingyang returned to his room to sleep. That night, he dreamt. In his dream, he found himself back in the interrogation room 70 years prior. At that time, China was still in its early stages of development, with a relatively underdeveloped economy. Therefore, the interrogation rooms were in exceptionally poor condition, mostly repurposed from buildings left behind by the Kuomintang. These buildings were dark and cramped, deprived of sunlight year-round, resulting in exceptionally poor air quality inside. Team Leader Su, I think we should focus our efforts on other spies. Even Mr. William is powerless against this one. How can we amateurs possibly extract anything from him? A rational voice sounded beside Su Mingyang's ear. Su Mingyang looked over in confusion. The speaker's face was blurry, he couldn't quite place them. However, he heard the words clearly. He knew the reminder was well-intentioned. After all, pouring all their time into one spy seemed hardly worthwhile. Moreover, this spy had already been interrogated by the top interrogation expert from the Eagle Nation. If even they couldn't extract a single shred of information from him, how could they possibly succeed? Go interrogate the other spies. This one knows far too much. If need be, we'll just wear him down. Wear him down until he talks. At nearly 50 years old, Su Mingyang's voice carried a deep, authoritative weight, each word spoken with a calm assurance that commanded respect. But, Team Leader Su, this approach won't yield any results. Even if we pry information out of him, what then? The intelligence he reveals might not even be true. You shouldn't waste time on this one. You need to keep moving up the chain of command. Su Mingyang's eyes darkened slightly at the words. He understood the implication. He had occupied the position of counterintelligence team leader for far too long. If he was willing to pull some strings, he could secure another promotion within half a month. No need to get tangled up in these exhausting, tedious affairs. But how could Su Mingyang possibly give up? Xiao Wu, listen to me. You have a bright future ahead. There's no need to keep getting involved in this. Go interrogate other spies instead. I know you have greater ambitions. You should be making your mark in a wider world. But I'm different. I don't have such grand ambitions. Sometimes I feel like I'm just a small cog in the machine. Wherever I'm needed, that's where I go. I'm nearly 50 now. All I want is to do something for my country before I retire. What if we can't get anything out of him? If it takes a day, I'll stay in that interrogation room with them for a day. If they don't confess in a month, I'll stay for a month. A year, 10 years, I've got all the time in the world to wear them down. I refuse to believe they're so unyielding that they'll never slip up. As long as I catch a single opening, I'll dig every last detail out of their mouth. Su Mingyang's voice boomed, as if he'd already resolved to stake his entire life on wearing the other person down. Hearing Su Mingyang's words, the counterintelligence operative known as Xiao Wu froze in place. He had joined the counterintelligence unit purely to pad his resume. As long as he could achieve even a modicum of success here, he would be able to climb the ladder of success with ease. Therefore, he would abandon any particularly tough nut to crack without hesitation. After all, interrogating soft targets was interrogation, and interrogating tough ones was interrogation. As long as he could extract some secret intelligence from the spies in the end, he would ultimately receive commendations for his achievements. Thus, he never subjected any spy who proved even slightly difficult to interrogate a second time. But Su Mingyang? Even spies from whom William himself couldn't extract a single shred of information, he would still charge headlong at them with single-minded determination. He was even willing to stake his entire life and future on waiting for the moment the enemy made a mistake. Xiao Wu was deeply moved by Su Mingyang. He deeply realized his own shortcomings. Team Leader Su, is this really worth it?
Xiao Wu's question seemed directed at both himself and Su Mingyang, his eyes brimming with disappointment.
Only now did he grasp the chasm between himself and Su Mingyang. Before, he'd always believed Su Mingyang had merely ridden the wave of his era's opportunities. But now it was clear that wasn't the case at all. Su Mingyang had reached this position purely through his unyielding spirit.
Of course it's worth it.
What isn't?
I joined the counterintelligence unit precisely because no one else wanted to come here.
In their eyes, counter-espionage and anti-espionage work not only yielded few results but was also incredibly exhausting. No one wanted to come. But someone had to do this work. If I refuse to do it, and no one else is willing either, then who will stop the spies infiltrating China? So I'd rather spend my entire life here than let them slip through our fingers.
I'll extract every scrap of intelligence from their mouths. Su Mingyang didn't know what Xiao Wu was thinking after he said those words. In the end, after he retired from the counterintelligence agency, the other man took his place and remained in that position until his own retirement. Even when multiple opportunities for promotion arose, he remained steadfast like Su Mingyang, never wavering from his post. It was through the relentless efforts of these two men, along with countless other counterintelligence operatives, that the number of spies remaining in China gradually dwindled.
Gradually, it became far more difficult for foreign nations to infiltrate spies into China than it had been before. Moreover, a significant portion of spies were apprehended the moment they entered China.
All of this was the result of their hard work. In Su Mingyang's dream, the scene shifted once more. The surroundings remained unchanged, he was still within the prison walls. Only now, he found himself positioned within the cell itself. Beside him, a long-haired man sat on the prison bed, now gazing at him with mockery.
Chinese man, don't waste your breath. I will never betray the island nation. This is my final warning.
If you still insist on sharing this cell with me, I will not utter another word to you from this moment onward.
Chapter 133, Are you willing? Hearing the ninja's warning, Su Mingyang made no sudden moves.
He carefully placed each item of his luggage on the newly added bedside shelf.
Only after everything was in place did Su Mingyang turn his gaze toward the ninja. Ninja, do you know how our nation, China, managed to resist the invasion by the island nation back then, when we had nothing? Su Mingyang asked, leaving the ninja utterly baffled.
He had no idea why Su Mingyang was bringing this up, nor did he care. Since he had already warned Su Mingyang, and the latter still didn't take it seriously, he would just bide his time.
He wanted to see how long Su Mingyang could endure here.
Instead of answering Su Mingyang, the ninja found a small corner in the cell to relieve himself. The pungent stench wafted through the cell, causing Su Mingyang to frown slightly. However, he made no move to stop the other man's actions, instead continuing to speak. Back then, when our nation was invaded by foreign powers, they plundered nearly all of our heritage. But so what? As long as they didn't steal the backbone of our Chinese people, our nation would never fall. After Su Mingyang finished speaking, the ninja remained unmoved. In fact, upon hearing these words, a cold smile curled the corners of his mouth. In his view, the reason for their island nation's defeat was not the resistance of the Chinese people, but the atomic bombs dropped by the Eagle Nation on 2 of their territories. Without those bombs, China would have long since fallen into their hands. I imagine you've heard of the atrocities your island nation committed against China over a decade ago. How many Chinese citizens did you capture for experimentation in your quest to develop biological weapons? Today, your island nation leads the world in biochemical weapons. Have you ever considered how much Chinese blood was spilled to build that lead? Su Mingyang ignored the ninja and continued lecturing him on history. He was determined to make the other party understand the extent of the atrocities their island nation had committed in China. He wanted to make them feel remorse. Su Mingyang's words pierced the ninja like a sharp sword, striking deep into his heart. He knew full well the atrocities their island nation had committed on Chinese soil. These events were never taught in their schools. His knowledge came from 2 sources. Part of it came from others' accounts, while the rest he stumbled upon during his intelligence gathering. Back then, he had been ordered to infiltrate a Chinese research institute and steal data they had previously lost. Through relentless effort, he ultimately succeeded in obtaining the files. While transmitting the data back to his island nation, he carefully studied its contents. From the information, he pieced together some clues. However, he had not been captured at the time, and deep down, he harbored a profound loathing for the Chinese. Therefore, upon learning of this matter, he did not choose restraint. Instead, he felt that the Chinese people deserved to be subjected to experiments by his island nation. The people of his island nation were, in his view, the most superior race under heaven, destined to rule over other nations. But now, as his experiences grew more numerous, so did his understanding of the truth. Though he had never consciously considered it, the innate contempt he once felt toward the Chinese gradually transformed into a deep sense of guilt. He knew the countless atrocities his island nation had committed against China. He knew even more clearly that their current actions infiltrating China to steal intelligence were unjust. However, the moment the ninja thought of this, he dared not continue down that path. He feared that if he allowed himself to think further, he might no longer be able to carry out his espionage work. Yet now, the very thoughts he had dared not pursue were laid bare by Su Mingyang.
He found himself momentarily at a loss. The only thing he could do was remain silent. Only through silence, by refusing to engage with Su Mingyang, could he keep his mouth firmly shut. But Su Mingyang was not one to give up so easily. For a long period afterward, Su Mingyang lived within the confines of a prison cell. His food, lodging, and even the place where he relieved himself were identical to those of the ninja. Every day, the moment he woke, Su Mingyang would launch into a torrent of words, recounting events from the anti-Japanese war into the other's ear. Even when Su Mingyang contracted a respiratory illness, coughing up blood daily, he never once entertained thoughts of leaving the prison. It seemed as though he too had been captured as a spy. It was precisely because Su Mingyang persisted in his relentless storytelling that the ninja, long isolated, gradually began to engage him in conversation. After one drunken night, Su Mingyang's final story shattered the last shred of the other's resolve. That very day, the ninja revealed every piece of intelligence he possessed. Ultimately, this spy one even William had been unable to break was swayed by Su Mingyang. In the end, he even joined the counterintelligence organization, beginning to serve the Chinese nation. The next morning, Su Mingyang rose from his bed. By then, the lockdown at the hotel had long been lifted. Aside from the squad protecting Su Mingyang, all military personnel had departed. Seeing Su Mingyang awake, the two soldiers stationed at his door reported to Lu Jianjun. Before long, Lu Jianjun appeared in Su Mingyang's room, his face bearing heavy dark circles under his eyes. Senior Su, we've taken all 3 remaining spies away. As per your request, we've left Xia Amulang behind. Lu Jianjun reported to Su Mingyang with a serious expression. Su Mingyang nodded and followed Lu Jianjun to another room. By then, Xia Amulang had been untied and was eating breakfast inside. Upon seeing Su Mingyang enter, a flicker of gratitude passed through Xiao Mulan's eyes. He knew his comfortable circumstances were entirely due to Su Mingyang speaking on his behalf. Mr. Su, thank you. Xia Amulang made a move to kneel, but Su Mingyang stopped him. Xia Amulang, I hope you'll accompany me to send our old comrade home. Are you willing? I'm willing. Xia Amulang didn't hesitate for long. After last night, he had come to a realization. For now, he still held value to Su Mingyang. As long as he stayed by his side, he wouldn't be targeted by Huagua. Perhaps this was the best position he could maintain for now. Alright. Then pack up and let's go. If you need any daily necessities, ask Captain Lu. Whatever he can provide, he will give you. Su Mingyang said before leaving the room, leaving Xia Amulang to prepare on his own. After exiting the room, Su Mingyang encountered Xiao Ye and Li Deji, who wore a look of deep concern. Chapter 134, Heading to the Military District. Grandpa Su, are you okay? The moment Li Deji spotted Su Mingyang, he rushed over to ask if he was alright. For him, Su Mingyang represented a chance to turn his life around. Only by following Su Mingyang could he earn money for his other 2 brothers. I'm fine. Su Mingyang waved his hand dismissively, a warm smile spreading across his face. Soon after, the 3 of them followed Lu Jianjun to the hotel's dining hall. The hotel provided breakfast. After arriving at the dining hall, the 3 ate casually. By then, Xia Amulang's preparations were also complete. At the same time, Xiao Ye started her livestream. After everything that had happened in the livestream room during this period. At this point, no matter when Xiao Ye went live, her stream consistently drew over 50,000 viewers. This number doubled during the evening hours. After all, many office workers had to be at work during the day and couldn't watch Su Mingyang's stream. The streamer went live so early today. It was worth waiting at the chat entrance since dawn for the broadcast to start. Dude, you're being way too dumb. I set the streamer's channel to special attention, now I get notified the moment they go live. Put. I never left the stream. The moment the streamer goes live, the chat instantly makes a sound. The moment I hear it, I know the streamer's live. Genius. Geniuses all around. Am I the only one just casually watching streams? Inside the live stream room, viewers chatted idly. Xiao Ye watched these comments, her eyes curving into beautiful crescent moons. For her, the more loyal these viewers were to her stream, the more people would stick around when she went solo later. The claim that this was a charity stream accepting no gifts only applied for now. Once Grandpa Su had sent all his old comrades home, she would have to resume her regular live streams. She couldn't very well cling to Grandpa Su and ask him to keep streaming for her, could she? Xiao Ye knew she wasn't the type to do something so shameless. All along the way, Xiao Ye kept asking about what had happened the previous night. She was particularly puzzled by Xia Muliang's sudden involvement. However, since Su Mingyang hadn't mentioned it, she only asked once and didn't pursue the matter further. As for Shino, he found Xiao Ye's live streaming quite novel. Although live streaming wasn't uncommon in Japan. In Shino's mind, live streaming was something done at home in front of a computer, not something you could do anytime, anywhere with just a phone. I never imagined China's live streaming industry was so advanced. It's completely different from what I've seen in Japan. Sure, Nomura blurted out his astonishment, feeling as though he'd been kept in the dark all along. But the moment he spoke, the live stream exploded. What the hell? That guy following Grandpa Su is actually from Japan? What's going on? Did I miss something important last night? No clue. The streamer didn't even go live last night. What happened? Why is this Japanese guy in Grandpa Su's livestream? I'm speechless. Xiao Yeye couldn't explain these viewers' confusion. After all, she had no idea what had actually happened last night. All she knew was that some military personnel had appeared at the hotel. After giving her some snacks, they never approached her again. Last night, she'd assumed these military personnel had come to discuss urgent matters with Grandpa Su, so she hadn't thought much of it. But after breakfast today, an islander had suddenly joined their group. Who could she possibly ask about this? Su Mingyang understood Xiao Yeye and the viewers' confusion, but he couldn't explain either. He couldn't very well tell them that Shimura was a spy sent by the island nation to assassinate him, and that he'd chosen to repay hatred with kindness by letting the man tag along. That would be ridiculous. I know you have many questions, but you'll understand later. Su Mingyang's explanation not only failed to dispel the viewers' confusion but left them even more bewildered. Grandpa Su is such a riddle maker. He says we'll know later, but why can't we know now? Shut up. Grandpa Su has his own reasons. There's a Japanese guy in the chat now, and suddenly I can't stand it anymore. I'm outta here. Seeing Su Mingyang offer no further explanation and Shino Miro still trailing the group, many viewers felt uneasy and promptly left the livestream. The neighboring stream is also searching for anti-Japanese veterans. Let's just switch over there, at least there are no Japanese people. Yeah. Might as well go watch over there. Who knew Grandpa Su was such a Western-obsessed sycophant? Everyone, head over to the neighboring livestream. They're always putting on a show over there. The livestream's audience, which had been over 50,000, suddenly dropped to just over 30,000. Xiao Yeye didn't let it bother her. She knew Grandpa Su wasn't the type to worship foreign things. Once Xiao Mulang's identity was revealed, those viewers who left would come back sooner or later. The four waited at the hotel entrance for a long time before several jeeps bearing military district license plates slowly pulled up. Senior Su! Senior Su! Several soldiers leaped from the jeeps troops stationed at the Annan City military district. Last night, they had received orders from their superiors to come to this hotel early this morning and escort the old hero to the military district. Good morning! Good morning! Su Mingyang's face broke into a smile upon seeing the soldiers, who looked alert and energetic. Their spirited demeanor gave him a glimpse of China's future and reminded him of his old comrades. Back then, without that same spirit, they might have fallen long ago on the road to the battlefield. The four split into two jeeps and boarded the military vehicles. Su Mingyang and Xiao Yeye sat in the front jeep while Zhao Amulang and Li Doji occupied the rear. The jeep started slowly and sped along the highway. Throughout the journey, none of the soldiers spoke. Clearly, orders had been issued before their arrival, instructing them to remain silent. Seeing that his companions remained silent, Su Mingyang closed his eyes to rest. He wanted to be in peak mental condition to meet the soldiers awaiting him. The jeep gradually left the city behind, moving away from the county seat and onto a road paved with yellow mud as it climbed the mountain. At the base of the mountains, their vehicle was stopped at the first checkpoint for inspection. After the inspection concluded, they were granted passage. Xiao Yeye, realizing they were heading toward the military zone, shifted the livestream camera from the window to the interior of the vehicle. She knew the locations of these military zones were typically classified. Even satellites couldn't detect them. Therefore, she naturally couldn't reveal the military zone's location either. The jeep climbed steadily up the mountain road. Next, they encountered several more checkpoints in succession. After routine inspections, their vehicle was allowed to pass each time. Half an hour later, the jeep slowed to a stop after passing through the final massive iron gate. Su Mingyang pushed open the door. Outside, countless soldiers stood in formation, awaiting his arrival. Chapter 135, Occupying Sanyang Slope. Xiao Yeye followed Su Mingyang out. When she saw the scene before her, she froze in place. The overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from these soldiers nearly took her breath away. Holy crap! Did the streamer come to the military zone with Grandpa Su? Which military zone is this? It can't be a classified one, right? Streamer! Turn off the live stream now. I'm scared I won't be able to see your streams anymore. Don't worry. If they didn't want the streamer to broadcast, they would have made her shut it down at the checkpoint earlier. Since they didn't make her stop, it must mean they're tacitly allowing the stream. Don't you guys feel like you can't breathe? Even through the camera, I can feel this intense pressure. Me too, my heart feels like it's about to jump out of my chest. Inside the livestream, viewers were utterly stunned by the scene. They never imagined Grandpa Su would bring them to the military zone. And he arrived in a military jeep. That's a privilege even some retired generals rarely get. Greetings, Senior Su. As the lead middle-aged man in a crisp military uniform spoke, the other soldiers followed suit, greeting Su Mingyang in unison. Greetings, Senior Su. Their voices rang out in perfect unison as the soldiers raised their hands in salute. Su Mingyang felt somewhat uneasy witnessing this scene. After all, it had been decades since he last experienced such a scene. Good day, comrades. Su Mingyang stepped onto the raised platform and returned the salute to the soldiers. Subsequently, the soldiers were directed to take their seats. Clearly, they were preparing to listen to Su Mingyang's speech. Su Mingyang hadn't expected that his visit to the military district to see an old comrade off would lead to him giving a speech here. But he didn't feel intimidated. He stood tall, chest out, revealing his insignia. The regiment of this military district was named after the man himself. I never imagined this visit to the military district would involve such an event. This old man hasn't prepared anything in advance. Su Mingyang took the microphone and remarked half-jokingly. Many soldiers in the audience burst into laughter. They had received notice this very morning that a veteran leader would be inspecting the military region and delivering a speech. At first, they'd assumed the visit was merely for show. After all, they'd seen plenty of such events in their time. The speeches delivered by these veterans at the military district were always prepared in advance, unlike Su Mingyang's impromptu address. Moreover, these soldiers weren't explicitly forbidden from using cell phones in the military. Weekend days were their days off, and they were permitted to use their phones. Therefore, many of them were familiar with Su Mingyang. They all knew he was a veteran who had fought in the war of resistance against Japanese aggression and remained active to this day. In their minds, such veterans were typically stern and serious figures. They never imagined Su Mingyang would be so affable and approachable. This was a major reason for their laughter. It was quite the contrast to their expectations of Su Mingyang. The reason I've come to your military region this time is to send my old comrade home. You're certainly no strangers to this old comrade of mine. His story is surely etched in your memories. Su Mingyang paused dramatically, leaving the old comrade's name unsaid. After uttering these words, he removed the badge pinned to his chest and held it aloft. The badge glistened brilliantly in the sunlight, dazzlingly bright. The soldiers below the stage, witnessing Su Mingyang's gesture, were filled with intense curiosity about the identity of the old comrade he spoke of. However, military discipline was strict, and the soldiers did not engage in whispering among themselves. Their eyes were fixed intently on the badge in Su Mingyang's hand. Seeing their curiosity piqued, Su Mingyang saw no point in keeping them in suspense any longer. The owner of this badge is none other than the namesake of your Fang Shida regiment, Fang Shida himself. Su Mingyang's words exploded like a thunderclap among the soldiers. In the livestream chat, viewers were equally stunned. After all, the name Fang Shida was legendary. Nearly everyone in Huagua had heard of his exploits during their childhood. Back then, he had led 8,000 soldiers on a 90-kilometer overnight dash to the battlefield. Consider this, modern marathons are only about 40 kilometers long, and they're run entirely on paved roads. Back in that era, there were no highways. Revolutionary soldiers ran along mountain trails, covering over 90 kilometers in a single night. That distance could literally kill a man. Senior Comrade Fang Shida. I never imagined Senior Comrade Fang Shida was Grandpa Su's old comrade in arms. Could it be that Grandpa Su also participated in that forced march to repel the Japanese invaders? It must be. Since Grandpa Su has Senior Comrade Fang Shida's badge, he must have participated in that campaign. If Grandpa Su hadn't mentioned it, I'd never have known these military corps were named after revolutionary forebears. Dude, you're really out of the loop. Many corps units today are named after revolutionary forebears. It's to engrave the spirit of our revolutionary forebears into the hearts of our soldiers. In the livestream chat, nearly every viewer recalled Fang Shida steeds the moment Su Mingyang mentioned his name. During the Battle of Sanyangpo, the military headquarters ordered the soldiers to seize Sanzori ahead of the enemy. As a strategic military pass, capturing Sanzori before the enemy would effectively choke off the Japanese forces' supply lines, trapping and annihilating their advance units. But covering over 90 kilometers in a single night's forced march was no easy feat. Remember, the revolutionary soldiers had only a little over 9 hours to complete the mission. This meant they had to cover over 10 kilometers per hour without any rest along the way. This posed an immense challenge for the revolutionary soldiers. For the Japanese invaders, it was something they never anticipated. After encountering the Kuomintang division, their advance unit realized they couldn't break through the enemy lines quickly. They prepared to retreat and wait for the main force to join them, planning to jointly capture the Kuomintang garrison. Upon learning this, the revolutionary forces seized the opportunity. They resolved to seize Sanyangpo before the Japanese advance unit could link up with the main force. Without hesitation, the revolutionary soldiers marched towards Sanyangpo under orders from headquarters. Due to the cover of night, the revolutionaries dared not openly carry torches. They knew that the Sanyang slope area was patrolled by Japanese bombers around the clock. If the Japanese spotted the revolutionaries' movements, it would alert the advance unit to speed up their march. Second, the revolutionary soldiers would face relentless bombing raids from the enemy aircraft. Chapter 136, The 90-Kilometer Rush. Thus, the revolutionary soldiers had no choice but to run forward in the darkness along the mountain paths. The mountain paths were muddy and treacherous, with steep slopes everywhere. Many revolutionaries, caught off guard, would plunge into the abyss below. Yet even so, they did not falter. Though the path ahead was dim and uncertain, they pressed forward with unwavering resolve.
Yet this was merely the first challenge they faced. It must be understood that on the road to Sanyangpo, poor visibility was merely one of countless difficulties. The greater hardship lay in the physical endurance of the revolutionary soldiers. Marching 90 kilometers while carrying ammunition and machine guns was an immense challenge. Many soldiers collapsed from exhaustion midway. But positioned on the edge of a cliff, any fallen soldier risked tripping those rushing behind them. Worse still, if they stumbled, a moment's inattention could send them tumbling over the cliff. Therefore, when exhausted soldiers realized they could advance no further, they chose the most extreme path to avoid endangering those behind them. They leaped directly toward the cliff. Yes. They chose to leap from the cliff, solely to avoid hindering the advance of their comrades behind them. They had only one purpose, to seize Sanyangpo before the Japanese invaders arrived. That night, countless revolutionary soldiers fell along the road. Of the 8,000-strong force that reached Sanyangpo, only 7,000 remained. The rest either plunged from the cliffs or collapsed by the roadside, never to wake again. Ultimately, the revolutionary soldiers reached Sanyangpo a mere moment before the Japanese advance force withdrew to establish their position there. When the revolutionary soldiers reached Sanyangpo, the Japanese advance force was only a few hundred meters away. Immediately, the battle erupted. These revolutionary soldiers, exhausted from a night of relentless pursuit, were already at the end of their strength. Yet, upon sighting the Japanese invaders, the hatred within them ignited. Even if it drained their last ounce of strength, they raised their weapons. Coordinating with nationalist soldiers who had pursued them all the way, the revolutionary fighters launched a pincer attack, annihilating the entire Japanese advance force of nearly 10,000. During the post-battle tally, the revolutionary soldiers discovered that a significant portion of their comrades had fallen. They had not fallen to enemy bullets, but to utter exhaustion. These fallen comrades, eyes bloodshot, remained frozen in their firing positions, utterly motionless. This is precisely why this battle has become so widely known. The spirit of these revolutionary soldiers deserves to be celebrated. As for Fang Shida, the reason he is recorded separately is not because he played a pivotal role in the battle. Rather, as an intelligence scout at the time, he was tasked with reconnoitering the front lines. After completing his reconnaissance and confirming the coast was clear, he would sprint back to the ranks to report the situation. As a result, the distance he covered was nearly double that of the other revolutionary soldiers. When he finally reached Sanyang Slope alongside his comrades, his thighs were covered in blood, flesh torn and mangled. No one knows whether he collapsed from exhaustion or from excessive blood loss. Yet his spirit deserves to be remembered by all. Thus, this regiment was ultimately named after Fang Shida. Everyone knows Fang Shida's story, so I won't repeat it here. I know you're all eager to hear about what happened during our journey, so I'll share some interesting anecdotes about Fang Shida instead. Facing so many soldiers, Su Mingyang didn't want to make the atmosphere too somber. Thus, he chose to recount amusing anecdotes about Fang Shida from their journey. At the time, we were heading toward Sanyang Slope. At the time, they were marching toward Sanyang Slope. Since they couldn't light fires along the way, progress was exceptionally difficult. The soldiers at the front were essentially risking their lives to scout the path for those behind them. As the one leading the entire column, Fang Shida dared not slack off even for a moment. When one scout returned to report on the terrain, Su Mingyang pulled him aside. "Old Fang, once you reach the front and confirm the path is clear, you can rest. Once we catch up, you can run ahead again to scout the terrain." The revolutionary soldiers had already covered half the distance, and Su Mingyang knew Fang Shida was pushing through sheer willpower. He wanted him to rest. However, Fang Shida merely agreed verbally, continuing to return for road condition updates without any sign of resting. Therefore, the next time Fang returned to report, Su Mingyang directly ordered soldiers to block his path and prevent him from proceeding further. When Fang Shida was stopped by Su Mingyang, he immediately became agitated. For him, being barred from scouting ahead felt worse than death. After all, he was the fastest runner in the entire unit, with the best stamina. If someone else took his place, the frequency of road condition reports would inevitably drop significantly. "Old Su, you must let me scout the road ahead. Otherwise, if something goes wrong up front, our soldiers won't even know." Seeing Fang Shida's persistence, Su Mingyang ultimately relented and let him proceed. But once Fang Shida set off this time, he never returned. Su Mingyang assumed he had heeded his advice and was resting ahead. Then, as they pushed forward, they heard Fang Shida's desperate cries for help echoing from ahead. The cries echoed throughout the entire gorge. Su Mingyang assumed he had encountered Japanese soldiers and warned the others. He halted all the fighters and led a dozen men forward to investigate. In the end, they encountered no Japanese soldiers. Instead, they found Fang Shida hanging from the cliff face. By the time they reached him, it was unclear how long Fang Shida had been hanging there. "Old Su, pull me up quick. I'm seriously amazed this path is so damn narrow," Fang Shida said, shifting his body slightly. But the moment he shifted, his body, which had been clinging to the cliff face, began sliding down with the loose rocks. Seeing this, Su Mingyang's heart leapt into his throat. At this height, if Fang Shida fell, he would surely meet the same fate as the other soldiers vanished without a trace.
Whether it was divine mercy or the protection of the fallen revolutionary comrades. After sliding down several times, Fong Shida's clothes caught on trees growing out of the cliff face. This was the only reason he did not continue falling. However, at that moment, Su Mingyang and the others, seeing Fong Shida sliding toward the cliff's edge, believed he was surely doomed. After a moment of lamentation, they returned to the formation and continued advancing forward. Fong Shida's position, the intelligence soldier's post, was soon filled by another warrior. Chapter 137, Waiting for the plane to approach. Along the way, too many soldiers had fallen off the cliff. Su Mingyang and the others had no time to grieve for these fallen comrades. For them, if they failed to reach Sanyang Slope in time, the casualties among soldiers and civilians would only grow heavier. Keep moving. Everyone pick up the pace, daybreak is approaching. The distant horizon gradually turned pale with the first light of dawn. Su Mingyang and the others understood that daylight brought even greater danger than the night. Bombers occasionally streaking across the sky remained a sword of Damocles hanging over their heads. What goes up must come down. After scaling the high peaks, Su Mingyang and his companions encountered a steep descent. The terrain was treacherous, and the paths were rarely used. In some places, the original rocks had long since been eroded away. The group of revolutionary soldiers charged toward their objective. Yet, to their utter surprise, halfway down the slope, they spotted Fong Shida sitting by the roadside, waiting for their arrival. "Wait, what are you doing here? Didn't you fall off the cliff?" Su Mingyang looked at Fong Shida as if he had seen a ghost. After all, the precipice beneath their feet plunged thousands of feet deep. For Fong Shida to have survived such a fall was virtually impossible. Even with the most incredible luck, he shouldn't have been sitting there by the roadside, completely unharmed. Scratching his head with a sheepish grin, Fong Shida explained his ordeal to the group. "So you fell from that spot and not only survived unscathed, but actually took a shortcut?" Su Mingyang's mind immediately began racing at the revelation. After all, the spot where Fong Shida had fallen was a solid half-hour's walk from their current position. If the revolutionary soldiers behind them could take this shortcut, their marching speed would increase significantly. The half-hour saved on the round trip could prove decisive in the battle. Having weighed this point, Su Mingyang wasted no time. He sent Fong Shida back to relay the message while he remained below the cliff where Fong had fallen, studying the terrain. He concluded the route was indeed feasible. Provided the rope was thick enough, it could easily support a dozen or more revolutionary soldiers in a direct ascent. Within 10 minutes, Fong Shida reached the cliff's summit. The sheer drop from above was over 100 meters, a terrifying height whether gazing upward or looking down. Yet the revolutionary soldiers showed no hesitation. They understood that every second they saved now could determine the outcome of the battle. Soon, several thick ropes descended from above. After Su Mingyang and the others secured the ropes, the revolutionary soldiers above began descending one after another, like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. This method worked. The once stretched-out column gradually converged after the ropes appeared, advancing steadily down the mountain. Within just over 10 minutes, the rear ranks of revolutionary soldiers had fully caught up to the front. After descending, the revolutionary soldiers formed a square formation and advanced toward Sanyang Slope. Soon, Fong Shida caught up from the rear once more. Su Mingyang wanted him to rest, but Fong refused, gritting his teeth as he led the way ahead to scout for the revolutionary soldiers. By now, the sky had brightened considerably. The fiery morning sun rose slowly from the horizon, gradually dispelling the darkness. Having reached the plains under the bright daylight, the revolutionary soldiers' marching pace accelerated significantly. Along the way, they nibbled on dry rations when hungry and drank from clear streams when thirsty, never daring to slow their pace. Even utterly exhausted, they gritted their teeth and persevered, showing not the slightest sign of slackening. It was precisely this tenacity of the revolutionary soldiers that gradually made seemingly impossible goals achievable beneath their feet. 30 kilometers to Sanyangpo. 20 kilometers. 10 kilometers. They marched towards Sanyangpo as if their lives depended on it. Yet fate was unforgiving. In the distance, the roar of Japanese bomber engines echoed. "Don't stop. Keep moving forward." Su Mingyang knew that if they halted, they would face relentless bombing from the Japanese. Even if there were only 2 bombers, each carrying a mere dozen shells per sortie. But that would still be more than enough to give them a run for their money. Many revolutionary soldiers who had been about to lie down for cover halted their movements upon hearing Su Mingyang's command. Everyone put on the Japanese helmets. If you don't have one, don't wear a hat, will march straight toward their bombers. At Su Mingyang's command, every revolutionary soldier who had captured a Japanese helmet pulled it over their head. Those without helmets removed their caps. On my command, when the Japanese bombers draw near, everyone wave your hands to greet them. The roar of bomber engines grew ever closer to the revolutionary soldiers. Every revolutionary soldier's heart was in their mouths. One hand poised to wave, the other clutched tightly around their weapons. If the Japanese bombers fired their cannons, they would retaliate without hesitation. Though their counterattack would inflict negligible damage on the Japanese bombers. But if enough bullets were fired, some might still find their way into the bomber's vortex or engine, causing it to lose control and plummet. Everyone welcomed the Japanese bombers. Wave! Su Mingyang declared, leading the way with a wave to greet the enemy bombers. Though the surrounding revolutionary soldiers didn't understand, they mimicked his gesture, waving to greet the Japanese bombers. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. Instead of immediately strafing them, the Japanese bomber actually descended lower, preparing to fly over the revolutionary soldiers. Clearly, they mistook the revolutionary soldiers for their own. Keep welcoming them. When the Japanese planes get close, we'll draw our guns and fire. We must seize this golden opportunity to take down the enemy bombers. To avoid encountering more Japanese bombers later and having their disguise exposed, Su Mingyang ordered all soldiers to prepare, waiting only for the Japanese bomber to enter their firing range. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. The Japanese bomber entered the revolutionary soldiers' firing range, clearly intending to exchange greetings with these comrades. Meanwhile, Su Mingyang's command spread rapidly through the ranks. Every revolutionary soldier understood his intent, waiting only for the first shot to ring out. Not enough. Not enough. At 300 meters, we don't have absolute certainty we can shoot them down. They need to come closer. Su Mingyang halted, gazing at the bombers streaking toward them in the distance. Everyone, halt! Give them the warmest welcome possible. Chapter 138, Fong Shida gives his all. All revolutionary soldiers halted upon receiving the order. They looked up at the bombers speeding toward them, their faces breaking into exaggerated grins. They raised their hands high, welcoming the arrival of the Japanese bombers. The bomber pilots clearly noticed their own people giving them such a warm welcome. The aircraft descended to an altitude of just over 100 meters above the ground. This altitude was purely for show. After all, as long as bombers remained high in the sky, neither bullets nor terrain could threaten them. Unless they encountered an anti-aircraft tower. But in present-day China, areas with anti-aircraft towers were few and far between. In fact, aside from a handful of Kuomintang military bases, anti-aircraft towers were virtually non-existent elsewhere. So, their actions were nothing short of courting death. As the bomber approached overhead, Su Mingyang hesitated not a moment, drawing his weapon and opening fire upon it. Hearing the gunfire, the other revolutionary soldiers drew their weapons and opened fire on the bombers. Bullets rained down on the bombers. The Japanese pilots inside were utterly bewildered as to why their own people were firing at them. Before they could react, the bombs were dropped. Both bombers' undersides were riddled with a dense hail of bullets. Though these bullets possessed little destructive force, barely penetrating the metal plating, it was more than enough. At such close range, even as the bombers sped along, they appeared as sitting ducks to the revolutionary soldiers, easy targets for relentless fire. Boom! Boom! 2 thunderous explosions later, the bombers crashed. Hurry! 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 Time is running out. Comrades, if you can run, run for your lives. Charge! Abandon formation. The Japanese bomber is down, no more will come for now. Charge! The cheers faded instantly as the revolutionary soldiers charged forward with reckless abandon. Across the plain, every soldier scattered, disregarding formation, advancing toward a single objective. Fong Shida raced far ahead of all the revolutionary soldiers. For him, the open plain was the perfect terrain to unleash his full running speed. He led the way ahead of all the revolutionary soldiers, racing toward Sanyang Slope. When he reached Sanyang Slope and stood atop it, he spotted the Japanese forces' dense, advancing main army from afar. He glanced at the Japanese army, then at the revolutionary soldiers relentlessly charging behind him. He knew that if nothing stopped them, the Japanese main force would arrive at Sanyang Slope almost simultaneously with the revolutionary soldiers. Thus, the revolutionary soldiers who had been on the march all night fell far short of the Japanese invaders in both morale and military strength. If they were to clash head-on, victory was utterly out of reach. Without hesitation, Fong Shida pulled out all the grenades from the backpack on his back. These were collected from fellow revolutionaries earlier. As an intelligence soldier, he frequently encountered large Japanese forces. These grenades were meant to be detonated on the Japanese forces' inevitable path when he encountered them, inflicting casualties. Now, these grenades would finally serve their purpose. Fong Shida clutched the heavy cluster of grenades and charged straight toward the Japanese main force. He had to stop them before they reached Sanyang Slope. As he sprinted toward the enemy column, Fong Shida crouched low, blending into the wild grass. From a distance, he appeared perfectly inconspicuous. Since he was less than 3 kilometers from the enemy's main force, Fong Shida stopped after running about a kilometer and lay in ambush. Minutes later, the Japanese main force arrived at Fong Shida's position. First, a hand grenade exploded in front of the main force, followed immediately by a series of consecutive detonations. Fong Shida had connected all the grenade fuses in series, allowing him to detonate them from a distance. However, to ensure the fuses remained intact, Fong Shida deliberately placed the grenades not far from himself. Although the shrapnel from the explosions wouldn't affect him, any Japanese soldier who reacted would inevitably spot him lying in ambush in the grass. Sure enough, after the grenades detonated in succession, Fong Shida, concealed in the grass, was discovered. After a moment of panic, the Japanese soldiers quickly regained their composure. They were well accustomed to such sudden ambushes and began scanning their surroundings with heightened vigilance. Spotting Fang Shida, they opened fire without hesitation, targeting his position. Even though Fang Shida ran as fast as he couldn't escape the hail of bullets that seemed to form a net around him. Fortunately, most bullets either grazed his body or struck his arms, sparing his lower half. As the bullets pierced his flesh, Fang Shida's speed instantly slowed, his strength rapidly draining through the bullet holes. Yet despite multiple wounds, Fang Shida pushed forward toward the main force, fueled by sheer determination. He knew he had to inform the main force how soon the Japanese troops would reach Sanyang Slope. Only then could they prepare in advance. Fang Shida ran ahead. After pursuing him for a short distance, the Japanese soldiers returned to the site of the earlier grenade explosion. There, at least 100 of their soldiers lay wounded by shrapnel from the grenade. They were completely unaware that ahead of them, revolutionary soldiers were desperately racing towards Sanyangpo. Carrying their wounded, they set up makeshift medical stations on the spot. Fang Shida ran all the way back to the main force. When Su Mingyang saw him, his clothes were soaked through with blood, his entire body wrapped in crimson bandages, making him look like a blood-soaked figure. The Japanese are almost at Sanyang Slope. I just delayed them for a bit. If I go now, I should get there before them. Fang Shida's consciousness was fading. He repeated these words over and over, his voice barely a whisper. Su Mingyang leaned close, listened carefully to Fang Shida's words, and immediately ordered the revolutionary soldiers to retrieve their trench-digging tools. With Fang Shida's intelligence, they no longer needed to keep their weapons raised, guarding against the Japanese soldiers' sudden appearance. This allowed them to move at a significantly faster pace. When Su Mingyang reached Sanyang Slope, he instantly spotted the Japanese soldiers cautiously advancing in the distance. He immediately ordered all soldiers to begin digging trenches. After a night of forced marching covering 90 kilometers, many soldiers were now at the end of their rope. Yet even so, they dug trenches with every last ounce of strength they had left. Chapter 139, this was his spirit. They knew that every additional section of trench dug now would mean more soldiers could later engage the Japanese within the cover of the trenches. Inside the trenches, they wouldn't have to face the Japanese bullets head-on they had covered to hide behind. For the Japanese to break through the encirclement formed by them and the Kuomintang soldiers behind them, they would have to charge headlong into a hail of bullets, directly toward the trenches. Thus, even if they lacked superiority in military equipment or firearms, the trenches would level the playing field. In fact, fighting the Japanese from their trenches on Sanyang Slope gave them the upper hand. Comrades who are physically exhausted can sit aside and rest for now. The Japanese are still over 10 minutes away. We'll open fire once they get closer. Su Mingyang's words echoed among the soldiers digging the trenches. Some soldiers, having run all night, now found their legs trembling so badly they couldn't stand. Yet even unable to stand, they clutched usable tools and dug relentlessly at the earth beneath them. Shovelfuls of earth flew high into the air, piled up in front of the trenches to serve as cover. Watching the soldiers' determination, Su Mingyang said nothing more and joined the trench-digging effort himself. When the Japanese invaders set foot on Sanyang Slope, countless revolutionary soldiers unleashed a furious barrage of fire upon them. The sound of gunfire here served as a signal flare. Behind the Japanese invaders, countless nationalist soldiers surged forward. Even though the Japanese vanguard consisted of the elite, they were utterly helpless against this pincer attack and the disadvantageous terrain. After nearly 2 hours of fierce fighting, the Japanese vanguard was completely annihilated. After the battle concluded, it was time to clear the battlefield. However, not a single revolutionary soldier could be seen on the battlefield. They were all asleep in the trenches. Gazing at the soldiers frozen in firing positions, their eyes closed as if asleep, Su Mingyang felt a pang of sadness. These warriors were all born of mothers and fathers. They had families, friends, and loved ones. They were flesh and blood. They had raced 90 kilometers overnight, relying purely on sheer willpower for the final stretch. They could have chosen to give up at any point along the way, and no one would have blamed them. Yet they gritted their teeth and pushed through to the end. After most battles, casualties were tallied immediately. But now, casualties were impossible to count. Su Mingyang didn't know how many of these soldiers, after falling asleep, would never wake again. Suddenly remembering Fang Shida, Su Mingyang headed toward the rear of the battlefield. He remembered that after reporting the frontline situation, Fang Shida had lain down to rest. All along the way, Su Mingyang prayed for him. He understood that if Fang Shida survived this ordeal, he would no longer be just an intelligent soldier. His contributions in this battle were more than sufficient to earn him a direct promotion to company commander, or even battalion commander. Fang Shida. Fang Shida. Su Mingyang scanned the fallen soldiers along the path, searching for Fang Shida's figure and calling out his name. But there was no response. Fang Shida. His cries echoed through the rear. A medic heard Su Mingyang's voice and rose from the crowd, shaking his head at Su. Colonel Su. Fang Shida is gone. The medic's voice was filled with guilt. Fang Shida had lost too much blood, she couldn't save him. Before he passed, Fang Shida asked me to give this to you. The medic pulled out a badge and handed it to Su Mingyang. He said you promised him that once China was stable and victory over the Japanese invaders was secured, you'd take him home. Su Mingyang stared at the badge in his hand, tears streaming down his face. This is Fong Shida's badge. Now, I'm sending him home. Su Mingyang held Fong Shida's badge high in the air, under the gaze of every soldier in the Fong Shida regiment. Do you see them? These are the comrades who formed the regiment named after you. Each and every one of them is a master in the field. Su Mingyang murmured to himself. He had intended to lighten the mood, but unexpectedly, his words grew sentimental by the end. A wry smile spread across his face. Everyone, I hope you will carry on Fong Shida's spirit and never forget his name. He once said that every time he went out ahead to scout for intelligence, he felt terribly lonely. He dreaded being alone more than anything. Alas! I never took Senior Fong Shida's stories seriously before, thinking they were just sentimental plot devices. Now, after hearing Grandpa Su's words, I realized the war back then was far more brutal than we could ever imagine. Many things that sound like fiction actually happened. In fact, they were even worse than we could have imagined. Not only that, but the first time I heard about Senior Fong Shida's exploits, I actually laughed. I even said, who would be so foolish as to run back to the exact same spot every time after gathering intelligence? He could have stayed put after confirming everything was clear, waiting for the reinforcements to arrive before reporting. Yet, it turns out that's exactly the kind of person Comrade Fong Shida was. His approach provided reliable intelligence for the revolutionary forebears. It was precisely because of this intelligence that hundreds of revolutionary soldiers survived. Grandpa Su is lying. He said it was an interesting story, but it turned out to be so sentimental. In the livestream chat, viewers were moved to tears upon hearing Su Mingyang's words. Back in school, we always complained about too much homework we couldn't finish. Now that we're working, we pull overtime and wish we could go back to those simpler times without such intense competition. But was life really less competitive back then? The pressure we feel now is for ourselves. But those older generations pushed themselves all for us. Xiao Yeye stared at the comments flooding her livestream, tears streaming down her cheeks. Back when she was an outdoor interviewer, she used to complain about how cutthroat the live streaming industry was. But now, after hearing Senior Fong Shida's story again, she realized that what she called competition was nothing but trivial matters compared to the circumstances he faced back then. He was willing to make trip after seemingly meaningless trip just to ensure intelligence could be delivered swiftly. But were these tasks truly meaningless? These seemingly insignificant actions would one day erupt into waves of immense impact. After a moment of silence, all the soldiers stood up and saluted Su Mingyang. Or rather, they saluted the Fong Shida badge in Su Mingyang's hand. Only now did they fully grasp why their regiment bore the name Fong Shida. Chapter 140, The Reason for the Shorts. Old buddy, we're home, we're home. Below the stage, the soldiers sat solemnly, their hands resting on their knees. Salute! The regiment commander looked at the soldiers under his command and raised his arm in a rousing shout. Without a moment's hesitation, the soldiers rose to their feet and saluted the badge in Su Mingyang's hand. Senior Comrade Fong, you're home. Senior Comrade Fong, you're home. Their voices rang out in perfect unison, full of vigor. Su Mingyang's eyes sparkled with emotion. He knew that Fong Shida's spirit had been passed on. The speech concluded at that moment. All the soldiers, their hearts stirred, carried their chairs back to training. At the regiment commander's invitation, Su Mingyang proceeded to the regiment headquarters Fong Shida Memorial Hall. This memorial hall was dedicated to documenting Fong Shida's deeds, its walls densely covered with inscriptions. Glass display cases held the uniforms he had worn and the firearms he had used during his service. Su Mingyang pressed his fingers against the glass display case, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Within the display, a rust-stained rifle caught his eye. I gave him this rifle back then. Never imagined it would still be preserved after all these years. Su Mingyang's fingertips turned slightly pale, a hint of sadness flickering in his eyes. Xiao Yeye heard Su Mingyang's words, and her keen intuition told her that Grandpa Su was about to recount events from the past. She immediately aimed the live stream camera at Grandpa Su, waiting for him to begin. Who would have thought that after all these years, the belongings of the late Senior Fong Shida would still be preserved today? What a thoughtful gesture from Huagua. Seeing these items might help us truly grasp the spirit of our predecessors back then. Who would have thought the belongings of revolutionary soldiers back then were so simple? Look at the clothes of Senior Comrade Fong Shida, they're covered in patches. An observant netizen spotted the details on Fong Shida's clothing. Indeed, the garment displayed in the museum bore numerous patches. These patches may have once marked the transition between old and new, yet after so many years, every spot bears the marks of time, blending into one another. Su Mingyang also noticed the patches on the garment. I'm sure everyone has noticed the patches on the garment. In fact, this is actually the newest piece of clothing Fong Shida ever owned. The others had even more patches, and in some places, entire sections of fabric had been torn away. So the patches in those places were sewn on using fabric cut from other garments. Su Mingyang's words echoed in the audience's ears, leaving them momentarily stunned. Nowadays, with no shortage of supplies, people generally discarded clothes once they were worn out. But the revolutionary soldiers of that era didn't have such luxury. When their clothes were damaged, they had no choice but to mend them. They didn't have a second set of clothes. What? This is actually Comrade Fong Shida's newest garment? I'd imagined the hardships of revolutionary soldiers back then, but I never imagined they'd patch a single garment so many times. Nowadays, if our clothes get a hole, our first thought isn't to patch it up, it's to throw it away and buy something new. But what about Comrade Fong Shida and his comrades? No matter how big the hole, their first thought was always to patch it up. You've probably all noticed that Fong Shida's pants are even shorter than his shirt. Do you know why? Su Mingyang looked into the live stream camera and posed the question to the audience. Hearing Su Mingyang's words, the audience was filled with confusion. No one knew the answer. The comments section flooded with question marks. Su Mingyang had anticipated this reaction. Had he not traveled back to that era, he might never have figured out why the clothing left behind by the revolutionary soldiers always had shirts that were longer than the pants. Well, it's like this. Back then, most revolutionary soldiers were stationed deep in the mountains. Logically speaking, deep mountains teemed with mosquitoes, snakes, and ants. If the trouser legs were short, it would be easy for these creatures to bite them. The revolutionary soldiers weren't foolish enough to deliberately avoid wearing long pants in favor of shorts. Everything that seemed illogical had its reasons. The same applied to the revolutionary soldiers. The reason their trouser legs were short had nothing to do with indifference to mosquitoes, snakes, or ants. They had no choice but to do so. Back then, both food and cloth were severely scarce. Therefore, once their garments wore through to a certain point, they had to be patched. However, mending required fabric, and they didn't have much of it. Consequently, the fabric needed for repairs ultimately had to be cut from the trouser legs. Thus, as their mountain encampment dragged on, their trouser legs grew ever shorter and tighter. Eventually, the long coats and trousers issued to them when they enlisted had practically shrunk to nothing. Hearing Su Mingyang's explanation, both those present and the viewers in the live stream chat displayed expressions of sudden understanding. Live chat comments. If Grandpa Su hadn't explained, I'd never have guessed that the revolutionary soldiers' short, tight pants were actually due to fabric shortages back then. Sigh. When Grandpa Su asked, my first thought was that their pants were like that because it was the fashion back then. Dude, don't be ridiculous. Back then, people couldn't even get enough to eat fashion trends? Revolutionary soldiers were fighting the Japanese invaders every day who had time to think about such things? Xiao Yaya fell silent as she scanned the live chat comments. Her initial thought had actually mirrored those viewers. Xiao Yaya sighed heavily, her gaze drifting involuntarily toward Shinoki. All the way here today, Shimura hadn't uttered a single word. After the initial self-introduction, he played the role of invisible heir, so much so that she nearly forgot he was even there until she suddenly remembered his presence. Watching Xia Muliang, who was staring down at the floor lost in thought, Xiao Yaya carefully kept him out of the camera frame. After all, her stream's viewership had plummeted significantly precisely because of his presence. Unless absolutely necessary, she'd rather not have him appear in the live stream again. That way, viewers would quickly move on from the incident, and her stream would eventually regain its former popularity. Of course, Xiao Yuyu's thoughts were unknown to Xiao Amulang. Had he known that the noticeable drop in viewers in Xiao Yaya's livestream was because of him, he would likely have felt guilty for a long time. At that moment, Xiao Amulang stared down at his own toes, his eyes filled with sorrow. He felt utterly helpless about how to atone for the sins committed by his grandfather and great-grandfather's generation. Had he not followed Su Mingyang, he wouldn't even have known that when their ancestors invaded China, the country had been so impoverished. Chapter 141, I want to lead soldiers into battle. He couldn't fathom how a nation so impoverished and vastly outgunned could have withstood his ancestors' assault. Shinamura's eyes narrowed slightly as an idea formed in his mind. In their island nation, this chapter of history was missing from textbooks. He understood it was to conceal this history. He recalled his childhood confusion over why the Chinese always seemed to look at them with a hint of disgust and hatred in their eyes. Later, after joining the spy organization and learning fragments of that history, he finally understood the reasons behind it all. Because their island nation had once perpetrated brutal and inhumane invasions against China. Had it not been for that aggression, China would never have taken so many years to achieve its rise. The ordinary citizens of the island nation remain completely unaware of this history unless they actively seek it out. He must confront the island nation's populace with this history. The mistakes their ancestors made must not be repeated. Shinamura's perspective on the world gradually shifted due to what he witnessed and learned while accompanying Su Mingyang. He no longer viewed matters from the standpoint of the island nation. Now, he had completely distanced himself from both the island nation and China, adopting the perspective of a third party. Do you know why Fong Shida became an intelligent soldier back then? While part of it was because he was quick on his feet, there were other reasons too. I recall it was back when Fong Shida had just enlisted. Su Mingyang's eyes narrowed slightly as he pointed to Fong Shida's commendation on the wall and continued his explanation. The regiment headquarters had already assigned a recorder to document Su Mingyang's remarks. Earlier, during Su Mingyang's speech, they had already begun documenting the details of Fang Shida's exploits as Su Mingyang recounted them. After all, so many years had passed, and perhaps only Su Mingyang could recount the events of that time. Back then, Fang Shida had just enlisted. When he first enlisted, he was initially assigned to a logistics position. For inexperienced recruits like him, starting in logistics was the safest way to ensure their well-being. At the time, Fang Shida was still quite young, only about 18 or 19 years old. He was immediately assigned to serve under Su Mingyang, tasked with relaying messages for various duties. Back then, neither telephones nor telegraphs were necessary for communication within a single area. After all, for messages over such short distances, manual delivery was the most efficient method. At that time, Su Mingyang's division was lying low in the mountains. Since they were all gathered in one place, they were too large a target. If spotted by the Japanese bombers, it could result in heavy casualties. Therefore, each regiment was spaced at least 5 kilometers apart. This distance was neither particularly long nor short. Messengers needed to be agile and swift-footed to relay information between units. Fang Shida was assigned to this role precisely because of his agility. It could be said that this was one of the safest positions available. If he could remain in this role, even after the anti-Japanese war concluded, Fang Shida would face little danger to his life. After all, as a messenger, he never had to pick up a gun. His sole responsibility was delivering information. However, after 2 months of relaying messages, Fang Shida gradually lost interest in the role. One night, he sought out Su Mingyang. "Commander Su, I no longer wish to serve as a communications soldier. I want to take up arms and earn military merit." Inside the wooden hut, Fang Shida's resolute words reached Su Mingyang's ears. "But this position is the safest. You're still young. You should spend some time getting accustomed to logistics first. Once you're familiar with everything in the military, I'll arrange a transfer for you." Su Mingyang dismissed Fang Shida's words. To him, the young man was just a greenhorn who hadn't experienced the brutality of the battlefield. It was only natural for him to speak this way. But Fang Shida wasn't joking. He had wrestled with the decision to transfer for a long time. Today, he'd finally mustered the courage to seek out Su Mingyang, determined to secure the transfer. No matter what Su Mingyang said, his mind was made up. "Commander Su, I no longer wish to remain in this position. Please transfer me. I want to be like the other comrades, holding a gun and contributing to the team. I want to lead my comrades into battle." As the saying goes, a soldier who doesn't aspire to be a general isn't a good soldier. Though Su Mingyang agreed with this sentiment, he still did not want to let Fang Shida go. After all, by this point, Su Mingyang had already endured countless battles. In every battle, the first to fall were almost always these soldiers eager to make their mark. They were fearless and resilient, yet they always perished in their prime. Having spent time with Fang Shida, Su Mingyang had grown attached to him and refused to watch him leap into the fire pit. "How about this? I'll tell them you don't have much experience yet. You can start by getting familiar with the logistics side of things. Once you've mastered those duties, I'll arrange for you to transfer to a different position. How does that sound?" Fang Shida took Su Mingyang's delaying tactic at face value. "All right. I'll get thoroughly acquainted with all the logistics tasks first. Once I'm up to speed, Commander Su, you must transfer me to a different position." Agreed. From that day onward, whenever Fang Shida finished relaying orders and it was time to rest, he no longer took a break. Instead, he began familiarizing himself with every aspect of logistics. He eagerly took on nearly every task within the logistics department. Every 2 or 3 days, he mastered a new position. Through this relentless work ethic, Fang Shida mastered every aspect of logistics within a month. He then approached Su Mingyang again, requesting a transfer to a different position. However, Su Mingyang looked slightly taken aback upon hearing Fang Shida's request. After confirming Fang Shida had indeed mastered every aspect of logistics, he reluctantly honored his promise and transferred him. A multitude of positions within the military were laid out before Fang Shida. Ultimately, considering his strengths, Fang Shida chose the most dangerous role among them: intelligence soldier. It was well known that these intelligence soldiers were essentially scouts, operating ahead of the main forces. To gather the most precise intelligence, they often infiltrated enemy territory alone to gather information on the Japanese forces. Consequently, they were frequently detected by the Japanese, placing them in extreme peril. Consequently, before any campaign began, at least half of every 10 intelligence soldiers would be lost. Chapter 142, What if we start over? Even after the campaign commenced, they still had to infiltrate enemy camps alone to gather intelligence. Thus, by the end of a campaign, barely 1 in 10 of that batch of intelligence officers survived. Are you sure you want to be an intelligence soldier? Do you realize this is the most dangerous position? If you become an intelligence soldier, your dream of leading your comrades into battle will be very difficult to achieve. Su Mingyang laid out the drawbacks of intelligence work to Fang Shida. They repeatedly dissuaded every comrade who expressed interest in becoming an intelligence officer. Only when absolutely unable to dissuade them would they finally agree to their assignment as intelligence officers. I'm not afraid. I'm a fast runner. Besides, don't they say that if a scout reports crucial intelligence, they can easily earn military honors? As long as I can report crucial intelligence, I'll be shooting up like a rocket and leading my comrades into battle in no time. Fang Shida made it sound effortless, but Su Mingyang knew every piece of vital intelligence required scouts to risk their lives to obtain it. Moreover, after obtaining such intelligence, it was nearly impossible to bring it back safely. After all, while gathering vital intelligence, they were also deep in enemy territory. One misstep, and they'd be captured by the Japanese devils. Since you've made up your mind, there's nothing more I can say to dissuade you. Su Mingyang sighed and helped Fang Shida transfer to a new position. It was precisely because securing vital intelligence meant earning military merit. That night during the 90-mile forced march, Fang Shida had relentlessly pursued intelligence without rest. Grandpa Su, if you could go back to that time, would you still assign Senior Fang Shida as an intelligence soldier? After hearing about Fang Shida's deeds, Xiao Yeye found herself pondering this question. What choice would Grandpa Su make if he could start over? Hearing Xiao Yeye's words, Su Mingyang gave a bitter smile. Start over? If he could start over, how would he choose? What choice could he possibly make? Fang Shida's determination to become an intelligence soldier was far more resolute than he had ever imagined. Even if he refused, Fang Shida would find every possible way to become an intelligence soldier. It wasn't so much that he sought military honors to leapfrog into positions like company commander or battalion commander. It was more that he was utterly determined to achieve something great, a sentiment shared by the vast majority of revolutionary soldiers. They pressed forward relentlessly, driven by the single-minded goal of driving the Japanese invaders out of China. Only then might their lives find lasting meaning. Fang Shida had achieved it. But what of the other revolutionary soldiers? Should their contributions to the revolutionary cause be dismissed simply because they hadn't achieved spectacular feats? In the revolutionary cause, every soldier is like a screw in a machine, each occupies a different position. Some are visible on the surface, their efforts are seen, so they are praised by later generations. But the majority of soldiers are like screws hidden within the machinery. Their efforts remain unseen. But can we dismiss them simply because their contributions remain unseen? No. The spirit of Fang Shida endures not because of him alone. He was merely the embodiment and representative of all revolutionary soldiers. If I could do it all over again, what difference would it make if I had refused? Even if Fang Shida hadn't become an intelligence officer in the end, there would still be other intelligence officers to take his place. I believe they would have made the same choice as Fang Shida. The livestream audience erupted upon hearing Su Mingyang's words, their comments flooding the screen in a dense, swirling mass. Exactly. Even if Senior Fang Shida hadn't become an intelligence soldier, another would have taken his place. Ultimately, someone will still have to do these things. Exactly. Even if Senior Fang Shida didn't become an intelligence soldier for hundreds of years, he would still shine and make a difference elsewhere. The resolve of a revolutionary soldier never wavers based on their position. Perhaps without becoming an intelligence soldier, Senior Comrade Fang Shida would have led troops into battle and achieved glorious military accomplishments. Grandpa Su's words, honestly, they made me cry. The revolutionary cause is a long-term endeavor that won't change because of any single person. Its success is the collective achievement of all revolutionary soldiers. Inside the museum, Shinomiro also became deeply moved upon hearing Fang Shida's story. After learning about the history of the island nation, he realized that during their invasion of China, their soldiers had never displayed such willingness to sacrifice themselves or such courage to dedicate their lives for ultimate victory. Their soldiers appeared to obey orders. But precisely because of this excessive obedience, they often fought by the book. No one dared to stick their neck out, they preferred inaction to risking failure. Thus, despite holding overwhelming advantages in every aspect, they were still relentlessly attacked by the revolutionary soldiers. They knew that if they pursued relentlessly, sweeping through every region, all revolutionary soldiers would have nowhere to hide. They refused to do so. Or perhaps they had long considered Huagui theirs for the taking, content to coast through their military careers while others fought their battles. They sat in the rear, waiting for victory to arrive. But could that truly happen? The answer was no. No one gets something for nothing, and victory won't come to those who do nothing. So in the end, they were defeated utterly and completely. Gradually, Shimura came to understand why the history textbooks of the island nation omitted that chapter of history. On one hand, their island nation committed countless inhumane atrocities during their invasion of China. Therefore, they refused to publicly acknowledge this dark chapter, lest too many citizens learn what their ancestors had done. On the other hand, if the people learned this history, it would severely undermine their reverence for their respected ancestors. This would deal a devastating blow to their people, causing them to lose faith in their entire nation. Thus, this chapter of history remains forever untouched by their island nation. It's getting late. Let's call it a day. After touring the memorial hall, Su Mingyang carefully returned the badge to its place in the glass display case, resting it once more upon the uniform once worn by Fang Shida. Senior Comrade Su, why don't you stay with our regiment today to rest? You could also observe the daily training routines of our regiment's soldiers. The regiment commander extended the invitation. In his eyes, Su Mingyang was nothing short of a godlike figure. This was the perfect opportunity to let the venerable elder tour the regiment and see today's soldiers. They have not brought shame upon the revolutionary forebears. Chapter 143, The Star in Training. Su Mingyang nodded, accepting the military's invitation without hesitation. Then I'll stay for one night. Thank you for your trouble. Not at all. Not at all. It's our regiment's honor. A smile spread across the regiment commander's face. He felt genuinely honored that Su Mingyang had chosen to stay with the unit. After all, this man was a veteran of the anti-Japanese wars, having fought countless battles to reach his current position. Moreover, while within the military compound last night, he had made inquiries throughout the military district and confirmed that Su Mingyang was indeed the man his grandfather had spoken of. It's almost lunchtime. Senior Comrade Su, shall we go eat first? The commander glanced at his watch and saw it was nearly noon. Su Mingyang nodded slightly and followed the regiment commander into the military mess hall. Inside the mess hall, soldiers sat in perfect order, not a sound to be heard. As the mess sergeants brought out the meals, they rose in perfect order and proceeded one by one to the serving windows. Throughout the entire process, hardly a loud sound was heard, prompting Su Mingyang to nod approvingly repeatedly. In Su Mingyang's view, this was precisely the kind of disciplined soldier Gou needed. Only by instilling such discipline could they unleash formidable execution power when future wars erupted. At this thought, Su Mingyang's eyes suddenly darkened. Xiao Yaya, who had been watching Su Mingyang closely, noticed his change in demeanor. Tilting her head, she asked curiously, "Grandpa Su, what's wrong? You seem suddenly sad." At that moment, Xiao Yaya had already ended the livestream. After all, it was mealtime, and there was no need to keep streaming just to pad the viewing hours. Su Mingyang snapped out of his recollections at Xiao Yaya's question, his eyes stinging with moisture. He forced a smile. Nothing. Just reminiscing about some old times. Suddenly feeling a bit sentimental. Seeing that Su Mingyang didn't want to elaborate, Xiao Yaya didn't press further. She promptly picked up her utensils and joined the queue. The soldiers moved with such orderly efficiency that the meal distribution proceeded surprisingly quickly. Half an hour later, after finishing their meal, Su Mingyang and the others were escorted to the accommodations arranged by the regiment. Looking at the row of terraced houses before him, Su Mingyang felt a slight surprise. The architectural style of these houses was reminiscent of the 1980s. The peeling paint on the walls made it clear to Su Mingyang that these houses were quite old. "Senior Comrade Su, we have no vacant quarters here, so we're afraid you'll have to make do with this place." The regiment commander pushed open the cottage door. Upon entering the cottage, the group's eyes lit up. Though the interior walls showed signs of peeling paint and the furnishings were rather basic, the place was exceptionally tidy, as if regularly cleaned. These cottages were left behind by the research team that once resided here. Over the years, whenever leaders came to inspect the headquarters, we'd arrange for them to stay here. Though the walls show some cracks, the construction is rock solid, no risk of collapse whatsoever. The commander tapped the wall a few times, producing the solid thud of stone. These houses were built using solid stone blocks back then. They'll still be livable decades from now. The commander beamed with confidence in the structure's durability. Su Mingyang nodded slightly. After that, everyone retired to their respective rooms to rest. Su Mingyang sat at the desk, gazing at the furnishings before him with deep nostalgia. The furnishings in this room adhered to the standardized design of that era. Virtually every military district room was arranged in this manner. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, it was afternoon. After a brief nap, Su Mingyang strolled through the courtyard in front of the bungalow. Soon, the regiment commander arrived once more. "Senior Comrade Su, our soldiers have begun training. Shall we go observe them now?" Faced with the regiment commander's invitation, Su Mingyang did not refuse. He had stayed behind partly because he wanted to observe the soldiers' training. After all these years, he genuinely wanted to see how soldiers were trained today. Following the commander, the group arrived at the training grounds. Recently, the TV station wanted to film a program featuring celebrities participating in training. Our regiment was selected, so several celebrities are currently undergoing basic training. "Senior Comrade Su, what do you think, should we go take a look?" Su Mingyang was slightly taken aback by the regiment commander's suggestion. He recalled that such an event had indeed occurred before his time travel. However, the reality show had not yet aired when he traveled back to the era of resisting the Japanese invasion, so he had never seen it. He nodded slightly. "All right, let's go take a look." Soon, led by the director, Su Mingyang witnessed the celebrities training under the scorching sun. Unlike their usual appearances on other shows, these celebrities were now barefaced. Facing the scorching sun, they stood motionless, like wooden statues. Upon seeing the regiment commander arrive, the platoon leader training the new recruits jogged over. "Commander, we're in the middle of filming. With Senior Su here, should we pause the shoot?" Hearing the platoon leader's words, the commander turned to them with a questioning look. Senior Su, what do you think? It's fine, no need to pause filming. I'm not exactly a public figure. Besides, I'm live streaming this anyway. It's perfectly fine. Alright. With Su Mingyang's approval, the platoon leader returned to the group and resumed training the celebrities. Xiao Yaya's eyes lit up upon seeing these celebrities she usually only saw on the big screen. As a streamer, she immediately sensed the potential for massive traffic. If she went live right now, her stream's viewership would hit new heights. She turned to Su Mingyang with a questioning look. The commander saw Xiao Yaya's eager gaze and instantly understood what she was thinking. Xiao Yaya, since filming is permitted, you're certainly welcome to go live. Don't be nervous, there's no difference between here and the outside world. As long as it doesn't involve classified matters, you can stream anything. The commander's words thrilled Xiao Yaya. Without hesitation, she immediately started her stream. As soon as the stream went live, thousands flooded into the chat room. Yay! The streamer's finally live. I was about to throw a fit if she didn't start. Hold up, what am I seeing? Are those celebrities in the distance? How come there are celebrities training in the military? I see them too. Can someone explain what's going on? I think I saw a news report about a show where celebrities join military training. Probably filming right now. Who knew it was real? I'd only seen the news before without knowing who was actually participating. Never imagined I'd see it here with Grandpa Su. Chapter 144, Makeup is Freedom, okay? In the livestream chat, viewers' comments kept popping up, growing more and more enthusiastic. As the number of comments grew, so did the livestream's audience. After all, these celebrities had their own star power. Just now, Xiao Yaya had casually glanced at the camera. Her crazed fans sniffed out the scent and rushed over. My brother's actually on a reality show. Host, quickly pan the camera over, I need to see my brother. Host, stop filming random stuff. You need to focus on my brother right now, immediately. Or I'll report your stream. Is this streamer out of their mind? Why are they still filming this old guy? Is there a flower on his face or something? Ignoring our brother to film this nonsense? Watch your language. How is Grandpa Su any less than your so-called celebrities? You starstruck fans, if you want to watch the stream, then be quiet. If you don't speak up, no one will mistake you for mutes. New fans flooded the livestream, constantly urging Xiao Yaya to point the camera at their favorite celebrities. Some, frustrated at not seeing their idol after waiting so long, started hurling insults at Xiao Yaya. As a result, Su Mingyang, who had been dominating the screen all along, got dragged into the mess too. They didn't recognize Su Mingyang at all, they just found these old guys constantly hogging the camera annoying. Fortunately, loyal fans in the chat defended Su Mingyang, showing little interest in these celebrities or idols. But since Xiao Yaya had only just started streaming, the number of loyal fans was still too small. Plus, it was still work hours, so many regular viewers didn't have time to scroll through their phones. So even though these loyal fans were defending Su Mingyang, their voices were drowned out by the overwhelming flood of comments from viewers who had come for the celebrities. So what if I'm being honest? This old guy really is an eyesore. We came to the livestream to see our brother, not some old geezer like you. What's the point of watching you? Yeah. Quickly point the camera at our brother, and I'll tip you. Watching these comments, a flicker of helplessness and anger passed through Xiao Yaya's eyes. Sure enough, gaining this kind of traffic wasn't easy, she had to endure these uncomfortable comments. Most of these viewers came to the livestream primarily to see the celebrities. If the camera stayed focused on Grandpa Su, she'd inevitably be cursed by them. With that thought, Xiao Yaya ultimately chose to compromise, shifting the camera away and focusing on the celebrities training behind Su Mingyang. The other celebrities, even the female ones, were mostly bare-faced and makeup-free. Even if they had applied any cosmetics, it was only sunscreen. But this young heartthrob's complexion showed a stark contrast to his neck. Even from a distance, you could tell he was wearing makeup. Wah! My brother is so handsome, I want to have babies with him. My period was 2 weeks late, but seeing my brother made it come right away. He's literally my cure-all. Bro! The livestream chat was flooded with a dense wave of comments showering praise on their brother. The livestream's online viewership surged past the 100,000 mark and was still climbing rapidly. Meanwhile, Su Mingyang also joined the star-studded training squad. His gaze swept across all the star faces, and he noticed the boy whom the live chat called brother. At first glance, had it not been for the hair confirming his gender, Su Mingyang would have mistaken him for a girl. Both in appearance and facial features, the person belonged entirely to the androgynous type. Su Mingyang held no particular bias regarding appearance, after all, he had old comrades who were also androgynous looking. On the battlefield, however, this guy was a complete daredevil, charging alone with a submachine gun to ambush Japanese squads at night. But despite their delicate looks, they weren't wearing makeup like this. This was military training, how could anyone wear makeup? As Su Mingyang stared intently, the platoon leader noticed something amiss and approached to ask Su Mingyang. What's wrong, Senior Su? Is there a problem? The platoon leader's tone was extremely respectful. Is that young man wearing makeup? Is makeup permitted during military training now? Having been away from the military for so long, Su Mingyang wasn't sure if makeup was permitted during training these days. After all, the very concept of makeup felt utterly foreign within the military. Makeup? The platoon leader also turned his gaze toward the idol. He had been focusing on the celebrity's military posture and hadn't paid attention to their faces, so he only now noticed that the person was wearing makeup. It was important to remember that on the very first day these celebrities entered the military, they had been instructed to put away all their cosmetics. No makeup was permitted for a single day in the military. And now one had openly defied orders? For a moment, the platoon leader felt torn between anger and self-reproach. His anger stemmed primarily from the idol's defiance, showing utter disregard for military regulations. The self-reproach stemmed from the fact that the soldier had been wearing makeup all along, and it had taken him so long to notice. Had it not been for Senior Su pointing it out, it might have gone unnoticed for days. Jiang Mingming, step out. The platoon leader barked the order, his anger unmasked. The idol called Jiang Mingming trembled violently, nearly losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. Is this guy crazy? Why is he suddenly yelling our brother's name so loudly? Poor brother, he was nearly scared to death. Look at him, not even angry. Just as expected, our brother's emotions are rock solid. Jing Mingming was completely thrown off by the platoon leader's outburst, staring blankly for a long moment before she could process what had happened. By the time he snapped back to reality and was about to erupt in anger, he caught sight of the camera pointed directly at him. He knew that if he lost his temper now, this footage would undoubtedly be edited into the final broadcast. That would ruin his image on the show and damage his reputation. Rather than indulging in a momentary outburst, it was better to hold back. That way, he could still reap a wave of concern from his fans later. Cut. Jiang Mingming forced himself to suppress the anger in his voice. If not for the cameras pointed at him, he would have cursed the other person's rude behavior without hesitation. Why are you wearing makeup? Didn't you hear us announce the barracks rules yesterday? We explicitly banned makeup in the barracks. Why did you break the rules and wear it? Look at everyone else, they're not wearing makeup. The platoon leader pointed at Jiang Mingming, then gestured toward the other celebrities. In the livestream chat, Jiang Mingming's fans couldn't hold back any longer and unleashed a barrage of comments at the platoon leader. How dare he bully their idol? He must be tired of living. Is this guy crazy? First he screams brother, so loudly it startled him. Now he's telling my brother he can't wear makeup? Makeup is my brother's personal choice, okay? Chapter 145, 10 minutes to remove makeup. This guy clearly wants to pick on our brother. Well, sorry, but he picked the wrong person. Does he think our brother is scared of him? Honestly, I'm amazed. Brother takes on every variety show just to annoy us. This show clearly wants to torture them for views. With such unethical Chinese medicine practitioners involved, my brother should just skip it. I definitely won't be watching when it airs. The livestream audience unleashed a barrage of online abuse directly at the platoon leader. But the platoon leader couldn't see their comments. I'm asking you a question. Tell me why you disobeyed orders and applied makeup. You better give me a reasonable explanation, or I'll request the production team to cancel your upcoming recordings. This variety show, from filming to venues, was entirely provided by the military. The goal was to showcase soldiers' routine training to the entire nation, revealing how Chinese military personnel are trained. Therefore, if any artist violated military regulations, they had the authority to remove them from the show. I was wearing makeup. Jiang Mingming couldn't think of a plausible excuse on the spot. He had initially assumed that although the training took place within military facilities, it was ultimately just a variety show. He had defied production team arrangements more than once during previous variety show appearances. Back then, he wasn't nearly as famous as he was now, yet even the biggest production teams rarely gave him a hard time. That's why Jiang Mingming had blatantly ignored both the production teams and the military's rules by applying makeup. He assumed the production team would turn a blind eye and let it slide. He never expected this issue to be brought directly into the open under the camera's lenses. How could he possibly respond? What could he possibly say? He couldn't very well say that without makeup, he'd be utterly unpresentable. Jiang Mingming was now caught between a rock and a hard place, unsure how to respond to the platoon leader. The platoon leader noticed Jiang Mingming's discomfort, but since he had violated military regulations, punishment was inevitable. Jiang Mingming. Present. This time, Jiang Mingming answered crisply and promptly. I now order you to return to the barracks within 10 minutes and remove all makeup from your face. Report. Jiang Mingming struggled to accept this. Speak. The platoon leader looked at Jiang Mingming in confusion. Had she not understood his words? Can I keep the makeup on? It's for my job. As an idol, I have to present my best self to my fans. Poor guy. Even in this sweltering heat, he has to film the show fully made up. All to present his best self to us fans. Holy crap. I've already saved this clip. Joining the Jiang fandom was the best decision ever. I'm seriously impressed by this person. Why does he insist on making my brother remove his makeup? Could it be jealousy over my brother's good looks? These people nowadays, not only are they ugly themselves, but they're also jealous. Why don't they take a good look at themselves? Even if brother takes off his makeup, he's still leagues above ugly things like you. In the live stream chat, longtime fans fell completely silent. The flood of celebrity fans into the stream was overwhelming. Their comments were instantly drowned out by dozens of others. For a moment, they all felt disheartened and lost the will to keep sending messages. Watching this scene unfold in the livestream, Xiao Yaya couldn't help but smile bitterly. She had gotten her share of traffic, but why did it feel so bitter? Honestly, if the livestream hadn't been on the verge of hitting 200,000 concurrent viewers, she might have ended it right then. Meanwhile, the condemnation of Jiang Mingming continued unabated. This is our unit's rule. If you want to wear makeup, then you shouldn't participate in our program. This is our unit's rule. If you want to wear makeup, then you shouldn't participate in our program. The platoon leader issued the ultimatum without a shred of consideration for Jiang Mingming's dignity. To him, once anyone joined the military and became his subordinate, they had only one identity: soldier. Even if they were big shots outside, under his command, they were dragons coiled at his command, tigers lying low for his orders. Seeing the platoon leader show him no mercy, Jiang Mingming's embarrassment deepened. He stood there, hesitating. For him, this current program was a golden opportunity. Previously, he had mostly been hanging around in the idol scene. Although he eventually rose to become a top-tier star, virtually no investors were willing to cast him as the male lead in movies or TV dramas. After all, he came from a singing and dancing background and had virtually no acting skills. That's precisely why he joined this show. He was eyeing its powerful backing. This program was personally endorsed by the national broadcaster. If he could earn a stellar reputation here, his future path in acting would become incredibly smooth. After much deliberation, Jiang Mingming sighed heavily and chose to compromise all for the sake of his future. Watching Jiang Mingming's retreating figure, the platoon leader breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the man was still a new recruit under his command. If a recruit got kicked out after just 2 days of training, it would honestly be a blow to his reputation. If word got out, who knew how people would mock him for being unable to handle even a sissy? Damn! Poor guy. He's already training so hard, and now he has to run back to the dorm to remove his makeup. Seriously, these people are crazy. Why can't he wear makeup? As an idol, our brother needs to be made up at all times, okay? Sure, the army has rules against makeup, but rules are rigid while people are flexible. That platoon leader clearly doesn't understand flexibility. My brother is an idol, for crying out loud. How can he function without makeup? My brother's way too easygoing. If it were me, I'd probably just start yelling at him. Who does this platoon leader think he is, telling my brother how to do his job? My brother knows his own limits, okay? This show is clearly just filming for sensationalism. Why are they singling out our brother like this? Jiang Mingming's fans were completely consumed by their heartache for their brother. Some of the more emotional ones even started hurling insults at the platoon leader. But Su Mingyang remained unaware of all this. At that moment, he glanced at the celebrities standing at attention and gave a slight nod. Though these celebrities appeared delicate and fragile, most had climbed their way up from the bottom, unlike Jiang Mingming, who had reached the peak of fame right from the start. Therefore, most of them could grit their teeth and endure the rigors of training for now. Of course, some celebrities were simply too physically frail, and at this moment, they could no longer endure. Chapter 146, Target Practice. Reporting in, I'm all made up. 10 minutes later, Jiang Mingming rushed back in the final seconds, frantic and drenched in sweat. With his makeup off, he looked noticeably darker, though his features remained sharp and defined. Many fans watching the livestream couldn't help but praise their brother's appearance. My brother never disappoints even without makeup, his looks are still on point. Bro is so handsome, I could have his baby. Seriously, how did he manage to remove all that makeup so fast? That's our brother for you. This crappy show only targets my brother. He must have been in such a rush to remove his makeup that he didn't have time to apply sunscreen. If my brother gets sunburned after this show, I'll have words with your crappy production team. Seeing Jiang Mingming remove his makeup, the platoon leader's expression eased considerably. Alright, return to the squad and resume training. His tone softened as he allowed Jiang Mingming to rejoin the squad, then turned to look at Su Mingyang. Senior Su, do you see any areas needing improvement in our training regimen? The platoon leader sounded cautious, afraid Su Mingyang might find some flaw in the training. After all, these celebrities were notoriously spoiled and often nitpicked over what seemed like trivial matters to him. Upon hearing the platoon leader's question, Su Mingyang shook his head slightly, indicating no issues, and gestured for them to continue training. Receiving Su Mingyang's response, the platoon leader refocused his attention on training the celebrities. All attention. At ease. Attention. Now, we'll proceed to the firing range. Following behind the celebrities, Su Mingyang surveyed the training grounds. The scorching sun hung overhead, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. However, due to his advanced age and frail constitution, he didn't sweat much. Little Yaya, however, was suffering. When she left the dormitory, she had only applied a light layer of tinted moisturizer to her face. Now, the sweat was soaking through the foundation, melting it and causing it to run down her cheeks. It wasn't that she applied it poorly, the problem was that this foundation was too cheap and had limited uses. Previously, when she went live with Grandpa Su, they rarely endured such intense sun exposure, so she hadn't prepared adequately. Feeling the sticky, slick sensation on her face, Xiao Yeye was filled with regret. Grandpa Su, I need to go back. Do you think that's okay? Xiao Yeye asked cautiously. She couldn't stand it anymore, she had to remove her makeup too. Honestly, she rarely wore makeup for regular live streams. The reason she wore makeup this time was mainly because they were visiting a military camp, a place where testosterone was practically oozing everywhere. Having spent so much time with Su Mingyang, the military profession held an unshakable place in Xiao Yeye's heart. Previously, she had viewed soldiers through the lens of ordinary people, believing them to be no different from anyone else. But through the stories she'd learned during her time with Su Mingyang, Xiao Yeye's perception of these soldiers had shifted. Now, surrounded by so many soldiers, she couldn't help but start thinking about her own happiness for the rest of her life. If any of them took a liking to me, Xiao Yeye murmured to herself as she handed the live streaming equipment to Li Deji and dashed toward the dormitory. All the way, she wore a smile, thinking to herself that if she could date a soldier, wouldn't she become a military wife someday? Watching Xiao Yeye's dazed expression, Su Mingyang shook his head. He had noticed before that her gaze toward these soldiers held a hint of something more, and it seemed his suspicions were confirmed. Alright, we're starting target practice now. Everyone come over and sign up. Upon arriving at the firing range, the platoon leader produced a registration form. Even for target practice within the military compound, everyone still needed to sign up. Hearing the platoon leader's words, the celebrities all grew eager to participate. After all, even for them, opportunities to handle firearms were exceedingly rare. With such a chance now before them, how could they not be excited? Jiang Mingming, however, saw the excitement in the other celebrities and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Before joining the show, he had specifically trained for a month in marksmanship. His goal was to generate buzz on the program and hype his supposed passion for firearms. Though his marksmanship still lagged behind professional enthusiasts, it far surpassed that of his fellow celebrities. After registration, each celebrity was assigned a firearm. Upon receiving his firearm, Jiang Mingming proceeded to demonstrate a rapid disassembly right in front of the show's cameras. In the livestream chat, Jiang Mingming's fans went absolutely wild upon seeing this. Wow! My brother actually knows how to handle guns. So cool, so cool, so cool. He's truly our brother, he can do anything. Every move hits me right in the feels. Look at the other celebrities, they can't even operate their guns. They're nothing compared to our brother. Seeing Jiang Mingming disassemble the firearm with such proficiency, a hint of astonishment flickered in the platoon leader's eyes. He never imagined that among the new recruits joining the show, someone would actually know how to handle firearms. After all, Wagway is a country with a complete ban on firearms. For ordinary citizens to gain access to firearms, they can only train at specialized shooting ranges operated by professional institutions. Even at these shooting ranges, most people rarely disassemble firearms. Only seasoned shooting enthusiasts typically possessed such proficiency. Not bad. Pretty skilled. Next, I'll teach you how to aim and fire. After the platoon leader's tireless instruction, the celebrities had largely mastered the shooting techniques. Holding their guns, they aimed at the targets and simulated firing. Only Jiang Mingming stood aside, watching them impassively. Before arriving, he'd been told it was firearms training, but in reality, he'd only been practicing with this specific type of pistol. For him, it was all about the job, he had no interest in developing a personal passion for it. Seeing Jiang Mingming's demeanor, his fans in the livestream chat once again showered him with praise. For them, no matter what poses Jiang Mingming strikes, they can mindlessly gush over her without a hint of feeling it's tacky. This is the reality of these fangirls. Only when their idols' scandals break and the rose-colored glasses fade do they realize just how cringeworthy their idols' past actions truly were. Alright, we're starting to distribute ammunition now. 5 rounds per person. Aim at the targets across from you and begin firing. The platoon leader gave the order before starting to distribute the bullets. As the rounds slid into chambers, the target practice commenced. Chapter 147, Hand Injury. Every celebrity except Jiang Mingming focused intently on their targets after chambering rounds. They didn't want to waste a single round. In contrast, Jiang Mingming fired immediately after chambering a round, barely taking aim, all about looking cool. Bang! 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 With a series of gunshots, Jiang Mingming emptied his entire magazine. Brother is so freaking cool. How can someone this perfect exist in the world? I mean, seriously. Every single frame of brother's shooting is so cool. You fans, don't you think your brother's moves are a bit cheesy? I don't get what you're so amazed by, it just makes me cringe. If you want to see your idol, can you please wait until the show airs? Stop going crazy in the livestream. Fed up with these mindless fan praises, some longtime viewers in the livestream finally snapped. In their eyes, Jiang Mingming's recent actions were nothing but a performance to show off. Those moves? No normal person shooting like that could pull them off. If he shot like that on the battlefield, he'd be riddled with bullets before he even fired. If you don't like it, just leave. Who are you to judge our brother? Exactly. These people see how cool our brother is and immediately try to slander him. We've seen plenty of haters like you before. If you don't like it, get lost. No one's forcing you to watch. Inside the livestream, Jiang Mingming's fans treated the space as their own turf. To them, their brother was the most handsome man alive. No one could question that. Soon, the rare comments from longtime viewers that managed to break through the flood of messages were drowned out by Jiang Mingming's fans. The stream once again became a dedicated space for praising Jiang Mingming. After finishing his shots, Jiang Mingming instinctively tried to walk up to the target to check his score. But he had barely taken a few steps when the platoon leader tackled him to the ground. Are you crazy? Everyone else is still shooting. What if you get hit by a stray bullet? The platoon leader's face was twisted with anger. If this hadn't been a new recruit here just to film a segment, he would have lost his temper right then and there. Jiang Mingming was tackled by the platoon leader, scraping the skin on his hand, and immediately burst into tears. He'd been in the entertainment industry for so long, and even the bigwigs wouldn't dare treat him this way. Now, he was being humiliated like this by a lowly soldier? He couldn't accept it. The pent-up frustration from being forced to remove his makeup earlier, combined with the stinging pain from his torn skin, overwhelmed Jiang Mingming completely. With a loud wail, he burst into tears. The platoon leader was stunned by the sight. He'd merely pinned him down and told him not to look at the results. Why was he crying? This fragile kid, what the hell is he doing on a military show? The barracks weren't his home. No one was going to coddle him around all the time. Get up! The platoon leader glared at him with disappointment. Get up this instant. In the barracks, we don't believe in tears. If you're injured, go to the infirmary for treatment. The platoon leader's attitude finally pushed Jiang Mingming over the edge. He hadn't expected that even after crying, this man would still yell at him like this. What gives? Didn't this guy know how many fans he had out there? Even if each fan spat just once, it would be enough to drown this guy, wouldn't it? Jiang Mingming fought back tears as he stood up. He vowed that once the show wrapped, he'd have his agent file a formal complaint against this platoon leader. Then he'd see how this guy could possibly keep his place in the military. Jiang Mingming clearly had no idea how laughable his thoughts were, yet he continued to seethe inwardly. In the livestream chat, fans watching this scene were furious too. Is this guy crazy? Even if brother walked into someone's firing range, couldn't he just give a warning? What gives him the right to just tackle my brother like that? Disgusting. He has no sense of boundaries whatsoever. Does anyone know this guy's info? I need to give him a piece of my mind. Look, my brother's hand is bleeding, and this guy didn't even apologize. Turns out not all men are like my brother. The world is full of jerks like this. I'm about to cry. My brother's actually hurt. Why hasn't medical staff arrived yet? My brother's hurt. What if he gets lasting damage if he doesn't get treated soon? The livestream viewers unleashed a torrent of abuse at the platoon leader, spewing countless vicious insults. Li Deji watched the flood of comments and thought to himself, live streaming is tough. If he had to face such an audience every day, he knew he'd struggle not to curse them out. It was unbearably frustrating. Li Deji desperately wanted to hand the streaming equipment to someone else. He feared that if he kept watching, he might actually lose his temper and curse. Give me the phone. After watching the commotion unfold, Su Mingyang noticed something was off with Li Deji. Why did the man holding the phone look so restless? Soon after Su Mingyang saw the comments flooding the livestream chat, he instantly understood why. He reached out and took the live streaming device. As Su Mingyang took the device from his hands, Li Deji hesitated, words on the tip of his tongue. After all, Xiao Yaya had specifically assigned him the task of filming Grandpa Su. Now that he was handing the live streaming equipment to Grandpa Su, what exactly was going on? Li Deji tried to grab the device back, but Su Mingyang walked away without looking back, leaving him standing there awkwardly. Just as Su Mingyang began filming the celebrities shooting at the target, the show's medical team rushed over in a panic. Yes, the production team had brought their own medical staff. Although there were military doctors within the unit, their duties did not include treating the production crew. Therefore, to ensure smooth filming without any hiccups, the production team brought along 2 medical personnel. Carrying large bags and small packages, the 2 medical personnel hurried toward Jiang Mingming. Upon seeing that Jiang Mingming only had a minor abrasion on her finger, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, they pulled out disinfectant alcohol from the medical kit. As everyone knows, alcohol stings when it comes into contact with a wound. Therefore, when the medical staff applied the alcohol to the abrasion on Jiang Mingming's finger, he immediately let out a piercing scream. The medical staff looked utterly bewildered. They hadn't expected Jiang Mingming to be unable to endure even this slight discomfort. Seeing Jiang Mingming writhing in pain on the floor, the medical staff immediately rushed over to comfort him. Several celebrities nearby, seeing this, lowered their weapons and shot Jiang Mingming strange looks. One relatively unknown celebrity, who was merely participating in the show for fun, saw this and, with a twinkle in his eye, immediately trotted over. Chapter 148, Quitting Training Over Such a Minor Injury? Mingming, are you okay? Hang in there, they'll disinfect it right away. This celebrity, Gou Wazi, had always hovered on the fringes of the entertainment industry, barely recognizable to most, yet somehow vaguely familiar at first glance. His participation in this reality show was purely due to a last-minute cancellation by another scheduled celebrity, which is how he ended up here. Originally, Gou Wazi had planned to just go through the motions on the show, expecting little screen time. But now, seeing Jiang Mingming injured while everyone else remained indifferent, he sensed his chance had arrived. Ah! Jiang Mingming let out a piercing scream. Then, seemingly comforted by Gou Wazi's words, he nodded firmly, his expression resolute as if heading to his death. The medical staff, though speechless at the sight, swiftly and efficiently bandaged Jiang Mingming's wound. Seeing my brother hurt breaks my heart. I wish it were me instead. My brother is so pitiful. All the other celebrities were so cold, only this guy came over to comfort him. I've made up my mind from now on, I won't watch any shows or movies these celebrities appear in. Exactly. These cold-hearted people deserve to be punished with indifference. At this moment, the live stream had reached 300,000 concurrent viewers, instantly claiming the top spot for online audience. Su Mingyang glanced at the comments flooding the chat, his brow slightly furrowed. Although he rarely played with his phone these days, it didn't change the fact that he had traveled back in time from the modern era. He couldn't help but scoff at his fans' comments. These people were nothing more than pawns of capitalism. Seeing this scene, the platoon leader's brows knitted tightly together. After years of training in the military, this was the first time he'd encountered someone who cried over nothing more than a layer of skin rubbed raw. Jiang Mingming, Gou Wazi, get back to your training positions immediately. It's just a little skin rubbed raw, is it really worth such a fuss? Earlier, Jiang Mingming hadn't argued with the platoon leader simply because he wanted to cultivate his persona for the show. Now that he was injured, the platoon leader still wanted him to train. Was he being treated like a beast of burden? Jiang Mingming felt the platoon leader's words were utterly unreasonable. So he stood rooted to the spot, completely ignoring the order. Seeing Jiang Mingming's defiant stance, the platoon leader's temper flared. He strode over in a few quick steps, ready to drag both Jiang Mingming and Gou Wazi back into the training formation. Gou Wazi saw the platoon leader approaching and knew his chance to shine had come again. After all, Jiang Mingming had 30 million followers across all platforms. If he could protect him, it would be like standing united with Jiang Mingming's entire fanbase. Even if only a few million of those fans remembered him. It would change everything for him, whether he was cast in TV dramas, movies, or variety shows. Gou Wazi considered himself quite handsome. What he'd always lacked was opportunity. With this chance right before him, he wouldn't let it slip away. Report. Squad leader, Jiang Mingming is already injured. Why can't we let him rest? If you keep pushing him like this, what if his injury worsens? Even without Jiang Mingming prompting him, Gou Wazi knew exactly how to speak up for his friend. After all, no matter what, Jiang Mingming's persona was that of an emotionally stable idol. If he were to voice such concerns himself, it would inevitably damage his carefully crafted image. After all, he had always been the epitome of swallowing his pride and making concessions. But if he were to voice these concerns himself, it would be entirely different. Not only could it make Jiang Mingming feel favorably toward him, but it would also allow him to gain visibility among Jiang Mingming's fans, a move that offered him nothing but benefits. A minor injury like this is going to affect training? The platoon leader turned pale at Gou Wazi's words. His face darkened like a piece of blackened liver, his body radiating a fierce aura. If everyone were like you, refusing training over a minor scrape, how would you defend our country on the battlefield? It's just a superficial cut on your finger. If the medic hadn't come over just now, the wound would probably be almost healed by now. Remember the veterans who fought the Japanese invaders? They kept fighting on the front lines even with bullets lodged in their bodies. Why can't you do the same? The platoon leader's eyes blazed with fury as he ignored Gou Wazi entirely, fixing his gaze on Jiang Mingming. Though he paid little attention to the internet, Gou Wazi's reaction made it clear to him that this man was merely Jiang Mingming's lackey. To resolve this matter, he had to direct his criticism squarely at Jiang Mingming. Jiang Mingming clearly hadn't anticipated the platoon leader would ignore Gou Wazi entirely and direct his anger at him instead. For a moment, he was at a loss. Earlier, when Gou Wazi had appeared before him, he had understood that the man intended to stand up for him. So he'd played along with Gou Wazi's words, continuing the charade. If he could avoid training and return to the dormitory to rest, that would be ideal. Even if they still ended up having to participate in the training, wearing down the platoon leader's sharpness now would be worthwhile. Platoon leader, my hand hurts terribly. I don't think I can participate in training. Though the heroes who fought the Japanese were incredibly brave, and I want to learn from their spirit. But we live in peaceful times now. Even if we want to learn their spirit, it needs to be done gradually. Since I'm injured now and can't participate this time, maybe if I get injured next time, I'll be able to join the training. Jiang Mingming rambled on, convinced of his own reasoning, even nodding in agreement with himself at the end. The platoon leader's eyes darkened with anger upon hearing Jiang Mingming's words. He knew Jiang Mingming was quibbling, yet he couldn't find a way to refute him. Indeed, learning the spirit of the anti-Japanese war veterans required gradual steps. It couldn't be achieved overnight. But surely it shouldn't start with something this trivial. Any normal person would just brush off a minor scrape and continue training. Who else would abandon training just because their finger was scraped, like Jiang Mingming? The platoon leader cast a pleading glance toward Su Mingyang. He knew that when it came to the spirit of resisting the Japanese, the venerable Su was the most suitable person to address this matter. After all, among those present, only the veteran Su had truly lived through that era. Su Mingyang understood the platoon leader's unspoken plea. He stepped forward holding his live streaming equipment and spoke. Young man, if you wish to learn the spirit of resisting Japanese aggression, why not start right now? This is your best opportunity to learn. Chapter 149, Disgusting Bullets. Wait, who is this old geezer? What gives him the right to lecture our brother? I really don't get it. This old man looks like he's almost 100. Doesn't he ever retire? What are these people thinking? Seriously, this decrepit old man is supposed to teach our brother? Does he even know what he's talking about? LOL, look at this old geezer. With his appearance, he's qualified to teach our brother? If he tried to hold a gun now, he probably couldn't even grip the barrel. Glancing at the live chat, Su Mingyang smiled faintly, his gaze settling on Jiang Mingming. He understood that arguing with these brainless fanatics was pointless, better to stay silent. After all, in their eyes, their idol was forever number one in the world. No one and nothing could ever be his equal. Jiang Mingming heard Su Mingyang's words and a sneer spread across his face. Honestly, he'd had it with this old man for ages. A guy his age showing up at the barracks? Probably just another well-connected crony. Fine. Old man, since you say you want to teach me, why don't we settle it with a shooting contest? If you beat me, then I'll let you teach me. Jiang Mingming pointed toward the target he'd hit earlier in the distance. Despite only a month of training, Jiang Mingming was supremely confident in his marksmanship. After all, at the shooting range, the instructors had repeatedly praised him as a natural talent for marksmanship. If he hadn't already become a top-tier idol, he might have pursued competitive shooting seriously. He could have even represented China on the international stage. Shooting? Su Mingyang froze, taken aback that this young man was challenging him to a shooting contest. Truth be told, even though his marksmanship ranked among the worst in the military, his accuracy on the range was still leagues ahead of this kid standing before him. Fine. Since that's the case, this old man will take you on in a shooting contest. Having not touched a gun in so many years, Su Mingyang felt a strange sense of nostalgia. Back in the day, even the best firearms they used were essentially relics from the last century. Not only were they crudely made, but the materials were mediocre too, nothing like the precision of today's firearms. Hearing Su Mingyang's words, the platoon leader tried to stop him, but it was too late. He looked at Su Mingyang, his eyes filled with regret. If only he hadn't let the veteran Su step in for him. After all, although the venerable Su was a veteran from that era, so much time had passed that anyone's marksmanship would have deteriorated significantly. Moreover, the old veteran was now 120 years old. Whether he could even steady the rifle was questionable, let alone hit a target. The platoon leader was momentarily at a loss for how to persuade Su Mingyang. After pondering for a while, he finally sighed. Since Senior Su insists on competing in target practice with the other party, let's have it. After all, Master Su is of such advanced age, even if he loses, it won't be disgraceful. In the livestream chat, Jiang Mingming's fans immediately grew excited upon hearing his words. Brother looks so cool. In the military camp, if the other guy wants to teach him a lesson, let him prove himself with real skill. Who knew this old man would be so arrogant? He actually wants to challenge our brother? Hasn't he seen how cool brother looks when he's shooting? Does he even stand a chance? Who the heck is this nobody? He doesn't even deserve to challenge our brother. Put. Old fart. Su Mingyang ignored the comments and handed the live streaming equipment back to Li Deji. Taking the equipment back, Li Deji stared at the comments with a headache. Damn it, these brainless fans are way out of line. How dare they talk about Grandpa Su like that? Here, give me the gun. Su Mingyang reached out and took the rifle handed to him by the platoon leader. Seeing this, Jiang Mingming snatched a firearm from a celebrity who hadn't fired a single shot yet. Then let's have a 5-round shootout. Whoever scores more hits gets the final say from now on. Jiang Mingming was unusually confident. If he were competing against the platoon leader, he might not stand a chance. But against this old man? He felt he could win easily even with his eyes closed, relying purely on instinct. Alright, take your positions. Get ready to fire. The platoon leader stepped between them and gave the command. Fire. With the platoon leader's command. Bang, bang, bang. Several consecutive gunshots rang out as Su Mingyang and Jiang Mingming rose from their prone positions. Su Mingyang brushed the dirt off his uniform, sighing that time truly was a ruthless killer. He admittedly couldn't grip the rifle stock as firmly as before. Jiang Mingming, however, wore a look of pure excitement. He felt he'd shot with exceptional accuracy just now. At least 3 bullets had hit the bullseye. This was the best score he'd ever achieved. Before, even in his best 50-meter shooting sessions, landing 2 or 3 shots on the bullseye was considered excellent. Such consistent accuracy was simply unthinkable back then. After the shooting concluded, the platoon leader first inspected the spent casings on the ground. Finding 5 empty casings each, he then moved to inspect the target hits. This was a mandatory procedure to prevent shooters from hoarding bullets. Seeing the platoon leader head over to check the targets, Jiang Mingming stood with his hands behind his back, striking a pose that radiated an air of profound mystery. In the livestream chat, his fans nearly drooled over the screen at this sight. These comments were completely ignored by Li Daiji. He now felt a visceral disgust toward Jiang Mingming's fans. If not for his rational mind reminding him that this wasn't his own livestream and that cursing in someone else's stream was unacceptable. Otherwise, he nearly reverted to his former spirited young man's self, unleashing his top-tier skill of spewing 5 curses per second at the viewers. Meanwhile, Xiao Yaya had finished removing her makeup and rejoined the team. Seeing Su Mingyang holding a gun, she was utterly astonished. After all, Su Mingyang was no spring chicken. Who on earth was reckless enough to let him handle a firearm? Didn't they fear something terrible might happen? Seeing Xiao Yaya return, Li Daiji breathed a sigh of relief. Honestly, if he'd had to hold the streaming equipment any longer, he would have started rapping with a finger-pointing gesture. Through Xiao Yaya's questioning, Li Daiji finally revealed what had just transpired. Immediately, she shot Jiang Mingming a look of utter disgust. To be honest, Xiao Yaya had zero interest in these internet celebrities. Back when she was younger, she too had gone through a phase of obsessive fandom. But before long, a video surfaced of her idol, a youth ambassador, puffing away on a cigarette. From that moment on, she understood a simple truth: these celebrities and internet sensations were ordinary people behind the scenes. They were no different from anyone else once they became famous. They indulged in every vice imaginable. Chapter 150, 50 rings? Who believes that? A few minutes later, the platoon leader returned after tallying the shooting scores. To ensure the results were accurate, he even reviewed the target practice footage. Only through slow-motion review could he finally confirm the results. It wasn't that he was overly cautious, it was simply that this particular score was beyond his wildest expectations. Jiang Mingming's score, 42 rings. The platoon leader announced Jiang Mingming's score first. Of those, 3 shots hit the 10 ring. The remaining 2 shots scored 7 rings and 5 rings respectively. After the platoon leader finished announcing Jiang Mingming's scores, the entire venue erupted. It must be noted that such a score was considered top tier even within the military. After all, these soldiers underwent extensive regular training and couldn't dedicate themselves entirely to target practice. For some of them, lacking natural talent for marksmanship, this score might be unattainable for a lifetime. But Jiang Mingming had achieved this after only 1 month of training? This left them somewhat astonished. Still, that was the extent of their reaction. They had seen plenty of people gifted at marksmanship before, and Jiang Mingming was simply one of them. Moreover, in their eyes, his talent was merely above average. Truly gifted individuals could consistently score above 48 rings after a month of training. But these celebrities clearly had no idea. All they knew was that they couldn't even hit the target, while Jiang Mingming managed to score an impressive 42 points. This was undoubtedly a shock to them. "Little Jiang, how come you're so good at this? I can't even aim properly. Mingming, teach me how you shoot. My hands feel like they're not under my control. Brother Jiang, you're just too good. You really are the real deal." These celebrities' exaggerated praise felt incredibly gratifying to Jiang Mingming. A modest smile spread across his face as he waved his hands repeatedly. "Oh, come off it. I just like to shoot a few rounds at the range occasionally. If you guys practiced as much as I do, your scores would be way higher than mine by now. I just happen to have more practice than you guys." Seeing Jiang Mingming achieve such outstanding results while remaining so humble, his fans went absolutely wild. "He truly lives up to being my brother, staying so humble and unpretentious even after this. He really is the last hope for Chinese entertainment. If I scored like this, I'd be bragging to the whole world right now. But look at my brother. He achieved this, and instead of being proud, he went to comfort other celebrities. Seriously, bro, I'm crying my eyes out. Looks like I picked the right idol. Look at that old geezer, his hands are shaking holding that gun. With that look on his face, he still wants to compete with our brother? My prediction, that old geezer will barely hit the target with 1 or 2 shots. Honestly, he really is. His hands are shaking like that, yet he still dares to compete against our brother. I have no idea where he gets the nerve. He's probably just banking on his age advantage, hoping our brother will cut him some slack. I know exactly what old folks like him are thinking. Well, now look, our brother gave him a break and still scored 42 rings. Doubt he can even hit a fraction of our brother's score. Ha 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 ha." The moment Xiao Yaya took the live streaming equipment from Li Daiji's hands, she saw the vicious comments from Jiang Mingming's fans. Earlier, she'd thought having these fans in the livestream might boost traffic and attract more viewers later, so she'd kept her temper in check. But now, these people were actually writing rushot over Grandpa Su and mocking him? Could she possibly tolerate this? After a moment's thought, Xiao Yaya boldly activated her microphone for the live stream. To be honest, she was starting to regret going live at all. This broadcast had turned her carefully maintained livestream into such a toxic mess that she felt she couldn't take it anymore. I know most of you in this stream are Jiang Mingming's fans. But I want you to know this channel exists because of Grandpa Su. If you continue to insult Grandpa Su like this, I will shut down this stream, and you won't be able to watch anymore. Furthermore, even if Jiang Mingming is present during future streams, I will not give him any screen time. After all, this livestream is mine, and I'll broadcast however I want. You fans who came to see Jiang Mingming can just wait until the show airs on TV. I don't owe you anything. Xiao Yaya said, immediately shifting the live stream camera away. In an instant, Jiang Mingming vanished from the live feed. The fans watching Jiang Mingming in the live stream were all taken aback by this turn of events. They never imagined that simply coming to watch a live stream would lead to being threatened. Could they possibly tolerate this? In an instant, Jiang Mingming's fans in the live stream room split into two camps. The radical faction boldly activated their microphones. Having participated in numerous online flame wars before, they hurled vicious insults that somehow avoided any detectable violations of platform rules. They launched attacks targeting the family lineages of Xiao Yaya and Su Mingyang. The other faction of fans, however, remained far more level-headed. They now realized their earlier actions had been inappropriate and began apologizing to Xiao Yaya, promising never to repeat such behavior. They hoped Xiao Yaya would once again point her livestream camera at their brother. Witnessing this, Xiao Yaya's anger dissipated considerably. She chose to ignore the stream of abusive comments directed at her. After announcing Jiang Mingming's score, the platoon leader waited a while until the venue quieted down before announcing Su Mingyang's results. Senior Su, your shooting score this time is 50 rings. 5 shots, all dead center. The platoon leader pulled Su Mingyang's target sheet from his pocket as he spoke. This sheet had been affixed to the target itself to permanently record the shooting results, specifically prepared for the competition. As the platoon leader pulled it out, Su Mingyang's target pattern came into view before everyone. On the large sheet of paper, there was now only a single bullet hole. Wait a minute? There's only one bullet hole here. How did he get 50 rings? Jiang Mingming saw only one bullet casing on Su Mingyang's target sheet, and a thought instantly flashed through his mind. He voiced his confusion. Jiang Mingming's question echoed the confusion of everyone else who saw the target. After all, no matter how you looked at it, there was only one bullet hole on that target. By that logic, only one bullet hit the target, which should be worth 10 points. How could it possibly be 50 points? Surely Su Mingyang couldn't have hit the exact center of the target with all 5 shots? How could that be possible? Who would believe that? Chapter 151, Look If You Dare. Addressing the others' confusion, the platoon leader explained. Yes, you heard correctly. Senior Master Su hit the bullseye with all 5 shots. How is that possible? Almost simultaneously, the entire crowd erupted in shock. Rather than imagine Su Mingyang failing to hit every single shot, they seemed more inclined to believe the platoon leader was deceiving them. After all, such a feat sounded absurd enough to hear about, let alone witness firsthand. Platoon leader, are you certain? A female celebrity stepped forward to speak. She felt that even though they were recording a show, it was better not to make such outrageous claims that seemed too staged for dramatic effect. Otherwise, once the show aired, not only him but also this elderly gentleman might face online bullying. And verifying something like this couldn't be simpler. All they had to do was head over to the target camera and review the footage to see if he was lying. Don't be ridiculous. How could anyone hit the same spot 5 times in a row from 50 meters away? We're filming a variety show, not a movie. How could something like this possibly happen? Jiang Mingming scoffed at the platoon leader's words. After all, when he first learned target practice, he'd specifically invited the provincial shooting champion to coach him. Even if the provincial champion himself came, hitting 48 or 49 points on a 50-meter target was already pushing it. A perfect 50 wasn't impossible, but even if someone achieved it, hitting every single bullet at the exact same spot was unthinkable. If such a feat were truly possible, Su Mingyang could easily compete in national competitions and bring glory to the country. I refuse to believe it. This target sheet shows only a single dot. That doesn't prove every bullet hit the bullseye. Jiang Mingming had made his point crystal clear. If anyone wanted proof that Su Mingyang had hit the bullseye with every shot, they'd have to watch the video footage. Only by viewing the footage could they verify Su Mingyang's score. Hearing Jiang Mingming's words, a hint of displeasure flashed across the platoon leader's face. He had already reviewed the footage himself. Jiang Mingming's insistence now amounted to outright distrust. And he certainly didn't trust Su Mingyang. In the military camp, one's word was as good as gold. How could anyone possibly falsify results? Her questioning felt like a slap in the face. Whether you believe it or not is beyond my control, but I've already verified the results. This is the genuine outcome. I have no obligation to watch the footage with you. If you have doubts, you can verify it afterward. Right now, you've lost. You should apologize to Senior Su for your earlier unreasonable behavior. The platoon leader flatly rejected Jiang Mingming's request to review the footage. To him, there was no need to prove himself. Whether the other believed it or not, the result stood. Seeing the platoon leader's response, the livestream chat which had briefly quieted down erupted once more. How could they stand by and watch their brother get bullied? I see it now, this platoon leader is clearly nervous and afraid to watch the footage. All this talk about the competition being fair and impartial? It's clearly him pulling strings behind the scenes. Exactly. If that old geezer really scored 50 rings, why can't he prove it by watching the footage? Keeping up this charade just proves he's guilty as charged. If that's really the case, why should our brother apologize? Did you hear what the platoon leader said? He claimed that if my brother wanted verification, he could review the footage afterward. But who knows if that footage would be fake or edited afterward? With AI technology so advanced these days, fabricating a video is totally doable within that time frame. Who's to say the footage brother sees later won't be AI-generated fakes? If this happened in a movie, I might believe that old man hit 50 rings. After all, it's not entirely impossible. But if it happened in real life? Give me 10,000 chances to choose, and I still wouldn't believe it. It's like buying a lottery ticket on a whim and winning the jackpot. How could that possibly happen? Scrolling through the live stream comments, Xiao Yeye felt a surge of irritation but held her tongue. Honestly, while she believed Grandpa Su wouldn't do something like that, scoring 50 rings was truly beyond belief. Right now, Grandpa Su's hand was still trembling from holding the gun. How could he possibly achieve such a score? Still, Xiao Yeye remained silent, choosing to observe what would unfold next. Li Dizhi was different from Xiao Yeye. Though he had only recently joined Su Mingyang, he trusted him completely from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, when Jiang Mingming questioned Grandpa Su, he immediately shot back. Believe it or not, Grandpa Su has this kind of skill. What gives you the right to question him? Grandpa Su gave you face by competing with you in marksmanship. Now that the results are out, you're questioning them? Does that mean I should expect you to question the authenticity of the video footage after you watch it? Grandpa Su fought his way through the Japanese invasion era. How could he possibly lack marksmanship? You're just biased. Faced with Li Dezhi's sharp retort, Jiang Mingming's face flushed with embarrassment. Truth be told, challenging this old man to a duel was already a bit unfair. Though the old man had carried a rifle for decades, his age was undeniable. Even if he won in the end, people would likely see it as only natural. For a moment, Jiang Mingming found himself in a bind. If he insisted on verifying the results, even if it proved Su Mingyang had falsified his scores, the haters would seize on that and attack him relentlessly. But if he didn't verify it, he'd have to apologize to the old man, something he absolutely couldn't accept. How could he possibly apologize to an old man? Who did this man think he was? What gave him the right to demand an apology? Seeing Jiang Mingming's hesitation and prolonged silence, Wahao instantly grasped his dilemma. After years of hustling on the fringes of the entertainment industry, the only reason he still managed to keep getting gigs was his uncanny knack for reading people. Knowing Jiang Mingming would find it hard to speak up, Wahao took the initiative. Enough talk. We all know Jiang Mingming has always been a straightforward person. Why are you guys beating around the bush and refusing to prove your results? Doesn't that just make it seem like you've got something to hide? If the results are genuine, what's the harm in letting us see the footage? What, are you afraid? Guahao wore a look that practically begged to be punched, his gaze sweeping over Su Mingyang and the platoon leader. Seeing that everyone genuinely wanted to see the footage, Su Mingyang sighed. He knew that if they didn't watch the footage, these people would have 1,000 excuses to make. Since everyone wants to see the footage, then let's watch it. Chapter 152, You cheated. Su Mingyang's words left everyone stunned. Among them, none was more astonished than the platoon leader. While others were unaware, he had researched Su Mingyang's background. Back in the day, Su Mingyang had never bothered to explain such matters. He's getting old, after all. The platoon leader sighed, his eyes brimming with sorrow. A hero's twilight years could scarcely be more poignant. As for the others' astonishment, it stemmed entirely from the fact that none of them had ever imagined Su Mingyang could achieve a perfect 50-ring score. Since no one believed it, naturally they wouldn't think Su Mingyang would voluntarily check the footage. Wouldn't that be like slapping himself in the face? Grandpa Su. Xiao Yeye hesitated, wanting to stop Grandpa Su. But she knew his stubbornness. Once he'd made up his mind, there was no turning back. Jiang Mingming chuckled at Su Mingyang's words. Though he sensed something odd about the situation, deep down he simply couldn't believe Su Mingyang could have achieved such results. Therefore, when Su Mingyang volunteered to watch the footage, he was thrilled beyond measure. Even the look he shot Guahao carried a hint of admiration. He understood that without Guahao's earlier words, Su Mingyang would never have suggested watching the footage. What do you think? Since the old man offered to watch the footage himself, could he really have scored 50 rings? No way. Didn't you see the old man's hands still shaking? He can't even hold the gun steady. How could he possibly hit that score? Sigh. I wonder why the platoon leader had to say the old man scored that high. Doesn't it just sound fake? If you ask me, they brought it on themselves. Challenging Jiang Mingming was bad enough, but pitting him against this old man? Could this be a script the production team specifically arranged for Jiang Mingming? Suddenly, this all feels scripted. They're having Jiang Mingming humiliate these guys to boost ratings. The surrounding celebrities murmured in disbelief. No one could fathom Su Mingyang achieving such a score. Let's go! Su Mingyang's hoarse voice echoed as he headed toward the camera. The others followed suit. Meanwhile, in the livestream chat, LOL. Serves that old geezer right for showing off in front of our brother. Serves him right. Now he gets to watch the footage. Hope he doesn't cry when the footage comes out. I agree. Probably didn't get what the platoon leader meant and actually thought he hit that score. Even that bullet that hit the bullseye was probably just pure luck. I'm seriously amazed. Nowadays, any Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to mess with our brother. Remember, our brother is a shooting enthusiast who can easily score 42 rings. How could he possibly compare? The audience's mockery made Xiao Yeye's face darken. She understood that if, after watching the footage, Grandpa Su didn't hit the same spot with all 5 bullets as the platoon leader claimed, Grandpa Su would face a wave of online abuse for the foreseeable future. Alright. Begin playback. Standing before the camera and large screen, Su Mingyang gave the signal without hesitation. The platoon leader tapped the screen lightly. Immediately, the footage began playing on the large screen. First to appear were 5 consecutive bullets. These 5 bullets belonged to Jiang Mingming. Due to the slow-motion playback, the bullets moved with an unusual slowness, allowing everyone to clearly see their trajectories as they struck the target. 3 bullets hit the bullseye, 1 landed in the 7th ring, and 1 in the 5th ring. Wow! A gasp erupted from the crowd. Before watching the footage, these celebrities had been skeptical that Jiang Mingming could achieve a 42-ring score. They suspected this spectacle might be a deliberately staged stunt by the production team. The idea was to get more footage of Jiang Mingming to attract more viewers during subsequent broadcasts. But they never imagined Jiang Mingming's 42-ring score was genuine. The celebrities who had doubted him now showered him with admiring glances. Bathed in these gazes, Jiang Mingming felt an indescribable sense of enjoyment. This feeling was simply too satisfying. Watching Jiang Mingming's smug expression, Xiao Yeye clenched her little fists so tightly her teeth ground together. Oomph. You'll only gloat for a moment. Just wait until Grandpa Su's footage comes out, then see how smug you can be. Xiao Yeye muttered under her breath. The video continued, everyone's eyes glued to the screen. On the screen, a bullet struck the bullseye on Su Mingyang's target. Before they could react, another bullet followed. Whoosh! As the second bullet struck the exact same spot, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. Then came the third, the fourth, the fifth. 5 bullets, all sinking into the exact same spot, pushing the earlier shots deeper into the bullseye. After a long moment. How is this possible? Gu Hao snapped out of his shock, staring at the scene before him. He rubbed his eyes, his voice sharp and incredulous. How could this be? How could that old man be such an expert marksman? He couldn't even hold the gun steady. How did he manage to fire 5 consecutive shots, all hitting the exact same spot? This was beyond absurd. Compared to Gou Hao's shock, the other celebrities were mostly filled with disbelief. They stared at the large screen playing the replay as if in a dream. How is this possible? At 50 meters, someone actually managed to do that? Am I really not dreaming? Senior Su actually hit the exact same spot 5 times in a row. Is this the marksmanship of a veteran who fought against the Japanese? But Senior Su couldn't even steady his hand when holding a gun. How did he manage this? Jiang Mingming stood frozen in place too. Hearing the celebrities around him, he suddenly snapped back to reality. Yeah. How could anyone possibly do something like this? He can't even hold the gun steady. How could he possibly do this? It's fake. It must all be fake. This video was definitely pre-made. Jiang Mingming muttered under his breath, searching for the one possible flaw. He knew that if this footage was real, all his previous doubts about the other man would make him look like a complete fool. He had to do everything he could to salvage the situation. Right. Your hands were shaking just holding the gun. How could you possibly hit the same spot 5 times in a row? Even a provincial shooting champion couldn't hit the same spot 5 times in a row. That's simply impossible. You cheated. This video is fake. Jiang Mingming pointed at Su Mingyang's trembling hand, his voice bordering on madness. By now, he had completely lost his reason. The bitterness in his heart drove him to openly challenge Su Mingyang. Chapter 153, The Winds Shift. Beijing, inside the TV headquarters. A middle-aged man clicked open the video footage his secretary had just submitted. Upon seeing Jiang Mingming openly challenge Su Mingyang, the man's face darkened, then flushed crimson. He slammed his fist on the desk and rose abruptly. Outside the door, the secretary heard the commotion and immediately pushed open the door. But seeing the station director staring at the computer screen with eyes bulging, she instinctively shrunk back, overcome with fear. Only when the secretary entered did the middle-aged man realize he'd lost his composure. He sat back down and paused the video. Wang, issue an order, all TV dramas and variety shows featuring Jiang Mingming are to be taken down immediately. He probably hasn't grasped his own standing yet, thinking he's some big-time idol and that makes him special. Without capital backing him up, he's nothing. Secretary Wang nodded in understanding at the station director's words before fleeing the office as if escaping. Within moments, virtually every entertainment company large and small received the broadcast network's directive. From now on, anything related to Jiang Mingming is strictly prohibited from broadcast. Even previously aired dramas and variety shows must remove all footage of Jiang Mingming. It could be said that after this incident, Jiang Mingming was effectively blacklisted. But at that moment, Jiang Mingming, still at the shooting range, remained completely unaware. He was still pondering how to clear his name. Suddenly, he spotted Gou Wazi standing nearby, and an idea immediately formed in his mind. Of course, I trust Senior Su. All these issues were explained to me by Gou Wazi before he arrived. Jiang Mingming immediately shifted all blame onto Gou Wazi. By now, he had gradually calmed down and realized the inaccuracies in his earlier statements. After Jiang Mingming finished speaking, all eyes turned to Gou Wazi, who stood there looking utterly bewildered. Gou Wazi, how could you question Senior Su like that? Exactly. Gou Wazi, you need to apologize to Senior Su right now. When it came to Jiang Mingming, these celebrities held back from criticizing him openly, mindful of his massive fan base and the capital backing him. But when it came to Gou Wazi, a star without powerful connections, lacking a fan base, and perpetually on the fringes of the entertainment industry, they had no qualms about criticizing him. In their eyes, even if they angered Gou Wazi, he could only get angry at most. He posed no real threat to them whatsoever. Targeted by everyone, Gou Wazi took a long moment to snap out of it. Yet he didn't reveal the truth, instead wearing a bitter expression and remaining silent. He understood that, in his current state, he could never clear his name. After all, Jiang Mingming boasted a massive fanbase. From any perspective, his own value simply wasn't on the same level as hers. Even if he wanted to fight back, all it would take was a little manipulation from her side to pin that label firmly back on him. There was no way he could ever clear his name. Therefore, rather than engage in futile resistance, he chose to accept his fate. That way, perhaps after the show ended, Jiang Mingming might remember that he had taken the fall for him and offer him some benefits. Gou Wazi sighed heavily, filled with regret. He knew that once this variety show concluded, the entertainment industry would never have room for someone like him again. I'm sorry, Senior Su. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have spoken ill of you behind your back or questioned you. Gou Wazi decisively took full responsibility for everything. I knew it. Brother could never be that cruel. Someone must have been manipulating him behind the scenes. But even if our brother questioned him, it'd be an honor. So what if he won this time? I don't believe he'd dare make any unreasonable demands. Our brother is just too kind-hearted. If it were me, I wouldn't have competed against this old man at all. That old man's been in the military for so many years, honing his marksmanship all this time. He's got some nerve challenging our brother. In the livestream chat, Jiang Mingming's fans, sensing trouble, immediately shifted tactics to attack Su Mingyang. No matter what, their brother is always right. The fault lies solely with others, with the world itself. Senior Su, I, Jiang Mingming, am a woman of my word. I promised you before, if you could beat me, I'd listen to you. Now I accept defeat gracefully. Tell me what you want me to do. Jiang Mingming stepped forward 2 paces, standing before Su Mingyang with an air of magnanimity. To anyone unaware of the situation, it would seem as though he was the victor. Su Mingyang remained expressionless when the other brought up the matter. When had he ever said that the loser would have to do whatever he wanted? He merely wanted to seize this opportunity to pass on their spirit. But judging by the current situation, perhaps he didn't need to waste too much time on these celebrities. Even if they absorbed these principles within the military camp, once back in the outside world, it would likely take only days for them to forget everything. What was the point of teaching them then? Waving his hand dismissively, Su Mingyang spoke. Forget it. That bet was just a joke. I just hadn't touched a gun in so long, I wanted to get my hands on one again. Hearing Su Mingyang's words, Jiang Mingming's expression eased considerably. He genuinely feared Su Mingyang might demand something unreasonable of him. Given his persona, he'd have to grit his teeth and comply no matter how difficult it was. The tension in the air gradually eased after Su Mingyang spoke. The platoon leader stood nearby, pondering for a long moment before sighing and stepping in to smooth things over. In that case, let's put this matter behind us and resume training. Jiang Mingming, you must strictly adhere to our unit's regulations from now on. In the military, orders come before everything else. Though the platoon leader disliked Jiang Mingming, he was still a new recruit and deserved a chance. Attention, all. Those who haven't completed their target practice, return immediately and continue firing. Under the platoon leader's command, everyone returned to the firing range, with Su Mingyang following behind them. Regarding these celebrities, Su Mingyang felt that most of them at least had the right attitude. Though years of nightlife had taken a toll on their bodies, preventing them from completing the training fully, as long as their hearts were in it, that was what mattered. Grandpa Su, should we keep watching them shoot? Xiao Yeye felt staying here was pointless. The fans in the livestream chat were becoming unbearable. She just wanted to get out of there quickly and let the livestream comments die down for a bit. Su Mingyang nodded in agreement. He couldn't spend the entire afternoon here, he had other training sessions to observe. However, just as they were preparing to leave, the show's director and Jiang Mingming's agent rushed over from a distance. Chapter 154, Jiang Mingming's Regret. The two approached one after the other, each heading toward their respective targets. The director's target was Jiang Mingming. He had just received word from above, any future programs featuring Jiang Mingming would be banned from airing. Thus, he had come to terminate her contract. After all, landing a directing role for a program arranged by the television network itself was no easy feat. He had gone to great lengths to secure this reality show directing gig, spending nearly half a month on gifts alone, not to mention other investments. If Jiang Mingming's presence meant the show couldn't air, he'd rather sacrifice the lesser to save the greater and kick her off the production team. At least that way, the show could still air. Worst case, it might just get lower ratings. Currently, this type of program was the only one of its kind in China, and the director was confident it wouldn't flop after airing. Panting slightly after jogging up to Jiang Mingming, the director addressed her directly. But he didn't pause to catch his breath. Instead, he looked directly at Jiang Mingming and spoke. Jiang Mingming, hold on a moment. I need to talk to you. Surprised by the director's request, Jiang Mingming didn't protest but walked straight toward him. Meanwhile, Jiang Mingming's agent intercepted Su Mingyang's path. Hello, Senior Su. I'm Jiang Mingming's agent. I need your help with something. Jiang Mingming's agent got straight to the point. He knew that today's matter could probably only be resolved by the old man before him. What's on your mind? Su Mingyang spoke as if he had guessed something, his expression showing no hint of surprise. I just received word that Jiang Mingming has been completely blacklisted for speaking back to you. I'm seeking your help. Could you speak to the network headquarters and ask them not to blacklist Jiang Mingming? However, though Jiang Mingming's agent appeared to be pleading with Su Mingyang, his tone carried not a hint of supplication. Su Mingyang naturally had no intention of engaging with such a request. This matter had nothing to do with him. I'm sorry, I'm not aware of this situation. Why don't you check if there might be another reason? Su Mingyang brushed past Jiang Mingming's agent without a second glance. Inside the livestream, fans who heard Jiang Mingming's agent's words were stunned. Their idol had been banned? Wait, what's going on? Are they trying to pull a fast one on us? How could he be banned? That's impossible. Yeah. Our idol didn't do anything scandalous, why ban him? That person just now really seemed like our brother's agent. I remember seeing them on a show before. If my brother got banned over something this trivial, I'd seriously cause a scene. Senior Su. Seeing Su Mingyang about to leave, Jiang Mingming's agent panicked. You caused this whole mess, don't you think you should handle it? His tone held no trace of supplication, only righteous indignation. Xiao Yeye watched the scene unfold and felt her anger boiling over. This incident had nothing to do with Grandpa Su. They only came looking for him after getting blacklisted. Where had they been all along? Sir, please leave immediately, or we'll have to call security. Xiao Yeye's tone turned icy. Previously, no matter what others did, she had always been kind to everyone. But that didn't mean she had no temper. For this fan who was openly humiliating Grandpa Su, the idol everyone adored, she couldn't muster any sympathy whatsoever. From the fan comments alone, she could see what kind of person he truly was. Meanwhile, the show's director pulled Jiang Mingming aside. Jiang Mingming, look at the mess you've made. The director presented the newly received message before Jiang Mingming. Staring at the text on the phone and that familiar seal, Jiang Mingming staggered, her entire body enveloped in chaos. She stumbled several steps before regaining her balance. This can't be. Why am I banned? Jiang Mingming's voice cracked as he felt himself plunged into an ice cellar. Countless memories of his past illegal activities flashed through his mind. But hadn't he paid to cover them all up? How could this suddenly blow up now? It was impossible. Seeing Jiang Mingming still clueless, the director sneered coldly. Even though he had initially leaned toward Jiang Mingming, after reviewing Xiao Yeye's previous livestream footage and understanding the full circumstances, his anger flared up. Especially after reviewing Xiao Yeye's past videos, he discovered Su Mingyang was a genuine anti-Japanese hero, someone who had sacrificed his life for China. Therefore, even without official notice from higher-ups, he had already decided not to continue long-term cooperation with Jiang Mingming. What good was a high-traffic idol like this anyway? Sooner or later, they'd be banned. While initial viewership matters for variety shows, longevity is far more crucial. After all, loyal viewers of certain variety shows would re-watch episodes multiple times after broadcast. That's where the bulk of their subsequent revenue comes from. But if a scandal-ridden artist appears in a show, any footage featuring them must be deleted, edited, or even lead to the entire program being pulled. Therefore, when encountering artists who are likely to cause scandals later, the best choice is to terminate contracts with them early on to minimize sunk costs. Don't you get it yet? Seeing Jiang Mingming's expression, a flicker of disgust crossed the director's eyes. What good deed did you just do? What good deed did your fans do? Jiang Mingming, revolutionary predecessors must not be disgraced. This is our absolute bottom line.
The director finished speaking and stormed off, his face flushed with anger. He had secured this variety show assignment partly through connections, but most crucially, because both his grandfather and father had served in the military. Having grown up in a military compound, no other director understood military bases and barracks better than he did. Director! Jiang Mingming stood frozen in place, watching the director's retreating figure, his heart flooded with overwhelming regret.
He wasn't the cute little guy.
Hearing the director's prompt, he now understood exactly what had happened. If it had only been his performance on the show, it might not have led to his blacklisting. At worst, his reputation would have suffered. The crux of the entire issue, however, lay squarely with his brainless fans. No matter what he did, these fans would constantly compare him to others.
And after comparing, they'd even kick others down. As for those who crossed paths with him, Jiang Mingming could easily imagine the venom they spewed. He understood that the only one who could save him now was probably Su Mingyang. Chapter 155, A Lifeline.
Seeing it was impossible to keep the man there, Jiang Mingming's agent finally turned pleading eyes toward Jiang Mingming. Bitter sorrow gripped Jiang Mingming. He gave a wretched smile, his feet moving without pause as he jogged toward Su Mingyang.
Senior Su, wait for me. Jiang Mingming was like a drowning man desperately grasping at any lifeline. What is it? Su Mingyang understood Jiang Mingming's intent immediately, tilting his head slightly toward him. Senior Su, I was wrong. Jiang Mingming couldn't hold back any longer. He slid to his knees before Su Mingyang and began his confession. Now, perhaps only by winning Su Mingyang's sympathy could this matter be resolved peacefully.
Viewers in the livestream watched in shock as Jiang Mingming knelt before this old geezer.
Their slightly improved impression of Su Mingyang plummeted back to rock bottom. What a pompous old fart. How dare he make our brother kneel? Who does he think he is? I can't take this anymore, brother. You can't bow down to evil forces. Brother is suffering so much. Being oppressed by capital was bad enough, but now he has to bow to power? Why is this world so unfair to our brother? Brother, ignore them. I refuse to believe they can really blacklist you with all the fans you have. Jiang Mingming's fans understood his predicament.
They simply couldn't believe that with such a massive fanbase behind him, Jiang Mingming could actually be blacklisted.
No one is perfect. While their brother made a mistake, why can't he be given a chance? Besides, was it really necessary to make such a big deal out of this minor incident? Senior Su, I know I was at fault before. Please give me one more chance. I swear I'll turn over a new leaf. Jiang Mingming's voice was hoarse, his face etched with deep regret. Xiao Yeye sneered at Jiang Mingming's pitiful display. Put. Only now you realize your mistake?
No, you don't realize it, you just know you're finished. She showed him no mercy, her voice thick with resentment.
Xiao Yeye felt not a shred of pity for Jiang Mingming.
He made more money than most people earn in a lifetime, yet he still had to resort to such schemes.
Why couldn't he just film a normal show?
What happened now was entirely his own doing.
Give you a chance? Su Mingyang pondered thoughtfully.
Young people these days, once they hit it big, do tend to get a bit cocky.
Weren't they the same back in the day? But when you make a mistake, you have to pay for it. Hopefully after this, Jiang Mingming's second half of life will run a bit smoother. People teach people, but they don't always learn. Experience teaches people, and they learn in one go. Wasn't this also an opportunity for him?
I'm sorry, but this matter was never my doing.
I had no knowledge of it whatsoever. I have neither the means nor the connections to intercede on your behalf. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave.
Su Mingyang didn't want to continue entangling himself with the other party. He'd wasted too much time on these celebrities. His initial visit to see these celebrities had been nothing more than a whim, and he hadn't anticipated so many complications arising. His primary purpose was still to observe how warriors were trained nowadays.
Let's go, Su Mingyang said, turning to leave. Jiang Mingming remained kneeling where he was, watching Su Mingyang and the others walk away.
A flicker of hatred passed through his eyes.
Was he wrong? He didn't think so. He hadn't done anything wrong.
It wasn't him who was wrong, it was Su Mingyang.
If that old fart hadn't shown up, why would he have provoked him? Why would he have sent Gou Wazi to do those things? Everything, absolutely everything, was because of Su Mingyang. If Su Mingyang didn't want him to have it easy, then he wouldn't let Su Mingyang have it easy either.
Back at the dorm, Jiang Mingming quickly packed his belongings and boarded the military truck to leave the barracks. Once back in the city, he had his agent book a room and went live using a secondary account. Almost the instant he went live, viewers in Xiao Yeye's stream still hurling insults at Su Mingyang got wind of it and flooded into his channel. Hello, my little fans. Before the camera, Jiang Mingming looked extremely haggard. This appearance was a deliberate makeup job he applied before going live, specifically to elicit sympathy from his fans. Sure enough, when his haggard appearance appeared before his fans, they were heartbroken. I never imagined that after just over an hour without seeing brother, he'd go from looking so vibrant to this state. Brother, tell us what to do next, we'll follow your lead.
Exactly.
At your command, we'll storm that old geezer's livestream right now. These fans devoted themselves entirely to protecting their brother. Little did they know, Jiang Mingming was already scheming how to exploit them. Everyone, hold on a moment, my agent needs me over there, Jiang Mingming said, stepping away from the live stream. He completely failed to notice he'd forgotten to mute his microphone. Inside the live stream room, the sound of Jiang Mingming arguing with his agent drifted in. Jiang Mingming, how many times have I told you? When you're out in public, don't lord your fame over others. People don't care about your past achievements. You'd better apologize to these fans right now, or you might never get another chance to make a comeback. The agent's voice was filled with rage. While furious at Jiang Mingming's behavior, he also felt a sense of helplessness. Apologize? They're worthy of that? Jiang Mingming's voice echoed. They're just a bunch of sycophants. Why should I apologize to them? If they were actually useful, would I have ended up in this mess? Bro, seriously, can you fix this obsession with making me suck up to fans? Aside from a few exceptions, aren't all of them over 200 pounds? At my last concert, they showed up in wedding dresses saying they wanted to marry me. It was utterly disgusting. And now you want me to apologize to them? Jiang Mingming's words reached the live stream audience word for word. A rare moment of silence fell over the chat. The fans watching the stream scratched their ears in disbelief. How could this be? How could Jiang Mingming possibly feel this way about them? Hadn't she just knelt on one knee at the concert to propose to them? This is all fake, all fake. It must be their brother's prank. Have you contacted the female fans? Get the best looking ones from last time. I'm boiling mad right now and need somewhere to vent. Also, make sure to shut them up tight. If this gets out again, I'm done for. Jiang Mingming's arrogant voice rang out, speaking with practiced ease, clearly not his first time pulling this stunt. Chapter 156, Microphone left on? Hearing Jiang Mingming's words, the agent sighed. He understood perhaps this person was no longer worth his loyalty. Alright. I'll handle it immediately. The agent pushed open the door and left. Jiang Mingming was in high spirits, humming a tune as he returned to his live stream desk. Even beneath the heavy makeup, his exuberance was unmistakable. However, when Jiang Mingming realized the live stream microphone was still on, he froze in place. He hadn't turned off the mic? He hadn't turned off the mic. Oh no! Jiang Mingming's heart skipped a beat as his mind raced to find an explanation. Suddenly, he spotted a comment suggesting this was part of a scripted routine, and an idea immediately formed in his mind. Right. He could totally claim it was a gimmick, deliberately teasing his fans. These fans would believe him unconditionally, no matter what he said. With that thought, Jiang Mingming forced a stiff, wicked grin, something he'd once been exceptionally skilled at. Ha 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 ha. See how I fooled you all? I was just acting out the script. How could I possibly do something like that? I just wanted you to know that sometimes, hearing isn't believing. Without solid evidence, it's reckless to jump to conclusions. So when I was in the military camp, it was entirely because of the pressure they put on me that I did those things. They forced me. By the end of his speech, Jiang Mingming was flushed with excitement, silently applauding his own cleverness. That's just like him. Even in such an urgent situation, he could come up with such a clever response. In the livestream chat, some of Jiang Mingming's fans, having witnessed so much, began to question him. Bro, be honest, did you forget to mute your mic just now? I heard rumors in the fan group that you often do that kind of thing. Is it true? Honestly, I'm not that big of a fan of Jiang Mingming. I've suspected something was off about him for a while. When he posted daily photos on social media before, I already noticed the glint in his eyes. On the bed opposite him lay several naked women. At the time, I thought maybe I was seeing things and didn't think much of it. But now that I think back, it feels even more off. Sis, I saw that WeChat post too, and it felt off to me at the time. But after I brought it up, I got muted immediately. I thought Jiang Mingming just didn't want us misunderstanding him, so I kept quiet. But now, I'm convinced Jiang Mingming must be feeling guilty. While many fans have doubts about Jiang Mingming, most still choose to believe him. After all, in their subconscious, Jiang Mingming and they are one and the same. Even if he did do something like that, so what? If he does it often enough, maybe it'll be our turn someday. Don't you dare talk about my brother like that. He would never do such things. You fake fans. If you don't like him, get lost. No one's forcing you to watch his live streams. Exactly. Brother was just playing a prank on us, trying to keep us from worrying about him. And what's the result? You're questioning him like this. Is that fair to his good intentions? Seeing most fans rushing to defend him, Jiang Mingming flashed a smug grin. He knew it, no matter how outrageous his actions, as long as he offered even the slightest explanation, these fans would unconditionally whitewash him. But his smugness didn't last long. Meanwhile, his agent had already called a press conference and openly admitted to arranging for fans to meet Jiang Mingming at a hotel. Moreover, to prove the authenticity of his statements, he presented surveillance footage from the hotel hallway as evidence. He knew that continuing to stand by Jiang Mingming would spell a bleak future for himself. Rather than face that fate, he decided to betray Jiang Mingming, cash in big, and then flee overseas.
Although Jiang Mingming's reputation had collapsed, numerous capitalists still coveted his massive fan base, eager to poach a portion for their own artists. Jiang Mingming currently boasts 30 million followers across all platforms. Even if only 1/3 of them were poached, that would still amount to 10 million fans. If managed properly, this million-strong fanbase could very well cultivate the next breakout star like Jiang Mingming. This is the truth. I apologize to everyone for my previous concealment. I'm sorry. Jiang Mingming's agent bowed deeply to all the reporters and media outlets. Almost simultaneously, surveillance footage from the hotel hallway flooded the internet. Many fans who had previously sided with Jiang Mingming in live streams abruptly switched allegiances. A tidal wave of abuse swept through Jiang Mingming's livestream. Jiang Mingming finally got a taste of the treatment Su Mingyang had endured when he was vilified. Subsequently, due to excessive violations of platform rules, Jiang Mingming's livestream was banned. But this ban wasn't limited to just the livestream. Every account across the entire internet containing the name Jiang Mingming, whether his own or belonging to his fans, was suspended. Back at the military camp, Su Mingyang heard the news without a flicker of emotion. The incident was merely a minor distraction during his inspection of troop training. He couldn't care less. As for Jiang Mingming's fans, after all his accounts were banned across the platform, they flooded into Xiao Yeya's livestream. "We're so sorry. We were blinded by ignorance and wrongly accused Senior Su. Could you please apologize to him on our behalf? I just watched the host's previous livestream recordings and realized how truly great Senior Su is. I could slap myself right now. How could I have been such a jerk, cyberbullying a 120-year-old veteran who fought against the Japanese invaders? We're so sorry, Senior Su." Seeing these apology comments, Xiao Yeya's gloomy mood instantly lifted. "I'll pass on everyone's messages to Grandpa Su after today's schedule wraps up. Rest assured. Honestly, Grandpa Su isn't holding this against anyone. Everyone should just go about their business. I see many viewers in the livestream are still school age. Focus on your studies, only then can you repay our nation in the future." Xiao Yeya handled this situation with ease. Stirred by Xiao Yeya's words, many students in the livestream put down their phones and began studying diligently. They finally understood that celebrities are just ordinary people, possessing the same emotions and desires as anyone else. Instead of mindlessly chasing stars and chasing the image they want to project, it's better to study hard and repay China properly in the future. We absolutely cannot let the revolutionary predecessors down. Su Mingyang couldn't see these comments, nor did he know what his fans were thinking. Now, he stood before the ranks of soldiers undergoing training. Chapter 157, The Rookie of Yesteryear. Su Mingyang's arrival did not disrupt the soldiers' training. They continued executing the platoon leader's commands with unwavering focus. This platoon leader differed from the one who had trained celebrities before. The previous platoon leader was newly appointed, specifically tasked with training the star recruit and filming the program. This platoon leader, however, was a veteran from regimental headquarters who had spent the past decade training recruits. "Senior Comrade Su, this way please. Our soldiers are currently engaged in training duties." Upon seeing Su Mingyang arrive, the platoon leader immediately invited him to the front of the formation. "Senior Comrade Su, my name is Lu Jun. You can call me Little Lu," Lu Jun said, extending his hand to shake Su Mingyang's. Feeling the deep, weathered calluses on Su Mingyang's hand, a flicker of reverence crossed his eyes. To these soldiers, veterans, especially those who fought against Japanese aggression, were the most revered figures. Had it not been for these relentless veterans who fought against the Japanese invaders, Wagwa would have fallen long ago. Su Mingyang stood to the side, silently observing these soldiers undergoing their high-intensity training. Unlike the celebrity group's new recruit training, these soldiers, though also new recruits, underwent far more rigorous drills. Their focus differed from the celebrity group's emphasis on experience. For them, each training exercise required accumulated effort over time. Only after completing one phase could they advance to the next. Some drills might last days or even a week, their intensity far surpassing anything the celebrity group experienced. These soldiers are also new recruits? Why does their training feel way more brutal than the celebrity groups? I noticed that too. And honestly, it looks like they're training like their lives depend on it. This is insane. If it were me, I'd probably hit hypoglycemia within an hour. These soldiers could be enjoying leisurely lives outside, yet they chose to train in the barracks to protect China. Those celebrities before were complaining after just a short session. If they had to endure this kind of training, wouldn't they collapse from exhaustion? If their parents saw their sons enduring such intense training in the barracks, they'd probably shed tears. No. Their parents would be proud. The livestream chat buzzed with discussion. Among them were many former fans of Jiang Mingming. After witnessing this, they all became fans of Su Mingyang. Their comments filled the livestream. "Alright. Half-hour break. Anyone needing to use the restroom, go now. We'll train straight through until mealtime." The platoon leader glanced at his watch. It was already 3:30 p.m. Mealtime was set for 5:30 p.m., meaning they still had an hour of training ahead.
He particularly disliked soldiers interrupting training to use the restroom mid-session, as such breaks inevitably disrupted the training flow. Therefore, he usually made sure these soldiers took care of such matters during breaks. Hearing this, several soldiers dashed toward the restroom on the training grounds. Minutes later, they all returned, sat cross-legged on the ground, and eyed Su Mingyang with curiosity. Though they had seen him that morning, Su Mingyang remained an enigma to them. Ask any questions you have. Don't just stare at Senior Su like that, it's rude. Noticing the soldiers' stares, the platoon leader feigned displeasure, but in truth, he was giving them the chance to ask Su Mingyang questions. Such an opportunity was rare, perhaps the only one they would ever get in their lives. Besides, these were questions he himself found awkward to ask. After all, he had his pride to uphold. With so many soldiers under his command, how could he possibly ask such questions himself? Report. A soldier stood up, eager to speak. Having heard the platoon leader's words, he wanted to ask Su Mingyang some questions. Speak. The platoon leader looked at him sternly, his eyes brimming with approval. True to his training as soldier with keen awareness. Reporting, squad leader. I wish to ask Senior Comrade Su a few questions. Is that permissible? The soldier spoke again, making his intention clear. Senior Su, would you mind answering? The platoon leader turned to Su Mingyang for his consent. Watching the two engage in this back and forth, a hint of amusement flickered in Su Mingyang's eyes. How could he not see that it wasn't the soldier who wanted to ask him questions, but the platoon leader? However, Su Mingyang did not refuse. He had come here specifically to speak with these soldiers. Such a golden opportunity was not one he would pass up. Ask away. Whatever I can answer, I'll explain in detail. A faint smile graced Su Mingyang's face. Senior Comrade Su, I'd like to ask how you trained new recruits back then. We feel exhausted after every training session, and our stomachs growl constantly. How did you manage back then when food was scarce? The soldier's question made the platoon leader's eyes light up. Truthfully, this very issue had troubled him for a long time. 10 years ago, when he first became a drill instructor, doubts had already begun to surface. Given the severe food shortages back then, often going without meals, how did those soldiers manage to train? If they weren't trained, how could they ever fight the enemy? The recruit's words caught Su Mingyang off guard. How had they trained back then? Unconsciously, Su Mingyang recalled those days. Though we didn't have much food back then, training was still essential. His thoughts drifted, and Su Mingyang was transported back to those days. After the decisive victory at Sanyangpo, he finally led his unit to rendezvous with the main force. Their forces had suffered significant casualties in battles against the Japanese invaders. To sustain their operations, they had no choice but to begin conscripting recruits from the countryside. Of course, their recruitment was not compulsory, only those who consented could join their ranks. At first, upon receiving this order, Su Mingyang found it perplexing. In those chaotic times, enlisting was practically a death sentence. Often, not a single man from a village who joined the army would return alive. Therefore, Su Mingyang believed it was virtually impossible for anyone to volunteer. Yet, the very next morning after the recruitment announcement spread, Su Mingyang witnessed a scene he would never forget. Outside their barracks, the fence was densely packed with villagers. These villagers, young and old alike, stood outside the fence holding various grains, their eyes fixed on the military camp with eager anticipation. Comrades, are you recruiting soldiers? I'm ready to serve. Don't let my age fool you, I'm nearly 40, but I can handle farm work and anything else. Plus, I've got kids at home, no worries on that front. Chapter 158, I want to go to the front lines. Comrade, I can do it too. I eat little and work hard. Don't let my thin frame fool you, I'm as strong as an ox. Same here. Before the fence, a dense crowd of villagers eagerly volunteered, each listing their strengths. Fellow villagers, please be patient. Though we are recruiting, we simply cannot take everyone at once. Su Mingyang wasn't lying. There were at least 300 villagers before him, yet they could only provide firearms and equipment for 200 at most. Then take me first. The Japanese devils killed everyone in my family, I'm the only one left. Don't compete with me. A burly man with thick hair pushed his way through the crowd. He wore thin hemp clothing, his face scarred by a long, deep gash. The surrounding crowd turned to stare at him. Whoa! A gap opened around the man as the crowd recoiled, terrified by his appearance. Su Mingyang felt the same. His appearance was the very embodiment of a killing machine. If recruited, he would undoubtedly be a formidable combat asset. Yet, despite Su Mingyang's urge to recruit him immediately, the strict rules of the unit prevented him from acting so rashly. Everyone, please remain calm. Sign up one by one, and our designated comrades will review your applications. Though the unit lacked soldiers, they never recruited blindly. They certainly wouldn't approach villagers who were the sole breadwinners for families with elderly parents and young children to support. For the rest, the requirements were minimal, primarily basic qualifications. For instance, villagers who were too old or too young, or those with physical disabilities, were certainly ineligible. While they possessed combat capability, such practices of recruiting cannon fodder were strictly prohibited. Comrade, I've brought plenty of provisions.
Please consider letting my son enlist. He's very capable. He eats less than a young man and would be a great fighter against the Japanese devils. After Su Mingyang announced the recruitment criteria, an old woman carrying a basket clutched his arm. Behind her stood a boy of about 13 or 14, also carrying a basket. The basket was covered with white cloth, its contents unknown, but it weighed heavily enough to strain the boy's grip. Comrade, could you make an exception? The old woman set down her basket and pulled Su Mingyang aside. Su Mingyang felt deeply displeased. The boy barely looked old enough to have shed his childish ways, just reaching the age of understanding. Did this old woman intend to send him straight to the battlefield? Grandma, our unit has strict rules. No one under 16 is recruited. Please don't make this difficult for me. Su Mingyang spoke bluntly, determined to resist the temptation of the rations. Though they were short on food, they would never resort to such means to obtain it. Comrade, please hear me out. The old woman's eyes brimmed with panic, as if terrified Su Mingyang would cut her off before she finished. His parents passed away early. Years ago, his father enlisted and died on the battlefield. All these years, I've raised him alone. Now, I know my time is short. I simply can't bear to leave him alone and helpless. I thought of entrusting him to you. That way, I could rest easy and have the courage to face my son and daughter-in-law. A bitter smile flickered across the old woman's weathered face as her gnarled fingers stroked Su Mingyang's arm. Old woman, listen to me. Su Mingyang patted the old woman's arm. We understand your feelings, but he's far too young. It's against the rules. Hearing Su Mingyang's words, the old woman immediately knelt down. Comrade, I've never begged anyone in my entire life. This time, I'll put my dignity on the line and plead with you. The boy is still so young, and all he does at home is scheme about how to kill those Japanese devils. I fear if you don't take him in, he'll go down the wrong path. Please, for the sake of this old woman's plea, agree to take him. I truly don't know what else to do. Su Mingyang tried to help the old woman up, but she clung stubbornly to the ground. No matter how hard he pulled, she wouldn't budge an inch. It felt as though she'd kneel there until the end of time if he refused her. After deep contemplation, Su Mingyang sighed. Old woman, how about this? Our unit doesn't recruit soldiers who are too young, but we are short on messengers. I'll take him on as a messenger, but he won't be sent to the front lines until he turns 16. What do you think? This was the most reasonable compromise Su Mingyang could devise. Comrade, on behalf of the boy's parents, thank you. Hearing this, the old woman's cloudy tears flowed uncontrollably. No, it is I who should thank you. Su Mingyang finally helped the old woman to her feet, secretly sighing in relief. Not far away, the villagers were all watching them. Su Mingyang realized he now needed to figure out how to explain this to them. Grandma, I don't know how to explain this to the villagers. Could you perhaps clarify things for me? At a loss for what to do, Su Mingyang could only choose to tell the truth. After all, the old woman's situation was rare, and the villagers should understand. Comrade, no need for explanations. They all know my family's situation. We're all from the same village. Though the old woman spoke these words, her pace didn't slow in the slightest. Before Su Mingyang could rejoin the inspection line, she had already relayed her side of the story. Unusually, the villagers didn't throw a fit. Clearly, they understood the old woman's predicament and were deeply moved. Youngster, go greet Commander Su. You'll be his messenger from now on. After settling matters with the villagers, the old woman eagerly brought the young man forward. Introduce yourself. Seeing the boy make no move, merely keeping his head bowed, the old woman tugged at his sleeve. Hello, Commander Su. My name is Fong He. You can also call me by my nickname Little Kid. Ha ha ha. Su Mingyang laughed heartily, patting Fong He on the head. Fong He, huh? From now on, I'll call you Little Fong. Fong He was rather annoyed by Su Mingyang's head-patting gesture, but he had other matters to discuss, so he offered no resistance. Only after the old woman left, carrying the 2 rejected baskets of grain, did Fong He approach Su Mingyang again. Commander Su, I don't want to be a messenger. I want to go to the front lines and kill those Japanese devils. Expectation flashed in Fong He's eyes. Seeing his expression, Su Mingyang thought to himself, this guy's slippery. Now that the old woman had left, even if he wanted to return the goods, he couldn't find the supplier. No way. You're too young. Su Mingyang refused without hesitation. He was puzzled. Why did none of these people want to be messengers? Was the position really that undesirable? Why did every single one of them want to rush to the front lines to fight the Japanese to the death? Chapter 159, he was persuaded. No way. I'm going to the front lines. I'm going to kill those Japanese devils. Fong He stood his ground, his words brimming with unwavering resolve. To him, if he couldn't fight the enemy on the front lines, then enlisting held no meaning. Can you give me a reason? Su Mingyang asked calmly, genuinely seeking to understand the underlying motivation. I want to avenge my parents. I want to kill every last one of those little devils. That's not reason enough. Su Mingyang shook his head. On our side, who doesn't have a blood feud with the Japanese devils? Look at that man over there. You know your parents died on the battlefield, but what about him? His entire family was slaughtered by the Japanese devils. Even his wife was. It's not just you who craves vengeance. Everyone does. Fong He lowered his head at Su Mingyang's words. After a long while, just as Su Mingyang thought he'd finally get some peace, Fong He's voice reached his ears once more. Fong He curled his lips in a sneer. Then just send us all to the battlefield. Let's go wipe out every last one of those damn Japanese. I refuse to believe that with all of us, we can't beat those little devils. Childish talk. Seeing Fong He wouldn't let it go, Su Mingyang sharpened his tone. You're just a kid. If it were as simple as you say, we'd have driven those little devils out long ago. Would you even be enlisting? We may outnumber the Japanese devils, but our equipment falls far short of theirs. You only see us fighting the Japanese devils, but you don't know how many soldiers' lives it takes to kill just one of them. Do you want to go to the front lines and kill just one Japanese soldier, or stay by my side and kill countless Japanese soldiers? Su Mingyang stared straight at Fong He, his expression stern. With young men like this, authority alone won't suffice. You must thoroughly explain the situation, clarify every point, and win them over through reason. Staying by your side means killing countless little devils? Fong He's eyes gleamed. Yes. As long as you study diligently and follow orders, you too can command troops in battle someday. Who knows? You might even lead a great victory that drives every last one of those little devils out. Su Mingyang chose to paint a rosy picture. Though the promise was grand, it wasn't entirely unrealistic. He possessed a future omniscient perspective and had sufficient confidence in himself. As long as he could stay close to the instructor, offer strategic insights during battles, and minimize unnecessary casualties, the overall campaign might unfold more smoothly. Alright. I'll listen to you from now on. Kids are so gullible they believe Su Mingyang's words instantly. Then I have a task for you right now. You should know all these villagers, right? Su Mingyang leaned closer to Fong He. I know them all. We're from the same village. Fong He shot him a questioning look. Good. Later, you'll identify anyone among them who's hiding something. Make a list and report it to me after the screening, okay? Truthfully, the soldiers had little recourse when screening these villagers. It was mostly a matter of asking questions and receiving answers. Some villagers, determined to enlist, deliberately concealed their family information all to secure a spot on the battlefield. The reviewing soldiers could do little about their concealment. Verifying every claim would consume too much time, so they could only conduct a cursory recruitment process. Got it. Fong He replied before sprinting toward the screening station. His legs were surprisingly nimble. Su Mingyang watched him go, nodding approvingly. He seemed like a promising recruit. The screening process finally concluded in the afternoon. As Su Mingyang had anticipated, the initial 300 candidates dwindled to just 200 by the end. And even these 200 were severely inflated. Captain Su, I'm back. Fong He rushed excitedly to Su Mingyang, clutching a list in his hand. The list detailed the records of villagers who had passed the screening by the soldiers. Soon, Su Mingyang noticed that some villagers' names had been marked with symbols. I can't read either. I just had the review team mark any names that seemed off to me. Glancing over the list, Su Mingyang counted and realized nearly a quarter of the names had been marked. Could it be that a full quarter of these new recruits had concealed their family circumstances? This figure struck Su Mingyang like a thunderbolt. It wasn't that he thought too many recruits had lied during screening. Rather, he was stunned that so many were willing to abandon filial duty and choose to shed blood for Huagua. I understand. Su Mingyang felt a complex mix of emotions. As dusk approached that day, Su Mingyang appeared before the ranks of recruits holding the roster. He called out each name on the list one by one. As Su Mingyang called out each name, a look of tension flashed across their faces. They knew their lies had been exposed. I know you all lied during the screening process just to get into the military. But to be honest, you don't meet our enlistment requirements. Think about it. If you enlist, what will become of your families? How would they survive without you? Su Mingyang tried to appeal to their sense of family to awaken them. Now that they had enlisted, the only way out was to voluntarily withdraw. Su Mingyang felt powerless about this situation. His words struck these men like a thunderclap. They had considered it that after enlisting, their loved ones and children might face a precarious existence, perhaps even become displaced. Yet these thoughts had ultimately been buried deep within them. Commander Su, we understand this logic. But if none of us are willing to enlist, unwilling to defend our homeland, what difference is there between living and dying? Right. What's the point of living then? Commander Su, we actually discussed this with our families before coming here, and they all agreed. The men's words struck Su Mingyang like a thunderclap exploding in his mind. In the end, he could only nod in agreement. These men had convinced him. Early the next morning, training commenced in full force. Due to the scarcity of food supplies within the unit, soldiers rarely had enough to eat when not engaged in combat. The new recruits were no exception. After several days of training, many were already struggling with exhaustion. This situation was clearly unsustainable. Therefore, Su Mingyang ordered that, in addition to training, men be sent out to gather more game.
This game would ultimately be made into soup to help the soldiers regain their strength. But wild game was finite. A mountain held only so much, and within days, most of it had been hunted down. Thus, the new recruits' training could not be prolonged. They had to be made combat ready as quickly as possible. To this end, Su Mingyang devised a new approach. Chapter 160, Wanting to Drive a Tank. After teaching the recruits how to handle firearms, training like digging trenches could be put to use. Camping in the wilderness, they had no shortage of land. Thus, Su Mingyang combined trench digging drills with land reclamation. This way, soldiers tasked with subsequent planting could simply sow seeds directly. They typically cultivated crops with short maturation periods, such as buckwheat, barley, and potatoes. These crops could be harvested within 3 months. Moreover, once these new recruits entered combat, their primary task except during critical engagements was trench digging. Though done with simple hoes, the techniques how to dig, how deep, how wide were skilled crafts, vastly different from the training of later generations. So that's what recruits trained in back then? I never imagined it would be like this. Compared to that, our training regimen may be complex, but at least we have ample food supplies. I can't even imagine how they managed daily training while starving and freezing. If I'd been in that era, I'd probably have gone mad. Sigh. Who knew the first hurdle for those recruits wasn't facing the Japanese devils, but surviving basic training itself? Soldiers in the formation murmured in unison. Xiao Yeye nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Honestly, even if it weren't for the training, just going hungry every day would be unbearable for her. Now, China had grown powerful. Whether it was grain or meat, people could buy whatever they wanted. They could eat whenever they wanted, until they were full, even stuffed, without a care about the next meal. The blessings they enjoyed today were all hard-won by their predecessors. Sigh. Thinking back to how I once poured even my parents' allowance into chasing stars, I feel a pang of regret. If it weren't for Grandpa Su exposing the truth, we might still be kept in the dark to this day. Our revolutionary forebears endured such hardship back then. I feel like what we eat today is what they saved for us. This brought tears to my eyes. I admitted I'm hooked on this livestream. Sister upstairs, I totally feel the same way. I used to complain about Grandpa Su blocking the camera and obscuring Jiang Ningming. But who knew Grandpa Su's livestream would be this amazing? I've decided from now on, I'm Grandpa Su's die-hard fan. Exactly. What's the point of chasing celebrities when they crash and burn in no time? If you're going to chase stars, I say just go straight for Grandpa Su, he's the real deal. All revolutionary pioneers are true stars. Blasts of comments flew like snowflakes. Xiao Yeye checked her follower count, which had just barely surpassed 1 million, had now shot past 1.5 million. She never imagined that after just a few days of streaming with Grandpa Su, her follower count would surge by a full 500,000. This growth rate rivaled and even surpassed that of some entertainment-focused streamers. Alright. Break time's over. Let's get back to training. The platoon leader glanced at his watch. Break time was precisely over. At the platoon leader's command, the new recruits sprang to their feet and swiftly reformed their ranks. Su Mingyang didn't watch the rest of their training. Frankly, he didn't fully grasp the specifics of their training regimen, but he understood it must be the most scientifically sound approach. Their old ways were outdated. Grandpa Su, where are we going next? Facing Xiao Yeye's question, Su Mingyang paused thoughtfully before shaking his head with a wry smile. Truthfully, I don't know either. Let's just wander around the barracks. The two strolled through the barracks, encountering numerous soldiers in training along the way. Some soldiers had shed their rookie status and become veterans, so their training regimen had expanded. They even came across some specialized units. Can I broadcast this? As tank after tank roared past, Xiao Yeye felt her livestream was teetering on the edge of getting banned, voicing her existential doubt. She quickly aimed her camera downward, avoiding close-ups of the tanks. But the scene was still witnessed by her viewers. Tanks? I never expected this regiment to have tank troops. What's so strange about that? Tanks can still play a significant role on the battlefield, you know? Who knew someone could actually fulfill their childhood dream? I bet most people have forgotten their childhood dreams. I'm sure many dreamed of flying planes or driving tanks. If tanks are here, how far away could planes be? As if echoing this netizens' words, the roar of fighter jets pierced the skyline. Military enthusiasts trembled involuntarily at the sound. Some spectators could even identify the specific aircraft model just by its sound. Ha ha ha. Old Su, never thought you'd end up here. The regiment commander's hearty laughter echoed in everyone's ears. Not far away, his figure gradually approached the group. Hey! Little Yaya, why did you stop filming? These are all older models, they're still worth capturing. Seeing Xiao Yeye's hesitant expression, the leader instantly understood her thoughts. Can I film them? Xiao Yeye was skeptical of the team leader's words. Just because he said it was okay to film didn't mean the platform would actually allow it. What if her account got banned later? Go ahead. If the team leader says it's okay, then just do it. Su Mingyang turned to look at Xiao Yeye, flashing a reassuring smile that eased her worries. If Grandpa Su says it's okay, then it must be okay. Xiao Yaya muttered to herself, shedding her hesitation as she pointed the livestream camera directly at the fighter jet streaking across the sky.
The live stream exploded. Holy crap! The last time I saw a fighter jet was during the National Day Parade. Never thought I'd get to see one again. So cool. I'd love to fly one someday. Hey, stop dreaming. That fighter jet only has one seat. Wouldn't you be scared of crashing if you got in? Is it about crashing or not crashing? This is clearly about whether you can even get on board. If I can't get on the plane, I can at least get on a tank. They say tanks have 4 seats. Wonder if Grandpa Su could give it a try. Seeing this comment, Xiao Yaya felt a tingle of excitement. She wanted to climb into the tank and experience it too. But could she really do it? Xiao Yaya turned her gaze towards Su Mingyang. Su Mingyang couldn't give her an answer. He didn't know if he could get into the tank either. Though he still carried the lingering aura of his past glory, his current position hardly supported such actions. He understood that if he asked, the regiment commander would surely agree. But wouldn't that be abusing his privilege? The commander seemed to sense Xiao Yaya's eagerness and spoke with a faint smile. Little Yaya, are you hoping to get inside the tank to film its internal structure? Chapter 161, The Roar of the Tank. Really? Xiao Yaya's eyes lit up. She glanced at the commander, then turned to Su Mingyang, seeking his approval. Su Mingyang gave a slight nod, signaling approval. Of course you can. Just wait a moment while I call them over. The battalion commander reached for the walkie-talkie on his belt and switched channels. Tank crew, halt and give Xiao Yaya a tour inside the tank. Hearing the commander's order, the tank halted. 2 soldiers climbed out and ran toward them. Reporting, Commander. Tank halted. The 2 soldiers came to a halt before the commander and saluted. Alright, take little Yaya on a tour. Senior Su, would you like to join us? The commander turned to look at Su Mingyang. Su Mingyang pondered for a moment before nodding. After all these years, he was curious to see what the interior of a modern tank looked like. The group followed the 2 soldiers into the tank and took their seats inside. Like Xiao Yaya, Su Mingyang looked around with curiosity. Unlike Xiao Yaya, however, Su Mingyang's gaze swept over the space with unusual slowness, lingering for moments on many details others might overlook. Xiao Yaya appeared exceptionally excited. Grandpa Su, what were tanks like back in your day? Did you ever drive one? Xiao Yaya's question sent Su Mingyang into deep thought. Had he driven a tank? Of course he had. But the tanks he had driven were vastly different from the one he was sitting in now. Back then, China's industrial capabilities were nowhere near advanced enough to manufacture tanks. Their tanks were either purchased from Tsarist Russia or captured from the Japanese invaders. Tanks bought from Tsarist Russia even came with a thoughtfully included manual in Chinese characters. But those captured from the Japanese forces? They had to figure things out on their own. Thus, after capturing enemy tanks, they rarely managed to drive them away immediately. They had to wait until the main force had departed, leaving behind a few resourceful soldiers to figure out how to operate the tanks. Sometimes this trial and error process took days before the tanks finally became operational. Yet, lacking formal tank training, even when they managed to start them, operation remained difficult. This indirectly meant that within a regiment, only a handful of soldiers truly understood the enemy tanks. These tanks were treasures within the regiment, capable of producing miraculous results during skirmishes. Su Mingyang recalled their first tank encounter with the Japanese. Their vehicle was silenced by just a few shells from the enemy tank. Precisely because of this experience, whenever they captured enemy tanks afterward, they would assign personnel to study and practice day and night until they fully mastered every aspect of the tank's operation before deeming it ready for combat. After all, every single tank they possessed was paid for with the blood of their comrades. Tanks were generally very difficult to capture. The only way to seize one was to sneak in through the driver's hatch when the enemy commander wasn't paying attention and kill all the Japanese inside. But such opportunities were exceedingly rare. The Japanese weren't pushovers. They wouldn't leave their access hatches wide open during combat. After entering the tank, they would typically lock the access hatch to prevent unauthorized entry. This made it incredibly difficult for soldiers to gain access to the tank. But difficult doesn't mean impossible. If human strength couldn't budge it, then dynamite would do the trick. At that time, as long as there were no Japanese soldiers guarding the tank, it became a coveted prize in the eyes of the fighters. Everyone wanted to pry open that iron hatch, eliminate the Japanese inside, and seize the tank. But was it really that simple? The answer was undoubtedly no. It was extremely difficult. The thick steel plate of the tank's hatch required a dozen or more detonators to explode simultaneously, using the sheer force of the blast to smash it open. Therefore, charging soldiers always carried bundles of detonators in their pockets during such moments. Fong He was no exception back then. When the front line encountered tanks, Fong He was sent by Su Mingyang to deliver detonators because they hadn't brought any. Yet even this seemingly simple task proved beyond his capability. While transporting the detonators, he encountered a lone Japanese tank retreating toward the rear. Though tanks wielded extraordinary dominance on the battlefield, this power depended on the presence of infantry. Without infantry support, even the thickest steel armor rendered a tank nothing more than a lump of iron once approached. Therefore, tank retreats were perfectly normal once frontline forces were depleted. Upon spotting the tank, Fang He instantly grasped the enemy's intent. He scanned the area where his frontline soldiers should have been stationed but saw no one. Judging by the gunfire, they were likely over a mile away, with open roads stretching ahead and the tanks now retreating at full speed. Covering the distance would be nearly impossible for the soldiers to catch up. Thus, Fang Yi resolved to undertake the task of placing the detonators himself. He quietly descended the mountainside and lay in ambush along the tank's inevitable route. When the tank rumbled past, he leaped onto its hull. Without hesitation, Fang Yi mimicked the other soldiers and detonated the detonator. But he was still young and couldn't guarantee the detonator wouldn't be jolted loose from the tank. So he simply stayed put, sitting silently by the iron window, waiting for the explosion. The Japanese soldiers inside the tank spotted Fang Yi and tried to force open the iron window to shoot him. But no matter how hard they tried, it was useless. Fang Yi had resolved to go down with the Japanese inside the tank. He wedged his arm firmly into the tank's iron window frame. With a deafening roar, a cloud of charred blood mist filled the sky as the tank's iron window was blown open. Recalling this, Su Mingyang sighed deeply. Every tank they had captured back then carried extraordinary stories behind it. Some were moving, some were heroic, none were simple. Grandpa Su, the tank's moving. It's so scary. Inside the tank, the driver had just finished a brief explanation of how to operate it. Before Xiao Yeye could react, he started the engine. The roar of the engine exploded in her ears, startling Xiao Yeye. In the livestream chat, viewers flooded the screen with comments. Xiao Yeye is freaking out. It's just the engine roar, I'm not scared at all. Oh right, my mom just told me to go change my pants. Grandpa Su is so calm. That tank suddenly starting up scared the crap out of me too. But Grandpa Su? He didn't even flinch. Could it be that Grandpa Su has ridden in tanks before? He's a veteran of the anti-Japanese war, he'd have plenty of chances. Chapter 162, Surrounded by Fans. Dude, you think anyone can drive a tank? Forget the difficulty. Back in the revolutionary days, our entire force only had a dozen or so tanks. If Grandpa Su didn't have tank driving skills, how could he have ever ridden in one? But isn't it possible that Grandpa Su actually knew how to drive tanks? In the livestream chat, viewers fixated on whether Su Mingyang could actually drive a tank. Gradually, their heated debate devolved into a shouting match. Could Su Mingyang drive a tank? Of course he could. Not only could he drive tanks, but he was among the first to learn how, a skill largely attributable to his time travel from the modern era. Having some exposure to Japanese anime, Su Mingyang could vaguely guess the meaning of certain Japanese characters. Thus, from the very beginning, Su Mingyang had a near complete grasp of the tank's control buttons. Ultimately, it became only natural for him to take the tank's controls. He still remembers the hopeful gazes of his comrades when the tank's roaring engine echoed through their ranks. With this tank, they wouldn't be so passive in future skirmishes with the Japanese devils. After touring the tank, Su Mingyang saw the sun was about to set. He didn't linger around the barracks but returned to the quarters assigned by the regiment commander to rest. He didn't emerge from the cottage until dinner time. After gathering his men, Su Mingyang grabbed a quick bite at the mess hall before returning to his room and falling into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, they departed the military camp. The regiment commander offered little resistance to Su Mingyang's departure. Having watched the video of Xiao Yeye the previous night, he understood the purpose of Su Mingyang's journey. A military jeep transported the group back to the city. At the high-speed rail station, Su Mingyang's hunched figure appeared among them. Following behind him were Xiao Yeye, Li Deji, and Zaya Amulang. If not for Xiao Yeye among them, one might mistake the four disciples and their master for a pilgrimage to the Western paradise. At that moment, Su Mingyang fastened a new badge to his chest. Seeing the new badge on Grandpa Su's chest, Xiao Yeye understood that though it looked ordinary, it must hold many heartwarming stories. The four purchased tickets to Hanhai City and waited in the departure lounge. During non-holiday periods, Su Mingyang always bought tickets at the station. After all, buying tickets in advance meant being bound by a fixed departure time, making the journey feel rushed. But if they bought tickets for the next available train at the station, even if it meant a longer wait, it would be much more flexible. The waiting room was teeming with people. Long queues formed at the ticket gates almost every few minutes. Many people passed by Su Mingyang repeatedly until finally, someone recognized him, the man wearing a hat with the brim pulled down low. In truth, all four of them wore either hats or masks to avoid being recognized. But it was inevitable any long-time followers of their livestream would recognize them instantly from their distinctive outfits. It wasn't surprising that someone had spotted them. Grandpa Su? Little Yeye? Hey! Is it really you guys? The one who recognized them was a girl in her early 20s, dressed casually in a white short-sleeved t-shirt and light gray shorts. When Su Mingyang looked up, she saw the warm smile on his face and let out a squeal. Ah! It really is Grandpa Su. I never imagined I'd run into you at the high-speed rail station. What luck! Just as Su Mingyang raised his hand to shush her, her startled reaction caused the surrounding passengers waiting for the train to erupt into a commotion. Hey, hey, hey! Look over there, that really is Grandpa Su. Grandpa Su is actually in the waiting room. I have to get his autograph. He's the real superstar in our eyes. Wait, why is everyone rushing over there? What, Grandpa Su? A young man grabbed his girlfriend's hand and asked. But she yanked her hand away forcefully. Don't hold me back. I'm going to get a photo with Grandpa Su. Just search for the streamer Xiao Yaya online, you'll understand after watching her videos. Though his hand was wrenched free, the boy didn't get angry. Instead, he obediently pulled out his phone and searched for the streamer Xiao Yaya. Is she some new domestic idol? Nah, who in their right mind would call their grandfather idol grandpa? So who exactly is this Grandpa Su? He tapped on the most viewed video in Xiao Yaya's account and began watching. A few minutes later. Grandpa Su, I've been your loyal fan for 10 years too. The guy pushed his way through the crowd, eager to take a photo with Su Mingyang. Su Mingyang's appearance in the waiting room caused quite a stir. Being drawn to the commotion is a habit ingrained in the DNA of Huagua citizens. Everyone present, whether they knew Su Mingyang or had never heard of him, began crowding toward him. Security personnel quickly noticed something amiss and rushed into the crowd, assuming an incident had occurred. Simultaneously, an announcement blared throughout the waiting hall. Dear passengers, please avoid crowding and huddling together. Dear passengers, please do not crowd or huddle together. Over the PA system, the announcer remained unaware of the situation unfolding. She watched the scene on the surveillance feed, puzzled as to why people were gathering over there. Could it be that one of the four seated passengers was a celebrity she didn't recognize? The announcer's thoughts coincided with those of some onlookers. Surrounded by the crowd, the incessant chatter around Su Mingyang made his head feel like it was about to split open. Everyone back up. Back up. Security personnel pushed through the crowd, trying to disperse the passengers. But they were all as excited as if they'd just seen their idol of decades. How could they possibly hear the security guards? Grandpa Su, can I get your autograph? I adore you. I watch your live streams every single day. Can we take a photo together? Grandpa Su, I never imagined running into you in the waiting room. I'm so lucky. Grandpa Su, I want to have your baby. A woman's voice suddenly chimed in, directly referencing a recent meme popular among Jiang Mingming's fans. Hearing this, all the passengers who knew the backstory burst into laughter. Xiao Yaya was no exception. Though surrounded by so many people made her head ache a bit, at least these passengers knew their limits. They didn't all crowd forward at once, but simply gathered around Su Mingyang. Grandpa Su, what should we do? Should we leave first? Xiao Yaya looked at Su Mingyang and pointed to the security guard in front of them, who was still tirelessly urging the passengers to disperse. Su Mingyang watched the security guard's busy silhouette and shook his head. Would these fans accept it if they just left? Chapter 163, Xiao Yaya picks up the car. Everyone, listen to me for a moment. Su Mingyang stood up unsteadily. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried with remarkable clarity. The surrounding passengers heard him, and the clamor gradually subsided. I understand how you feel right now. Some of you want photos or autographs with this old man. Honestly, if I had enough time, I'd love to sign autographs for you all. But the bus taking me to my next destination is about to arrive. There's simply no time. Before Su Mingyang could finish his sentence, many faces fell with disappointment. Still, they understood that Grandpa Su had a unique mission to fulfill, so none voiced any discontent. Grandpa Su, if I'm in the same car as you, could we take a photo together on the train? Upon hearing Su Mingyang mention the imminent departure, a passenger whose train was about to arrive spoke up. Without hesitation, Su Mingyang agreed. Though signing autographs and taking photos for so many people left him feeling overwhelmed, he could manage it for just a few passengers in one car. But Su Mingyang never anticipated how deeply that single request would wound his aging heart. The surrounding passengers, upon hearing this, were eventually escorted away from Su Mingyang by security. Su Mingyang, meanwhile, was escorted to the VIP lounge to prevent a repeat of the earlier scene. After waiting another 10 minutes, the train finally pulled into the station. After boarding, Su Mingyang and his companions found their seats. Since the four had purchased their tickets together, the conductor had deliberately arranged their seats adjacent to each other. As the train's announcement sounded, the doors closed, and the train began its high-speed journey. Su Mingyang slowly closed his eyes. Just then, a passenger who had just boarded and stowed their luggage caught sight of him. Grandpa Su. I never imagined we'd be on the same train. What a coincidence. I feel so lucky. May I take a photo with you and get your autograph? Just as he was settling in to rest, Su Mingyang was recognized, leaving him somewhat exasperated. But he held no resentment after all. He had stated that any passenger in the same car could take a photo with him. Click, click, click. Several photos were taken in quick succession, with him posing alongside the fans on paper. A few minutes later, Su Mingyang closed his eyes to rest once more. Just as he was about to drift off, a voice sounded beside him again. Grandpa Su, it really is you.
With the experience of the previous encounter, Su Mingyang handled the photo request and autograph much more efficiently this time, wrapping up with the fan within 2 minutes.
But it wasn't over yet.
Two slightly high-pitched voices sounded beside him, two girls.
Grandpa Su. Photo, autograph. Grandpa Su. Photo, autograph. Within a minute or two, someone would find Su Mingyang, asking for a photo and autograph.
After signing autographs and taking photos with dozens of people in quick succession, Su Mingyang felt like he was working on an assembly line. After a while, seeing no one else approaching him, Su Mingyang realized that all his fans on the entire train had already gotten their signatures and photos. Just as he was about to take a break, the train pulled into the station. Apparently, due to the large number of passengers boarding at this stop, the scheduled 3-minute layover was extended to 10 minutes.
But Su Mingyang remembered this was just a slightly remote county town. How could so many people board at once? That's not scientific.
But an even more absurd scene awaited him on the journey ahead.
As the train slowly began moving again, the surrounding passengers revealed their true intentions, closing in on Su Mingyang.
Grandpa Su, we're all your fans.
Good grief, someone had clearly leaked Su Mingyang's whereabouts. This is elder abuse. Throughout the journey, Su Mingyang barely had a moment to rest.
At nearly every stop, the passengers changed. It was like a fan meet and greet tour, except the venue was aboard a high-speed train.
Hours later, when Su Mingyang finally disembarked, he felt utterly exhausted.
The group found a nearby 4-bedroom apartment near the station to stay in, and Su Mingyang immediately went to rest.
Xiao Yaya understood that Grandpa Su was exhausted and didn't disturb him.
Seeing that Li Deji was sitting in the living room with no intention of wandering off, Xiao Yaya changed her clothes and left the guesthouse with peace of mind. With someone looking after him, she trusted Grandpa Su would be fine.
Leaving the guesthouse, Xiao Yaya hailed a taxi and headed straight for a nearby car dealership.
Although her live streams hadn't been wildly popular, she had managed to save up a little money. After the incident on the high-speed train, she realized how inconvenient it was to be without a car. If they were constantly mobbed by fans during every outing, Grandpa Su's journey to send the old companion home would be severely disrupted.
At the dealership, Xiao Yaya selected a mid-range hybrid model.
Finding it quite suitable, she took delivery on the spot. By the time she drove back to the guesthouse, it was already dinner time.
Xiao Yaya went upstairs and saw Su Mingyang sitting in the living room drinking tea with Li Deji and Zai Amulang. Grandpa Su, it's getting late. Let's go eat. Alright. Su Mingyang nodded.
He'd only had a quick bite at noon, and now his stomach was indeed growling.
I have a surprise for you, Grandpa Su.
You better brace yourself. I won't be responsible if you get scared later.
Seeing Grandpa Su rise, Xiao Yaya teased playfully, her face alight with mischief. A surprise? What kind of surprise? Su Mingyang shook his head, amused and confused.
At his age, he'd seen it all.
What kind of surprise could possibly startle him? Frankly, even if Xiao Yaya pulled out a household register now and declared she was the mother of 3 children, Su Mingyang wouldn't be overly surprised. You'll see when we get there. The four descended the stairs and immediately spotted Xiao Yaya's new car. Su Mingyang smiled faintly. Young people sure are decisive, they buy a car on a whim. I just thought it would be more convenient in the future.
Su Mingyang knew deep down that Xiao Yaya had bought this car solely because of him. Though deeply moved, he showed no outward sign, but instead kept it in mind.
Tonight, his monthly pension would be deposited.
Once the funds arrived, he planned to pause his donations for a month or two and use the money to help Xiao Yaya pay off her car loan.
After all, she had bought the car for him, how could he not contribute to the cost? He got into the car, but didn't drive far. He stopped in front of a restaurant at the intersection. After a few bites, the group left the restaurant. Ding dong.
At the same moment, Su Mingyang's phone buzzed with a bank deposit notification. Watching the bank balance jump from 3 digits to a 6-figure sum, Su Mingyang casually turned to ask Xiao Yaya.
Hey, Xiao Yaya, what was your bank account number again? Chapter 164, how does it taste?
6234, Xiao Yaya instinctively recited her account number. The moment she finished speaking fluently, she immediately realized something was off.
Grandpa Su, why did you ask for my bank account number? Su Mingyang didn't answer.
The next second, a text from her mobile banking app arrived. A transfer of 100,000 yuan had been received into her account.
What was going on? Xiao Yaya was stunned. Was Grandpa Su this wealthy? But why would he transfer money to me? Su Mingyang's action sent shockwaves through Xiao Yaya's mind.
She racked her brain and finally arrived at one conclusion: Su Mingyang must need her help with something.
Grandpa Su, are you planning to buy something? Isn't this a bit too much money? Xiao Yaya looked at Su Mingyang, her eyes filled with confusion, waiting for his reply. This is for you. Buying this car must have cost you a fortune. How could I ride for free? Consider this payment for the rides we've taken with you. No, no. Xiao Yaya waved her hands hurriedly, not daring to accept the money.
She immediately pulled out her phone, ready to return the money to Su Mingyang. But Su Mingyang stopped her.
If you don't take it, I won't ride with you. Su Mingyang said, making a show of refusing to get in the car. Seeing this, Xiao Yeye gave a wry smile and put her phone away. I'll just consider it left with me, Grandpa Su, until. Xiao Yeye started to finish her sentence, but immediately realized something was wrong and swallowed the rest of her words. She had intended to say that once Su Mingyang passed away, she would donate all the money in his name. But the words caught in her throat. She remembered Su Mingyang was still very much alive. Such talk was indeed ill-advised. Their older generation tended to avoid such subjects, fearing words might become self-fulfilling prophecies. Let's go. It's getting late. Time to head back and rest. Su Mingyang opened the car door and climbed in, his aged face beaming with a smile. Seeing Su Mingyang like this, Xiao Yeye couldn't help but smile bitterly once more. No matter how poor she became, she wouldn't touch a single penny of this money. When the time was right, she would definitely donate it. The group returned to the guest house, passing the time by chatting and watching TV in the living room. The next morning, as the first faint light of dawn began to appear on the horizon, Su Mingyang rose early to wash up. As if accustomed to Su Mingyang's routine, Xiao Yeye emerged from her room not long after he woke. Next came Li Deji, followed by Xia Omnilang. Once everyone was ready and their luggage packed, they headed out for breakfast. It must be said that having a car was convenient. Normally, no vehicles would pass by the section of road near the guesthouse entrance. So if they wanted to hail a cab, they'd have to walk several hundred meters out. But now with their own car, they didn't have to walk those extra meters. Moreover, the breakfast they ate wasn't from the nearest shop, but rather a local specialty in Hanhai City that Xiao Yeye had specifically sought out, several blocks away. A spoonful of seafood congee slid down their throats, and each of them wore a look of pure satisfaction. Owner, do you have any other specialty dishes? Xiao Yeye asked the owner, who was clearing dishes nearby, with eager anticipation. This seafood congee had been recommended by netizens, and with no menu in sight, Xiao Yeye had no idea what else to order. Seeing Xiao Yeye's eager expression, the owner knew a lucrative customer had arrived. Behind his glasses, his shrewd little eyes narrowed, revealing the distinctive gleam of a shrewd merchant. Oh my, we have so many things here. How about this? You two clearly aren't from around here, so you must not have tried our local Hanhai seafood. How about this? I'll throw in an extra shrimp cake for each of you. Shrimp cakes? The owner's words made Xiao Yeye inwardly hesitate. Honestly, she didn't want to eat something so greasy first thing in the morning. But since Grandpa Su and the others were with her, their tastes might differ. So Xiao Yeye nodded in agreement. Sure. Go ahead and make them, boss. We've got things to do later. Seeing Xiao Yeye agree, the owner's smile broadened. Alright, I'll get right on it. Won't take long. With that, he headed toward the kitchen, no longer hiding the suppressed smile on his face. He never imagined this sucker would walk in on a weekday. When he first saw Su Mingyang, an elderly gentleman, he'd assumed they were local residents. But the moment Xiao Yeye spoke up, it instantly revealed they were tourists. Truth be told, most of the online posts were actually paid for by him. Each one cost just a few hundred yuan a bargain. A significant portion of those drawn by the posts were out-of-town tourists, so the boss felt no qualms about ripping them off. It was nothing more than a one-time deal. As for what these people might do after getting ripped off, he couldn't care less. Most of the scammed tourists would vent their frustration online at most. Those who couldn't let it go might leave angry comments under the posts. Back when he paid those bloggers to post videos, he made it clear. Any negative comments had to be deleted. So this had no impact on his business whatsoever. As for the small minority of more extreme tourists who might choose to report him to the police, so what? Report it? Go ahead. He used only genuine ingredients, albeit at a slightly higher price. Neither the police nor the Market Supervision Bureau could do anything about it. 10 minutes later, the owner brought out the shrimp cakes from the kitchen. Seeing the shrimp cakes the owner had mentioned, all four of them were stunned. For shrimp cakes, each larger than Xiao Yeye's face and measuring about 8 inches across, were brought out from the kitchen. The cakes were densely packed with shrimp meat, visible to the naked eye. If this single cake were served in a restaurant, it would easily fetch several hundred yuan. Boss, is this what you meant by shrimp cakes? Xiao Yeye was stunned by the sight. A single cake this size would be too much for 4 people to finish, let alone 4 cakes. And the owner had brought out 4 of them at once? This was clearly an attempt to rip them off. Yep, this is the shrimp cake I mentioned. What do you think? Doesn't it look delicious? The smile beneath the shop owner's glasses grew even broader. He sensed this single transaction could rival the sales of the next several days combined. So, how much are these shrimp cakes? Xiao Yeye asked the question that was currently on her mind. But before posing it, she instinctively started her live stream. It was a completely instinctive action. After all, as a streamer, she would start a live stream whenever something outrageous happened, and she was no exception. As the live stream went live, fans who had given Xiao Yeye special attention received notifications and flooded into the stream. The shop owner saw Xiao Yeye fiddling with her phone and assumed she was checking her balance, not thinking much of it. Since you're new customers, I'll give you a 20% discount 800 for a shrimp cake. Chapter 165. This is synthetic meat. Whoa! The shop owner's outrageous price tag made everyone gasp in shock. How dare he charge that much? Wait, 800 for one shrimp cake? Boss, why don't you just rob us? We're here for breakfast, not to get ripped off. Li Deji saw Xiao Yeye fiddling with her phone and immediately seized the chance to speak, determined to prevent Su Mingyang from opening his mouth. He knew that once Su Mingyang spoke up about such matters, the nature of the conversation would change. Li Deji's words displeased the owner. What are you talking about? If I could just take it, why would I even run this breakfast shop? This shrimp cake is what you ordered, and I made it exactly to your recipe. If you thought it was too expensive, why didn't you ask the price beforehand? Our shrimp cakes use real ingredients. Some of the shrimp meat is even little green lobster. Even if you bought them elsewhere, they'd cost you a few hundred yuan. What's so unreasonable about that? After speaking, the shop owner pointed to areas on the shrimp cake where shrimp meat was present. Between the large shrimp pieces, there were indeed chunks of chopped baby lobster meat. Though this was rock lobster meat, only the owner knew its origin. The seafood for his breakfast shop came almost entirely from the neighboring seafood market. Every week, the market offered special deals on seafood dead as a doornail items that would rot if not sold immediately. Whenever these bargains appeared, the owner would snap them all up without hesitation. He'd turn them into extravagantly portioned seafood breakfasts to sell to out-of-town travelers. Though pricey, the dishes clearly used genuine, high-quality ingredients. These tourists simply couldn't resist. Xiao Yeye was no exception. Her little face flushed crimson with anger as she glared fiercely at the owner, her tiny fists clenched tightly. However, she didn't speak up. Instead, she naturally stepped back behind Li Deji, ceding the center stage to him. She herself stood behind the crowd, holding her phone to capture the entire scene and broadcast it to her livestream audience. Hey, don't get so worked up. Try it, it's definitely delicious. These are my signature shrimp cakes guaranteed to satisfy your taste buds. The boss continued to handle the shrimp cakes with his bare hands, completely forgetting he wasn't wearing gloves. The four watched his movements, each raising an eyebrow. Truthfully, none of them were particularly squeamish about cleanliness. As long as hands weren't excessively dirty, they could tolerate food handled that way. But this kind of unnecessary handling? They couldn't stomach it. Seeing none of them reach for the food and still unconcerned about his actions, the shop owner simply tore the shrimp cake open from the middle, exposing all the shrimp meat inside. The camera filled with the overflowing shrimp meat, leaving the viewers stunned. Wait a minute? This is the shrimp cake the owner was talking about? This isn't a cake with shrimp inside, it's clearly shrimp with a little cake mixed in. Ha 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 ha. The main purpose of that wrapper is to hold the shrimp meat together. Look at that amount, Grandpa Su and the others are in for a treat. This amount of shrimp meat is going to rip them off. My family used to run a seafood business too. The ingredients for this cake probably cost just over 300 yuan. Selling it for 800 is way too expensive. 300? There's at least 1 or 2 small blue lobsters in there, you're telling me 300? It really is around 300. This little blue lobster's meat looks a bit soft and mushy, clearly been dead for a while. These are usually sold to buffet restaurants. Who knew this vendor was ripping people off too? The commenter's words suddenly made everything clear to everyone. Xiao Yeye glanced at the live chat, tugged at Li Deji's sleeve, and pressed her small face close to his ear. The sudden movement startled Li Deji. Feeling the warm breath against his ear, his heart began to race uncontrollably. That little green dragon's been dead for ages. The viewers say all this stuff together is worth about 300 yuan at most. The owner's ripping us off. Xiao Yeye whispered softly. Seeing their expressions, the shop owner felt a surge of delight. Typically, once customers started haggling, they'd usually end up paying up. After all, the ones he scammed were mostly out-of-town tourists with limited time to spare. Plus, he genuinely used generous portions, so they usually ended up paying. After all, a few shrimp cakes, though generously portioned, wouldn't spoil anytime soon. They could easily take them home to enjoy later. Li Deji's eyes lit up at Xiao Yeye's words. Boss, you claim you use only small green lobsters. Do you have proof? I don't see any sign of small green lobsters in this shrimp meat. Li Deji pointed at the shrimp cakes. Where isn't there any? The shop owner was furious. He dug into the shrimp cakes with his hands, pulling out several chunks of small green dragon shrimp meat and slamming them on the table. Isn't this little green dragon meat? Young man, don't make unfounded claims when you don't know what you're talking about. My breakfast shop has lasted this long and earned such a good reputation purely because I use only the finest ingredients. How am I supposed to run my business after you say something like that? Li Deji paid no heed to the owner's protests. Unfazed by the mess, he picked up a piece of the shrimp meat the owner had set aside and popped it into his mouth. Boss, are you sure this is real crayfish meat? It feels so loose and crumbly. Is this some kind of synthetic meat? Li Deji's words sent shockwaves through the shop. The owner, Su Mingyang, Xiao Yeye, and even the live stream viewers. It was the first time they'd heard of synthetic shrimp meat. So what exactly were these synthetic shrimp producers after? How did I never notice Li Deji was such a character before? I thought he was just a quiet guy who stayed in the background, but now you're telling me he's got this hidden sass? Ha 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 ha. I'm dying here. I can vouch for it, my family actually makes synthetic shrimp meat. Our process involves chopping the shrimp into sections and gluing them back together. And just like that, you've got yourself a synthetic shrimp. Hey upstairs, is your family hiring? My hand-assembled shrimp are guaranteed big and long. After Li Deji's outrageous comment, the livestream was filled with laughter and cheer. Everyone could tell Li Deji was clearly joking. But the shop owner didn't see it that way. Come on, kid, synthetic shrimp meat? That's impossible. Don't spread nonsense. Besides, our shrimp cakes are only 800 yuan each. How is that expensive? This price has been the same for years, never raised. If you think it's too expensive, why not look at your own reasons? The shop owner's words might have been a knockout punch to anyone else. But for Li Deji? Zero damage. Oh, right. Always blame yourself for everything. Why haven't you expanded your breakfast shop all these years? Why don't you look for the reason within yourself? Chapter 166, Su Mingyang faints. You can't afford a house, why don't you look at yourself? You've run your shop for so many years yet still resort to scams and fraud. Why not look for the reason within yourself? Why are other breakfast shops expanding overseas while yours is still stuck in Hanhai? Why don't you look at yourself? The live chat exploded with reactions. Holy crap! Li Deji is a live streaming genius. He didn't say a word earlier, but now he opens his mouth and delivers real damage, the critical hit kind. How did I never notice this before? Who knew Grandpa Su's team had such a talent? My guess is Li Deji will say next. Why even look at all this money? It only distorts people's sense of effort. Take this example, someone else makes 5,000 a day, while I make 100. Does that mean I'm not working hard? Does that mean my effort is less? Or that my contribution to society is smaller? Someone else makes 5,000 a day, I make 100. Come year-end settlement. Hey! The rich guy gets the MVP, and we poor folks are just freeloaders. Tell me, are you a freeloader? Have you contributed to society? Look me in the eye. Ha 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 ha. Bro upstairs, you should go livestream too. The livestream room erupted in chaos. Trusting Su Mingyang, they didn't think the shop owner could stir up much trouble. Everyone present, except the shop owner, shared this view. After all, the other party had cheated first. No matter how you look at it, we were in the right. But the shop owner was flushed red by Li Deji's words. He felt thoroughly humiliated. Why all the talk? Pay up and take your shrimp cakes, or I'll call the cops. Today, you're paying up no matter what. Otherwise, I guarantee you won't leave Hanhai alive. The shop owner pulled out his phone and dialed frantically. Triggered the keyword. This owner actually dared to trigger the keyword. I suspect the police are already on their way. This owner really doesn't know when to quit. How dare he threaten Grandpa Su? 3 minutes of silence for the shop owner. Serves him right. Running a shady shop like this, deliberately ripping off out-of-town tourists, he's ruined Hanhai's reputation. I've eaten at this place before too. Maybe because I'm a local, I wasn't ripped off. I even left a positive review online for his place back then. Who knew our good reviews would be used to rip off out-of-towners? This guy deserves to die. A few minutes later, the police didn't arrive first. Instead, several tattooed thugs showed up outside the shop. Dad, are these the troublemakers? The leader, a young man with bicep tattoos as big as 2 apples, looked at the shop owner. He cracked his knuckles, making a popping sound. That's them. The shop owner, seeing his son arrive, felt as if he'd found his anchor. Before, he thought his son was just a good-for-nothing who hung around outside all day, never helping out at home, only knowing how to spend money. But now he understood how fortunate he was to have a son who made ordinary people retreat 3 steps in fear. Damn it! This shopkeeper has no sense of martial ethics. He actually called in so many muscle-bound thugs. Streamer, I think you should just pay up and leave. If Grandpa Su gets bumped by these musclemen, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yeah. Host, get Grandpa Su out of here first. This is no joke. Not far away, the military district squad witnessed the scene and immediately sent a text to Su Mingyang's phone. They were fully prepared. If these men dared to make a move, they'd storm into the breakfast shop within 10 seconds. Feeling his phone vibrate, Su Mingyang pulled it from his pocket with uncharacteristic ease. A scene that might terrify others into trembling legs was nothing but routine for him. With a few taps on the screen, Su Mingyang replied to Lu Jianjun's message. Outside the breakfast shop, Lu Jianjun received the message, spoke a few words into his walkie-talkie, and then all the military district squad members re-hid. So this is about you guys looking for my dad? Looks like you've had enough of living. I'm in a bad mood now and don't feel like wasting words. Hand over the money and get lost. Oh. And pay us back for our lost wages, 200 each. The burly man's group also numbered 4. 200 each, plus the earlier seafood congee and shrimp cakes that meant over 4,000 for their breakfast? There was no way they were paying that. Li Deji was about to speak when Xiao Yaya interrupted him. She'd seen the comments flooding the livestream chat. If they kept pushing back and the other side resorted to violence, Grandpa Su might genuinely get hurt. Better to pay now and deal with it once the police arrived. After all, she had no intention of letting the owner of this breakfast shop or these thugs off the hook. At the very least, they had to apologize. Fine, I'll pay. How much is it? Xiao Yaya handed the live streaming phone to Li Deji. To prevent the shop owner from noticing she'd been broadcasting, she deliberately turned off the phone screen. She then pulled out another phone and scanned the QR code on the table. Seeing Xiao Yaya like this, the shop owner's eyes gleamed with a smug grin beneath his glasses. 5,000 in total. What? Another 5,000? Didn't that shrimp cake cost 800? Xiao Yaya was dumbfounded. What kind of owner rounded up the bill when charging customers? No mistake. I just offered you a 20% discount on the shrimp cakes, but since you don't appreciate the favor, I'm revoking that discount now. Fine. Xiao Yaya was speechless. Thankfully, she still had some savings, otherwise, she might have had to dip into the 100,000 yuan Grandpa Su gave her yesterday. After receiving the money, the shop owner gave a nod, and the thugs stepped aside. Su Mingyang and the others didn't take the shrimp cakes and walked straight out of the breakfast shop. However, as Su Mingyang passed by the thugs, one of them, overcome by a twisted sense of humor, deliberately shoved him hard. The next second, Su Mingyang stumbled and began falling toward the ground. Fortunately, Xia Amulang reacted swiftly, catching him before his head hit the pavement. But the thug weighed over 200 pounds, stood 6 feet tall, and was built like a tank. The force of his full body shove was no joke. Even though Xia Amulang managed to catch Su Mingyang at the last moment, Su Mingyang still felt a dull ache in his chest. The next instant, a soul-wrenching agony swept through his entire body. Su Mingyang felt every cell in his being screaming in agony. He curled up like a shrimp, his body trembling uncontrollably. Blood gushed from his nose and mouth as his consciousness began to fade. Finally, darkness engulfed his vision, and he lost consciousness. Grandpa Su. Almost simultaneously, several people, Xiao Yaya and Li Deji among them, rushed over. Outside, the military district squad witnessed the scene and, without hesitation, charged into the breakfast shop with guns drawn. Chapter 167, Transported to the Hospital. Control everyone. Lu Jianjun charged into the breakfast shop first, his rage boiling over. The four thugs froze momentarily, then saw the wave of soldiers surging into the shop behind Lu. The shop owner's son cursed. He'd never witnessed such an imposing display before. Each member of the military unit's squad bore a cold glint in their eyes, their gazes sharp as blades. Nearly meeting their stare sent his legs buckling uncontrollably, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. This feeling of impending doom hadn't visited him since the last time someone held a knife to his throat, demanding repayment of his gambling debts. He never imagined that now, a mere glance from these men could make him feel this way. Who the hell were they? The question consumed his mind. He couldn't comprehend how his subordinate had merely bumped into that old man, yet this scene had unfolded. Who were these people? Inside the livestream, viewers watched as Su Mingyang was knocked unconscious and immediately lost their composure. These people are way too much. Grandpa Su and his group had already paid and were ready to leave, yet they still went and bumped into Grandpa Su. No way. I live nearby, I'm grabbing a knife and heading down there. What gives them the right? They have no morals. I want all their information within 10 minutes. Angry comments flooded the chat like snowflakes. On the live stream feed, members of the military district squad surged into the breakfast shop. Without hesitation, they pressed their gun barrels against the heads of the thugs. Should any of them make a move, the soldiers would fire without hesitation or orders. What are you doing? What's going on here? The shop owner snapped out of his shock and reacted. Sitting on the floor, he stared at the military squad members. This is my shop. Get out now. Or I'll call the police. As the shop owner finished speaking, the sound of police sirens filled the street. Just by the sound, he could tell there were at least 5 or 6 police cars, mixed with the sirens of 2 or 3 ambulances. Fine. Since you want to call the police, here they come. Lu Jianjun suppressed his rage. He understood they had no authority to deal with these thugs. Otherwise, he wouldn't hesitate to order his men to open fire. The police cars pulled up outside the shop, and the surrounding crowd of onlookers was dispersed. Among them were several men in loose shorts, clutching kitchen knives, their faces flushed crimson with rage. Seeing them, the officers wasted no time, stepping forward to confiscate their kitchen knives. The remaining officers jogged into the breakfast shop. The moment they stepped inside, they froze. Their hands instinctively reached for their holsters, ready to draw and fire at any second. Upon seeing the police arrive, Lu Jianjun waved his hand, and his team members holstered their weapons. However, their eyes remained fixed on the few thugs, wary of any sudden outburst. Hello, here's my ID. Lu Jianjun pulled his ID from his upper pocket and handed it to the lead officer. The officer glanced at it, his pupils instantly widening. Instinctively, his body snapped to attention, and he rendered a perfect military salute to Lu Jianjun. Lu Jianjun pointed at the thugs on the ground and the shop owner who had been physically silenced nearby. These 4 punks and that shop owner are all involved in this incident. Handle it according to procedure. Understood. The police captain acknowledged the order and directed his officers to handcuff them all. Meanwhile, paramedics carried a stretcher, loading Su Mingyang into the ambulance. Xiao Yeye couldn't bear to leave Su Mingyang behind. As the sole attendant, she boarded the ambulance too, tossing the live streaming equipment to Li Deji. Broadcast for me. I'm going to follow along and see how Grandpa Su is doing. Li Deji took the equipment and nodded firmly. He understood that hospital matters weren't suitable for viewers to know too much about. Given the current situation, abruptly ending the livestream was out of the question. Instead, he would take over the broadcast to document what happened next. Viewers, please don't worry. Grandpa Su is already on his way to the hospital and will be fine. Now let's see how our police officers handle these criminal gangs. When mentioning the criminal gang, Li Deji deliberately emphasized the words. Before, even though he sported a punk hairstyle, he was at most just a rebellious youth. They wouldn't dare get involved in illegal activities like this. Little did he expect to actually encounter such individuals today. For a moment, Li Deji regretted not reacting sooner. After the 4 thugs and the shop owner were handcuffed, they were escorted one after another into the police car. Staring at Xiao Yeye's new car parked alone by the roadside, Li Deji's face flushed with embarrassment. Xiao Yeye had handed him the keys before leaving, but he didn't have a driver's license, for crying out loud. Shurnomura noticed Li Deji's awkwardness and took the car keys from his hand. As a spy, he had naturally trained in driving. In fact, his skills weren't much worse than some seasoned drivers. Get in. Shurnomura started the engine with practiced ease. Seeing this, Li Deji didn't waste words and got in. The car quickly caught up with the police vehicle and headed toward the police station. Throughout the journey, Li Deji reassured viewers in the livestream chat. Several more impulsive viewers even threatened that if anything happened to Su Mingyang, they would take revenge on those thugs and the breakfast shop owner. Seeing these comments, Li Deji agreed inwardly but continued to calmly advise his viewers. Neither Li Deji nor Xiao Mulan was focused on the journey. Both Li Deji and Xiao Mulang had developed genuine feelings for Su Mingyang during their brief time together these past few days. If Su Mingyang died because they failed to protect him, they might spend the rest of their lives consumed by guilt. But beyond that, both harbored some self-interest. For Li Deji, if Su Mingyang died, his current job paying 20,000 yuan a month would be gone. With his education and skills, finding another job where he could get paid just for traveling would be next to impossible. As for Xia Amilang, he actually dreaded Su Mingyang's death even more than Li Deji did. After all, his ability to stand here freely now was entirely due to Su Mingyang. After Su Mingyang's death, he would most likely be detained and subjected to formulaic interrogation. Xiao Mulang had already experienced that kind of interrogation during his training. It was worse than death. As the vehicle slowed to a stop before the police station entrance, the 2 men followed the officers inside. The interrogation proceeded exceptionally smoothly, concluding within half an hour. Their final punishment would still depend on the hospital's official medical report detailing Su Mingyang's injuries. Chapter 168, Su Mingyang wakes up. For the next few days, Xiao Yeye didn't go live. Fans were buzzing with speculation about Su Mingyang's condition. However, the entire floor where Su Mingyang was hospitalized was under strict security lockdown. Not even Xiao Yeye, Li Deji, or Xiao Mulang could gain access, let alone fans seeking updates on his condition. Meanwhile, Xiao Yeye's video comments section erupted. What's really going on with Grandpa Su? No news at all. Could it be? Don't jinx it. Grandpa Su is fine. I have friends at the detention center. Word is those thugs and the shop owner have already been taken away. Could they have taken him straight to be executed? I wish they would, but even if Grandpa Su really, they'd just end up in jail. When will Xiao Yeye start streaming again? Or at least reply to us sometime. All these days with no word at all what's going on. Xiao Yeye saw these comments in the livestream chat. However, Su Mingyang's condition remains unstable. The doctors say there's nothing physically wrong with him, he just needs to sleep it off. But she'd been waiting by Grandpa Su's side for 2 whole days and still hadn't seen him get better. Xiao Yeye pouted, propping her chubby little cheeks with both hands as she stared blankly at Su Mingyang. Grandpa Su, you have to wake up soon. You have no idea how anxious those fans are right now, even more than I am. Grandpa Su, honestly, when I first started streaming with you, it was purely to ride your popularity and boost my own channel. But I never imagined I'd end up getting used to this life. Grandpa Su, why aren't you waking up yet? If you don't wake up soon, no one will know about your old buddy's story. Xiao Yeye would occasionally pop up and mutter these words beside Su Mingyang. Gradually, her voice faded into a whisper. Grandpa Su, please, wake up. As the last word fell, Xiao Yeye finally couldn't hold on any longer. Leaning her head against the bed, she drifted off to sleep. Across from her, Su Mingyang's consciousness had long since awakened. Yet his bodily functions were still gradually recovering, leaving him temporarily unable to control his own body. Hours passed, and Xiao Yeye remained asleep in the same position. On the hospital bed, Su Mingyang's eyes darted back and forth beneath his eyelids several times. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. He was awake. Seeing Xiao Yeye still guarding his side, her small hand tightly clasped around his arm, Su Mingyang felt a surge of emotion. He now regarded Xiao Yeye as his own granddaughter. He strained to lift his hand, feeling sensation slowly returning throughout his body. Feeling the bed sway, Xiao Yeye slowly awoke from her sleep. Grandpa Su, you're awake. Xiao Yeye stretched lazily, still half asleep, uttering the words instinctively. But as her awareness returned, her eyes suddenly widened in shock. Grandpa Su, you're awake. Xiao Yeye frantically raised the hospital bed, adjusting Su Mingyang's body into the most comfortable position. Currently, Su Mingyang's lower body was still recovering slowly due to lingering injuries from old wounds. His upper body, however, had fully regained its former mobility. Seeing that Su Mingyang was unharmed, Xiao Yeye breathed a slight sigh of relief and pressed the call button on the bedside panel. Within a minute, several doctors involved in his treatment rushed into the ward. Upon hearing the call, they had feared something serious had happened to Su Mingyang, hence their urgency. Upon seeing Su Mingyang awake and propped up in bed, they noted his improved complexion after days of rest. However, prolonged poor nutrition had left him noticeably gaunt. After a thorough systematic examination, the doctors all breathed a collective sigh of relief. Senior Su, it would be best for you to remain in the hospital for observation during this period to check for any potential aftereffects. The lead attending physician stood before Su Mingyang, speaking with genuine concern. He wasn't actually a physician at this hospital. The military district had temporarily transferred him from the military hospital specifically to monitor Su Mingyang's condition. Although Su Mingyang was now out of immediate danger, it was prudent to keep him under observation for a while longer. But when Su Mingyang heard his words, he did not nod in agreement. He knew his own body best. Though outwardly unremarkable, he could distinctly feel death drawing nearer than before. During this time, lying in the hospital bed, though unable to move, his consciousness remained largely lucid. This state terrified him, not death itself, but the badges of his old comrades. Currently, he still held 11 of his old comrades' badges. These badges were entrusted to him by his comrades. He couldn't betray their trust. After the doctor left, Xiao Yeye pulled out her phone and shared the good news with Li Dizhi and Zaya Amulang, who were anxiously waiting outside the hospital. Hearing that Su Mingyang was out of danger, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Yeye, should I have someone bring this live streaming equipment inside for you? Li Dizhi inquired. Lately, he had been keeping a close eye on the online comments from Su Mingyang's fans. He understood that if things dragged on, these fans might genuinely start causing trouble. Sure, why not? Xiao Yeye pondered briefly before nodding. Bring it in first. I'll ask Grandpa Su for his opinion. With that, Xiao Yeye turned to Su Mingyang and explained the situation to him. Su Mingyang felt deeply moved. He never imagined that simply fainting would draw so much concern from others. He gave a slight nod of agreement, then forced himself to sit up, trying to test his physical condition. Seeing this, Xiao Yeye moved to help him up, but Su Mingyang waved her off. Let me try first. If I can't manage, then you can help me. Having gone without food for some time, Su Mingyang's legs felt weak. Combined with his body not yet fully recovered, he gave up after only a brief attempt. Given his current leg condition, he might need a wheelchair to continue helping his old buddy get home. Shortly after, hospital staff delivered a bowl of warm congee and Xiao Yeye's live streaming equipment. Upon receiving the equipment, Xiao Yeye immediately started streaming to reassure her fans. Within minutes of going live, the viewer count surged past 10,000. Keep in mind, Xiao Yeye hadn't streamed in quite some time, and there was no pre-stream hype. It's safe to say that across the entire internet, there are probably no more than a handful of streamers who could achieve this level of viewership without any prior promotion or even going live on schedule. Finally live. How's Grandpa Su doing? Streamer, say something. Quickly point the camera at Grandpa Su, we want to see him. With no news for so long, could it be that Grandpa Su has already? Chapter 169, The Spotless Badge. Inside the livestream, viewers urged Xiao Yeye to turn the camera around. Some viewers had even braced themselves for the worst. Sorry, it's been so long since I streamed, I kinda forgot how to use this. Xiao Yeye explained to the viewers with an embarrassed expression. After days without streaming, suddenly holding a live streaming device, she genuinely had forgotten how to operate it. Fortunately, after she finished speaking, the camera flipped around. Su Mingyang's familiar smile appeared in the livestream. He was waving his hand, greeting the viewers in the livestream room. Dear viewers, I apologize for causing you concern these past few days. I'm feeling much better now. The doctor has examined me and estimates I'll be discharged soon. No need to worry. Seeing Su Mingyang, every viewer in the livestream room breathed a huge sigh of relief. For them, this period had indeed been nerve-wracking. They had repeatedly tried to learn about Su Mingyang's condition, but neither the authorities nor the hospital doctors would provide any information. Either they claimed ignorance or remained tight-lipped. Even some influential viewers tried to probe through their connections, only to be met with the same response, confidential. So glad Grandpa Su is okay. I was scared to death. When I first saw Grandpa Su wasn't in the streamer's camera frame, I thought something terrible had happened to him. Thank goodness it was just a false alarm.
I recall someone saying earlier that if Grandpa Su was okay, they'd become a monk.
Does that still stand? When's the live stream? Becoming a monk?
I saw someone else say they'd become China's last eunuch if Grandpa Su was okay.
Is the event still happening? Is it free?
Inside the livestream, the atmosphere gradually lifted as viewers saw Grandpa Su was safe. They'd been feeling so stifled lately. On the hospital bed, after speaking those words, Su Mingyang fell silent, his thoughts drifting. His hand unconsciously brushed against the pristine badge pinned to his chest.
What is Grandpa Su doing? But that badge is really clean. Is there a story behind it? Why does this badge look brand new? Did Grandpa Su buy it? No way.
That's Grandpa Su's old buddy's badge, probably just well preserved.
Streamer, asked Grandpa Su. Xiao Yeye glanced at the comments and noticed the badge on Su Mingyang's chest too, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Grandpa Su, how come your badge is so spotless? Truthfully, Xiao Yeye already had her suspicions.
There were only two reasons why this badge remained so pristine. The first reason was that it hadn't been worn for long. The veteran who had it had already made the ultimate sacrifice. That's why it remains so pristine. The second reason was that the badge's owner was a clean freak.
Xiao Yeye found this explanation somewhat hard to believe.
After all, in those days, living conditions were so harsh that obsessive cleanliness simply couldn't exist.
Xiao Yeye pondered these thoughts as she waited for Su Mingyang's response. This badge? Su Mingyang gazed at the hospital bed sheets, a trace of reminiscence flickering in his eyes. The owner of this badge.
Back then on the battlefield, he had clashed with the Japanese invaders countless times.
Even with his incredible luck, Su Mingyang still got injured.
During one all-out battle, he suffered severe injuries, with shrapnel from hand grenades embedded in multiple parts of his body, leaving him in critical condition. Fortunately, a comrade noticed his condition and immediately arranged for him to be evacuated to the rear military hospital. Thus, Su Mingyang's life was ultimately saved. Upon waking, he encountered the owner of this badge, Zhang Luoluo. As Su Mingyang's attending physician, Zhang Luoluo began instructing him on precautions after he regained consciousness. After all, in the midst of this war-torn chaos, there were simply too many wounded. One after another arrived, leaving them scarcely any time to focus on Su Mingyang's condition. Thus, the wounded often had to take care of themselves. Since Su Mingyang hadn't suffered the same fate as other soldiers, losing limbs or sustaining critical injuries, his recovery progressed remarkably quickly. Within days, he could barely manage to get out of bed. Having been stationed at the rear for so long, he found himself with too much idle time. Coupled with the constant stream of casualties arriving at the hospital, Su Mingyang decided to contribute his efforts. This was a common choice for many wounded soldiers who had recovered somewhat but were not yet fit to return to the battlefield. But this routine didn't last long.
Just as Su Mingyang had fully mastered the tasks he could handle, the front lines were breached by the Japanese invaders.
Given the significant gap in troop strength and military capabilities between their forces and the Japanese, they could only fight a retreat in the face of the enemy's massive advance. Consequently, everyone at the hospital, wounded soldiers and medical staff alike, needed to evacuate urgently. What seemed like a simple task proved incredibly difficult for them.
Setting aside the medicines and medical equipment within the hospital, consider the wounded alone.
A large portion of them had lost the ability to move, or could only move with assistance, requiring constant support from others. To the group as a whole, they were nothing but a burden.
But revolutionary soldiers would never abandon their comrades.
Even if these wounded soldiers could never return to combat after recovery, they would never be abandoned. Along the way, whether it was the slender medical staff with delicate arms or the patients with blood still trickling from multiple wounds, they carried everything they could manage in their hands or on their backs.
Uncle Lu, let me carry your backpack for you.
During the evacuation, Su Mingyang called out to an elderly man in his late 60s with graying temples ahead.
The man was a hospital janitor. Although their unit didn't recruit elderly personnel, this restriction applied only to frontline soldiers. For low-risk rear area duties like this, they still relied on these older men.
Uncle Lu was one such veteran. Earlier, Su Mingyang had chatted with Uncle Lu several times. From their conversations, he learned that the old man's sole wish was to go to the front lines and kill the Japanese devils. But his repeated requests to superiors had been denied. So upon learning Su Mingyang was the regiment commander, Lu Bo began fawning over him, hoping to secure a frontline assignment to fight the Japanese devils through Su's influence. Su Mingyang understood Uncle Lu's feelings, but rules were rules, there was nothing he could do. But never underestimate an old man's resolve. Lu Bo had long made up his mind to fight the Japanese devils on the front lines. No one could stop him. Chapter 170, Perhaps My Death Will Spare Others. When Su Mingyang called out to him, a hint of surprise flashed across Lu Bo's deeply wrinkled face. He shook his aching arms and shook his head with a smile. Commander Su, this old man is still in fine shape. Back when I farmed at home, I carried loads heavier than this. As if to prove his words, Lu Bo quickened his pace. In front of Su Mingyang, he desperately tried to show off his physical condition.
Watching Lu Bo's slightly unsteady yet remarkably quick strides, Su Mingyang felt a twinge of helplessness.
His reluctance to send Lu to the front line stemmed partly from his age, but more significantly, from the fact that all three of Lu's sons had enlisted. His eldest and second sons had fallen in battle years ago, leaving only his youngest son behind. If things had come to this, and he still sent the old man to the front lines, he truly wouldn't know how to explain it when the third son came looking for him. Uncertain whether the Japanese were in pursuit, they pressed on despite exhaustion. Even the pale-faced wounded dared not slow their pace. After a day of relentless travel, they reached the foot of a great mountain at dusk. This mountain, known as Xianfeng Mountain, stretched for hundreds of miles. It was the largest and deepest mountain in the vicinity, and it was their destination. After entering Xianfeng Mountain, everyone rested in place. As Su Mingyang was the only regiment commander in the group, he had naturally become their leader. Exhausted from the day's journey, everyone looked weary and reluctant to move much. But Lu Bo remained busy. For him, this was his moment to shine. He bustled about the campsite, single-handedly tending the fire, cooking meals, and caring for the wounded. Su Mingyang sat nearby, wanting to tell him to rest. But Uncle Lu wouldn't hear of it, continuing to work as if nothing had changed, handling the workload of 3 or 4 people all by himself. After resting for a while, the others felt guilty seeing Uncle Lu so busy. More and more joined in. Soon, the wounded who were still mobile managed to build several makeshift wards for the critically injured in a short time. After their labors, they merely ate a quick meal before lying down to sleep soundly under the open sky. Late into the night, Su Mingyang sat on the earthen slope, smoking a cigarette. The distant howls of wolves echoed intermittently, but he paid them no mind. If those wild wolves dared to come looking, then the wounded would get an extra meal. He sat there for an unknown length of time, the ground littered with cigarette ash, his mind filled with worry. The defeat in this battle against the Japanese devils had cost them nearly half their fighters. Of those who remained, many survivors had likely become separated. Now, without a telegraph machine or radio equipment, they had absolutely no way to contact the main force. Thus, they had become an isolated force, a band of wounded soldiers and medics cut off from the rest. His primary task now was to hide them, evading the Japanese search. These military medics were the most precious asset of the revolutionary forces, and he had to protect them at all costs. Lost in his thoughts, Su Mingyang failed to notice the footsteps approaching from behind. Only when Uncle Lu sat down beside him did he notice the other man. "Uncle Lu, aren't you going to sleep at this hour?" Su Mingyang asked instinctively, met with a bright smile. "I'm not sleepy. Su, you've been busy all day. Why don't you go rest first? I'll keep watch. I may be getting on in years, but my eyesight is still sharp as a tack." Uncle Lu had actually spotted Su Mingyang walking alone up the hillside quite some time ago. He understood that Su Mingyang hadn't assigned anyone to guard the mountaintop this late at night, and now he himself was heading up the slope. He felt a pang of reluctance. In his eyes, whether they were veterans nearing 40 or young men in their 20s and 30s, they were all like his own sons. His first son, who had died in the military, was about the same age as Su Mingyang. His gaze towards Su Mingyang was always as tender as if he were looking at his own child. If he were still alive today, perhaps he would be just like Su Mingyang. "Uncle Lu, how about this? I'll take the first half of the night watch. When I can't keep going, I'll come down and call you." Throughout the day, Su Mingyang had observed Uncle Lu's actions. After a day of grueling labor pushing his physical limits, and having eaten only half a cake for dinner, his strength must be nearing its end. Making him stay up all night would be nothing short of abusing an elderly man. Uncle Lu pondered Su Mingyang's suggestion for a moment before nodding in agreement. He truly was struggling to keep going. No matter how capable he had been in his youth, he was now an old man, and his stamina simply couldn't keep up. "All right. I'll find a spot nearby to sleep. When you get tired, Captain Su, just call me." Uncle Lu found a patch of softer ground nearby, didn't mind the dirt, and lay down directly. He wasn't one to fuss over cleanliness. Even if the ground was muddy, as long as he could sleep, it didn't matter to him. So what if he got a little dirty? In these circumstances, who wasn't filthy? Seeing Lu Bo lie down, Su Mingyang shook his head with a hint of resignation and resumed his night watch. Suddenly, Uncle Lu's voice broke the silence again. Lying on the mud, he gazed up at the scattered stars. "Su, do you regret joining the army?" Lu Bo asked. "No regrets." Su Mingyang replied firmly. Lu Bo's question left him feeling a bit confused. But after a moment's thought, Su Mingyang understood the underlying meaning behind the question. Uncle Lu wasn't really asking if Su Mingyang regretted joining the army. He wanted to know if his own son regretted it. Perhaps he felt a pang of reluctance for his 3 sons, 2 of whom had already sacrificed their lives on the battlefield against the Japanese invaders. After all, his youngest son had now also joined the military. It wouldn't be long before he received news of his death. "I don't regret it either." After Su Mingyang spoke, Uncle Lu echoed the words, as if speaking to himself. "Su, do you know why I want to go to the front lines and kill those little devils? It's not because I'm particularly brave, or because I crave the gun. It's because I refuse to endure the agony of burying my own child. I have only one son left now, and I dread the day I might receive news of his death. You might not understand that feeling.
Every time I receive news of a child's death, I ask myself, why wasn't it me instead? How wonderful it would be if one life could truly be exchanged for another. That's why I want to go to the front lines. If someone must be the first to sacrifice for the nation, I want to be that first one. Perhaps after I die, no one else will have to sacrifice themselves. Uncle Lu gazed at the stars in the night sky until he drifted off to sleep. Su Mingyang gazed at Uncle Lu, whose snoring filled the air, a hint of sorrow flickering in his eyes. He too was an old man who'd suffered a hard life. Chapter 171, Hunting in the Deep Mountains. All night long, Su Mingyang did not wake Lu Bo. He could still hold on. By the next morning, Uncle Lu gradually awoke as the blinding sunrise streamed directly into his eyes. He sat up and found himself covered by a uniform jacket. A badge hung on the chest, glistening in the morning light. Staring at the uniform and badge, Lu Bo was stunned. Due to the military's limited fabric supply, uniforms were typically made from any available material. Therefore, logistical personnel like Lu Bo, who did not need to go to the front lines, were never issued uniforms, let alone insignia. Envy filled Lu Bo's eyes. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he slipped into Su Mingyang's uniform. After adjusting it for a moment, his face lit up with joy. Su Mingyang stood at a distance, watching Lu Bo's movements, a hint of emotion flickering in his eyes. He understood that Lu Bo's greatest wish at this moment was likely to be on the battlefield. At his age, he was considered an elderly man in a nation where the average lifespan barely exceeded 30 years. He knew his time was short, and thus he yearned to die honorably on the battlefield rather than fade away anonymously in the rear. Uncle Lu, how does it fit? After watching for a moment, Su Mingyang stepped forward. Upon seeing Su Mingyang, Uncle Lu visibly panicked. He quickly pulled off Su Mingyang's clothes, his face twisted into an awkward grin. Commander Su, I just wanted to try it on. It's fine. I understand. Su Mingyang didn't hold it against him, he wasn't that petty. Uncle Lu, they're already building temporary wards over there. If you've got time, wanna come with me to hunt some wild game? Last night I heard plenty of wolves howling in the mountains. There should be plenty of game around here. We could use it to help the wounded recover. Judging by the waves of howls last night, Su Mingyang concluded the mountains harbored abundant wildlife. After all, if the mountains were devoid of animals, these wolves would starve to death. Uncle Lu's eyes lit up with excitement at Su Mingyang's suggestion. You see, all those things he did before were entirely his own initiative, without anyone prompting him. He'd done them purely to impress Su Mingyang. But he wasn't sure if Su Mingyang had noticed. Now, however, this hunting mission had been personally assigned to him by Su Mingyang. Moreover, from Su Mingyang's tone, he could tell this mission would be carried out solely by the two of them. Therefore, this was undoubtedly an opportunity to impress Su Mingyang. A few minutes later, Su Mingyang and Lu Bo were fully prepared and ready to go. Since Lu Bo was unfamiliar with the firearms in the team's arsenal, he simply carried a machete as he and Su Mingyang ventured deep into the mountains. The two searched the remote mountain terrain. Truthfully, Su Mingyang hadn't known how to hunt either at first. But after spending time living in the mountains with the hunter Lu Debao, through Lu Debao's daily guidance and example, he had picked up quite a bit. Walking through the mountains, they followed the stream, searching for animal tracks. Soon, they came upon several deep, indented pits. Observing the tracks, Su Mingyang recognized them as those of a wild boar. Judging by the depth of the impressions, this boar weighed at least 500 jin. While not quite a king boar, it was still a formidable specimen among wild boars. Wild boars of this caliber possessed a thick layer of armor like skin. This armor wasn't innate, it was deliberately cultivated. Typically, whenever wild boars passed through slightly muddy dirt paths or muddy ponds, they would roll around in them. After rolling, the mud adheres to their skin. Due to their dense fur, this adhesion differs from that on humans. Instead of merely forming a superficial layer, it becomes firmly intertwined with the hairs. Over time, this accumulated mud gradually hardens, eventually forming the wild boar's armor like hide. Moreover, given the wild boar's dominance in the deep mountains, even a bear of average size would not be intimidated upon encountering one. Therefore, even with a rifle in hand, Su Mingyang couldn't be certain he could take down this boar. Captain Su, why did you stop? Aren't we going to hunt the boar? Lu Bo, a farmer by birth who'd spent nearly his entire life toiling in the fields, had little experience with hunting and couldn't grasp Su Mingyang's concerns. This boar might be a bit large. Su Mingyang still hesitated. While capturing the boar to nourish the wounded was crucial. But their safety also needed to be considered. If they ended up not only failing to catch the boar but also getting injured in the process, it would be a case of losing more than they gained. So what if it's big? More meat. Besides, we're fighting the little devils. Aren't they pretty strong? Does that mean we just give up the fight because they're powerful? Lu Bo's words struck a chord with Su Mingyang. Now, Wagwa was teetering on the brink. Under the Japanese invaders' assault, it had reached its most perilous moment. Yet it was precisely at this moment that they refused to lose heart, continuing to resist tenaciously. This wasn't due to extraordinary courage, but because they understood that if they didn't take action, the burden would ultimately fall on others' shoulders. If they did not act, future generations would condemn them. Some things simply must be done. Hunting wild boars is no exception. If they didn't hunt, the wounded would lack meat and fat to nourish their bodies, and their recovery would inevitably be slowed considerably. If their recovery dragged on too long, and they encountered the Japanese devils before fully healing, only to be wiped out by them, then they would ultimately become sinners. Then let's do it. Su Mingyang made up his mind. The two followed the boar's tracks, venturing deeper into the mountains. Soon, they detected rustling sounds nearby. Su Mingyang knew these were likely caused by the wild boar. He exchanged a glance with Lu Bo. Su Mingyang cocked his rifle, while Lu Bo drew the machete from his waist. Both men were fully prepared. As they drew closer, a tail emerged from the rustling haystack. This tail was jet black, unlike that of ordinary domestic pigs, and it bore long, black bristles. The sight of that tail alone startled both Su Mingyang and Uncle Lu. This tail alone defied their imagination. They had never seen a wild boar this massive. As if sensing their approach, the boar within the haystack suddenly froze. Su Mingyang and Lu Bo held their breath, waiting for the moment it would show its head. Chapter 172, Stay right there. The air froze in that instant. Neither Su Mingyang nor the boar dared make the slightest move. However, the boar's patience was finite. After several minutes, its massive body stirred, and its enormous snout emerged from the haystack. Bang! Without hesitation, Su Mingyang fired a shot directly at the boar's face. The boar, pained, rolled on the ground before charging straight towards Su Mingyang and Uncle Lu. Get out of the way! Seeing the boar charging and Lu Bo still frozen in place, Su Mingyang shoved him aside. If that old man got hit by that wild boar, his bones would probably shatter into pieces. But the boar remained enraged. After Su Mingyang pushed Lu Bo out of the way, he became the boar's new target. Watching the boar charge toward him, Su Mingyang didn't hesitate for a second. He fired another shot. Whether it was divine intervention or not, Su Mingyang's bullet struck the boar squarely in the eye. This caused the boar's charge toward him to falter momentarily. This gave Su Mingyang a chance to escape. Earlier, Lu Debao had repeatedly warned Su Mingyang, when facing a wild boar, one must not simply run along the ground. Their speed was something humans couldn't match. This fact was deeply ingrained in Su Mingyang's mind. Seeing the boar charging toward him again, Su Mingyang chose to climb a tree directly. Fortunately, a sturdy tree stood nearby. Even as the enraged boar repeatedly rammed the trunk, its efforts proved futile. Climbing up the trunk, Su Mingyang felt the tree tremble beneath him as he fired several shots at the boar below. Seeing it couldn't reach Su Mingyang, the boar turned and fled. Su Mingyang did not immediately climb down to pursue. His previous encounter with the bear had taught him that these mountain creatures possessed a certain spirit. If the bear hadn't wandered far and was lurking nearby like the previous one, then he and Uncle Lu would once again be in grave danger. Seeing Uncle Lu about to climb down, Su Mingyang immediately stopped him. Uncle Lu, hold on. Let's watch for a bit longer. Sure enough, not long after Su Mingyang spoke, the wild boar reappeared. As if venting its frustration, it charged at the tree where Su Mingyang was perched, slamming into it repeatedly. When it realized it couldn't shake him loose, it finally turned and left. After waiting in the tree for over an hour and seeing the boar hadn't returned, Su Mingyang and Uncle Lu climbed down. Earlier, he had emptied his magazine at the boar, leaving numerous bloody holes in its body. Now, they only needed to follow the blood trail on the ground to locate the boar. However, with no bullets left in the gun, they had to move quickly. Other beasts might smell the blood and come looking. Following the trail of blood across the ground, Su Mingyang and Uncle Lu finally located the boar's hiding place as the sun blazed overhead. Before a burrow concealed by thick weeds, they discovered copious bloodstains and grasses that kept twitching. Commander Su, what should we do? Should we clear the weeds first? Lu Bo had come to rely on Su Mingyang as his anchor. Without Su Mingyang, the best outcome for him would have been severe injury. Su Mingyang hesitated. If the boar still had fighting strength, rashly clearing the weeds would surely invite a fierce attack. But if they continued to stall, no one could predict what might happen next. After a long moment of deliberation, Su Mingyang sighed and finally made up his mind. Clear it. We can't wait any longer. Su Mingyang signaled to Lu Bo to wait nearby while he cleared the undergrowth. As the cover was pulled back, a blood-soaked boar came into view before the two men. Sensing the humans who had attacked it earlier now coming for it, the boar's rage surged. It scrambled to its feet and charged straight at them. Su Mingyang couldn't dodge in time and was knocked down by the boar's body. Fortunately, the boar was covered in a thick armor of mud, so Su Mingyang wasn't pierced by its bristles. He was merely knocked violently aside. In that instant, Su Mingyang felt as if his bones were about to shatter, his body aching as though struck by a car. Seeing Su Mingyang knocked aside, Lu Bo raised his machete and swung it at the boar. The blade plunged straight into the boar's remaining eye. A deafening bellow erupted as the blinded boar charged wildly, crashing into everything around it. Fearing Su Mingyang would be injured, Uncle Lu immediately pulled him aside. He himself continued advancing, looking for an opening to strike at the boar. The boar, in agony yet utterly mindless, charged straight at Lu Bo. Unprepared for the beast to detect his position, Lu Bo tried to dodge but was cornered, unable to escape. Like Su Mingyang, he was knocked backward, blood spurting from his mouth. Both men were knocked down, unable to stand. They could only crawl along the ground. "Uncle Lu, hide behind that tree." Su Mingyang shouted at Lu Bo with every ounce of strength he had left. His voice alerted the boar, which immediately charged toward the sound. But because Su Mingyang was concealed behind the tree, the boar's charge sent it reeling, stars bursting before its eyes. Uncle Lu understood Su Mingyang's plan. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he crawled toward a sturdier tree. Adjusting his position, he called out to Su Mingyang. "Captain Su, I'm hidden." Hearing the sound again, the boar charged toward Lu Bo's position. Thud. This charge drained nearly all its strength, yet the outcome was predictable. It slammed into the tree once more. This time, the boar collapsed to the ground, seemingly stunned into stillness. Su Mingyang and Uncle Lu both wore wry smiles. They knew it had worked. After resting for a while, Su Mingyang and Uncle Lu finally regained their strength. With their strength now severely depleted, they had no choice but to return for help. After all, a 500-pound wild boar was no easy task to haul back on their own. "Captain Su, I've done quite a job this time, haven't I? Surely you'll give me some reward?" Lu Bo grinned as he spoke. A boar this size would easily feed their entire squad for a month. "Reward? Absolutely. What reward do you want, Lu Bo?" Su Mingyang wasn't stingy and directly asked Lu Bo what he wanted. As long as it wasn't too extravagant, he would certainly agree. Lu Bo pondered for a moment. "Commander Su, I'd like a badge and a uniform. Is that okay?" Uncle Lu asked cautiously, but Su Mingyang responded readily. "Sure. I'll go get someone to handle it. You wait here," Su Mingyang said before walking straight away. Before leaving, he added one final, concerned reminder. "Uncle Lu, the blood scent is too strong here. If other beasts come later, hide in the trees first." Chapter 173, Guarding the Prey. Returning to the team's campsite, Su Mingyang gathered several soldiers whose injuries didn't seem too severe. He also grabbed a new chest badge and a fresh set of military gear before heading toward Uncle Lu's location. Su Mingyang wore a broad smile throughout the journey. On one hand, they had captured a wild boar, meaning they wouldn't have to worry about food and nutrition for the wounded for the foreseeable future. On the other hand, he could fulfill Uncle Lu's small wish. Su Mingyang knew the mountains teemed with wild beasts, so he dared not linger, his footsteps swift as the wind. Truthfully, he wasn't overly concerned for Lu Bo's safety. Before leaving, he had instructed him to climb a tree if any beasts approached. With prey readily available on the ground, the beasts wouldn't bother hunting Lu Bo up in the trees. Yet before Su Mingyang reached the wild boar hunting grounds, he heard distant howls echoing through the forest. The howls came from the very direction where Lu Bo was stationed. Su Mingyang's heart tightened, and he ordered all the warriors to quicken their pace. When they reached the scene, they found Uncle Lu covered in blood, surrounded by 5 or 6 wild wolves with menacing expressions. 2 dead wolves lay on the ground. Su Mingyang knew without a doubt that Lu Bo hadn't heeded his warning and had engaged the wolves directly. The wolves scattered the moment they spotted Su Mingyang and his group approaching. Su Mingyang didn't pursue them. He sprinted toward Lu Bo, catching the man just as he was about to collapse. He could feel Uncle Lu's body trembling. The man must have been fighting the wolves for some time. His clothes were in tatters, covered in claw marks, and blood was oozing out steadily. A large patch of ground beneath Lu Bo was soaked with blood, turning the earth a dark crimson. The thick, pungent smell of blood filled the air. It was the blood of the wild boar, the wild wolf, and Lu Bo himself. Uncle Lu's body was ice cold. With his last ounce of strength, he wiped the blood from his face, revealing a bitter smile. His trembling finger pointed toward the wild boar's corpse. Su, Commander, not a single piece of meat is missing. I protected it all." Su Mingyang felt Lu Bo's body steadily losing warmth. He knew the old man likely wouldn't make it back. He reached into the cloth bag behind him and pulled out a military uniform and a badge. "Uncle Lu, see what I brought you? This uniform and this badge are yours now. This is the organization's reward for your wild boar hunt. Don't sleep yet, let me help you try them on." Su Mingyang's voice choked with emotion as his trembling hands dressed Lu Bo in the uniform and pinned the badge to its chest. "See if it fits." He spoke while looking up at Uncle Lu, but his voice caught when he saw the man's tightly closed eyes. Lu Bo had passed away. Perhaps he never knew, even in death, that he now had his own uniform in metal. Under the live stream's lens, deep sorrow welled up in Su Mingyang's eyes. If only he had taken Lu Bo away back then, the outcome might have been different. If he had hurried back to the unit to call for help, he might have arrived in time to save Uncle Lu. If only. But there are no ifs. Uncle Lu's wish was to die on the battlefield, but in the end, he fell surrounded by wild wolves. Until his dying breath, he never fulfilled his wish. Xiao Yaya's eyes were red-rimmed, her gaze heavy with sorrow. "Grandpa Su, please don't be sad." I believe old Uncle Lu knew that before he died, he was wearing his military uniform and had his badge pinned on. Viewers in the livestream chat shared the same sorrow. Grandpa Su, actually, hearing is the last sense to fade when a person dies. So senior comrade Lu must have known he was wearing his military uniform and pinning on his badge before he passed away. Even in his advanced years, Elder Lu retained a heart of pure devotion. He had 3 children, and all 3 joined the anti-Japanese resistance. Even after his eldest and second son were killed in action, he never backed down. In fact, his sole dream was to go to the battlefield himself and make the ultimate sacrifice on the front lines. Am I the only one who finds this odd? Why didn't Senior Lu heed Grandpa Su's advice and hide in the trees? If those wild wolves want wild boar meat, just let them have it. How much could a few wolves possibly eat? This comment made the other netizens ponder deeply. Exactly. It's just a pack of wolves, how much could they possibly eat? You have to understand, a wild boar weighs around 500 gene. Even after removing the organs and bones, there's still over 300 pounds of meat left. Could these wolves really devour over 300 pounds of meat in just 1 hour? I feel like Senior Lu is just stubborn. Grandpa Su mentioned before that while everyone was resting at camp, only Senior Lu was working. So it's no surprise he'd do something like this. Exactly. It's probably that stubbornness of his generation. After all, this meat was meant for the wounded. They didn't even have enough for themselves, how could they share it with wild wolves? Viewers in the livestream chat buzzed with debate over Senior Lu's actions. Finally, an animal expert couldn't stand by any longer. You just don't understand. An adult wolf typically consumes around 5-10 kilograms of meat per meal. You must understand that their behavior of eating wild wolves constitutes predation. Moreover, with years of war raging, even those living in the mountains were affected. Therefore, when these wolves found meat, they would usually consume over 10 kilograms. A wild boar, after removing inedible parts, weighs only about 300 gene. If devoured by these wolves, only about 100 pounds of meat would likely remain. That's why Elder Lu fought so desperately. After learning this fact, the skepticism toward Uncle Lu in the livestream gradually subsided. Instead, a wave of apologetic comments flooded the chat. Sorry. I wrongly accused Elder Lu. Damn it. I really deserve to die. How could I call Senior Lu stubborn? Guys, I'm going to buy cigarettes. 18th floor. No elevator, no stairs. Xiao Yaya watched these comments scroll by and noticed the livestream's atmosphere seemed much better now. Before, a large portion of these viewers, even after realizing their mistakes, refused to admit them. Who would have thought they'd apologize so readily now? When exactly did this change begin? Xiao Yaya was puzzled. Before she could figure it out, Su Mingyang spoke up. Xiao Yaya, could you call the doctor for me? I feel fine and think I can be discharged. We need to visit Uncle Lu's family next. I have to take him home. Just moments ago, while recounting Uncle Lu's story, he felt his legs improve. They were no longer numb like before and had regained movement. Chapter 174, Beware of Online Bullying. Xiao Yaya's eyes filled with conflict upon hearing this. In her view, even though Su Mingyang said his body was fine, he still needed further observation. Yet she felt helpless. Given Grandpa Su's stubborn nature, even if she didn't say anything, he would still insist on calling the nurse to settle the bill. It was utterly futile. After a moment of internal conflict, Xiao Yaya stood up and called the nurse back in. But upon hearing that Su Mingyang wanted to settle the bill and leave the hospital, the nurse, much like Xiao Yaya, found herself at a loss for words. Mr. Su, perhaps you should rest for a while longer? The attending physician specifically instructed that you should remain in the hospital for observation during this period. Otherwise, if any complications arise, we won't be able to treat them promptly. The young nurse pleaded earnestly with Su Mingyang, but to no avail. Su Mingyang shook his head. I know my own body best. Give me the bill, I'm checking out right now. Grandpa Su was so stubborn. I feel like if he'd stayed at the scene like Uncle Lu, he'd have fought the wild wolf head on. You don't need to feel it, it would definitely be like that. Grandpa Su and Uncle Lu are cut from the same cloth. They'd sacrifice themselves for others' sake. Host, please talk some sense into Grandpa Su. The doctors specifically ordered he stay for observation. If he leaves like this and something goes wrong later, what then? Xiao Yaya sighed heavily as she read the comments. If her persuasion could make a difference, she would have tried long ago. Now they were telling her to persuade him. What could she do? She felt utterly helpless too. The young nurse looked troubled. After much deliberation, she finally decided to issue a receipt. Grandpa Su, here's the payment slip for your medical expenses this time. Please take a look. Xiao Yaya took the payment list from the nurse and tried to hand it to Su Mingyang. But as she passed it over, the live stream camera accidentally caught a glimpse of the payment list. In that split second, sharp-eyed viewers spotted the amount listed on the receipt. What's going on? Grandpa Su has been in the hospital for treatment and stayed for so long, yet it only costs less than 100? Is this real? Don't lie to us, OP. Impossible. Even with maximum insurance coverage, they couldn't possibly reimburse that much. Seeing skepticism, someone quickly posted a screenshot in the comments section. Many curious netizens clicked on it with skepticism, but the next second, they were stunned. The payment statement showed Su Mingyang's medical expenses were indeed only in the double digits. This was utterly baffling. Almost none of them had ever encountered such a situation. How was this any different from free treatment? Xiao Yeye, too, saw the amount on the payment slip and wore an equally stunned expression. Is this statement printed incorrectly? Grandpa Su's medical fees are only 96 yuan? She asked doubtfully, already convinced it was a printing error. But the young nurse's next words nearly brought tears to her eyes. It's correct. Grandpa Su has special medical subsidies from the state, so his treatment costs are lower. Special subsidy medical insurance? What an unfamiliar term. Is this even Chinese? I recall the highest subsidy rate I've seen is 95%. Grandpa Su's subsidy must be over 98%. That's a bit exaggerated. I can't even imagine how thrilled Grandpa Su would be if foot massages were covered by insurance. Yeah. Wait, what are you talking about? Can we see how much Grandpa Su's original treatment cost? Xiao Yeye was equally curious about Grandpa Su's insurance reimbursement rate and peered at the payment list. The 5-digit figure on the statement nearly blinded her. Wait. Grandpa Su's reimbursement rate was actually 99%? That's insane. That practically meant he didn't have to pay anything for medical care. Xiao Yeye realized Grandpa Su's privileges far exceeded anything she'd imagined. Gradually, the look of admiration in her eyes as she gazed at Su Mingyang grew even stronger. Given Comrade Su's stature, the other party certainly wouldn't care whether expenses were reimbursed or not. After all, looking at it another way, the reason China is so powerful today and holds its head high on the international stage is largely due to Grandpa Su's indelible contributions. For someone of Grandpa Su's stature, how could medical treatment possibly require him to pay out of pocket? Even if Grandpa Su wanted to buy a car or build an estate like Wu Diwang's, it would only take a word from him. The Huatwood government would reward him with these things without hesitation. So perhaps this 99% reimbursement rate was something Grandpa Su fought for? Could it be that originally, he wouldn't have had to pay anything at all? Xiao Yeye believed this was indeed the case. Su Mingyang stared at the reimbursement rate on the payment slip, his brow furrowing. During his previous serious illness, the reimbursement rates on his bills had been high too, but never as absurdly so as they were now. He understood this was likely another order from Bai Fongjun. In the end, Su Mingyang sighed and didn't choose to pay only 96 yuan. Instead, he paid over 3,000 yuan in medical fees based on the standard 80% reimbursement rate for civil servants. Lu Jianjun, who had been observing everything happening inside the ward from outside, felt somewhat helpless at Su Mingyang's stubbornness. He had indeed received orders from Bai Fongjun to reimburse 99% of Su Mingyang's medical expenses. But the other party refused. What could he do? After settling the bill, Su Mingyang shakily propped himself up, preparing to get out of bed. Seeing this, Xiao Yeye immediately placed the live streaming equipment flat on the table and moved to help Su Mingyang. But before she could fully extend her hand, Su Mingyang interrupted her. I'll try myself. Xiao Yeye stepped aside, ready to catch him if needed. After a moment of adjustment, Su Mingyang gripped the wall and struggled to his feet. Beside him, Xiao Yeye watched intently, her face tense as she fixed her gaze on Su Mingyang's movements. In the live stream chat, viewers were equally tense. For quite some time, Su Mingyang had been out of the picture, only reappearing in the live stream now. Some observant viewers understood that this was because Su Mingyang had been in critical condition, and no one could guarantee he would wake up. That's why his condition hadn't been disclosed. But now, Grandpa Su was getting out of bed so soon after waking up? A normal person would need time to recover bodily functions after such severe injuries, yet Grandpa Su was attempting to stand up unaided. This is unacceptable. Host, be ready to catch Grandpa Su at any moment. Host, you better be careful if Grandpa Su falls, you'll probably get trolled online. Chapter 175, Lu Bo's Descendants. It's not just online backlash if Grandpa Su falls, I suspect the host's career might end right here. Hey, you guys upstairs, stop freaking out the streamer. If they get distracted, it won't be good. Exactly. Don't distract the streamer. After that comment, the live stream suddenly fell silent. No one dared to interrupt Xiao Yeye's focus at that moment. Su Mingyang shakily got out of bed, with Xiao Yeye watching him intently, ready to support him at any moment. Fortunately, Su Mingyang managed without incident. Though it took effort, he stood up. After pacing around the room for a moment to adjust to his legs, finding no significant discomfort, he turned to look at Xiao Yeye. Let's go. Xiao Yeye nodded, grabbed her clothes, and left the hospital with Su Mingyang. Outside the hospital, Li Deji and Zaya Amilang had been waiting for quite some time. They had just watched Su Mingyang's livestream and were visibly relieved to see that Grandpa Su was okay. It could be said that the very existence of this four-person team depended entirely on Su Mingyang. If anything happened to Su Mingyang, it would be time for them to disband. Grandpa Su, how are you feeling? Any discomfort? Should we take some time to rest? Li Deji approached Su Mingyang immediately upon seeing him, his gaze scanning Su Mingyang's body. Yes, Senior Su, why not rest a little longer? Zai Amilang, speaking broken Huagua, also stepped forward to ask. Su Mingyang waved his hand, pulled out his phone, opened a location app, and handed it to Xiao Yeye. No need. Here's the address. Let's head over. Xiao Yeye took the phone, glanced at the location displayed, and her eyes widened in disbelief. She had heard Su Mingyang mention before that Senior Lu had descendants still alive in the world, but why at the Martyrs' Cemetery? What was going on? Wasn't he still alive? Grandpa Su, this address. Xiao Yeye paused mid-sentence, unsure how to broach the subject with Su Mingyang. Her fingers clenched the hem of her shirt as she lowered her gaze, her eyes filled with conflict. Seeing Xiao Yeye like this, Su Mingyang smiled. He knew exactly what she was thinking. The address is correct. This is the place. They are there now. Su Mingyang's words carried a double meaning, though no one else caught it. After everyone got into the car, it slowly started moving, heading toward the Martyrs' Cemetery. Soon, they arrived at their destination, pulling over to the side of the road. After getting out, Su Mingyang hurried straight toward the Martyrs' Cemetery. It was already late afternoon, and driving at night was inherently unsafe, so the journey was rather hurried. In the livestream chat, viewers were stunned to see Su Mingyang striding forward with remarkable speed. But Grandpa Su just recovered from a serious illness. He looks like he could almost start running. If I didn't know Grandpa Su was already 120, I'd swear he was only in his 60s or 70s. Are those legs for real? Didn't he just be unable to get out of bed? Forget Grandpa Su, I doubt even I could walk this fast without breaking a sweat. Little Yeye looks like she's about to collapse. Just as netizens described, Xiao Yeye trailed behind Su Mingyang, panting heavily. Though she used to be an outdoor streamer, her work mainly involved standing in one spot for interviews. How could she possibly keep up with Grandpa Su's forced march? Following behind Xiao Yeye, Li Deji and Zai Amulang were also panting slightly. However, one was accustomed to dancing and the other had undergone professional special agent training, so they could still keep up. As for Su Mingyang, leading the way ahead of everyone, his strides grew faster and faster. He wasn't truly in a rush, it was more that he'd suddenly rediscovered the rhythm of those long treks from years past. It was a peculiar sensation somewhere between exhaustion and ease, as if he'd found a new equilibrium. Soon, the sign for the Martyrs' Cemetery came into view. Seeing they had finally reached their destination, Xiao Yeye completely wilted. Without caring about the dirt on the ground, she plopped down onto it. She raised her arms high, handing the live streaming equipment to Li Deji. Her face was filled with sorrow and indignation, as if she were a soldier about to make the ultimate sacrifice. Oh my! Grandpa Su, I can't go on. I absolutely must sit down for a while. Deji, take the live streaming equipment. You must keep broadcasting for me. Li Deji, seeing this, took the equipment with a helpless expression. To be honest, he wanted to plop down just like Xiao Yeye. But an accident had already happened once before, and he couldn't allow another one. Moreover, leaving Zai Amulang alone with Grandpa Su still made him uneasy. Although from the current situation, Zai Amulang treated Grandpa Su with utmost respect and was kind to them, no one could say for sure if he was putting on an act. If it was all an act, he was biding his time for an opportunity like this. By then, it would be too late for regrets. Su Mingyang glanced back at Xiao Yeye. When their eyes met and he saw the pleading look in her eyes, his heart softened. Actually, there's no rush to go in. Let's just sit here by the entrance for a while. Saying this, Su Mingyang found a rock to sit on. Damn, Grandpa Su was such a hypocrite. Everyone else was exhausted and kept going, but when they reached the entrance, Xiao Yeye said she couldn't go on, so he stopped. Ha 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 ha. Couldn't the streamer just push through a little longer? Sitting down on the ground like that is so rude. Even if the streamer offered to marry me and hand over their account, I'd still have to think about it. Wait, bro, upstairs? You want it both ways? So what? Shouldn't our little fairy boy enjoy these perks? It's only fair. Xiao Yeye glanced at the chat and noticed the livestream was far livelier than usual. Popular memes and cross-dressing jokes were popping up everywhere. Now, she finally felt like she'd broken the ice with these viewers. The group sat down at the entrance of the Martyrs' Cemetery, chatting casually. Before long, a little girl of about 8 or 9 emerged running from the Martyrs' Cemetery. She wore a miniature camouflage military uniform, her childish face radiating innocence and joy. She stood at the cemetery entrance, scanning her surroundings. When she spotted Su Mingyang and the others, her big, watery eyes lit up with excitement. Grandpa Su! Grandpa Su! The little girl skipped and hopped toward Su Mingyang, her face lighting up with a bright smile. Seeing her like this, Su Mingyang couldn't help but shake his head and smile. He had seen this little girl 2 years ago during a phone call with Lu Bo's descendants. They had even chatted for a while back then. He never imagined that in the blink of an eye, she would have grown so much. Xiao Xiao, slow down or you'll fall. Su Mingyang crouched down, a gentle smile spreading across his face. If he considered Xiao Yeye his granddaughter, then this little girl would be his great-granddaughter. The little girl threw herself into Su Mingyang's arms and planted a kiss on his cheek. Grandpa Su, Xiao Xiao missed you so much. The live stream audience instantly erupted upon hearing this. Chapter 176, No Road? Take a plane. Wait, did we just unlock a new character? This little girl looks like she's just starting elementary school. The martyrs' cemetery is so huge, how could her parents let her come alone to meet Grandpa Su? Hey, are you afraid there are child traffickers at the martyrs' cemetery? Are they out of their minds? Xiao Xiao is so adorable, I just want to pinch her little cheeks. But why is this little girl at the martyrs' cemetery? Did she come with her parents? Gradually, netizens grew intensely curious about Xiao Xiao's identity. It's only Wednesday today. Logically, a child Xiao Xiao's age should still be in school. Could she have accompanied her parents to the martyrs' cemetery for a midday memorial? But even if she were visiting the martyrs' cemetery, wouldn't it be on the weekend at the very least? How could it be in the middle of the week? Xiao Yeye was equally curious. When Su Mingyang set Xiao Xiao down, she instinctively took the child into her arms. The more she looked at Xiao Xiao, the more she liked her. Her innocent little face was rosy and round, utterly adorable. From a distance, she looked just like a steamed bun. Held in Xiao Yeye's arms, Xiao Xiao showed no resistance whatsoever. It was as if she was already accustomed to strangers' embraces, or perhaps because Xiao Yeye had come with Su Mingyang, she felt no wariness toward her. Xiao Xiao, may I call you that too? Xiao Yeye fought the urge to pinch the little girl's cheeks, her face softening into a gentle smile. Children loved that kind of smile. Xiao Xiao nodded vigorously, then planted a kiss on Xiao Yeye's cheek. Xiao Xiao really likes big sister. In an instant, the roles reversed. Little Yeye was amused by Xiao Xiao's actions, laughing as if she were the child being teased by an adult. So, Xiao Xiao, can you tell me why you didn't go to school today and came to the martyrs' cemetery instead? Where are your parents? Mom and Dad are at home preparing lunch. They sent me out first to meet Grandpa Su. Xiao Xiao answered innocently. Sunlight bathed her cheeks, radiating a youthful energy that washed over Xiao Yeye. For a moment, Xiao Yeye felt much of her fatigue melt away. But then confusion washed over her. She hadn't understood Xiao Xiao's words. In the live stream chat, viewers reacted with their own speculations. Wait, this is a lot to process. Why am I feeling a bit lost? Could Xiao Xiao mean her parents were preparing lunch at home and sent her alone to the martyrs' cemetery to pick up Grandpa Su? No way. Those parents are way too careless. Aren't they afraid the kid might get lost? Plus, when Grandpa Su and the others arrived, I noticed the nearest village is still 3 or 4 kilometers away. They actually let such a young child walk this far? If Xiao Xiao weren't so innocent and adorable, I'd seriously think she was being abused by her parents. Ha ha ha. Haven't you considered one crucial detail? Xiao Xiao just walked out of the martyrs' cemetery. So what if she came out? Does she live in the martyrs' cemetery? Wait, actually, that might be possible. After a flurry of discussion, a wild idea suddenly surfaced among the livestream viewers. But they quickly dismissed it. The martyrs' cemetery was in a remote area. If Xiao Xiao really lived there, it would be incredibly inconvenient for daily life and buying supplies. In fact, it's probably hard to even get electricity there at night. Xiao Xiao, take us inside. Seeing Xiao Yeye carrying Xiao Xiao around tirelessly, Su Mingyang clapped his hands and stood up too. Sure thing, Grandpa Su. Xiao Xiao responded, then hopped down after being set back on the ground by Xiao Yeye. She skipped ahead, leading the way. Along the way, Xiao Xiao zigzagged through the twists and turns, navigating the terrain with such familiarity it seemed as though she truly lived here. Watching Xiao Xiao's retreating figure, Xiao Yeye recalled the viewers' earlier dismissed theories in the livestream chat and couldn't help but mutter to herself. If Xiao Xiao really lives here, then her parents are seriously irresponsible. A child this young has to walk several kilometers just to get to school every day. How is she supposed to focus on her studies? Gradually, Xiao Yeye couldn't help but recall how her own parents had often nagged her during her school days about how many miles they had to walk through the mountains to get to school back in their time. Back then, Xiao Yeye had secretly thought to herself that they had to walk such long mountain paths solely because transportation wasn't developed. How could anyone still have to walk such a long mountain path to school nowadays? Yet here she was, witnessing it firsthand. Sighing deeply, Xiao Yeye looked at Xiao Xiao's retreating figure with eyes full of sympathy. In her heart, she silently judged Xiao Xiao's parents negatively. Yet when they reached their destination and gazed upon the vast Chinese-style courtyard before them, Xiao Yeye was stunned. She suddenly wanted to take back her earlier words. What the hell was she sympathizing for? Even if Xiao Xiao didn't study, this Chinese-style courtyard alone was enough for her to live off her parents forever. Why can't mom and dad work as hard as Xiao Xiao's parents? Xiao Yeye muttered to herself, wondering if she should encourage her soon-to-retire parents to make one last push after the live stream of accompanying Grandpa Su home with his old comrade ended. 60 wasn't that the age to strike out anew? We're here. Come on in. Xiao Xiao approached the courtyard gate. The security guard, recognizing her return, immediately opened the door. Xiao Xiao waved, inviting Su Mingyang and the others inside. Upon entering the courtyard, even Su Mingyang was stunned by the utterly inhumane scene before him. 2 private jets sat quietly parked within the courtyard grounds. Servants were busy unloading cargo from the aircraft. Wait, what? I actually felt sorry for Xiao Xiao before? How despicable. She played with my emotions. Now I finally understand why they never paved the roads around here, they just use helicopters for transportation. Turns out, the world of the super rich is beyond our comprehension. I just told my son to play with cute little girls like Xiao at kindergarten. But he argued back, saying real men play with other men, guys who hang out with girls or sissies. So now I no longer have a son. The livestream had its share of longtime viewers who, after seeing Wu Diwang's estate, thought that was the ultimate. Little did they know that was merely an appetizer. This Chinese-style courtyard now completely outshines Wu Diwang's estate in every way. Wait, isn't this Grandpa Su's place? Xiao Yeye turned to look at Su Mingyang. Had they really walked this far while others could afford to be picked up by private jet? Su Mingyang flushed with embarrassment and a guilty look as he turned his head away. Truthfully, when he'd informed the other party of his arrival, they'd offered to send a helicopter pilot to pick him up. But he'd declined, finding it a bit troublesome. Chapter 177, the male lead of a feel-good novel? Before Su Mingyang could reply, a couple hurried out of the courtyard. Clearly, they too felt it was discourteous not to greet Su Mingyang personally, but since it was Grandpa Su's instruction, they dared not disobey. Grandpa Su, you're finally here. The man in the couple jogged forward, grasping Su Mingyang's hand with a broad smile. He held genuine respect for Su Mingyang. Without Su Mingyang, they wouldn't have the life they have today. No. Daddy, you can't call Grandpa Su Grandpa Su. Beside them, the petite and innocent girl spoke up, correcting the man's mistake. In her mind, since she called Su Mingyang Grandpa, then her dad should call Su Mingyang. You should call Grandpa Su Daddy. Daddy's dad is called Grandpa. Ha ha ha. Xiao is so adorable. She must ride rocking horses all the time. But come to think of it, Xiao doesn't seem to be wrong. Xiao's rocking horse is probably going to get worn out from overuse. The man was momentarily flustered by Xiao's words, but he quickly recovered. He burst into laughter, gently pinching Xiao's chubby little cheeks. Daddy didn't get it wrong. By family hierarchy, Daddy should be called Grandpa Su. But you, Xiao, you'll have to change how you address me from now on. Her little face pinched, Xiao scrambled back 2 steps to escape Daddy's clutches, pouting indignantly. Oomph. Adults just love saving face and refuse to admit mistakes. I'm calling him Grandpa Su. The tense atmosphere eased as Xiao's words brought calm. Everyone laughed at the sight of the little girl acting so grown up for her age. Grandpa Su, we were busy preparing lunch and couldn't spare the time earlier. We're truly sorry. Xiao's mother explained at the right moment. She and Xiao's father had indeed been occupied. After all, it was Su Mingyang's first visit to their home, so they decided to cook for him themselves. It wasn't until the servants reminded them that Su Mingyang was about to arrive that they snapped out of their cooking. Upon hearing from the servants that Su Mingyang had already arrived at the entrance of the martyrs' cemetery, they discussed it. Since they hadn't gone to greet him from the start, going now would seem a bit impolite. Instead, they decided to send Xiao to greet him, hoping this might ease the awkwardness. True to their expectations, the atmosphere eased considerably after Xiao greeted Su Mingyang. Su Mingyang nodded slightly upon hearing the woman's words. During their initial phone call, he had explicitly stated that no pickup was necessary. Her subsequent explanation now felt somewhat unnatural to him. Madam, the dishes are all on the table. Would you like to? Seeing the lady finish speaking, the butler nearby spoke up with keen awareness. The group didn't linger at the courtyard entrance but instead moved deeper inside. Along the way, Xiao Yeye and the others stared wide-eyed, gazing in astonishment at everything around them. Had they not known this was a private residence, they might have thought they'd stumbled into some scenic attraction. The scenery was simply breathtaking. Led by the butler, they entered an antique-style room. A circular table, nearly 2 meters in diameter, was laden with an array of delicacies. These dishes had been specially prepared after researching the tastes of Su Mingyang and the others. Though not as visually appealing as those from professional chefs, they tasted excellent. Grandpa Su, since you're here, why not stay the night? I've had the servants prepare a bedroom for you. The man raised his wine glass, clinking it lightly against Su Mingyang's, extending an invitation for him to stay the night. He knew Su Mingyang disliked waste, so they would likely choose to walk back. He had walked this path before and knew it was no easy journey. If they walked it twice in one day, Su Mingyang's constitution might not hold up. After a moment's thought, Su Mingyang met Xiao Yeye's hopeful gaze and finally nodded in agreement. Alright, I'll stay the night, Su Mingyang sighed. He understood that young girls these days loved taking photos. With such beautiful scenery in the courtyard, how could Xiao Yeye possibly pass up this opportunity? Yay! Long live Grandpa Su. Xiao Yeye jumped up from her seat. If she weren't already approaching 30, she would have kissed Su Mingyang like Xiao had done. But she quickly caught the strange looks from those around her and realized she'd just made a fool of herself. Hee, I got too excited and couldn't control myself. Xiao Yeye explained awkwardly. Everyone laughed and looked away, sparing her further embarrassment. Since Su Mingyang's health wouldn't allow him to drink alcohol, he substituted tea for wine during lunch. Xiao's father, however, drank a bit too much and soon became intoxicated. Su Mingyang could tell the man was exceptionally thrilled by his visit. Sorry about that, Grandpa Su. Lu Xin tends to overdo it when he gets excited.
Xiao Xiao's mother offered an explanation before helping her husband back to his room.
Upon hearing Xiao Xiao's father's name, some viewers in the livestream chat began searching for information about him online. Seeing that he owned such a large courtyard and used drones for transportation, they couldn't believe he was just an ordinary person. Sure enough, the search results left them utterly stunned. Wait, what did I just find? Is this bio a bit too long? Who knew such people actually existed in real life? Are you sure Lu Xin isn't the male lead from some fantasy novel? Who knew Mr. Lu Xin had been living it up here all these years after vanishing? In the livestream chat, many viewers had uncovered Lu Xin's identity. When they saw his lengthy profile, they all recalled the person from their memories. Who knew he'd be living right here? Back then, as the Chinese stock market was about to be plundered by American financial conglomerates, all investors felt a wave of despair wash over them. Many investors had already prepared themselves for the stock market crash, ready to jump off buildings immediately. It must be noted that at that time, the number of stock investors in Huagua had reached a staggering tens of millions. Among them, at least 1 million had invested their entire fortunes. If the market crashed, these individuals would plummet from heaven to hell overnight, with little hope of survival. But at this critical moment, Lu Xin liquidated nearly all his assets to buy up every last share at peak prices. This move not only dealt a crushing blow to American capital and conglomerates but also successfully stabilized the market. Overnight, Lu Xin, this hidden tycoon, burst into the public eye. All his previously undisclosed assets came to light, including numerous enterprises dedicated to serving the nation and its people. His wealth had reached a level rivaling that of a nation. Yet, in this stock market disaster, he exhausted his entire fortune solely to rescue the market and save countless investors from peril. Everyone assumed that after that incident, Lu Xin had depleted his fortune and might even have passed away. Who would have thought he would appear in Su Mingyang's livestream? Chapter 178, Xiao Xiao doesn't want to go to school. Lu Xin is real. I'm crying my eyes out. If I had that much money, I probably wouldn't have the courage to save the market. After all, these people aren't even related to me. Why should I be the one to cover for their survival or death? Back when I was in school, my dad had bet his entire fortune on stocks. As the market plunged, he was already standing on the rooftop. No matter how my mother and I pleaded, he refused to come down. He kept repeating how sorry he was to us. But then the market didn't crash after all. Instead, it was propped up at high levels. Every sell order found a buyer. Later we learned this was Mr. Lu Xin's doing. Even when certain stocks had been inflated far beyond their intrinsic value, Mr. Lu Xin still bravely stepped in to stabilize the market. How many families enjoy happiness and fulfillment thanks to Mr. Lu Xin's selfless actions? It's safe to say that without Mr. Lu Xin, our nation's stock market would never have flourished as it does today. In the livestream, many parents had lived through the stock market crash. To them, Lu Xin was nothing short of a savior. Without his timely intervention, they might well have faced ruin and devastation. As Lu Xin's identity and actual presence in the livestream were exposed, the channel's viewership previously at just over 40,000 surged past 100,000 in mere moments. Countless more viewers were pouring into the stream. Most of these viewers were investors who had been saved by Lu Xin during that stock market crash. Only those who had experienced such despair truly understood the preciousness of life. Hearing that the benefactor who once saved their lives had appeared in the livestream, the gratitude suppressed for over a decade erupted within them. Host. Enable the tip feature. Yes, host, hurry up and enable tipping. I'm not giving this money to you, it's for Mr. Lu Xin. If Mr. Lu Xin hadn't stabilized the stock price back then, I wouldn't have had the startup capital for my business. Everything I've achieved today is entirely thanks to Mr. Lu Xin. Streamer, don't push me to report you. If you keep blocking our gifts, we'll really have to report you. Xiao Yeye stared at the live stream as a warning about excessive reports popped up, her brows furrowing. She was just doing a normal stream, how did she get reported? After carefully reading through the comments, her expression darkened. Seriously? I got reported for not letting viewers send gifts? How niche? Xiao Yeye tugged at Su Mingyang's sleeve, holding her phone screen up to him for his opinion. Grandpa Su, what should I do? These viewers reported me. Could you ask Mr. Lu Xin to say something? Xiao Na, who was supporting Lu Xin, heard Xiao Yeye's words. A hint of confusion flashed across her gentle eyes. Without hesitation, she tossed Lu Xin back into his seat like a dead dog and approached Su Mingyang and Xiao Yeye with a puzzled look. After understanding the situation, Xiao Na smiled. She stood before the live stream camera and waved at the lens. Hello everyone in the live stream audience. I'm Xiao Na, Lu Xin's wife. I understand your desire to thank Lu Xin. But all these years, we've lived in seclusion here precisely to avoid getting involved in such matters. The money Lu Xin left behind is more than enough for us to live happily for the rest of our lives. We don't need any other financial support. If you truly wish to express gratitude to Lu Xin, I urge you to channel that goodwill toward charitable causes instead. With that, Xiao Na returned to help Lu Xin to her feet and guided her toward the bedroom. Grandpa Su, please rest for a moment. I'll take this person back to the room first. In the livestream chat, viewers watched Xiao Na and Lu Xin's retreating figures with deep emotion. Sigh. Lu Xin truly lives up to being my idol. Even now that we've prospered and wish to thank him for his past actions, he still refuses. Honestly, even if we gave Mr. Lu Xin the money, he'd probably donate it anyway. Instead, we should just donate all the money directly in Mr. Lu Xin's name. That would be our way of showing our appreciation. I'm so envious of you guys who made it big. Back then, I managed to save my principal, but after that, I never dared to take risks again. In the end, I used that money to buy an apartment and am now enjoying my retirement. Though I don't have much money, I'm quite devout in Buddhism. I can pray for Mr. Lu Xin and his family every day. In the livestream chat, viewers shared various ways to repay Lu Xin. Before long, the online audience, which had nearly reached 300,000, plummeted back to just over 60,000. After all, the large crowd that had just flooded into the livestream had come specifically for Lu Xin. They all had their own jobs and lives, and didn't usually have much time to watch livestreams. Now that Lu Xin had vanished from the camera, they returned to their normal routines. In the courtyard. Seeing her mother leave, Xiao skipped towards Su Mingyang, her round little face beaming with innocent joy. Grandpa Su, will you play with me? But before Xiao could reach him, Xiao Ye's little hands grabbed her. Xiao Ye, feeling she was already close friends with Xiao, felt free to pinch and squeeze her plump little cheeks without restraint. But when Xiao Ye pinched her cheeks, Xiao didn't frown or pull away like she did when Lu Xin did it. Instead, she squinted her eyes in pure delight. Sister's hands are softer than daddy's. It feels so good when sister pinches my cheeks. Yet, just as Xiao and Xiaoyu were savoring this moment of bliss, Xiao Na returned. In her hand, she now carried a small backpack covered in cartoon characters. Xiao, get ready for school after dinner. Her mother's words made Xiao flinch, a look of hurt flitting across her face. Mom, can I take a day off? Xiao wants to stay with Grandpa Su. Xiao blinked her eyes, looking pitifully at Su Mingyang, hoping Grandpa Su would speak up for her. Grandpa Su, you must want Xiao to spend more time with you too. Xiao knows where every elder's tombstone is in the cemetery. I can be your tour guide. Xiao tried her hardest to sell herself, but this tactic had no effect on Su Mingyang. No way. Xiao, at your age, your most important task is going to school. How can you just skip school whenever you feel like it? You must study hard, find a good job someday, and serve the country. Faced with Su Mingyang's persuasion, Xiao, a child of her age, was clearly susceptible to such appeals. She nodded in agreement. She then slung her little backpack over her shoulder with a pout, glancing back at Su Mingyang and the others every few steps, hoping for a last-minute plea to stay. But sadly, no one did. Yet, only after Xiao had walked far away did Xiao Ye suddenly realize a very serious problem. Why was Xiao walking to school? Shouldn't she be flying? Chapter 179, Just be an ordinary person. Wait. Xiao Ye rushed over in 2 strides and grabbed Xiao, who was about to head off to school. By then, Xiao Ye had already handed the live streaming equipment to Li Deji. In the livestream, the scene of Xiao Ye grabbing Xiao appeared before all viewers. Seeing this, the viewers in the livestream were equally stunned. Is something off? Why does Xiao look like she's walking to school? Isn't there a helicopter? What's with walking to school? Could it be a mistake? How old is Xiao? And the school is so far away it'd take at least an hour to walk there. No wonder Xiao looked so upset earlier. Turns out her parents fly while she walks everywhere. Haha. It's not that these netizens lacked sympathy, it's just that Xiao's pouty expression was simply too adorable. If not for the screen between them, they'd rush over to pinch her cheeks. Xiao, are you planning to walk to school? There's a helicopter right here. And it's so far from school it'll take you at least an hour to walk. Xiao Ye frowned, her words brimming with confusion. Finally seeing through her tough act beneath her childish exterior, Xiao burst into tears with a loud wail. Sis, it's okay. Xiao can walk on her own. Even if her feet get blistered or she gets sunstroke, she'll crawl to school if she has to. Xiao sobbed, her voice choked with tears, her small eyes darting toward her mother from time to time. After all these years, someone had finally spoken up for her. She no longer needed to pretend to be strong because her strength had finally arrived. Xiao Na heard Xiao's pointed words and turned her head away, refusing to look at her. Sister, I'm off to school. Maybe we'll meet again someday. Seeing her mother's complete indifference, Xiao sniffed back her tears and turned to leave. Her lonely figure radiated a sense of finality. Su Mingyang watched the scene unfold and shook his head helplessly. Observing Xiao Na's attitude now, he began to form his own suspicions about the situation. He guessed Lu Xian and Xiao Na were trying to instill a spirit of hard work and endurance in Lu Chao from a young age, but wasn't she a bit too young for this? Grandpa Su, you know our family. These things must be instilled from childhood. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to frugality. If Xiao starts enjoying comforts at such a young age, she might grow up to be a spoiled princess. So Lu Xian and I decided to cut corners and opt for a rural free-range upbringing. This way, even if she doesn't rely on us later, she'll still be able to make a stable life for herself. Xiaona's words echoed through the livestream audience like thunderclaps reverberating in their minds. In recent years, scandals involving the children of the wealthy have frequently surfaced. These young heirs were largely raised without discipline, their parents often resorting to paying off problems. As a result, they grew up arrogant and reckless. Just a few years ago, a Shanghai heir was involved in a car accident. To avoid being identified as the driver, he ran over the victim and killed them. Ultimately, leveraging family connections, they found a terminally ill cancer patient to take the fall. When this incident was exposed by the media, it sent shockwaves throughout society. Many people used this incident to label all rich kids, believing that with money, they could do whatever they wanted. Hearing Xiaona's explanation, the audience couldn't help but feel deep admiration for her. After all, Xiao was her flesh and blood. How could she not worry about her daughter walking to and from school every day? Yet despite this, she still insisted on instilling a spirit of hard work and endurance in Xiao from a young age. Her goal was to prevent Xiao from growing up arrogant and reckless like those spoiled rich kids, doing things that harm society. Such a vision was beyond their comprehension. I understand the reasoning, but Xiao is so young. What if she gets snatched by human traffickers on the way? True. This is rural territory after all, and traffickers love targeting these areas to abduct children. If traffickers spot Xiao walking alone, she could be in real danger. Did you forget one thing? Given Mr. Lu Xian's power and status in Huagua, do you really think he'd be afraid of human traffickers abducting his daughter? If kidnappers tried to snatch her on her way to school this afternoon, they'd be caught before evening. By nightfall, Xiao would still be home for dinner. But I still can't help feeling a pang of sympathy. Xiao is so young it seems unnecessary to start this training now. Why not wait another couple of years? In the livestream chat, most viewers disagreed with Lu Xian and Xiaona's hands-off approach. They argued that with their resources, they could nurture Xiao in other ways. But Xiaona couldn't see their comments at all. Even if she did, she wouldn't change her approach. She didn't expect Xiao to become exceptionally accomplished or make monumental contributions to the nation. The fortune she and Lu Xian had accumulated was more than enough to ensure Xiao would never want for anything in her lifetime. As long as Xiao could live an ordinary, uneventful life like any other person, she would be perfectly content. After Xiao left, Su Mingyang and the others followed the butler back to their respective rooms. The moment they stepped inside, an atmosphere of simplicity and elegance enveloped them. Surveying the familiar arrangement of furniture, Su Mingyang silently acknowledged Lu Xian's thoughtful attention to detail. Every piece of furniture in the room was arranged exactly as it had been in the house he once lived in at the military headquarters. He never imagined that after all these years, someone would still remember. Just as Su Mingyang was lost in thought, he heard excited squeals coming from Xiao Ye's room next door. Ah! It's so beautiful. I never imagined I'd get to stay in a place like this. It's exactly the dream room I've always wanted. No way, I have to take pictures to show my sisters. Look how far I've come living in such a luxurious place now. Hey, look at my room. Su Mingyang sighed inwardly. It seemed not just his room, but all their rooms had been specially decorated to match their preferences. By evening, Lu Xian had woken up, and Xiao also stumbled back home. In the living room, the group gathered around the coffee table chatting. Grandpa Su, sorry about that earlier. I got a little carried away with excitement at lunch. Lu Xian scratched his head, his face full of apology. Gone was the towering image the audience remembered, the one who single-handedly shouldered the stock market crash and exhausted all his assets to save the world. It's normal. Actually, I was a bit emotional too. I never imagined that after all these years, I'd be able to live in that room again. You really put your heart into this. Su Mingyang's praise made Lu Xian feel awkward for a moment. He'd been praised and admired countless times before, but today was the first time he felt this embarrassed. He understood that his actions were but a mere trifle compared to what Su Mingyang had accomplished. Chapter 180, Second-Rate Division. Speaking of which, I almost forgot something. Su Mingyang said, his hand moving toward his chest. There, on the front of his outer garment, sat a pristine badge, utterly free of any stains. This is the badge your grandfather left behind. After all these years, I suppose I'm returning it to its rightful owner, sending it home. Su Mingyang removed the badge and handed it to Lu Xian. As Lu Xian gazed at the badge in his hands, his eyes welled up with tears. Though he had never met his father had told him stories since childhood about his grandfather, his uncles, and Su Mingyang. It was precisely because of the influence of these elders' deeds that he could resolutely sell off all his family assets and step forward to save the day when the Chinese stock market was being plundered by American capital. Because of this act, even now, his bounty remained prominently displayed on the assassins list, a staggering 9-digit sum. Fortunately, over the years, assassins only came knocking at the very beginning. After the state intervened and eliminated all these assassins, no one dared attempt to kill him again. It can be said that he devoted himself entirely to his country, and China has never failed him. Grandpa Su, thank you. Lu Xian's voice choked with emotion as he clutched the badge tightly in his hand. Su Mingyang stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. It was only right. If your grandfather hadn't protected those supplies back then, our wounded might have all perished at the hands of the Japanese devils. Back then. After Uncle Lu passed away, Su Mingyang buried him on the highest hillside. He remembered Uncle Lu saying before his passing that even if he couldn't reach the front lines himself, he wanted to see the revolutionary soldiers drive the Japanese invaders out of China step by step. With the wild boar meat, their rations had clearly improved. The wounded soldiers, who had initially subsisted on corn cakes, steamed corn buns, and dried sweet potatoes, could now enjoy bone broth and wild boar meat. Their recovery accelerated considerably. Within half a month, most soldiers with less severe injuries could walk and assist with simple tasks. Thus, the footprints of these soldiers spread across the mountains stretching for over 10 miles. Their makeshift shelters gradually improved, and supplies were replenished. However, they couldn't stay here too long. With the collapse of the front lines, the Japanese would eventually search this area to capture any remaining scattered soldiers. Therefore, after a month of rest, Su Mingyang began planning their departure to find the main force. Having lost contact with the main force, they had no knowledge of its new location and could only speculate. At this juncture, Su Mingyang's identity as a time traveler proved crucial. Though Su Mingyang hadn't studied history extensively, he was vaguely familiar with some notable battles. He clearly remembered that later on, the Kuomintang forces and the Japanese had fought a major battle at Maozhuang. Although the nationalist forces led that battle and the main force had suffered heavy losses in the previous engagement, they still participated. It could be said that once they reached Mapa Hill and waited for a while, they would encounter the main force arriving to join the battle. Having made up his mind, Su Mingyang wasted no time. Seeing that the soldiers were nearly ready and the remaining wounded would not recover anytime soon, he immediately set sail. Uncertain of the Japanese forces' precise deployment, Su Mingyang navigated each step with extreme caution. Along the way, they dared not take any major roads, instead seeking out the most remote paths wherever possible. But luck eventually ran out. Just as they were about to reach Maozhuang after crossing the final mountain, disaster struck. Early that morning, the advance scout returned with intelligence. He had spotted a Japanese military camp ahead, roughly estimated to be at least a Class B division. At that time, Japanese divisions were generally classified into 4 tiers: Class A, Class B, Class C, and Class D. A Class A division, also known as a horse-mounted division, commanded 2 brigade headquarters and 1 division headquarters, totaling around 28,000 personnel. In combat, their Class A divisions had been virtually unstoppable in the early stages. Their only defeat had come during an encounter with a nationalist division, reputed to be the highest quality force in China at the time. Although the Kuomintang division ultimately prevailed in that encounter, post-battle casualty assessments revealed that their losses were nearly equal to those of the Japanese forces. Their casualties were nearly equal to those of the Japanese forces. Their victory stemmed entirely from the formidable momentum they had built, which ultimately forced the Japanese retreat. Had the Japanese possessed such formidable spirit, the ultimate outcome would have remained uncertain. Beyond that single victory, there were almost no wins in battles against first-class divisions. It typically took a series of consecutive engagements to gradually wear down the strength of an enemy Class A division, eventually downgrading it to Class B status. But Class B divisions were no pushovers either. Class B divisions, also known as packhorse divisions, differed from Class A divisions primarily in their lack of cavalry units. This absence is a key indicator of a first-class division's demotion to second-class status. Without cavalry, they lose their exceptional mobility on the battlefield. Thus, they could no longer launch surprise attacks to break through frontline positions from the flanks or rear. Nevertheless, the strength of Class B divisions should not be underestimated. Their equipment and personnel were only marginally inferior to Class A divisions, boasting a strength of over 20,000 men. Now, Su Mingyang and his men numbered just over 100 soldiers. After accounting for logistics personnel, medics, and the wounded, only about 50 were fit for combat. If they encountered a Japanese Class B division, even if they abandoned the wounded, it would be difficult to escape the enemy's pursuit. But now, the Battle of Maozhuang was about to commence. Su Mingyang knew that once hostilities commenced, waves of Japanese troops would pour into Maozhuang from all directions. If they failed to escape the enemy's rear and reach the revolutionary forces' territory before the battle commenced, it would only be a matter of time before they were discovered. If they chose to detour around the Japanese second-rate division's control zone, it would take at least half a month. That was absolutely out of the question. By then, the battle would already be underway. Therefore, only one path remained open to them: to directly traverse the Japanese B-class division's control zone, cross the mountains as originally planned, and join the main force. But was this route truly so straightforward? That very night, Su Mingyang convened a meeting. All personnel except the critically wounded gathered to deliberate and finalize their decision. At the final vote by show of hands, the overwhelming majority of soldiers voted in favor of directly crossing the Japanese B-class division's control zone. Following the principle of minority obedience to the majority, no further objections were raised after the vote concluded. All soldiers unloaded their heavy equipment, preparing to cross lightly armed. Chapter 181, Crossing the Control Zone. Those who could only be transported on stretchers were wrapped in darker colored cloth. This way, they would be less conspicuous in the darkness. After resting in place for a full day, the soldiers set out at dawn the following morning, when darkness was at its deepest. The Japanese B-class divisions employed a stealthy surveillance strategy. They had to be exceptionally cautious around every corner. Along the way, aside from a few soldiers left behind to carry the stretcher, all the remaining fighters were dispersed to probe the Japanese enemy's defensive positions. Fortunately, the Japanese favored standardized defensive layouts, so each position followed discernible patterns. After identifying multiple checkpoint locations, Su Mingyang meticulously recorded each one on his hand-drawn map. Soon, Su Mingyang completed a map of the enemy's defensive positions. On the map, Su Mingyang identified an optimal route that could largely bypass all enemy checkpoints. Moreover, since their group was small, only about 100 men, they had a high probability of passing through the Japanese B-class division's patrol zone undetected, provided they kept their movements quiet. After mapping the route, Su Mingyang had the fastest runner take the map and test the path. An hour later, the soldier returned successfully, confirming the route was viable. Filled with confidence, the group advanced swiftly along the route. After more than 20 minutes of continuous travel, covering nearly half the distance, they remained undetected by the Japanese patrols. Nevertheless, the soldiers remained vigilant. Japanese soldiers were everywhere. If someone lost their nerve and made a loud noise in the dead of night, they could easily be detected. After walking a few more minutes, with less than 2 li remaining before leaving the enemy's perimeter, Su Mingyang suddenly spotted figures approaching in the distance. Seeing this, all the soldiers immediately dropped to the ground, lying flat and daring not to make a sound. It was only then that Su Mingyang realized a critical oversight. He had calculated the feasibility of their route. He hadn't factored in the Japanese soldiers' shift changes. Given the Japanese soldiers' habits, a guard duty like this would require at least 3 shifts per night. Without knowing the Japanese soldiers' shift patterns, they had rashly entered the patrol zone. Now, encountering the Japanese soldiers during a shift change, they had no choice but to assassinate the ones they came across. Otherwise, if the Japanese soldiers detected something amiss and opened fire, their position would be exposed. The 4 Japanese soldiers chatted and laughed as they approached. They were completely unaware of the soldiers lying prone among the haystacks. As the Japanese soldiers drew near, Su Mingyang gave the order. In an instant, over a dozen soldiers surrounded them. Before the Japanese could raise their rifles to fire, the Chinese soldiers fearlessly tackled them to the ground. Some soldiers, moving too forcefully, collided directly with the bayonets fixed to the Japanese soldiers' rifles. Even those pierced by bayonets merely grunted in pain, clutching the rifle stocks with all their strength to prevent the enemy from firing. The remaining soldiers covered the Japanese soldiers' mouths or pinned down their limbs. Within a mere dozen seconds, all 4 Japanese soldiers were subdued. However, the soldiers did not immediately kill them. After all, to avoid arousing suspicion, simply eliminating these 4 was not enough. If the other 4 Japanese soldiers on guard duty didn't see their replacements arrive on time, they too would suspect something was amiss. If they returned to the main force and found that the relief soldiers had arrived but no change of guard had occurred, Su Mingyang and his men would be exposed. Therefore, they now had to send 4 of their own soldiers disguised as relief guards to take over the sentry posts. Moreover, they must not kill the guards they replaced. If these guards failed to return to the barracks on time, their absence would eventually be noticed. Fortunately, their group included a medical student who had returned from the island nation. Although he had only studied abroad for less than a year, he could still speak the language fluently. Soon, under the revolutionaries' restraint, the 4 Japanese guards arriving for the shift change had all their clothes stripped off and draped over the 4 soldiers. As for the 4 Japanese soldiers, there was no point in sparing them. The reason they hadn't been killed immediately was to ensure their uniforms could be stripped clean, without a single speck of blood. This way, when the shift change occurred, the Japanese guards would not notice anything amiss. With everything prepared, the 4 soldiers headed toward the guard post. Soon after, Su Mingyang and his comrades spotted figures approaching from the distance. These were the men coming from the guard post. Fortunately, the sky was dim, obscured by a gray haze, and the 4 Japanese soldiers were already deeply exhausted, so none of them noticed the soldiers' presence. Only after the 4 Japanese soldiers had moved far away did the soldiers dressed in Japanese uniforms return. The group safely navigated this peril and resumed their journey. But was it really that easy to slip through the defenses of a Japanese second-rate division? The answer was a resounding no. Just as Su Mingyang and his companions believed they could now proceed unhindered through the enemy's defensive zone, another unexpected incident abruptly unfolded. This time, the mishap wasn't due to inadequate planning on their part, but rather because many Japanese soldiers disregarded military discipline. With just 1 kilometer left before escaping the enemy zone, a distant campfire caught Su Mingyang's attention. 3 Japanese soldiers sat around the fire, roasting canned food and drinking alcohol, the atmosphere lively and boisterous. Upon seeing only 3 Japanese soldiers guarding this perimeter, Su Mingyang immediately sensed something was amiss. According to intelligence gathered by reconnaissance troops, these Japanese guards always patrolled in groups of 4, never with one missing. Now, with only 3 Japanese soldiers by the campfire, where had the 4th one gone? In an instant, Su Mingyang's heart leapt to his throat. He immediately ordered all soldiers to lie prone and observe the situation. Yet despite his extreme caution and lightning-fast reaction, it proved futile. Seconds later, a gunshot rang out, instantly startling the 3 Japanese soldiers by the campfire. At the same moment, within the B-class division's encampment, every Japanese soldier was jolted awake. The gunshot signaled that one of the Japanese soldiers had spotted the enemy. Hearing the shot, Su Mingyang's heart sank. They had been exposed. Less than 10 meters away, a Japanese soldier lay prone on the ground, pulling up his trousers. Earlier, after drinking and eating undercooked meat, he had developed diarrhea and had been squatting just a few dozen feet away from Su Mingyang. Little did he know he'd coincidentally encountered Su Mingyang and his men as they crept closer. Chapter 182, The Spirit Never Dies. The soldiers carrying the wounded, medics, and logistics personnel move out first. The rest of the soldiers follow me to cover the rear. Realizing their cover was blown, Su Mingyang roared, raising his rifle and firing a shot at the Japanese soldier still lying nearby, his pants not even fully pulled up. Since becoming a regiment commander, he had practiced simulated shooting at targets whenever he had free time. Though ammunition shortages prevented live fire drills, his aim remained sharp from practice. Now, in this critical moment, he fired almost instinctively, yet with extraordinary accuracy. The Japanese soldier on the ground hadn't even fired a second shot before Su Mingyang killed him. The 3 Japanese soldiers in the distance, facing fire from dozens of rifles, also didn't last long enough to fire a second shot before they fell one after another. All around, flashlights lit up the area densely. Su Mingyang knew that under these circumstances, if they delayed their escape even a second, they risked being trapped in the Japanese encirclement. However, the soldiers carrying the stretcher in front were moving slowly, transporting the wounded. This forced them to choose another escape route. Without hesitation, Su Mingyang gave the order. Comrades, the wounded will inevitably slow us down considerably. We must take another route. Before the operation to cross the Japanese B-class division began, Su Mingyang had already planned the retreat route in case they were discovered. Fortunately, they were already at the edge of the enemy's surveillance perimeter, so they didn't need to worry about Japanese forces blocking their path ahead. Under Su Mingyang's leadership, all the soldiers sprinted toward the other side of the mountain. To draw the Japanese soldiers' attention, Su Mingyang deliberately tossed 2 grenades before departing, creating a deafening explosion. Instantly, all the flashlights turned toward their direction. Being a second-rate unit, these Japanese soldiers were accustomed to a life of ease and rest, never lacking for food or supplies. Now, brimming with energy, they outpaced Su Mingyang's group composed of soldiers who had been eating irregularly and were still recovering from serious injuries. Fortunately, the soldiers had been eating meat-based meals recently. Though their pace lagged slightly behind the Japanese, their stamina was robust. As the distance closed in bit by bit, Su Mingyang's mind raced. He knew that if they kept running straight ahead, they'd never reach the mountains and would be caught by the Japanese soldiers. He had to find a way out of this predicament immediately. Suddenly, Su Mingyang spotted the 4 soldiers who hadn't yet changed out of their Japanese uniforms. An idea formed in his mind. Since running like this was futile, why not mislead the Japanese once more and send them chasing in another direction? With this thought, Su Mingyang halted his pace. The soldiers behind him, seeing Su Mingyang halt, looked at him in confusion. One soldier spoke up from behind. "Commander Su, are we abandoning the retreat and preparing to fight the Japanese to the death?" The soldier's eyes held a look of determination. He understood that if they kept running like this, they'd eventually reach this point anyway. If that was the case, they might as well prepare while they still had distance between them and the Japanese, hoping to take down a few more enemies when the time came. Hearing this, the surrounding soldiers fell into deep thought. In their view, this might be the best possible outcome. Rather than being relentlessly pursued and attacked by the Japanese, they might as well find a place to engage them in a decisive battle. The atmosphere fell silent in an instant. The soldiers began preparing for this final battle, not a single one entertaining thoughts of fleeing alone. After all, given the current situation, if most stayed to fight the Japanese to the death, many could still desert and escape successfully. In the end, these soldiers would all perish in the Japanese gunfire, and no one would ever know their actions. But they would not do that. Su Mingyang's thoughts were jumbled. The short sprint had left his brain oxygen deprived. After several deep breaths, his mind gradually cleared, and without pause, he spoke. "Liu Bailey, Li Hongji." Su Mingyang uttered several names. "Aren't you all wearing Japanese military uniforms? Later, you'll infiltrate the enemy's ranks and feed them false intelligence. The rest of you comrades, you're the fastest on your feet. Take all the grenades from the others. Create noise to draw the Japanese devil's attention. Lead them astray. Our survival depends entirely on you. Su Mingyang knew well that many of these soldiers were veterans who had weathered multiple battles. Having survived this long, their combat awareness, marksmanship, and other skills honed on the battlefield were far beyond what any new recruit could match. They were truly invaluable assets within the revolutionary ranks. Engaging the Japanese in a decisive battle here would be utterly unwise. The few soldiers summoned by Su Mingyang responded with eyes equally filled with resolve. They understood that this mission likely meant they would never return. Yet they showed no hesitation. In the greater scheme of things, what did the sacrifice of a few matter? Commander Su, I'm no scholar, but I know to obey orders. I'll follow your lead. That's right, Commander Su, we're all with you. Su Mingyang called out to 8 soldiers in total. They took the grenades one by one from the hands of their comrades. As some handed over the grenades, their eyes brimmed with reluctance. They knew this parting might be their final farewell. Before parting, they wanted to gaze one last time upon these comrades who, united by a common goal, feared no sacrifice. But time was limited, there was no room for lengthy farewells. Their gazes met, and all the sorrow of parting was contained within those eyes. These men who had never uttered a sound when wounded, never cried out in pain, never shed a tear now had eyes reddened with tears. They choked silently, tears trickling down their cheeks. Regimental Commander Su, we're leaving now. You must escape. Farewell, comrades. I'll be waiting for you with the main force. Farewell. The 8 soldiers turned away without looking back, splitting into 2 groups of 4 and heading off in separate directions. Keep moving. Su Mingyang bellowed, leading the remaining soldiers forward. Before long, several grenade explosions echoed from behind them. Accompanying the grenade blasts were several gunshots. The Japanese soldiers initially paid no heed. Having fought in numerous battles, they understood that revolutionaries would sever their tails to survive when fleeing. But they didn't run far before turning back. For soldiers dressed in Japanese uniforms had served their purpose. Everything unfolded as Su Mingyang had envisioned, yet amidst the final barrage of grenade explosions, he knew those 8 soldiers would forever remain on this land. Yet their spirit would never be extinguished. Chapter 183, How Can We Forget National Grievances and Family Enmity? In the living room, Xiao Yeye sobbed softly. Grandpa Su, we will remember the spirit of our revolutionary forebears and never forget the national grievances and personal hatreds. In her arms, Xiao Xiao looked bewildered, her eyes red and swollen. Though she couldn't understand the story Grandpa Su Mingyang was telling, seeing the expressions around her, she couldn't help but sob softly too. In the livestream chat, a wave of silence swept through the audience. Far away in a residential building on the outskirts of Jiangcheng City, an elderly grandfather in his 80s listened to the story narrated by Su Mingyang through his grandson's phone, tears welling up in his cloudy eyes. Though he hadn't lived through that era himself, he'd often heard stories about it from his parents. Now, hearing Su Mingyang's retelling, the memories overlapped and he finally understood. The heroic deeds he once doubted had indeed happened. And his own father had been a witness to those events. Yes. His father had been one of the soldiers who evacuated alongside Su Mingyang. When he was young, his father had mentioned this story more than once. But back then, he had dismissed it as his father bragging, trying to make himself look good. So he dismissed it with disdain, convinced such things couldn't possibly happen. At least, he couldn't imagine it happening to his father. Until just now, when Su Mingyang recounted this story his father had told him countless times. Only then did he realize how utterly wrong he had been. Why should something he hadn't witnessed be impossible? Why had he assumed his father could never have been so heroic? All these years, he had wrongly judged his father. His father wasn't just some old joker who liked to brag he had been a hero in the War of Resistance. The young grandson, watching the live stream while eating, saw his grandfather's tears and was puzzled. Grandpa, what's wrong? Why are you crying? This stuff is all made up. How could you believe it? Made up? A flash of anger flickered in the old man's eyes, just like his own father's had back then. Yeah. How could this be real? Who would willingly sacrifice themselves for others? The grandson shrugged indifferently. Besides, I heard that a lot of old folks online are pretending to be veterans who fought against the Japanese. They tell heartwarming stories just to get attention. They start by not accepting gifts, then later rake in a huge haul all at once. These old folks are truly corrupting society. If such heartwarming stories were true, how could they not be in history textbooks? The young grandson slid his finger across the screen, engrossed in watching a game livestream. Nice. That play was flawless. Way better than those sentimental livestreams. Behind him, however, the octogenarian held a rattan cane in his hand. This is for disrespecting your elders and spending all day gaming instead of studying. Don't think just because your grandpa's old, he doesn't have the strength to teach you a lesson. The cane was raised high, and the old man began to strike his grandson. Ouch. Grandpa, what are you doing? Ow, ow, ow. Stop it, Grandpa. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. The little grandson jumped up from the chair, chased by the old man who was giving him a good whacking. Back at Su Mingyang's place, dinner had already begun. Since Liu Xian had drunk during lunch and behaved somewhat inappropriately, there was no alcohol on the table during dinner. The group chatted as they ate their meal. After returning the badge to Lu Xian, Su Mingyang visibly relaxed and found his appetite greatly improved. As for Xiao Yeye and Li Daji, needless to say, they had never experienced such a fine dinner before. Both of them, disregarding their manners, buried their heads and wolfed down their food. Xiaomulang, however, remained much quieter, eating distractedly. Seeing this, Shauna hesitated for a long moment before finally speaking up. "Young man, why aren't you eating? Is it not to your liking?" Before Su Mingyang arrived, they had researched the preferences of the 4 guests and knew that Shino was from Japan. Thus, 2 Japanese dishes graced the table. But Shimura hadn't touched a single piece of food. He just kept his head down, dryly chewing on his rice. Shauna's words snapped him out of his trance, and his face contorted with sorrow. I'm sorry." Shinomura sprang to his feet, bowing deeply to everyone around him. "Though what has happened cannot be undone, I still wish to speak on behalf of all our island nation's people to say, I'm sorry. Our island nation was wrong to invade China back then. We do not seek forgiveness from the Chinese people, but only hope you can feel our sincerity." The crowd was utterly stunned by his words. So all this time, Shinozaki had been here just to apologize to them? To be honest, after spending several days with him, Xiao Yeye and Li Deji had come to think Shinozaki was actually a pretty decent guy. He would remind them of many details they hadn't noticed. During downtime, he'd even volunteer to handle cleaning duties. He was practically playing the role of Sha Sang among the 4 disciples. As for Lu Xian and Shao Na, though they hadn't interacted much with Xiaomulang, they didn't dislike him either. They simply treated him as a guest brought by Su Mingyang. Before the market rescue, their business had spanned the globe, including considerable dealings with the Japanese. They had long since learned to treat the Japanese with a level-headed attitude. This did not mean they forgave the crimes committed by their predecessors in China. They could not, nor did they have the right to forgive on behalf of the revolutionary forebears. The seeds of hatred remained buried deep within their hearts, waiting for the day when the flowers of vengeance would bloom. Laughing out loud, this islander actually knows how to apologize to us? Too bad it's too late. If you want to apologize, I suggest you islanders tear down that shrine toilet of yours first. Honestly, though I neither can nor have the right to forgive them. But from Shinozaki's actions, I could still see his true stance. Before, I never understood why Grandpa Su kept an islander by his side. Now I finally understand Grandpa Su wanted these islanders to know the sins their ancestors committed. Sins that will take them several lifetimes to atone for. Crocodile tears. Who knows what he's really thinking? Indeed, that's how islanders are apologizing on the surface, who knows what they're cursing about behind closed doors. Islanders, get out of our China. We don't welcome you here. The live chat erupted in abuse when Shinozaki appeared on screen. They simply couldn't muster any goodwill toward Shimura. But just then, Su Mingyang spoke up. "Shinomura, how have you been feeling during this time working with me?" Chapter 184, Lu Xian's scheme. How did it feel? Xiaomulang froze for a moment. Even after seeing evidence of the island nation's atrocities, he still harbored some disbelief deep down. After all, the education he had received since childhood was completely at odds with these revelations. In his education, the island nation's forebears were portrayed as great heroes capable of nothing so utterly depraved. Yet he couldn't deny that when this glaring evidence was laid before him, waves of sorrow kept rising within him, each one higher than the last. He understood that not only did their island nation refuse to confront its history, but it also intended to tamper with historical records, continuing to mislead its own people. Worse still, the island nation's government persistently sent spies into China, seeking opportunities to prepare for a counterattack. As these facts accumulated, one by one, he couldn't help but feel profound sorrow for the homeland he once revered so deeply. Why couldn't they confront the mistakes made by their predecessors? Why must they stray further and further down this wrong path? How could present-day China possibly be something their island nation could covet? He couldn't understand it. "I'm sorry, Grandpa Su. I don't know what I was thinking. Perhaps, if given the chance, I'd stay in China forever. My homeland has brought me shame. As for that matter, I haven't fully thought it through yet. I need some time." Shinomura bowed once more. Su Mingyang, upon hearing this, refrained from further questioning. He understood that when it came to intelligence matters, if Shimura chose not to speak, it would be inappropriate to press him further. Otherwise, it might backfire. Xiaomulang had changed considerably now. Su Mingyang knew that given the right opportunity, he could extract the necessary intelligence from him. Regarding Shimura's confession, the live stream audience was divided. Some accepted it, others did not, each holding their own views. But what they shared was that after Shinozaki spoke, the barrage of abuse directed at him gradually subsided. It seemed the viewers had accepted Xiao Molang as part of Su Mingyang's team. Dinner was eaten quickly since no alcohol was involved. Half an hour later, Xiao Qiao patted her round belly and headed back to her room with her grimy little backpack to do homework. Su Mingyang, exhausted after a full day of work, fell asleep shortly after returning to his room. Xiaomulang did the same, never emerging from his room again. Only Xiao Yeye and Li Deji remained sitting idly in the living room. After Xiao Xiao finished her homework, Xiao Na emerged from her room. Passing through the living room courtyard, she saw Xiao Yeye and Li Deji watching TV with bored expressions. It immediately occurred to her that earlier that day, the two of them had mentioned wanting to ride in a helicopter. Since they were both free now, why not seize the opportunity and take them for a helicopter ride? Thinking it, she acted. Minutes later, Xiao Na called Lu Xian out of the study. Called out by Xiao Na, Lu Xian looked thoroughly reluctant. To outsiders, he appeared to have retired and was now living out his golden years. But only he knew the truth. He had merely gone underground in the stock market, using his long-term vision to dominate the American stock market. After the market rescue operation ended years ago, his assets had plummeted by over 95%. Only 10 million yuan remained in his account. Nevertheless, with this 10 million, he opened an account in the American stock market. Through years of steady trading, his capital had climbed back into the 9-figure range. Soon, it would reach the terrifying 10-figure threshold. Though this sum remains insignificant in the broader context of the American stock market. But to American investors, the fact that it had multiplied hundreds of times over in just a few years was nothing short of a myth. Especially after multiple American media outlets covered the story recently. His trading account details were leaked. Now, many American citizens were waiting for him to buy stocks, preparing to follow suit. After all, since the release of US stock data, every stock Lu Xian has purchased has turned a profit barring unforeseen circumstances. These profits may seem modest in the short term, amounting to only a few percentage points. But over the long term, these profits grow exponentially as time stretches out. If you can keep pace with him, it's essentially like picking up money off the ground. But their approach was downright unrealistic. How could Lu Xian possibly let them keep profiting indefinitely? He spends nearly every day scheming how to send those Eagle Song Nation investors back to square one overnight. We must pull off a major move in the Eagle Nation stock market before Grandpa Su leaves as a farewell gift to him. Lu Xian muttered to himself, his face filled with confusion. He looked intently at his wife, Xiao Na. You suddenly called me out of the study, is something wrong? It was only a short while after dinner, barely 9 o'clock, with half an hour left before the Eagle Nation stock market opened. Trading volume was typically high and prices volatile right after the market opened. He usually waited half an hour to an hour after the opening before starting his trades. Seeing Lu Xian was distracted, Xiao Na pinched the soft flesh on his side. Lu Xian winced in pain, grimacing with a look of grievance. He looked nothing like a successful person should. Ouch! What are you doing? Lu Xian protested, brimming with resentment. Xiao Na ignored Lu Xian's pouty little glare. Look at you. You're always so distracted. I just went to the living room and saw Xiao Yeye and Xiao Li bored out of their minds watching TV. Then I remembered how much they wanted to ride a helicopter earlier today. Why don't you see if you can arrange for them to try it? Evening flight paths are less crowded, so it'll be easier to get approval. Hearing his wife's words, Lu Xian felt even more helpless. So you called me out here just for this? Getting them on a helicopter is no big deal, just call the pilot over. Good heavens! Your husband is preparing for something big. I'm planning a huge surprise for Grandpa Su before he leaves. Xiao Na sneered with utter contempt. You? As if you're worthy? To others, Lu Xian was a brilliant genius towering above everyone else. To her, he was nothing more than a child who never grew up. Fine, if you don't care, I'll just call the pilot to teach them. You go ahead and prepare your pathetic little surprise. Though she spoke this way, Xiao Na understood that if Lu Xian called it a big surprise, it must be something substantial. Given that, she decided it was best not to bother him. After speaking, Xiao Na turned and headed toward the employee living quarters. Seeing this, Lu Xian immediately retreated to his study and began typing furiously on his keyboard. Soon after, an article written entirely in English was posted to his social media account, which shared the same name as his stock trading account. The title read, All In is a Form of Wisdom. Chapter 185, Going All In is a Form of Wisdom. Deep into the night in Huagua, a brand new day was just beginning in Eagle Sauce Nation. Many seasoned stock traders idly scrolled through posts on financial forums when suddenly, one post caught their attention. The post's title boldly declared, All In is Wisdom. Driven by curiosity, many investors clicked to read it. Gradually, they found themselves convinced by some of the post's arguments. Moreover, since the post wasn't anonymous, they could view the poster's historical activity. Upon clicking, they could view Lu Xian's trading records from the past 2 years. Soon, they were captivated by Lu Xian's bold and aggressive trading style, plunging them into deep contemplation. Inside a 3-story villa, John lay on his bed, his face flushed with excitement as he read the post. Damn, that's exactly right. Why didn't I think of this before? And this poster's track record is absolutely stellar. If I could just follow his buys, I might actually make a killing. As a seasoned veteran investor, John understood that the stock market was like a battlefield, you couldn't trust anyone. So even though Lu Xian had clearly marked the stocks he planned to buy with his entire portfolio today, along with the exact timing and price points for selling, John remained skeptical. Sweetie. Who'd be foolish enough to follow your advice and sell at such a high price? I'll dump mine before it hits the peak. Even if you try to take me down, I'll be long gone. Ha 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 ha. John roared with laughter as he climbed out of bed, ignoring the post entirely. He fired up his computer and began clicking away at the trading software. Soon after, the market opened, and John prepared to buy the entire position of the stock Lu Xian had recommended. But to John's surprise, the moment this stock appeared on the market, it was immediately swept off the shelves. Did so many people see that post? After waiting over 10 minutes, only a handful of trades appeared on the market. But the prices were far beyond what John could afford. If he took these orders now, even if the stock price eventually reached Lu Xian's projected target, his profits would be halved. John opened the finance forum and was stunned to see that the post, which had originally garnered only a few hundred likes, now had tens of thousands. This post went viral? John felt completely shaken. When he had first seen the post, it had been on the trending list but only had a few hundred likes, meaning at most 1,000 or so people had seen it. But now, with over 10,000 likes, it meant nearly every user who followed the forum had seen it by now. Even if only 1/10 of those 10,000 people took it seriously and acted on it, his competitors would instantly multiply by 10,000. How could that be acceptable? John gritted his teeth and made a decisive move. He absorbed all the market orders priced above the stock's actual value. Since these orders came from different accounts, John didn't pay them much mind. His eyes fixed intently on the stock's candlestick chart, waiting for the price to rise. Sure enough, before long, the stock began to surge upward rapidly. In no time, an increasing number of orders flooded the market. John seized the opportunity, taking on every order as long as the price wasn't too outrageous. In his view, the rapid price surge deviated from his expectations, significantly eroding his final profits. Therefore, to compensate for the diminished profit, he had to focus on volume. China, a traditional Chinese courtyard. Inside Lu Xian's study, the clatter of keys and mouse clicks filled the air as he busily worked at his computer. Were any Wall Street traders to witness this scene, they would marvel at the unprecedented speed of this Huagua man's trading. After years in the stock market, Lu Xian had honed his hands to lightning speed. Order after order was swiftly bought and sold. As stock prices skyrocketed, Lu Xian's smile grew ever brighter. We're rich. We're rich. Dare to harvest our Huagua stock market? Today, I'll make you pay back 100-fold. Lu Xian spoke as he dialed a number. After several rings, an urgent voice answered. What is it? We're swamped here. How are things on your end? Tonight, American investors will remember this day forever. Time to pull back. I think the Eagle Nation government is about to step in. Start selling everything off slowly now, we can't let the price drop. Lu Xian stared at the candlestick chart on his computer and issued orders. Got it. The man on the other end of the line didn't waste words either. He gave a brief reply before hanging up. He pushed open the office door. Outside, hundreds of traders sat motionless before their screens, their fingers dancing across the keys. The man pulled out a megaphone. Mr. Lu says this, within 5 minutes, slowly unload all positions. Don't let the price drop. The traders looked slightly stunned. Previously, their instructions had been to liquidate all stocks before 11 a.m. Now, at only 10:30, they were being told to start selling. This is half an hour earlier than originally planned. Could something unexpected have happened? Traders were filled with questions, but no one spoke up. Instead, they followed orders and began slowly selling off their stocks. The price per lot now stood roughly 8 yuan below expectations. Each of them held at least hundreds of thousands of shares. Selling them off this way could mean losses reaching hundreds of millions of eagle dollars. Just as these traders were murmuring to themselves, they realized they had underestimated the market's enthusiasm. Even as they dumped tens of thousands of shares at a time, there were still plenty of buyers willing to take them off their hands. Contrary to expectations, the stock price didn't fall during their sell-off. Instead, it experienced an even more bizarre surge. After completing their sell-off, the stock price surged by a staggering 12 yuan. Nearly every one of them raked in at least tens of millions of eagle dollars from this operation. Some traders with larger positions even raked in over 100 million eagle knives each. While this sum might seem like a drop in the bucket compared to the nearly 80 trillion yuan market cap of the Eagle Nation stock market. But remember, this windfall came from just one stock. The more abnormally this stock surges now, the faster it will plummet once it reaches its peak and no one is left to catch the falling knife. If investors fail to sell their shares in time, the trading receipts left in their hands when the stock crashes to rock bottom will be nothing more than worthless scraps of paper. In the Eagle Nation, John sat before his computer, his heart pounding with excitement so intense it felt like it might burst. In just half an hour, he'd made over 200,000 eagles. This is insane, absolutely insane. The selling price in the post is almost reached, but why does the timing feel off? Screw it. All in is a form of wisdom. All in. Chapter 186, Triple Circuit Breaker. John had poured nearly his entire life savings into this venture. Remember, this money was earned bit by bit from his online smear campaigns against China. Putting it all on the line now gave him an unprecedented rush.
With no price limit mechanism in place, the stock surged over 50% at one point. Seeing this, capital poured in like wild dogs smelling blood. The gains once again exceeded the limit. But soon, the stock's surge hit a critical point and they discovered a serious problem. The current price was excessively inflated, and no one was willing to accept it. Why isn't anyone taking it? Selling at this price would net me 500,000 eagles. Someone take it already. As a seasoned veteran of the stock market, John also sensed something was off. He repeatedly lowered the price of his shares, yet still no one was willing to take them. But he wasn't worried. At worst, the price would drop back a bit well within his tolerance range. He opened the finance forum and clicked into the thread Lu Xian had posted earlier. Below the post, Lu Xian had edited it to include his latest profits. Seeing Lu Xian's profits of over 100 million, John felt a pang of envy. Cashing out so early, could he have imagined the stock price climbing this high? John muttered jealously as he scrolled through the comments section. Soon, he noticed something amiss. Why were all the comments saying no one was taking over the stock? John closed his phone and refocused his gaze on the computer screen. The stock, which had been trading at 130 per share, had plummeted to 120 in the brief moment he'd looked away. And this downward trend was far faster than the previous upward surge. Almost every time he refreshed the screen, thousands of orders popped up. The prices on these orders were getting more and more absurd. John even spotted one order where the price had plummeted to 100 per share. A sense of foreboding began to take root in John's mind. Before the market opened, he knew the stock price was just over 80. When he took over, the average price per lot was around 90. If it kept falling, wouldn't he end up losing money? Without hesitation, John listed all his shares at cost price. But what felt suffocating was that after sitting on the trading platform for several minutes, there were no takers. Worse still, he could see some shares listed at prices even lower than his. What on earth was going on? For a moment, John felt the world spinning. He understood this was the crash following the stock's sharp rise. But he hadn't anticipated it would be this severe. If the decline continued, the shares in his hands might well become worthless scraps of paper. 70. John immediately set the price at $70 per lot, but no one took it. 60. No takers. Finally, the price of a single lot plummeted to rock bottom, yet still no one bid. John felt darkness engulf his vision and collapsed on the spot. This scene wasn't unique to John, it played out for every Eagle Nation investor who'd seen Lu Xian's post, gone all in on the stock, and failed to exit early. The entire Eagle Nation stock market felt the shockwave, plunging into a downward spiral. Huagua. After reconciling his accounts, Lu Xian didn't stop his computer operations. From among numerous stocks, he selected several he'd been monitoring for some time. Instead of buying them outright, he chose to short them using leverage. He understood that the Eagle Nation stock market would inevitably plunge tonight. Even if he closed his eyes and randomly selected stocks to short, he would still rake in a fortune. After completing his positions, Lu Xian posted another thread on the financial forum. The post was titled "Hesitation Breeds Chaos." The entire post subtly hinted that the Eagle Nation stock market might face a prolonged downturn. He advised investors still holding positions to sell their stocks. Given the remarkable accuracy of his previous prediction and the accompanying profit records he shared, many investors grew increasingly convinced by Lu Xian's warnings. Ultimately, after Lu Xian posted 12 consecutive messages urging investors to sell their stocks, his forum account was finally banned. By then, his messages had already spread throughout the American stock community. As is well known, stock investors are a group prone to jumping at shadows. At the slightest hint of movement, they flee faster than anyone else. This time was no exception. At 2:35 a.m. China time, the Eagle Nation stock market triggered a level 1 circuit breaker. The stock index dropped over 7%, halting all trading for 15 minutes. At 2:51 a.m. China time, the Eagle Nation stock market triggered a level 2 circuit breaker just 1 minute after reopening. The stock index dropped over 13%, halting all trading for another 15 minutes. The second circuit breaker was triggered by a signal flare that exploded within the investor community. Nearly all Eagle Nation investors began aggressively dumping their stocks. Even as the Eagle Nation government attempted to intervene and stabilize the market, their efforts proved futile. The scale was simply too massive, even they couldn't muster that much capital on short notice. As for other capital conglomerates, this index plunge hit them hard too. They weren't about to liquidate all assets like Lu Xian did just to save the day. The Eagle Nation's financial forums erupted in chaos. Investors were filled with resentment over the plunge, hoping someone would step in to save them from losing everything. But sadly, no matter how many comments they posted, no capital was willing to step in. Gradually, Lu Xian's actions began circulating among the forum's investors. Why can entrepreneurs in Huagua liquidate all their assets to rescue the nation when a stock market crash hits, while our entrepreneurs and government do nothing? They claim they won't abandon the people, but now that things have come to this, where are they? I leveraged 5 times my capital. If the third circuit breaker triggers a 20% drop, I'll be ready to jump off a building. I'm right here on Wall Street.
The trading tower rooftop is packed with people. If a level 3 circuit breaker hits, they'll probably all jump. No, please don't let a level 3 circuit breaker happen. Every American stockholder is praying for a market resurrection, but will a miracle truly happen? The answer is no. No capital conglomerate stepped in to save the day. They chose silence. Even with the government desperately trying to rescue the market, the level 3 circuit breaker finally triggered at 3:16 p.m. The Eagle Nation stock index plummeted 20% in a single day, halting all market trading until the next session's opening. That night, every Eagle Nation stock investor lay awake. The Eagle Nation began tracking the account Liu Xin used to post on the forum, eventually tracing the IP address back to Huagua. But it was all too late. Chapter 187, A Little Gift. During the period of the Eagle Nation government's response, all the eagle knives harvested in this operation were converted into Hua Nation currency. Even if they wanted to trace it back, they couldn't find the flow of funds. Early the next morning, Su Mingyang began his daily walk in the courtyard. To his surprise, aside from Xiao getting up for school, he saw no one else all morning. Xiao Yeye and Li Deji had gone out for a helicopter ride the night before and didn't return until 2 or 3 in the morning. As for Xia Muliang, unless someone called for him, he basically stayed in his room the entire time. As for Liu Xin, he didn't fall asleep until after the stock market in Eagle Sauce Country closed. Only Xiao Na woke briefly before Xiao left for school, then went back to sleep. After finishing the breakfast meticulously prepared by the chef, Su Mingyang turned his attention to the news. At that moment, every media outlet's top story was the upheaval that had occurred in the Eagle Nation stock market the previous night. After reading for a while, Su Mingyang felt slightly shocked. Could it be Liu Xin's doing? He muttered to himself, scrolling through the comments section. He was somewhat of a stock enthusiast himself and had a basic understanding of the market. Soon, Su Mingyang spotted several screenshots in the comments section detailing the sequence of events. One account screenshot caught Su Mingyang's eye. The account ID was unmistakably the familiar string of English letters he knew. It's Liu Xin after all. Who'd have thought this kid held such a grudge? To pull off something this big in the shadows. Su Mingyang understood that pouring everything into the market rescue back then had always been a thorn in Liu Xin's side. For him, given the chance, he would definitely seek revenge. Su Mingyang had thought this revenge might be a long time coming. But he never imagined it would come so soon. They sat until noon before Xiao Yeye and the others began waking up one after another. Grandpa Su, I overslept. Xiao Yeye hung her head, her face filled with self-reproach. During her time with Su Mingyang, she had learned that unless absolutely necessary, he rarely lingered in one place. Typically, after seeing an elder home, he would immediately head to his next destination. Now that she'd slept until noon, today's schedule would inevitably be delayed. It's fine. Our destination is quite far this time. You can catch some more sleep on the way. Su Mingyang waved his hand dismissively, showing no sign of blame toward Xiao Yeye. After all, he had been that age himself. He understood that for young people today, waking up before lunch was already quite an achievement. Back when he was Xiao Yeye's age, if he had nothing to do, he'd usually sleep straight through until the afternoon. Grandpa Su, let's eat first. Seeing all the dishes served, Liu Xin invited Su Mingyang to sit down. The group chatted casually as they ate their lunch. Grandpa Su, when do you plan to leave? I'll arrange for a plane to take you. Liu Xin placed a piece of braised pork in Su Mingyang's bowl. This braised pork was specially prepared by the chef. The fatty parts were tender enough to melt in the mouth, while the lean cuts remained juicy, coated in a rich, savory glaze. We'll leave right after lunch. Actually, there's no need for you to send us. I'd like to go see the comrades later. Alright, then I'll see you to the car. After Su Mingyang arrived, he hadn't gone to greet him. This had always been a thorn in Liu Xin's side, a sense of indebtedness towards Su Mingyang. So this time, as Su Mingyang was leaving, he planned to see him all the way to the car. Upon hearing this, Su Mingyang didn't refuse. If Liu Xin wanted to see him off, then so be it. The rest of lunch passed as they chatted. After finishing their meal, Su Mingyang and the others tidied up a bit before leaving the courtyard. Gazing at the exquisite scenery of the Chinese-style courtyard, Xiao Yeye felt a pang of reluctance. She silently cursed herself for waking up late and not having time to take photos. Xiao Na, being a woman herself, understood Xiao Yeye's thoughts just by seeing her expression. Xiao Yeye, come visit us when you have time. I'm here in this courtyard every day, but I don't have anyone to take pictures with. When you come, how about we take some pictures together? Xiao Yeye's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Sure. I've been wanting to take photos too. After exchanging contact information, Xiao skipped ahead, leading the way for the others. Guided by Xiao, they soon returned to the martyrs cemetery they had passed earlier. Having rushed through earlier, Su Mingyang and the others hadn't taken the time to properly look at the memorial's layout. Now that they had time to wander around, they realized just how large the memorial park seemed to be. Meanwhile, Xiao Yeye had started her livestream. Starting a livestream during lunch break? Xiao Yeye, are you trying to keep us awake? You guys are already taking a nap? My takeout just arrived, perfect timing to eat while watching the livestream. Looks like they're at that martyrs cemetery we passed earlier. Did Grandpa Su and the others come here to pay respects to our forebears? Thinking about how I've never visited a martyrs cemetery in my entire life suddenly makes me feel a bit sad. Within minutes of going live, the chat exploded with activity. Online viewers instantly surpassed 10,000. Xiao Yeye is no longer the minor celebrity streamer she once was. The recent incident involving her idol Jiang Mingming, coupled with Lu Xian's appearance in her stream yesterday, had brought a wave of new viewers to Xiao Yeye's channel. Good afternoon, everyone. We're about to leave Mr. Lu's residence and head to our next destination. Before we go, we plan to pay our respects at the Martyrs Cemetery. After speaking to the camera, Xiao Yeye flipped the lens to focus on Su Mingyang. She understood that although the account belonged to her, Su Mingyang had become the main star of the livestream. Only with Su Mingyang on camera could the viewers in the livestream room stay for extended periods. Seeing Xiao Yeye start the stream, Xiao tilted her head curiously. Sis, can you film me? Seeing Xiao's adorable expression, Xiao Yeye smiled and shifted the camera to focus on her. Of course. Say hello to all the uncles and aunts in the livestream, Xiao. She ruffled Xiao's hair with an auntie-like smile. Inside the livestream, viewers were all a bit stunned by Xiao's adorable close-up. Oh my goodness. Xiao is so adorable, I want one too. Kill Lu Xian, take Xiao. Damn it, now I want to beat my own rebellious daughter. Same here. I already gave my son a good scolding and warned him not to dye his hair yellow or drive with his headlights on low beam when he grows up. The livestream was filled with laughter and cheer. At the Martyrs Cemetery, Lu Xian pulled Su Mingyang aside. Grandpa Su, as we part ways, I have a gift to give you. You'll never guess what it is. Take a guess. Lu Xian felt a touch of pride mixed with a hint of emotion. He had endured humiliation and hardship, secluded himself for so many years, and finally avenged his great grievance. Chapter 188, he was a nationalist party warrior. Is it about you manipulating the stock market in Eagle Country? Su Mingyang asked calmly. When he saw the news on the forum earlier, he had suspected Lu Xian might be behind it. After all, someone with that level of capability could easily have used other methods to profit from the Eagle Nation stock market. There was absolutely no need to undermine the development of the Eagle Nation stock market. The risk of such an operation was tantamount to ting directly on the Eagle Nation's head. Therefore, the person capable of such an act must harbor deep, bitter hatred toward the Eagle Nation. Within China, the only person harboring such deep-seated hatred toward the Eagle Nation and possessing the capability to pull it off was Lu Xian. Who would have thought that all these years of submission were merely biding time for this very opportunity? Hearing Su Mingyang's words, Lu Xian couldn't hold back. So all this time he'd been preparing, only to be seen through instantly by Grandpa Su? Based on his understanding of Su Mingyang, the old man had no deep knowledge of the stock market and had never even participated in it. Yet with just one question, Grandpa Su knew? Grandpa Su, how did you figure that out? I never told you. Lu Xian was baffled, unsure how Su Mingyang had learned about his actions from the night before. I guessed. Su Mingyang responded indifferently, his gaze sweeping over the tombstones of the fallen heroes one by one. Seeing Su Mingyang had no intention of elaborating, Lu Xian sighed. Sure enough, he was still too green. Grandpa Su could guess his inner thoughts with just a casual hunch. In Lu Xian's eyes, the Su Mingyang of the past had been like an insurmountable mountain. But now, Su Mingyang felt like an ocean boundless and unfathomable. After Xiao Yeye greeted the livestream audience while holding Xiao, she raised the camera and caught up again. The earlier exchange between Su Mingyang and Lu Xian had gone unheard by the livestream viewers. That name, it sounds familiar. A few minutes later, after wandering through the Martyrs Cemetery, Su Mingyang suddenly stopped before a tombstone. Carved in bold, vigorous characters on the tombstone were the words, Tomb of Martyr Xiaochuanzi. Grandpa Su, do you know this veteran? Xiao Yeye's eyes lit up. This was her chance. Not sure. Let me ask. Su Mingyang shook his head. While there weren't many soldiers named Xiaochuanzi who had fought in the anti-Japanese war, perhaps only one or two at most. But what if it was just a coincidence? Su Mingyang was always cautious, only speaking up about things he was certain of. Lu Xian, do you know this Xiaochuanzi? Senior Xiaochuanzi? Of course. I have records of all the veterans here. Lu Xian stepped forward and pointed to the lower left corner of the tombstone, where a QR code was embedded. When this Martyrs Cemetery was being built, I had the designers place a QR code in the lower left corner of the tombstones. Simply scan it with your phone, and all available information about the martyr's life and background will appear. Su Mingyang nodded and pulled out his phone to scan the code. Seconds later, an image resembling a report appeared on the screen. Prominently displayed on the report was a black and white photograph. Upon seeing the photograph, Su Mingyang's pupils suddenly contracted. The man in the photo was none other than Xiaochuanzi, whom he knew. To run into him here truly unexpected. Seeing Su Mingyang's reaction, Xiao Yeye realized this elderly gentleman was the very person Grandpa Su knew. Grandpa Su, were you too close? Not particularly, and there are some inaccuracies in this file. Su Mingyang scanned the information on his phone and quickly spotted several inaccuracies. Errors? How could that be? I compiled this based on the records of the senior figure provided by the institution. How could there be errors? Lu Xin was puzzled. Yes, there are some errors. Certain events were known only to a select few comrades back then. In truth, Xiao Shuanzi wasn't one of our party's fighters, he was a nationalist spy who had been infiltrating our ranks all along. The mention of spy instantly sent the livestream audience into an uproar. Espionage drama. Has an anti-Japanese spy drama finally arrived? But if he was a Kuomintang spy infiltrating our party, then Xiao Shuanzi must have joined the army near the end of the anti-Japanese war. During the early and mid stages of the anti-Japanese war, the Chinese army was constantly suppressed by the Japanese invaders, leaving no time for internal strife. It wasn't until the later stages, when the Japanese forces were worn down and our party's army grew stronger, that spies began to appear. Hard to say. Maybe he'd been infiltrating our party all along? The livestream audience split into two camps, speculating about the identity of the spy Xiao Shuanzi. All eyes were on Su Mingyang, waiting for him to continue. Su Mingyang did not disappoint, beginning his slow narration. Back then, as the war of resistance against Japan progressed into its mid to late stages, their forces swelled dramatically from an initial 40,000 plus soldiers to nearly 200,000 fighters. Su Mingyang, meanwhile, had risen from battalion commander to become the political commissar of an entire corps. As for Xiao Shuanzi, he served as a regimental commander under Su. Political Commissar Su, I have something to report. One afternoon, Xiao Shuanzi entered the command post with a somber expression. Su Mingyang held Xiao Shuanzi in high regard, as he consistently uncovered intelligence completely unknown to them. Moreover, his intelligence had repeatedly proven invaluable during their recent battles against the Japanese forces. Had Su Mingyang not repeatedly tested him to confirm he wasn't a time traveler, Su would have thought Xiao possessed abilities equal to his own. Now, Xiao Shuanzi had something to report, and his expression was so unnatural it must be something major. Upon hearing this, Su Mingyang dismissed the other non-commissioned officers from the command center, leaving only himself and Xiao Shuanzi. Xia, speak your mind. Commissioner Su, there's something I've kept buried in my heart for a long time. I didn't know how to bring it up. Xiao Shuanzi sat down at Su Mingyang's invitation, his hands clenched tightly as he spoke, a stark contrast to his usual composed demeanor. It's fine. You can tell me anything. If it's within my power to handle, I'll spare no effort to help you. Seeing Xiao Shuanzi like this, Su Mingyang assumed he had made some mistake. In the military, it was common for soldiers to make mistakes in their daily duties. As long as it wasn't a fundamental violation, they would give the person a chance to correct their mistake. Su Mingyang assumed Xiao Shuanzi must have made a mistake. However, based on his daily observations of Xiao Shuanzi, he didn't seem like the type to make a fundamental mistake. It was likely an inadvertent mistake, and now he had come forward to report it. Recognizing one's mistakes and making amends is truly commendable. Su Mingyang was willing to give Xiao Shuanzi a chance. Chapter 189, Return to China. This mistake of mine is rather serious. Xiao Shuanzi's face flushed with panic, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Seeing this, Su Mingyang realized the error exceeded his expectations and adopted a serious demeanor. Commander Xia, speak freely. Whatever I can do to help, I will spare no effort. Hearing Su Mingyang speak with such conviction, Xiao Shuanzi's gaze hardened. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes. Commander Su, the truth is, I'm an undercover agent planted here by the Kuomintang. You must have wondered why I often obtained intelligence unknown to your side. In truth, all that information came from the Kuomintang. As early as the initial stages of the anti-Japanese struggle, the Kuomintang had arranged for me to join the revolutionary ranks. Xiao Shuanzi finished his sentence in one breath, and this time it was Su Mingyang who was flustered. There had always been Kuomintang agents infiltrated within the ranks, and this particular agent had even been promoted all the way to the position of regiment commander. If this hadn't been discovered now, the consequences of letting him rise to division commander or even army commander would be unimaginable. You're a Kuomintang agent? Su Mingyang stared at Xiao Shuanzi in disbelief, his eyes wide and fixed on him. Under Su Mingyang's intense stare, Xiao Shuanzi felt an unprecedented sense of pressure. He instinctively lowered his head, unable to meet Su Mingyang's gaze. Sigh. Su Mingyang sighed deeply, accepting the reality. Tell me. What missions have you carried out while infiltrating our party? Many. Xiao Shuanzi sighed as well, then abruptly realized something was amiss and hurriedly began to explain. But all those missions involved transmitting intelligence the Kuomintang had obtained to us. There was nothing that harmed our team. What else? Also, the Kuomintang actually intended to use this intelligence to elevate my status. After all, we're still in a cooperative alliance right now, and all intelligence is shared. So even if I hadn't disclosed it, that intelligence would have been transmitted eventually. They wanted me to infiltrate the team and directly provide this intelligence, thereby securing my position within the group. Once victory over the Japanese invaders is secured, they plan to leverage my status. Xiao Shuanzi fell silent as he finished speaking. Su Mingyang understood what he meant. In truth, such situations were still relatively common nowadays. Though both armies were united in fighting the Japanese invaders, aiming to drive them out of China. But what comes after their expulsion? Two tigers cannot share the same mountain. Ultimately, a unified government must be established. It could be said that their current actions were laying the groundwork for the future. Then why tell me this? You could have kept your identity hidden and used this information to climb higher. Give me a reason. Su Mingyang narrowed his eyes, fixing them on Xiao Shuanzi. He believed only half of what the other man said, if that. Hadn't Xiao Shuanzi infiltrated the ranks precisely to advance his career and amass wealth? Given his current position, a wide-open path to success lay before him. Why would he risk exposing himself so easily? I can't take it anymore. Though we share the same goal now, what about later? The National Party will inevitably force me to harm my own comrades. I can't accept that. Xiao Shuanzi stood up, his eyes fixed on Su Mingyang with genuine sincerity. He understood that no explanation would matter now. The moment he entered headquarters and confessed this to Su Mingyang, he had already foreseen his fate. Most likely, he would be sent back to the Kuomintang forces. Even if he returned, they wouldn't trust him anymore. He'd likely end up as a lowly foot soldier. But so what? At least it would be 100-fold, 1,000-fold better than living in this daily agony. Truthfully, Su Mingyang had no desire to get deeply involved in such matters. But no matter what, Xiao Shuanzi was a soldier he had personally brought up through the ranks. He couldn't stand by and watch him fall into the abyss. You're suspended for now. I'll report your situation truthfully to higher-ups. As for the outcome, I can't guarantee anything. After uttering these words, Su Mingyang dismissed Xiao Shuanzi. Within days, news of Xiao Shuanzi's suspension spread throughout the barracks. The soldiers, confused and unaware of the reasons, voiced their indignation on Xiao Shuanzi's behalf. Some non-commissioned officers even took their complaints directly to Su Mingyang. Meanwhile, Su Mingyang was busy interceding on Xiao Shuanzi's behalf with higher command. The fact that he had voluntarily reported his mistake, especially before anyone else discovered it, proved his character wasn't fundamentally corrupt. Although they were still cooperating with the Kuomintang, they couldn't ignore the fact that the Kuomintang had planted spies. Thus, 2 nights later, Su Mingyang sought out Xiao Shuanzi. Have a seat. He poured Xiao Shuanzi a cup of hot water. Xiao looked somewhat haggard. Since his voluntary confession to Su Mingyang last time, he had barely slept a wink. In his heart, Xiao Shuanzi had already sentenced himself to death. How he wished the Japanese devils would make a new move during this period, forcing them into battle. Perhaps dying on the battlefield would be infinitely better than this current situation, infinitely better. Regarding your matter, we have received a response from above. Our party has always maintained a zero-tolerance stance towards such actions by the Kuomintang. However, we are deeply gratified that you chose to come forward voluntarily. If you wish, you may still remain our comrade. Su Mingyang made it abundantly clear Xiao Shuanzi could no longer hold the position of battalion commander. Yet if Xiao Shuanzi still wished to remain within the revolutionary ranks, they would still be willing to accept him even if he was a spy sent by the Kuomintang. Really? I accept. Xiao Shuanzi's face lit up with intense excitement. He understood that his position as battalion commander was undoubtedly lost after this incident. But if he could remain within the revolutionary ranks, continuing to fight the Japanese devils alongside these comrades he shared every moment with, how could he possibly refuse? Yet, just as this matter was settled, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Early the next morning, Su Mingyang entered headquarters as usual to begin his day's work. But from the communication soldier, he heard the shocking news: Xiao Shuanzi was a Nationalist Party spy who had infiltrated their ranks. Despite Su Mingyang's repeated questioning, the communications soldier couldn't recall who had told them this news. Now, nearly every soldier in the unit knew that Xiao Shuanzi was a Kuomintang spy. Compounding this, Xiao Shuanzi's sudden demotion from battalion commander back to ordinary soldier only reinforced the soldiers' belief in the rumor. As the situation escalated, many soldiers began isolating Xiao Shuanzi. Some had even started reporting the matter to higher-ups. The pressure mounted relentlessly. After deliberation, they ultimately decided to send Xiao Shuanzi back to the Kuomintang forces. Su Mingyang had no choice but to agree. And so Xiao Shuanzi left the revolutionary ranks, reverting to a Kuomintang soldier. Su Mingyang believed this parting would mean they could never meet again. Yet a year later, on the battlefield against the Japanese invaders, Su Mingyang encountered Xiao Shuanzi once more. Chapter 190, Why This Feeling? Political Commissar Su, long time no see. After a year apart, Xiao Shuanzi had gained weight considerably. The youthful innocence on his face had long vanished, replaced by a hint of slickness. Yet even so, the moment he saw Su Mingyang, he instinctively began adjusting his attire. But when he saw the Kuomintang uniform Su Mingyang wore, Xiao Shuanzi smiled. Only then did he realize he was no longer the regiment commander under Su Mingyang's command, but a Kuomintang company commander. Long time no see. Seeing Xiao Shuanzi again, Su Mingyang felt a mix of excitement and surprise. He raised his hand to slap Xiao on the shoulder as he had done before, but his hand froze midair. He understood that things were no longer what they once were. After exchanging pleasantries, the final assault on the Japanese forces commenced. Now, their forces combined with the Kuomintang troops numbered nearly 20,000, while the Japanese had only 5,000 left holding out. By this point, the Japanese had long lost all confidence in victory, their minds entirely focused on how to break through the encirclement. This fueled the soldiers' morale to unprecedented heights. Throughout the decades of Japanese invasion in China, the battles they had fought were almost entirely defeats. Even their victories had been minor skirmishes, never such a decisive triumph. Compounded by the Japanese forces' single-minded focus on breaking out. This inevitably created gaps in their defenses. Sure enough, not long after the encirclement operation began, news came from the front. A detachment of about 300 Japanese soldiers had successfully broken through the western flank of the battlefield and was fleeing southwest. Upon receiving the report, Su Mingyang wasted no time. He immediately led the mobile unit soldiers in pursuit. The reason he didn't assign frontline troops to the pursuit was that over 3,000 Japanese soldiers still remained within the encirclement. If troops were to be withdrawn from the front lines, for the sake of organizational efficiency, an entire company would have to be detached. As a result, gaps would inevitably appear in the encirclement. The Japanese soldiers trapped inside could easily exploit this opening to escape. Su Mingyang had anticipated this possibility earlier. Therefore, when deploying his troops, he deliberately reserved a mobile force of nearly 1,000 soldiers to pursue the Japanese soldiers if they attempted to flee. But this pursuit proved extremely difficult. The Japanese soldiers who broke through the encirclement were clearly well prepared. After breaking through, they had planted numerous landmines along their path as obstacles. Su Mingyang dared not have his soldiers pursue along the main roads, forcing them to take winding paths to avoid the mines. Consequently, even though they could run slightly faster than the Japanese, they could only trail far behind them. Truthfully, Su Mingyang had considered ordering his men to take the main road and close in on the Japanese forces all at once. But after weighing the pros and cons, he abandoned the idea. He finally understood why the Japanese had repeatedly let them escape during their pursuits. After all, they were only a small force of a few hundred men. There was no need to pursue them relentlessly. The cost of pursuit was too high. If they pushed forward regardless, even if they eventually caught up, the losses to their own forces would far exceed those of the Japanese unit of 300. Even if these 300 men escaped, it would have little impact on the overall battle situation. This entire region was now occupied by their own forces. Once the campaign concluded, they need only dispatch a reconnaissance unit to search for the Japanese troops' whereabouts. Within a month. Enough. If we can't catch them, let them go. Weighing the losses, Su Mingyang ultimately ordered his men to let the Japanese squad go. His soldiers were reluctant, but obedience to orders came before any personal unwillingness. However, just as Su Mingyang prepared to depart, several grenade explosions erupted ahead. This was immediately followed by continuous gunfire. Someone was engaging the Japanese troops ahead. Continue the pursuit. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Mingyang ordered the pursuit to continue. Clearly, the Japanese had been intercepted by another unit. When Su Mingyang arrived at the battlefield, he discovered the Japanese troops they had been unable to catch up with earlier. Ahead of the Japanese forces stood a Nationalist Party unit numbering just over 100 men. And leading that force was none other than Xiao. Open fire. After nearly half an hour of combat, the entire Japanese force of over 300 men was annihilated. The soldiers began clearing the battlefield. Su Mingyang walked into the Kuomintang ranks, searching for Xiao's figure, but he was nowhere to be seen. Only as Su Mingyang prepared to leave did he discover Xiao lying in a pool of blood. Xiao lay dying, riddled with bullets. Before him, several Kuomintang soldiers were desperately stuffing rags into his wounds, which were oozing blood with a hissing sound. But it was all too late. Captain, you promised to show us the Japanese devils being driven out of China. You must hold on. Don't fall asleep, please don't fall asleep. Hold on a little longer, Captain. The medic is on his way. Captain. Soldiers shouted urgently around Xiao, but he slowly closed his eyes. He had fallen. Later, when Su Mingyang spoke with Kuomintang soldiers, he finally understood, all the slickness Xiao had displayed before had been an act. After returning to the Kuomintang, he seemed to embrace a death-defying resolve, fighting fiercely on the battlefield every time. Consequently, the Kuomintang gradually shed their initial prejudices towards Xiao and began to accept him anew. From there, Xiao rose steadily through the ranks from ordinary soldier to squad leader, platoon leader, and finally company commander. After becoming a company commander, his upright and incorruptible character was recognized by all Kuomintang soldiers, who held him up as a model. So why did Xiao put on that slick act when he saw him? At the time, Su Mingyang couldn't fathom it. It wasn't until much later, when Su Mingyang happened to recall the incident again, that he finally understood. Perhaps Xiao simply wanted to spare him worry, to make him believe that he was thriving within the Kuomintang. Before the live stream camera, Su Mingyang sighed heavily. To others, Xiao might have been just another ordinary Kuomintang soldier. But in his heart, Xiao was far more than just an ordinary soldier. No matter which side he fought on, his original resolve never wavered. He just wanted to fight the Japanese devils on the battlefield. In the livestream chat, viewers were stunned upon hearing Xiao story. So Senior Xiao was really a Kuomintang soldier? That seems likely. I just checked Senior Xiao profile, it only shows his rise from ordinary soldier to regiment commander, with no further details. Sigh. Honestly, I'm not quite sure how to react either. Hearing about Senior Xiao story makes me feel so uneasy. So sad. Same here, I can't even put my finger on why. In the livestream chat, many viewers shared this sentiment. But they couldn't fathom why they felt this way. Chapter 191, The Highway Stall. Half an hour later, Su Mingyang and the others had explored every corner of the martyrs' cemetery. Glancing at the sky, Su Mingyang spoke up. It's getting late. Let's call it a day. Coincidentally, it was nearly time for Xiao to head to school. So Lu Xian's family of 3 joined Su Mingyang and his group of 4 as they walked along the dirt road toward the exit. Xiao was exceptionally excited the entire way. In all her time attending school, aside from Lu Xian taking her there initially, this was the first time she'd been accompanied by so many people. They walked and paused until they reached Xiao's car, where everyone bid each other farewell. As the car started and cruised along at a steady pace, the interior fell into an unusual silence. Xiao and Li Deji were both reserved types who rarely spoke unless necessary. Xiao, navigating the rough country road with its frequent obstacles, drove with extreme caution, leaving no time to chat with the others. As for Su Mingyang, he stared out the window, lost in thought. An hour later, the car pulled slowly into the parking lot of a large chain supermarket. The group got out to stock up on supplies. Their next destination was Lshui County, nearly 1,000 kilometers away. Since they planned to stay on the highway and had extra space in the car, they could stock up on food for the journey now, avoiding the need to stop at rest areas later and pay premium prices for snacks. These potato chips, 4 bags. Grandpa Su doesn't eat them. Li Deji gets 1 bag, Xiao gets 1 bag, and I'll take 2 bags. Inside the supermarket, Xiao pushed a cart through the snack aisle, going on a wild shopping spree. Her cart was piled high to the brim. Anyone unaware of the situation would assume Xiao was preparing for a camping trip, a kind lasting 10 days or even a fortnight. Li Deji followed behind Xiao, feeling his empty pockets with a helpless expression. As Xiao carried her snacks along, he silently calculated the total cost in his head. Though the supermarket snacks were slightly cheaper than elsewhere. But with Xiao's shopping spree, he now estimated the total cost of these snacks was approaching 1,000 yuan. Grandpa Su didn't eat these snacks, so he couldn't split the cost with him. As for Xiao, the guy was dirt poor, all his bank cards frozen, unable to produce a single penny. So the snacks would have to be split between him and Xiao. Only when the shopping cart was completely full did Xiao finally stop grabbing snacks. Oh my! This cart is so small, I wonder if all these snacks will even be enough to eat. Xiao pouted, as if she wanted to grab another shopping cart. Li Deji immediately stopped her. This is enough. We won't be able to finish it all on the way home. Let's just leave it at that. Besides, Grandpa Su was waiting for us at the checkout. Hearing that Su Mingyang was still waiting, Xiao decisively abandoned her urge to keep shopping and pushed the cart toward the exit. After paying, Li Deji glanced at the 4-digit total on the receipt and let out a wry smile. He felt that even if they snacked nonstop all the way home, they'd be lucky to finish a quarter of it. There was no way they could possibly eat all these treats. Li Deji pulled out his phone and immediately transferred 1,000 yuan to Xiao as his share of the A portion. As the phone emitted a crisp notification sound, Xiao saw Li Deji's transfer. She turned her head, her gaze filled with confusion as she looked at him. Li Deji, why did you transfer me money? These snacks are on me, you don't need to chip in. Besides, none of you really like snacks anyway. Most of these would end up in my stomach anyway, so you don't need to chip in. After saying this, Xiao reversed the transfer and pushed the cart toward the exit. Su Mingyang, who had been chatting idly with Xiao, stopped upon seeing the two arrive. He stared in astonishment at the cart piled high with bags of snacks. This trip is only about 10 hours long. This seems a bit overprepared. Facing Su Mingyang's bewilderment, Xiao lifted her chin smugly. Grandpa Su, you just don't get it. This is called crisis awareness. Back when you were fighting the Japanese invaders, weren't food shortages common? For essential supplies like these, it's better to stock up whenever possible. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, what are we supposed to do without food? Su Mingyang shook his head and chuckled, letting Xiao have her way. After everyone got into the car, Xiao and Li Deji took turns driving, each handling 2 hours before switching off to rest. As for Xiao, he could drive too, but unfortunately, he didn't have a Chinese driver's license. His license only allowed him to drive within Japan. By the time Xiao and Li Deji finished their first shift, both were visibly fatigued. After 4 hours on the highway, the sky gradually darkened. In the back seat, Su Mingyang and Shinozaki were both nodding off. However, just as they were about to drift off, the car suddenly slammed on the brakes. Su Mingyang and Shinozaki in the backseat nearly slammed their heads into the front seats. What happened? Su Mingyang asked in confusion, his gaze shifting forward. Directly ahead, a small car with its hazard lights flashing had come to a stop. In front of that car, a dense line of vehicles stretched out into the night like a long dragon. Oh man, looks like we're stuck here for a while. Xiao Yeye spread her hands helplessly. You guys rest for a bit. I'll keep watch. I'll wake you when things clear up. After sitting in the car for so long, Su Mingyang felt a slight discomfort in his body. Even though Xiao Yeye had prioritized seat comfort when buying the car, specifically upgrading the original seats, Su Mingyang's legs had gone numb after sitting for so long, with a slight tingling sensation. After stepping out, Su Mingyang could feel the stinging sensation in his legs ease slightly. Bang! After Su Mingyang stepped out, several car doors slammed shut around him. People gradually emerged from their vehicles to breathe in the fresh air. Some truck drivers, seasoned veterans, had already begun eating their meals. They frequently traveled this route and knew its problems well. Faced with traffic jams lasting hours, they felt powerless. Hey, kid, have you heard what's going on up ahead? Su Mingyang approached a truck driver who had set up a stove right on the highway to sell food, his eyes filled with astonishment. This guy was way too prepared. He was truly living life to the fullest. Probably a major accident up ahead. This road's always like this, you'll get used to it. The truck driver replied to Su Mingyang before launching into his sales pitch. Fried rice, fried instant noodles, all $15. Everything $15. His call drew curious glances from passengers all around. Just hit traffic and he's already selling food? The price is actually pretty fair. Might as well give it a try. We'll be off the highway soon. Why not just eat at home? Why waste money on this? Chapter 192, I know your grandfather. The passengers around them murmured among themselves, none willing to be the first to buy. In their eyes, the traffic jam probably wouldn't last long. What if it cleared up right after they bought the food? Then it would all go to waste. Xiao Yeye, sitting in the car, perked up at the truck driver's call. As a streamer, she possessed an innate sharpness for these unexpected yet somehow fitting moments. She started her livestream and scurried over to Su Mingyang. Holding her streaming equipment in one hand and a bag of spicy noodles in the other, she had clearly planned to snack on something flavorful during the stop. Hey boss, is your fried noodles any good? Xiao Yeye had been snacking throughout the trip and was starting to feel a bit sick of it. Seeing someone actually cooking now sparked an idea. Not bad. It'll do for a quick bite, the truck driver replied modestly. He could set up shop on the highway and charge prices far exceeding some small eateries, so he was quite confident in his stir-fried noodle and rice skills. Still, when you're out in the world, it's best to keep a low profile. Xiao Yeye saw through the truck driver's modesty and promptly ordered a serving of fried noodles. Then give me a serving of fried noodles. If it's good, I'll order more later. Sure thing, just a moment. With his first order in hand, the truck driver wasted no time and got to work efficiently. This scene was being transmitted live to the screens of the rapidly growing audience in the livestream chat. Unbelievable, someone's actually setting up a stall on the highway? Could this guy actually be a street vendor who just happened to get stuck on the highway? Hey, if you were a street vendor, would you carry buckets of water with you? And honestly, these vegetables, you can buy them anywhere. Why keep them in the truck all the time? Inside the livestream, viewers were struck by an indescribable surprise at the sight of the truck driver. Soon, a steaming bowl of stir-fried noodles was prepared by the truck driver. After packing it simply into a box, he pulled a folding stool from his truck. Sit here to eat, so you don't make a mess in the truck later. Taking the noodles, Xiao Yeye brought them to her nose and sniffed. Her eyes widened instantly, her face etched with utter disbelief. She plopped down on the small stool, skipping the obligatory first bite for the noodle lover ritual. Instead, she grabbed a mouthful of noodles with her chopsticks and shoved them straight into her mouth. Wow! Grandpa Su, do you want some too? This fried noodle tastes totally different from the ones outside. Su Mingyang rubbed his stomach. He was indeed feeling hungry. He then walked to the car, called Li Diji and Zai Amulang down, and ordered 3 more servings of fried noodles. The moment the first bite touched his tongue, Su Mingyang's brow furrowed. Savoring the flavor, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He felt like he'd tasted this flavor somewhere before, though he couldn't quite place it. Passengers nearby noticed the 4 of them sitting at the noodle stall eating with relish and began to gather around. Owner, give me a serving to try. Me too. Hey, can I have a bite to try? The truck driver beamed at the sudden crowd. Though his stir-fried noodles were quite tasty, he'd usually have no customers for the first hour or two of setting up his stall. Only when people got so hungry they couldn't stand it would they come find him to fry noodles, and business would slowly pick up. But by that time, the traffic jam ahead had usually cleared up. He'd have to reluctantly give refunds to customers who paid but never got their noodles. But now, customers were buying noodles right from the start, and the way they wolfed them down drew a crowd of travelers eager to buy. He had a feeling today would end perfectly, with a hefty profit. Unconsciously, the truck driver shot a grateful glance toward Su Mingyang and the others. But at that moment, Su Mingyang and the others didn't notice his gaze, each of them buried in their work. As he ate, Su Mingyang tried to recall the memory of this flavor. But his mind wasn't as sharp as it used to be, and he couldn't remember much. He had to give up. But as he shoveled more fried noodles into his mouth, a sudden tingling sensation in his mouth startled Su Mingyang. Put! Su Mingyang spat out a Sichuan peppercorn he'd bitten halfway through. Sichuan peppercorns in fried noodles? Su Mingyang's mind instantly conjured an image of someone who also loved adding Sichuan peppercorns when stir-frying noodles. And this flavor, it was almost exactly the same as the one he remembered from that person's cooking. Young man, what's your name? Su Mingyang looked up and suddenly spoke. The truck driver froze, clearly puzzled by Su Mingyang's abrupt question. However, seeing that Su Mingyang was an elderly gentleman and his first customer of the day, the driver didn't think much of it and cheerfully replied. Old man, my name is Sun Lei. You can just call me Little Sunday. Sun. Young man, are you from Qin province? Your grandfather's name is Sun Yong. Sir, how did you know? Did you know my grandfather? Sun Lei was utterly astonished. He never imagined that in the short time it took him to stir-fry noodles, someone would recognize him. Besides, he didn't look anything like his grandfather. At least at first glance, you couldn't tell they were related. Besides, there were plenty of look-alikes in this world. How had this old man recognized him? Ha ha ha. Su Mingyang laughed heartily upon confirmation. Who would have thought he'd encounter a descendant of Sun Yong on the highway? Perhaps this was fate. Is your grandfather still alive? Back in our days, he was the only one who stayed so robust and healthy. If we didn't know he was such an honest man, we'd have suspected he was secretly feeding himself extra rations. Su Mingyang said half-jokingly. Sun Yong shook his head and sighed softly. My grandfather passed away nearly 30 years ago. He never got to enjoy many good days in his life. Su Mingyang sighed in sympathy. Indeed, their generation had fought for the nation their entire lives. By the time the country stabilized, they were all too old to truly enjoy their golden years. But what did it matter? Everything they did was never for themselves. If it had been for themselves, they had countless opportunities back then to find a remote place and live in seclusion. They wouldn't have had to fight the Japanese devils on the battlefield. But what would become of their descendants? What would become of the future of China? They had reasons they couldn't ignore. Little son, are you driving a truck now? You seem pretty skilled at it. Su Mingyang looked at Sun Lei, who scratched his head sheepishly. Yeah, I dropped out after junior high. Without an education, all I can do is drive trucks and haul cargo. Chapter 193, How did you know? Hearing this, Su Mingyang's eyes darkened slightly. Honestly, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he'd find it hard to believe that Sun Yong's descendants had ended up in such a line of work. After all, back then, even though Sun Yong was a cook, he had risen through the ranks. His military rank wasn't much lower than anyone else's. As far as Su Mingyang knew, when Sun Yong retired from the military, his rank was equivalent to that of a typical regiment commander of full colonel. Had he not remained in the rear providing logistical support instead of seeing combat, his rank might well have advanced further, potentially reaching brigadier general. With such a high rank came immense power and influence. A single word from him could easily secure a decent job for his descendants. Even after retirement, he was still willing to pull strings. Sun Lei would never have been able to set up a stall here. Had Sun Yong not pulled strings? That didn't fit the Sun Yong Su Mingyang remembered. Back in the military, while Sun Yong never broke discipline, his shrewdness in minor matters was undeniable. Take meal rations, for instance. Normally, whether it was the cooks, ordinary soldiers, or even the regiment commander and company commander, everyone received the same ration of grain. There was no question of one person getting more than another. But Sun Yong, being a cook and expending considerable energy preparing meals, would often head up the mountain for a snack not long after finishing his own meal. At the time, this behavior was considered borderline acceptable. While there was no explicit rule forbidding cooks from hunting in the mountains, the game they caught was normally supposed to be brought back to the unit as a supplement for the soldiers. However, whenever he brought game back to the unit, he wouldn't immediately prepare it for the soldiers. Instead, he would carry the cooked game around to each officer's quarters. He knew these officers would never commit such a principled error, so it was essentially building goodwill and making a good impression in front of them. Sun Yong had been driving Su Mingyang absolutely crazy at the time, showing up at his quarters every other day with bowls of soup. Finally, when Sun Yong annoyed him one day, he snapped. Chicken soup's here. Sun Yong carefully stepped into the command center, chicken soup in hand. At that moment, a circle of high-ranking military officers were discussing their next plan. Sun Yong's abrupt intrusion caught everyone in the command center completely off guard. As the political commissar of the military region at the time, Su Mingyang could no longer tolerate this spectacle. He understood that Sun Yong was seizing this opportunity to make an appearance before them, hoping to build connections for future use. Under normal circumstances, he might have tolerated such behavior. But at this critical moment, Sun Yang barging in pushed him over the edge. In front of all the non-commissioned officers, Su Mingyang's face darkened instantly. Political Commissar Su, this chicken soup is truly nourishing. After drinking it, you'll feel rejuvenated. It's a little something from us cooks, hope you won't mind. That time, Su Mingyang had berated Sun Yang so thoroughly that the man had even started avoiding him, genuinely afraid of him. However, Su Mingyang refrained from punishing Sun Yang because he hadn't committed any major disciplinary violations, and everything he did was genuinely meant for their benefit. Looking back on it now, Su Mingyang still couldn't help but chuckle. If it were him now, he wouldn't drink that bowl of chicken soup, but he also wouldn't berate Sun Yang after refusing it. After all, his intentions were good, weren't they? Yet despite being such a sly fox, Sun Yang hadn't worked to secure a better future for his own descendants. This surprised Su Mingyang immensely. I never imagined that after all these years, I'd still encounter Sun Yang's descendants. But then again, why didn't you join the military? With Sun Yang as your role model, as his grandson, you'd surely have wanted to join the military. Sun Lei froze at Su Mingyang's words. His grandfather was a role model? What kind of role model was that? Sun Lei knew Sun Yang was a veteran of the anti-Japanese war, but ever since he could remember, Sun Yang had always been an old prankster who teased them constantly. He didn't possess the steady demeanor of an old revolutionary at all. Moreover, if Sun Yang truly served as their role model, then logically speaking, he wouldn't have lived such an ordinary life after retirement. Though he hadn't enlisted himself, he understood certain aspects of military life. Even soldiers with just a modest rank could easily arrange for their offspring to join the military after retirement, regardless of other considerations. But what about him? After failing to enlist, Sun Yang made no effort whatsoever, let alone trying to pull strings for him. Instead, he even mocked him behind his back on multiple occasions. Old man, what's wrong? Noticing the subtle shift in Su Mingyang's gaze as he looked at him, his face filled with a distant, nostalgic expression, Sun Lei felt a bit confused. Nothing. Just thinking about some things. Su Mingyang waved him off. So, old man, how did you figure out who I am? I don't think I ever mentioned it. Sun Lei was utterly baffled, still unable to fathom how Su Mingyang had recognized him. Su Mingyang pointed at the fried noodles, his face breaking into a smile. The entire key lies within this bowl of fried noodles. Fried noodles? Sun Lei was taken aback, scratching his head in confusion. How could a mere bowl of fried noodles reveal he was Sun Yang's grandson? That was just too bizarre. This fried noodle dish is tasty, but it doesn't seem particularly special. Grandpa Su, how could you taste that flavor when I didn't even notice it? Xiao Yeye had been listening for ages but still couldn't grasp how Su Mingyang had identified the person just from a bowl of fried noodles. She'd finished her bowl of noodles and still couldn't detect anything unusual about it. And after all these years, if one could recognize someone just by remembering the taste of food as the descendant of an old friend, she couldn't make heads or tails of this situation either. In the livestream, the viewers were equally baffled. So what's so special about this noodle? To me, it just looks pretty appetizing. As for the taste, if the hosts are eating it so enthusiastically, it must be decent. But what does that have to do with recognizing the owner's identity? Could it be that Grandpa Su didn't just recognize him on the spot? But had he actually investigated the truck driver beforehand and just happened to recognize him now? Chapter 194, The Japanese Devil's Ambush. That's definitely possible. I feel like the world is one giant script. Otherwise, how could such a coincidence happen? Grandpa Su just happened to be stuck on the highway, and the truck driver just happened to be stuck with him. I also feel this livestream is staged. Such coincidences simply don't happen in the real world. Honestly, all this speculation is pointless. Let's just keep watching. If it's scripted, there must be a purpose behind it. We've watched so many livestreams, how could we not know? Besides, if Grandpa Su wanted to make money from streaming, he could just open up the gift channel. Isn't that way faster than doing anything else? Netizens aren't pushovers. Seeing this comment, they snapped out of it. But some still felt something was off, continuing to watch the stream with lingering doubts. Seeing everyone puzzled by how he recognized the person just from a bowl of fried noodles, he spoke casually. Young man, did you add Sichuan peppercorns to your fried noodles? Yep, I did add Sichuan peppercorns. Sun Lei asked in confusion, then suddenly understood. Right. I add Sichuan peppercorns to my fried noodles, it's perfectly normal for me. Since I only use a small amount, few people notice. But if this fried noodle dish didn't have Sichuan peppercorns, the flavor would be off, and anyone who's tried it would notice right away. So, old man, you asked my surname because of the Sichuan peppercorns in the noodles. Sun Lei's eyes widened. The technique for stir-frying noodles was taught to him by his grandfather. He had never understood why Sichuan pepper was added to the noodles. Until one day, when he was making noodles for himself, he discovered he had run out of Sichuan peppercorns and didn't add any. When he ate it, he realized the flavor was slightly off compared to noodles with Sichuan peppercorns. For someone like him, accustomed to the flavor of Sichuan pepper in his fried noodles, the version without it was almost unbearable. It was only then that he truly grasped why Sichuan pepper was indispensable in stir-fried noodles. Xiao Yaya listened to Sun Lei's explanation and took a few more bites of her fried noodles. She had wondered why the stir-fried noodles tasted different from the ones outside. It turned out it was the Sichuan pepper. Though the numbing tingle of the Sichuan peppercorns was subtle, it was still detectable with careful tasting. It could be said that the secret to this fried noodle dish's perfection lay in those few Sichuan peppercorns. Yeah, there really is a hint of Sichuan pepper. No wonder it tastes so good. Seeing Xiao Yaya's reaction, the livestream viewers were half convinced, half skeptical. Just a few Sichuan peppercorns? Can they really be that magical? This script feels pretty far-fetched. While few people add Sichuan peppercorns to fried noodles, it's not like it's unheard of. To assume someone's a hero's descendant based on a few peppercorns? That's a stretch. Hold on, everyone. I run a fast food place and happen to have noodles and Sichuan peppercorns nearby. I'll stir-fry some and taste it to find out. A few minutes later, amidst a sea of comments, the viewer who wanted the noodles sent another message. Folks, I just took a bite of the Sichuan pepper fried noodles. It really does taste way better. Holy cow, I've been stir-frying noodles for so long and never realized you could add Sichuan peppercorns. I knew watching Grandpa Su's live streams would teach me something. I'm going to make Sichuan pepper noodles my shop's signature dish. Are you serious? Seeing some viewers still questioning whether this was scripted, Xiao Yaya sighed in exasperation. She understood that some people's prejudice against streamers was like a mountain. No matter how much they explained or how much evidence they presented, those people wouldn't believe them. She couldn't be bothered to explain anymore. Believe it or not, it was up to them. Stuck on the highway for 2 hours, the traffic hadn't budged an inch. Sun Lei wiped the sweat from his forehead and began packing up his small stall. To avoid wasting food, he only prepared ingredients for 30 or 40 servings of fried noodles each time he went out. If unsold, he could barely finish it himself, avoiding waste. So now, he had sold every last portion of fried noodles, even his own share. Counting the money, the corners of his mouth turned up involuntarily. Suddenly, he noticed Su Mingyang standing nearby. Grandpa, is there something else you need? Sun Lei was puzzled. Although Su Mingyang knew his grandfather, to him, his grandfather was already a deceased person. Talking about his grandfather now held no meaning for him. Supporting his family alone was already difficult enough. He didn't want to waste any more time on these matters. Young man, have you ever considered changing jobs? Under the live stream camera, Su Mingyang spoke without reservation. Since Sun Yong hadn't secured a better future for his descendants, he might as well help if he could. Hearing this, Sun Lei seemed to grasp something. After a long pause, he sighed heavily. Old man, thank you for your kindness. I know this job is tough, but I'll pass. I don't want to live off my grandfather's reputation after he's gone. I've got 2 good hands and feet. A little hard work is fine as long as I can support my family. Sun Lei spoke with genuine conviction. Su Mingyang's earlier confirmation had made it clear to him that his grandfather's words weren't empty boasts, but the genuine experiences of someone who'd lived through it all. But so what? As his grandson, he felt profound gratitude simply to be alive and safe in this world. Everything his grandfather sacrificed during the anti-Japanese war had nothing to do with him. His grandfather never sought any benefits from those deeds, instead living out the rest of his life in quiet hardship. Now that he was gone, how could he possibly tarnish the reputation his grandfather had earned through a lifetime of hard work? Truthfully, all this is what I owe your grandfather. Su Mingyang trailed off, certain there were things he truly didn't want to voice. After all, had it not been for his own misguided decision back then, Sun Yong might have remained in the cook's unit until retirement, instead of resigning from the military early and leaving the unit as he did later. Back then. By then, the war against the Japanese invaders had reached its mid to late stages. The Japanese military strength had significantly declined, with most of their units failing to even meet the standards of a second-rate division. In contrast, the revolutionary forces saw increasing numbers of recruits as lost territories were gradually recaptured. Moreover, after each campaign, casualties were significantly lower than in the early stages. As the balance shifted, their numbers steadily grew, and they no longer feared direct confrontation with the Japanese. The situation appeared highly favorable. Yet despite this, the Japanese remained determined to seize China, deploying increasingly advanced weaponry superior to that of the Chinese forces. Defense units from the rear were redeployed to the front lines, aiming to seize the last remaining territory of China in one decisive push, regardless of casualties. Thus, the subsequent ambushes unfolded. Chapter 195, Keeping a Backdoor Open. Before the Japanese surprise attack, Su Mingyang received intelligence from a spy embedded within the Japanese forces. The Japanese planned to launch a large-scale encirclement and ambush in their area exactly 1 month later. Upon receiving this intelligence, Su Mingyang was intensely excited. After multiple confirmations that the information was accurate, he began planning an ambush for 1 month later. Over the next month, they constructed numerous deceptive bunkers around their encampment. These bunkers were surrounded by piles of straw, making them appear from afar like ordinary thatched cottages, revealing no trace of their true purpose. But if you were to strip away the straw, you'd find walls over 2 meters thick beneath. These walls not only completely repelled bullet attacks, but even Japanese artillery shells couldn't budge them an inch. Though the bunkers were thick and sturdy, the soldiers inside were largely safe from harm. However, due to their generally low height and small footprint, each bunker could typically only accommodate a dozen or so soldiers. Moreover, constructing too many bunkers would arouse suspicion among the Japanese scouts, so they built only about a dozen in total. Next came digging trenches, selecting positions for pincer attacks, and a series of other tasks. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and finally, the day of the Japanese surprise attack arrived. Throughout this period, Su Mingyang had been harboring doubts. After all, Japanese surprise attacks were classified as top-secret operations within their military. That their spy had managed to obtain this information a full month in advance was nothing short of astonishing. Had he not been certain their spy would never betray them, he might have doubted the intelligence's validity. Fortunately, that night, the forward scouts reported they had spotted 2 Japanese reconnaissance soldiers probing around the camp perimeter. Hearing this, Su Mingyang's suspicions eased somewhat. He genuinely feared the Japanese might not launch their ambush, or worse, cancel it upon detecting something amiss. He therefore ordered his men to let the Japanese scouts continue their reconnaissance undisturbed. Meanwhile, within the military camp, many lights had been extinguished. The soldiers waited for Su Mingyang's orders. Su Mingyang waited patiently as well. Only after the 2 Japanese reconnaissance soldiers completed their intelligence gathering and departed did Su Mingyang immediately issue his command. All soldiers were to rush to the prearranged ambush positions. At 3 in the morning, the scouts relayed their report. They had discovered a Japanese division of 10,000 soldiers stealthily approaching their position. Half an hour later, the first gunshot rang out, signaling the start of the Japanese attack. But to their surprise, after firing a volley at the revolutionary soldiers' camp, not only did the expected counterattack fail to materialize, they didn't even see a single revolutionary soldier emerge from the buildings. Only then did straw fall from above the houses, revealing pale gray cement walls. Before they could react, gunfire erupted from all directions. Countless revolutionary soldiers emerged, firing relentlessly at the Japanese soldiers trapped like fish in a barrel. The roar of gunfire echoed across the sky, while flames erupting everywhere illuminated the Japanese soldiers on the battlefield. Only then did the Japanese soldiers realize they had been ambushed. Their non-commissioned officer immediately ordered a retreat. But Su Mingyang wasn't about to let them slip away so easily. During this month of preparation, he had arranged far more than just a few bunkers. Along the path the Japanese had taken to reach the area, Su Mingyang had his soldiers bury landmines half a meter below the surface long before their arrival. These were all manually triggered devices. They hadn't detonated when the Japanese first approached, precisely to prevent the enemy from detecting the trap and ordering an immediate retreat. As the first wave of Japanese soldiers stepped into the mine zone, the explosives detonated. The sky, once as dark as ink, was lit up by towering flames. The gloomy clouds above were dyed blood red by the firelight, resembling the fresh blood of the Japanese soldiers on the battlefield. The Japanese division, originally numbering 10,000 men, suffered hundreds of casualties in this barrage. But the situation was dire. Even with the risk of more mines ahead, they had no choice but to press on. Otherwise, their ultimate fate would be to be surrounded here by the revolutionary soldiers and slowly worn down to death. After a moment's hesitation, the Japanese officer ordered the entire force to continue retreating. Yet they hadn't gone far. Boom! Another series of landmine explosions erupted, sending hundreds more Japanese soldiers skyward. This time, however, aware of the potential for mines, the Japanese troops had dispersed their ranks somewhat, avoiding the previous dense formation. Consequently, the number of Japanese soldiers killed was slightly reduced. After several more consecutive mine explosions, the Japanese soldiers had triggered every last mine. The battlefield was now filled only with the deafening crackle of gunfire. Just as the Japanese soldiers believed they could escape after triggering all the mines, they suddenly saw revolutionary soldiers peering out from the front, firing relentlessly at them. Indeed, revolutionary fighters had long been lying in wait behind them, precisely to block the Japanese invaders' retreat once they had triggered every mine. Upon seeing the revolutionary soldiers, the Japanese invaders not only abandoned any thought of breaking through the encirclement but immediately halted their advance and fortified their positions on the spot. They began counterattacking from their positions. Witnessing this scene, Su Mingyang felt slightly puzzled, sensing something was off. Just as he was racking his brain, unable to fathom why the Japanese soldiers weren't breaking through, several artillery shells ignited the revolutionary soldiers blocking their path. Immediately, waves of Japanese soldiers poured in like a tidal wave, completely surrounding the revolutionary soldiers who had been blocking their path. Witnessing this, Su Mingyang finally realized why he felt something was off. It turned out that the spy who had been infiltrating the Japanese army had been exposed. The intelligence relayed back by the Japanese was fake. Every move they made had been observed by the Japanese all along. Everything was part of the Japanese plan. A chill ran down Su Mingyang's spine. He had made a mistake. Fortunately, he had a backup plan. Just as the Japanese troops prepared to encircle the blocking fighters, they suddenly realized the number of soldiers on the battlefield was steadily decreasing. At first, it was only a few missing, barely noticeable. But soon, every single soldier before them vanished without a trace. The Japanese soldiers were stunned. Bastards! What's going on? Could our intelligence have been leaked? How is that possible? The Japanese officer looked utterly incredulous. After all, this battle was a trap he had set. After discovering the spy's identity, he deliberately leaked false information to lure the enemy into it. He had even sacrificed over 1,000 soldiers to lure the revolutionary fighters into an ambush behind enemy lines, all for the final victory. Now he was being told he'd lost nearly all his men and the rabbit he'd caught had slipped away? How could he possibly accept this? It was utterly unforgivable. Chapter 196, Home Burglarized. Only when the Japanese officer approached did he discover that where the revolutionary fighters had been standing was now a pit large enough for 5 or 6 men to walk into. Why was our plan discovered? The Japanese officer roared with fury, his eyes blazing with rage that found no outlet. He whipped his head around, fixing a menacing glare on the direction of the revolutionary soldiers' camp. Beside him, the adjutant trembled like a leaf, daring not to raise the slightest eyebrow at this moment. The atmosphere froze in an instant. Since that's the case, we'll fight them head-on. I refuse to believe a bunch of backward-armed men could pose any real threat. Inside the command center, Su Mingyang breathed a heavy sigh of relief as the intercepting soldiers returned safely. Thankfully, he had prepared 2 contingency plans, otherwise, the Japanese would have outmaneuvered them this time. He had recognized the problem the moment the spy embedded within the enemy forces had relayed the intelligence. His suspicion wasn't unfounded. The intelligence had come far too easily, as if deliberately leaked by the Japanese. Therefore, after receiving the intelligence, Su Mingyang had his soldiers build bunkers during the day and deliberately laid out their plans openly. If the Japanese sent scouts to investigate, they would likely infer something from their actions. But at night, he secretly ordered some soldiers to dig tunnels through the blockade. Once the tunnels were complete, they rebuilt the scaffolding above them and poured a layer of cement over the openings. Should anything go awry, they would detonate the tunnels with grenades and evacuate in an orderly fashion. Just as all the soldiers were basking in the glory of eliminating nearly 1,000 Japanese soldiers with almost no casualties, the reconnaissance patrol sent back another report. Political Commissar Su, the Japanese forces are encircling us again from the front. This time they're arriving in military trucks, accompanied by several tanks. It looks like they mean business. Inside the command post, Su Mingyang perked up at the news. If everything up to this point had been part of both sides' calculations, then this time, they were undoubtedly going all out. However, Su Mingyang showed no fear in the face of the Japanese forces' frontal assault. After instructing the communications soldier to send a radio message to the rear, signaling his troops to begin their advance, Su Mingyang organized the soldiers for a defensive counterattack. The bunkers they had built earlier proved invaluable at this moment. Even though the Japanese forces had several tanks, they were utterly helpless against the concrete walls, which were 2 to 3 meters thick. Instead, the soldiers inside the bunkers unleashed machine gun fire, mowing down the Japanese troops like cutting leeks. Meanwhile, the remaining soldiers, waiting in pre-dug trenches, raised their heads as the Japanese soldiers entered firing range and opened fire. For a time, the battle reached a stalemate. Neither side could gain the upper hand, and both could only continue to deplete their forces. What had begun as a surprise attack gradually transformed into a stalemate of trench warfare. The fighting raged all night long, ceasing only at dawn the next day when the first faint light began to appear on the horizon. After failing to break through despite prolonged assault, the Japanese forces began preparing their withdrawal. With their frontline forces stretched thin, any further delay risked the arrival of the Revolutionary Army's reinforcements, which would leave them no chance to retreat. Su Mingyang understood the principle of kicking a man when he's down. Seeing the Japanese begin their retreat, he immediately ordered his soldiers to pursue. Under the relentless pursuit of the revolutionary fighters, the Japanese forces gradually began to collapse into disarray. Only a few soldiers who had previously retreated from the elite division managed to cling together. Under the command of their officers, they withdrew in a different direction, separating from the main force. At this point, the commanders could no longer spare attention for these disorganized stragglers. Following them would only lead to certain capture. That path would lead them only to certain death. The Japanese officers had pledged to their superiors that they would capture Su Mingyang's forces during this campaign. But now it seemed they had not only failed to capture Su Mingyang's troops, but had been utterly routed by the revolutionary fighters. Returning in this state, the Japanese officer knew he would be forced to perform seppuku. Rather than die in such humiliation, he'd take a desperate gamble. With eyes burning with hatred, the Japanese officer fixed his gaze on Su Mingyang's position. He then commanded several hundred elite soldiers to break ranks from the fleeing main force. Seeing several hundred men fleeing in another direction, the revolutionary soldiers paid them little mind. Pursuing the main force now was the only way to eliminate as many Japanese soldiers as possible. As for those few hundred stragglers, they were hardly worth the effort.
As the pursuit deepened, these Japanese soldiers began shedding armor and weapons, some even abandoning their rifles. But what plunged them into despair was this: just as they neared their base camp, where they could escape by vehicle, they discovered a dense, fully armed formation of revolutionary soldiers standing before it. They froze in shock. A wave of despair swept through the Japanese soldiers. They couldn't comprehend how their base camp had been seized by revolutionary fighters. It turned out that when Su Mingyang had contacted the rear troops, he had already ordered them to seize the Japanese base camp in advance. After securing the Japanese base, they would then encircle the front lines. What surprised him, however, was how weak the Japanese forces they encountered this time turned out to be. Even armed with the latest weapons, they were utterly routed by the revolutionary fighters. Bang! The roar of gunfire swept across the battlefield, mowing down the Japanese soldiers like a field of leeks being harvested, wave after wave. With reinforcements closing in from the rear, even the remaining thousands of Japanese soldiers, driven to desperation and fighting with all their might, could not turn the tide. After a day of fierce fighting, every last Japanese soldier was annihilated. The battlefield gradually fell silent. But before Su Mingyang could celebrate, he spotted a serious problem. The sound of gunfire still echoed from their encampment. Some Japanese soldiers had taken advantage of their full-scale pursuit to sneak back and attack their base. Upon realizing this, Su Mingyang felt his heart sink. After all, they had committed all their forces to the pursuit. Now, only the cooks and medics remained at the camp. These cooks and medics hadn't received specialized combat training. How could they possibly hold their ground against hundreds of Japanese soldiers sneaking back to raid their base? The other soldiers also sensed something was wrong. After Su Mingyang gave the order, every soldier raced back toward the garrison with reckless abandon. When they finally returned hours later, they found the Japanese soldiers still assaulting the bunkers. Plumes of grayish-black smoke drifted from many bunkers, their walls charred black. Clearly, the Japanese had hurled more than one grenade into each bunker in their desperate bid to seize control. Chapter 197, Discharge Application. All soldiers, charge! Su Mingyang's eyes blazed crimson as seething fury erupted from him. He never imagined that the Japanese squad he had carelessly let slip away would return to launch a surprise attack on their base. Had he not been blinded by victory earlier and forgotten to leave behind reinforcements, or had he dispatched a squad to pursue when the Japanese scattered in small groups during their retreat, the outcome might have been different. It must be noted that while the cooks were mostly men, they were generally older or had physical limitations that prevented them from serving on the front lines. And the medics were mostly women. Now, these cooks and medics who had never seen frontline combat and were solely responsible for logistics were facing elite Japanese forces. It was entirely his fault. Overwhelmed by self-reproach, Su Mingyang disregarded casualties and ordered all comrades to charge toward the Japanese positions. These soldiers understood the gravity of the situation. They knew that any moment of hesitation could mean the deaths of their comrades, men who were usually kind and gentle. So they charged fearlessly, heedless of the Japanese fire. The Japanese clearly had never encountered such frenzied revolutionary fighters. Previously, the revolutionary fighters they encountered had mostly engaged in positional warfare or guerrilla tactics. This situation was something they had never imagined. The Japanese soldiers were utterly terrified. Even though they were veterans from first-class divisions, having endured the most rigorous training. Faced with the revolutionary fighters' charge, they chickened out. Counterattack. The Empire will not forget our sacrifice. The Japanese non-commissioned officer, seeing his men drop their rifles and stare blankly at the scene unfolding before them, shouted urgently. Yet his words fell on deaf ears. It wasn't their fault the scene before them was simply too shocking. Run! I'm done fighting, I'm going home. Yeah, run! We'll all die if we keep fighting like this. This is pointless sacrifice. I refuse to be the one to pay the price. The Japanese soldiers' wills were utterly broken. They cared for nothing else, they knew only that if they didn't flee now, they would surely die here. Given the fury of the revolutionary soldiers before them, even if they laid down their guns and raised a white flag of surrender, they knew they would never be spared. No one moves. Have you forgotten the oath you swore when you joined the army? Whoever dares take a single step back today will be shot on the spot. The Japanese non-commissioned officer seethed with rage. He understood that headquarters must be aware of their dire situation. By now, reinforcements might already be on their way. Nearly 2 days had passed since they were routed by the revolutionary fighters. It would take the reinforcements from the stronghold roughly 3 days to reach this location. If they could hold out just one more day, even a single day, they might have a chance of rescue. But these men? They actually want to flee? Unforgivable. The Japanese non-commissioned officer showed no hesitation whatsoever. Snatching the machine gun from his aide's hands, he began sweeping fire toward his former comrades. Rat-a-tat-tat. Smoke filled the air as the fleeing Japanese soldiers fell like scallions, one after another. They never imagined they'd meet their end at the hands of the very superior they'd once admired so deeply. Ha 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 ha. The Japanese non-commissioned officer was nearly mad with rage. Killing his own men seemed to bring him a greater sense of accomplishment than taking others' lives.
Only after every last fleeing Japanese soldier had fallen did he realize continuing the fight was impossible. Therefore, the Japanese sergeant aimed his gun at the remaining soldiers who had been preparing to hold the position with him. Since we're all going to die anyway, let's go out with a bang. No one is to desert. The remaining Japanese soldiers, their eyes filled with terror, were now at the mercy of the non-commissioned officer's gun barrel. You can't do this. We won't run. Before they could finish, orange-yellow flames erupted from the machine gun barrel as bullets poured forth. Moments later, only the Japanese non-commissioned officer remained on the battlefield. He drew his sword from his waist and committed seppuku. The surrounding soldiers stood frozen in stunned silence. However, after only a moment's hesitation, they swarmed toward the various bunkers. One by one, the wounded were carried out. Uninjured medics pulled out medical kits, crouched down, and began treating the wounded. Looking at the wounded, Su Mingyang's eyes filled with self-reproach. The gray sky was stained crimson by the evening glow. The casualty tally was in. Of the 102-member Cook's unit, 53 killed in action, 27 critically wounded. Of the 42 medics, 7 were seriously wounded, with no casualties. It could be said that the cooks had sacrificed their own lives to protect the medics. After all, for the soldiers at that time, every medic was a precious asset to the unit. In comparison, the cooks were far less valued. In the military, as long as they were fed enough, soldiers could stomach even the most unpalatable meals that required little skill. Medics, however, were different. Training each medic required anywhere from several months to even years. Within each unit, some medics received specialized training, some were mentored by experienced practitioners, and others attended professional medical schools. Those who attended specialized academies primarily handled complex surgical procedures. It could be said that if they were injured, hundreds or even thousands of soldiers might be left without treatment when critically ill. Though the battle ended in a decisive victory for them, Su Mingyang couldn't muster any joy. Even more sorrowful than Su Mingyang was Sun Yong. When remnants of the Japanese forces were spotted returning, Sun Yong, as the cook squad leader, chose to stay behind in the bunker to defend the camp instead of evacuating with his squad upon first sighting the enemy. This too was a mistake in his decision-making. Had they evacuated promptly, while all supplies at the outpost might have been burned by the Japanese, their lives would have been spared. Yet now, not a single soldier in the entire cook squad remained unscathed. Gazing at the familiar faces lying on the ground, they were all members of the cook squad. Once, their faces had been lit with bright smiles, but now their eyes were closed forever. Supplies could be gathered again, but these cooks were gone forever. An overwhelming sense of guilt gradually consumed Sun Yong. After enduring a month of torment, he submitted his discharge request. It must be understood that this was near the end of the war against Japan, with victory within sight. Submitting a discharge request at this critical juncture was tantamount to cutting off his own future. The moment Su Mingyang received Sun Yong's discharge request, he summoned him immediately to headquarters. Chapter 198, A Vicious Assessment. You want to discharge? Inside the command center, Su Mingyang stared at Sun Yong, enunciating each word deliberately. Had the man not been so consumed by grief, Su Mingyang would have wanted to slap him right then and there to snap him out of it. Victory was within reach, yet this man wanted to leave? That was absolutely unacceptable. Ah! Political Commissar Su, every night when I go to sleep, I dream of those comrades from the cook squad. In my dreams, they ask me, why didn't we retreat? Are those supplies more important than their lives? I don't know how to answer them. If only I had led them to retreat back then, instead of stubbornly holding the bunker, thinking that we the old, weak, sick, and disabled could fight the Japanese devils with just this bunker. Perhaps the outcome would have been completely different. It's all my fault. I'm the one who doomed them. Sun Yong wept uncontrollably. This burly man was now reduced to a tearful wreck. Su Mingyang didn't know how to comfort him. He too bore an inescapable share of responsibility for this tragedy. But he would never agree to discharge him. Su Mingyang slammed his fist on the table, stood up, and fixed Sun Yong with an intense stare. I won't approve your discharge request. If you truly feel you've let them down, you should stay at your post even more. Think about it, after all these years fighting the Japanese devils, who hasn't made mistakes? Are we supposed to desert our posts just because of a momentary lapse? Don't you want to stand with these comrades and see those Japanese devils driven out of China? How do you think they'd feel if they knew you'd quit the service over this? If you feel you've made a mistake, you should make amends, not just give up. Sun Yong fell silent upon hearing Su Mingyang's words. He pondered what those comrades who had left forever would think if they knew he'd deserted his post. He didn't want to think about it, and he didn't want to know. Is there really a way to make amends? Sun Yong stared blankly at Su Mingyang. Of course there is. Su Mingyang replied with absolute certainty. Think about it. If you leave the unit, who will cook meals for all of us? Who would hunt the game that the wounded soldiers rely on to build their strength? How would the other cooks under you feel? Pull yourself together, you carry a heavy responsibility on your shoulders. After a day of persuasion, Sun Yong gradually came around to Su Mingyang's arguments and ultimately chose to stay.
However, his condition for staying was that once all the Japanese invaders were driven out of China, Su Mingyang must approve his discharge request.
Su Mingyang readily agreed, believing this was merely a passing thought for Sun Yong. He was certain Sun Yong would never leave the ranks once the war against the Japanese invaders concluded. But he had miscalculated. 2 years later, the Japanese invaders were completely driven out of China. Sun Yong's discharge request landed on Su Mingyang's desk immediately. Alongside Sun Yong's request were applications from every surviving cook in the original kitchen crew.
They submitted their discharge requests collectively.
Su Mingyang could do nothing about it.
After all, he had promised them this opportunity. He had no choice but to approve their requests. Thus, Sun Yong, who had joined the revolutionary ranks at the very start of the War of Resistance against Japanese aggression, left the army just as he was on the verge of becoming a major general. To this day, Su Mingyang still felt a pang of regret whenever he recalled this. In the livestream chat, viewers reacted with shared emotion upon hearing this story.
So why did senior comrade Sun leave the ranks? Didn't the War of Resistance end in victory? With victory already in sight, why did he leave? Ha 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 ha. Dude, you just don't get it. Since it's scripted, there are bound to be some illogical parts.
This livestream is just for entertainment, no need to overanalyze. I can tell Grandpa Su genuinely wants to help this truck driver.
What can you do?
They're old comrades in arms after all. Seeing someone else's grandson struggling so hard now, anyone would want to lend a hand. Reading the live chat comments, Xiao Yaya was boiling with rage. If Su Mingyang hadn't still been chatting with Sun Lei, she'd have sought out a corner to have a proper showdown with these haters.
Grandpa, you really shouldn't blame yourself.
After my grandfather left the military, he not only got married but also lived quite comfortably.
Seeing Su Mingyang's face full of guilt, Sun Lei offered timely comfort.
Then, as if suddenly remembering something, his face lit up with surprise.
Wait a minute. Old man, you said you were a political commissar? Are you the political commissar Su my grandfather always talked about?
Sun Lei's excitement was palpable, slowing his cleaning movements. My grandfather mentioned you more than once when he was bragging. No, when he was recounting his exploits back in the day.
Oh? Su Mingyang's interest was piqued.
He was curious to hear what kind of figure he was in Sun Yong's stories.
What did your grandfather say about me?
A flicker of awkwardness crossed Sun Lei's face, betraying his unease.
He didn't really say much, just mentioned you, and then there was. What else? Su Mingyang pressed, his heart sinking.
Suddenly, he sensed that in Sun Yong's eyes, he didn't seem to be portrayed in a very positive light.
That's it.
Sun Lei stammered for a while, unable to form a complete sentence, which only reinforced Su Mingyang's suspicions.
Su Mingyang pressed further. What is it? Go ahead and say it. I won't get angry. Sun Lei closed his eyes, ready to face the consequences.
Well, my grandpa says you're just like Su the Skinflint. Back when he found out you'd go up the mountain to hunt wild game, he'd send you up there for no reason at all. And every time he brought back game, not only did he not eat it himself, he made him give it all to the wounded soldiers. Eventually, he felt guilty whenever he had free time but didn't go hunting.
Hearing this, Su Mingyang frowned. Good grief, so that's how Sun Yong saw him?
He had indeed sent Sun Yong hunting back then, thinking of the wounded soldiers' health. These wounded soldiers actually ate the same food as the other revolutionary fighters after their injuries, without any special treatment. As a result, some soldiers suffered from severe nutritional deficiencies after their injuries. After recovering, their physical condition would noticeably decline. After prolonged periods of strenuous work, they would experience dizziness and blurred vision. For soldiers who were already physically frail, inadequate nutrition after injury meant their wounds lingered, leaving them trapped in daily agony. That's why, upon learning Sun Yong could hunt and identify most mountain plants and medicinal herbs, Su Mingyang sent him up the mountain. What a sucker! But immediately afterward, Su Mingyang realized a serious problem. Logically, if Sun Yong had only said those words, Sun Lei shouldn't have been so tense that he couldn't speak for half a day.
Could there be even more vicious remarks? Chapter 199, You Have No Martial Ethics.
After speaking, Sun Lei stole a glance at Su Mingyang. Seeing no flicker of emotion on his face, he silently breathed a sigh of relief and resumed tidying up. But when he finished tidying the stove and raised his head, he once again met Su Mingyang's deep, piercing gaze. Su Mingyang was now observing him with keen interest, as if the matter was far from settled. Sun Lei felt a chill run down his spine under Su Mingyang's gaze, his body involuntarily shuddering.
Old master, is there anything else? Sun Lei asked, feigning ignorance. He understood Su Mingyang was waiting for him to speak further. But, could he really say what came next? He feared that once spoken, both himself and even his late grandfather would be subjected to online bullying by the viewers in the other party's livestream. Yet, it seemed he had no choice but to speak now. Sighing heavily, Sun Lei pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, and lit it with a deep drag. Actually, my grandfather said something else too. Sun Lei's eyes darted nervously, avoiding Su Mingyang's gaze. My grandpa said you don't play by the rules, old man. It's one thing to lack honor against the Japanese devils, but you treat your own comrades the same way. Hearing Sun Lei's words, Su Mingyang was first puzzled, then nearly erupted in anger. How could he, Su Mingyang, possibly lack martial ethics toward his comrades? He had always been a man of his word. Even the most ordinary soldier was treated equally by him, never any favoritism or discrimination. How could he be accused of lacking honor? This was pure slander. If Sun Yang were still alive, he'd hire a lawyer to sue for defamation. Sun Lei, who had been observing Su Mingyang closely, noticed the slight shift in his expression. His heart tightened and he dared not continue speaking. Speak! Su Mingyang demanded coldly. He wanted to hear exactly how Sun Yang dared accuse him of violating martial ethics toward his comrades. Sun Lei felt a pang of regret. He knew these old comrades couldn't stand being accused of mistreating their comrades. But based on what Grandpa had said, this old man before him really did lack martial ethics toward his comrades. It was my grandfather who said it, my grandfather, mind you. Sun Lei quickly distanced himself, declaring he was merely acting as a parrot repeating what he'd heard, and that the following statements had nothing to do with him. Old man, back when you were in the army, every time you had the veterans train, you just stood on the sidelines watching. You never once joined in the training yourself. Honestly, they could totally accept that. After all, as a political commissar, you generally don't have to go to the front lines yourself. Your main job is to command the entire army from the rear. But where you violated military ethics was this: while you yourself didn't train, the training regimen you imposed on the soldiers was utterly inhumane. It was like treating those veterans like Japanese soldiers. So? Su Mingyang felt a chill run through him. Good grief, so that's how the soldiers had been talking about him back then. Where was his training method harsh? It was entirely designed to reduce casualties on the battlefield, for heaven's sake. Without his training, who knows how many of them would have perished on the battlefield long ago. Su Mingyang knew the brutality of war all too well. That's why he drilled the soldiers in nearly every skill imaginable during daily training, striving to forge well-rounded warriors. And what was the result? His good intentions were taken for granted by Sun Yang. Su Mingyang regretted not hearing these words sooner. Now, even if he wanted to severely punish those soldiers who accused him of violating martial ethics, he couldn't find a place to do so. Had he known their true thoughts during training, he would have undoubtedly piled extra tasks on top of their existing regimen. He would have made sure every single one of them became fiercely brave on the battlefield. Moreover, Su Mingyang discovered a serious problem. Sun Yang, who was assigned to the kitchen crew, hadn't even participated in the training. Was it right for him to criticize me like this? His training of the soldiers had nothing to do with him. The training back then was all about giving the soldiers more chances to survive on the battlefield. After all, no matter how rigorous the training, it could never match the harshness of actual combat. Without that intense, high-intensity training in peacetime, how would the soldiers cope when they faced tough battles? Su Mingyang explained his reasoning. The live stream audience burst into laughter. Look at that, Grandpa Su is actually defending himself. Seems he really did push those old veterans hard back in the day. I don't think Grandpa Su's approach was wrong. After all, when these soldiers went to war, it was 100 or 1,000 times more brutal than their regular training. How could they have survived without that training? Still feels scripted, the logic is too flimsy. Remember, old Sun was a cook. We were told he spent his days hunting and gathering in the mountains. He didn't even need to participate in the training. What exactly is he complaining about? Many viewers who saw this comment felt equally puzzled. Exactly. If old Sun didn't have to train, what did it matter to him? Xiao Yeye was also puzzled and asked from the side. Sun Gu, but this doesn't seem to have anything to do with Senior Sun, right? He doesn't even have to participate in training. Sun Lei shook his head upon hearing this. No, this not only concerns my grandfather, it's hugely important. Think about it, these soldiers train so hard. What do they lose the most? Physical strength. And that lost stamina needs to be replenished through food. But back then, the amount of grain per meal in the army was strictly regulated. After all, grain supplies were limited. You couldn't just let the soldiers eat up all the rations for the next period just because training was tough. Ever since the old man's brutal training began, these soldiers have been complaining about hunger every day, which has left the cooks utterly distressed. After all, their primary duty was to ensure the soldiers were well fed and satisfied. Since they couldn't guarantee quality, the primary goal of ensuring everyone was full had to be addressed. To tackle this problem, my grandfather said they endured even tougher conditions than the soldiers undergoing training. Every morning after cooking for the soldiers, all the cooks would head into the mountains to forage for food. Once the nearby hills were stripped bare, they had to trek farther afield. Some cooks would even spend entire days out gathering wild grains to ensure sufficient supplies. Yet the fruits of their day's labor would be consumed by the soldiers in just 1 or 2 meals. Sun Lei finished his story in one breath, his mouth dry from speaking. He reached for a drink of water. Su Mingyang frowned upon hearing this. But after I intensified the soldiers' training, didn't I request additional grain? Where is that grain? Chapter 200, The Grain's Whereabouts. Votes needed. Dredging up the past, Su Mingyang's mind was filled with confusion. It was precisely because of the supply of provisions from the rear that he had begun to intensify the training regimen for his soldiers. Logically, even if the grain supply wasn't abundant, it should have been more than enough to feed these soldiers. How could this situation have arisen? When Su Mingyang brought it up, Sun Lei looked utterly helpless. After all these years, the old man before him still remained completely in the dark about this matter. Old man, some things back then were handled by the senior officers behind your back. That's why you might not know about them. Sun Lei's words left Su Mingyang thoroughly confused. Only now did he realize how many things he hadn't fully grasped back then. The live stream audience was equally bewildered by this scene. Who would have thought Grandpa Su had been kept in the dark by his own soldiers all these years? He still has no clue what's been going on. Grandpa Su's bewildered expression is hilarious. Never imagined seeing that look on his face. I always saw him as someone who wouldn't bat an eye at a mountain collapsing before him, but now he looks so clueless? Ha 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 ha. Seriously, where did all that grain go? It couldn't have just vanished into thin air, right? Remember, this is military rations. Before going into storage, it must be sorted and weighed. If even a single pound was missing, countless people would face accountability. The commenter's words drew widespread agreement from other viewers in the livestream chat. Indeed, that grain was military rations carefully accumulated to sustain soldiers fighting the Japanese invaders on the front lines. Whatever else might be in short supply, this grain certainly wouldn't be missing a single grain. But if the soldiers weren't eating it, where did it go? Xiao Yeye stared at the comments, her mind equally filled with confusion. A thought began to form in her mind, but she quickly dismissed it. She refused to believe such people existed within the revolutionary ranks. Stop beating around the bush and just tell me. Su Mingyang racked his brain but found no clues, forcing him to ask directly. Seeing Su Mingyang's impatient expression, Sun Lei knew he was eager to verify the answer and didn't beat around the bush. According to my grandfather, this grain was actually distributed to the soldiers. After all, it was their subsidy, and not a single grain was to be withheld. But after receiving it, the soldiers didn't keep it for themselves. Instead, they gave it all to the villagers around them. Su Mingyang felt a wave of relief wash over him. He shook his head, mocking himself for overthinking it. He then turned his gaze to Sun Lei. Did your grandfather say all this? Sun Lei nodded, confused. Yes, why? Then how can you accuse me of violating martial ethics? It was clearly these soldiers who took the grain meant for their own supplies and gave it to the surrounding villagers. That's not my problem. Besides, even if I had discovered it at the time, there was absolutely no way to stop him. It was all the soldiers' goodwill. Why would I stop them? If what Sun Lei said was true, he really couldn't have stopped the soldiers from secretly giving all the grain to the surrounding villagers back then. Those villagers were suffering too. Most of their families had been brutally murdered by the Japanese devils. When we arrived there, the Japanese had seized all the mature crops from their fields and destroyed the unripe ones. Even the grain saved at home for the second planting had been looted by the Japanese devils. We did consider ways to help, but with major battles imminent, we simply had no time to address these matters. We could only order the villagers to evacuate to the rear. Yet these villagers had lived on this land since birth. In their minds, even if one must die, it should be on one's own soil. So no matter how we pleaded, most of them refused to leave. It was beyond our control. At the time, I was puzzled. How could these villagers, rooted here, survive without food? Now I finally understand it was the soldiers who had been using their extra rations to feed these villagers. Su Mingyang sighed. Although it was already the late stages of the anti-Japanese war, nearly every able-bodied man joined the revolutionary forces upon reaching adulthood. Thus, the rural fields lacked their primary labor force. This forced women to work in the fields. Yet their physical strength remained limited. They could never match men's ability to handle heavy labor with ease. Consequently, the harvests inevitably fell short of previous years. Compounding the issue, the areas where revolutionary fighters were stationed were mostly mountainous or hilly terrain regions difficult to cultivate. The fertile areas remained under the control of the Japanese invaders. Therefore, the grain supplied from the rear could only barely prevent the soldiers from starving. After all, no matter how one looked at it, some of the nation's hopes for victory in the war against the Japanese invaders rested on these soldiers. If the soldiers went hungry, then China would be finished. It wasn't that they didn't care about the people's survival, it was simply beyond their capacity to address it. Su Mingyang's words echoed through the livestream, striking the viewers like thunder. I never imagined the revolutionary soldiers of that era were so truly great. From childhood, I was taught that revolutionary soldiers would never take even a thread from the masses. I thought that alone was worthy of admiration, but I never imagined they would even sacrifice their own rations to prevent these villagers from starving. Remember, these soldiers lived in constant danger every day. A single meal skipped could leave them too weak to fight later, vulnerable to the Japanese invaders. Yet they resolutely shared their food with the villagers. I doubt I could have done the same. Yes, I believe most of us in modern times couldn't do it either. In today's world, we've all completed compulsory education. On the surface, we've acquired knowledge and studied the teachings of sages. But when a real crisis hits, can we truly put knowledge into action? I doubt it.
Yet those elders of old who never attended school, who never even heard the names of sages, their simplicity allowed them to choose risk even in such critical moments. What a truly magnificent quality that is. Xiao Ye watched the live stream comments, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Su Mingyang never left a single grain of rice in his bowl during meals.
And what about herself? How had she behaved? Chapter 201, Arrival at the Mountain City. A wave of guilt washed over her. Su Mingyang smiled faintly.
Though thrift is a virtue, there's no need to feel guilty about past extravagance. Many things, once you recognize the mistake, can be corrected. After saying this, he looked at Sun Lei again.
Young man, you now know about your grandfather's deeds back then. If there were an opportunity now that could spare you such hardship in the future, would you be willing?
Su Mingyang extended an olive branch, though this offer wasn't his own, but came from those entrepreneurs. With the success of some enterprises today, their owners, after achieving prosperity, began engaging in social contributions such as recruiting descendants of revolutionary veterans and assigning them to non-critical positions. This approach served a dual purpose. On the other hand, their enterprises gained protection, shielding them from sudden collapse due to negative publicity. It could be said that the more descendants of revolutionary veterans they hired, the more resilient they became against risks. Therefore, Su Mingyang wanted to secure this opportunity for Sun Lei. After all, had he considered things more carefully back then, Sun Yong wouldn't have had to guard the camp with the mess squad soldiers, nor would the latter have ended up being discharged early. All of this had been like a thorn lodged deep in his heart. After all these years, he had finally found an opportunity to make amends. Sun Lei lowered his gaze upon hearing this. To be honest, he was tempted. As a truck driver, he knew all too well the hardships of this profession. Those who specialized in delivery like him were actually different from the truck drivers mocked by netizens. After a month of grueling work, driving day and night on the highways, the paycheck they received was barely close to 10,000 yuan. While this was significantly more than many other jobs paid, it was essentially trading their health for money. Not to mention the constant sleepless nights and non-stop shifts just sitting behind the wheel all day was already taking a toll on his body. Not long ago, he'd been diagnosed with a herniated disc. Now, even bending over causes him significant discomfort. Now, with a golden opportunity before him, he couldn't help but be tempted. But his grandfather's words echoed in his ears, memories gradually blurring as Sun Lei seemed to return to his elementary school days. Back in elementary school, his grades were abysmal. He barely ever passed any exams, consistently ranking at the bottom of his class. One day, his homeroom teacher, unable to tolerate it any longer, summoned his grandfather to the school. When Sun Lei first heard the news, his heart sank. For an elementary school student, grades were the most important thing. Though he daydreamed in class and never did homework after school, copying assignments only the next morning at school, he remained unusually concerned about his grades. What mattered wasn't the actual scores, but what he could do with them once he got them. Yes, altering his grades. If he scored in the single digits, he'd simply change the digit on his report card to a 2-digit number. As for any other scores below 40, he'd alter them relentlessly, turning 3s into 8s, 2s into 8s, and 1s directly into 9s. At home, his scores never dipped below 80. But this time, the homeroom teacher had called the parents in. His grades could no longer be concealed. In the office, Sun Lei kept his head down, too afraid to look at his grandfather. The homeroom teacher rattled off his misdeeds, as if putting him on trial before his grandfather. One derogatory term after another poured from the teacher's mouth, leaving him thoroughly humiliated. But when the teacher finally finished, the scolding he'd imagined from his grandfather never came. Instead, he felt his grandfather's warm, large hand. Grandfather's large hand ruffled his hair, his face radiating kindness. Teacher, I understand everything you've said, but I also know my grandson well. While education may be the fastest path in life, it is not the only one. As long as Sun Lei grows up to be an upright person who contributes positively to society, that is success enough. These words left the homeroom teacher speechless. He tried several times to speak, but each time, as if remembering something, he closed his mouth. Indeed. As long as one contributes to society, does academic performance really matter that much? Grandfather and grandson finally left the homeroom teacher's office. On the way home, Grandpa held his hand and told him to accept whatever grades he earned from now on, no more altering his scores. Since it was a responsibility he had to shoulder, he couldn't choose to run away from it. Now, an opportunity lay before him, but could this chance truly allow him to make a difference? Can it truly allow me to contribute to society? The answer was undoubtedly no. He understood these jobs were nothing more than window dressing. Even if he were to take the position, he wouldn't feel right pocketing that salary. So why pursue this job at all? He wanted to be someone who contributed to society, not someone who just coasted through life. With a heavy sigh, Sun Lei ultimately declined Su Mingyang's invitation. Traffic remained gridlocked on the highway. The gridlock stretched into the night, so Su Mingyang and the others decided to catch a few winks in their cars. Early the next morning, before dawn had fully broken, they were jolted awake by the relentless honking of horns.
Ahead, the traffic began to inch forward, gradually fading from view. The traffic jam finally ended, but they saw no sign of Sun Lei's truck. They continued on their planned route. The entire journey passed in silence. Except for Li Deji, the others had barely slept the night before. As daylight fully broke, the car sped along the highway. Seated in the back, Su Mingyang gradually drifted back to sleep. Grandpa Su, we're here. Woken once more, Su Mingyang gazed out the window. A slanting ray of sunlight hung high on the horizon, seeming to express its own reluctance to depart. He hadn't realized he'd slept through the entire day. Shaking his head, Su Mingyang smiled bitterly. He really was getting old now. He was starting to feel sleepy all the time. Let's find a hotel first. Su Mingyang massaged his temples. He hadn't slept well in the car. Setting foot once more on the soil of Bashu, countless images flashed through his mind like a slideshow, weighing heavily upon him. This land held too much weight for him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yeye searched online and found an affordable hotel to drive to. The journey took only 10 minutes, but Xiao Yeye zigzagged through the streets, taking wrong turns repeatedly. It wasn't until an hour later that they finally reached their destination. The group stepped out of the car one after another, breathing in the humid air of the mountain city. Xiao Yeye couldn't help but sigh. The air here is so refreshing. It's just that the roads are a bit tricky. Chapter 202, The Happiest Days. Her words brought smiles to the faces of the other three. For Xiao Yeye, the roads here were indeed a bit rough. Su Mingyang had no doubt that without navigation, just a map, Xiao Yeye could get lost in the mountain city for 10 days or even half a month. After checking into the hotel and presenting their online reservations, the group returned to their respective rooms to freshen up. A few minutes later, they stepped out of the hotel and strolled along the street in search of food. The air was thick with the spicy, savory aroma of hot pot. They casually picked a hot pot restaurant and went inside to order. The dishes here were exceptionally cheap, at least significantly cheaper than in the coastal city they had just left. Before long, a hot pot arrived at their table and they dug in. Xiao Yeye alternated between bites of hot pot and sips of milk to temper the heat. Though clearly unable to handle spicy food, she insisted on putting all her ingredients into the spicy broth. Su Mingyang watched Xiao Yeye, her forehead glistening with sweat, a tender smile spreading across his face. Through her, he seemed to glimpse the figure of that person. No wonder he felt an instant connection upon meeting Xiao Yeye. If Xiao Yeye were a different gender, she would have looked just like that person. Xiao Yeye scratched her head, looking a bit embarrassed. I think it'd be a waste to come all the way to the mountain city and not try its signature spicy hot pot. Li Deji, who had become quite familiar with Xiao Yeye during this time, teased him without holding back. You're just a weakling who loves to play around. Out of everyone at the table, you're the only one who can't handle spicy food, yet you ended up eating the most enthusiastically. Look at Grandpa Su, he hasn't even taken a sip of water since we started. Li Deji pointed to the teacup in front of Su Mingyang, its contents untouched. Su Mingyang sat quietly by, watching the two without speaking. He couldn't very well say that at his age, his sense of taste had all but vanished. Spicy or not spicy made little difference to him. The only distinction was the slight tingling sensation on his tongue after eating something spicy, confirming he'd consumed something hot. Meanwhile, Xiao, seated beside him, stuffed hot pot into his mouth with wild abandon. He never imagined the world held such delicious food. Back in his island country, what kind of pig feed had he been eating every day? Grandpa Su, have you ever been to Shan City before? They say hot pot here was already famous back in your day. Yours must have been more authentic than what we have now. Xiao Yeye changed the subject. Every hot pot restaurant on this street claimed to be an authentic, century-old establishment. They couldn't tell the difference, but Grandpa Su could. After all, he was someone who lived through that era. If he had visited Shangqing back then, he must have tasted the most authentic old-school hot pot of that time. Su Mingyang nodded upon hearing this, then shook his head. This is my first time in Chongqing. I've had authentic Chongqing hot pot before, but not here in the city itself. It was in the military camp. As Su Mingyang spoke these words, a hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. What a joyful yet sorrowful time that had been. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yeye immediately realized this was the moment she'd been waiting for. She aimed the live stream camera at Su Mingyang, waiting for him to continue. Su Mingyang knew the viewers were urging Xiao Yeye again, so he graciously continued. Back then. At that time, he was still a regiment commander, not yet promoted to political commissar. He commanded a regiment composed mostly of recruits from the mountain city. Subordinate to the 35th Division, the entire regiment numbered over 2,800 personnel. They were stationed deep in the mountains of southern Hunan province, bordering Bashu province, awaiting orders. Due to their isolated location, surrounded by mountains, rivers, and lakes in a virtually uninhabited wilderness, the area was densely covered in ancient, towering trees. The area was exceptionally rich in resources, from the wildlife in the forests to the fish in the lakes. During that period, he ensured every soldier in the regiment ate well at every meal, enjoying full stomachs daily. Since most of the regiment hailed from Bashu, they often prepared hot pot meals. Back then, hot pot pots weren't as compact as they are today. They were massive cauldrons nearly half a person's height. Thus, whenever they cooked hot pot, 20 to 30 soldiers would gather around a single pot. Everyone sang and danced, reveling in the joy, and bonds formed quickly. While chatting with these Sichuan soldiers, Su Mingyang noticed that though they often cursed, their temperaments were exceptionally fierce. Mention the Japanese devils, and every man seethed with fury, itching to charge straight to the front lines and fight them to the death. Such a volatile group inevitably led to frequent conflicts among the soldiers, which gave Su Mingyang a headache. Previously, when conflicts arose between soldiers, the solution was remarkably simple. All it took was for the two to share a battlefield experience fighting the Japanese together. Once they'd forged a bond forged in battle, any rift would vanish. But now, stationed here indefinitely, the soldiers were all new recruits with no opportunity to see combat. To resolve the conflicts that flared up between them from time to time, Su Mingyang organized a friendly sparring session within the regiment after lunch every day. From ordinary soldiers to himself, anyone who had a bone to pick with another could arrange a friendly sparring match after reaching an agreement with the other party. Initially, Su Mingyang merely intended to divert the soldiers' attention, knowing that some rifts wouldn't vanish after a single sparring session. But what Su Mingyang never anticipated was how remarkably effective this measure turned out to be. Before the fight began, some warriors were ready to fight to the death. Yet after the fight, whether victor or vanquished, neither held a grudge against the other. The losers genuinely admired their opponents from the bottom of their hearts. After all, in their eyes, few within the ranks could truly best them. As for the victors, they had achieved their goal. What reason remained for animosity? The result was that within just a few days, major conflicts virtually vanished throughout the entire unit. As fewer and fewer sought sparring partners, the practice gradually faded away. The days of respite passed quickly. Just as Su Mingyang thought they might remain encamped indefinitely in the deep mountains, they received new orders. Superiors ordered them to cross the Shangnan River within 3 days, enter Xizang province, and prevent the Japanese from fully occupying Nan'an City. Upon receiving the order, Su Mingyang immediately led his men on a 2-day forced march. They finally established their camp in Nan'an City the day before the Japanese assault. Intelligence indicated the Japanese had dispatched a regiment of 5,000 troops to seize Nan'an City, nearly double their numbers. Compounded by the Japanese forces' superior equipment, which was far more advanced than theirs, defending Nan'an meant they would have to engage in street fighting. Chapter 203, The Japanese Artillery Barrage. Nan'an City covered an area of 3,600 square kilometers. Although surrounded by mountainous terrain, the main urban area still spanned nearly 140 square kilometers. As long as the soldiers dispersed throughout the area, even if the Japanese sent bombers to strike the main urban district, it would be largely ineffective, making it difficult to inflict significant casualties on the revolutionary fighters. Regimental commander, all 3 battalions are now dispersed throughout every corner of the main urban area. They're fully spread out. The communications officer reported. Upon hearing this, Su Mingyang fell into deep thought. The sole advantage of dispersing the fighters was evading the Japanese bombers. But the drawback was equally clear: they could only conduct guerrilla warfare, and orders could not reach the soldiers in a timely manner. Has the communications unit mapped out the terrain yet? To ensure timely communication, Su Mingyang had selected soldiers from various companies to form a 50-man communication squad. Their sole mission was to continuously aggregate battlefield intelligence, enabling Su Mingyang to make immediate tactical adjustments. After he finalized adjustments, the plan would be relayed back down through the communications network. This ensured that even if certain areas fell, the soldiers wouldn't be caught unaware and stumble into the Japanese encirclement. All personnel on this mission were new recruits, and the enemy forces outnumbered them 2 to 1. Every step had to be taken with extreme caution. The reporting communications soldier nodded upon hearing this. Commander Su, the soldiers have thoroughly scouted the terrain and memorized the positions of every company. There won't be any issues. Hearing this, Su Mingyang felt a slight sense of relief. Initially, Su Mingyang had planned to enlist local citizens from Nan'an City for wartime communications. However, during trials, he discovered that while these citizens were patriotic and eager to volunteer, without professional training, they were unable to accurately convey certain messages. After careful consideration, Su Mingyang ultimately abandoned the idea. After all, if crucial information failed to reach the front lines accurately during critical moments, it could lead to misinterpretation among the soldiers. This could result in an entire company, or even a battalion, failing to evacuate in time according to Su Mingyang's coordinated plan, leading to casualties. Therefore, Su Mingyang preferred slower message delivery over using these citizens, prioritizing absolute accuracy in information transmission. The soldiers spent a day familiarizing themselves with the roads within Nan'an City, traversing every street and alley within their assigned sectors to map out the terrain. By noon the next day, scouts reported that a Japanese division was advancing toward Nan'an City. All soldiers were placed on combat alert. At Nan'an City gates, Su Mingyang observed the Japanese division several kilometers away and roughly estimated their strength. The vanguard consisted of 3 tanks, followed by 6 supply trucks. Following Japanese military practice, they typically carried about a week's worth of provisions when deploying for combat. At least half of the supplies in these trucks consisted of canned goods, rice, and other provisions for the soldiers. The daily food consumption of 5,000 Japanese soldiers equaled roughly half a supply truck. 3 supply trucks equated to roughly 6 days' worth of rations for 5,000 men. This coincided with the 1-week time frame. Thus, after a rough estimate, Su Mingyang concluded that the Japanese division arriving this time numbered close to 5,000, roughly double their own strength. Moreover, behind these supply trucks, Su Mingyang spotted dozens of artillery carriages being pushed forward by artillery crews. These artillery vehicles were likely the weapons the Japanese intended to use to bombard their potential positions before engaging in urban combat. After gathering all the intelligence, Su Mingyang immediately descended from the city gate and headed toward the rear. He now needed to strategize how to fight this battle to secure ultimate victory. Given the Japanese forces' combat capabilities at the time and the street fighting experiences between the Kuomintang and the Japanese, holding the position would require at least equal numbers. Otherwise, they would be utterly helpless against the enemy's firepower suppression. Firepower suppression? Firepower suppression. Su Mingyang paced back and forth in the command post, muttering to himself as his mind raced to devise a way to break through the Japanese firepower suppression. If they could break through the Japanese firepower suppression and evade the first wave of carpet bombing before the Japanese entered the streets for search operations, then in the ensuing street fighting, they would have a chance to test their strength against the Japanese. But how exactly could they break through the fire suppression? Should they retreat from the main urban area, the focal point of the enemy's bombardment? That was clearly not an option. If they abandoned the main urban area, the Japanese could swiftly establish control there after the bombing, leaving them completely at a disadvantage in the ensuing street fighting. But if they didn't abandon the main urban area, they would inevitably face a relentless barrage of bombs. Though the destructive power of this bombing would be less than that of the Japanese bombers, even a conservative estimate suggests that after such an assault, at least half of their fighters would be wounded. Moreover, if the Japanese were stubborn enough to bomb relentlessly for a full day and night, exhausting all their ammunition, that number would only increase further. At that point, their hopes for victory would become infinitely slim. But what could be done? Suddenly, Su Mingyang halted in his tracks, a thought striking him. Perhaps at this moment, he had no choice but to take a risk. Su Mingyang summoned all the signalmen and relayed his plan. Before the Japanese troops entered the city, Su Mingyang's orders had already reached every soldier's ears. The soldiers did not hesitate. Even though they felt this was not the right course of action, they still obeyed the order and steadily gathered toward the city gates. By the time the Japanese invaders entered the city, they were only 400 or 500 meters away. Had it not been for the rows of buildings blocking their view, they would have been spotted by the Japanese forces. Upon entering the city, the Japanese invaders encountered the deserted streets of Nan'an City without the slightest surprise. Typically, cities were already deserted before their arrival. Even those who remained were mostly the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled civilians incapable of resistance. For these people, they had only one course of action: kill. They slaughtered until the city was completely empty. Once they had established their military structures, the city was theirs. Though no one was visible to the naked eye, the Japanese soldiers remained highly alert. The Japanese non-commissioned officer ordered the artillerymen to aim their guns at various points within the city. Once the ammunition was loaded, he commanded all gunners to open fire on the city. In an instant, smoke billowed across Nanan's main district as flames engulfed the entire city. However, to avoid friendly fire, the foremost row of buildings remained untouched by the bombardment. Chapter 204, the second line of defense breached. After all, the Japanese soldiers didn't want to harm their own men either. This, however, provided the revolutionary soldiers with an opportunity to exploit the gap. At that moment, all the revolutionary soldiers took cover within these buildings. If even a single shell had accidentally landed on these buildings, the fighters would have been blown to pieces, revealing their positions to the Japanese. Yet the Japanese artillerymen were professionally trained and unlikely to make such a mistake. Thus, after nearly a full day of bombardment, not a single shell landed within the buildings. The Japanese forces never imagined that the revolutionary fighters would dare to hide right under their noses, playing this game of hiding in plain sight. After exhausting their entire artillery supply, the Japanese non-commissioned officers hesitated not a moment. They immediately ordered all Japanese soldiers into the streets. After a night of bombardment, both the revolutionary fighters and the Japanese soldiers were utterly exhausted. The deafening roar of artillery fire had kept them awake all night. But as the ambushing force, the revolutionary fighters now lay concealed in the darkness, needing no vigilance. The Japanese soldiers, however, had to remain on high alert, constantly scanning their surroundings for any revolutionary fighters who might appear at any moment. Yet they were now surprisingly relaxed. Normally, after shelling, if revolutionary fighters were lurking in the city, they would at least hear the screams of the wounded. Yet now, they heard no such cries. This meant there might be no revolutionary fighters in the city at all. With no fighting required, the Japanese soldiers' faces lit up with joy. They weren't afraid of the revolutionary fighters, but once combat began, casualties were inevitable among their ranks. None of them wanted to die on the battlefields of China. They all had families and friends waiting for them back home. But could they truly return alive? The Japanese soldiers moved sluggishly, rifles raised as they searched ahead. In their minds, the revolutionary fighters had long since abandoned the city. Their current actions were merely routine duty searching for any surviving civilians. Their weapons weren't even caught. Yet the instant they drew near, a hail of gunfire erupted from behind the buildings ahead. Immediately after, a hail of bullets descended. The revolutionary soldiers had struck. At such close range, it was nearly impossible for the bullets to miss. In an instant, the front ranks of dozens of Japanese soldiers were riddled with bullets. However, the bullets fired by the revolutionary soldiers had limited penetration. Thus, after entering the Japanese soldiers' bodies, they did not pass through to strike those behind them. Otherwise, the death toll would have doubled. The Japanese soldiers, struck by the fire, immediately sensed something was wrong and threw themselves to the ground to dodge the bullets. In the Japanese camp behind them, the officers heard the gunfire and sensed something was amiss. Only now did he realize how foolish his previous actions had been, how he had underestimated the courage and resolve of the revolutionary soldiers. He never imagined they had been hiding just 100 or 200 meters away, sheltering from the artillery bombardment. Everyone, advance immediately. Do not let these revolutionary fighters escape. The Japanese non-commissioned officer raised his katana, ordering everyone to charge toward the house. He had already received intelligence that the revolutionary fighters were highly likely to make a last stand in Nan'an City. Initially, he had anticipated a tough battle. But upon seeing the intelligence report stating the revolutionary forces numbered no more than 2,000, he had relaxed his guard. Under normal circumstances, their elite division, even with only 5,000 men, could still engage tens of thousands of soldiers head-on. Even in urban combat, where guerrilla tactics were likely, he had no reason to fear these 2,000 revolutionary soldiers. At most, they might lose a few hundred men, but he was confident he could crush these revolutionary forces. Yet now, they had exhausted all their artillery shells without killing a single revolutionary soldier. These revolutionary fighters had arrived and immediately slaughtered over 100 of his men, something utterly unacceptable to him. He felt his dignity and pride being trampled into the dirt by the revolutionary fighters. Tanks, clear the way ahead. The rest of you, charge. The Japanese sergeant bellowed again, and the roar of tank engines instantly echoed across the battlefield. Boom! The tank fired several shells at the house ahead. The walls collapsed with a thunderous crash, but the revolutionary soldiers who had been hiding behind them had vanished without a trace. Pursue them! Veins bulged on the Japanese non-commissioned officer's forehead. He'd been tricked again. These revolutionary fighters had gathered here not to engage in a decisive battle, but merely to lie in wait for the shelling to cease before launching a surprise attack. Meanwhile, upon learning that not a single soldier had been injured in the bombardment, Su Mingyang breathed a sigh of relief. Throughout the day of bombardment, he had been constantly worried about them. Because he needed to observe the broader changes in the situation, he hadn't gone to the front lines to stay with the soldiers. Instead, he had found the highest hill on the outskirts of the city and observed the situation through binoculars from above. Upon seeing the Japanese forces advancing across the front, Su Mingyang wasted no time. He had the signalman notify the troops that they could proceed according to plan. He himself descended the mountain and headed toward the city center. He had feared that upon discovering the revolutionary fighters, the Japanese troops might choose to entrench themselves locally for safety, waiting for the next wave of artillery shells to arrive. That would trap his fighters in a no-win situation. Repeating their previous tactics during the second bombardment was clearly unfeasible. The Japanese weren't pushovers. They'd surely have guessed where the fighters were hiding. Therefore, the only retreat left for them was to cede the main urban area of Nan'an City to the Japanese. But if they surrendered the main urban area to the Japanese, their chances of fighting them in the remaining open areas without dense buildings and alleys would be slim to none. Fortunately, the Japanese non-commissioned officers, enraged, failed to consider this. For the next several days, Nan'an City was engulfed in the relentless crackle of gunfire. Su Mingyang relentlessly directed his fighters to engage the Japanese in street battles across multiple locations, holding their defensive positions with an iron grip. Throughout this period, he also kept searching for opportunities to have the regiment's snipers take out the Japanese non-commissioned officers. Eliminating even one Japanese non-commissioned officer would deal a severe blow to enemy morale. Even if the Japanese could appoint new non-commissioned officers, morale would remain shattered. It would take them a long time to regroup. Yet progress in eliminating Japanese non-commissioned officers remained elusive. Until the communications soldier relayed another message. Commander Su, the second defense line has been breached in multiple places by the Japanese. We have only our final line of defense left. Chapter 205, Taking the Opposite Approach. What? Su Mingyang was utterly shocked. After days of fierce street fighting, both the Japanese invaders and the revolutionary soldiers had suffered heavy casualties. The bodies of soldiers lay scattered throughout the compact main district of Nan'an City. Even so, it took the Japanese several days just to barely break through the first line of defense he had set up. But how could they have breached the second line after just one night?
Su Mingyang hurriedly grabbed his binoculars to observe the situation. Sure enough, the revolutionary soldiers were now gradually retreating behind the third line of defense, their last remaining defensive position. If the Japanese invaders breached this line too, there would be no point in continuing the fight. But why had the Japanese invaders broken through the second line so swiftly? Do you know why? Su Mingyang turned to the communications soldier. The communications soldier fell silent, furrowing his brow as he pondered, seemingly recalling details from earlier conversations with the revolutionary soldiers. After a long moment, he suddenly spoke as if something had occurred to him. I remember now. When I spoke with the frontline soldiers earlier, I heard them say the Japanese bastards had become reckless. Before, when fighting for control of the alleys, they'd hide behind cover and engage us. But now, when they fight for control of an alley, they basically send out a large group of men, charging forward regardless of casualties, forcing them to abandon the fight. Hearing this, Su Mingyang also frowned in deep thought. Charge headlong, disregarding casualties? If that's the case, it's no wonder the Japanese could overrun the second line of defense so quickly. Such reckless tactics likely meant the Japanese non-commissioned officers couldn't wait any longer. But how could he break the stalemate? The third line of defense absolutely must not fall. Given the Japanese forces' current strength, they still couldn't defeat the enemy. Yet their desperate rush for victory would inevitably expose vulnerabilities. These openings might very well appear during their offensive. To ensure the next phase of the plan went flawlessly, Su Mingyang grabbed his rifle and headed straight to the front lines. Without personally witnessing the front lines, relying solely on the communications soldiers' reports, he couldn't accurately determine the Japanese invaders' specific offensive plans. Colonel Su, perhaps you should reconsider. The front lines are far too dangerous. Those Japanese are like madmen. You could stay in the rear and command us from there. Frontline soldiers who saw Su Mingyang urged him to return. They had endured the Japanese assault firsthand. A single misstep could easily mean getting shot. If Su Mingyang got unlucky and was hit in a vital spot, they'd bear the blame even if they died. It's fine. I just want to see how the Japanese attack. The soldiers tried to dissuade him further, but just then, the Japanese appeared. A small band of about 100 Japanese soldiers, rifles raised, scanned their surroundings warily. 2 Japanese soldiers sprinted ahead, their eyes darting around in a similar, cursory scan. The moment the Japanese soldiers came into view, the revolutionary soldiers spoke without hesitation. As the 2 frontmost Japanese soldiers fell, the rest immediately opened fire. With 100 men in their ranks, their firepower overwhelmed the revolutionaries, who numbered only 30-odd. The moment they showed themselves, a hail of bullets would rain down upon them. With no other choice, the fighters retreated, ceding the street to the Japanese soldiers. Seeing this, Su Mingyang nodded, realizing the Japanese soldiers' tactic, sending 2 as a suicide squad to draw fire up front. The remaining Japanese soldiers followed behind. Once the 2 front soldiers were killed, they would suppress the firing positions with concentrated fire. This way, they only needed to sacrifice 2 soldiers to capture a street. This proved far more efficient than their previous method of searching the area collectively. Simultaneously, this tactic played out on multiple streets, allowing the Japanese forces to advance almost like a bulldozer. Though they suffered constant casualties, their pace was far quicker than the previous guerrilla tactics against the revolutionary fighters. The revolutionary fighters had considered countermeasures. For instance, they'd let 2 Japanese soldiers pass through first, then open fire once the rest drew near. But this tactic only worked once before backfiring. The Japanese soldiers weren't stupid. They could easily anticipate such a tactic. Consequently, they had already prepared countermeasures beforehand. Their advance was not blind. Dozens of Japanese squads pushed forward in coordinated waves. This way, if Japanese soldiers in one street were ambushed by revolutionary fighters, their comrades in surrounding streets would immediately detect the danger. When the encirclement closed in, the trapped revolutionary fighters would suffer heavy casualties. Left with no choice, the revolutionary fighters had to retreat again and again. After Su Mingyang and the revolutionary fighters withdrew from the street, they moved through several other locations where revolutionary fighters were stationed. After experiencing similar scenes several times, they finally grasped the Japanese invaders' offensive tactics. Returning to headquarters, Su Mingyang scrutinized the situation through binoculars. After confirming his observations, he began formulating a counter-strategy. Though the situation was now extremely passive, they couldn't engage the Japanese head-on. They had to find a way to counter this tactic. Sitting alone in the makeshift command post, Su Mingyang stared blankly at the map of Nan'an City. Half an hour later, he suddenly slapped his thigh. Got it! Since the Japanese kept using low-cost tactics to counter their guerrilla warfare, they would play right into their hands. Didn't the Japanese always send only 2 scouts ahead each time? Then he would station only 4 or 5 soldiers on each street. When the Japanese scouts approached, they would eliminate them and withdraw immediately. As for the remaining fighters, he could have them all ambush certain streets, lying in wait for the Japanese soldiers attempting to push through those areas. This way, the Japanese tactic of advancing in tight formations would naturally be countered. Having made up his mind, Su Mingyang immediately summoned a communications soldier to relay this plan.
Currently, the Japanese frontline advancing forces comprised 34 units. Each unit averaged around 100 men.
Su Mingyang divided the remaining 2,000 plus revolutionary fighters into 5 units.
All 5 units lay in ambush along the 5 outermost streets.
400 against 100, and they held the ambush position. This arrangement minimized both time and casualties while maximizing the destruction of the enemy's strength.
At the front lines, upon receiving Su Mingyang's orders, the soldiers immediately assembled all personnel.
They lay in ambush along the 5 streets in Nan'an City where the Japanese forces advanced most to the right.
Before long, the enemy column entered the street.
The 2 soldiers sent to the front as decoys were quickly killed. After a brief barrage of suppressive fire, the Japanese soldiers advanced with swagger. Yet, just as their guard dropped, black muzzles emerged from the ruins of buildings lining both sides of the street.
Chapter 206, Regrouping after consecutive setbacks. Duck down. In an instant, the Japanese soldiers realized something was terribly wrong. They tried to take cover to dodge the first wave of bullets, planning to organize a counterattack or retreat afterward. But how could the revolutionary fighters give them such an opportunity? Bang! After a burst of gunfire lasting only seconds, the Japanese soldiers fell like cut grass, one after another. The revolutionary soldiers did not cease firing just because the Japanese soldiers had fallen.
Though they were new recruits experiencing combat for the first time, Su Mingyang had emphasized during their grueling training that clearing the battlefield was essential. Now they had ample time to continue firing, so the barrage did not cease. Those Japanese soldiers who had feigned death, hoping to ambush the revolutionary fighters when they approached to clear the battlefield, were struck multiple times by fresh bullets. The streets soon echoed with the Japanese soldiers' agonized cries. Charge! 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 Without hesitation, the revolutionary soldiers split into countless 3-man squads. While one soldier secured the area and finished off the wounded Japanese soldiers, 2 others stood guard nearby, ensuring none remained alive. Even when delivering the final blow, they maintained a safe distance. After all, they had already achieved a complete victory in this small operation. Rushing forward too eagerly to collect spoils could easily lead to an accidental explosion with a Japanese soldier clutching a grenade, resulting in mutual destruction. This was what Su Mingyang had taught them. Sure enough, after their sustained follow-up fire, some of the Japanese soldiers finally succumbed. Riddled with bullets, they clung to life solely to wait for the revolutionary soldiers to approach so they could detonate their grenades. But even as blood blurred their vision, the revolutionary soldiers never came. With no other choice, they ultimately decided to detonate the grenades if it meant the revolutionary fighters could collect fewer supplies, so be it. Within minutes, the Japanese soldiers scattered across 5 streets were swiftly eliminated by the revolutionary fighters. They swiftly gathered supplies and withdrew from the area, heading back to their original base. Upon receiving the news from those streets, the Japanese officer was stunned. Enraged, he smashed the cup filled with sake. Issue orders immediately, all fighters in the sector are to advance forward at maximum speed. Since they've diverted troops to support other streets, then their defenses on other streets must be severely depleted. This presents an opportunity for us to seize these streets swiftly. Dispatch the order now. The Japanese officer's orders swiftly reached the front lines. Upon receiving the command, the Japanese soldiers charged forward at full speed, abandoning their previous tactic of sending suicide squads to scout ahead. However, just as they believed the revolutionary fighters had indeed all been diverted to support other streets, a dense barrage of gunfire erupted. The Japanese suffered massive casualties once more. After suffering 2 severe blows, the Japanese forces were now nearly matched in numbers by the revolutionary fighters. It could be said that numerically, they no longer held any advantage whatsoever. The Japanese officer, having suffered consecutive defeats, finally began to calm down. He knew the revolutionary commander's intelligence far surpassed his own. His repeated maneuvers had been anticipated and thwarted each time. Given this, it was better to return to basics and use the most intense form of urban warfare to chip away at the enemy's territory. It was merely a matter of time. Result, the Japanese non-commissioned officer ordered all soldiers to withdraw and reorganize their deployment. This withdrawal gave the revolutionary fighters a chance to catch their breath. The relentless fighting over the past days had left them physically and mentally exhausted. After all, they were the defenders. While they didn't need to maintain peak alertness during the Japanese aggressors' offensive, but before the next Japanese assault, they had to remain vigilant to any changes in their surroundings. Otherwise, if the Japanese launched a surprise attack and caught them off guard, everyone would perish here. After the Japanese forces withdrew and regrouped, the entire city of Nan'an fell into a deep silence. Yet this apparent calm was merely the deceptive stillness before the storm. Su Mingyang understood that the Japanese withdrawal was merely preparation for their next desperate battle. When that moment came, the revolutionary fighters might have no time left for rest. Therefore, Su Mingyang decided to leave only a dozen or so fighters behind to conduct covert patrols within Nan'an City. The rest of the troops were ordered back to the rear headquarters to rest. After a night's rest, the fighters looked much better. While tallying casualties, Su Mingyang was surprised to find their numbers still exceeded 2,000. Meanwhile, based on their tally of enemy casualties, the Japanese forces now numbered roughly 2,000 as well.
Upon hearing this news, Su Mingyang felt no excitement.
Although the numerical gap had been bridged, the disparity in their equipment remained a significant problem. During the previous ambush, they had killed over 500 Japanese soldiers.
However, many of these enemy soldiers had pulled the pins on their grenades before dying.
The chain reaction of explosions meant that when they later cleared the battlefield and counted their spoils, they found many firearms had been blown to pieces and rendered unusable. Even the canned rations carried by the Japanese soldiers had been contaminated to varying degrees.
Knowing they couldn't take the revolutionary fighters down with them, these Japanese soldiers chose to destroy their supplies instead.
Thus, despite turning the battlefield upside down during their cleanup, they ultimately seized only about 100 firearms and several thousand rounds of ammunition. For a revolutionary force of over 2,000 men, this was a mere drop in the bucket, barely enough to arm the fighters stationed on 3 streets. Fortunately, though the Japanese soldiers' field rations were contaminated to varying degrees, a significant portion remained edible.
Moreover, these field rations were made from various meats, representing a rare delicacy for the revolutionary fighters.
They significantly eased the food shortage while also soothing the revolutionaries' frayed nerves. This finally gave the weary revolutionary soldiers a chance to catch their breath. The day passed quickly, and the Japanese did not launch another attack during that time. The revolutionary soldiers, having observed the Japanese troops' search patterns during previous engagements, they had set traps in many locations, detectable only to themselves. After the Japanese forces paused to regroup, the sun rose on the 3rd day, and they launched another attack. This assault proved fiercer than any previous one. In just 2 short days, these Japanese soldiers seemed like entirely different people. Though their advance wasn't swift, their coordination was exceptionally tight. They now possessed the discipline of a first-class division.
Chapter 207, The Japanese Non-Commissioned Officer's Dream. At this point, Su Mingyang's strategic planning could no longer offer any solutions.
From here on, it would all depend on these revolutionary soldiers. The Japanese soldiers' fierce assault caught the revolutionary fighters off guard. After all, they were all new recruits, and this was their first battle. No one could have imagined this battle would prove so difficult. Not only did they have to face twice as many elite Japanese troops with only half their numbers, they also had to defend Nan'an City to the death while facing a complete disadvantage in equipment. Honestly, holding out this long had already far exceeded Su Mingyang's expectations. Before arriving, Su Mingyang had already accepted that he would likely perish in this battle. That was why he had repeatedly taken desperate risks, launching surprise attacks to eliminate as many Japanese soldiers as possible. Yet, the fiery spirit of the Bashu warriors was ignited anew with each Japanese assault. The fierce ferocity in their very blood had been fully unleashed at this moment.
So what if they were outgunned? What did it matter that they lacked combat experience?
All of that could be compensated for with their fighting spirit. After the Japanese launched their final large-scale, meticulously planned assault, the Shu warriors no longer faced the forced counterattacks and guerrilla tactics that had previously allowed the enemy to gradually encircle them.
Instead, they now faced coordinated, human-shaped beasts of war.
Amidst the raging fire, the revolutionary fighters no longer confined themselves to their previous tactics. They lay in ambush within low-lying huts, waiting for the Japanese troops to pass before hurling grenades into their ranks. Barreling forward without cover, they unleashed waves of machine gun fire. Most of the time, the moment they exposed themselves, a dozen bullets would instantly rain down. Sometimes they were struck down before even launching their grenades. Yet this did not extinguish their burning desire to annihilate the Japanese invaders before them.
Countless fighters remained concealed in the low-lying huts, waiting for the enemy's arrival. They understood that one defeat meant nothing. After one failure, they could try again a second time, a third time. Though each life was irreplaceable, they believed that after their own defeat, countless comrades would carry on their will, fearlessly embracing death to destroy the Japanese invaders alongside them. Just one victory. After dozens of ambushes against the Japanese devils, if they succeeded just once, then the comrades who had died before them would not have sacrificed themselves in vain. The Japanese invaders had also realized these revolutionary fighters were prepared to destroy themselves along with them. At first, they found these revolutionary fighters somewhat laughable. Such ambush tactics were impossible to detect from a distance. But at close range, the moment the revolutionaries raised their hands, the Japanese could spot them and eliminate them before they could throw their grenades. But then, in one critical moment, they failed to eliminate a revolutionary fighter in time. They realized they were wrong. They felt fear unlike anything they had ever known. The revolutionary fighters' fighting spirit completely surpassed their imagination. They were terrified. They wanted to go home. But it was all too late. Should they dare retreat even a single step, the revolutionary fighters would pursue them like ravenous tigers. Now, they had only one final path left to advance. The Japanese non-commissioned officer in the rear received reports of casualties from the front lines. Upon hearing that the revolutionary soldiers were employing such reckless tactics, constantly throwing themselves into the fray, he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. These Chinese soldiers are utterly brainless. Surely they don't think our professionally trained soldiers would make such a rookie mistake. The Japanese non-commissioned officer once again pulled out his sake.
Under Japanese military regulations, no one was permitted to drink alcohol during combat operations, except in critical situations. The so-called necessary moments for drinking alcohol are either during extreme cold or when there are no anesthetics available and the patient requires pain relief.
Under his current circumstances, drinking is strictly prohibited. If his superiors discovered such behavior, he would inevitably face severe punishment. But within his own unit, doesn't he decide what constitutes a critical situation? Even if he did drink, who would dare say anything?
The Japanese non-commissioned officer was certain the situation was under control. These revolutionary soldiers would cause no further trouble. Their earlier heavy losses had been merely a stroke of luck. Now that they had reverted to the most primitive form of combat, their opponents instantly exposed their abysmal military training. To think they'd resort to such a primitive tactic as suicide bombing utterly laughable.
Fill my cup. I'm in a good mood today. Cup after cup of sake went down his throat, and a flush spread across the Japanese non-commissioned officer's face. However, just as he reached the brink of dizziness, he stopped drinking. Though it had taken him this long to feel the effects, he was still on the battlefield. Continuing to drink was out of the question. If he missed a tactical opportunity, he would be held accountable. He didn't believe any critical opportunities were imminent, but better safe than sorry. The Japanese non-commissioned officer slumped against the bed in the military tent, snoring loudly. The gunfire and grenade explosions outside did nothing to disturb their deep slumber. In his dreams, the mission to capture Nan'an City had already concluded. As the officer in charge, he received commendations from his superiors and was promoted, transferred to the rear to oversee logistics. A meteoric rise followed, culminating in his appointment as commander-in-chief of the Huagua Theater. Within 3 months, he would seize all of Huagua's territory, earning eternal praise from the world. Still within his dream, a rich smile spread across his lips and he chuckled softly. But just as he was sleeping soundly, hurried footsteps echoed outside the tent. 2 communications soldiers rushed into the tent, breathless with urgency. They opened their mouths to report an incident at the front lines, only to see the Japanese non-commissioned officer snoring soundly on the bed. Instantly, their eyes turned bloodshot, filled with rage. They, the soldiers, were working themselves to death on the front lines, sacrificing everything for the island nation. And what was the result? Their commander not only drank but then passed out cold immediately afterward. What about the lives of these soldiers? Who would take responsibility? The 2 signalmen exchanged glances and sighed deeply. They were mere signalmen, while the other was a high-ranking division sergeant who, at his peak, commanded over 10,000 men. The chasm between them was not so easily bridged. One of the signalmen stepped forward, gently patting the Japanese sergeant's shoulder as he spoke softly. Sir, wake up. Something major's happening up front. Chapter 208, If one won't work, try to. Get lost. Disturbed from his slumber, the Japanese non-commissioned officer was clearly displeased. He shoved the messenger aside and rubbed his aching temples. Damn it! He was just 1 day away from becoming the supreme leader of the island nation, yet this blind fool had to interrupt him. A surge of inexplicable rage welled up inside him. You better have something important to say, or you know what'll happen. A cold smile flickered across the Japanese non-commissioned officer's face as he fixed the communications soldier with an emotionless stare. The communications officer was so startled by the other's expression that he couldn't speak for a moment. Another communications soldier, seeing this, immediately took over. Sir, it's bad news. Multiple advance units on the front lines have been blown up by the revolutionaries' grenades. The hardest hit unit started with 200 men, now barely over 100 remain. Our losses are devastating. And some of our men are already losing heart. Those revolutionary fighters are simply terrifying. The Japanese non-commissioned officer's eyes widened in shock. He looked up at the communications soldier in disbelief. What? You say they were blown up? How is that possible? Didn't you say earlier that such actions by these revolutionary fighters were tantamount to suicide? Why are our men still getting blown up? You better give me a reasonable explanation. The 2 signalmen fell silent, frozen in fear, unsure how to respond to the Japanese sergeant. After a long moment, just as the Japanese non-commissioned officer was about to erupt in fury again, a flicker of resolve passed through one of the signalmen's eyes. An explanation? How am I supposed to explain this? You planned every operation. Why should our soldiers fight bravely on the front lines while you sit here drinking? Have you ever considered your own responsibility? Once this campaign ends, I'm certain soldiers will report your conduct truthfully. Then, there will be only one outcome awaiting you. The communications soldier, subjected to relentless, unprovoked verbal abuse from the Japanese non-commissioned officer, felt a surge of unnamed anger welling up inside him. He ignored the fact that the sergeant was his superior and directly confronted him. While others risked their lives on the front lines, he enjoyed the good life behind the lines. What kind of situation was this? Having voiced his pent-up thoughts, a fleeting sense of satisfaction crossed the communications soldier's face. He had long since abandoned any hope of victory in this campaign. Repeated setbacks had completely eroded his will. He could see clearly that with this Japanese non-commissioned officer in command, they stood no chance against the revolutionary soldiers. Rather than face capture by the revolutionary soldiers and the humiliation of being sold like merchandise to other Japanese units, he preferred to die within the camp now. Years later, when the Japanese fully occupied China, his name would be carved into the Hall of Shame. What are you talking about? Are you trying to mutiny? This is your final chance. You'd better choose your words carefully. The Japanese non-commissioned officer was already irritable from the continuous military setbacks, and now he was being provoked by his own subordinate. In an instant, he instinctively drew the pistol from his waistband, the black muzzle pressing against the head of the communications soldier who had spoken. The communications soldier gave a cold laugh, his eyes flashing with intense hatred. Say it 10,000 times, it won't change a thing. You did this to yourself, yet you won't let anyone speak? You may have killed one of us, but there are thousands more like me. Whether this battle is won or lost, you'll still end up before a military tribunal. In the end, there's only one outcome awaiting you: condemnation by every citizen of the island nation. Your parents, your wife and children, they will all be branded as traitors to the nation. The communications soldier raved like a madman, sneering as he spoke. But before he could finish, the sharp crack of a bullet tearing through the air echoed within the tent. Bang! The messenger fell straight to the ground, a gaping wound on his forehead oozing blood. Sir, how could you? Another communications soldier started to speak but met the Japanese non-commissioned officer's icy stare. Do you want to end up like him? No. No. Good. Now relay my orders, ignore these suicide attacks by so-called revolutionary fighters. But sir, isn't this a bit reckless? We've already suffered significant casualties on the front lines. If this continues, even greater casualties are inevitable. By then, it won't be something we can control. The Japanese non-commissioned officer's expression darkened. So you intend to disobey military orders? Are you unaware of the consequences of defying orders during wartime? I suggest you think carefully before questioning me again. The communications soldier sighed heavily, lowered his head, and dragged his colleague's body out of the tent. Though their communications unit had strict divisions of labor, with little interaction between operators during work. But privately, they were quite close, long treating each other like brothers. The fact that his own brother had been executed for disobeying a single order from a superior was something he simply could not accept. His mind was already racing with thoughts of how he would report the Japanese non-commissioned officer after the battle. He had to seek justice for the soldiers who had sacrificed their lives because of the other's mistake. His thoughts racing, his feet showed no hesitation as he immediately relayed the Japanese non-commissioned officer's orders down the line. When these frontline soldiers heard their commander's orders, though reluctant in their hearts, they did not disobey. Their long-standing military discipline forbade them from disobeying orders. Thus, for the soldiers of the Japanese imperial forces, the days that followed felt like an eternity. They had to constantly be on high alert, responding to revolutionary fighters emerging from every inconspicuous corner. At first, this situation seemed relatively ordinary. To them, these revolutionary fighters were still as predictable as delivery boys, easily eliminated the moment they showed themselves. But gradually, as time dragged on, their fatigue grew. They often missed spots, allowing revolutionary fighters to find openings. Fortunately, despite their fatigue, their numerical superiority meant that someone would always spot a revolutionary warrior who had jumped out. They could still eliminate the enemy quickly, preventing them from inflicting significant harm on the crowd. But would the revolutionary fighters really die so easily? Of course not. When the cost outweighed the reward, the strategy had to change. Though Su Mingyang felt reluctant, he issued new orders for the sake of ultimate victory. Since the Japanese soldiers consistently spotted and shot one of their revolutionaries each time, they might as well have more revolutionaries ambushed together. Once the Japanese soldiers' attention was fully focused on one revolutionary fighter, the remaining fighters would simultaneously hurl grenades. This would significantly increase their success rate and prevent revolutionary soldiers from dying in vain. Chapter 209, Boosting Morale. Front lines. Consecutive battles and deaths had also driven the Japanese soldiers to the brink. They weren't heartless or soulless. Watching comrades they'd shared meals and campfires with fall one after another before their eyes filled them with bitter sorrow. They understood that if this continued, their fate would mirror that of their fallen comrades. Only death awaited them. But military orders were unavoidable, and they could do nothing about it. On the battlefield, obedience to orders was their only choice. Meanwhile, on the revolutionary fighters' side, after several consecutive engagements where they suffered minimal casualties while inflicting heavy losses on the Japanese invaders, morale soared to unprecedented heights. Given the current situation, if they could persist in this manner, they might even preserve over 1,000 fighters from ultimate sacrifice. They had prepared themselves for total sacrifice and the fall of Nan'an City to the Japanese advance. They never imagined such an opportunity would arise. This thrilled the soldiers immensely, even improving their appetites considerably. The revolutionary soldiers didn't care how filthy the food was, they washed it down with meat broth made from canned goods captured from the Japanese invaders.
Sipping a bowl of steaming hot soup in wartime greatly eased their exhaustion. Yet it offered only temporary relief. For them, as long as the Japanese devils remained a single second unvanquished, they could not afford to lower their guard for even a second. Su Mingyang sat in the rear command post, staring blankly at the third defensive line on the map. He refused to believe the Japanese would continue their reckless advance once they realized the situation. With enemy forces still evenly matched, the situation demanded heightened vigilance. When forces were large, the pace of battle shifted slowly. A single mistake wouldn't cause significant disruption. But when numbers dwindled, though easier to manage. At certain moments, if a single soldier made a mistake or collapsed from exhaustion, and their position was critical, it could create major problems, plunging them into a disadvantage. Such disadvantages may seem insignificant at first glance. But disadvantages have a way of snowballing. If the Japanese commander was skilled, such a disadvantage could become a fatal flaw. The battlefield is like a game of Go. A single clumsy move at the start may require countless brilliant moves later to compensate. Regimental Commander Su, you should rest for a while. You haven't slept for 3 days straight. If this continues, your body won't hold out. The communications officer saw Su Mingyang swaying and spoke up to warn him. Even if the soldiers on the front lines were fighting fiercely, they would still find time to rest. Otherwise, 3 days of non-stop, nerve-wracking tension would kill them before the enemy even fired a shot. But Su Mingyang? He hadn't slept for 3 days straight. If this continued, even the toughest man wouldn't be able to hold out. It's fine. I'll rest when I can. The battle situation is critical now. Su Mingyang leaned back in his chair, slowly closing his eyes as his mind raced through the Japanese forces' next move. He believed the pace of change in the upcoming battle would surpass even his wildest expectations. Therefore, at this critical juncture, thorough preparation was paramount. Gradually, Su Mingyang placed himself in the perspective of the Japanese sergeant. If he were that sergeant, what would he do next? In the eyes of the Japanese non-commissioned officer, his forces had already suffered nearly 4,000 casualties. Meanwhile, the revolutionary fighters had suffered fewer than 2,000 casualties. From this perspective, the revolutionaries' reckless fighting style would indeed cause them immense suffering. Moreover, their current method of advancing was clearly ineffective. Some streets they had previously captured were even retaken by the revolutionaries through their suicidal attacks. Therefore, to achieve ultimate victory, they must force the revolutionary fighters onto an equal footing. They absolutely cannot allow the revolutionary fighters to continue operating with such freedom. So what should the counter-strategy be? Su Mingyang remained deep in thought, eyes closed. Meanwhile, the Japanese non-commissioned officer received multiple reports of discontent from his subordinates, gradually realizing his own shortcomings. He had indeed been overly optimistic and complacent. Now, he had lost the courage to continue fighting the revolutionary soldiers. He sensed that no matter what tactics he devised, the revolutionary fighters always seemed to have a countermeasure. So what should he do? Their military strength was no weaker than that of the revolutionary fighters. Moreover, he believed their resolve could never be weaker than that of the revolutionary fighters. If the revolutionary fighters refused to play by the rules, then neither should they. If the goal was to level the playing field, then there was no point in devising strategies. They should simply adopt the revolutionary fighters' tactics. Whatever the enemy does, our soldiers will do the same. This way, every tactic could be countered. After a moment of dejection, the Japanese non-commissioned officer relayed this order down the ranks. Moreover, to restore his men's morale, he went ahead and distributed every last drop of liquor among them. Soldiers, I must apologize to you all. Previously, due to my own willfulness, we allowed ourselves to be led by the nose by the revolutionary fighters. The responsibility for these fallen comrades rests solely with me. After this battle concludes, I will commit seppuku to account to the empire. Of course, I am aware that military regulations prohibit drinking under normal circumstances. But this may be our final chance. Let us fight one final battle for the empire. The Japanese sergeant, rallying the troops, picked up a jug of liquor and began drinking heartily before all the soldiers. After emptying the entire half-pound bottle of shochu, his eyes bloodshot, he looked at the soldiers. Did he truly realize his mistake? How could he? He had never once considered drinking in the military to be problematic. At this moment, he had already prepared for both outcomes. If victory was ultimately achieved, everything could be swept under the rug. As long as he could eliminate every last Japanese soldier before reinforcements arrived. He remained the division commander, and given the extreme ferocity of the fighting, he might even continue climbing the ranks, taking that most crucial step forward. After all, if he was the last man standing, wouldn't the fate of the revolutionary soldiers ultimately rest in his hands? But if the revolutionary soldiers still didn't win in the end, then he could drive away in a military truck loaded with supplies, find a deep mountain to hide in. The food on that truck would easily sustain him for years. After several years, once the island nation had conquered China, it would be no too late for him to emerge from hiding. By then, he could openly use the gold he had embezzled over the years. Not a single soul would know he had once been a deserter on the battlefield. Chapter 210, The Final Battle.
As long as he didn't draw too much attention to himself or disfigured himself to assume a new identity. He could live out his days in comfort, perhaps even marry 10 or 8 wives, and enjoy the life he'd always dreamed of. In the end, he would be the victor of this battle. He would be the ultimate victor in life. All the Japanese soldiers, gazing at their battalion commander rallying their spirits atop the platform, felt their blood boil with fervor. Though his earlier actions had disheartened them. But so what? No one is perfect. The commander had made a mistake, but now he had corrected it and promised to commit seppuku after victory. With such resolve, why couldn't his past actions be forgiven? Besides, they had no choice but to trust him now. The empire permits no soldier to desert. Even when defeat is plain to see, they must fight to the bitter end to the last man standing. Commander, we believe in you. Slaughter those revolutionary soldiers and avenge our brothers. Fight for the empire. All the Japanese soldiers grabbed their flasks, heedless of whether they would get drunk, and gulped down the liquor. They felt they could take on 100 revolutionary soldiers now. Inside the command center. After immersing himself in the role of a Japanese sergeant for a long while, Su Mingyang opened his eyes and murmured to himself. Given the current situation, the Japanese can only maintain their advantage by breaking up their forces and engaging us in guerrilla warfare. But would they actually choose that path? Su Mingyang shook his head. Given the Japanese military's discipline, he doubted their non-commissioned officers would propose such a strategy unless their thinking was fundamentally flawed. Nevertheless, to be safe, Su Mingyang still ordered the revolutionary soldiers to heighten their vigilance. Ideally, while half rested, the other half would lie in wait, keeping watch over the surroundings. That way, should the Japanese even entertain such a plan, they would face revolutionary soldiers lying in ambush from all directions, plus a concentrated force. The ambushing fighters could strike the Japanese unexpectedly. Meanwhile, the resting fighters could launch a coordinated assault, completely crushing any Japanese forces attempting guerrilla tactics. While this still wouldn't guarantee a decisive advantage, it was the best solution available at present. After all, the combat effectiveness of their individual fighters still lagged behind the Japanese invaders. After issuing the orders, Su Mingyang did not remain at headquarters. He headed straight for the front lines. The decisive battle was imminent, demanding swift, decisive, and precise command at every turn. Remaining at headquarters would only cause his orders to lag too far behind. Within minutes, the soldiers stationed around the camp on alert spotted Su Mingyang's arrival. However, they did not emerge from their hiding spots. Su Mingyang, too, scanned his surroundings. Along the way, he spotted numerous soldiers at a glance. Their hiding spots were far too conventional, either lying flat on rooftops or simply crouching behind walls. Any Japanese soldier conducting a search who wasn't an idiot would be highly alert at these positions. By the time they could fire, the enemy bullets would likely already be upon them. Therefore, whenever he encountered soldiers hiding in such predictable spots, Su Mingyang would offer a warning. Then, a peculiar scene unfolded. The soldiers who had been hiding in predictable spots began seeking out all sorts of nooks and crannies. They'd first squeeze themselves into the cracks of collapsed ruins, leaving only their gun barrels and a pair of eyes exposed. Then, they'd have other revolutionary soldiers prop up wooden walls in front of them. This way, they became completely concealed within the structure. Unless someone made eye contact with them or saw the muzzle, their presence was virtually impossible to detect. Of course, this wasn't their only hiding spot. Countless other unconventional hiding spots like this existed. Take the ubiquitous wells, for instance. These revolutionary fighters had never imagined they could hide inside them. These wells were concealed, but while the Japanese couldn't see them, they also couldn't see the Japanese. The revolutionary soldiers looked at Su Mingyang with puzzled expressions, unable to grasp why he suggested hiding in wells. Did he intend for them to lie in wait inside, ambushing the Japanese soldiers from behind as they passed by? But how could they possibly know when the Japanese troops would pass by? Just as the revolutionary soldiers were puzzling over this, Su Mingyang produced a hammer. Without a word, he swung the hammer and struck the well wall. Before long, Su Mingyang had hammered a hole roughly the size of half a watermelon at the very bottom of the well wall. He instructed the revolutionary soldiers to enter, then extended the barrel of a rifle slightly. He then filled the barrel with mud, leaving only a small opening for the revolutionary soldier inside to observe the situation. When the Japanese soldiers passed by, the revolutionaries hidden inside could fire at them. With the well wall as a natural barrier, the Japanese soldiers could not attack the revolutionary fighters unless they opened the well cover. Moreover, with only the barrel exposed, the Japanese would inevitably need to search extensively to discover the revolutionaries hiding inside. By the time they located the revolutionary fighters, the fighters would have already made a clean getaway. If only 3 or 5 Japanese soldiers arrived, the revolutionary fighters could even eliminate them without suffering any casualties. This was utterly unimaginable in conventional street fighting. In conventional street fighting, even if the revolutionary fighters were lying in ambush, they could only kill the first Japanese soldier hit by their initial shot. After firing, the revolutionary fighters would immediately be showered with enemy bullets. After that, killing the others would depend entirely on luck. But hiding in the well was different. This was purely a matter of using one's wits to eliminate the Japanese soldiers. The revolutionary soldiers watching Su Mingyang's actions were instantly amazed by his ingenuity. Su Mingyang's tactics were like a key unlocking the revolutionary soldiers' minds. After he demonstrated several unexpected hiding spots in succession, these revolutionary soldiers experienced a moment of clarity. Countless nooks and crannies, along with some seemingly illogical yet perfectly reasonable hiding spots, were discovered by them. Even though Su Mingyang occasionally checked on them, once they were fully concealed, he couldn't detect anyone's presence unless he approached them. The thought of the Japanese soldiers soon facing these revolutionaries lying in wait everywhere made Su Mingyang's lips curve into a smile that was perhaps bittersweet. A faint smile, perhaps tinged with bitterness, touched Su Mingyang's lips. He didn't know whether his actions were right or wrong. From a tactical standpoint, his approach was undoubtedly correct. Only this way could they defeat the Japanese with the greatest probability and hold Nan'an City to the end. But from the perspective of these soldiers, his approach was tantamount to sending them to their deaths. Yet they seemed to relish it. Chapter 211, Driving Away. For an entire night, the Japanese did not launch another attack. Su Mingyang understood they were preparing to fight to the death. By noon the next day, under the blazing sun, scouts ahead relayed intelligence. They had discovered that Japanese troops had completely dispersed. What had been a force of at least 50 men had shrunk into 4 small squads, now advancing stealthily. Upon hearing this, Su Mingyang knew his hunch had been correct. Fortunately, he had made preparations. Otherwise, given the current situation, starting preparations at the last minute would have been impossible. Perfect timing. It's time to settle this once and for all. The relentless battles over the past few days had left Su Mingyang utterly exhausted. It was only last night that he managed to catch a few moments of rest. But before he could fall into a deep sleep, he woke up again. He simply couldn't shake his unease. Since the Japanese now sought to engage them in full-scale street fighting, let them try. He had done everything within his power. Now, it was up to fate. A dozen minutes later, the first gunshot rang out, signaling the start of the street battle. Gunfire erupted from all directions, keeping Su Mingyang on edge. Perched on high ground, he scanned the battlefield through his binoculars. As he had anticipated, the soldiers lying in ambush in every nook and cranny had a tremendous impact on the battle. The moment they spotted the Japanese soldiers, one of them fell to the ground with a gunshot. The Japanese then fired toward their position, but it was futile. By the time the second Japanese soldier fell, their retreat route had been completely cut off. If they retreated, the next squad to search this area would inevitably be ambushed by the revolutionary fighters. Thus, they had no choice but to steel themselves and charge toward the source of the firelight. Immediately, they spotted the revolutionary fighters lying in ambush. Without hesitation, they exposed the revolutionaries' cover and engaged them in close quarters fire. On average, each concealed revolutionary fighter could take out 2 enemies. Some revolutionaries with exceptional marksmanship and lightning-fast reflexes could even take out 3 Japanese soldiers at once, or wipe out the entire squad. This forced the Japanese soldiers to gradually calm down. They realized their operation had once again been outmaneuvered by the revolutionary fighters. However, after suffering several hundred casualties, the Japanese gradually pinpointed the likely hiding spots of the revolutionary fighters. Thus, the revolutionary fighters' ambushes began to lose their effectiveness. Ultimately, the revolutionary fighters were left with 700 men, while the Japanese forces numbered fewer than 400. For the first time, the revolutionary fighters held a numerical advantage over the Japanese invaders. Yet, every last one of these surviving Japanese soldiers was a seasoned veteran. Their military training was far beyond that of the revolutionary soldiers' new recruits. With the battle reaching this point, both sides had no room for retreat and could only make a final stand. The revolutionary fighters emerged from their cover, completely surrounding the remaining Japanese soldiers. Though the combined forces of both sides numbered only about 2,000 in this battle. It raged for a full 2 days. After nearly half a month of relentless combat, the main urban area of Nan'an City finally fell silent with the last gunshot. Every last Japanese soldier had been annihilated. The revolutionary soldiers had defended Nan'an City. Standing atop a high vantage point, Su Mingyang repeatedly confirmed that every Japanese soldier visible to the naked eye was dead before letting out a heavy sigh of relief. His entire body deflated like a punctured balloon as he stared blankly at Nan'an City, now engulfed in flames. But before he could descend the platform, the roar of a car engine reached his ears. Behind the Japanese camp, a supply truck was speeding out of the city. Su Mingyang suddenly realized it was a Japanese non-commissioned officer attempting to escape. Over the past period, while continuously observing the battlefield, he had also spotted the figure of a Japanese non-commissioned officer doing the same. The difference was that he was observing from a tower at the front lines. The Japanese non-commissioned officer, however, was positioned deep within their rear lines. At first, Su Mingyang had assumed the other was staying in a secure location for fear of assassination by revolutionary fighters. But now he understood, this wasn't fear of assassination at all. The enemy had long been prepared if their own soldiers failed to win, they'd immediately jump in a car and flee. We absolutely cannot let him get away. Su Mingyang bellowed to the soldiers below. Although they had won this battle, the Japanese soldiers who had fallen on the battlefield had nearly depleted all their supplies. The remaining supplies were mostly stored in the Japanese barracks behind the front lines. If his guess was correct, during this period, the Japanese non-commissioned officers would have gathered everything and loaded it onto supply trucks. If they let the enemy escape now, wouldn't this battle have been fought in vain? Without enemy resupply, how could these men already out of ammunition and provisions possibly hold out until reinforcements arrived to relieve them? They would starve to death within Nan'an City. The revolutionary soldiers also heard the sound of car engines. However, unlike Su Mingyang, who had been observing the battlefield, they didn't understand why vehicles would be moving at this hour. It wasn't until Su Mingyang ordered them to pursue that they suddenly realized the Japanese were attempting to escape with their supply trucks. This was something they absolutely could not allow. Over the past 2 days, they had barely eaten any grain. Some fighters, desperate to stave off hunger, had even resorted to drinking mud mixed with water. Only this way could they feel full enough to keep their focus sharp. But now, their last remaining rations had been snatched away by fleeing Japanese soldiers. How could they possibly accept this? Without a moment's hesitation, the soldiers charged toward the Japanese camp. Sure enough, upon reaching the Japanese camp, they found all the food had been transported away, leaving only scattered piles of ammunition and firearms. Several revolutionary soldiers who knew how to drive wasted no time, jumping into the empty vehicles and racing after the direction the Japanese non-commissioned officers had fled. They had to retrieve that food. Su Mingyang watched the revolutionary soldiers chase after them, his heart sinking. He understood that since the enemy had chosen to flee, they must have planned their escape route well in advance. Compounding the difficulty, the persistent lack of rain had left the roads crisscrossed with tire tracks, making it nearly impossible to discern their escape route. Therefore, he held little hope that the pursuing soldiers would recover the grain. After clearing the battlefield and finishing off all the Japanese soldiers with final shots, Su Mingyang did not order the soldiers to continue working. Instead, he let them rest for the night, planning to resume cleanup the next day. A single night wouldn't slow the corpses' decay. Those that were going to decompose had already begun to do so. A few more corpses made little difference. Moreover, their most pressing concern now was not clearing the battlefield, but how to survive. Within Nan'an City, all citizens had evacuated, leaving not a single grain behind. Therefore, if they wanted food, they had to venture outside the city to find it. Yet the surrounding forests, under such intense gunfire, had driven away every animal. Only wild vegetables remained to be gathered. The soldiers, however, had been engaged in prolonged, high-intensity combat, leaving them severely depleted of physical strength. Without meat to replenish their strength, they risked being worn down and dying of exhaustion. Chapter 212, Channels for Treating Insect Venom. This was no exaggeration, they had lived through it countless times. With this precedent in mind, Su Mingyang dared not let the soldiers continue working. Instead, he dispersed them to forage for food. The next day, the soldiers who had pursued the Japanese non-commissioned officer returned. They hadn't caught up with the enemy. However, they had gained a general sense of their direction. This time, they returned to request reinforcements. With only a handful of men, they couldn't search an entire range of mountains. Su Mingyang hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Given the current situation, this was their only viable option. Venturing deep into the mountains, even if they ultimately failed to locate the Japanese non-commissioned officer, they might still have a chance to capture some snakes, insects, rats, or mice. May these small creatures help the soldiers endure this ordeal. The search commenced swiftly. The remaining 100 or so soldiers combed the vast, continuous mountain ranges. Each wore a grim expression, pushed to the brink of exhaustion. While hunting for the Japanese non-commissioned officer, they also hunted for prey. Fortunately, persistence paid off. Before long, most of them managed to find small creatures like ground squirrels and snakes. Though meager in quantity, these creatures at least offered some meat, providing much-needed sustenance to replenish their strength. This mountain range remained largely untouched and unexplored. Countless towering trees stand on the mountain, lush and leafy. The real danger now lay not in venomous snakes or fierce beasts, but in poisonous insects. In such primeval forests, venomous insects are the most dreaded creatures of all. These venomous creatures lurked in every nook and cranny. Once the revolutionary soldiers passed by, they would crawl onto the soldiers' clothing at any moment, seeking crevices to burrow into and sting them, making them impossible to guard against. Along the way, many soldiers were stung by venomous insects. Even Su Mingyang had been stung more than once. Days of little sleep and scarce food had already severely weakened Su Mingyang's constitution. Now, after being stung repeatedly by these venomous insects, how could he possibly endure it? After being stung repeatedly, Su Mingyang felt dizzy and collapsed. Many soldiers around him suffered the same fate, collapsing one after another after being stung repeatedly. A thought flashed through their minds simultaneously. Could it be that instead of dying on the battlefield, they would meet their end on this supply run? In his dazed state, Su Mingyang had no idea how long he'd been unconscious, only feeling the world spinning wildly. When he finally regained consciousness, he found himself in Nan'an City. Around him, many revolutionary soldiers were carrying out their duties in an orderly fashion. Their uniforms were neat and clean, showing no signs of having just endured the ravages of war. "What is this?" Su Mingyang croaked hoarsely. A medic immediately trotted over. Seeing Su Mingyang awake, she breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Then, uncontrollable excitement spread across her face. "Colonel Su is awake. Quick, send word." Minutes later, several figures in military uniforms approached Su Mingyang. "Commander Su, we're so relieved you're okay." Su Mingyang was confused. "Where am I? Who are you?" The man leading them sat down before Su Mingyang and spoke calmly. "Colonel Su, I'm the commander of the 749th Regiment. You can call me Old Xiao. Earlier, we received orders to reinforce your position in Nan'an City. But on the way, we encountered a Japanese unit and were delayed for several days. By the time we arrived, the entire city of Nan'an was littered with corpses. Fortunately, many of our soldiers were still among them. Through them, we learned you'd left the city to pursue the Japanese non-commissioned officers. So we followed your trail all the way here. When we arrived, we found all of you lying at the foot of the mountain, with only a few soldiers tending to you nearby. So we brought all of you back for treatment." Upon hearing this, Su Mingyang nodded. That mountain was indeed peculiar. He had been puzzled before in these times, even tree roots had been picked clean. How could such a lush mountain still exist? This mountain was different from the ones they had entered before. In the past, the mountains they entered were generally far from cities. This mountain, however, lay only a dozen or so miles from Nan'an City. Though somewhat distant, it remained within the acceptable range for local residents. It was impossible for no one to live or hunt in this area. Yet upon reaching the mountain, they found absolutely no traces of man-made trails. In other words, even if the locals knew of this resource-rich mountain, they had never ventured inside. This suggested something peculiar about the mountain. At the very least, once people entered, it was extremely difficult to emerge alive. In Su Mingyang's view, the source of all this strangeness lay in those venomous insects. Given that they had followed the Japanese non-commissioned officer into the mountain. So where was the Japanese non-commissioned officer? Su Mingyang looked at Colonel Xiao with confusion. Seeming to understand Su Mingyang's confusion, Colonel Xiao continued. "As for the Japanese non-commissioned officer you pursued, our soldiers later tracked his movements. On the mountainside, we discovered a road carved out by vehicles. We followed the road deep into the mountains. After several miles, we discovered an overturned supply truck. Not far from the vehicle, we discovered the remains of the Japanese non-commissioned officer, already partially consumed by venomous insects. We left his body behind and brought all the supplies back." Upon hearing of the Japanese non-commissioned officer's death, a flicker of relief passed through Su Mingyang's eyes. The defense of Nan'an City could be considered successfully completed. Su Mingyang forced himself to rise, shakily climbing out of bed and slipping on his shoes to get up. But he hadn't eaten for days. Even after returning, he had been kept alive solely by glucose drips. At this moment, his entire body was drained of strength. The moment he tried to stand, his legs buckled beneath him, sending him tumbling back onto the bed. But it didn't end there. As he lay back on the bed, Su Mingyang felt an unbearable itching all over his body. He looked down and saw that the skin previously torn by the venomous insects had now developed numerous festering sores. This was because the venom hadn't fully dissipated yet. Company Commander Xiao summoned the medic. After a thorough examination, the medic discovered that the toxins within Su Mingyang's body were spreading, steadily permeating multiple areas throughout his entire body. The only effective antidote for that venom was available at the Kuomintang Military Hospital. But they were nearly 1,000 kilometers away from the Kuomintang Military Hospital. Moreover, many sections of the route had been cut off and occupied by the Japanese invaders. If Su Mingyang were alone, navigating through these areas wouldn't be difficult. They could simply enter the deep mountains before reaching enemy-occupied cities and traverse through the wilderness. But now, the situation was different. More than half of the nearly 100 revolutionary soldiers in the group had been bitten by the poisonous insects. With so many people, traversing this route was virtually impossible. Chapter 213, Outbreak Awakening. Su Mingyang understood the difficulty of this journey. He sighed heavily, having already accepted his impending death. Now he felt a pang of regret. If he hadn't sent the revolutionary soldiers to pursue the Japanese non-commissioned officer, but instead kept them stationed in Nan'an City, they wouldn't have been bitten by poisonous insects at all. And certainly not like this with over half the men now poisoned. All of this was because of his mistake. Rest assured, Commander Su, we won't abandon a single soldier. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, we'll fight with everything we have to cure you. Commander Zhao's eyes burned with unwavering resolve. Su Mingyang knew these words weren't mere consolation. But was this really necessary? How many of them would even make it to the Kuomintang Military Hospital? I want to see the soldiers. Su Mingyang lowered his gaze slightly. He wanted to see these soldiers one last time. The Japanese guns and cannons hadn't broken their spirit, yet they ended up dying at the hands of a swarm of poisonous insects.
Their hearts must have been torn apart.
Though aware of Su Mingyang's extreme weakness, Colonel Xiao did not refuse.
He had 2 soldiers fashion a makeshift wheelchair, place Su Mingyang upon it, and set off toward the location of the fallen soldiers. By now, numerous medics had gathered around the soldiers.
From a great distance, Su Mingyang could already hear the wails of many soldiers. Among them, many were in far worse condition than Su Mingyang.
The venom of the poisonous insects had already seeped into their bloodstreams, tormenting them relentlessly. The medics around them felt utterly helpless, resorting to every possible method to alleviate the pain for these soldiers. The other soldiers, witnessing their comrades in such a state, understood that soon enough, they too would inevitably become like them. Their faces were filled with sorrow. Seeing the expressions on the soldiers' faces, a deep sense of guilt welled up within him. With the aid of a wheelchair, Su Mingyang made his way among the soldiers.
Upon seeing him, these soldiers showed not a trace of resentment towards Su Mingyang. Instead, their eyes still brimmed with admiration. They did not believe their current suffering was caused by Su Mingyang.
Not to mention that during the earlier battles against the Japanese devils, without Su Mingyang's command, they would never have been able to hold Nan'an City. They would have perished long ago under the Japanese invaders' first wave of artillery bombardment.
Later, after the Japanese non-commissioned officers fled in defeat. Even without Su Mingyang's orders, upon discovering the enemy's retreat, they would still pursue and hunt them down. That was their only chance to survive at the time.
They would never have given it up lightly. Therefore, in their eyes, none of what happened now was caused by Su Mingyang. It was all just their fate.
Comrades, this situation is entirely my fault. I apologize to all of you.
Su Mingyang bowed his head, rising to his feet with the support of nearby soldiers. He bowed deeply to all the soldiers.
Colonel Su, this isn't your fault.
A soldier, enduring pain, sat up from his hospital bed.
We never anticipated the reinforcements would arrive after we'd already departed.
None of this was foreseen. At the time, this decision was made collectively by all of us. Even without you, Colonel Su, we would have pursued the Japanese non-commissioned officer.
Don't blame yourself, Su.
This was our fate.
That's right.
Colonel Su, you have no reason to blame yourself. Without your command, we wouldn't have survived the defensive battle at all.
Commander Su, please sit down.
Seeing Su Mingyang bow, every soldier still capable of movement forced themselves to sit up.
Did Colonel Su make a mistake? Where had he gone wrong?
Without him, they might well have become souls lost to the Japanese guns and cannons by now.
Commander Su, the soldiers are all asking you to sit down.
Please take a seat. If you don't sit down, their bodies probably won't withstand this strain. Beside him, Colonel Xiao patted Su Mingyang's shoulder and urged him. Su Mingyang nodded and sat down, his gaze sweeping over the soldiers as he pondered solutions. Taking all the soldiers to the Kuomintang military hospital was clearly not an option.
On the road, they'd be too conspicuous and likely spotted by the Japanese.
Having the Kuomintang side deliver the serum was even less feasible. Such serum required constant refrigeration throughout transport. Given the technology of the time, having cold storage to preserve these serums was already an extremely rare luxury. Portable refrigerators like those of later generations were simply unimaginable. Even if the technology existed back then, given the state of China at the time, it was definitely not available.
After much deliberation, Su Mingyang found himself utterly helpless.
He sighed heavily, utterly at a loss. He wasn't afraid to die under the Japanese invaders' guns and cannons, nor did he fear dying from their bullets. But he refused to die like this, in the rear, rather than on the battlefield. If an opportunity presented itself before him, he would charge onto the battlefield without hesitation, dragging a few Japanese soldiers down with him as collateral damage.
Regimental Commander Xiao was equally helpless.
After reporting the matter up the chain of command, higher-ups were actively reaching out to the Kuomintang side. But the serum was definitely not something that could be taken out. Even if they wanted to help, revolutionary soldiers could only receive treatment once they reached their military hospital. Days later, the communications soldier brought devastating news. Several revolutionary soldiers already infected with the insect venom could no longer endure and collapsed.
As for Su Mingyang, his consciousness was once again clouded.
He understood that his own collapse was not far off. Perhaps in a few more days, perhaps even today, his journey would reach its end. Countless images flashed through Su Mingyang's mind as his left hand caressed the row of badges in his pocket. Each pin represented a promise he had made to his old comrades.
Promises he might never be able to keep.
In his dazed state, Su Mingyang felt a pair of rough, calloused hands caressing his body. His festering skin was covered in medicinal herbs that reeked of a pungent, fishy odor. Even his fading sense of taste could now detect a bitterness sharp enough to slit a throat.
After an unknown period, Su Mingyang's consciousness gradually cleared.
He slowly opened his eyes to find the scene before him had changed. Before him stood a military green tent.
He hadn't died? Suddenly, a frantic voice rang out beside him. Colonel Su is okay. Colonel Su has woken up. Immediately after, countless footsteps rushed toward his tent.
Within minutes, his bed was surrounded by soldiers. Looking at the familiar faces of his soldiers, Su Mingyang realized they hadn't died.
Even he himself had survived. Had they all been transported to the Kuomintang military hospital after all? Su Mingyang thought this was nothing short of a fairy tale. He knew better than anyone what had happened back then. There was no way they could have been taken to a Kuomintang hospital. Then how had he recovered? Chapter 214, The Remaining 87. Colonel Su, it's such a relief you're okay. We've been worried sick about you all this time. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Colonel Xiao found an old master among the civilians evacuated from Nan'an City who could treat insect venom. We were all saved by the old doctor. Commander Su, you have no idea. Thanks to the old doctor's medicine, our injuries healed in less than half a day. But you remained unconscious in your hospital bed for a full month. You have no idea during those 2 weeks, the old doctor practically never left your side. Hearing the soldier's words, Su Mingyang finally understood the whole story. After he lost consciousness, despite constant communication with higher-ups, they still couldn't come up with any solutions. In desperation, Colonel Xiao decided to try anything, sending soldiers to search among the civilians who had fled Nan'an City earlier for a doctor who could treat insect venom. They searched for 3 straight days, yet made no progress whatsoever. Across the entire city of Nan'an, there was virtually no one capable of treating the insect venom. At that time, Su Mingyang's condition grew increasingly critical, his heart rate dropping to a mere 40 beats per minute. This heart rate was teetering on the brink of death. If it dropped even slightly further, Su Mingyang would meet the same fate as the fallen soldiers before him, ultimately succumbing to the insect poison. However, at that very moment, an elderly gentleman came knocking on their door. He claimed to possess the ability to cure insect venom poisoning. Faced with such dire circumstances, Commander Xiao didn't hesitate. He immediately brought the man over to treat Su Mingyang. After the first treatment, Su Mingyang's condition showed immediate improvement. His heart rate rose to 45 beats per minute. But this heart rate was still unacceptable. After administering the medication, the old doctor had a young soldier spend the entire night brewing a pot of potent medicine for Su Mingyang. He then proceeded without pause to treat other soldiers. Among them were several soldiers whose conditions were as severe as Su Mingyang's. Ultimately, over the course of several consecutive days, under the old doctor's care, all these soldiers showed improvement in their conditions. Even those with conditions as severe as Su Mingyang's recovered rapidly. Yet Su Mingyang showed no significant improvement and remained unconscious. Later, based on the old doctor's analysis, a conclusion was reached. The primary reason for Su Mingyang's lack of significant improvement was that during the defensive battle, he had gone without rest for an extended period, causing his body's immune system to severely weaken. This weakened his body's defenses against the insect toxins, allowing them to enter his bloodstream unimpeded. This was ultimately why Su Mingyang's condition had become so critical. As treatment continued, the herbs brought by the old doctor were nearly depleted. Yet these herbs grew only on that mountain teeming with venomous insects. To obtain more, they would have to return to that mountain. However, he was now occupied with tending to Su Mingyang's condition and could not spare the time, so he had to send the revolutionary soldiers to the mountain to gather the herbs. But then another serious problem arose. The herbs he had brought with him were mostly dried. The soldiers had no idea what these herbs actually looked like. So even when they reached the mountain, they could only gather randomly, unable to identify the herbs' true forms. They could only gather based on the old man's vague descriptions. They were completely in the dark. After learning this news, Colonel Xiao hesitated only briefly before ultimately ordering all available soldiers to enter the mountains for herb gathering. They couldn't abandon a single soldier. Naturally, the soldiers had no complaints about this. Deep down, they fully agreed with what Colonel Xiao had said, they would not abandon a single comrade. However, they still needed to be cautious of the venomous creatures in the mountains. Under the old man's guidance, they used cloth to bind up all areas of their clothing where venomous insects could potentially burrow, preventing their entry. Only after each soldier passed the old man's inspection did they venture deep into the mountains. Meanwhile, the old gentleman, determined to prevent Su Mingyang's condition from worsening, continuously performed massage therapy on Su Mingyang's body. This suppressed the toxic blood within a contained range, halting its spread. For an entire day, the revolutionary soldiers gathered medicinal herbs according to the old man's descriptions, filling 2 military trucks to capacity. 99% of these herbs merely resembled the descriptions given by the old man, none were the specific herbs he had requested. Yet the revolutionary soldiers had stripped an entire hillside bare. Even though the specific herb was extremely difficult to find, they still managed to locate several specimens matching the old gentleman's description. After searching relentlessly for a full day, the old man finally gathered half a basket of herbs capable of treating insect venom. This time, he did not use all the herbs. Instead, he reserved several leaves to provide the soldiers with herbal specimens. With a concrete visual reference, the revolutionary soldiers' gathering speed increased significantly. Within the next day, they gathered far more than Su Mingyang needed. Of course, many soldiers still got stung by poisonous insects due to carelessness during collection. But now, with the herbs in hand, they felt completely fearless. After returning and drinking the decoction brewed from the herbs, they were immediately back to their energetic selves.
Meanwhile, under the old master's meticulous care, Su Mingyang's body gradually returned to normal. New skin grew beneath the previously festering wounds. Learning that the old gentleman had saved his life, Su Mingyang hurriedly climbed out of bed, eager to express his gratitude. But to his great disappointment, he was told that the old gentleman had left the military camp after treating him. Several more days passed, and Su Mingyang's body fully recovered. The commendation from higher-ups had also arrived. In front of everyone, he read out the names of the remaining soldiers one by one. Originally, over 2,000 soldiers had left the mountains with him to defend Nan'an City. Yet in less than a month, fewer than 100 remained before him. Overwhelmed with emotion, Su Mingyang's voice cracked slightly as he called out each name. 1st Company, 3rd Platoon, Lu Dafa. Present. 1st Company, 4th Platoon, Wu Mingmao. Present. 2nd Company, 1st Platoon, Li Hongji. Present. Su Mingyang called out the names of the remaining soldiers one by one. He had led them out, but he lacked the means to lead them back. All soldiers whose names I have called shall be promoted one rank. As for those who have fallen in battle, the party and the people will never forget them. Their wives, children, and families shall henceforth live under the protection of the party. Anyone who dares to harm them will be provoking the entire people of China. Su Mingyang's voice rang out with passionate fervor, tinged with sorrow for the fallen warriors. Soldiers of Bashu. 2,817 men entered the pass. Survivors. 87. Chapter 215, Mountain City Delicacies. Su Mingyang's voice echoed throughout the camp. Many of the later arriving warriors silently watched the scene before them, tears streaming down their faces. Though they had not participated in this battle. But upon arriving to find corpses strewn everywhere in collapsed buildings, they understood just how brutal the fighting had been. Whether the bodies of revolutionary soldiers or Japanese invaders, they lay scattered throughout every corner of Nan'an City. Simply judging by the positions and sheer numbers of the bodies, they could guess what had transpired and what the revolutionary soldiers had endured. They had resorted to suicide attacks to secure the final victory. Such attacks, regardless of whether they could kill the Japanese invaders, they themselves would inevitably be killed by the Japanese invaders. Yet even so, they showed no sign of retreat. Remember, these were all new recruits. Most hovered around 20 years of age. One by one, these vibrant lives were extinguished. Inside the hot pot restaurant, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Xiao Yeye, who had been huffing and puffing away, stopped what she was doing. A single tear rolled down the corner of her eye. In the livestream chat, viewers fell silent. After a long while, comments began to appear on the screen. Who would have thought that the revolutionary warriors of yesteryear would fight so valiantly? Perhaps, without their fearless sacrifices, without their courage to carry out suicide attacks, we wouldn't be able to live in this peaceful and harmonious society today. Yes. Just thinking about these veterans knowing full well that regardless of success, they would die. Yet they still charged forward one by one without regard for their own lives. I can't stop the tears from falling. I was just crying in the bathroom, and my mom heard me and thought I was heartbroken. She comforted me, saying some things are meant to be lost as long as the beautiful memories remain real. Exactly. These veterans sacrificed themselves and will never return. But the spirit they left behind is forever with us. As long as we remember their spirit, they will always live on in our hearts. They continue to guard Huagui in their own way. Xiao Yeye sobbed as she scanned the live chat comments. After reading them, she completely broke down and burst into tears. Having worked alongside Su Mingyang for so long, she thought she'd become quite resilient to tears. Yet now, she found herself weeping uncontrollably after reading just a few comments. Still, she deeply agreed with these comments. Yes. Though these veterans have passed away, their spirit lives on through the ages. As long as our generation keeps their spirit alive in our hearts, they will never truly vanish. They live on forever, in another form. Li Deji hadn't spent as much time with Su Mingyang as Xiao Yeye had. But still, he was a man. Though his eyes grew moist upon hearing the moving tales of the elders, he would never weep openly like Xiao Yeye. As for Xiao Amulang, he kept his head bowed, lost in thought. Yet, if one looked up from beneath the table, they would surely meet his moist, yet gradually hardening gaze. After hearing so many stories from these revolutionary veterans, even though he had always wanted to stay out of the conflict between the two nations' spies, he had now made up his mind. These were debts their island nation owed to China. Yet after all these years, they still harbored treacherous ambitions, relentlessly infiltrating China. Why must they resort to aggression? Couldn't they just focus on developing their own technology? Wasn't their biotechnology already leading the world? Why must they still scheme to invade others? Nomura couldn't fathom the mindset of the island nation's leaders, nor did he care. He had made up his mind to reveal certain hidden matters to Su Mingyang. Observing the silent figures gathered around the table, Su Mingyang sensed the oppressive atmosphere. His gaze swept across their faces before breaking into a warm smile. Honestly, so much time has passed that I'm starting to forget these things. If it weren't for this hot pot, I wouldn't have fought back so far. After finishing their hot pot, the group strolled along the streets for a while. Though they weren't in the bustling downtown area, as night fell and the air turned cooler, more pedestrians gradually filled the streets. Su Mingyang watched the street stalls selling local snacks and shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. To be honest, he was feeling a bit peckish. He'd heard descriptions of these snacks before when chatting with the new recruits from Bashu. Though their education levels were generally low, their descriptions weren't very precise. But Su Mingyang could still see the genuine delight in their expressions for these Bashu delicacies. Just hearing about them had made Su Mingyang's mouth water back then. He never imagined that after all these years, even at his age, he'd still get such cravings. He'd be laughed at if he admitted it. Still, Su Mingyang didn't feel the urge to buy any. These days, he dared not even eat too much during meals. His aging digestive system just couldn't keep up anymore. But while Su Mingyang wasn't craving anything, Xiao Yeye was absolutely drooling over these delicacies. Before coming to the mountain city, she'd scoured Xiamaksu for travel guides. These guides recommended all sorts of tourist spots, but they all agreed on one thing: she absolutely had to try some of the city's signature dishes. Especially the kind of local delicacies found in these hidden alleyways. After all, if you go to commercial streets or trendy tourist spots, the local specialties sold there were mostly tailored to out-of-towners' tastes, so they weren't as authentic as what you'd find in these back alleys. Only the eateries tucked away in these alleys served the genuine local flavors. They don't need to cater to outsiders, their main customers are locals. Hey, is this the heartbreak jelly? How much is it? Xiao Yeye approached a food cart, staring at the jelly noodles drenched in red chili oil and swallowing hard. Though she'd already cried from the spice once while eating hot pot earlier. But when it came to eating spicy food, there was only a first time and countless times after that. Xiao Yeye thought, since she'd cried once already, what difference would crying again make? If it's called heartbreak jelly, then let this heartbroken self experience it firsthand. The cart owner was a middle-aged man in his 50s. His temples were slightly graying, and his face was lined with wrinkles. But when he looked up and smiled at Xiao Yeye, the kindness in his smile was unmistakable. "Little miss, 5 yuan a bowl. How many would you like?" His gaze swept past Xiao Yeye. When he saw Su Mingyang, his eyes lingered for a moment. If one looked closely, they would have seen a flicker of surprise and delight in his eyes. However, after hesitating for a long time, he said nothing more. He simply stood there, quietly waiting for Xiao Yeye's reply. Xiao Yeye glanced back at the group. Su Mingyang waved his hand, Li Deji nodded, and Xia Amulang remained silent. Xiao Yeye turned her gaze back to the owner. "Boss, 3 servings to start." Chapter 216, Is the bill too high? Xiao Yeye glanced back at the group. Su Mingyang waved his hand, Li Deji nodded, and Xiao Mulang remained silent. Xiao Yeye turned her gaze back to the owner. "Boss, 3 servings to start." Upon hearing Xiao Yeye's reply, the middle-aged man wasted no time and began preparing the order. 3 portions of silky smooth jelly noodles were served up, topped with a few drops of chili oil, a sprinkle of Sichuan peppercorns, and some crushed peanuts. Even from a distance, the pungent aroma of spice hit her. Xiao Yeye took a small taste, and the next second, she began slurping away again. Su Mingyang gazed at Xiao Yeye with eyes brimming with affection. Li Derji ate the jelly, his face flushed. This jelly truly lived up to its name as heartbreak jelly. After just a few bites, a lifetime of heartache flooded his mind. Yes. He was crying because he was so heartbroken, absolutely not because the spice made him cry. Watching the two slurping away beside him, Xia Amulang lifted his bowl of jelly noodles and sniffed it. The next second, his pupils dilated. It smelled incredible. Without hesitation, Shimura scooped up a spoonful and took a bite. Then he too started slurping away. Ha 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 ha. Sadness jelly truly lives up to its name. Just one bite, and all the heartbreak of a lifetime comes flooding back. Is this really reminiscing about heartbreak? This is clearly crying from the spice. Here, our jelly noodles are sweetened, but who knew theirs are spiced up with chili? That's terrifying. I just can't handle spicy jelly noodles. Big deal. I saw a blogger online recently. He added yogurt to his rice rolls. I know that blogger too. He's been disowned by humanity. The live chat buzzed with chatter. Seeing the trio like this, many viewers couldn't help but feel tempted to try it themselves. They'd never even heard of this kind of specialty food. Who would have thought they'd get to see it in a live stream today? Coupled with the vibrant atmosphere, many viewers began dreaming of spending a few days exploring the mountain city. Suddenly, a peculiar phenomenon emerged in the booking systems of major airlines. They had been worried about low bookings for summer flights to the mountain city. But within mere minutes, every seat was sold out. Even after they hastily added an extra flight, the tickets were still snapped up in no time. The staff were stunned. Was the world ending? Was the mountain city the only refuge? Otherwise, it just didn't make any sense. While airline staff scrambled to find answers, Su Mingyang and his companions had already returned to their hotel. After exchanging goodnights in the living room, Su Mingyang went upstairs to bed. After sitting for a while, Xia Amulang also went to bed. Seeing that Grandpa Su and Xia Amulang had both gone upstairs to bed, the two exchanged a knowing smile. "Let's go?" Xiao Yeye spoke up. "Let's go."
Li Dizhi nodded excitedly. Together, they left the hotel, got into the car, and followed the navigation to the entrance of a bar. After getting out, they stared at the glitzy bar before them, their eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. Isn't this a bit too expensive? I feel like we might not be able to afford it with our means. Li Dizhi's words were laced with hesitation. Even though he now earned 20,000 yuan a month, this lavish bar looked like it would easily cost thousands just for a few drinks. Xiao Yeye nodded in agreement. She too felt this bar might be beyond their means. How about we try somewhere else? She'd found this bar on Xiaomo Shu, but the post didn't mention pricing. It just kept saying how great this place was, a must-visit when in the mountain city. Plus, visiting this bar might lead to some romantic encounters or something. It was all hype, really. The two turned away with a sigh, ready to get back in the car and leave. But just then, a bartender happened to step out, eager to welcome them inside. "Sir, ma'am, please come in." The attendant bowed slightly, his demeanor respectful. He showed no sign of looking down on them simply because their car stood out among the luxury vehicles parked all around. After all, they were staff at this high-end bar. Their every action reflected the establishment's attitude toward its patrons. Therefore, it was impossible for them to show disrespect to these patrons. After all, it wasn't uncommon for someone to drive an ordinary car on the surface, yet have powerful connections backing them. Nowadays, the phenomenon of people pretending to be ordinary to deceive others was rarely seen in their bar. At the very least, as service staff, they would never show the slightest disrespect to guests, much less look down on them. Seeing the waiter's demeanor, Xiao Yeye flushed with embarrassment. Honestly, the waiter's attitude toward them only reinforced her suspicions. Moreover, this server's looks were easily on par with some popular idols. Perhaps it was the outfit, but while matching the idol's looks, their physique was infinitely superior. A single glance revealed the faint outline of abs beneath their crisp white shirts. Xiao Yeye swallowed hard, her eyes filled with conflict. She had never been good at refusing people, especially handsome guys like this waiter. Li Dizhi, watching her hesitation, sighed beside her. Truthfully, even in such an upscale establishment, they weren't exactly out of their depth. No matter how expensive things were inside, a cocktail couldn't possibly cost hundreds of dollars. The prices for such things were clearly displayed. Even if this bar was lavishly decorated, it couldn't be that expensive. Besides, they only intended to sit inside for a while, they had no plans to stay out all night. So there's no question of extravagant spending. After a moment's hesitation, they handed the keys to the valet. Following the attendant's lead, they stepped inside the bar. The moment they stepped inside, they were stunned by the scene before them. Though no music could be heard outside, as they moved deeper inside, they were met by the roar of pulsating music. On the dance floor, men and women danced passionately, moving their bodies to the rhythm of the music. Xiao Yeye and Li Dizhi sat down at the bar counter, each ordering a 58 yuan cocktail. They gradually became mesmerized by the graceful dancing figures of the handsome men and beautiful women on the dance floor. After finishing their drinks, they felt uninspired. Although the bar had a nice atmosphere, it wasn't their preferred style. So they decided to head back to the hotel. However, just as they were about to leave, a man in his mid to late 50s, dressed head to toe in designer labels, stopped Xiao Yeye. Chapter 217, Bar Encounter. "Hello, may I have the pleasure of your acquaintance? My name is Fong Yi." The man was refined and elegant, exuding an air of sophistication in every gesture. Seeing him like this, Xiao Yeye's eyes lit up. She felt like she'd met her Prince Charming. "Hi, you can call me Xiao Yeye, that's what everyone calls me." Xiao Yeye extended her hand to shake his. "Oh, I almost forgot to ask, is this gentleman your?" Fong Yi didn't finish the question, instead pausing deliberately, his meaning perfectly clear. He was asking Xiao Yeye if Li Dizhi was her boyfriend. If he was her boyfriend, then he would keep the conversation more formal. After all, her boyfriend was right there. He couldn't exactly try to hit on someone else's girlfriend right in front of her boyfriend. "He's my colleague. We just heard the vibe at this bar was pretty good, so we came to check it out. He's not my boyfriend." As if trying to prove she and Li Dizhi weren't what he imagined them to be, Xiao Yeye even took a couple steps back. This deeply hurt Li Dizhi. Damn it, she's got a man now and forgotten her co-worker. Still, Li Dizhi didn't say much more. After all, if a rich, beautiful woman had approached him right then, he wouldn't just have distanced himself from Xiao Yeye, he'd have wanted her to leave immediately so she wouldn't interrupt his own plans. Seeing Li Dizhi step back 2 paces, Fong Yi's eyes flashed with a hint of triumph. "Alright then, I've reserved a booth over there. Would you two care to join me for a chat?" Fong Yi gestured toward the booth not far away. When Xiao Yeye saw the location of the booth, her eyes widened in surprise. The booth was located in the VIP section of the bar, and it was the largest one in that exclusive area. Earlier, she had curiously asked the bartender what the minimum spend required to reserve that booth was. The bartender's answer left her utterly stunned. Not only did you need a reservation for that booth, but they were extremely hard to get. But even the minimum spending requirement started at 6 figures. Those who sat in that booth were invariably prominent figures in the city. Little did she expect the handsome man standing before her to possess such influence.
A new spark of admiration flickered in Xiao Yaya's eyes as she looked at him. Who would have thought she'd ever experience a day like this? As soon as they sat down in the booth, a server approached immediately. Within minutes, the table was laden with an array of fine liquors. Sorry about that. Since it's our first time meeting, I wasn't sure what you'd like to drink, so I got a bottle of each. Fang Yi said, casually opening the bottle closest to him and pouring half a glass for each of them. Even when some wine accidentally spilled onto the outside of the glass, Fang Yi thoughtfully wiped it clean with a paper towel before handing it to Xiao Yaya. Xiao Yaya was deeply touched by Fang Yi's thoughtful gesture and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. She'd finally met a good man. She had to win him over. For a moment, Xiao Yaya completely forgot about Li Diji's presence. Li Diji frowned inwardly at Fang Yi's overly dramatic display. After all, he was a man himself. He couldn't fathom the other guy's overly humble attitude. In his view, even if he became wealthy, he might treat everyone with courtesy, but he'd never stoop to such subservience. The other man's behavior was practically like a male model waiting for a rich woman to feed him. Yes, the other man was trying too hard to please Xiao Yaya. If he claimed to have no ulterior motives, Li Diji would be the first to disbelieve him. After drinking, Xiao Yaya and Fang Yi engaged in casual conversation. Li Diji sat nearby, carefully examining the bottles of liquor on the table. Among them, he spotted several bottles retailing for tens of thousands on the market. He hadn't expected the man to be so generous as to bring them all out, ready to open them for them to drink. For a moment, Li Diji began speculating about the man's background. Could he be one of Shansidi's notorious rich second generation? Li Diji was puzzled, but he simply watched quietly. As long as Xiao Yaya wasn't getting taken advantage of, he wouldn't meddle. Soon, after downing several shots of strong liquor in quick succession, Xiao Yaya began to feel lightheaded. Seeing this, Fang Yi not only refrained from making any further advances but even had someone drive Xiao Yaya's car to take the two of them back to the hotel. Witnessing this, Li Diji was even more bewildered. Damn, the other guy didn't even take Xiao Yaya away. This left Li Diji utterly baffled about what Fang Yi was really after. Logically speaking, after going to such lengths, wasn't he supposed to be seeking further contact with Xiao Yaya? How could this be? Had he missed some crucial detail? But rather than conspiracy theories, Li Diji leaned toward the idea that the man simply wanted to get to know Xiao Yaya. After all, Xiao Yaya was above average in looks, with a touch of cuteness. Otherwise, she wouldn't have built up her live streaming career in the first place. Plus, she had a clean background, free from the materialistic tendencies common among some girls in today's society. So, purely from a personal perspective, it wouldn't be surprising if he'd seen his share of fairies and developed a preference for someone like Xiao Yaya. With his mind made up, Li Diji no longer dwelled on the matter. After escorting Xiao Yaya back to her room to sleep, he returned to his own quarters. The night passed quickly. The next morning, Su Mingyang woke up early as usual. Gazing out at the hazy sky beyond the window, Su Mingyang couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. It was the same sky, the same weather back then. He had lost track of his old comrade. By the time he found his old comrade again, the man was already dead, leaving behind only a bloodstained badge. After finishing the complimentary breakfast at the hotel, Su Mingyang wandered downstairs. Only a few scattered figures remained on the streets, either sanitation workers or those who needed to rise early for work. Or students. Seeing the exhaustion on the students' faces, Su Mingyang sighed. After all, he had traveled back to this very time period, so he knew all too well how exhausting school was for students at this hour. They spent their entire days at school. Those who lived farther away had to rise before dawn to prepare for the journey. They wouldn't return home until after 10 p.m., when evening study sessions ended. Deducting the time for a midday nap, they could only manage 7 or 8 hours of sleep each day. Still, enduring this period meant future years would be less grueling. They were at the peak of their physical health now, and enduring hardship at this age was better than suffering later in life. After walking around, Su Mingyang figured Xiao Yaya and the others wouldn't be up this early, but the hotel breakfast only served until 8 a.m. So he bought some breakfast on the street and headed back to the hotel. As he approached the hotel entrance, he suddenly noticed a supercar parked in front of the modest establishment. A man in his mid-20s leaned casually against the sports car, playing with his phone. Chapter 218, Fang Yi temporarily joins the team. Upon seeing Su Mingyang, a flicker of surprise flashed deep in his eyes, though he quickly concealed it. He glanced at Su Mingyang as if he were a passerby, then returned to his phone. It was as if Su Mingyang were just an ordinary old man, nothing remarkable about him. Though Su Mingyang felt something was off, he didn't dwell on it, assuming the man was probably waiting for someone. Returning to his room, he placed breakfast on the table before opening his phone to scroll through news while waiting. It wasn't until nearly 10 o'clock that Xiao Yaya and Li Diji finally woke up. They hadn't returned to the hotel until nearly 2 in the morning, so sleeping in this late was perfectly understandable. Su Mingyang didn't say much about it. In his view, it was understandable for young people to sleep in. If he were the same age as them now, he wouldn't just sleep until 10. He'd be lucky to wake up before lunchtime. After finishing her morning routine, Xiao Yaya pulled out her phone while eating breakfast. Although she hadn't been eating or looking at her phone, it had been ringing non-stop all morning, preventing her from getting a good night's sleep. She was determined to see who dared disturb her sleep. But when she saw the string of WeChat messages on her screen, her whole body instantly tensed up. The reason was simple: the messages were from Fong, the guy she'd been drinking with the night before. She vaguely remembered him asking if she wanted to hang out today as they left the bar last night. Back then, she deep been tipsy and hadn't given it much thought before agreeing. But now, she was supposed to accompany Grandpa Su to send the elders home. How could she possibly go out with Fong? She didn't want Grandpa Su to get upset with her over this. Xiao Yeye felt restless. She didn't know how to respond to him. She couldn't very well say that last night had been a joke. Besides, he'd messaged her first thing in the morning, and she hadn't replied until now. That seemed a bit rude. Oh my goodness. What am I going to do? My happiness. Xiao Yeye sat on the chair, clutching her messy hair and wailing like a banshee. On one side was her future happiness, on the other was Grandpa Su. So hard to choose. Ha ha ha. I told you to control yourself. But you wouldn't listen. The moment you said those things last night, I knew you'd get what was coming today. You totally deserve it. Li Dizhi watched Xiao Yeye's flustered state and delivered a cutting remark from the sidelines. Although Fong seemed perfect in every way, he always gave off an unreal vibe. Especially the way he looked at Xiao Yeye. Ever since he came back last night, he'd been wondering why Fong's gaze toward Xiao Yeye felt so strange. It was as if he wasn't looking at a person, but at a piece of merchandise. Or rather, in his heart, Xiao Yeye was nothing more than a tool to be exploited, a bargaining chip. God! Please save the child. Xiao Yeye tugged at her hair, looking utterly miserable. In truth, she had already made up her mind. Even if it meant losing her chance to be alone with Fong, she couldn't stop streaming with Grandpa Su. The channel's current follower count was built up bit by bit through her own efforts. This account is essentially her courage to stand her ground in society. Men can be replaced, but if this account were lost, she wouldn't have the confidence to rebuild another one to such heights. And to be honest, her feelings for Fong were merely superficial. Deep down, she understood the gap in status between them. While she had a large following and each livestream drew at least tens of thousands of viewers. But these viewers were almost entirely there to watch Grandpa Su. If Grandpa Su ever stopped appearing on camera, there was no guarantee these fans would keep watching her streams. Then her income would dry up. But Fong was different. For someone like him, who casually spent 6 figures in a single night, her meager earnings were hardly worth his attention. Moreover, it was said that wealthy families like his harbored reservations about her line of work, which required constant public exposure. So even if there was mutual attraction, in the end, it's unlikely they'll ever be together. Rather than risking a messy ending, it was better to cut ties decisively now. Xiao Yeye grasped this truth and, without hesitation, opened her chat window with Fong. She typed out a message. I'm sorry, Fong. You should go back. I think the gap between our backgrounds is too wide. We'll never make it work. The message had barely been sent when a reply came back. Come downstairs. I'm waiting downstairs. Fong is still downstairs? Xiao Yeye muttered in disbelief, then hurried to the window to look down. The moment she leaned out, Fong below also looked up. Like a scene from a romantic drama, their gazes met through the glass. A faint blush spread across Xiao Yeye's cheeks as she felt a surge of shyness. Fong was actually waiting for her downstairs. And judging by the message he'd sent her, he'd been waiting at the hotel entrance since early morning only for her to wake up this late. Xiao Yeye couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. Reluctantly, she decided to go downstairs. Su Mingyang watched Xiao Yeye's retreating figure, shook his head as if understanding something. Xiao Yeye wasn't exactly a teenager anymore. It was about time she started dating. Li Dizhi saw Xiao Yeye heading downstairs and grinned as he followed her. He wasn't trying to be a third wheel, he just wanted to know what the two of them would talk about. Seeing this, Su Mingyang shook his head. Like him, Xia Amilang wasn't interested in such matters. After sitting in the living room for a few more minutes, Xiao Yeye brought Fong upstairs. Downstairs earlier, Xiao Yeye had explained she still had work to do and revealed her identity as a streamer. Initially, she'd intended to use this identity to discourage Fong. But to her surprise, upon hearing she was a streamer, Fong showed no sign of disgust whatsoever. Instead, he said it wouldn't affect their relationship at all. He could stay by her side while she streamed. If she ever needed him on camera, he'd be fully cooperative. In Xiao Yeye's experience, wealthy second-generation individuals like Fong who possessed both money and influence, were generally reluctant to appear on camera. After all, their lives were extravagant, and appearing on camera would turn them into public figures. This would inevitably disrupt their daily lives. Yet here he was. Not only did Fong not mind her work, he was willing to stay by her side. He even agreed to cooperate with her work and appear on live streams. This genuinely touched Xiao Yeye. That's why she brought Fong upstairs this time, to seek Grandpa Su's opinion. If Grandpa Su agreed to let Fong join them, then both her future happiness and career would be firmly in her own hands. Back in the living room, Xiao Yeye watched Su Mingyang, her face tense with anxiety.
Grandpa Su, Fong Yi wants to live stream with me like this. Do you think it's okay? Chapter 219, Fraud Comes Calling. Prompted by Xiao Yeye's question, Su Mingyang studied Fong Yi with keen interest. You want to be with Xiao Yeye, don't you? He looked at Fong Yi, asking calmly, his gaze fixed directly on Fong Yi's eyes. Fong Yi's eyes darted nervously, but when their gazes briefly met, Su Mingyang caught a flicker of guilt in his eyes. Yes, I want to stream with Xiao Yeye. Grandpa, is that okay? I promise not to cause trouble. I just want to spend more time with Xiao Yeye. Su Mingyang found it hard to refuse after hearing such earnest pleas. However, based solely on the detail he'd just caught in Fong Yi's eyes, he could tell this matter wasn't as simple as it appeared on the surface. He sensed that Fong Yi's attempt to infiltrate their team this time must have ulterior motives. Su Mingyang nodded. It's fine. I'm mainly here to see an old friend off and occasionally promote the spirit of the old guard. One more person or one less won't make much difference. Xiao Yeye and Fong Yi both breathed a heavy sigh of relief upon hearing Su Mingyang's agreement. Xiao Yeye's face lit up with delight as she wrapped her arms around Su Mingyang's arm, clinging to him like a granddaughter spoiling her grandfather. I knew Grandpa Su was the best. It's no big deal. Su Mingyang waved his hand dismissively, replying casually. Hello, Grandpa Su. My name is Fong Yi. Fong Yi extended his hand respectfully, shaking Su Mingyang's firmly. Next, Su Mingyang asked everyone to get ready. After lunch, he would drive his old friend home. This time, he hadn't contacted the old comrade's family beforehand. He'd heard the old comrade's family was doing well, and he wanted to see for himself. Back in his room, Su Mingyang pulled out his phone and dialed the liaison officer's number. Almost instantly, the call was answered. Su Mingyang's personal liaison picked up, her voice thick with tension. As Su Mingyang's dedicated liaison, she knew that if he was calling, it meant he needed assistance with something. That was her job. Hello, I'd like to run a check on a young man named Fong Yi. From his accent, he sounds like a local from Mountain City, and he appears to be under 30. On the other end, the operator hurriedly jotted down Su Mingyang's description, her fingers tapping rapidly on the keyboard. Then she inquired. Senior Su, are there any other distinguishing features besides these? As Su Mingyang's dedicated operator, she possessed nearly all the privileges granted to regular units. However, in Shan City alone, there were at least 5 individuals named Fong Yi who matched Su Mingyang's description. Without more detailed descriptions, she couldn't pinpoint which one Su Mingyang was referring to. Upon hearing this, Su Mingyang pondered for a moment. To avoid mistakes or misunderstandings, he ultimately decided to wait until Xiao Yeye went live and Fong Yi appeared on camera before instructing the liaison to investigate. This approach would not only be more convenient but also yield more accurate information about the individual. Alright then. Keep an eye on Xiao Yeye's stream later. If all goes as planned, that young man named Fong Yi will appear on camera during the stream. Then you can confirm his identity through the stream. Su Mingyang hung up after finishing his instructions. An hour later, Fong Yi followed behind Xiao Yeye's car. The group weaved through the old city district before finally stopping in front of a dilapidated residential building only 5 or 6 stories tall. After getting out, Su Mingyang pressed the doorbell for apartment 502 based on the information on his phone. Ding dong. The doorbell rang inside the apartment. Soon after, a middle-aged woman's voice came from inside. Who is it? The door swung open, revealing a woman in her 50s standing before them. Despite her advanced age, one could still discern from her withered cheeks that this woman must have been a woman of great charm in her youth. At that moment, Xiao Yeye promptly started the livestream. Hello, ma'am. We're here to escort our senior home. Take the old gentleman home? The middle-aged woman looked puzzled, not understanding. Nevertheless, she beckoned them in, inviting the group to come inside and sit down. Come in first. How are you sending the old senior home? My parents passed away last year, but I doubt they'd qualify as the elder statesman you're talking about. Though the middle-aged woman was friendly, she couldn't hide the wariness in her eyes. Scams like this weren't uncommon in their neighborhood. Last year, old Wang next door nearly lost his entire life savings to one. If not for the bank clerk noticing something amiss and alerting the police just as old Wang was about to transfer the money, old Wang would have been devastated. No, that's not what we mean. Elderly predecessor refers to. Xiao Yeye explained at length but still failed to clarify their purpose. It wasn't that she hadn't explained it clearly, the main reason was that the middle-aged woman simply couldn't grasp her meaning. It seemed the woman had no idea their ancestors had included revolutionary martyrs. Seeing this, Su Mingyang cut Xiao Yeye off. He realized continuing to explain to this woman would be pointless. She simply lacked the awareness or understanding. Better to find someone else. Is Li Tianfu here? We're primarily here to see him. Su Mingyang said calmly. Hearing her husband's name, the woman looked slightly surprised. Now she was certain these people were here to scam them. How else would they know her husband's name? Not long ago, the neighborhood had run anti-fraud awareness campaigns. These criminals nowadays, through big data analysis and such, not only know your family members and names, but even have a clear understanding of what you plan to do next and where you intend to go.
Take old Wang next door, for instance. Just days ago, he was browsing profiles of women his age on his phone. Within days, a woman matching his exact preferences approached him. She claimed her husband had died in an accident years ago, leaving her alone. Now that her children were grown, she wanted to pursue her own happiness. This mirrored old Wang's own circumstances perfectly. For the next while, the two seemed to have endless topics to discuss. Old Wang felt like he'd found his soulmate, gradually sinking into the woman's tender trap. Just as old Wang believed they could naturally come together and rely on each other for the rest of their lives. An unexpected turn of events occurred. One morning, old Wang suddenly received a call from the hospital. A doctor named Lu from Shan City First Hospital informed him that the woman had been hit by a car while leaving home that morning. She was currently undergoing emergency treatment at the hospital. Old Wang needed to cover the medical expenses up front. Chapter 220, The Devoted Neighbor, Old Wang. Upon hearing this news, how could old Wang possibly sit still? After spending time together, old Wang had long decided she was the partner for the rest of his life. Without hesitation, he pulled out his bank card, determined to make the transfer as soon as the bank opened. Fortunately, the bank clerk noticed something amiss and immediately alerted the police, preventing old Wang from completing the transfer. A few days later, the woman was arrested and sent to prison. Even with her behind bars, old Wang still refused to give up on her. He didn't care if she was a fraud, all he wanted was to build a home with her. So old Wang visited her in prison from time to time. At first, the woman consistently refused his visits. Later, whether moved by his persistence or simply annoyed by his constant presence, she finally agreed to meet him. But when old Wang finally saw her, the very first words she spoke shattered him completely. She had a husband and he was alive and well. Her relationship with old Wang had been nothing but an act. There was no genuine affection whatsoever. In fact, some of old Wang's daily habits disgusted her immensely. Even if she ended up in prison and her husband wanted a divorce, she would never be with old Wang. In her eyes, old Wang was nothing more than a pathetic sucker. The thought sent a chill down the middle-aged woman's spine. Scammers these days were terrifying, she had to steer clear of them. You're looking for Tianfu, right? Hold on a moment, I'll call him back. After saying this, the middle-aged woman walked into the restroom and pulled out her phone to make a call. But the number she dialed wasn't her husband's, it was the police emergency line. A few minutes later, there was a knock at the door. The woman rushed to open the door as if she'd seen a savior. In the livestream chat, viewers watched the scene unfold and began discussing it. Why do I feel like this lady is acting a bit strange? Yeah, her expression seems off, like she's wary of Grandpa Su and the others. Ha ha ha. Could it be this woman thinks Grandpa Su and the others are bad guys? If that's the case, I'll laugh myself to death. Just as this comment appeared in the chat, the middle-aged woman opened the door. Immediately after, several police officers appeared at the doorway. The livestream viewers couldn't hold back any longer upon seeing this scene. Dude upstairs, you must be from the future or something, how else would you know this? I'd laugh myself to death. Who'd have thought I'd actually think Grandpa Su and his crew were scammers? I'd love to see who still says this lady isn't on guard. This lady's guard is way stronger than all of us put together. Streamer, steady the camera. I want to see Grandpa Su's reaction, ha ha ha. If I were Grandpa Su, I'd be speechless right now. Taking an elder home, only to be mistaken for a con artist. Same here. Grandpa Su must be totally confused right now. The door swung open. The officer recognized the middle-aged woman as the one who'd called and addressed her. Hello, are these the scammers you mentioned? The officer pointed at Su Mingyang and his group. But the moment he looked up and saw Su Mingyang, his jaw dropped. It was Grandpa Su. Just as he was about to speak, the elderly woman interrupted him. Oh my goodness. Officer, thank goodness you're finally here. These people, I feel like they're here to scam us. I don't even know them, yet they started saying they were taking some old folks home. The oldest people in my family are just me and my husband, how could they take us home? They must be some kind of charlatans trying to sell me on bringing my parents back from the dead. I'm not falling for their tricks. The old lady's words reached everyone's ears. Inside the live stream room, the audience went wild with laughter. Previously, watching Xiao Yeya's live streams rarely offered much entertainment. Mostly it was Su Mingyang recounting stories of revolutionary veterans and sending them home. It was rather mundane. But now that this auntie had made her entrance, she was absolutely a showstopper. This lady is a real talent. She even thought of bringing her parents back to life. She totally gets showmanship. Look at the expressions on Grandpa Su and the others, they look absolutely horrified. The live chat exploded with laughter. They'd never seen Su Mingyang suffer such a humiliating defeat before, and now they were all eagerly anticipating what would happen next. Staring at the middle-aged woman who wouldn't stop talking, the police officer looked equally helpless. He wanted to explain, but couldn't get a word in edgewise. Every time he tried to speak, the woman immediately cut him off, leaving him no chance to get a word in. Finally, the woman grew thirsty. She paused her speech, looked at the silent officer before her, and asked in confusion. Officer, why aren't you saying anything? Don't you like to talk?
The officer opened his mouth to respond, only to fall silent once more. You should have a clear understanding of the situation by now. Take them away quickly. Lock them up for as long as possible. I'm afraid they'll come after me when they get out. I'm just an ordinary citizen, I couldn't handle their revenge. If possible. The middle-aged woman's words trailed off abruptly, but everyone understood the implication. Ha 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 ha. This lady must be thinking, if possible, just sentence Grandpa Su and the others to death. Honestly, these scammers really deserve harsher sentences. Otherwise, I feel like they'll just keep scamming people once they're out. After all, the money comes so easily. Grandpa Su, I was just sending my old comrade home, and now they want to sentence me to death? The police officer finally couldn't take it anymore and stopped the middle-aged woman before she could speak again. Ma'am, I think you've misunderstood Grandpa Su and his group. They're not scammers, they genuinely came to escort the old comrade home. The officer explained, then walked towards Su Mingyang. Senior Comrade Su, we apologize for the trouble. We didn't fully understand the situation when we responded to the call. We're truly sorry. Facing the officer's apology, Su Mingyang waved his hand dismissively. It's not your fault. You're just doing your duty for the people. Her vigilance against scammers is commendable. This was all just a misunderstanding. Now that it's cleared up, that's what matters. Xiao Yeye chimed in from the side. Exactly. It's good that Auntie is cautious. We were a bit rash. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, Auntie, why don't you see if you can call your husband back? We're here to take his grandfather home. There are some things you might not be aware of yet. Grandpa Li Tianfu was an old veteran who sacrificed himself during the anti-Japanese war. Grandpa Su came this time to return the veteran's badge. An old veteran? A badge? The middle-aged woman still looked puzzled. But since the police officer said it wasn't a scam, there was no need to hesitate. So she dialed her husband's number and told him to come home. Chapter 221, Li Tianfu returns home. While waiting for Li Tianfu to return, Su Mingyang received a message from the liaison officer. Su Mingyang tapped the message, and Fong Yi's personal information appeared before him. Fong Yi, 29 years old, currently employed by Fong Group as general manager. Father, Fong Wenbing, chairman of Fong Group. Purpose of contacting Xiao Yeye. 1. Fong Group is currently under investigation. They may be attempting to use Xiao Yeye as a connection to reach you, hoping to leverage your influence to evade this crisis. 2. Appearing on your livestream to leverage your fame and celebrity influence to pressure the investigation team into expediting the probe. Su Mingyang shook his head as he read Fong Yi's stated purpose. The man was still too young. Though he believed he currently lacked the means to arbitrarily help an individual or a corporation evade legal consequences. But even if he did, he would never do such a thing. Whoever violated the law must face legal consequences. He himself was no exception. Moreover, regarding those who remained by his side, he had initially had their backgrounds investigated. Only after thorough analysis and confirmation of their clean backgrounds would he bring them into his team. Take Xiao Yeye and Li Deji, for instance, both were ordinary, law-abiding citizens who never engaged in any heinous acts. Even though Li Deji used to dye his hair red and look like a trendy young guy. But his reason for doing so was merely to attract attention online and make money. Moreover, his earnings weren't entirely for himself. Earlier, when Su Mingyang had conducted investigations, he discovered that among the 3 shameless individuals, the young man with yellow hair had a mother suffering from a serious illness at home, urgently needing medical expenses. That was why they had turned to making short videos. It could be said their motivation wasn't even about money, but about saving the yellow-haired youth's mother. It was precisely this brotherly bond and filial devotion that made Su Mingyang recognize these youths and ultimately choose to accept red hair. But what about Fong Yi? Whether approaching Xiao Ye or approaching him, Fong Yi acted with extreme self-interest, something Su Mingyang could not tolerate. He wasn't a saint, he wouldn't help strangers for no reason. As Su Mingyang emerged from the bathroom, the faint jingle of keys turning in the lock echoed outside the door. Hearing the sound, the middle-aged woman smiled as she stood up, trotting to the door once more exactly as she had done when the police arrived earlier. To her, both the police and her husband were people who could save her. Earlier, she had feared Su Mingyang and his companions might harbor ill intentions toward her, perhaps even resorting to coercion. Now that Li Tianfu had returned, the reason she hurried to open the door was simply because the atmosphere inside the room had become too awkward for her to bear. After all, she had called the police to have Su Mingyang and the others arrested. Now that the officers had left, she was alone. Her embarrassment was so palpable it could have stretched the 2-bedroom apartment into a 3-bedroom one with just a little more effort. Tianfu, you're finally back. Grandpa Su and the others are looking for you. Oh, right. I just remembered I forgot to buy groceries. I'll dash to the market first, okay? With that, the middle-aged woman practically fled the apartment. Li Tianfu looked utterly confused. Just moments ago, his wife had told him over the phone that someone was looking for him at home and asked him to come back immediately. But now that he was back, she was rushing off to buy groceries? Li Tianfu glanced at the time and realized it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Which market would still be open at this hour? But when he looked at the person inside the house, he froze in place. Wasn't that Grandpa Su? Inside, Su Mingyang and the others were also a bit bewildered when they saw Li Tianfu. Xiao Yeye spoke up first. Boss. It's you. I never imagined you were Li Tianfu. What a coincidence. The middle-aged man before them was none other than the owner of the Heartbreak Jelly Noodle stall they'd visited after their hotpot dinner the night before. In the livestream chat, viewers were equally stunned. Holy crap, is this fate? Who knew Li Tianfu was the Jelly Noodle stall owner? Ha ha ha. If it weren't for the police officers arriving just now, and everyone's expressions not looking staged, I'd have thought this was scripted. Watching Grandpa Su's livestream is always like this, full of unexpected coincidences. This is just too fated. Hey upstairs, I suddenly suspect you're a paid commenter hired by the streamer to dispel our doubts about it being scripted. But I have to admit, you're doing a great job. I'm not doubting it's scripted anymore. Hello, Grandpa Su and Xiao Yeye. Li Tianfu scratched his head, looking embarrassed as he stepped forward to greet them, a stark contrast to his talkative self yesterday. Actually, last night when Li Tianfu sold cold noodles to Su Mingyang, he had already recognized Su Mingyang and Xiao Yeye. Though in his 50s, Li Tianfu enjoyed watching live streams in his spare time. Plus, his father had occasionally mentioned stories about his grandfather when he was young. He understood that his grandfather had been an old hero who fought in the War of Resistance against Japanese aggression. But he had never imagined that his grandfather and Grandpa Su would have any connection. Grandpa Su, I actually recognized you all last night. I never imagined you'd come looking for me today. If I'm not mistaken, you must be here to take my grandfather home. At first, I thought you didn't know my grandfather and Grandpa Su. Li Tianfu offered an explanation. The reason he hadn't mentioned last night that his grandfather was a revolutionary veteran was entirely because he didn't want to be labeled as someone trying to ride the wave of popularity over this matter. For him, being able to run his business quietly and peacefully was already quite good. Now, his children had all gone out to work and were capable of supporting themselves. He was content to sell cold noodles, providing for his wife and himself, no grand ambitions beyond that. As someone who shared Li Tianfu's mindset, Su Mingyang naturally understood his perspective. He understood completely. In life, there were far more things to experience than just money. There was no need to spend one's entire life chasing after it. With that thought, Su Mingyang removed the bloodstained badge from his chest and solemnly placed it into Li Tianfu's hands. He had finally sent another old comrade home. Having watched Su Mingyang's live streams, Li Tianfu knew exactly what the badge meant. Though he had heard some stories about his grandfather from his father. What he could learn from his father was ultimately only a small part. Moreover, he was certain his father had embellished these stories somewhat. At the very least, he felt the story of his grandfather single-handedly eliminating a dozen-strong Japanese search squad contained considerable embellishment. How could an ordinary soldier possibly wipe out an entire Japanese search squad all by himself? Chapter 222, The Offensive Plan. Grandpa Su, could you tell me about my grandfather's exploits? All these years, I've only heard fragments from my father. I have no idea how my grandfather ultimately sacrificed himself or what he did before his death. I hope you can enlighten me. Li Tianfu brewed a pot of tea, poured a cup for each person, then looked at Su Mingyang, waiting for his answer. Su Mingyang nodded upon hearing this. In truth, the deeds of many revolutionary soldiers were not unrecorded. But the reason they remain unknown is simply because their deeds unfolded within the grand sweep of larger campaigns. No single individual's actions could rival the scale of these campaigns. Over time, only the most iconic examples endured in the collective memory. Even so, their deeds would still be remembered by someone. Su Mingyang took a sip of tea, his eyes brimming with reminiscence. Back then, it was the depths of winter. The north wind howled, and snow blanketed the land. Su Mingyang's regiment headquarters received orders from higher command: capture Beishan Pass at all costs. As the junction connecting three provinces, the Japanese had secretly withdrawn a contingent of soldiers due to the extreme cold. Of the original 1,000+ troops stationed there, only a little over 100 remained. Yet their supposedly covert withdrawal had not escaped the revolutionary fighters' notice. A full month before the Japanese withdrawal, the revolutionary fighters had already set their sights on this location. Upon receiving this intelligence, Su Mingyang, then serving as regiment commander, immediately reported it and requested authorization for a surprise attack on the Japanese garrison at Beishan Pass. However, after the report was sent up, a definitive response was slow in coming. They were only told to wait a little longer. After all, given the weather conditions at the time, even though the Japanese garrison at Beishan Pass numbered only about 100 soldiers, but with its defensible terrain and over a dozen machine guns, capturing it would inevitably exact a heavy toll on the revolutionary soldiers. Moreover, since the Japanese dared to withdraw most of their troops, they didn't believe the Japanese hadn't made preparations. If the revolutionary soldiers dared to attack Beishan Pass, they might well fall into a Japanese ambush. If things went wrong, the losses could be devastating. But should they abandon such a prime opportunity merely because of the potential for heavy casualties?
Within the headquarters, the Revolutionary Army's high command debated this issue for 2 consecutive days without reaching a unified decision. Almost every time, the numbers for and against were nearly equal, with no overwhelming majority emerging. They understood the critical importance of capturing North Mountain Pass for the subsequent operations. But they understood even more keenly the importance of the lives of these soldiers. Such a momentous operation could not be decided upon so rashly. Su Mingyang understood the higher-ups' dilemma. Truthfully, he too harbored doubts about the Japanese withdrawal. Given the current circumstances, it certainly looked like a trap. But even if it was a trap, what could they do? Should they pass up this opportunity right before their eyes? Su Mingyang knew he couldn't bring himself to abandon such a golden opportunity. But if they didn't seize it, how could they avoid the risks? There was a chance the Japanese were baiting them, waiting for them to attack Beishan Pass. If that's the case, their main force must be lying low somewhere. Most likely, only a few scouts remained in the vicinity, keeping watch for any revolutionary fighters who might appear. Should they rashly attack the pass, these lurking Japanese forces would inevitably emerge from their rear, trapping them in an encirclement. Even if they managed to retreat successfully, their losses would be devastating. This was a loss they could not afford. Therefore, since unexpected dangers lurked head-on, it was wiser to seek a flanking breakthrough rather than charge headlong into uncertainty. The Beishan Pass earned its name as a pass precisely because it was bisected by a river dozens of meters wide. Anyone attempting to launch a surprise attack on their camp from the opposite bank would inevitably pay a heavy price. Moreover, with snow falling and temperatures plunging below freezing, the river water was bone-chillingly cold, capable of freezing people to death. For revolutionary soldiers to cross the river, only 2 methods existed. The first was by boat. But boats were far too conspicuous. Moreover, the revolutionaries possessed no boats, and constructing makeshift vessels would prove exceedingly difficult. This first method is practically out of the question. The second method is to build a bridge. This method sounds even more demanding than the first. But what if they built a human bridge? In that case, at night, whenever the Japanese searchlights swept over, the revolutionary fighters could simply dive underwater and wait for the searchlights to move on. There'd be no need to worry about exposure. The only drawback to this method was that it was labor-intensive. For a moment, Su Mingyang began to hesitate. He weighed whether it was worth it. Although the river was only a few dozen meters wide and barely over a meter deep, it was safe to say that the soldiers forming the human bridge in the water had little chance of survival. It meant losing over 100 soldiers before the battle even began. Yet now, he had no choice. If capturing Beishan Pass could be achieved, the sacrifice of these soldiers would be entirely justified. Not long after, upon completing his reconnaissance of the terrain, Su Mingyang confirmed the feasibility of the plan. He promptly submitted the operational plan. Unsurprisingly, the plan drew significant opposition. Such a more daring endeavor was viewed with skepticism by many in high positions. But so what? It seemed this was the only path forward that could minimize casualties among their soldiers. Ultimately, with the strong endorsement of several leaders, the offensive plan was approved. Upon receiving the telegram reply, Su Mingyang wasted no time, scheduling the operation for that very night. While the soldiers prepared, Su Mingyang began selecting volunteers within the regiment to form the human bridge. The term select here didn't imply arbitrary choice, rather, many soldiers volunteered upon hearing that someone must wade through the river. Su Mingyang then selected the strongest and most physically robust among these volunteers. In Su Mingyang's estimation, only those with greater physical resilience might survive the hypothermia that would inevitably follow. But as he made his selections, Su Mingyang gradually noticed something amiss. Why were all these volunteers wounded soldiers? Why weren't these wounded soldiers recuperating properly instead of meddling in this mess? Su Mingyang felt a headache coming on, but there was nothing he could do about it. As if they had all agreed beforehand, none of the soldiers volunteered. Even Li Hongyun, who had been blinded in both eyes by an explosion, was among them. And this Li Hongyun was none other than Li Tianfu's grandfather. Chapter 223, Seizing the Opportunity. If others join, that's one thing, but Li Hongyun, why are you getting involved? Su Mingyang's expression was stern. This was no time for jokes. Li Hongyun's body bore numerous blast wounds, now swathed in bandages from head to toe. Not to mention he was now blind, shrapnel embedded deep within his eye sockets. Given his condition, diving in meant embracing certain death. Su Mingyang couldn't understand why someone who could have stayed behind to live out their days in peace would choose this path. Captain Su, please let me join the team. All this time, I've been wondering what use I am to the team anymore. I'm already useless. Now that there's finally a chance to put me to some use, please let me join. Li Hongyun's face was etched with profound sorrow. Rather than letting him linger in the rear, it was better to let him die paving the way for the soldiers. As the oldest soldier in the regiment, Li Hongyun commanded considerable respect among his comrades. His words moved many soldiers. But those who felt it most deeply were the wounded soldiers like Li Hongyun himself. Many of them bore physical scars from battle, impairing their ability to fight on the front lines. Thus, like Li Hongyun, they too wished to contribute what they could.
Commander Su, let us be the human bridge. Don't underestimate us. Just because we look weak, we can definitely get these soldiers across the river. That's right, Colonel Su. Consider the blood we shed for this unit and give us one last chance. We'll accomplish this mission with distinction. Commander Su, I feel the same as brotherly. I know I'll likely never fight the Japanese devils on the front lines again in my lifetime. But even if I can't fight the Japanese devils anymore, I still want to contribute to the cause. Rather than living out our days as useless men, let us serve as stepping stones for our comrades. We won't let you down. The wounded soldiers gathered around, forming a circle with Su Mingyang at its center. Su Mingyang gazed at the familiar faces around him and sighed deeply. If he had a choice, he would never let these comrades once fighting side by side, now wounded and unhealed, become human bridges in the water. But he had no choice. Now, these wounded had gathered here, while the other soldiers turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight. Su Mingyang understood that the wounded had made their decision. No matter how much he protested, it would make no difference. In the end, Su Mingyang chose to compromise, granting the wounded soldiers their wish. As the soldiers made their preparations, the sky gradually darkened. By late night, snowflakes began falling once more, with temperatures plunging to at least -10 degrees Celsius. Under normal circumstances, rivers would freeze at such temperatures. However, due to the swift current and a waterfall several dozen meters high not far upstream, it remained unfrozen. The revolutionary soldiers, fully equipped and ready for action, lay in wait within the woods along the riverbank, observing the situation on the opposite shore. Across the river, two sentry towers stood facing each other like guardian deities. A Japanese soldier stood atop one, sweeping the river surface with a searchlight. As night deepened, both Japanese sentries on the tower began to show signs of drowsiness in the bitter cold. In their minds, it was utterly impossible for the revolutionary fighters to attempt a river crossing in such bitter cold. Moreover, even if revolutionary fighters attempted a surprise boat crossing, they would surely be spotted without needing overly thorough searches. Su Mingyang, however, did not order his men to begin crossing immediately. Instead, he waited silently. He was waiting for an opportunity the moment the sentry tower changed shifts. Under normal circumstances, the night shift at the sentry tower was rotated among 3 Japanese soldiers. Among these 3, the one in the middle was most prone to fatigue and drowsiness. Typically, this middle soldier would take a nap before waking up to relieve the others. Compounded by the bitter cold, Su Mingyang surmised that the relieving Japanese soldier would inevitably doze off. If this scenario played out, crossing the river would become much simpler. Most of the fighters wouldn't need to worry about being spotted by the Japanese. The remaining few, even if about to be discovered, could simply dive into the water. Moreover, the Japanese soldiers changing shifts offered another advantage: the gate lock of the sentry tower would be opened from the outside. At that moment, they could send a few soldiers ahead to assassinate the relieving guards at the opportune moment. This would give them the chance to seize the sentry tower, easing the pressure on the soldiers crossing the river afterward. By dawn, many soldiers were so exhausted they had dozed off. Finally, through his binoculars, Su Mingyang spotted the Japanese soldiers arriving for the shift change. Just as Su Mingyang had anticipated, the relieving Japanese soldiers walked with unsteady steps. At a glance, it was clear they had only just woken up. As the new sentries climbed the tower, the previously flickering lights suddenly stopped moving. Su Mingyang knew this meant the relieving Japanese soldiers were chatting idly with those they were replacing. This was the moment. Quickly! Quickly! Comrades, charge forward according to the plan we laid out earlier. As soon as Su Mingyang finished speaking, the soldiers who had been crouching on the ground surged toward the river. Leading the charge were the soldiers poised to cross the river and seize the opportunity to assassinate the Japanese soldiers. Each of them now carried a thick hemp rope strapped to their backs. These ropes were meant to stabilize the balance of the soldiers forming the human bridge. Though the current wasn't particularly swift, it still posed a risk of sweeping people away. Thus, the ropes were essential. As the soldiers entered the water, Su Mingyang stood vigilantly nearby, scanning the light from the sentry tower. He understood that if even one revolutionary soldier was spotted by the Japanese soldiers, that soldier would immediately fire warning shots, alerting the rest of the Japanese troops in the camp. Upon receiving the alert, those Japanese soldiers would undoubtedly rush here carrying their machine guns. At that point, the soldiers on the river would be attacked like sandbags. However, the scenario Su Mingyang feared did not materialize. Only after all the wounded soldiers were ready did the river crossing commence. The first wave of revolutionary soldiers crossed without pause, charging straight for the sentry tower. With Japanese sentry towers like this, if someone was inside, the lock could only be opened from within. At that moment, the Japanese sentry changing shifts was still exchanging pleasantries with the outgoing guard. They were completely unaware of the approaching danger. So engrossed in their conversation were they that they failed to notice the gate to the first floor of the tower being opened. Only when a blade sealed their throats did the 2 Japanese soldiers finally react. Chapter 224, Crossing the River. With the sentry tower taken and the Japanese no longer guarding the riverbank, the soldiers began crossing. The soldier who had assassinated the Japanese sentry climbed down from the tower. There, a thick hemp rope lay quietly scattered along the shore brought over by them for the crossing. They secured the rope tightly to a large tree and gave it a firm tug. Seeing no movement in the rope, they returned to the tower and aimed the tower's spotlight directly at it. Upon witnessing this, Su Mingyang immediately ordered the soldiers to cross. The wounded soldiers who had volunteered to go first were the first to cross. One by one, they grabbed the thick rope and plunged into the water, advancing side by side. The bone-chilling river water gradually numbed their limbs, and even their body temperatures began to plummet rapidly. Snowflakes drifting from the sky settled on their faces, forming a thin layer of frost. Even so, they swam onward without a sound until they reached the opposite bank. Once all the wounded were ready, a human bridge formed from their flesh and blood came into view. Immediately, the remaining warriors began to cross this bridge of flesh. Each step they took pressed down on the shoulders of the wounded, leaving a deep indentation with every stride. No matter how much it pained them, the urgency of the crisis left no room for hesitation. As revolutionary soldiers crossed one by one, the wounded soldiers' waists gradually bent downward. The pain and exhaustion drained the color from their faces. Yet even so, they clung on stubbornly, refusing to let the shoes of the passing revolutionaries touch the river water. After thousands of revolutionary soldiers had crossed, some of the wounded began to collapse from exhaustion and hypothermia. Under normal circumstances, the worst that could happen after fainting was collapsing on the ground. But now, in the river, if other soldiers failed to notice them in time, they would be swept away by the current. Su Mingyang stood on the bank, watching one soldier after another cross the river and also watching one wounded soldier after another swept away by the current. He could bear to watch no longer. These wounded soldiers had never expected to survive this mission in the first place. To them, this river had long been regarded as their final resting place. As the wounded were swept away one by one, gaps began to appear in the tightly woven human bridge. Some soldiers, seeing these gaps, wanted to leap into the water themselves and join the wounded in forming the human bridge. But as they prepared to enter the water, the wounded soldiers stopped them. "Don't go in. Hurry across. We can still hold on." The wounded shifted their positions in the water to fill the gaps. It seemed as though, after filling the gaps, everything was back to normal, each soldier stepping on their shoulders as before. But the reality was far from it. Originally, the space between the two wounded soldiers was narrow, forcing the revolutionary soldiers to take smaller strides when crossing. This meant the force exerted on their shoulders was relatively light. But with fewer wounded soldiers, the distance between shoulders on the human bridge widened. Some soldiers now had to take much larger strides to cross. Consequently, the force exerted on the shoulders of the wounded increased, pushing the already struggling casualties to their physical limits. Yet even so, they stubbornly held on. Their mission was far from complete, they could not collapse now. Nearly 3,000 men from the regiment headquarters swiftly crossed the human bridge they had built. 1.5 hours, a full hour and a half until every last man crossed. Su Mingyang was the last to cross. As he made his way over, he noticed that many soldiers, though still standing in the river, had bodies frozen stiff. Their faces showed no trace of color, their eyes closed. Su Mingyang could not tell whether they were still holding on or had already perished. Only when all had crossed and the soldiers called for the wounded to come ashore did the remaining nearly 100 casualties remain standing straight in the river, not a single one moving. Witnessing this scene, every soldier's eyes turned red. They understood, not a single one of these wounded soldiers would survive. Yet they had now reached the enemy camp. There was no time left for hesitation. Su Mingyang did not order the soldiers to retrieve the bodies of the wounded. Instead, he commanded them to attack the Japanese camp immediately. At this moment, those Japanese soldiers could become a threat at any second. Taking them down 1 second sooner might mean fewer sacrifices among their own troops. Under Su Mingyang's command, all the soldiers crept toward the Japanese camp. At that moment, bonfires blazed throughout the Japanese camp. Due to the bitter cold, only a few Japanese soldiers remained awake, tending the fires while the rest were fast asleep. Su Mingyang first ordered his men to encircle the entire camp, leaving no Japanese soldier behind. He couldn't let those sacrifices go to waste. The first shot rang out, followed by a hail of gunfire. Bullets, carrying the fury of the revolutionary soldiers, tore through the Japanese camp. Within the tents, many Japanese soldiers were jolted awake from their slumber. Gripping their rifles, they emerged from the tents. Yet the next instant, they were met by a hail of bullets. The hail of bullets rained down for over 10 minutes. Only when even the cries of agony had vanished from the Japanese camp did the revolutionary soldiers begin clearing the battlefield. Meanwhile, other soldiers climbed the fortified gates at the pass to observe the surroundings. Just as Su Mingyang had anticipated, over an hour later, they spotted a large force of Japanese soldiers outside the fortifications numbering several thousand. The Japanese had anticipated an attack on Beishan Pass and deliberately leaked intelligence to confirm their plans. What they hadn't anticipated was that the revolutionaries, facing a garrison of only 100 men at Beishan Pass, didn't launch a frontal assault. Instead, they crossed the river behind the pass, which resembled a natural chasm. With the pass captured so easily, the Japanese forces were naturally unwilling to let it go.
Almost as soon as the revolutionary fighters regrouped in front of the fortress gates, the Japanese launched their first assault on the defenders inside. Despite their significant disadvantage in terrain, the Japanese forces, relying on their superior numbers and equipment, fought the revolutionary soldiers back and forth. However, just as Su Mingyang believed they could hold the North Mountain Pass, an unexpected event unfolded. The roar of bomber engines suddenly filled the sky. Immediately after, countless missiles began to rain down. The Japanese devils had prepared more than one contingency. Not only had they set a trap to lure the revolutionary soldiers in, but they had also specifically dispatched 2 bombers to the scene. In an instant, the bunker was subjected to relentless bombardment, quickly developing breaches. Chapter 225, The First Retreat. Everyone down to the first level. Lower visibility is acceptable. Seeing the bombers arrive fully loaded with munitions and showing no signs of stopping their assault anytime soon, Su Mingyang immediately ordered the soldiers to descend. Su Mingyang felt helpless at the poor quality of the bunker. Logically, given the Japanese industrial capabilities, constructing a bunker that could withstand several rounds of bomber attacks should have been a simple task. But they hadn't built it that way. After all, the revolutionary soldiers' equipment was severely limited. Forget bombers, even their mortars were still crude homemade weapons. There was no need to worry about the bunkers not holding up. After descending to the lower level, the fighters' field of vision diminished considerably, yet they still managed to hold off the Japanese attacks. The Japanese launched several consecutive assaults on the pass, only to find they couldn't shake the revolutionary soldiers' defenses. Meanwhile, their bombers had exhausted their ammunition. Thus, the Japanese forces retreated. The roar of bomber engines faded into the distance. On the battlefield, the Japanese gunfire and explosions also ceased. Su Mingyang climbed to the topmost level of the bunker. By now, the uppermost level of the bunker was beginning to show signs of instability. Another round of bombing might be its undoing. After a moment's hesitation, Su Mingyang decided to abandon the bunker. The quality of these bunkers was truly questionable. If they collapsed during the next Japanese assault, many soldiers would surely be crushed beneath the rubble. After all the soldiers had evacuated the bunkers, Su Mingyang ordered half of them to begin digging air raid shelters. He divided the other half into 2 teams. One team retrieved all the bodies of the previously wounded from the water and buried them in a nearby location. The other half of the soldiers were tasked with building 2 makeshift wooden bridges across the river. One was built at the crossing point they had previously used, while the other was constructed on the road several miles away. Su Mingyang understood that with the Japanese forces' current numbers and their determination to retake the pass, holding this position was utterly impossible. Given this, it was better to exploit the terrain advantage and kill as many Japanese soldiers as possible while they were off guard. Once they could no longer withstand the enemy's assault, they would immediately withdraw. The first bridge served as their escape route and also as a diversionary tactic to mislead the Japanese. With such a bridge right before their eyes, the Japanese would never suspect that another bridge had been constructed elsewhere. After all, Beishan Pass earned its name precisely because of its rugged terrain, easy to defend, difficult to attack. The only route through this rugged terrain was the riverbed, which allowed soldiers to pass with relative ease. Elsewhere, the terrain consisted of sheer cliffs, or paths that ultimately led directly to the front of the fortified positions. Only on this side of the pass could a bridge be built to span to the opposite bank. Across the pass, the terrain was too low to build a bridge at all. Su Mingyang had precisely exploited this Japanese psychological weakness, choosing instead to build another bridge several miles away. The next day, the sun rose in the east. The Japanese forces launched another assault on the North Mountain Pass. As before, they did not charge straight ahead. Instead, they first deployed bombers to strike the bunker positions. After the bombing run concluded, the bunkers collapsed, and they advanced toward the revolutionary soldiers. However, what they hadn't anticipated was that the revolutionary fighters were positioned over 100 meters away from the bunkers. The bomber strikes had only destroyed the bunkers, leaving not a single revolutionary soldier injured. Though slightly surprised, the Japanese did not halt their advance. The revolutionary fighters had shifted their defensive position, losing their optimal terrain advantage, which significantly reduced the pressure of the enemy's assault. Yet the pressure merely lessened, it did not vanish entirely. The Japanese launched their second assault on the North Mountain Passage, this time holding nothing back. They understood that the scales of victory now tilted in their favor. If they continued to hesitate, no one could guarantee that reinforcements for the revolutionary fighters weren't already on their way. By the time revolutionary reinforcements arrived, capturing North Mountain Pass would demand even heavier casualties. Facing the Japanese invaders' unrestrained charge, the revolutionary soldiers relentlessly mowed them down, holding nothing back. The battle unfolded swiftly. In less than half an hour, the Japanese forces closed to within 100 meters. Seeing the situation was favorable, Su Mingyang ordered the soldiers to retreat. Their operation had cost them only about 100 fighters, yet they had wiped out nearly all the Japanese troops in the immediate vicinity, a highly profitable outcome. A small squad was left behind with explosive charges to cover their retreat, while the rest of the soldiers began withdrawing across the fortified bridge.
The sudden drop in firepower alerted the Japanese soldiers. Under their non-commissioned officers' orders, they charged forward with even greater recklessness. What awaited them, however, were the explosive charges the revolutionary soldiers had prepared long ago. For several minutes, deafening explosions rocked the area between the Japanese forces and the revolutionary fighters. None of the Japanese dared to pursue further. Only after the thick smoke of gunpowder had completely dissipated did the Japanese forces reclaim the North Mountain Pass. The revolutionary soldiers had all withdrawn, and the supplies at the North Mountain Pass had been completely swept away by them. Though the Japanese sergeant felt a twinge of regret over the loss, at least no major dereliction of duty had occurred. He breathed a heavy sigh of relief and ordered his men to halt the pursuit. After all, given the current situation, he couldn't be certain whether the revolutionary fighters had left traps behind after their departure. Advancing recklessly could play right into the revolutionaries' hands, potentially leading to unnecessary casualties. As for the makeshift wooden bridge erected by the revolutionary fighters, the Japanese non-commissioned officer ordered his men to blow it up immediately. Leaving it intact would only provide the revolutionary fighters with an opportunity to exploit the situation. After a series of investigations, the Japanese non-commissioned officer realized that this river, dozens of meters wide, could not completely prevent the revolutionary fighters from infiltrating. Therefore, he ordered his men to construct a taller observation tower adjacent to the two existing bunkers. The entrance to this observation tower led directly underground into the heart of their camp. This made it impossible for the revolutionary fighters to infiltrate their camp undetected through assassination again. Meanwhile, after leading his troops to safety, Su Mingyang immediately organized rest periods for his men. Though the battle had lasted only about a day, the soldiers were utterly exhausted. They must now launch another assault on the Japanese camp in the shortest possible time. Su Mingyang surmised that after this battle, the Japanese would certainly not allow their soldiers to rest immediately. Their own bombers had destroyed the bunkers, and to maintain control of the North Mountain Pass, they would need to rebuild them as quickly as possible. Therefore, they could exploit this window of opportunity to launch another surprise attack when the Japanese were at their most exhausted. Chapter 226, Return and Strike Again. After half a day of rest, the revolutionary soldiers were once again full of energy. The canned goods and meat from the Japanese camp had been carried off during their earlier withdrawal, replenishing their strength considerably. Moreover, the prospect of launching another surprise attack against the Japanese filled them with immense excitement. Hatred for the Japanese had long been ingrained in these soldiers' bones. How could they not be thrilled at the chance to kill the Japanese in such a manner? Seeing that the soldiers had rested sufficiently, Su Mingyang cautiously dispatched a reconnaissance squad of over a dozen men. They crossed the wooden bridge they had previously constructed to scout the Japanese camp. The rest remained on the opposite bank, awaiting the scouts' return with intelligence. Another hour passed. All the soldiers were ready when the scouts returned one by one, bringing back intelligence from the enemy camp. Just as Su Mingyang had surmised, the Japanese had not rested all day. Instead, they were working feverishly to rebuild their bunkers. Upon hearing the scouts' report, Su Mingyang hesitated not a moment. He immediately ordered all soldiers to advance, moving stealthily toward the enemy camp. Several hundred meters away, he could already see the Japanese camp illuminated by bright lights. The sound of hammering and pounding still echoed within the camp, with only a single patrol of Japanese soldiers circling its perimeter. The rest of the Japanese soldiers were working feverishly at the original bunker site. A bunker identical in specifications to the previous one was nearly complete. Su Mingyang couldn't help but marvel at the Japanese soldiers' construction speed. Even by later standards, their pace while not matching large-scale construction crews was significantly faster than most private contractors. Yet, this was ultimately just a gift they were making for the revolutionary soldiers. By the time night fell completely, all the Japanese soldiers had returned to their tents to rest. A day of combat and bunker construction had nearly drained them completely. Upon entering their tents, the Japanese soldiers collapsed and immediately fell into a deep sleep. The Japanese soldiers patrolling outside also began to stagger. Like their resting comrades, they had barely slept for nearly 2 days and were utterly exhausted. Yet, bound by orders from above, they gritted their teeth and persevered with their patrols. One patrolman stumbled dangerously, nearly falling. The others turned to look at him. "Nakamura, are you okay? Just hang on through one more night, tomorrow we'll be relieved." The patrol leader spoke up at the right moment, stepping forward to pat the young soldier named Nakamura on the shoulder. "Captain, the sergeant doesn't care about us at all. Even if he fears revolutionary fighters might ambush us and wants us to keep watch, he should at least let us rest during the day. Instead, he makes us patrol during the day and won't even let us rest at night. What? Are our lives worth less than the other soldiers? We fight just as hard on the battlefield, why should we be treated like this?" Nakamura's face was twisted with resentment, his heart brimming with grievances toward the Japanese sergeant. Ever since he was forcibly conscripted into the unit as a patrol soldier, not a single day had passed without his complaints. In his view, patrol soldiers should only be tasked with patrol duties and nothing else. Otherwise, if they were stuck patrolling day in and day out, that might be tolerable. But once they hit the battlefield, they were still forced into combat. And what was the result? After the fighting ended, why the hell did they still have to patrol? This was completely unfair. A shadow of displeasure flashed across the patrol captain's face at these words. He agreed wholeheartedly with Nakamura's words. He too harbored resentment toward the Japanese non-commissioned officers for their discriminatory treatment of the soldiers. But ultimately, they were under someone else's command. The patrol leader sighed heavily. Nakamura, you can keep these thoughts to yourself within our patrol unit. Don't go blabbing about it in front of the other soldiers. If the non-commissioned officers hear about it, you'll be in big trouble. After speaking, the patrol leader's eyes darted around as if he'd just thought of something. He looked around at all the patrol soldiers who had stopped walking. Aren't you all exhausted? Yeah. Dead tired. Could barely keep my eyes open. Then how about this? The patrol captain gathered all the soldiers around him, forming a circle, and began speaking with great enthusiasm. Immediately, the Japanese soldiers' faces lit up with excitement, nodding in agreement one after another. A few minutes later, the Japanese soldiers who had been patrolling all crawled into their tents, stripped off their clothes, and collapsed into sleep. For a time, the entire Japanese camp was quiet, with only the sentry towers and bunkers still manned by Japanese soldiers keeping watch. The Japanese soldiers patrolling the outer perimeter of the camp all returned to their tents and likewise fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this scene, Su Mingyang couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Their behavior presented more opportunities for exploitation. Previously, they could only ambush the Japanese soldiers through long-range fire. Now, they could send men deep into the enemy camp to plant all their grenades and explosive charges. With this new plan, Su Mingyang, who had originally intended only to ambush the Japanese soldiers, changed his mind. He intended to eliminate every last one of these Japanese soldiers right here. After assigning his fighters to positions along the distant cliff edge, Su Mingyang watched as they began their operations. The force of nearly 3,000 men was divided into 3 sections. The first group comprised roughly 100 men. They gathered all the remaining hand grenades and explosive charges from the revolutionary fighters and buried them within the Japanese camp. The second group comprised only a dozen men. Their primary mission was to assassinate the Japanese non-commissioned officers the moment combat erupted. Once the Japanese non-commissioned officers were eliminated, the enemy forces would be leaderless and plunged into chaos, unable to mount an effective counterattack in the short term. This would give them a better chance to wipe out the Japanese forces in one fell swoop. However, the mission for this small group posed significant risks due to their proximity to the enemy camp. Therefore, their operation carried immense risk. One misstep could lead to immediate detection and elimination by the Japanese forces. Even the detonation of grenades and explosive charges could endanger them. Yet these were unavoidable circumstances. These soldiers showed no sign of retreat despite the mission's peril. As for the third group of soldiers, the remaining 2,000 plus troops, they worked to encircle the enemy camp as completely as possible without alerting the Japanese sentry towers or the Japanese troops stationed inside the bunkers. This way, once the battle commenced, the Japanese soldiers would have even less chance to escape. With all deployments complete, the soldiers reached their designated positions. The first gunshot rang out, immediately followed by deafening explosions. Flames shot skyward from all corners of the Japanese camp. Chapter 227, Japanese Civil Strife. Hundreds of Japanese soldiers within the camp fell into an eternal slumber. Those who hadn't been blown to bits scrambled out of their tents, guns blazing. Rage surged through them. Exhausted from 2 days of near-constant fatigue and enraged by the ambush, these Japanese soldiers didn't bother to locate the revolutionary fighters. They simply aimed their guns and fired toward the direction of the gunfire. Unsurprisingly, almost none of their bullets found their revolutionary targets. Some Japanese soldiers, still half asleep when abruptly roused, became disoriented and began firing their guns at their fellow soldiers. Such Japanese soldiers were not few in number. Once their actions were noticed, other Japanese soldiers immediately shot them dead. Yet even so, some Japanese soldiers failed to notice their comrades going mad in time. They never imagined until their dying breath that they would ultimately meet their end not by enemy fire, but at the barrels of their own comrades' guns. As more and more Japanese soldiers emerged from the tents, they gradually began to organize a counterattack. For them, the current situation was dire, but they still possessed the means to fight back. If they could gather the remaining Japanese soldiers as quickly as possible, retreating from this location would at least not be a problem. But would the revolutionary soldiers let them leave so easily? The answer was a resounding no. The Japanese non-commissioned officer had barely stepped out of an inconspicuous tent when a revolutionary soldier locked onto his position. Immediately afterward, a bright red signal flare was launched by that soldier toward the Japanese non-commissioned officer's location. In the darkness, the flare was barely noticeable against the glow of artillery fire. Yet it was still spotted by a dozen revolutionary soldiers who had been waiting for their cue. These were the soldiers specially assigned earlier to assassinate the Japanese non-commissioned officer. As the flare landed, these soldiers fearlessly charged toward the Japanese non-commissioned officer's location. Just as the Japanese non-commissioned officer was about to order the remaining Japanese soldiers to regroup, a bullet pierced his brain. His body jerked, then fell straight to the ground. The surrounding Japanese soldiers panicked at the sight of their commander falling. Below the regiment commander were 3 battalion commanders. With their commander gone, all command responsibilities now fell on these 3 shoulders. However, these 3 battalion commanders not only differed greatly in personality but also harbored significant conflicts in their daily operations. These conflicts had not been particularly pronounced before the Japanese non-commissioned officer was killed. But now that the Japanese non-commissioned officer was gone, these conflicts immediately surfaced. All 3 desired to assume the command position, yet there was only one such role available. None would yield to the others. Despite the urgency, none was willing to concede. In their eyes, any concession now would inevitably lead to the regiment commander's position being seized by another later. This surprise attack by the revolutionary fighters was not only a crisis for them but also an opportunity in their military careers. If they could seize this chance to command an effective counterattack, the higher-ups would surely promote the leader of this resistance. At that moment, the atmosphere grew thick and tense. The remaining Japanese soldiers, still awaiting orders from their superiors, found themselves trapped in the center of the camp, forced to fight back against the revolutionary fighters. Not only were they positioned lower than the revolutionary fighters, but they also lacked cover to shield them from the bullets. Their survival depended entirely on luck. Some Japanese soldiers, seeing this, gradually calmed down after their initial rage. With no orders forthcoming from their superiors, their only option was to detonate their explosives. Thus, a bizarre scene unfolded. These Japanese soldiers gradually ceased their counterattack and instead began searching everywhere for the bodies of their fallen comrades. Upon finding a body, they would cover themselves with it to shield themselves from the revolutionary soldiers' bullets. This tactic proved highly effective against the bullets of the revolutionaries, which were largely non-standard. Their own bullets were mass-produced by military factories using precision machinery and assembly lines, each projectile featuring a sharply pointed tip. These bullets could easily pierce the bodies of the revolutionary soldiers, allowing a single shot to hit multiple comrades. Of course, this only worked if the revolutionaries were standing in a straight line. The bullets used by the revolutionary soldiers, however, were worlds apart from theirs. Revolutionary soldiers' bullets were mostly hand-rolled types, lacking specialized precision machinery for manufacturing. Compounded by inherent issues with their firearms, the bullets fired by the revolutionary fighters were of the spiral-tipped variety. This spiral design had both disadvantages and certain advantages. The disadvantage is that due to air resistance and other factors, these bullets cannot hit distant targets. At greater distances, these bullets possess almost no lethal force. Even when hitting Japanese soldiers, they couldn't penetrate slightly thicker clothing. However, the advantages of these bullets were also quite evident. While they couldn't penetrate the Japanese soldiers' clothing at long range, at close range, they function like shotgun pellets, capable of delivering a lethal blow. Ordinary Japanese bullets, though powerful and highly penetrative, if they missed vital organs and passed through the revolutionary soldier's body, they would at most leave a single bullet hole in the revolutionary soldier's body. If these wounds were promptly bandaged with hemostatic cloth, they caused little more than bleeding and had minimal impact on the revolutionary fighters. But when a revolutionary soldier's bullet struck a Japanese soldier, it would act like a meat grinder inside their body, churning and tearing at their flesh. Once inside the enemy's body, these bullets, along with the rust on their surfaces and the flesh they tore apart, would threaten the enemy's life. Nearly every hit, regardless of whether it struck a vital organ, rendered the Japanese soldier instantly incapable of combat. This provided an indispensable advantage for the revolutionary soldiers. Therefore, when engaging revolutionary soldiers, the Japanese troops generally avoided close combat. Instead, they would first wear down the revolutionary forces from a distance, only charging forward when their numbers were sufficiently depleted. This explains why revolutionary soldiers often declared during combat, "Wait until the Japanese get close before firing." However, these advantages were not fully realized at present. Even though many revolutionary soldiers had been equipped with firearms previously captured from the Japanese invaders. But this situation only applied to a small number of revolutionary fighters. The majority of them still used the weapons distributed from above or those they had made themselves. Thus, the pace at which the Japanese soldiers were eliminated began to slow down after the explosion. Especially those Japanese soldiers hiding beneath corpses. Bullets simply couldn't penetrate the bodies to hit them. Chapter 228, Abundant Supplies. Su Mingyang understood the revolutionaries' disadvantage. Therefore, once the Japanese counterattack began to weaken, he hesitated not a moment before ordering the revolutionary soldiers to launch their first assault on the enemy camp. In this charge, he did not order the fighters to storm into the camp itself. With the Japanese forces now in disarray and the revolutionaries holding the upper hand, there was no need to rush into bayonet combat just yet. Instead, the revolutionary soldiers focused on eliminating the Japanese soldiers stationed at the very outer perimeter of their camp. After about 10 minutes of clearing, the Japanese soldiers on the outermost perimeter were completely eliminated. Yet even after such a long period, the 3 Japanese company commanders still hadn't reached a decision. But as the situation before them grew increasingly dire, they finally agreed on a plan. That plan was to break out first. Even though they were now capable of launching a counterattack, such an assault would inevitably involve their own soldiers charging forward. None of them wanted to suffer excessive casualties among their men. After all, if no one could claim credit for a victory, the ultimate authority over the regiment would still depend on who commanded the largest force. Only then would one gain greater influence. Su Mingyang, of course, remained unaware of this. His decision to hold back the charge into the camp was entirely driven by the need to protect his men while maximizing the number of enemy soldiers they could eliminate. Only by doing so could they gain the greatest advantage. At this moment, Su Mingyang no longer cared how many Japanese soldiers ultimately escaped. His focus was entirely on the enemy's supplies. After days of stealth operations and the recent battles, the revolutionary soldiers' supplies had been completely depleted. Both ammunition and food were running dangerously low. If they wished to continue their struggle against the Japanese invaders, they had to sustain themselves through combat. Moreover, after suffering 2 consecutive ambushes at their hands, the Japanese forces had likely left most of their supplies behind. Without supplies, they might struggle to launch effective attacks. The desperation for resources would soon shift to them. Soon, the camp echoed with the Japanese soldiers' crisp, synchronized gunfire. Su Mingyang understood, the Japanese had regained their command structure. Without hesitation, he fired a signal flare into the sky. These signal flares were something they hadn't possessed before the first ambush. Their current supply of them was entirely due to that first ambush. Much of their more modern equipment had been captured during that raid. As the red glow of the flare illuminated the sky, the revolutionary soldiers closest to the bunker scattered to both sides before the Japanese noticed. Immediately, an escape route began to reveal itself. Without much hesitation, the Japanese soldiers plunged headlong into this retreat route. However, the first wave of soldiers attempting to withdraw from the bunker were met with a series of landmine explosions. This was all part of Su Mingyang's prearranged plan. He had anticipated that after eliminating the Japanese non-commissioned officers, the newly appointed commander would surely order a retreat for safety's sake. What surprised Su Mingyang, however, was that after the first mine blast killed a group of Japanese soldiers, the remaining ones dared not retreat toward the bunker. After the first mine blast killed a group of Japanese soldiers, the survivors dared not retreat toward the bunker. Even at this critical moment, they were still squabbling amongst themselves. After witnessing the explosion on the path to the bunker, none of the 3 battalion commanders could guarantee that another explosion wouldn't occur if they ordered their men to retreat again. Therefore, each wanted the other 2 battalion commanders to send their own men to scout the path. But since all 3 shared this mindset, none was willing to send his own men to scout for another's troops. Thus, the scene unfolding before Su Mingyang came to pass. Su Mingyang felt a hint of helplessness about this situation. He had anticipated that after the Japanese non-commissioned officer was killed, these Japanese company commanders might start vying for command authority. But he never imagined that not a single one of them would volunteer to scout the retreat route. This was entirely different from the Japanese soldiers he had encountered before. It turned out that eliminating the Japanese non-commissioned officers proved remarkably effective. Su Mingyang couldn't help but ponder whether he should now deliberately assign some soldiers to assassinate enemy non-commissioned officers before or during every battle. However, this situation didn't last long. After the initial hesitation, the 3 Japanese company commanders briefly conferred and devised another expedient solution. Immediately after, each of the 3 sent several soldiers from their battalions to form a combined reconnaissance team. Fortunately, no further explosions occurred along the route until these scouts reached the bunker. Seeing no further ambushes, the company commanders who had previously shirked responsibility and refused to send their own men first suddenly changed their stance. They eagerly ordered their men to advance toward the bunker. Su Mingyang stood at a distance, watching the panicked Japanese soldiers flee. He did not intervene, instead ordering his men to fire a few symbolic shots. Their position was too distant, continuing the fire would only waste ammunition, incapable of inflicting any harm on the Japanese soldiers at such range. Once all the Japanese soldiers had withdrawn, Su Mingyang did not relax his vigilance. He first ordered a squad to occupy the now empty bunker, stationing them inside to guard against any possible counterattack by the Japanese. The remaining soldiers then fired follow-up shots at the Japanese corpses littering the battlefield. Too many Japanese soldiers had feigned death earlier. He had no intention of helping them clean up, but to prevent any Japanese soldiers from slipping through the cracks and escaping. So Su Mingyang still ordered his men to finish them off. Sure enough, after the sustained firing, some Japanese soldiers who had previously feigned death and missed their chance to retreat finally stood up and chose to fight to the death. However, the moment they rose, no fewer than a dozen rifles were trained on them. Within mere seconds, these Japanese soldiers were riddled with bullets like sieves. After clearing the battlefield, the revolutionary soldiers began gathering supplies. The Japanese soldiers they had driven away earlier, combined with those killed in the camp, numbered a full 4,000 or 5,000. The supplies they left behind were an invaluable treasure for the revolutionary soldiers. Beyond bullets and food, the most useful items the revolutionaries could utilize were the Japanese soldiers' cotton quilts. In this era of fabric scarcity, the revolutionaries' quilts were relatively thin. While they provided some warmth, their effectiveness was limited. Now, with the Japanese blankets minus those burned or destroyed, there were more than enough for each soldier to have one. After gathering the supplies, Su Mingyang did not allow the soldiers to rest. Instead, he ordered them to transport the supplies back. Chapter 229, The Patrol Captain. He understood that the Japanese devils would never relinquish the Beishan Pass so easily, nor would they swallow this bitter pill without a fight. Sure enough, 3 days after the Japanese withdrawal, the roar of bomber engines never ceased. The North Mountain Pass was left utterly devastated. The land, once blanketed in snow, was now charred black. Even the revolutionary soldiers sheltering in hastily dug air raid shelters were suffering. Their nerves were frayed from the relentless Japanese bombing. Seeing that the Japanese showed no signs of halting their bombing campaign, Su Mingyang understood they were waiting for reinforcements from the rear. Otherwise, there would be no need to expend so many bombs. After such prolonged bombardment, the revolutionary soldiers destined to die by bombs had already fallen. The remaining fighters would endure another week of bombing without change. Thus, he began the slow evacuation of the revolutionary fighters. Several more days passed. The frequency of the Japanese bombers gradually decreased, and the revolutionary soldiers had almost all completed their withdrawal. Su Mingyang typically conducted each evacuation under cover of darkness. Only in the cover of darkness could they avoid detection by the Japanese bombers. However, though Su Mingyang ordered the soldiers to retreat, he did not simply hand over Beishan Pass to the Japanese invaders. During the period of evading bombing, he had the soldiers dig a passageway beneath the camp with no opening. This passage connected to various locations beneath the camp. He planned to outmaneuver the Japanese once more. After confirming all revolutionary soldiers had evacuated, Su Mingyang led his men away from the area within several kilometers of Beishan Pass. He knew that after the Japanese bastards recaptured the North Mountain Pass, they would surely tighten security and comb through the entire surrounding area to prevent another surprise attack by the revolutionary fighters. So what? Could they possibly imagine that he had ordered the fighters to hollow out the ground beneath their camp? When the time came, all the fighters needed to do was infiltrate once more. Then, facing the Japanese soldiers would be yet another explosion. But for now, they had no more explosives, not even food supplies remained. They desperately needed reinforcements. Several days after withdrawing from Beishan Pass, Su Mingyang finally rendezvoused with the reinforcements. Before leaving Beishan Pass, he had already submitted a request for supplies. Thus, the arriving reinforcements brought nearly all the explosives available from surrounding units. They were preparing for a major operation. Meanwhile, at the Japanese camp, after the patrol captain's death, Nakamura took over his position. He had now become the patrol captain of the Japanese forces. Moreover, since nearly all patrol members who had known about the matter were now dead, even if any had survived by sheer luck, they wouldn't dare reveal the mistakes they had made. It must be understood that the patrol unit bore undeniable responsibility for the heavy losses suffered during the revolutionaries' second ambush. If this truth were exposed, only one fate awaited them: death. Whether driven by self-preservation or greed, the 3 patrol members who had narrowly escaped death would never dare expose the truth. Yet Nakamura still underestimated human greed, especially that of these little devils. Yo! Nakamura, wait, no. I should call you Captain Nakamura now. Who'd have thought you'd get promoted after that incident? I hear a patrol captain's allowance is double what us regular members get. Even the number of times you get to enjoy yourself each month is entirely up to you. We're all brothers who suffered and toiled alongside you. Now that you've achieved this, why haven't you thought about us? A slovenly young Japanese soldier spoke mockingly before Nakamura. One of his eyes had been gouged out by shrapnel during a previous battle, and now a bandage wrapped around his head. As he spoke, a trickle of blood seeped through the white cloth. Taijima, it's not what you think. Honestly, I'm not doing well either. I'm working non-stop every day. And yesterday, headquarters ordered us to step up our vigilance. Now, us patrol guys have to patrol at least 14 hours a day. There's barely any time to rest. You have no idea how restless my team members have become. Nakamura explained to Taijima. His promotion to patrol captain had indeed come as a surprise. After withdrawing with the main force, he had lived in constant fear that his actions would be discovered by superiors. Fortunately, the regiment commander had been killed in a surprise attack by revolutionary fighters. The 3 battalion commanders above him were now fighting tooth and nail over the vacant position. They'd even clashed in places unknown to the rest of the unit. Thus, no one had bothered to investigate the matter. They couldn't even be bothered to review how the revolutionary fighters had managed the ambush. This allowed him to escape unscathed. Later, as the 3 battalion commanders fought tooth and nail, pulling every string to lobby higher-ups, after several days of observation, higher command concluded none of the 3 battalion commanders were fit for regimental command. They simply transferred a regimental commander from another headquarters. Nakamura initially harbored no goodwill toward the parachuted-in regiment commander. After all, he was a parachute appointment with no bond whatsoever to these soldiers. Even the 3 battalion commanders held him in utter contempt. In their eyes, this parachuted commander was nothing more than a commander without troops, a mere puppet. However, since the higher-ups had entrusted him with this assignment, he must possess genuine capability. On his second day in command, the commander began cultivating loyalty among his troops. Whatever his background, the higher-ups showed him remarkable leniency. In fact, as long as his requests did not involve fundamental interests, the higher-ups readily agreed to them. Thus, leveraging his position, the parachuted commander began recruiting troops within the regiment. Soldiers who had once served under the battalion commanders pledged allegiance to him after he promised them promotions. With these junior soldiers now under his command, the 3 battalion commanders were swiftly stripped of their influence. The new commander effortlessly seized control of the entire regiment, becoming as absolute in his authority as his predecessor had been. He even dismissed 2 of the 3 battalion commanders under various pretexts. The last remaining battalion commander chose to surrender all his troops, willingly becoming his subordinate without a shred of resistance left. This was because the battalion commander had promised that anyone who supported him would be appointed patrol captain afterward. Thus, Nakamura had leaped from an obscure patrolman to a patrol captain commanding dozens of soldiers. Nakamura was utterly exhilarated by this transformation in status. After initially adjusting, he caught his first glimpse of the extravagant lifestyle of the upper echelons. Chapter 230, My political career has only just begun. How about this? From now on, I'll give you half of my salary. Any perks that come with being a captain, whatever you want, just ask me. Nakamura offered his sincerity wholeheartedly. He didn't want to expend too much energy on such matters. From his current perspective, these perks were fleeting as smoke. His ambitions were far from satisfied with this. Taijima, now missing an eye, snorted derisively once more. Among all the patrol members, he had the most seniority. Logically, if anyone were to be promoted to patrol captain, he should have been the only candidate. But due to the ambush by the revolutionary fighters, he had lost an eye, becoming a cripple. Otherwise, no matter what, this position should have been his. Now, though Nakamura's offer was generous, as the former patrol captain's confidant, he knew exactly what the role represented. To the ordinary soldiers, the patrol captain was merely someone who earned double their pay and enjoyed slightly better benefits. But Nakamura understood that the patrol captain was far from what it appeared to be. For ordinary soldiers like them, climbing higher was impossible unless they made significant contributions during wartime. But how could such contributions ever be easily made? For those who did make such contributions, the best outcome was often becoming disabled. Their achievements ultimately benefited their families more than themselves. They themselves could never enjoy the rewards. Therefore, to advance, one must ensure subordinates make significant contributions. Only then could one gain opportunities for advancement without risking personal harm. It could be said that the most crucial aspect of the patrol captain position was that it served as a ticket to climb the ranks. Now, this ticket that should have been his had been snatched away by another. This matter would certainly not end so easily. Tanaka's mocking smile sent a chill down Nakamura's spine. He had assumed Taijima, having never served as patrol captain himself, didn't understand what the position truly represented. But judging by the current situation, Taijima had no interest whatsoever in the superficial perks. Then what do you want? This is all I can offer. Nakamura sighed helplessly. Asking him to relinquish the patrol captain position was simply impossible. Not only had this position been personally bestowed upon him by the new commander, but even if he wanted to transfer it to Taijima, the latter's consent would be required. In just the few days since becoming patrol captain, Nakamura had already tasted the thrill of power. Now, expecting him to relinquish it willingly was simply impossible. You know what I want. These things should have been mine all along. Nakamura, I want you to think carefully which is more important, your life or your power. Taijima remained unmoved. Having come here today, he was prepared to go down fighting. No matter what, he must reclaim what was rightfully his. So there's no room for negotiation? Nakamura stripped all emotion from his face and spoke in a flat tone. The atmosphere inside the tent instantly grew oppressive. He was ready to kill. Taijima was startled by Nakamura's appearance. Nakamura was only in his 20s, while he was approaching 40. In his eyes, Nakamura was nothing more than a kid. Yet now, the pressure Nakamura exerted on him made him feel a sense of dread. Nakamura, I really didn't want to make things this awkward. There must be other ways to resolve this, right? Taijima took 2 steps back, staring intently into Nakamura's eyes, trying to read his thoughts. He understood that Nakamura had murder in his heart. Since the other party couldn't accept it, he had no choice but to retreat for now. The accusation he'd threatened earlier was never going to happen. He wasn't some innocent lamb. Reporting him would land him in a military court too, and his fate wouldn't be much better than Nakamura's. Rather than that, he might as well talk it out. He was open to other solutions. Are there other solutions? Yes. The terms you offered earlier, though generous, don't fully meet my needs. What I want is actually quite simple. I'm getting on in years now.
According to unit regulations, if I don't reach the rank of non-commissioned officer within 10 years, I'll be transferred to logistics. At that point, no matter what, I won't be able to advance any further. Therefore, I must secure the captain's position. Once I become captain and earn merits, I can be promoted to non-commissioned officer again. Then I can remain on the front lines until I'm old and frail, before finally being sent back home. My career has only just begun. I doubt anyone joins the military just to be an ordinary soldier or a patrol captain with a dozen men under them. After speaking, Taijima stared intently at Nakamura without blinking. Nakamura gave a slight nod. Yes, so? You still haven't presented your proposal. As long as I can accept it, everything is negotiable. As he spoke, Nakamura moved 2 steps to the side without showing any emotion, drawing closer to the table. One hand behind his back, his face wore an expression of curiosity, waiting for Taijima to continue. My idea is this: you're still young. Why not hand over the patrol captain position to me for a while? How about 1 year? If I don't get promoted within that year, I'll return the captaincy to you. If I do get promoted, I'll spare no effort to have you reinstated as patrol captain, or even promoted to lead another important squad. Once I establish myself among the non-commissioned officers, your promotion to NCO will be only a matter of time. How does that sound? Trade 1 year for the chance to advance smoothly afterward. This deal won't leave you at a loss, no matter how you look at it. After speaking, Taijima's gaze remained fixed on Nakamura, not wavering in the slightest. After a moment of contemplation, Nakamura's face suddenly broke into a smile. Ha 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 ha. Brother Taijima, this plan of yours sounds truly brilliant. It's like I don't have to lift a finger to become a non-commissioned officer. Then, with at least 100 soldiers under my command or even several hundred earning commendations would be a piece of cake. Seeing Nakamura laugh, Taijima joined in with a chuckle of his own. Exactly. Nakamura, what do you think of this proposal? To be honest, I've got connections up there. I'm 80% sure I can become a non-commissioned officer within a year. Then we'll both be on our way to the top. Seeing Nakamura's reaction, Taijima felt a huge weight lift from his shoulders. At first, he'd thought Nakamura would be such a tough nut to crack. But this? He just tossed out a few casual words, painted a rosy picture, and the other guy thought it was a viable plan. What a joke! Even if he didn't get promoted to non-commissioned officer within a year of becoming patrol captain, there was no way he'd give the position back to Nakamura. In a year, he had 10,000 ways to eliminate Nakamura without anyone noticing. Yet, just as Taijima thought Nakamura had agreed, Nakamura's smile vanished abruptly. Immediately, a dagger appeared in his hand. Chapter 231, Testing the Little Japanese. The dagger sliced across Taijima's throat in an instant. Taijima clutched his throat, his voice muffled and strained, unable to utter a sound. You think I'm cute? I give you a year, but I'd be scared I'd die in some unknown place the very next day. Since there's nothing left to discuss, go join your fallen comrades below. Remember to say hello to the captain for me down there. Blood spattered the tent floor. Fortunately, since these tents were temporary structures, there were no carpets laid on the ground. Nakamura Ryochi paused briefly, then wrapped Taijima's body in a black cloth. He then stepped outside, borrowed a shovel, and returned to the tent. The next morning, as construction on the fortifications commenced, Nakamura began digging a hole in his own tent, using the clatter of construction as cover. He intended to bury Taijima's body directly beneath his own tent. But as he dug, Nakamura sensed something was amiss. Beneath his tent lay a series of cavities artificially excavated, without a doubt. In that instant, Nakamura grasped the revolutionary soldier's shocking conspiracy. Yet, far from showing any fear, his face betrayed nothing but unparalleled excitement. If he could report this discovery, it would undoubtedly be a major achievement. If his side ultimately achieved a major victory because of this intelligence, the top credit for the campaign would undoubtedly be his. Then, not only would the revolutionaries' successful ambush be attributed to their patrol returning to camp to sleep, thus failing to detect it. Even the matter of him silencing Taijima could be entirely overlooked. He knew exactly how the higher-ups would weigh the life of a single soldier against the annihilation of an entire revolutionary unit. But if that were the case, his own credit would inevitably be diluted. He might secure promotion this time, but the matter would inevitably resurface during his next promotion review. In effect, he would be drinking poison to quench his thirst. Nakamura Retsu pondered briefly before a plan crystallized in his mind. Instead of this, he'd make Taijima take the fall, frame him as a traitor. After all, Taijima was already dead, the dead couldn't speak. Then, all he had to do was eliminate the remaining patrol members. After that, his path to the top would be clear, and he could rest easy. Having made up his mind, Nakamura couldn't hide the excitement on his face. His time to rise had finally come. Meanwhile, Su Mingyang had no idea that the secret tunnel they had dug earlier would be discovered by Nakamura. After rendezvousing with the reinforcements, he began calculating the precise explosive charges needed for each location within the Japanese camp.
Now, although they had gathered explosives equivalent to the entire ammunition supply of the surrounding divisions, it was clearly unrealistic to expect that detonating them would destroy an entire camp housing thousands of Japanese soldiers and kill them all. Moreover, the tunnels lay over a meter below ground, severely limiting the damage they could inflict. Therefore, Su Mingyang decided to change his approach. He no longer focused on how many Japanese soldiers the explosives could kill. Instead, he intended to use the explosives to create chaos within the enemy camp. Amidst the ensuing chaos, revolutionary fighters would then eliminate the Japanese soldiers. This, too, would count as a successful ambush. After further discussions with his comrades, gathering all opinions to refine the plan once more. Ultimately, a plan deemed feasible by all was hammered out. Once the plan was finalized, the next step was to determine the timing of the ambush. Having learned from their previous failure, the Japanese forces now maintained heavy defenses within a radius of 1 to 2 kilometers around their camp. Infiltrating their positions proved far more difficult than before. Even observing the Japanese camp's conditions was limited to distant, general surveillance. They couldn't gather any specific details. Therefore, their operation could not be launched too early. They had to wait until the Japanese sentries' vigilance had slightly waned. Moreover, the weather was bitterly cold today. Heavy snow covered the ground, making movement difficult. Thus, for an entire month, the revolutionary fighters refrained from any operations, instead continuously dispatching scouts to reconnoiter the Japanese camp's surroundings. Through repeated reconnaissance, the revolutionaries gradually discerned the Japanese patrol patterns. During the day, the patrolling Japanese soldiers would venture farther, covering an area of about 3 kilometers. At night, fewer Japanese patrols were sent out. Their patrols covered only a few hundred meters, and they never ventured beyond that distance. This behavior puzzled Su Mingyang somewhat. Logically, after suffering repeated ambushes, the Japanese should have wised up. Patrolling was their best defense against guerrilla attacks. If they truly wanted to guard against guerrilla attacks, they should have hidden sentries at multiple locations. Even if they lacked hidden sentries, they should at least alter their patrol patterns daily instead of rigidly adhering to a single routine as they did now. Su Mingyang never viewed the Japanese as cute little devils. They were formidable enemies. Their current behavior, however, reeked of conspiracy. After years of resistance warfare, Su Mingyang was no longer the same man he had been when he first crossed over. His growth over these years had accelerated at a pace far exceeding what he'd experienced in his modern life back home. Having dealt with the Japanese devils extensively, he now noticed any irregularities immediately. Therefore, Su Mingyang refrained from rash actions, choosing instead to continue observing the Japanese soldiers' movements. Day after day passed, and the Japanese patrols maintained their routine. Near the underground passageway they had previously established, patrols seemed less thorough than in other areas. Even locations where revolutionary fighters were highly unlikely to appear were patrolled multiple times by the Japanese soldiers. The location of the tunnel entrance, however, seemed forgotten. Only early in the morning would Japanese soldiers pass by while conducting searches. With Su Mingyang's keen awareness, he naturally noticed this pattern. Immediately, a troubling thought surfaced in Su Mingyang's mind. Could it be that the Japanese had discovered their tunnel? To ensure the safety of their subsequent mission, Su Mingyang dispatched 2 fighters to investigate inside the tunnel. Inside, however, there was not a single sign of trouble. Everything remained exactly as they had left it, with no trace of the Japanese soldiers having been there. Nevertheless, Su Mingyang had an extra precaution. From the Japanese supplies they had previously captured, he had removed a Japanese military badge and handed it to the 2 soldiers sent to investigate. Before leaving the tunnels, he instructed them to bury the badge in an inconspicuous spot. Several days later, Su Mingyang sent the same 2 soldiers back into the tunnel. This time, they returned with news that sent a chill down Su Mingyang's spine. The badge they had buried earlier was gone. Chapter 232, The Tunnel Discovered. This is bad. The Japanese have discovered our tunnel. All previous arrangements must be scrapped. Upon confirming the badges were gone, Su Mingyang immediately began formulating a countermeasure. They had already spent nearly 2 months at the Beishan Pass. No matter what, they had to seize this pass connecting 3 provinces. Otherwise, it would hinder subsequent counteroffensives or certain campaigns. Su Mingyang convened a meeting at headquarters to gather ideas. Compared to the revolutionary soldiers of this era, whose thinking was constrained, he possessed more unconventional ideas. But the previous plans had essentially been his brainchild alone. Now he felt somewhat drained. Given the current situation, launching another surprise demolition attack on the Japanese camp was now virtually impossible. The Japanese forces would undoubtedly be on guard. It was likely that the moment their fighters entered with explosives, the Japanese would close in and surround them. Therefore, it was imperative to involve more people in the planning process. As intelligence was disseminated throughout the ranks, any soldier with viable ideas was welcome to present them at headquarters. All training ceased for several days. Every soldier was immersed in strategizing. Yet their proposals either mirrored previous plans or proved impractical, and were largely rejected by Su Mingyang.
Finally, after thorough discussion among the command headquarters senior leadership, one last plan remained.
Turn the tables on the enemy.
Since the Japanese had discovered their tunnels and knew they might be laying explosives,
why not act even more brazenly?
But this boldness was far from simple.
Su Mingyang understood that once the soldiers entered to plant the explosives, the Japanese would inevitably launch a massacre against them inside.
At that point, there were likely only two outcomes. 1. The explosives detonate, taking both the soldiers inside and the Japanese soldiers sent to eliminate them down with them. All that explosives would be wasted.
Worse still, they might not even achieve mutual destruction. The Japanese weren't exactly angels. They wouldn't typically risk their lives in such a suicidal endeavor. The more likely scenario is that the Japanese would preemptively plant explosives in the soil above the tunnel.
Once they detected the revolutionary fighters reaching the area where the explosives were planted, they would pull the detonator to trigger the explosion. At that point, the explosives brought in by the revolutionary fighters would be detonated by the explosives the Japanese had planted beforehand. They would inevitably lose both their men and their supplies.
This is the scenario where the explosives are detonated by the Japanese devils. Another possibility exists: the explosives remain undetonated throughout the entire journey.
Only when the original plan commenced and the explosives were detonated by the revolutionary fighters would the Japanese forces strike. By then, the Japanese would have already evacuated the camp, transferred all supplies, and then launched a full-scale attack.
Neither scenario was what Su Mingyang wished to see. However, the reason this plan was adopted meant it couldn't be as straightforward as it appeared on the surface.
Not only would they have to plant the explosives in full view of the Japanese soldiers, but they would also have to detonate them right in front of them. To achieve this, they must convince the Japanese that the explosives they placed were fake. Only then would they feel completely uninhibited. But how could this be accomplished? They had to deliberately let the Japanese know that they had uncovered the Japanese plan. Only then could they lower the Japanese invaders' guard. After finalizing this plan, the group spent an entire day in continuous discussion before settling on the operational plan. Meanwhile, a month of silence left the Japanese non-commissioned officer who had learned of the tunnel's existence from Nakamura feeling perplexed. During this period, their continuous surveillance of the tunnels revealed revolutionary fighters heading to investigate them. It seemed they were preparing to launch their operation. But why had they suddenly gone quiet? The Japanese non-commissioned officer was deeply puzzled and growing impatient.
Yet Nakamura was even more anxious than he was. After discovering the tunnel, he had transported Taijima's body out through it. He then took advantage of the situation to arrange for the deaths of the last two patrolmen who had narrowly survived the previous ambush by revolutionary fighters. Now, unless he spoke up, no one in the entire camp would know about the mistakes they had made. With a bright future seemingly just around the corner, he felt exhilarated every single day. But his excitement gradually cooled as the revolutionary soldier remained motionless. Gradually, a thought began to form in his mind. Could it be that the revolutionary fighters had discovered they already knew about the tunnel? The reason the Japanese non-commissioned officers hadn't considered this possibility was entirely because they had immediately filled in the tunnel after discovering it. There was no way the revolutionary soldiers could have detected it during the entire process. But Nakamura was different. He had used the tunnel to transport Taijima's body out earlier. Perhaps his actions had been observed by the revolutionary fighters back then? The more Nakamura thought about it, the more plausible this possibility seemed. Otherwise, it just didn't add up. For the revolutionary fighters who were constantly seeking to eliminate them, the existence of such a tunnel presented another opportunity to wipe them out entirely. The revolutionary fighters wouldn't let it slip away. Immediately afterward, Nakamura sought out the Japanese non-commissioned officer. After reporting this matter to the Japanese battalion commander, he had gradually gained prominence within the unit, particularly with the Japanese non-commissioned officer. The officer had recently issued an order: any matter brought to him by Nakamura must be reported immediately. Thus, Nakamura didn't have to wait long outside the battalion commander's tent before being summoned inside by the Japanese non-commissioned officer. Inside the tent, Nakamura relayed his suspicion that revolutionary fighters might have discovered the operation. The Japanese non-commissioned officer fell into deep thought. He contemplated the likelihood of their discovery by revolutionary fighters. Then, suddenly, he remembered the badge they had confiscated some time ago. At first, he had assumed it was accidentally left behind by a soldier cleaning up traces of their passage through the tunnel. The tunnel was extremely dim. Without flashlights, the revolutionary fighters could only rely on torchlight for illumination, making it difficult to spot the badge. So when he discovered it, he had merely scolded the men lightly without pursuing the matter further. Now, staring at the badge, it suddenly occurred to him that perhaps it hadn't been left behind by their own soldiers, but deliberately placed there by the revolutionary fighters. Perhaps the revolutionary fighters had intended to use this badge to test whether they had discovered the tunnel. Why hadn't he thought of this earlier? Gradually, a hint of admiration flickered in the Japanese non-commissioned officer's gaze as he looked at Nakamura. Something he himself hadn't considered had been thought of by the other side. But the most pressing concern now was how to deal with the revolutionary fighters. The strategic importance of Beishan Pass was plain for all to see. He refused to believe the revolutionary fighters wouldn't make their next move. Therefore, they too must prepare. Chapter 233, Setting Up Fake Explosives. Immediately, the Japanese non-commissioned officer began arranging the plan. However, everything depended solely on his own thinking, unlike Su Mingyang, who sought collective wisdom. In the Japanese sergeant's view, his soldiers were best suited only for combat and should not be burdened with other responsibilities. Otherwise, if they started thinking too much, it would threaten his position. He only needed puppets who could follow orders. Soon, a plan began to take shape in the Japanese captain's mind. Over the next few days, Su Mingyang frequently sent soldiers out on reconnaissance missions. These reconnaissance missions were far bolder than anything attempted before. He knew that even if the Japanese knew these revolutionary soldiers were scouting, they wouldn't act rashly. The focus of these reconnaissance missions was primarily on the front of the North Mountain Pass, where the bunkers were located. As discussed in the meeting, if the Japanese discovered their plan, they would inevitably concentrate their troops at the bunker. Sure enough, when he sent his men to scout, the Japanese were transporting cartloads of supplies toward the bunker, as if anticipating the revolutionary soldiers' invasion of their camp. This was welcome news to Su Mingyang. The Japanese were currently pretending not to notice. This meant all their subsequent actions would revolve around the bunkers. After all, without the tunnels, the revolutionary fighters had only one option left for a large-scale assault: the front lines. But this was precisely as Su Mingyang had planned. The Japanese seemed to be transporting supplies into the bunker, but everything was covered in white cloth. No one knew what was inside. Could it be firearms and ammunition? Without hesitation, Su Mingyang instructed the revolutionary soldiers to continue probing the Japanese bunker as if unaware of the situation. The Japanese forces played along perfectly, consistently choosing to look the other way. Since the Japanese were being so accommodating, Su Mingyang naturally obliged in return. Only after the Japanese had emptied the bunker did he begin assembling his troops on the main battlefield. Of course, this assembly was conducted covertly, without alerting the Japanese. At the location of the previously dug tunnels, Su Mingyang dispatched several revolutionary soldiers to carry in some baskets, also covered with cloth. These items were all bombs they could manufacture during this period. The reason it was deliberate was that these bombs were merely disguised as such on the surface. They contained not a single trace of explosives inside. This was all part of a deliberate deception to mislead the Japanese. The real explosives, of course, were also mixed in among them. However, contrary to the original plan, this explosive charge was not placed at various points beneath the Japanese camp. Instead, it was buried in an inconspicuous mound of earth. Su Mingyang never abandoned the plan to blow up the Japanese camp. Without destroying the enemy camp, their chances of victory in any confrontation would be extremely slim. Sure enough, not long after the revolutionary soldiers had placed the explosives, a soldier lying in wait in the distance spotted several Japanese soldiers entering the passageway through his binoculars. Half an hour later, the Japanese soldiers emerged from the passageway. The revolutionary fighters immediately withdrew as well, choosing not to enter immediately to investigate but instead waiting another day. During this period, the revolutionary soldiers entered the passageway almost daily. Some of the explosives were smuggled in through these daily passages. Upon re-entering the passage, the revolutionary fighters discovered that the dummy explosives they had previously placed there had all been dismantled. When crafting these bombs, the revolutionaries had already secured them with a thin thread tied around the surface of the explosives. Without careful inspection, it was virtually invisible. Moreover, due to the special material of the thread, even if the Japanese disassembled the bombs, they couldn't detect it. Although the Japanese soldiers had reassembled the bombs flawlessly, the thread was irrevocably severed. Upon learning the Japanese had tampered with the explosives, the revolutionary fighters immediately dug up all the previously buried bombs. They then replaced the explosives with the original dummy bombs. As for the original dummy bombs, they were all reburied. After arranging everything, the Japanese soldier left the tunnel and reported the matter to Su Mingyang. After a moment's thought, Su Mingyang issued a direct order: all soldiers were to withdraw from outside the bunker. After the withdrawal, Su Mingyang divided the soldiers into two groups. One group, consisting mostly of wounded soldiers from the regiment, was tasked with raising smoke signals several kilometers outside the bunker. This would allow the Japanese scouts to spot them from afar. The other group, comprising the remaining 2,000+ soldiers, would take a detour and return to the Japanese camp. A new round of surprise attacks was about to begin. As night slowly fell, Su Mingyang dispatched several soldiers, guided by scouts, to assassinate the Japanese reconnaissance troops lying in ambush around the tunnels. Their hiding spots had been discovered earlier when the Japanese had probed for explosives inside the tunnels. Since these Japanese soldiers were scattered in ambush positions only tens of meters apart, silencing them without firing a shot required a single, lethal blade strike. Otherwise, the Japanese would react instantly with gunfire. The moment gunfire erupted, their entire plan would be exposed to the enemy. At that point, all their efforts over this period would vanish into thin air. And these Japanese soldiers did not disappoint Su Mingyang's expectations. although stationed around the tunnel entrance and required to remain constantly vigilant. But over the past month, although revolutionary fighters came to the tunnel every day, they never came at night. Thus, their initial vigilance had completely worn away. Buried here, they had grown numb, and some even grew so bored they drifted into drowsiness. Were it not for the regiment's current regulations requiring periodic inspections of their night watch, they would have fallen asleep outright. Ah! A Japanese soldier yawned, having just dozed off. A contented smile spread across his face. Truth be told, he'd been pretty annoyed when assigned this duty. After all, this was a place where revolutionary soldiers came every day, and it was also a crucial spot for ambushing them. For them, the scouts buried here, it was actually extremely unsafe. From his very first night on watch, he'd been on edge, each day dragging on like an eternity, daring not to slack off for a moment. But yesterday, after hearing from several comrades who had scouted the passageway that all the bombs inside were dummies, he gradually began to understand the situation. Finally, from one comrade, he learned that the revolutionary fighters would not launch a surprise attack on the camp from this direction. This location had been exposed. It was merely a feint to mislead the enemy. Their primary target remained the front-line bunkers. Chapter 234, The Japanese Summon Reinforcements. Once he knew there was no danger, the Japanese scout became wildly excited. He realized not only was he not in mortal danger of being the first to die, but he could also slack off without restraint. After all, the revolutionary soldiers wouldn't come. Rather than waste time and energy on meaningless tasks, he might as well continue sleeping. With that thought, the Japanese soldier drifted back into a drowsy slumber. But just as he was lost in sweet dreams, a bone-chillingly cold dagger plunged straight into his neck. He jolted awake in an instant, instinctively clutching his throat. He tried to speak, but only muffled whimpers and groans escaped his lips. Not even a single sharp cry could escape him. He felt his life rapidly ebbing away until, finally, he could make no sound at all. Even so, the Japanese soldier thrashed about a few times before dying, making a commotion. The other buried reconnaissance soldiers nearby noticed the commotion. Just as they were about to stand up to investigate. The next instant, daggers plunged straight into their necks, just as before. Every last one of them fell dead, never firing a single shot. Immediately after, a scout carrying explosives emerged from the rear and placed the charges next to the bomb closest to the cave entrance. They had calculated everything when setting the explosives, how to detonate these bombs without any casualties among their own soldiers. The plan was to use the shockwaves from one explosion to detonate the others. Otherwise, if each bomb required a fuse to detonate, not to mention the sheer number of fuses needed, they would be connecting them until the cows came home. Even if all the fuses were connected, triggering them simultaneously would still be difficult. Therefore, rather than risking such an uncertain detonation, they chose to be bold and trigger the bombs through precise calculation. After the detonation devices were set, all the soldiers, including Su Mingyang, waited. They had initially planned to strike after the Japanese soldiers were fast asleep. Earlier, after discovering these bombs, the Japanese had secretly relocated their camp at night for a period. However, that new campsite offered no shelter from wind or rain and was infested with venomous insects. Many of their fighters had suffered greatly there. Now, knowing the revolutionary fighters wouldn't plant bombs in the tunnels, many soldiers immediately demanded to return to the original camp. After pondering for a while, the Japanese non-commissioned officer finally agreed to the soldiers' request. Truthfully, he too had grown uncomfortable during their stay there. The cold night wind had even given him a chill. However, to prevent the revolutionary fighters from discovering their return to the original camp, the Japanese sergeant issued repeated orders. No one was to turn on lights at night, and no one was even allowed to leave their tents. Even bodily functions had to be taken care of inside the tents. Only after dawn, when the patrol soldiers had finished checking all possible vantage points around their camp, could anyone step outside. Naturally, the Japanese soldiers complied with this minor demand from their sergeant. After all, if they ventured out at night and exposed their position, they would be the ones vulnerable to surprise attacks by the revolutionary fighters. Given the current situation, unless they were complete fools, they could certainly weigh the pros and cons. Consequently, even night patrols around the camp gradually diminished, with all patrols now focused on their new encampment. A patrol squad of dozens of men circled a brightly lit yet completely deserted camp. Though the patrol members grumbled inwardly, they kept their discontent hidden. Meanwhile, upon receiving intelligence from his scouts, Su Mingyang immediately began planning the assault on the Japanese camp. The capture of Beishan Pass now hinged on this surprise assault. As the soldiers took their positions, a deafening explosion finally rocked the Japanese camp. This explosion was massive, more than twice as powerful as previous raids on the Japanese. Even so, the damage inflicted upon the Japanese forces remained limited. The vast majority of the Japanese soldiers merely emerged from their tents with minor injuries. They cursed the revolutionaries, cunning under their breath while raising their rifles to fire wildly at their surroundings. As for the Japanese non-commissioned officer, he had just fallen asleep when the deafening blast jolted him awake. Immediately afterward, he could feel the shockwaves from the explosion steadily closing in on his position. In an instant, he realized the revolutionary fighters had launched a surprise attack on their camp. But how did the revolutionary fighters know they hadn't left the camp? Moreover, hadn't he already ordered his men to inspect those bombs? How could those fake bombs possibly explode? The Japanese non-commissioned officer couldn't make sense of it. But the situation was critical now. He had to immediately organize his men to counterattack. But just as he was about to step out of the tent, he seemed to remember something and pulled his foot back. He understood that the reason the previous regiment commander had been killed was because, after the explosion, he had walked straight out of the tent. As long as he stayed inside the tent, the revolutionary soldiers wouldn't be able to locate him, let alone assassinate him. Resolved, the Japanese non-commissioned officer curled up inside the tent, waiting for his soldiers to return. Before long, a battalion commander entered the tent. This battalion commander was a trusted confidant he had brought with him when taking command of the regiment, a comrade in arms of many years whom he trusted completely. Regimental commander, we're surrounded by revolutionary fighters. What should we do? The battalion commander asked a rather foolish question. But that was precisely why the Japanese sergeant had consistently promoted him. He didn't need overly intelligent people around him, only those who could execute his orders. Gather the other battalion commanders immediately. If we can swiftly resolve this internal chaos, these revolutionary soldiers pose no real threat. The battalion commander scrambled out of the tent to find the other two commanders. Yet, without a moment's respite after the explosion, the camp was swept by a relentless hail of bullets. In fact, to ensure their bullets penetrated the enemy after hitting them, the revolutionary fighters kept advancing toward the Japanese camp. Now, the Japanese camp descended into chaos once more, offering almost no resistance. Most of the Japanese soldiers cowered inside their tents, afraid to show their heads. They understood that even within the tents, they were infinitely better off than outside, at least gaining some cover. Moreover, the revolutionary fighters' bullets were almost exclusively coming from one direction. They could easily shield themselves with tables or bed frames. But this behavior was causing the Japanese battalion commander, who had just reported from the non-commissioned officers' tents, immense distress. Everyone else had taken cover inside tents or found some form of shelter, leaving him alone without protection, darting around the camp. Who else were the bullets going to hit? Chapter 235, the bullet hits the one who sticks his head out. Bang bang bang. The gunfire rang out relentlessly, a hail of bullets pouring toward the enemy. Even at such a distance, with limited accuracy, a hail of bullets like a net was bound to find its mark. Soon, the Japanese company commander who had sought out other company commanders was struck in the heart by a bullet and fell straight to the ground. Within the camp, these soldiers had all endured the ambush by the revolutionary fighters. That ambush still haunted them like a nightmare, refusing to fade from their minds. Despite the passage of time, the new regiment commander had established numerous rules for responding to ambushes during this period. But when disaster struck, they still couldn't maintain their composure and respond as they had been trained. Thus, as the revolutionary fighters' gunfire drew nearer, they grew increasingly afraid to show themselves. By the end, they had shrunk back, shivering uncontrollably. This left Su Mingyang, who had been observing everything from afar, utterly stunned. He hadn't expected that he had inadvertently crushed their morale. However, this development would only facilitate the plan's execution. Inside the Japanese non-commissioned officer's tent, the Japanese NCOs were similarly shielding themselves with bedboards to avoid being hit by bullets. Now, he was filled with regret. He never imagined he'd been played like a puppet by the revolutionary soldiers. Now he fully understood that the revolutionary fighters had known their plan all along and had already made their next move. It could be said that in this game of wits with the revolutionary soldiers, he had suffered a crushing defeat. During this period, he had deliberately trained his men to adapt to such situations, even conducting drills once or twice on how they should respond if this happened. In truth, it was merely a formality primarily for show to higher-ups, without excessive rigor. Unexpectedly, his own underestimation of the revolutionary fighters' ability to launch a successful ambush had plunged his forces into an absolute disadvantage from the very start. Only now did he grasp that warfare depended not merely on military strength, manpower, or strategy, but most crucially on morale. Now, their morale had been utterly shattered by the revolutionary fighters. If escape were possible, he was certain his men would desert without hesitation. Therefore, if he wanted to repel the revolutionary fighters or simply survive, he must reorganize his men. At the very least, they must understand that survival depended on picking up their rifles. With this thought, the Japanese non-commissioned officer no longer cowered behind the wooden plank. He had to set an example for these soldiers. And so, the Japanese non-commissioned officer moved. Lifting the plank, he stepped out of the tent. Yet the instant he stepped outside, a hail of bullets instantly rained down upon him. Even targeting a large object like the bedboard, most of the bullets missed their mark. Those that did hit the plank, though failing to penetrate it and strike the Japanese non-commissioned officer, still caused him considerable hindrance. The impact of the bullets, though fully absorbed by the bedboard, still sent a sharp pain shooting through his arms. As the Japanese soldier advanced, he soon came upon the camp commander lying dead on the ground. His eyes were wide open, staring emotionlessly at the sky. Seeing his sole trusted aide killed, the Japanese non-commissioned officer flew into a rage. Ignoring the throbbing pain in his wrist, he charged into the battalion commander's tent, bedboard raised. Inside, he spotted the battalion commander shielding himself behind a table. The moment the battalion commander saw him, his panic became visibly palpable. The Japanese non-commissioned officer understood, the man feared being held accountable for not going out to organize the soldiers. But he wasn't in the mood for that now, and the situation didn't allow him to blame the man at this moment. The most urgent task now was to reorganize the fighters and launch a counterattack against the revolutionary soldiers. They still held the numerical advantage for now, but that could change at any moment. They had to seize this final opportunity. Go immediately and gather all your men. Hiding inside the tents will only lead to certain death sooner or later. Instead, we should charge out of the camp and engage the revolutionary fighters head-on. Our military strength far surpasses theirs more than double, in fact. If we can create distance, then we'll be firing at the revolutionary fighters while they can't return fire. After delivering these words, the Japanese non-commissioned officer did not immediately depart for the next location. He knew that if he didn't stay to supervise them, they might pay lip service while secretly plotting to wait for the enemy to strike first before emerging. But would anyone be that foolish? How could they possibly start moving before he did? Therefore, he had to first supervise a battalion commander's actions. Once someone made the first move, the rest would follow easily. Su Mingyang, directing the battle from afar, was well aware of this dynamic. When he spotted two figures carrying bedboards running out of the tents, he immediately ordered all soldiers to fire relentlessly at them. Take out the ringleaders, and no one else would dare to step forward. Upon hearing Su Mingyang's command, all the revolutionary soldiers opened fire on the two bedboards. Moreover, since they were charging toward the Japanese camp while firing, the impact of their bullets grew increasingly devastating as the distance closed. After the first revolutionary soldiers' bullets pierced the ship's planking, the bullets from the rest of the fighters followed suit, tearing through the bedboards. The non-commissioned officers and company commander, who had been hiding behind the bedboards to regroup the Japanese soldiers, were riddled with bullets. With their leaders decapitated and no orders issued, no one emerged from the tents in the Japanese camp. The revolutionary soldiers freely reaped their lives. However, the revolutionary soldiers' ammunition was finite. After the first wave of relentless firing, their remaining ammunition began to dwindle. Su Mingyang understood that if this continued, their ammunition would soon be depleted. Then, the advantage they had built up would vanish completely, leaving them no choice but to engage the Japanese in bayonet combat. This was something he could not accept. Although he had anticipated this possibility before arriving and had ordered all revolutionary soldiers to carry close-quarters weapons. But the Japanese soldiers were now being mowed down like turtles, a development that had completely caught him off guard. As long as they could keep firing, the casualties among the revolutionary fighters would be minimized. But where could they find more ammunition? Su Mingyang pondered this as bullets relentlessly struck the Japanese camp. He couldn't very well send the revolutionary fighters charging into the outer tents to collect the Japanese soldiers' guns and bullets. Bullets don't have eyes, friendly fire would be disastrous. As Su Mingyang racked his brain, his gaze drifted unconsciously toward a nearby bunker. Chapter 236, Unexpected Fortune. Right. The Japanese had recently transferred a batch of supplies into the bunker. Given their nature, there was a high probability this shipment contained firearms and ammunition. If it really contained firearms and ammunition, seizing all of them would mean the revolutionary soldiers could upgrade from muskets to cannons. Su Mingyang didn't hesitate. He immediately led a group of revolutionary soldiers toward the bunker. From a distance, Su Mingyang could see dozens of Japanese soldiers standing atop the bunker. They kept scanning their side of the battlefield, peeking out cautiously but holding their fire. As Su Mingyang's group drew nearer, the Japanese soldiers spotted the revolutionary fighters concealed in the shadows. Immediately, the powerful searchlights from the bunker swept directly toward the revolutionary soldiers. These spotlights were specially designed military-grade models used by the Japanese invaders, their intensity far surpassing the torches carried by the revolutionary soldiers. When the beams struck the revolutionaries' faces, their vision was instantly overwhelmed by the blinding light. Some fighters with pre-existing eye conditions felt a stinging pain in their eyes under the beams, as if being pricked by needles. Seeing this, Su Mingyang raised his rifle and fired. Bang! One spotlight was pierced by a bullet, its light extinguished. As the first spotlight went dark, the other revolutionary soldiers reacted, raising their rifles and firing at the lights on the bunker. Within a minute, all the lights were extinguished, and the voices of the revolutionary soldiers once again faded into the darkness. At the same time, the Japanese soldiers had vanished from the bunker. Only the faint sound of car engines could be heard. Then came the roar of engines. Those little devils had fled. Witnessing this scene, Su Mingyang shook his head. Now, the Japanese soldiers' morale had been completely shattered. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would find it difficult to cause any further trouble. Having fought their first battle with such ease, every soldier's face bore a look of relief. They understood that the enemy's shattered morale was entirely due to Su Mingyang's 3 consecutive surprise attacks. After the first ambush, the Japanese were furious, seething with rage. The second ambush left them angry, but more so filled with dread.
Once bitten by a snake, one fears even a rope for 10 years. That was precisely their state of mind. To exact revenge on the revolutionary fighters and restore their morale, the Japanese non-commissioned officers took desperate risks, determined to annihilate the revolutionary fighters entirely. But in the end, what awaited them was the revolutionary soldiers' third ambush.
The third ambush shattered the Japanese soldiers' morale.
Originally, they thought victory was within reach, only to be ambushed by the revolutionary fighters once again at the very end. The revolutionary fighters had planted explosives right under their noses, beneath their camp.
But what about their own soldiers? They actually thought it was fake explosives? Now, the Japanese soldiers hiding in the camp were filled with endless complaints. Why did they ever think of annihilating the entire force?
Had they simply held their ground, they could have killed every revolutionary soldier who dared to approach.
Why take such a reckless gamble?
Their resentment toward the revolutionary fighters gradually shifted to resentment toward the Japanese non-commissioned officers and other high-ranking officers within the regiment. Under the pressure of this resentment, each of them was on the verge of exploding. Now, the moment the first shot rang out within their camp, these Japanese soldiers would inevitably rush out to clash with the revolutionary fighters. Su Mingyang, busy inspecting supplies inside the bunker, remained unaware of these developments. On their way into the bunker, Su Mingyang and his men encountered no obstacles beyond the few floodlights that briefly slowed their progress. And upon entering the bunker, they found exactly what they had heard earlier. Inside the bunker, every Japanese soldier had fled by vehicle, leaving only neatly stacked boxes of various kinds. Su Mingyang's heart leapt with joy upon seeing the bullet symbols on the boxes.
Any crate bearing this symbol contained Japanese ammunition.
And where the ammunition was, the firearms were bound to be nearby. Su Mingyang explored the bunker and discovered a partitioned room within. The door was secured by a heavy padlock.
Seeing this, Su Mingyang didn't hesitate. He immediately borrowed a melee weapon from one of the soldiers. Given the thickness of these locks, it would take at least an hour or two to pick them. Instead of picking the lock, he decided to smash the door open. The door appeared to be made of iron on the outside, but when Su Mingyang gave it a light thrust with his machete, the blade sank deep into the wood. Only the outer layer was iron, the core was wood. Seeing this, the other soldiers immediately began pounding on the door with their weapons. Soon, a gaping hole large enough for a soldier to squeeze through appeared in the door. Through the opening, Su Mingyang saw that this room served as the Japanese soldiers' storage for food and firearms. The room was packed to the brim, leaving barely any space, with only a narrow passageway down the center. Jackpot! That was Su Mingyang's first thought.
But now was not the time to tally up the supplies. Su Mingyang ordered several of the stronger soldiers to smash the door open completely. He then immediately organized the troops to carry all the firearms and ammunition back to the front lines. As they were leaving, Su Mingyang glanced back at the bunker one last time. He realized the bunker was built so tightly that it blocked all possible routes in and out of the Japanese camp from the front. If the Japanese soldiers inside the camp wanted to escape, this was their only route. Otherwise, they would have to find a breakthrough in the defensive line held by over 2,000 revolutionary soldiers. He believed the Japanese couldn't be that foolish. Therefore, as he departed, Su Mingyang deliberately left 200 soldiers stationed inside the bunker. Any Japanese soldier attempting to escape through the bunker would be shot without hesitation. But Su Mingyang also understood a truth: cornered rabbits bite. If all escape routes were blocked, the Japanese might fight to the death. Such desperate resistance would inevitably result in casualties among the revolutionary fighters. Therefore, Su Mingyang ordered all revolutionary soldiers to retreat inside the bunker, leaving only a narrow gap in the side door just wide enough for a single Japanese soldier to squeeze through. When the Japanese soldiers reached the base of the bunker, they would inevitably discover that narrow opening. It was their only chance to escape. Therefore, upon seeing that gap, they would undoubtedly rush through it without hesitation. This way, they wouldn't have to fight the revolutionary soldiers to the death. In fact, if too many of them crowded the narrow passage, they might even turn on each other. The revolutionary soldiers would simply reap the benefits of their struggle. But would Su Mingyang truly let these fleeing Japanese soldiers escape? Of course not. Outside the door, he had stationed over a dozen revolutionary fighters. The moment any Japanese soldier squeezed through the doorway, they would be shot down before they could go far.